Master, this year at the grand competition of sects on the mainland, our disciples have once again secured first place. Chu Yuan exclaimed, Kick them all out of the sect. Master, we cannot expel anymore. The disciples who were previously cast out have established sacred cultivation grounds. If we continue to kick them out, the entire mainland will be under our sect control. Chu Yuan responded. All I truly wished for was to teach my inept disciples a lesson. Why does it feel as though you are all performing for me? Chapter 1. The Master of the Wudao Sect. As the golden crow ascended in the east, atop the misty mountains, there stood a magnificent mountain gate. Above the gate, 3 bold characters were inscribed, Wudao Sect. Originally, there was no sect upon the misty mountains. 15 days prior, like a bolt from the blue, the Wudao Sect was born, unknown and unnoticed. It belonged to the highest tier, lacking any formal recognition, and was a desolate sect indeed. On this day, beneath the mountain gate, 2 figures stood. Luoer, this is the sacred ground of our sect, Wudao Sect. Ascend from here, and you shall reach the grand hall of the sect. You may explore the various areas of the sect on your own, and then venture to the rear palace to select a chamber for your residence. The speaker appeared to be in his early 20s, donned in a flowing white robe, with long, dark hair and a handsome visage, exuding an ethereal aura, as if he were an immortal wandering through the mundane world. His name was Chu Yuan, the master of the Wudao Sect. As he spoke, the other figure responded, I shall heed the master's command. This individual, of similar age to Chu Yuan, possessed striking features and wore a robe of azure, holding a long sword, his expression stoic, radiating an air of aloofness. His name was Yi Luo, the sole disciple recently accepted by Chu Yuan and the sect's eldest disciple. Chu Yuan glanced at his disciple, waved his hand, and softly uttered, Proceed. Yi Luo clasped his hands in respect and replied, Master, I shall take my leave for now and return later to pay my respects. With that, he grasped his sword and ascended the mountain. As Chu Yuan watched Yi Luo's departing figure, the calm demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by elation. After half a month, I have finally found someone with such abysmally low potential. This is truly a rare find. He murmured to himself as images from his past resurfaced in his mind. Chu Yuan was not originally from this world. He had traversed into this realm due to an unforeseen incident half a month ago. This world was not one governed by the mundane, rather. It was a realm teeming with deities, demons, and monsters, where myriad nations flourished, sects prevailed, and strength reigned supreme. It was called the Divine Journey Continent. Like many in the throng of transmigrators, Chu Yuan possessed a system. However, his system was rather peculiar. In his heart, Chu Yuan silently summoned the system, and an azure screen materialized, visible only to him. The most inept sect system, this system is dedicated to crafting the most inept sect in history. The host is encouraged to recruit disciples and render them inept to fulfill system objectives. Note, teaching a disciple to failure will reward the host with an elevation of 1 minor realm, while successfully guiding a disciple will result in a deduction of 1 major realm from the host's own cultivation. Therefore, the host is advised to exercise caution. Chu Yuan chose to disregard this portion of information and continued reading. Personal panel. Host, Chu Yuan. Sect, Wudao Sect. Cultivation, early stage of Yuan-ing. Current disciple, 1. Note, the cultivation realms are classified as follows. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, Yuan-ing, transformation, and tribulation crossing. Note, an annual assessment of the sect will be conducted to evaluate whether the host has successfully cultivated or failed a disciple. All interpretative authority rests with the system. This was Chu Yuan's peculiar system. By causing a disciple to fail, he could achieve an elevation of 1 minor realm. Thus, by leading 3 disciples to failure, he could ascend a major realm. Although the system was indeed strange, it aligned perfectly with Chu Yuan's inclinations. To expect him to genuinely cultivate a disciple into success would be an undue burden. His cultivation and sect were bestowed upon him as a grand gift from the system. He had never truly engaged in the art of cultivation. So what could he possibly impart to his disciples? Should he rely on the cultivation methods from his previous lives' online novels? That would surely be a jest. Therefore, Chu Yuan felt that teaching disciples to failure was more suitable for him, as it was a task he could accomplish with ease. After all, he had no intention of teaching his disciple anything worthwhile. Half a month ago, upon his arrival in this world and the acquisition of a system, he descended the mountain in search of a disciple. After a fortnight of searching, he finally encountered Yi Luo, a person of exceedingly poor aptitude, whom he took under his wing. In this world, a person's aptitude for cultivation is determined by their spiritual root. Each individual possesses one. A robust spiritual root signifies superior potential for cultivation and a promising future, with formidable roots such as heavenly spiritual roots, five elements roots, and those attuned to storms and thunder. Conversely, a weak spiritual root indicates diminished aptitude, with the most common and feeble being the mortal spiritual root, which is possessed by every ordinary individual. However, his disciple Luo was entirely different. He lacked a spiritual root entirely. Not even the most basic mortal spiritual root was present. Born without a spiritual root, he could not absorb spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of cultivation. The mere acceptance of such a disciple brought Chu Yuan immense amusement. There was no need for him to teach failure. The disciple was inherently futile, and after a year, he would succeed effortlessly. Nevertheless, I must devise a way to placate this disciple's aspirations, Chu Yuan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. His ability to recruit this disciple stemmed from his display of prowess and the assurance that he could remedy the disciple's inability to cultivate. This was how he successfully brought such a seemingly hopeless disciple into his fold. Should this disciple discover that he could not alleviate his cultivation woes and choose to flee, Chu Yuan would be left in despair. As for forcibly detaining the disciple on the mountain, he had contemplated that notion, but realized the system strictly forbade such actions, which would constitute a violation. Thus, he was left to devise a strategy to retain this disciple on the mountain for a year. Once he managed to keep the disciple for that duration, the annual sect assessment would pass, and thereafter, the disciple could pursue his own path as he wished. Let me ponder how to retain this disciple within the sect. After all, a delay of a year will suffice. Well, I'll fabricate some notions for this disciple to comprehend. If he fails to grasp them, it merely indicates his lack of aptitude, and I cannot be held accountable. After all, I am a formidable figure in the nascent soul realm. My authority is indisputable. Chu Yuan silently nodded, finalizing his plan. Regardless of the circumstances, he remains a powerful being of the nascent soul stage. To this novice disciple, who is yet to embark on the path of cultivation, he is a venerable elder. What grounds could the disciple possibly have to contest his assertions? Could he cite his lack of spiritual roots as a reason for his inability to cultivate? Preposterous. Ultimately, a tapestry of fanciful tales will be woven, and the disciple shall be led astray. If mere fabrications could guide a disciple to greatness, he could effortlessly consume this entire mountain gate. Raising his gaze to the towering entrance, Chu Yuan found amusement and shook his head. With a cloud-like grace, he vanished like a wisp of breeze, ascending the mountain. Chapter 2. My aspirations for you are great. On the mist-covered Tianwu Mountain, shrouded in ethereal clouds, majestic halls stood in solemn grandeur, inspiring awe and reverence, deterring any thought of disrespect. Luo embraced his sword, traversing the sect's expanse, eventually arriving at the plaza before the main hall. He mused, "This sect is indeed vast. I have wandered for 3 hours and scarcely made a dent. It rivals the Tianqing sect of Eastern State, if not surpasses it. The divine travel continent is divided into several great states, with the Wudao sect situated in Eastern State. Countless sects and nations thrive within Eastern State, but the most formidable among them in the southern region is undoubtedly the Tianqing sect. Due to familial circumstances, he had once set foot within the Tianqing sect. He could assert that the Wudao sect was not in the least inferior to Tianqing, and in terms of architectural grandeur, it far surpassed it. The sole deficiency lay in the desolation of the Wudao sect, a desolation so profound that it felt as though the entire sect was devoid of life. Something is amiss. How could a sect of equal stature to Tianqing remain obscure? Moreover, I have witnessed my master's formidable prowess. Even some elders of Tianqing are no match for him. Though I am unaware of my master's exact realm, he is undeniably a powerhouse, and it defies logic for such strength to go unrecognized in Eastern State. The only plausible explanation is that the Wudao sect is a reclusive sect, recently emerging from obscurity. Yes, that must be it." Luo planted his sword firmly, his eyes gleaming with insight. If he were indeed to join a hidden sect, the issue of his inability to cultivate would surely be resolved. Every reclusive sect possesses an aura of mystery and strength, and he harbored no concerns regarding his cultivation challenges being insurmountable within such a sect. Most importantly, his master had promised to assist him in overcoming his cultivation impediments, which was the source of his greatest comfort. "Luo, a voice as ethereal as the mist, resonated, shifting between distant and near, elusive and transient. Yi Luo reigned in his myriad thoughts, adopting an air of aloofness. Before his master, he must uphold a dignified demeanor. Suddenly, Chu Yuan descended from the heavens, treading upon clouds, his garments billowing and long hair dancing in the wind, resembling an ethereal immortal who roams freely among mortals, evoking a sense of envy in Yi Luo. The pursuit of immortality and boundless freedom is a dream cherished by many. Now, the opportunity lay before him, and he must seize it with utmost diligence, cultivating himself to become an unparalleled immortal, thereby honoring his esteemed master. Yi Luo bowed respectfully to Chu Yuan, demonstrating profound reverence. Chu Yuan nodded nonchalantly and remarked, "Luo, have you found a suitable abode? If not, I can personally assist you in the search." Upon hearing this, Yi Luo quickly bowed again, saying, "I dare not trouble my master. I have already found a suitable residence. However, witnessing the vastness of the sect fills me with emotion, and I yearn to cultivate diligently and explore the boundless skies to grasp the entirety of the sect. Thus, I earnestly request my master to assist me in overcoming the obstacles to my cultivation." At these words, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to offer Yi Luo a month-long tour of the sect, postponing matters for a while. Yet this young man immediately sought to cultivate. Fortunately, Yi Luo lacked spiritual roots and was thus incapable of cultivation. Otherwise, his fervent dedication could have thwarted Chu Yuan's grand designs. Oh well, since this lad is not interested in the month-long tour, I shall resort to my contingency plan. A bit of deception is in order. Chu Yuan mused inwardly. While outwardly maintaining a calm demeanor, he turned away and gazed at the sky, remaining silent. Yi Luo, observing his master's demeanor, also directed his gaze skyward. The sun blazed fiercely today, its rays piercingly bright. Unable to endure it, Yi Luo quickly lowered his head, finding the midday sun intolerably dazzling. When he turned his gaze back to Chu Yuan, he found him staring intently at the sun, devoid of any expression. Yi Luo couldn't help but marvel. His master was indeed extraordinary, a formidable figure entirely unlike a mere mortal like himself, capable of gazing directly at the sun without flinching or even blinking. Little did Yi Luo know that Chu Yuan was inwardly cursing. According to the usual protocol, Yi Luo should have inquired about what he was observing, thus providing Chu Yuan the opportunity to weave his tale. Yet this boy remained silent. Did he not realize how uncomfortable it was to gaze at the sun? Chu Yuan could feel the burning sensation in his eyes and was certain that if he closed them, tears would stream down his face. If that happened, his image would be utterly tarnished. He could not afford to close his eyes. Thus, he silently awaited Yi Luo to speak. However, Yi Luo remained mute, adopting an expression of not wanting to disturb his master, standing quietly to the side. This infuriated Chu Yuan to no end, nearly compelling him to unleash his power and send this useless disciple to the afterlife. Fortunately, just as Chu Yuan was on the verge of losing patience, Yi Luo finally spoke. "I humbly beseech my master to help me overcome the obstacles to my cultivation. In the future, I shall dedicate myself to diligent practice to repay my master's kindness." Good heavens! You are dancing on the edge of oblivion. Chu Yuan silently retracted the hand he had extended from his sleeve, turning his back to Yi Luo, his head lowered as he spoke in a calm tone. "To resolve the impediments to your cultivation is quite simple. A mere wave of my hand would suffice. However, I do not wish for you to begin your cultivation at this moment. Do you understand why? Do you not wish for me to commence my cultivation now?" Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head and replying, "Disciple is unaware." Chu Yuan took a few steps forward, concealing his tear-streaked face from the disciple, all the while speaking as he walked. "You were born without spiritual roots, destined to be unable to cultivate. This peculiar circumstance is, in fact, not uncommon throughout the annals of history. Take for instance Xiao Hua, who languished as a waste for 3 years, only to ultimately achieve the title of Flame Emperor, or Shi Hao, who was deprived of his supreme bone in his youth, yet ascended to become the Celestial Emperor and the likes of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Each of these figures faced unique challenges, yet all ultimately became monumental figures, revered from afar by the masses. Thus, I hold great expectations for you, Luo. Do you comprehend this?" Yi Luo was momentarily stunned. Flame Emperor? Celestial Emperor? Crooked Mouth Dragon King? Why had he never heard of these titles? Could they be secrets known only to hidden sects, recorded in their ancient texts? Chapter 3. Grasping the stars and plucking the sun and moon upon entering, a few secrets of the era were disclosed. Is this the demeanor of a reclusive sect? How delightful! Yi Luo regained his composure, performed a respectful bow, and said, Master, I am somewhat perplexed, yet I trust that you have my best interests at heart. Please enlighten me on what I should do. Listening to this, Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with approval. This disciple is quite perceptive. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Since you are my first disciple, I shall indeed guide you on the path ahead. Let us establish a 1-year plan for enlightenment. Engage in contemplation for a year, and thereafter, I shall instruct you on the next steps. Thus, we shall commence with a year of enlightenment. Following that, the sect will assess your progress, irrespective of your level of comprehension. Yi Luo's face was etched with confusion as he inquired, May I ask, Master, what constitutes enlightenment? Chu Yuan, having prepared his rhetoric, replied blandly, the so-called Tao becomes complex, and you might not grasp it fully. Allow me to simplify. Tao is the essence of nature, the embodiment of heaven and earth, the foundation of all things. From Tao comes one, from one comes two, from two comes three, and from three springs forth myriad creations. UI, and all sentient beings exist within the realm of Tao. Do you comprehend, Luo? If you can understand, I concede my defeat, for I certainly cannot. The pinnacle of deception is to bewilder oneself to the point of confusion. Observing Yi Luo's bewildered expression, he felt a profound satisfaction. Yi Luo stood there in a daze, seemingly pondering Chu Yuan's words. After a while, he bowed once more and asked, May I inquire, Master, how does one attain enlightenment? There are countless paths to the Tao, all leading to the same destination. One simply needs to identify and grasp the path they desire. Master, I have practiced swordsmanship for many years. May I achieve enlightenment through the sword? Indeed. Then, Master, what is the way of the sword? What you perceive is your own path. Whatever you believe your swordsmanship embodies, that is your truth. Then, Master, how shall I pursue this understanding? To pursue understanding, hand me your sword, and I shall demonstrate. The remainder is for you to comprehend on your own. Chu Yuan felt overwhelmed by the questions, fearing that if this disciple continued to inquire, his facade would be unveiled. His knowledge was limited. Delving deeper would surely lead to his exposure. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo presented his sword with both hands. Chu Yuan accepted the sword, drawing it from its sheath. His gaze fell upon the blade, which shimmered with a cold light, exuding an aura of sharpness. Indeed, it was a fine weapon. Casting a fleeting glance at Yi Luo, who looked on with eager anticipation, he hesitated. Did he even know how to wield a sword? After half a month in this realm, he was hardly an expert. Yet, his primary aim was to impress this disciple, regardless of his actual skill. The display of magical prowess would suffice to create an impressive illusion. Watch closely, Chu Yuan murmured, tightening his grip on the sword. He raised his gaze to the heavens, turned his palm, and summoned his magical energy, striking the sky with a single, powerful blow. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, as a beam of magical sword light surged toward the firmament, stretching for dozens of meters. The terrifying might rendered the heavens and earth dim. This sword seemed to cleave the very fabric of the universe with an unstoppable momentum, striking towards the sky. With a rumble, the layers of clouds parted, revealing a glimpse of azure blue. Chu Yuan gazed upon this scene with satisfaction, discreetly wiping away his tears, before turning to the astonished and yearning Yi Luo. His heart was already settled. It was assured, absolutely assured. He had successfully deceived him. This small realm was already within grasp. Do you comprehend? Chu Yuan spoke softly, his back to Yi Luo. Upon hearing his master's words, Yi Luo quickly snapped out of his shock, gazing at his master with a hint of confusion, shaking his head. Master, your disciple, is dull-witted and does not understand. Not understanding is precisely the point, Chu Yuan thought to himself, secretly amused. He then spoke calmly. If you do not understand, then contemplate deeply. I hope you can comprehend this within a year. This sword embodies all that I hold dear in my path. Immerse yourself in its essence. If you can grasp even a fragment, you shall have understood the way. Should you uncover 3 or 4 aspects, you will be a formidable force. But if you can discern 5 or 6, then the vast world will be yours to traverse. Boasting came without cost. The more audacious the claim, the more it flowed effortlessly from Chu Yuan's lips. Yi Luo's eyes ignited with fervor upon hearing this, and he cupped his hands, saying, Master, what if I were to understand fully? Chu Yuan replied with a hint of irritation, ambitious aspirations. If you were to grasp it completely, I would impart this wisdom. With stars in hand, One may seize the sun and moon. There exists no one like me in this world. Contemplate well. And should you encounter any confusion, feel free to consult me again. As his words faded, he took to the clouds beneath his feet, floating away with an air of nonchalance, though his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Particularly upon witnessing Yi Luo's astonished countenance, his sense of fulfillment grew. It was settled. Chu Yuan quickened his pace. Within mere breaths, he had departed from the Grand Hall's plaza. The speed of the nascent soul realm was indeed remarkable. In a matter of minutes, he arrived at a secluded ridge outside the Wudao sect. This should suffice for concealment. That useless disciple would certainly not find him here. He had successfully ensnared Yi Luo. The next course of action was, of course, to buy time. The longer the delay, the better. Thus, he had come to this ridge. He anticipated that after Yi Luo contemplated for a while and realized no progress had been made, he would inevitably seek him out for guidance. After all, he had casually mentioned that should there be any uncertainties, Yi Luo could come to ask him. But if Yi Luo truly came to inquire, how would he respond? He was hardly a legitimate cultivator. How could he address those questions? Hence, he had cleverly hidden himself upon this ridge. By the time Yi Luo sought him out, he would be nowhere to be found, effectively buying him more time. This was a strategic delay. I truly consider myself astute. Henceforth, I shall remain in the tranquil embrace of leisure, allowing time to meander for a month or two. When my disciple grows impatient, I shall engage in a casual exchange and continue my procrastination. Chu Yuan casually selected a large stone and reclined upon it, basking in the sun and snoring away meanwhile. Yi Luo, upon absorbing Chu Yuan's words, found himself enveloped in profound astonishment. With hands that could grasp the stars and pluck the sun and moon, there exists no one quite like me in this world. Such audacity, is this truly a reflection of my master? Is this the authentic power of a hidden sect? How enchanting! With such a master to guide him, he must not squander this opportunity. He yearns to attain enlightenment. Yi Luo sat cross-legged, gazing skyward, his eyes wide open, fixated on the parted clouds, hoping to glean some insight. He remained in this trance. An hour passed, then two. When hunger struck, he retrieved provisions to eat. When thirst beckoned, he lifted his water flask to drink. Thus, time slipped away gradually. The golden crow descended in the west, while the crescent moon ascended in the east. A cyclical dance. Chapter 4. Master, I understand in the blink of an eye, several days have elapsed. At the Wudao sect, in the Grand Hall's courtyard, Yi Luo has been seated in meditation for days, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, yearning to comprehend the Tao left behind by Chu Yuan. Yet, he has made no progress whatsoever, not even a hint of understanding. While Yi Luo can endure the monotony for a few days, the prolonged struggle without insight has begun to wear on his resolve. After all, he is still a mere mortal, not yet truly embarked on the path of cultivation, lacking the fortitude of a seasoned practitioner. The inability to grasp any understanding over the days has left him feeling increasingly restless. Just as Yi Luo could no longer contain his desire to seek guidance from his revered master, an extraordinary phenomenon abruptly occurred. As he prepared to rise, a sudden jolt reverberated through his mind, bringing with it a profound clarity. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that the world around him had transformed. Everything seemed to have taken on a discernible order. Looking up at the sky, he beheld the clouds restored to their former state, intersected by golden chains of order that crisscrossed in a magnificent display, their vast and boundless essence permeating the atmosphere. Confronted by these intricate chains of order, Yi Luo felt as if he was facing the entirety of heaven and earth. A sense of shock, insignificance, and powerlessness washed over him. His eyes widened in astonishment. His spirit engulfed in profound shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. Thunderous sounds echoed as the chains of order vanished from the sky, leaving only one that descended directly toward him, piercing through his brow. In that instant, Yi Luo shuddered and quietly closed his eyes. Within his mind, enigmatic and obscure golden symbols emerged. Each symbol was unfathomable, suffused with an air of mystery. Yi Luo gazed upon these golden symbols, utterly unable to comprehend them. Even a single symbol eluded his understanding. Yet, a voice inexplicably resonated in his ears, cold and ethereal, as if emanating from the very fabric of the cosmos. This voice elucidated the meanings of the golden symbols for him. As Yi Luo listened, he was instantly plunged into a state of enlightenment. The content of the golden symbols was revealed, allowing him to absorb their wisdom. While these symbols did not elevate his realm, they subtly fortified his foundation and elevated his state of mind. Time passed, and after 3 full hours, as the sun began to set, Yi Luo gradually awakened from his epiphany. Is this the Tao left behind by my master? Indeed, my master is an unparalleled powerhouse. And the Wudao sect must be an immensely powerful hidden sect. Yi Luo gazed at his hands, his heart swelling with emotion. He was acutely aware of the changes within himself. Although he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, he now felt unyielding in the presence of those in the Qi refinement stage. Most importantly, after grasping the meanings of those golden symbols, he now understood what the Tao truly is. For cultivators, the journey begins with refining Qi into the body, establishing a foundation over 100 days, forming a golden elixir. And once the elixir shatters into an infant, the next step is to comprehend one's own Tao, transforming the infant into a deity. The enlightenment of Tao is a pursuit that one must undertake only upon the threshold of transcending to the divine transformation realm. Yet he, not even having reached the Qi refinement stage, has already embarked upon the path of divine transformation. This is undoubtedly a testament to his revered master's desire for him to forge an unparalleled foundation in the Tao, prompting him to comprehend enlightenment ahead of time. Contemplating this, Yi Luo could not suppress his curiosity about the realm of his master. How is it possible for someone to effortlessly forge such a supreme foundation? As long as he does not falter in the future and resolves his cultivation issues, his master must at least be a formidable entity within the divine transformation realm. What, then, could be the true realm of his master? Surely, it must be at least the divine transformation realm, but no, to accomplish such feats with ease. It is likely that his master is an extraordinary powerhouse at the tribulation crossing stage. The thought struck Yi Luo, causing his breath to quicken. The tribulation crossing stage. Indeed, that is the pinnacle of existence on this continent. Beyond the tribulation crossing stage lies ascension to immortality. It is highly probable that his master is a being of the tribulation crossing realm. With a master of such caliber, I could saunter through the world unimpeded, traversing sideways or crabbing at will. If his master ascends to immortality, who in the world would dare to provoke me? No, ascension to immortality. Ascension. Yi Luo suddenly widened his eyes in realization. He understood. He comprehended why the Wudao sect, such an elusive and grand sect, felt so desolate. It is due to ascension. The Wudao sect has likely remained reclusive since ancient times. During this period, its members must have all ascended, which is precisely why the sect has grown so quiet. His master, it seems, is a being on the brink of ascension at the tribulation crossing stage, perhaps concerned that no one would inherit the sect after his ascension, thus opting to take him as a disciple. With this revelation, everything made sense. Master, your disciple understands. Filled with excitement, Yi Luo rose to seek out Chu Yuan, eager to express that he had grasped his master's intentions. However, after searching the entirety of the sect, he could not locate his master. Ultimately, he had to relent. Assuming that his master wished for him to cultivate in tranquility, free from agitation, and thus resumed his meditative practice. Meanwhile, on the rear cliff, as Yi Luo hopped about in search of Chu Yuan, the latter was indeed aware of his antics. However, he merely noted the commotion without realizing the profundity of Yi Luo's enlightenment. The concept of Tao is something only those at the divine transformation realm can truly sense. As a mere entity of the nascent soul stage, he was incapable of perceiving it. Thus, he only noticed Yi Luo's frantic search and deduced that this restless individual would inevitably seek him out. Thankfully, he had the foresight to retreat to the rear cliff. A subtle smile crept onto Chu Yuan's expressionless face, for everything was well within his grasp. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, by next year, he would undoubtedly ascend to a formidable being within the mid-nascent soul stage, and he would not stop there. In the future, he was destined to become a powerful figure. If this were a tale from a novel, he would be the protagonist, fated for greatness. If he truly were the kind of protagonist found within such stories, what might the title of the novel be? From Nascent Soul to Invincibility? Chu Yuan mused. Suddenly, he cast his gaze towards the foot of Tianwu Mountain. Within the depths of his consciousness, he perceived a figure clad in black robes, carrying a large chest, hastening up the mountain. Who could this be? Why is he so determined to ascend? Is he seeking admission into his Wudao sect? Yet, who exactly is this individual? What purpose could he have in heading towards his desolate Wudao sect? Aside from himself and Yi Luo, is there anything of significance within the sect? No, wait. Yi Luo. Could it be that this person is a relative of Yi Luo, having learned that he is unable to assist her with her cultivation impediments, and has come specifically to retrieve her? This cannot be right. After much deliberation, Chu Yuan ultimately resolved to descend the mountain and ascertain the intentions of this mysterious visitor. Chapter 5. The outlaw at the foot of Misty Mountain. A figure clad in black robes hurriedly ascended the slope, bearing an enormous box on his back. He moved with utmost caution, his steps light, even refraining from flight, frequently glancing over his shoulder as if in fear of being discovered. Ha ha! The sacred land of the eastern state is not as formidable as it seems. I, Zhang San, have successfully escaped. The black-robed man chuckled softly, his laughter brimming with arrogance. Zhang San, a name that sent shivers down the spines of the various factions in the eastern state. Over the course of 3 years, he had traversed the realms of the major sects, pilfering their sacred texts, and even laying waste to the sole cultivation sanctuary in the eastern state. He was known as the outlaw, Zhang San. Recently, he had stolen all the books from the entire scripture repository of the cultivation sanctuary and set it ablaze, prompting countless powerful figures from the sanctuary to pursue him. Thus, he had cautiously sought refuge at the foot of Misty Mountain, intending to evade the storm. As he ascended swiftly, an unexpected sensation jolted him to a halt. He raised his gaze toward the summit of Misty Mountain. This was the aura of the Tao. Was there a cultivator at the pinnacle of transformation? Had those hounds of the sacred land caught up with him? Impossible. Not to mention my extraordinary concealment skills. Even if those hounds were to catch up, they would not reveal the aura of the Tao, but would likely strike directly. Upon further contemplation, he discerned that the aura of the Tao was faint, lacking the overwhelming presence typical of a true master of transformation. Zhang San's eyes sharpened as he focused on the mountaintop. As a peak Yuaniing realm practitioner, he was on the brink of comprehending the Tao and entering the transformative state. Thus, he was particularly attuned to the essence of the Tao. He could sense that the Tao's presence from the summit was tenuous. The individual up there was either a half-step transformation practitioner or one who had just recently broken through into that realm. In any case, he had no reason to fear. With this thought, Zhang San resumed his ascent, clutching the large box. At that moment, a voice floated down to him. "Fellow Taoist, please hold your step." Zhang San paused, looking up to see a man in white robes descending from the clouds, landing gracefully in front of him, blocking his path. His ethereal presence resembled that of a celestial being, as if a peerless master had descended. Zhang San's pupils contracted, instinctively growing wary. The newcomer was none other than Chu Yuan. Facing Zhang San, Chu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and spoke calmly. "Esteemed Taoist, beyond this point lies the territory of my sect. I kindly ask you to halt your advance." "Your sect? There is a sect atop the mountain?" Zhang San pondered, bewildered. When had a sect come to reside on Misty Mountain? He was unaware of such developments. No, that was not the crux of the matter. The essence of the Tao he sensed earlier must have originated from the disciples of the sect above, correct? Maintaining a fade of composure, Zhang San set down the large box on his back and replied slowly, "May I inquire who you are? What sect resides atop the mountain?" He subtly summoned his magical power, prepared for any eventuality. The aura emanating from the individual before him was transcendental, evoking a sense of reverence akin to standing before a sovereign of sacred realms. He could not afford to underestimate this presence. Chu Yuan responded with a calm demeanor. "The entity atop the mountain is the Wu Dao sect, of which I am the Sect Master. This sect is but a modest establishment. You need not ponder too deeply. Here, we are but myself and a single disciple engaged in cultivation, preferring tranquility and desiring not to be disturbed. If you have no matters to attend to, I kindly ask you to descend the mountain. Only you and a single disciple are cultivating?" A flicker of realization crossed Zhang San's mind. Was that profound intent just now emanated from your disciple? All disciples are at the transformation stage. What realm, then, does the Sect Master occupy? The tribulation stage beyond the transformation stage? No wonder. No wonder this fellow possesses such an ethereal presence. He must be an ancient being of the tribulation stage. However, this old man has not discerned that he is a lawless rogue. I could easily slip away. A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhang San's eyes as he clasped his hands in respect. "Since you wish for solitude, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned without a moment's hesitation and took a few steps, preparing to take flight. Just then, a voice resonated from behind. "Friend, you forgot your box." Startled by the voice, Zhang San nearly lost his footing, quickly turning to see the large box he had left behind. He inwardly scolded himself for his carelessness. Approaching, he hoisted the box and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, esteemed one. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now." Yet, Chu Yuan spoke again. "Friend, this box is quite large. What treasures does it contain? Inside are the stolen scriptures and manuals from various sections. Could I really disclose this? If I were to say such a thing, this old fellow might very well embark on a crusade against me. I must continue to weave my fabrications." Zhang San composed his expression, inhaling deeply before responding. "Esteemed one, this box contains my means of livelihood, merely some counterfeit cultivation manuals, intended for sale to mortals who, facing imminent demise, foolishly seek longevity. Counterfeit cultivation manuals? Counterfeit? How splendid! He mused. The halls of the Wu Dao sect were barren. Procuring some counterfeit manuals to deceive the disciples would be quite advantageous. Chu Yuan remarked with keen interest, counterfeit cultivation manuals? Please, allow me to see them. Internally, Zhang San grumbled, you take interest in counterfeit manuals? Nevertheless, he dared not show any resistance and obediently retrieved the substantial box. With a few deft movements, he unfastened it and opened it wide. Esteemed one, these are merely counterfeit manuals. They should not be taken seriously. Even after 70 or 80 years of cultivation, they yield nothing of value. Should you require genuine manuals, I do possess a few. Just a word from you, and I would be honored to present them to you. As he spoke, he cautiously stepped back, wary of provoking Chu Yuan's ire. Chu Yuan rolled his eyes, dismissing the rogue's antics, choosing to ignore the incessant flattery. He approached the large box and reached for one of the tomes. The True Body of the Heavenly Path. The name indeed possesses a certain grandeur, yet alas, it is but a facade. Upon opening the tome, the first line elicited a chuckle from Chu Yuan. It posited that a practitioner of the divine transformation realm, while contemplating the Tao, could communicate with the heavenly principles, absorbing their essence to harmonize with their power. In the throes of battle, one could summon this celestial force, manifesting a true form of the Tao, with mastery yielding ever greater enhancement. It was evident this was mere deception. Turning to the second volume, on the postpartum care of celestial swine. Chu Yuan inwardly laughed heartily as if he were a 200-pound giant, while maintaining an outwardly serene demeanor. He set the book aside and turned to Zhang San, stating nonchalantly, I shall purchase all of these. How much do they weigh? What is the price per pound? Zhang San. Per pound? These are esteemed scriptures from the major sects, and you wish to price them by weight? Chapter 6. The unworthy of spiritual roots. The scriptures and manuals of various sects and powers, including some esoteric secrets from the Holy Land of Eastern Province, were treasures of immeasurable worth. To sell them by the pound? If the leaders of those sects were to hear such words, they would surely be driven to madness. Zhang San's expression froze. He wished to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, retreating into silence. Chu Yuan, however, was indifferent to his plight. He casually lifted the large box and weighed it in his hands before speaking slowly. I estimate this to be around 8 jin, including the box. I shall offer you 1 tael of silver for each jin, totaling 8 taels. Accept it. He produced 8 taels of silver from his sleeve and handed them to Zhang San. Do not inquire about the origin of this money. It was merely acquired during his descent from the mountain when he robbed the rich to aid the poor. Zhang San stared at the 8 taels of silver in his hand, utterly despondent. What was he to say? He was the one who had spread the lie. Could he dare to claim that these were genuine scriptures? If he did, that old codger in the tribulation stage might very well exterminate him, retaining the precious manuals for himself. Continuing to weave his web of deceit was his only hope for survival. Thus, he remained silent. Yet, exchanging 8 taels of silver for these manuals left him feeling deeply dissatisfied. Swallowing hard, he gritted his teeth and said, Senior, while I can part with these false techniques for 8 taels, I implore you to accept me as your disciple and impart your teachings. He recognized that these manuals were irrevocably lost to him. Since he could not reclaim them, he may as well pledge himself to this senior. In doing so, he would still have access to the manuals and gain the guidance of a tribulation stage master. As Chu Yuan held the large box, he raised an eyebrow and regarded Zhang San, saying, Do you wish to join my Wu Dao sect? Might I inquire whether you possess a spiritual root? Spiritual root? Upon hearing this, Zhang San pounded his chest, a proud expression illuminating his face. I humbly report, esteemed senior, that I possess a wind spiritual root. The wind spiritual root is one of the more formidable types. Those who bear it are invariably gifted individuals. He recalled how, during the spiritual root assessment, his revelation of the wind spiritual root had astonished all present. Numerous sects had vied for his allegiance, nearly coming to blows. He was confident that once he revealed his spiritual root, this senior would surely take notice of him. Yes, he believed, he was certain, he was resolute, it would undoubtedly be so. But what if it were not? If it were not, he would swallow this very tree beside him whole, without so much as chewing. Just as Zhang San was poised to bow and pay his respects to his would-be master, Chu Yuan calmly replied, My friend, I am afraid my Wu Dao sect only accepts those without spiritual roots. We do not take in those who possess them. You may return to the mountain. I shall take my leave. With that, he hoisted the large box and, with clouds beneath his feet, swiftly departed toward the horizon. Zhang San. Senior, something is amiss. Having envisioned the entire process in his mind, Zhang San could only curse internally at his own rashness as he watched Chu Yuan's departing figure. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan returned with a large box. Instead of immediately placing the fake cultivation techniques in the transmission hall, he first examined the protective formation diagram of the Wu Dao sect. He recalled that this formation possessed the ability to conceal the sect. Indeed, he planned to shroud the Wu Dao sect in secrecy. Fortunately, it was merely a transient encounter with a seller of counterfeit books. What if, next time, his disciple Yi Luo's family truly came to take him away? No, he must ensure Yi Luo remained for a year. Thus, he needed to hide the Wu Dao sect, ensuring that others could not locate it, allowing Yi Luo to peacefully stay on the mountain for a year. After pondering over the formation diagram for a considerable time, Chu Yuan finally grasped its usage. He channeled his spiritual energy into the diagram. Instantly, a brilliant golden light emanated from it, soaring from his hand and vanishing into the void. The Wu Dao sect's protective formation was activated. If someone were to stand outside the Tianwu mountain at that moment, they would witness a mystical mist enveloping the entire mountain. This fog gradually obscured Tianwu mountain, rendering its true visage indistinct. As the mist fully shrouded the mountain, a peculiar scene unfolded. Tianwu mountain seemed to vanish entirely. This was not a true disappearance. Rather, once enveloped by the mist, it appeared to be non-existent to the observer's eye, which would instinctively overlook its presence, perceiving only a dense fog in the area. Yet within Tianwu mountain, one could clearly see the scenery outside. Chu Yuan was exceedingly pleased with this concealment formation. After establishing it, he quietly placed the fake techniques into the transmission hall and discreetly informed Yi Luo without revealing himself. Revealing himself? That was out of the question. He intended to remain hidden, ensuring that Yi Luo could not find him. He would prolong this as long as possible, and if it became untenable, he would continue to deceive. In the Grand Hall Square, Yi Luo sat cross-legged, immersed in contemplation. He was unaware of how much time had passed. Finally, he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. His master was indeed an unparalleled powerhouse. Yi Luo marveled at the profound assistance these golden runes provided him, continuously fortifying his physical form and nourishing his soul. Although he had yet to cultivate in the traditional sense, he felt as strong as someone in the qi refinement stage. Moreover, based on his insights over the past few days, he realized that these golden runes were merely the tip of the iceberg of Dao. The myriad chains he had seen in the sky previously represented the true essence of Dao. Having comprehended even a fraction of it had greatly benefited him. If he could fully grasp those countless chains, he might indeed become, as his master had said, someone who could hold the stars and pluck the sun and moon, a being unparalleled in the world. Casually consuming a morsel, he continued to contemplate, striving to fulfill his master's directive within the year, determined not to disappoint him. This was the thought that occupied Yi Luo's mind. Just as he was about to retrieve some provisions to satiate his hunger before resuming his meditation, a voice suddenly pierced the air, invigorating his spirit. His master had suggested that he might visit the Hall of Transference when time permitted. The Hall of Transference, by its very name, seemed to be a place for imparting martial arts and secret teachings. Hadn't his master instructed him to engage in introspection for a year before addressing his lack of spiritual roots? Why then, was he now being beckoned to the Hall of Transference? Perhaps it was wise to investigate. Surely his master harbored profound intentions. After pondering for a moment, Yi Luo grasped his long sword, rose to his feet, and made his way toward the plaza outside the main hall. He was uncertain of the hall's whereabouts and could only wander about in search of its location. Chapter 7. Selling 8 taels at the Hall of Transmission, Yi Luo stood before the ancient and majestic palace, gazing upward with an innate sense of solemnity. Particularly, upon beholding the 3 grand characters inscribed above the palace, Hall of Transmission, he felt a stirring within his heart. From these characters, he could vaguely perceive the cycle of life and death, the vastness of the universe, and countless ephemeral images. This evoked a profound admiration for the extraordinary nature of the sect, filling him with gratitude for the opportunity to join such a reclusive order. With these thoughts, he straightened his attire and stepped into the Hall of Transmission. Upon entry, he beheld a series of stone platforms arranged in rows, 9 rows in total, each containing 9 platforms. Each platform held a tome of mystical teachings. "Is anyone here?" Yi Luo inquired softly, his voice echoing back without a reply. Typically, places like the Hall of Transmission, which served as repositories of secret doctrines, were heavily guarded by formidable figures. Yet, the Hall of Transmission of the Wu Dao sect was eerily devoid of presence. Amplifying Yi Luo's contemplations, the powerful members of the Wu Dao sect must have ascended. His master was also on the brink of ascension, taking him as a disciple with the purpose of entrusting the sect to him once he had matured, before embarking on his own celestial journey. He could not betray his master's expectations. He must diligently seek enlightenment and cultivate his skills to become a formidable force. At that moment, he envisioned the proud smile that would grace his master's face. As he pondered this, his resolve solidified. He intended to examine the tomes upon the stone platforms when his peripheral vision caught sight of a pile of books in the corner. Compelled by instinct, he approached and picked one up. The Azure Dragon Body Refinement Technique, he murmured. He recognized this text. Yi Luo hailed from a family within a medium-sized city, under the jurisdiction of a powerful sect known as the Azure Dragon Dao Sect. The hallmark technique of the Azure Dragon Dao Sect was indeed the Azure Dragon Body Refinement Technique. How could such a foundational technique of the Azure Dragon Sect be discarded like refuse within the Hall of Transmission of the Wu Dao Sect? Is this what it means to be a reclusive sect? Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Luo set the book down and turned his gaze to the other volumes in the corner. His heart raced as he continued to discover more. The Withered Tree Spring Awakening Technique. Isn't this the secret art of the Chuanmu sect? He exclaimed. The Annihilation Sword Classic, the most formidable sword technique of the only sword sect in the Eastern Province, and the Demon Spirit Spell. A magical incantation of the Demon Sect. After perusing numerous texts, Yi Luo realized that these were all sacred techniques from various esteemed sects, many of which were either closely guarded secrets or foundational methods. Each tome, if revealed, could incite fierce conflict, with countless powerful figures vying for possession. Yet, within the Wu Dao sect, these invaluable treasures lay cast aside, gathering dust in the corner. Was this the true depth of a reclusive grand sect? Yi Luo took a deep breath, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, striving to restore tranquility to his heart. Lacking spiritual roots, he was unable to cultivate. No matter how extraordinary the scriptures might be, they were beyond his reach. Conversely, his master, fully aware of his predicament, had nonetheless summoned him to the Hall of Transmission, perhaps intending to temper his resolve, ensuring that he would remain unfazed by future revelations. He must not succumb to excitement. He was destined to inherit the unconstrained sect. Regaining his composure, Yi Luo surveyed the tomes in the corners, dismissing the cultivation texts entirely. After a prolonged search, he stumbled upon an intriguing volume, Secrets of the Ancient Era. What was this book? A record of events from antiquity? Yi Luo's curiosity was piqued, for it might contain valuable insights regarding the unconstrained sect. He picked up the book and seated himself on the ground, eagerly opening its pages. The very first sentence captivated him. It is said that in the ancient times, all lacked spiritual roots. Realms such as nascent soul and divine transformation were mere thresholds for cultivation. However, due to cataclysmic changes in the heavens and earth, the depletion of spiritual energy led the heavenly path to bestow spiritual roots upon humanity, thereby restricting their cultivation speed to prevent the exhaustion of spiritual energy. Yi Luo's heart surged with revelation as comprehension dawned upon him, and he hastily continued reading, determined not to overlook a single word. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Province, within the borders of the Lin Kingdom, a fierce chase unfolded amidst the city. The pursued was none other than the notorious outlaw Zhang San. Exhausting all his cunning, Zhang San fled, yet he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of numerous formidable opponents, managing only to keep them at bay. As he dashed away, he glanced back at the powerful figures from various sects, feigning nonchalance as he laughed heartily. Are you truly the elite of the sects? Is this all you've got? You can't even catch me. What good are you? His intention was to provoke the powerful pursuers, hoping to deplete their energy before making his escape. Alas, his aspirations were in vain. Just as Zhang San finished his taunt, a colossal palm print descended from the heavens, crashing him into the ground below with a resounding thud. The entire city trembled, enveloped in a cloud of dust. After a moment, an elder clad in black emerged from the haze, gripping the limp form of Zhang San as if he were a discarded ragdoll. The elder tossed Zhang San onto the ground, and the powerful figures from various sects encircled him, eager to speak. The black-clad elder gestured for silence, stepping forward to lift Zhang San and rasped, "Outlaw, speak. Where are the techniques of my holy land and those of the various sects? Reveal it, and I shall grant you a swifter death." Breathless and blood trickling from his lips, Zhang San trembled as he retrieved 8 taels of silver from his bosom, extending it towards the elder. The elder accepted the silver, scrutinizing it with his spiritual sense, yet finding nothing of value. He frowned, casting the 8 taels back to the crowd behind him. Everyone take a look. This silver, could it possibly be a unique storage artifact? Numerous powerful individuals took the silver, scrutinizing it intently. After a lengthy examination, they discovered nothing. Zhang San sighed and remarked, "Do not harbor any illusions. This is no storage artifact. It is merely silver. I have sold the secret manuals of your respective sects for a mere 8 taels of silver." The elder clad in black robes responded with astonishment, and the multitude of powerful figures expressed their disbelief. Each of their sect's manuals was invaluable. And to think that they had been sold for only 8 taels of silver? Were they being mocked? The gazes directed at Zhang San began to turn hostile. He swallowed hard and insisted, "This is the truth. Right at Misty Mountain, there exists a sect named Wudao Sect, whose leader is a formidable figure at the tribulation stage, who forcibly acquired those manuals for just 8 taels of silver. If you do not believe me, I can take you there. If it is not true, I shall sever my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick." Chapter 8. The weather today is pleasant within the Hall of Transmission. Yi Luo sat in a corner, books cradled in his hands, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Through the ancient tome that chronicled the secrets of yore, he had gradually begun to comprehend his own circumstances. In ancient times, humans possessed no spiritual roots. The emergence of such roots could be seen as a shackle imposed by the heavens upon mankind. Furthermore, the book posited a hypothesis. If a person were to be born with a unique and formidable constitution, then their spiritual roots would not hinder their cultivation speed. Perhaps due to the vicissitudes of time, certain anomalies might arise. Yet, as long as one could cultivate, rapid progress was inevitable. If he was not mistaken, he belonged to this category of individuals. Yi Luo inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "So, I am not a waste, but rather a person of exceptional talent. No wonder my master brought me to the Hall of Transmission. It was to enlighten me about all of this. Master, I understand your profound intentions." A surge of exhilaration welled within him. Anyone burdened with the label of waste for so many years would find it disheartening. Now, he realized he was indeed a person of true talent, and a sense of relief washed over him. He was not abandoned by fate, but rather envied by it. Simultaneously, the last vestige of doubt he held towards his master was dispelled. He had often wondered why his master, a formidable figure of the crossing tribulation realm and the head of a hidden sect, chose to take him, a person without spiritual roots, as a disciple instead of those endowed with celestial or earthly roots. The answer was clear. It was because he was genuinely gifted. Upon learning this, Yi Luo felt no pride. Instead, an even greater weight of responsibility settled upon his heart. Had it not been for his master sending him to the Hall of Transmission, he would have remained ignorant of these secrets. Everything was a gift from his master, and he could not afford to disappoint such expectations. With determination gleaming in his eyes, he returned the book to its rightful place and stepped out of the Hall of Transmission. He was resolved to seek enlightenment. He would practice the sword and strive for growth, eager to repay his master's immense kindness. Without hesitation, Yi Luo swiftly returned to the Grand Plaza to contemplate the path of enlightenment. Thus, he entered a phase of rigorous training, engaging in contemplation by day and sword practice by night, day after day. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. On this particular day, a group of individuals arrived in an open space outside Tianwu Mountain. Each of them traversed the air with ease, the weakest among them being at the Golden Core stage, while the strongest had reached the transformation stage. They were the formidable practitioners from various sections. At the forefront, a black-robed elder clutched Zhang San, his expression grim as he surveyed the surrounding mists. A sweep of his divine sense revealed no trace of Tianwu Mountain. This Zhang San was clearly toying with them. A rogue beyond the law, indeed. To dare deceive us to such an extent is a true testament to his audacity. Ha ha. It is the first time in all my years that I have been deceived. You shall be the first to have the honor of tricking me, and you shall also know the glory of your fall. The black-robed elder rasped, his voice laden with disdain. In his eyes flickered a blatant intent to kill. The expressions of the other formidable beings were grim, yet their gazes were filled with trepidation. They had not retrieved the sacred texts from their respective sects, leaving them with no satisfactory explanation upon their return. Zhang San, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation reflected in the faces of these powerful figures, earnestly exclaimed, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Just ahead, shrouded in mist, lies the Tianwu Mountain, home to a sect known as the Wudao Sect. I swear, I am telling the truth. If you do not believe me, then release me, and I shall lead you there. It is right in front of us. If it is not, I will demonstrate by swallowing this stone right before your eyes." He pointed resolutely at a massive boulder several dozen meters away. The stone, bewildered, seemed to ponder, "Why are you discussing me? What concern do I have in this matter? Why must you threaten to swallow me?" The elder in the black robe, though furious, could not help but chuckle at the absurdity. His divine sense had already scanned the area. Nothing could possibly elude his perception. However, The other powerful beings did not share his skepticism and insisted that Zhang San guide them. Even the slightest chance was not one they were willing to forfeit. Reluctantly, the elder permitted Zhang San to descend and lead the way. Upon reaching the ground, Zhang San hastily led the group into the mist. I truly am not misleading you. Just ahead is the Tianwu Mountain, and upon it resides the Wu Dao sect. Strangely, when he had visited previously, the mist had not been so dense. Now, as they ventured forward, he found himself staring into an expanse of thick fog. Oh heavens, where is Tianwu Mountain? Please, show yourself. If you do not appear, my life is forfeit. Without needing to turn, Zhang San could sense the tension in the air behind him. To toy with a being of the God transformation realm alongside a group of golden core and nascent soul cultivators was a perilous game. And the outcome was all too clear. So, lovely weather today. Has everyone had their meals? He attempted to feign nonchalance, turning back with a smile. As his words faded, he unleashed his spiritual power and fled with great haste. You seek death. Demi Tianyin. The elder in the black robe erupted in fury, unleashing a palm strike that bore down with overwhelming force towards Zhang San. The earth trembled, reverberating for 1,000 miles around Tianwu Mountain. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, who had been basking in the sun at the rear of the Wu Dao sect, was startled by the tremor, causing him to stumble. Is this an earthquake? Confused, he looked around. Instinctively, he released his divine sense, sweeping across the surroundings. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. A confrontation between powerful beings was unfolding outside Tianwu Mountain, and the intensity of their clash posed a threat even to him. The cultivators engaging in battle outside his sect were stronger than he. Is the realm of cultivation filled with such potent beings? Even those casually fighting outside his sect surpassed him in strength. Is his Yuaning too weak? After a year, even with the guidance that rendered Yi Luo inept, he could only advance to the mid-stage of Yuaning. It seems, perhaps, it appears, still somewhat lacking. No, he cannot afford to be idle like this. He must take on a few more disciples. If he can render one disciple inept, he could elevate his realm by a small tier. If he were to incapacitate 3, that would equate to a significant advancement. With the tutelage of a dozen or 20, he would become invincible across the realm. From Yuaning to invincibility, is that merely a jest? Indeed, he must seek out more disciples. Since Yi Luo's situation is stable, it poses no issue for him to venture forth in search of new prot-gs. As Chu Yuan extended his divine sense, he soon detected Yi Luo seated cross-legged in the Grand Hall S Plaza. A smile graced his lips. This disciple is truly endearing. It takes only a few words to sway him. As for enlightenment, should you manage to grasp any profound truths, I would gladly kneel and pay my respects. Calling you my esteemed elder. Chapter 9. The reward in the vast expanse of Dongzhou. The skies are clear and bright. Countless sects exist within Dongzhou, with the 9th grade sect being the lowest and the 1st grade sect the highest. Above these lies the sole sacred ground of Dongzhou, a force that surpasses all sects without any ranking, the Qian Emperor Dao sect. At this very moment, within the Grand Hall of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, dozens of elders have gathered, their expressions grim. The unparalleled legacy of our Dao sect has suffered a rupture. Several crucial scriptures have been stolen. Although some disciples have managed to compile and submit certain texts, the obscure yet vital ones remain elusive. Throughout history, how many sacred grounds have perished due to the severance of their teachings? Our Qian Emperor Dao sect cannot follow in those footsteps. With the sect leader in seclusion, what are we to do? Fear not. Let us await the return of the Grand Elder. He has gone to apprehend the outlaw Zhang San. At that moment, a figure soared into the hall. It was the Grand Elder, clad in a black robe. The elders rose in unison to pay their respects. Grand Elder. The black-robed elder waved his hand, signaling them to remain seated. Observing the inquisitive expressions of the elders, he spoke first. The scriptures have yet to be recovered, but Zhang San has been apprehended and is currently confined. I have already consulted the sect leader regarding this matter, and he shall handle it personally later. What transpired, you ask? Allow me to recount the events in detail. The Grand Elder elaborated on Zhang San's statements and the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, the elders were filled with indignation. This outlaw truly overestimates himself. How dare he toy with the Grand Elder? He deserves the harshest of punishments. The Grand Elder, noting their focus on the fact that he had been mocked, felt a twinge of frustration. This is a grave matter indeed. Your attention seems misplaced. Just moments ago, you were all grim-faced, and now your expressions have softened. And what of that one, blushing while stifling laughter? The theft of our scriptures is a serious issue. How can you find humor in this? Suddenly, a voice resonated through the hall. Zhang San did not lie. The elders looked up to see a stern-faced, middle-aged man with a square jaw stepping forward. He was Chu Yuan, the current sect leader of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. The atmosphere shifted as the elders, including the Grand Elder, subdued their peculiar demeanor and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to the sect leader. Chu Yuan casually waved his hand and took his seat at the head of the hall, his expression unyielding as he stated, "You may rise. I have employed the secret techniques of our sect to ascertain that Zhang San has indeed spoken no falsehood. He has sold the secret scriptures of various sects, including some of our own, for a mere 8 taels of silver to a sect known as the Wudao sect." A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly of elders. 8 taels of silver for such a multitude of sacred texts, including their sacred arts? It is utterly preposterous. No one would believe it if it were spoken aloud. The elders remained in a state of disbelief, but the Grand Elder, quick to react, inquired, "Sect Master, if Zhang San has not lied, then where is this Wudao sect? Is it possible that the Tianwu mountain he mentioned is indeed real? Yet, I have already visited the Tianwu mountain he spoke of, and it is nothing but an empty expanse." The Sect Master of Chu Yuan shook his head and replied, "According to Zhang San, the leader of the Wudao sect is a formidable being at the Tribulation Crossing realm, and it is highly likely that the Wudao sect is a hidden sect, capable of evading your scrutiny with ease, Grand Elder." The mere mention of Tribulation Crossing and hidden sect left the elders, who had yet to recover, nearly prostrate in shock. A Tribulation Crossing expert. In this realm, such beings are the pinnacle of power throughout the entirety of Eastern Province. Apart from a few sacred places like the Qian Emperor Dao sect, which possess 1 or 2 elders at the Tribulation Crossing realm, no other sect can claim such strength. This illustrates the rarity of such formidable beings. However, if they hail from a hidden sect, it becomes understandable. Hidden sects, according to ancient secret chronicles, chose to seclude themselves due to past calamities or the emergence of unparalleled talents. Some sects opted for isolation, dedicating themselves to their cultivation, ignoring worldly affairs, and gradually fading from public knowledge, thus earning the title of hidden sections. Undoubtedly, each hidden sect has endured the trials of time, becoming both powerful and enigmatic. Sect Master, with the emergence of a hidden sect in Eastern Province, could this pose a threat to our sacred place's dominion? This is not the crux of the matter. Rather, the essential question is, what stance does this hidden sect hold towards our sacred land? Should it be possible to approach them amicably, then let us do so. The elders spoke, with the majority advocating for a friendly overture towards the Wudao sect. This hidden sect, no one knows the depth of their foundation. To rashly provoke them would yield no advantage. It would be wiser to cultivate a friendship. Yet, the Sect Master of Chu Yuan shook his head once more. As of now, we do not even know their location. How can we discuss friendship? What I propose is to send someone to attempt contact with the Wudao sect, to ascertain their stance before we decide on our next steps. The Sect Master spoke slowly. This plan is feasible. However, who shall we send to reach out to this hidden sect? The elders engaged in hushed discussions, deliberating on who would be the best candidate to contact the hidden sect. Observing this, the Grand Elder stepped forward without hesitation and declared, "Sect Master, allow me to go." The master of the Chu Yuan sect pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. However, one elder murmured discontentedly, "Master, sending the Grand Elder is hardly advisable. His intellect could be toyed with by a lawless rogue. To send him forth would be to tarnish the reputation of our holy land." At this, the Grand Elder glared fiercely at the elder, his expression brimming with indignation, as if he were on the verge of retaliating. Had it truly been so long since he had engaged in combat that someone would dare to openly declare his foolishness? This individual would surely be dragged to the back mountain and buried. His dignity demanded rectification. Observing this exchange, the master of the Chu Yuan sect furrowed his brow and remarked, "Enough of this folly. Grand Elder, prepare yourself to pay a visit to the reclusive sect." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder let out a deep sigh and turned to leave. Alas, the master still favored that elder. Ultimately, it was a misplaced trust. Chapter 10, Master. The disciple understands again. Chu Yuan had a brief encounter with Yi Luo, during which he discussed his plans to descend the mountain for some matters before preparing to take his leave. After all, time was of the essence. Upon realizing his own limited abilities, Chu Yuan was struck with the ambition to recruit more inept disciples. Educating one inept disciple would elevate him by a minor realm. 3 would elevate him by a major realm. Soon, he would be unbeatable. Everything was under the control of Chu Yuan. At the mountain gate, a gentle breeze wafted through. Shrouded in mist, Yi Luo escorted Chu Yuan to the gate, and the two stood there in silence. Chu Yuan gazed at the swirling clouds outside the gate, lost in thought. The refreshing wind billowed his white robes, creating a rustling sound. His hands were clasped behind his back, presenting a demeanor of serene detachment. resembling a celestial being banished from the heavens. Yi Luo, standing beside him, hesitated momentarily before speaking. Master, I have grasped a fragment of the path you imparted and integrated it into my sword techniques. I humbly seek your guidance. You have grasped something? What exactly have you discerned? Pray tell, have you merely sat around daydreaming? A thought flickered in Chu Yuan's mind. If one were to succumb to delusions, could they still be considered his disciple? Would they gain any cultivation? Perhaps so. He decided not to dwell on it. Delusions could be beneficial, sparing him from the constant frustration of feeling unproductive. With this resolution, he felt a sense of relief and smiled softly, saying, no need for that. I am already aware of what you have comprehended. What you grasp now is but a mere fraction. The true essence remains elusive to you. Look up more often. Only then will you truly understand my intentions. Now, I must take my leave. Focus on your comprehension, and do not grow complacent. With that, he summoned clouds beneath his feet and soared into the sky, graceful as the wind. Yet, within his heart, he sighed. How long had it taken to cultivate the delusion? Alas, but perhaps delusions were not without merit, as they would ensure stability. This disciple would surely overcome this hurdle. It was merely a matter of time before his cultivation would rise. With this thought, a smile graced Chu Yuan's face as he quickened his descent down the mountain. As for Yi Luo, after hearing Chu Yuan's words, he fell into deep contemplation. He could not harbor any doubt regarding his master's words, and thus he pondered them intently. Was what he had grasped truly only a mere fraction? Reflecting on the scene he had once witnessed above the firmament, where myriad chains intertwined and the essence of the path was pervasive, he realized that his understanding was indeed but a fragment, perhaps even less than a fraction. However, what did his master mean by the true essence? What was it that he should look up to see? Yi Luo lifted his gaze. The sky was bright, and the sun blazed overhead, glaring in its intensity. Beyond that, he discerned nothing more. Yet, his master could not be deceiving him. Having first attained enlightenment, and subsequently gleaned secrets within the hall of transmission, who would dare to think otherwise? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Yi Luo, burdened by confusion, returned to the Grand Plaza and sat down cross-legged once more. He steadfastly endured the piercing rays of the sun, keeping his eyes wide open. His master would never deceive him. He must look up more often. He needed to comprehend his master's intentions. He could not betray his master's expectations. Yi Luo settled his mind and gazed at the sky. An hour passed. He discovered nothing. Yet, he remained patient. The enlightenment he had gained over the past days, coupled with the nourishment from the golden characters, had transformed his state of mind profoundly. 2 hours elapsed. Still, no insights emerged. After 3 hours, the daylight began to fade. Yi Luo continued to stare intently at the heavens. Suddenly, a jolt surged through his mind. A wave of clarity washed over him. He could not help but close his eyes. When he opened them again, the sky had undergone a monumental transformation. Above him, all clouds and stars had vanished, leaving behind only a vast expanse of darkness. Yi Luo raised his gaze, as if facing the entirety of the universe. A sense of insignificance enveloped him. Is this what my master meant? The heavens are immense, unfathomably so. Yet he had merely glimpsed a mere fraction, feeling prideful, eager to perform before his master. Thus, his master had awakened him. Master, I understand. Yi Luo attained enlightenment. Simultaneously, golden characters flickered in his heart. A thought emerged. Human effort ultimately pales in comparison to the heavens. Therefore, why not harness the power of the heavens for oneself? Yi Luo unsheathed his sword. Eyes firmly closed. In the next moment, he swung the sword. Buzz. This strike, devoid of any sharpness, descended lightly. Yet, an endless resonance of the sword echoed, and the sword wind roared. Fortunately, there was no one here. Had there been, they would have witnessed a scene of heaven collapsing and earth sinking, likely succumbing to fear. For this strike severed not a person, but the heart. With the sword, he cleaved through the human heart. Clang. After delivering this strike, Yi Luo's complexion turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. The sword fell with a clatter beside him. A satisfied smile graced his face. He comprehended his master's meaning. He had also realized the essence of this sword technique. Surely, his master would feel delight upon seeing him grasp it so swiftly. Yi Luo mused, closing his eyes to rest. The following morning, Yi Luo awoke, roused by hunger. He sheathed his sword and glanced at the satchel beside him, only to find it devoid of provisions. A frown creased his brow. There was little food within the sect, of this he was aware. Now that his master was away, what would he eat? Yi Luo pondered. Had his master forgotten that he needed sustenance? As this thought emerged, he promptly dismissed it. His master would never overlook providing him with food. It was certainly not a matter of forgetfulness. Perhaps it was my esteemed master who deliberately orchestrated this. wishing for me to independently resolve the issue of sustenance. There must be some creatures down the mountain. I shall venture forth to investigate, Li Feng murmured to himself. Little did he realize the true potency of the sword technique he had comprehended. Experimenting on some animals below would indeed prove beneficial. However, based on his understanding, that single strike of his would likely be insurmountable for those in the Qi refinement realm. The foundation establishment realm might withstand a blow or two, but the specifics eluded him. Yet, even so, it was sufficient to have not yet embarked on the path of cultivation and yet surpassed the Qi refinement realm. It is noteworthy that he had only been within the sect for less than 2 months and had already reached such heights. What formidable prowess might he wield if he were to cultivate further? Most significantly, he still had several months to contemplate the Tao. What insights might he uncover then? All of this remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet under the guidance of his master, anything seemed possible. In any case, Li Feng was exceedingly pleased with his current combat prowess. With the body of a mortal, he triumphed over those in the Qi refinement realm. I am Li Feng. I shall not bring shame upon the reclusive sect. Chapter 11. The elder of my family could never be so obsequious as the golden crow sank in the west and the moon rose in the east. The cycle of time continued its relentless march. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. On this day, outside the misty mountain, the clouds and mists still swirled magnificently, enveloping the area for thousands of meters. Any ordinary person venturing within would likely be utterly disoriented. Even cultivators, relying solely on their eyesight, would find it challenging to discern their bearings and would have to depend on their spiritual awareness to navigate. The Grand Elder from the Qian Emperor Dao sect arrived within the misty realm, accompanied by 2 elite disciples, intending to pay a visit to the reclusive Wu Dao sect. The Grand Elder glanced at his 2 disciples and solemnly cautioned, "Remember, when visiting a hidden sect, it is imperative that we do not offend them. Cast aside your usual arrogance for the duration of this visit. We represent the holy Qian Emperor Dao sect of the Eastern Province. Establishing a favorable relationship with the hidden sect is of utmost importance." He spoke with deliberation, wary that his disciples might act impulsively and jeopardize the visit. Internally, he sighed, reflecting that had it not been for the sect leader's direct order to bring 2 elite members to broaden their horizons, he would never have agreed to this endeavor. Nevertheless, he understood the leader's intentions. Showcasing the strength of the Qian Emperor Dao sect to the hidden sect was paramount. These 2 elite disciples, despite their youth, had already reached the golden core stage, making them suitable representatives for the sect. The disciples nodded in acknowledgement, suppressing any dissent. "Yes, Elder," they replied in unison. Seeing their compliance, the Grand Elder said no more, sweeping his wide sleeves as he led the way, carrying the 2 disciples forward to the location previously indicated by Zhang San for further observation. The trio entered the mist, and within mere minutes, they encountered a figure that compelled them to halt. They had entered the domain of the hidden sect. Those who appeared here were either members of the sect or formidable cultivators visiting, all closely tied to the hidden sect in some manner. It would be prudent to observe first. Moving slightly closer, they could discern the scene ahead despite the mists. A figure stood in confrontation with a strikingly patterned tiger. Upon closer inspection, the figure was a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, wielding a long sword, emanating an air of aloofness akin to that of an unparalleled sword immortal. Yet, any cultivator could perceive that he was merely a mortal. In stark contrast, the patterned tiger was colossal, measuring 6 or 7 meters in length, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Its eyes, glimmering with a thirst for blood, also displayed a hint of intelligence. Possessing such awareness, it could be classified as a demon, even if its intelligence was scant. Having crossed into the realm of demons meant it could not be regarded as an ordinary beast. Those categorized as demons differed fundamentally from mere beasts. Even minor demons could spell doom for average Qi refining cultivators, and foundational cultivators must tread carefully. The Grand Elder initially had no intention of intervening. The distinction between immortals and mortals was clear. Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, they were no longer concerned with the affairs of the mundane world. This place is indeed the domain of a reclusive sect, and the occurrence of a demon-inflicted injury here is undoubtedly ill-fated. Just as the Grand Elder prepared to strike down the demon tiger, a young man suddenly drew his sword. With a swift slash, a brilliant beam of sword light flickered past the eyes of the Grand Elder and his companions, accompanied by a deafening chorus of sword cries that instantly disordered their hearts. The vast, boundless sky seemed to collapse, while the ground shattered and cracked into pieces. In that moment, a sense of insignificance and helplessness engulfed the 3, as they could do nothing but watch helplessly as their lives teetered on the brink of oblivion. However, the Grand Elder, a being of transformation, immediately sensed the anomaly and with a stern command, shattered the illusion. The scene of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking vanished like a fleeting dream. The sky remained unchanged, as did the ground, everything appearing merely as an illusion. With a wave of his hands, he channeled his power to awaken his two disciples. With a thud, the two disciples regained consciousness, their legs trembling uncontrollably, drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground, unable to gather their thoughts for a long while. After a moment, they finally came to their senses, gazing at the Grand Elder in terror. "Elder, what just happened? We have brought shame to the Tao sect." The Grand Elder waved his hand, his expression grave. "That sword strike just now involved the essence of transformation. You are merely at the golden core stage. It is only natural that you could not withstand it. Yet, I am quite curious about the true identity of this young man. He appears to be an ordinary mortal. Yet his sword embodies profound Tao principles, directly severing the heart and spirit." The Grand Elder spoke earnestly, his gaze drifting. The demon tiger lay lifeless, and the young man sheathed his sword, grasping the tiger's tail, and turned to leave. At that moment, he locked eyes with the Grand Elder and his companions. 8 gazes met in silence, each contemplating the identity of the other. The young man, Yi Luo, was equally bewildered, unsure of who these 3 individuals were or what business they had at the foot of Tianwu Mountain. Breaking the silence, the Grand Elder spoke first, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed young friend, who you are and why you are here?" Yi Luo, taken aback, responded, "You are near my sect's domain. Yet you inquire about my identity and reason for being here? Shouldn't it be I asking who you are?" "The domain of the Wudao sect." The Grand Elder inhaled sharply, realizing that indeed, the reclusive sect was situated here. It was only fitting. Only a hidden sect could produce such an extraordinary being as the one before him. Though he appears to be an ordinary mortal, he possesses the remarkable ability to sever the hearts and souls of men with his sword. It is no wonder that this young friend hails from the sect of the Unfettered Way, for he is indeed strikingly handsome, exuding an air of refinement, grace, and youthful promise. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Grand Elder of the Qian Emperor Tao sect. My visit today is intended to pay my respects to the sect of the Unfettered Way, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness should I have been presumptuous in any manner. In an effort to leave a favorable impression before Yi Luo, the Grand Elder set aside his usual gravitas, shedding the idolized persona he maintained within his own sect, and wholeheartedly lavished praise. He then proceeded to elaborate on his own background. The 2 elite disciples behind him were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Is this truly the same Grand Elder, once stern and imposing, who could not tolerate even a whisper of insubordination? Speak up. Which sycophant has usurped the essence of our esteemed Grand Elder? The notion that he could behave in such a manner is simply inconceivable. Chapter 12. The profound legacy of 10,000 years outside the Misty Mountain. Yi Luo gazed at the elderly man and the 2 young ones, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Were these individuals, resembling sycophants, truly here to pay respects to his Wudao sect? They claimed to hail from the Qian Emperor Tao sect. Why did the name Qian Emperor Tao sect sound so familiar? It seemed as though he had heard it somewhere before. Where could that be? Unable to recollect, he decided to dismiss it entirely, treating it as inconsequential. As for the visit, since his master was currently absent, he had no authority to entertain guests. What did it matter what the Qian Emperor Tao sect represented? However, the old man's excessive flattery was rather overwhelming. Yi Luo coughed softly and said, "I apologize, esteemed Senior. My master has been away on business for several days and has yet to return. As such, I cannot facilitate a visit. I kindly ask that you return at a later date." With his left hand grasping the tail of a demon tiger and his right hand holding a sword, he prepared to depart. At that moment, the Grand Elder froze in place. "Your master is not present? Thus, no visit can take place?" After laboriously uncovering a lead regarding a hidden sect, he could not allow Yi Luo to simply walk away. If he did, where would he seek out the Wudao sect upon his next visit? Though he was aware that the Wudao sect was nearby, his spiritual sense could not locate its whereabouts. "Young friend, please, do not be hasty," the elder implored. "I represent the Qian Emperor Tao sect. If your master is unavailable, may I inquire if there are any other elders from your sect present?" The Grand Elder's demeanor was exceedingly humble. He, a prestigious elder of the Qian Emperor Tao sect, was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Now, he found himself in a position of subservience. Yet, for a hidden sect, it was only fitting that he adopt such a posture. Yi Luo halted, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. He was eager to dine, seek enlightenment, and practice swordsmanship later that evening. He had no time to linger. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I am the only disciple within the sect. My master is the sect leader, and there are no other elders. They have all ascended long ago. If you wish to visit, please return when my master has returned. If there is nothing further, kindly take your leave." The Grand Elder nearly fell to his knees in shock. There are no elders left in the sect. They have all ascended? What kind of hidden sect was this? That all its elders had ascended? This single statement revealed a wealth of information. It was known that in the current Divine Journey continent, no one had ascended for nearly 10,000 years. Ever since the appearance of spiritual roots, it seemed that cultivators had become incapable of ascending. Those who could ascend were figures from a millennium ago, as the epochs had shifted. From this statement alone, it was evident that the Wu Dao sect had existed for at least 10,000 years, a foundation steeped in millennia. How formidable could the legacy of the Wu Dao sect be? Surely, even a single strand of its fur would surpass that of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. The Grand Elder, whose already slightly stooped posture bent even further, displayed an unusual eagerness. This handsome, accomplished, and refined young friend. I wonder, do you find yourself in need of a protector? What do you think of having a transformation realm being as your guardian? The Grand Elder licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his murky eyes. Behind him, two elite disciples exchanged incredulous glances, exclaiming, "Good heavens! This Grand Elder must be an impostor. He usually regards others with disdain. Yet now he is so bent over. Is this truly the Grand Elder?" They couldn't help but think of the large yellow dog near their cave, which, upon seeing them with food, would also lick its lips and bend low indeed. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Grand Elder at this moment. Yi Luo observed the Elder's demeanor, startled by the peculiar behavior of this old man. It seemed wise to make a hasty exit. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "I do not require a protector, my master suffices. Senior, I have matters entrusted to me by my master, so I must bid you farewell." He turned to leave. The Grand Elder, wearing a look of regret, blocked Yi Luo's path and spoke again. "Very well. If you do not need a protector, might I inquire your name?" "Young friend. Furthermore, my Qian Emperor Dao sect genuinely wishes to visit the Wu Dao sect. Since your esteemed master is not present, could you perhaps provide a description of their appearance? This would greatly assist us in locating your master and facilitating our visit to the Wu Dao sect." As he found himself unable to extricate himself from this situation, Yi Luo, pulling the demon tiger along, felt exasperated by the old man's doggedness. He suppressed his frustration, adopting a stoic demeanor, eager to shake off the elder. "My surname is Yi, and my given name is Luo. As for my master's appearance, I'm afraid I lack the skills of a painter and cannot provide a depiction." Yi Luo politely declined. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's hands moved in intricate gestures, conjuring a golden light that floated before him. He placed the golden light in front of Yi Luo, stating, "Young friend Yi, to portray your master, there is no need for painting skills. This is a minor technique of our Qian Emperor Dao sect. You merely need to visualize your master's form and imprint it into the golden light. The scroll will materialize automatically." This was truly insistent. Yi Luo inwardly cursed the old man a few times, weary of further discourse. He accepted the golden light, preparing to envision his master's likeness. After all, this insignificant sect posed no threat to his master. Let them revere his master's appearance. Yi Luo closed his eyes, imprinting the image of Chu Yuan into the golden light. As he concentrated, the golden light began to shimmer. Moments later, it transformed into a scroll that floated into the air. The Grand Elder and the two elite disciples looked up in awe. The scroll revealed a pitch-black scene, devoid of sun and moon, with no sky or earth in sight, enveloped in an aura of profound mystery. A figure emerged from the darkness, clad in a snow-white robe, long hair billowing in the wind, and eyes indifferent, resembling an exalted deity, sovereign over all living beings in the world. In his hands, the sun, moon, and stars are all contained within his grasp, exuding an unparalleled majesty. At the bottom of the painting, a couplet is inscribed with a brush, flowing like a dragon and snake, with hands that grasp the stars and pluck the sun and moon. "There is no one in this world like me." Such audacity, such grandeur. Not only did the two elite disciples stand in awe, but even the venerable elder of the transformation realm was left astounded, his mind ensnared in a state of astonishment, unable to regain composure for a long while. Not far away, Yi Luo gazed at this exquisite scroll and nodded in satisfaction. This is indeed the true visage of his master, handsome and domineering, swallowing the vastness of the world, looking down upon all of humanity. He truly deserves to be the sole disciple of his master, capable of envisioning such perfection in his heart. Chapter 13, Love Fades. Hearts change after leaving the scroll behind. Yi Luo departed, dragging away the departing demon tiger. However, before his exit, the Grand Elder presented Yi Luo with an invitation. With a courteous tone, he requested Yi Luo to attend the grand competition of the Qian Emperor Dao sect as a distinguished guest 3 months hence. In order to extricate himself from the clutches of this persistent old man, Yi Luo reluctantly accepted the invitation, signaling his agreement. The Grand Elder could only watch as Yi Luo departed, then withdrew from the misty confines. Once outside the shrouded haze, the Grand Elder straightened his bent posture, his expression stoic, embodying the demeanor of a venerable figure, so different from his previous, obsequious self. The 2 elite disciples, unable to contain their curiosity, spoke up. One of them asked, "Grand Elder, why did your tone just now sound so humble?" That humble tone left them incredulous, as it seemed utterly uncharacteristic of their Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder cast a cold glance at the 2 elite disciples. He slowly replied, "What do you mean by humble? I merely adopted a more genial tone. In the presence of a hidden sect, I represent the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Is it wrong to speak kindly? Do you truly consider that tone to be kind?" Another disciple interjected, "Perhaps you have misinterpreted the meaning of kindness." "But, Grand Elder, it seemed you were on the verge of betraying the sect, even mentioning the desire to become a protector. The hidden sect has existed for over 10,000 years, possessing unparalleled legacies. Who wouldn't wish to align with them? Yet they refuse to accept anyone." The Grand Elder pondered these thoughts internally. He understood their perspective but could never voice such sentiments aloud, lest he jeopardize his esteemed position. He could only feign ignorance, maintaining a blank expression as he stated, "You must have been struck by that Yi lad's sword and are now hallucinating. How could I ever be that sort of person? My loyalty to the Qian Emperor Dao sect is unwavering. Furthermore, you dare to slander me as a traitor? Such a crime is unforgivable. When we return, I shall report this to the Law Elder. You 2 will be assigned to clean the latrines at Eternal Night Peak." With a flourish of his sleeve, he adopted a righteous demeanor. After speaking, he clutched the scroll and strode out, head held high, gazing down his nose at those around him. The 2 elite disciples exchanged glances. "Look at this. Is he even human? He bullied us, and despite being the one who groveled, he insists we are imagining things. Truly, he has lost all sense of humanity." Meanwhile, within the borders of Dongzhou, in the mundane empire of the Great Zhou, at the Silver Moon City. At the city gate, Chu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his robe billowing in the wind, gazing at the towering city walls and the picturesque mountains and rivers beyond, lost in contemplation. "I have finally arrived," Chu Yuan murmured to himself. He had visited this city before. It was the first stop he made when he descended the mountain in search of a talentless disciple upon his arrival in this realm. In the city of Silver Moon, he sought information about this world and learned of the waste named Yi Luo at an inn. Now, he was on a quest to find a second disciple of similar disposition. Naturally, he intended to meander through Silver Moon first. Chu Yuan approached the city gates, where a long queue awaited entry. Entering required a fee, but to think that Chu Yuan would wait in line to pay? That was a mere figment of imagination. This was not a matter of frugality. It was a question of the dignity befitting a formidable figure of the nascent soul stage. With a flicker of movement, Chu Yuan transformed into a wisp of wind and slipped into the city. Paying was out of the question. Such a notion would never cross his mind. Once inside, he effortlessly located an inn, the Immortal Drunken Inn. This establishment held significant connections. The innkeeper was well versed in both celestial and mortal affairs and had informed Chu Yuan about Yi Luo. Recalling past events, a faint smile graced his lips as he prepared to greet the innkeeper. However, upon reaching the entrance, a sign caught his eye, freezing the smile upon his face. The sign proclaimed, "No entry for this person and dogs." Below was a hastily drawn caricature that, despite its abstract nature, unmistakably depicted him. How ungracious of the innkeeper! Chu Yuan furrowed his brow in discontent. The last time he visited, he had done nothing wrong, merely arrived broke and had asked the innkeeper for a single coin. With that coin, he had skillfully bargained for a feast. The innkeeper, in a moment of goodwill, had even allowed him to stay the night, providing breakfast the next day and sharing news of Yi Luo before his departure. How could such a previously generous person have transformed into this? Alas, love fades and hearts change. He had even planned to reminisce with the innkeeper. With a long sigh, Chu Yuan stepped into the inn. The Immortal Drunken Inn buzzed with the usual merriment, filled with laughter, conversation, and the clinking of cups. Ignoring the sounds, he strode directly to the counter, where a middle-aged, rotund man was busily tapping on an abacus, seemingly oblivious to Chu Yuan's approach. "Innkeeper, your behavior lacks integrity," Chu Yuan whispered as he entered. He had considered this innkeeper a friend and had hoped to renew their acquaintance, perhaps sharing a meal together. Yet, the innkeeper's actions were decidedly ungracious. Upon hearing that familiar tone, the portly man trembled, slowly raising his head to meet Chu Yuan's gaze. The sight of him sent ripples of indignation through his corpulent frame. How dare this fellow appear before him? In all his life, he had never encountered such a setback in business. It was this very fellow who, with merely a single coin he provided, managed to extort a lavish spread of food and drink, a sumptuous breakfast, and even a night's lodging. This incident marked a profound humiliation in his life. You, how dare you show your face here again? Did you not see the sign outside my inn? Rasped the portly innkeeper. The innkeeper's voice instantly captured the attention of the patrons within, drawing their gazes toward the unfolding scene. Yet, Chu Yuan felt no embarrassment. A smile lingered on his face. Innkeeper, he remarked jovially, I considered you a friend, but your treatment of me is disheartening. Alas, without a feast today, this matter cannot be resolved. The innkeeper spat derisively, his eyes widening in disbelief. Do you still think my inn operates as it once did? Ever since you last threatened me, I have secured the presence of a foundational expert to guard this establishment. Do you dare to act so brazenly? Unfazed, Chu Yuan continued to smile. Forgive me, but I am a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 14. Infants transformed into elixirs? In the Silver Moon City, within the Celestial Drunken Inn, a lavish banquet of exquisite dishes and fine wines lay before Chu Yuan. The rotund innkeeper, akin to a figure molded from clay, stood respectfully to the side, his face adorned with a rather stiff smile. Esteemed guest, had I known you were a being of the nascent soul realm, I would never have dared to offend your celestial might. That matter at the entrance was merely jest. I implore you, do not take offense. Someone, please remove that sign outside and leave the portrait inscribing the words, this individual is welcome to enter. All food and drink are complimentary. Upon realizing Chu Yuan's exalted status, the innkeeper's demeanor transformed, and he hastily cleared the premises, summoning all the culinary delights of the inn for Chu Yuan. Fearful of incurring the displeasure of such a formidable nascent soul figure, who might easily obliterate his establishment with a mere gesture, Chu Yuan, however, jovially patted the innkeeper's shoulder and chuckled. Indeed, I have always said, our friendship runs deep. You, as the innkeeper, would never turn against me so swiftly. The innkeeper, all smiles, inwardly scoffed. Yes, our friendship is profound. If I were a nascent soul expert, and you were but an innkeeper, would you still consider our bond so strong? I could show you how quickly friendships can dissolve. Chu Yuan took a sip of his wine and said, well, innkeeper, I shall not keep you in the dark any longer. I am the master of a sect, and I have descended from the mountain in search of disciples. Your establishment is quite well connected, so I came here to inquire. A master of a sect? The innkeeper pondered whether there were any sects nearby that boasted a nascent soul presence. After careful consideration, he concluded there were none. The nearby sects were merely minor ninth-grade sects, with foundational cultivators being a rarity, let alone any nascent soul beings. To be classified as a ninth-grade sect, one must possess 9 disciples and 1 chi refinement cultivator, all of whom must pass rigorous assessments. An 8th-grade sect requires 30 disciples and 10 chi refinement cultivators, while the Sect Master must possess foundational cultivation. The requirements only escalate from there. Could there exist a sect with a nascent soul presence at the 6th or perhaps 5th grade? The innkeeper gasped in astonishment, realizing he had unknowingly insulted the master of a 6th or 5th grade sect. What a blunder. This would be a tale to tell for a lifetime. Ah, I see. You have come to the right place. No one has more connections than I. Since you are in search of disciples, allow me to recommend a few exceptional talents from Silver Moon City. For instance, there is Lin Fan, renowned as the first genius of Silver Moon City. Possessing a fire affinity, the innkeeper began to elaborate. Chu Yuan rolled his eyes at the mention of such talents. He had no need for geniuses. Should he acquire a prodigy, it would only diminish his own standing. From nascent soul to golden core, what would transpire if he truly accepted a genius? While others transformed elixirs into infants, would he then be left with an infant transforming into an elixir? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickly interjected, what I seek is not these. I seek information regarding the so-called waste material, much like the previous news concerning Yi Luo. The portly innkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Do you not desire a genius? Instead, you request a waste? What sort of reasoning is this? Observing Chu Yuan's serious demeanor, he began to ponder deeply. After a brief moment, the innkeeper clapped his hands in realization and exclaimed, as for waste, esteemed one, I have indeed heard a rumor previously about a prodigy of formations in the neighboring city of Wuchang. This individual possesses a profound understanding of formation techniques, and, it is said, by the tender age of 8, could already arrange some rudimentary formations. It is further rumored that this formation genius possessed a heavenly spiritual root. However, at the age of 10, he inexplicably fell victim to a lightning strike, which obliterated his spiritual root, leaving him unable to cultivate and relegating him to the status of waste. As he spoke, a sigh escaped his lips. A once great formation prodigy, endowed with a heavenly spiritual root, would undoubtedly have flourished into a nascent soul or even a transformation stage cultivator. Alas, the heavens conspired against him. A lightning strike destroyed a true genius. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, nearly prompting him to applaud. Here it came, yet another opportunity for advancement. This was practically his destined disciple. With the spiritual root eradicated, it implied he was devoid of any spiritual essence. Unable to cultivate, he was akin to another Yi Luo, easily manipulated. Splendid. What is the name of this genius? Where can he be found? Chu Yuan was positively elated, anticipating the acquisition of yet another wasteful apprentice and a boost to his own cultivation level. The portly innkeeper, with utmost respect, replied, "Esteemed one, this individual is named Zhang Han, currently residing with the Zhang family in Wuchang. His status is likely rather insignificant, given that he is a waste. This template somehow feels familiar," mused Chu Yuan internally. Without hesitation, he swiftly departed from the inn, preparing to journey to Wuchang. Before leaving, he imparted a few words to the innkeeper. "Our meeting feels like a reunion of old friends. Discussing finances would tarnish our bond. Since you have graciously offered me free lodging, I must not let this kindness go unacknowledged. However, I seldom visit, so I wish not to squander such privileges. Henceforth, whenever my sect's disciples descend upon Silver Moon City, they shall come to you, and you shall extend this privilege to them. Farewell, my old friend." With those parting words, Chu Yuan departed, drifting away with an air of nonchalance. This left the portly innkeeper fuming, his face turning a shade of green. He had never encountered such audacity from a nascent soul cultivator. Not only did he intend to enjoy free lodging himself, but he also sought to extend this privilege to his entire sect. Is this still human behavior? Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, the Grand Elder held a scroll aloft. Nearby, the Sect Master of Chu Yuan and numerous elders gazed intently at the artwork. Is this a scroll crafted from our sect's secret techniques? My, who is this figure? Such an imposing aura, grasping the stars and celestial bodies, truly terrifying. No, should we not focus on the background of this individual? The pitch-black void appears as if it transcends space itself. What manner of being is this? Capable of shattering the fabric of reality and seizing the sun and moon? Am I the only one who finds this person somewhat handsome? With hands that pluck stars and capture the sun and moon, there exists no one quite like me in this world. Such audacity. The numerous elders were filled with astonishment. They failed to perceive anything significant. They merely found the individual remarkably handsome and his tone rather audacious. Only the master of Chu Yuan, with his profound gaze, fixated on the scroll and inquired, could this possibly be a disciple of the reclusive sect, the Wudao sect? The Grand Elder, with an impassive expression and a stern countenance, solemnly nodded. He proceeded to recount all the events, both grand and trivial, that had transpired near Tianwu Mountain to the other elders and the sect leader. Naturally, any fragments regarding the Grand Elder's gentle demeanor were conveniently omitted. How could such information be divulged? The Grand Elder still possessed a sense of pride. Chapter 15. The villain smile at the hall of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. A chorus of gasps echoed through the chamber. The elders were taken aback, their minds grappling with the recent revelations concerning the Wudao sect. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they exchanged incredulous words. What? The elders of the sect have ascended. Is there truly no one left within our ranks? Such audacity from a hidden sect? A seemingly mundane disciple wielded a sword capable of shattering the resolve of 2 of our golden elixir disciples? Is this what a hidden sect embodies? A legacy of at least 10,000 years. Perhaps we should consider becoming sycophants instead, the elders murmured in astonishment and disbelief. Could they truly accept the claims of that disciple based solely on his words? What if this was merely a lowly sect? Perhaps they were overthinking the situation. A number of elders, drenched in cold sweat, voiced their apprehensions. Upon hearing this, the assembly collectively rolled their eyes. The Grand Elder, brandishing a scroll, declared emphatically, "Are we merely overthinking this? What then can we say about this scroll? The one who envisioned such a scene must have witnessed it firsthand, leaving an indelible impression that compelled them to etch it onto parchment. Do you suppose this is mere imagination? Ridiculous. To conjure such a scene, one must possess extraordinary imaginative prowess. Not to mention, the audacious proclamation of seizing the stars and plucking the moon. How could such a sentiment be the product of mere fancy? It is impossible. If any of you are capable, Show me your imagined version. The Grand Elder spoke with righteous fervor, his face flushed with conviction. The elders who had previously voiced doubt now bore expressions of embarrassment, lowering their heads in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Sect Master Chu Yuan slammed his hand upon the table and stated, "Enough. There is no need to continue this discussion. The existence of the hidden sect is irrefutable, and you must abandon any lingering doubts. Our foremost priority now is to ascertain the stance of this hidden sect. It is imperative that we establish contact and foster a cordial relationship between our sects, striving towards a flourishing partnership between the Wudao and Qian Emperor sects." Sect Master Chu Yuan had evidently made a resolute decision. It was clear that forming a friendly connection with such a hidden sect was of utmost importance. "Understood, Sect Master." The elders responded in unison, nodding in agreement. Yet, one elder, still puzzled, ventured to inquire, "But, Sect Master, how do we establish contact with this hidden sect? A single disciple cannot represent the entire sect, and their leader is currently absent. How shall we proceed?" Sect Master Chu Yuan fell silent for a moment, furrowing his brow before responding, "Since we are unaware of the whereabouts of the hidden sect's leader. Very well, let us first search throughout the eastern province. I shall instruct all elders and disciples to travel and explore the region, seeking this leader as they journey. Simultaneously, we shall replicate the scroll and notify our affiliated sects to join in the search. Should we find them in the eastern province, that would be most fortuitous. If not, we shall simply move on. Moreover, bear in mind that if one were to truly encounter the elusive leader of the hidden sect, it is imperative not to offend him. Should anyone provoke him, I shall not be held responsible for my ruthlessness." As he uttered these final words, his tone grew ominous. The many elders readily acquiesced. Under the veil of night, with the stars shimmering like jewels, Chu Yuan soared into the city of Wuchang. Utilizing his divine sense, he effortlessly located the Zhang family. Gazing at the opulent estate before him, Chu Yuan fell into contemplative silence. It was once again time to employ some cunning tactics. He resolved to utilize the same ruse he had once employed to deceive Yi Luo, this time to ensnare Zhang Han. First, he would hire a foundation or golden core cultivator to make a move against the Zhang family. Then, when despair engulfed them, he would emerge, declaring his master-disciple connection with Zhang Han, asserting that his intervention was solely due to Zhang Han. In that moment, Zhang Han would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of honor and would be quick to agree to the notion of taking him on as a disciple. This scheme, once set in motion, would unfold in a series of layers. Time was of the essence. He needed to find an actor. With a flourish of energy beneath his feet, Chu Yuan swiftly traversed the streets of Wuchang, seeking out cultivators. Generally, those of higher realms could see through the aids of lower realm practitioners, barring any exceptional treasures that might obscure their divine senses. Chu Yuan expanded his divine sense, scanning the bustling streets of Wuchang. Countless images flashed through his mind. The night watchman making his rounds, the neighbor Mr. Wang knocking on doors, and certain gamblers in the casino, oblivious to the misfortune looming over them. After perusing numerous scenes, Chu Yuan found himself dismayed at the scarcity of cultivators in the vast city of Wuchang. Furrowing his brow, he silently lamented the situation. After about 10 minutes of searching, he finally spotted a young cultivator on a particular street. The youth appeared to be in his 20s, possessing only a late-stage qi refinement cultivation, having yet to reach the foundation establishment level. Truly pathetic, Chu Yuan mused, entirely forgetting the origins of his own cultivation. Fixating on his target, Chu Yuan swiftly descended before the young cultivator, releasing an aura befitting a nascent soul. The young man stood bewildered, staring at the sudden apparition before him, soon succumbing to the overwhelming pressure that forced him to tremble upon the ground. "Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going?" Displaying a show of force, Chu Yuan finally reined in his aura, calmly observing the young cultivator. The youth scrambled to his feet, panic evident in his voice. "Esteemed elder, have I inadvertently offended you in any way?" Waving his hand dismissively, Chu Yuan replied coolly, "What is your name? I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Would you be willing to assist?" The young cultivator hurriedly responded, cupping his hands in respect. "Esteemed elder, my name is Wang Wei, a member of the Wang family from the neighboring Silver Moon City. I am eager to know what task you require of me. Within my capabilities, I shall surely assist." Chu Yuan immediately conveyed his arrangements to the young cultivator, Wang Wei. "Rest assured, as long as you execute this task to my satisfaction, I shall not neglect you. Rewards of great value are not out of the question," he enticed. "However, do not inquire further. It is merely a ruse, for he possessed no treasures of his own. In fact, he was nearly destitute, with hardly any gold or silver remaining. Even the most ordinary cultivators in the qi refining realm would likely surpass him in wealth. Upon hearing these words, Wang Wei's expression grew complicated. Senior, you want me to act? To play the villain? How should I portray such a character? Chu Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, it's quite simple. The villain is one who, cackles with a sinister smile, you understand? Wang Wei. Chapter 16. Zhang Han in the depths of Dongzhou. Within the confines of Wuchang City, the night enveloped the surroundings in an inky darkness. Wang Wei stood before the Zhang family estate, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions as he took a step forward. He was the antagonist, indeed he was. The guards stationed at the entrance of the Zhang residence, upon noticing his approach, immediately raised their voices in unison. Halt! No entry into Zhang's territory. Wang Wei paused momentarily, but recalling Chu Yuan's directive, he raised his hand and unleashed a spell. A resounding hum filled the air as a pentagram of white light surged forth, striking with force. The guards were instantly propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Although they sustained minor injuries, they were not grievous, clearly indicating that Wang Wei had tempered his strength. Continuing his advance, Wang Wei strode inside. The fallen guards, witnessing his intrusion, were seized by panic and rushed to a nearby large bell, ringing it vigorously. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated 3 times, stirring the entire Zhang household into a flurry of activity. High above, amidst the clouds, Chu Yuan observed the unfolding drama. His eyes gleamed with intrigue as he witnessed Wang Wei's spell. Possessing the power of the nascent soul stage, he had no spells or magical artifacts at his disposal, relying solely on his raw energy in confrontations. The sight of such a spell ignited a yearning within him. He had heard whispers of various cities housing establishments dedicated to the sale of spells. Perhaps he should pay a visit one day? Resolutely, Chu Yuan made up his mind. His gaze returning to the scene below. Wang Wei had drawn the attention of the Zhang family, and soon a throng of individuals encircled him. However, the majority were mere mortals, with only a handful at the forefront possessing late-stage qi refinement abilities, on par with Wang Wei. Could he handle this? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, but chose to remain a passive observer. In the Zhang family plaza below, Wang Wei found himself surrounded by Zhang family members. The head of the Zhang family glared at Wang Wei, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my home? What is your purpose?" As a long-standing patriarch, his words carried an inherent authority. Wang Wei flinched at the reprimand, instinctively wanting to apologize. Yet, recollecting Chu Yuan's presence, he swallowed his words. Recalling the instructions given to him, gritting his teeth, he feigned an exaggerated laugh and declared, I have come to confront your Zhang family." His peculiar laughter left the Zhang family members exchanging bewildered glances. Could he possibly be a fool? The Zhang family patriarch scoffed, retorting, "Confront us? With just you?" Wang Wei, with a strained smile, persisted, just me." The patriarch's gaze sharpened, and without further ado, he enveloped his palm in a layer of white light and struck at Wang Wei with astounding speed. Wang Wei barely had time to react before he was sent flying, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. In the sky, Chu Yuan pondered, is this how it ends? Wasn't it promised that the Zhang family would be brought to their knees? How could it conclude so abruptly? Wang Wei has deceived me. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yuan summoned his formidable aura, descending rapidly. The oppressive force of his nascent soul realm bore down upon the plaza, causing all members of the Zhang family to collapse to the ground, their faces flushed, unable to lift their heads. As he descended, clad in a flowing white robe, his countenance remained serene, devoid of turmoil, resembling a transcendent immortal. Upon landing, he retracted his overwhelming presence. The Zhang family members cautiously rose, their expressions awash with terror as they beheld this extraordinary celestial being. Under the weight of his earlier might, their hearts were filled solely with subservience. Devoid of any anger or defiance, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. The head of the Zhang family, sensing the shift in power, quickly altered his demeanor, repeatedly inquiring, "Respected elder, what brings you to our humble abode?" His gaze darted towards Wang Wei, who lay unconscious like a defeated dog. A chill ran down his spine at the thought that this Wang Wei might be allied with such a formidable entity. Chu Yuan's expression remained impassive, his demeanor cold and detached, as he scrutinized the head of the Zhang family and comprehended the situation. A glance at the unconscious Wang Wei reassured him. This individual was already incapacitated. Thus, Chu Yuan spoke with an air of aloofness, "Rest assured, I have no connection with this person. I have sensed that one among the Zhang family possesses a connection with me and is destined to become my disciple, which is why I have descended here." Upon hearing this, the Zhang family members collectively exhaled, yet a sense of perplexity soon enveloped them. Who among them had garnered the attention of such a powerful being? Chu Yuan, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "Where is Zhang Han?" At this pronouncement, shock rippled through the head of the Zhang family and his kin. It was common knowledge that Zhang Han had been unable to cultivate for the past decade due to the destruction of his spirit root. The notion that this formidable elder would seek to take in the untrainable Zhang Han as a disciple was bewildering. The head of the Zhang family, with a bitter expression, replied, "Respected elder, Zhang Han is my son. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, due to certain circumstances, his spirit root was ruined, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Are you aware of this matter?" The implication was clear. Without a spirit root, he was deemed worthless. Internally rolling his eyes, Chu Yuan maintained his stoic facade and replied, "It matters not. I possess methods to assist in his cultivation. Bring Zhang Han forth. I wish to take him with me to the sect for training." The head of the Zhang family, upon hearing this, was overcome with excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent. Please wait, esteemed elder. I shall fetch Honor at once." He hurriedly dashed outside. Chu Yuan remained rooted in place, silently releasing a breath of relief. Why didn't he just say so from the outset? Why all this unnecessary embellishment? Who knows what he was thinking? A member of the Zhang family approached with utmost respect, asking, "Esteemed elder, how should we handle this intruder who has trespassed into our Zhang family?" Chu Yuan cast another glance at Wang Wei. Though this individual was unrelated to him, the mere act of encountering him was a form of fate. Perhaps it would be wise to send him away. Thus, Chu Yuan articulated his thoughts. The Zhang family hastily clasped their hands in greeting and responded affirmatively, subsequently summoning 2 individuals to escort Wang Wei away. Chu Yuan watched intently as Wang Wei was led off, his gaze fixed upon the heavens. The rest now depended solely on you. He lingered in place for a moment. Soon, the head of the Zhang family returned with another individual. This was a young man, of similar age to Wang Wei, around 20 years old, with a handsome visage that rivaled that of his eldest disciple, Yi Luo. However, while Yi Luo exuded an air of aloofness akin to a sword immortal, this young man possessed a demeanor that was notably refined, imparting a sense of gentle spring breeze. Upon first glance, one could perceive his cultured and elegant nature. Is this Zhang Han? Such an admirable presence, yet regrettably, a wasted talent. This was Chu Yuan's initial assessment of Zhang Han. Chapter 17. The Grand Elder Cannot Be a Simp. Days later, outside Wuchang City, a solitary figure stood gracefully upon the hillside, clad in a flowing white robe. With long hair cascading over his shoulders, his ethereal demeanor suggested a being untouched by the mundane world, resembling an otherworldly immortal traversing the earthly realm. This was none other than Chu Yuan. Trailing closely behind him was Zhang Han, who had evidently taken Chu Yuan as his master over the past few days and willingly chosen to accompany him back to the sect for cultivation. After a brief respite at the Zhang family estate, Chu Yuan resolved to return to the sect, having successfully persuaded Zhang Han to join him. However, before heading back, he intended to take a detour to explore the nearby mountain range. From his time in Wuchang City, he had learned of the perilous nature of interactions among cultivators, rife with incidents of murder and robbery. Indeed, Chu Yuan was determined to engage in such nefarious activities himself, for his financial situation was dire. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, he found himself impoverished, lacking even the most basic cultivation techniques. Thus, resorting to murder and theft seemed his only option. Disciple, the Xiantian mountain range lies in that direction, does it not? Come, I shall take you there. My first lesson for you will be to experience the world of cultivators firsthand. Chu Yuan gestured with a hand emerging from his voluminous sleeve, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The thrill of embarking on such audacious endeavors stirred within him. Yes, master, Zhang Han replied gently, his gaze steady as a placid lake, as if nothing could disturb his inner tranquility. Having refrained from cultivation for over a decade, he might be considered the weakest among his peers. Yet, the tempering of his spirit during these years had rendered him unflappable. Upon hearing Zhang Han's response, Chu Yuan spoke no further, employing his magical powers to envelop Zhang Han in a gentle breeze, and together they soared toward the Xiantian mountain range. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, a piece of news had emerged, capturing the utmost attention of the sect's higher-ups. Someone had discovered the whereabouts of a reclusive sect's leader. As this information spread, the upper echelon of the Qian Emperor Dao sect erupted into fervent discussions. The Grand Elder, holding a scroll, addressed the assembly of elders and the sect leader. According to the report from one of our wandering disciples, 3 days ago, in the mundane region of Dazhou Wuchang City, an individual was spotted who bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure depicted in this scroll. However, This person is merely at the nascent soul stage and lacks the formidable aura of the one illustrated. They appear to be an ordinary cultivator without any remarkable traits. The Grand Elder elaborated. The elders began to voice their thoughts. Could it be merely a coincidence of appearance? Perhaps they are not the same individual? Unlikely. I believe this is indeed the visage of a hidden power. A recluse would certainly avoid drawing attention to themselves. Masquerading as a nascent soul cultivator aligns perfectly with the persona of such an individual. I concur. The nascent soul stage is likely a deliberate fade, as this leader of the hidden sect clearly wishes to remain undisturbed. The discussion continued, animated and rife with speculation. Ultimately, a conclusion emerged. The master of this reclusive sect, desiring to remain undetected by others, deliberately masqueraded as a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, concealing himself amidst the mundane world. This inference left many elders perplexed. Clearly, the master of the hidden sect wished to avoid disturbance. However, having finally obtained news of his whereabouts, were they to refrain from intruding? Would it not render their efforts a mere unrequited longing? Thus, they found themselves in a quandary regarding whether to intrude or not. After much deliberation, they directed their gaze towards the master of Chu Yuan, hoping he would make a decision. The master of Chu Yuan furrowed his brow, equally baffled, contemplating strategies. Truth be told, he was reluctant to concede. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Since this master of the hidden sect relished anonymity in the mundane world, it would be inappropriate to intrude upon him, yet we could encounter him by chance. With narrowed eyes, the master of Chu Yuan spoke slowly. A chance encounter. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the elders sparkled with excitement. Indeed, while they could not disturb the reclusive master, it did not preclude the possibility of a serendipitous meeting. Such encounters are fateful. Surely, the master could not refuse. Furthermore, should they happen upon him during a favorable moment, he might impart some wisdom. After all, a sect steeped in millennia of heritage is formidable. Even a mere strand of their legacy could yield immense benefits. With this thought, the elders became animated. Master, allow me to encounter him. Nonsense, let me go, master. Do not be deceived by my outward appearance. I am but a devoted admirer. Allow me to make this encounter, and I shall ensure the master is thoroughly pleased. Master, let me go? Listening to the cacophony of the elders vying for the opportunity, the master of Chu Yuan fell silent once more. He was uncertain whom to choose. Yet, in truth, he yearned to undertake the journey himself. It was not so much a desire for gain. Rather, he wished to experience being an admirer. However, he was burdened with the responsibilities of the entire Qian Emperor Dao sect and could not afford to accidentally meet. After much discussion, they ultimately decided to send the Grand Elder. The master of Chu Yuan, evidently believing he could neither go himself nor allow this gaggle of admirers to go, opted for the Grand Elder, who appeared dignified and esteemed. The master trusted that such a solemn figure would not engage in sycophancy. Indeed, he was certain of it. If someone as serious as the Grand Elder were to indulge in flattery, he would swallow the very pillars of the hall whole. The Grand Elder, seizing this opportunity, revealed a hint of excitement on his otherwise expressionless face. Master, I shall surely fulfill this mission. The Wu Dao sect and the Qian Emperor Dao sect shall undoubtedly forge a bond of friendship. Initially, the master of Chu Yuan had no intention of speaking further. Yet upon observing the Grand Elder's demeanor, an inexplicable sense of foreboding flickered within him. Had he underestimated the situation? Shaking his head, he dismissed the unfavorable thoughts. Elder, this time you shall take along some disciples, feigning a journey for training purposes. It is essential to encounter them by chance, and you must maintain an air of authenticity. Remember not to reveal your true intentions. Should this matter lead to discord with the Wu Dao sect, I shall not spare you, spoke the master of Chu Yuan with a serene demeanor. The elder promptly nodded in agreement and then remarked, I have heard that the reclusive Sect Master has departed from Wuchang City and is heading towards the Xiantian mountain range. I will set off immediately to chance upon the Sect Master. The master of Chu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further, yet silently lamenting. What a pity. This opportunity was not meant for him. It was all due to that damned Sect Master identity. If it were not for that, he would undoubtedly be the one pursuing it. Chapter 18. The Old Affectionate One. Upon receiving the command, the Grand Elder swiftly assembled a team of disciples, embarking on their journey with great haste. In less than a day, they traversed from the eastern side of the state to the Xiantian mountain range. This elite group comprised solely of disciples at the Golden Core stage, clearly denoting them as the Sar Mi de la Sar Mi of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. The rationale behind dispatching these disciples was straightforward. Firstly, to present a fade of strength before the reclusive sect's leader, thereby showcasing the profound heritage of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Secondly, one could not dismiss the possibility that one of these disciples might catch the eye of the venerable leader of this ancient sect. With such thoughts in mind, the Qian Emperor Dao sect sent forth this cadre of golden core elite disciples. As the Grand Elder led the team through the forest, he imparted crucial advice. Remember, we are visiting a formidable powerhouse. Your demeanor must reflect this awareness. However, as we are here for a chance encounter, it is imperative that our attitude does not veer into obsequiousness. Maintain a sense of normalcy. Do you all understand? The Grand Elder diligently instructed, fearing that a moment of carelessness on the part of his disciples might offend the leader of this hidden sect, which could lead to dire repercussions for the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Rest assured, Elder, we comprehend fully, the disciples replied, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Satisfied with their response, the Grand Elder nodded approvingly and continued to guide them forward. The Xiantian mountain range, merely a medium-sized mountain chain near Wuchang City, was predominantly inhabited by lesser demon creatures, with truly formidable beasts being a rarity. Consequently, the number of cultivators venturing here was not considerable. Specifically, those of formidable strength were scarce, as most who frequented these mountains were either of lower cultivation or wandering practitioners. Thus, the Grand Elder paid little heed to the mountains, fixated solely on locating the leader of the hidden sect. After nearly half an hour of searching, they finally made a discovery. Before them, two figures ambled leisurely. One of them was unmistakably the individual depicted in their scroll, a figure shrouded in the enigmatic darkness of the cosmos, wielding the stars and the sun, with a gaze that surveyed the world with indifference. This was indeed the one. Although their aura differed entirely, this must be a deliberate disguise employed by the hidden existence. The scroll revealed their true visage. There he is. The esteemed one is just ahead. Everyone, remain composed, do not panic. Act as if we are merely wandering and have fortuitously crossed paths with him, the Grand Elder commanded, his tone laced with urgency. The disciples, upon hearing this, promptly adjusted their demeanor. Once they were ready, they proceeded towards Chu Yuan. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, accompanied by Zhang Han, traversed the mountainside, intent on locating cultivators. As for the purpose of seeking out these cultivators, do not inquire. The answer is simply, to kill and loot. Chu Yuan's gaze swept the surroundings, employing both his vision and spiritual awareness. At last, he spotted something ahead. There were cultivators within their vicinity. Here they came, ready to commit murder and plunder. With a surge of power, Chu Yuan's robes billowed without a breeze, crackling with energy as he prepared to strike. However, upon closer inspection with his spiritual sense, he realized that it was not a single individual approaching, but a group of at least 20. In this day and age, do cultivators travel in packs? Chu Yuan's eyes widened in alarm, and he quickly retracted his energy. 20 individuals were far too formidable to confront. Just as he resolved to leave with Zhang Han, he noticed the group charging directly toward them. In the blink of an eye, they descended from the sky, landing right before Chu Yuan. He was momentarily stunned. He was about to depart, yet this group insisted on confronting him. Did they intend to kill and rob him? That seemed implausible. He was destitute, possessing nothing of value. No treasures, no techniques, no gold or silver. He was truly a cultivator of 3 lakhs. Oh, except for a few taels of silver in his boots and the robe he wore, which was worth a considerable sum of 100 taels of gold. Beyond that, he had nothing. What could they possibly gain by killing him? Surely, they wouldn't covet his robe? Anxious, Chu Yuan felt his face stiffen. Externally, he appeared somewhat aloof, perhaps even angered. The elder and the others in the front, of course, noticed the change in Chu Yuan's demeanor and were taken aback, fearing that their arrival had disturbed this reclusive figure. The elder, unable to mask his surprise, quickly bowed, stating, "Esteemed friend, I am the Grand Elder of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. We are merely traveling through the Xiantian mountain range for exploration. Upon encountering this radiant light, we surmised that there was a divine being within the mountains and sought to investigate. To our astonishment, the divine light emanated from you, and we were captivated by your remarkable appearance, compelling us to visit. If we have offended in any way, please forgive us." With that, he bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Upon hearing this, both Chu Yuan and Zhang Han were left speechless. As for the 20 or so disciples, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. The usually solemn Grand Elder was, in fact, a true sycophant? What a cleverly concealed, old flatterer. Among a multitude of eager disciples, they had never realized that the true old sycophant was the Grand Elder himself. Standing aside, Chu Yuan took a deep breath, his mind flooded with questions. Wasn't it said that the world of cultivation was rife with deceit and treachery, where one's life was often at stake? Why was this old man so eager to flatter him? Confounded, He remained silent. The bowed Grand Elder, noticing Chu Yuan's reticence, felt an increasing sense of dread. Was their intrusion indeed an offense? Although all seemed well for now, according to the customs of such hidden powerhouses, I fear that the current reluctance to reveal one's true prowess may lead to decisive action once they depart. It is likely that methods will be employed to eliminate them from 1,000 miles away. Particularly concerning is the individual before us, whose scroll boasts the inscription, "With a grasp of the stars and the ability to seize the sun and moon, none in this world can compare to me." Once they have left, could it be possible that a star might be cast down upon them, resulting in their utter annihilation? The Grand Elder seems to have already envisioned a scene where a star plummets from the celestial realm, leaving them in a state of complete disintegration. This cannot be allowed to transpire. It is imperative to appease this reclusive powerhouse. Therefore, it seems that one must part with wealth to avert disaster. The Grand Elder begins to tally his assets. Millions in spirit stones, hundreds of magical artifacts, dozens of profound techniques, and a singular companion. Alas, these are mere trifles for a being of such caliber. They will undoubtedly be deemed insignificant. What a calamity! I have offended a transcendent force. What shall I do? I await your guidance, urgently. Chapter 19. The Enthusiasm of the Immortal Cultivation Realm, Xuantianshan Mountain Range. Before him stood an elderly man with a conflicted expression, leaving Chu Yuan utterly bewildered. From the tomes he had perused in Wuchang City, he had gleaned that the world of immortal cultivation was notoriously ruthless. It was commonplace for brothers to turn against one another, and for fathers and sons to engage in deadly conflict, all in the pursuit of cultivation resources. Furthermore, acts of murder and theft were rampant, all aimed at ensuring one's own advancement along the path of cultivation. Initially, Chu Yuan had been convinced by these notions and had approached the Xuantianshan mountain range with fervor, eager to seize opportunities through any means necessary. However, he now found himself skeptical. The demeanor of the old man before him suggested that the immortal cultivation realm was far from the grim reality he had anticipated. The old man's eagerness to ingratiate himself was, indeed, quite enthusiastic. As the elder fawned over him, Chu Yuan pondered whether he ought to reciprocate such overtures. After all, it is customary to return favors. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the old man darted forward and implored, "Friend, please accept this item as an expression of our sincere apologies." With a broad smile, the elder presented Chu Yuan with an object resembling a key. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yuan noticed that the key bore numerous marks, as if it had been subjected to sword strikes and blade cuts, its simplicity accentuated by the single character engraved upon it. Is this truly all? He had anticipated a more substantial token of apology, yet was instead presented with this trivial trinket. He mused that even at a street market, this item would likely find no takers. Evidently, those within the immortal cultivation realm possessed a touch of cunning and were not entirely forthright. Chu Yuan's expression grew complicated. Not far away, the elder observed the change in Chu Yuan's countenance and mistakenly believed that the young man was pleased with the gift, causing his heart to swell with delight. While others might overlook the significance of the key, he understood its true value. It was the fabled key to the ancient Sword Master's relic. This was the most treasured possession he held. According to legend, possessing this key could grant one entry into the ancient Sword Master's relic, allowing them to inherit all of the Master's teachings and even establish a sanctuary for cultivation. Yet, the elder had never encountered the opportunity to locate the relic and was loath to relinquish it to the sect. Now, he could bestow it as a gift to this hidden powerhouse, ensuring that this esteemed figure would remember him. Ah, behold the change in the esteemed one's expression. Surely he has discerned the origin of the key. It is no wonder he is a paragon of strength, able to perceive such things at a glance. The elder's heart brimmed with joy. Meanwhile, numerous golden elixir disciples, observing the elder's gift, could no longer contain themselves. They yearned to present offerings to this remarkable individual. If they could garner his favor, would they still need to join the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Gifts. They must present gifts. Thus, a multitude of golden elixir disciples began to extract various items from their storage pouches to present to Chu Yuan. Senior, that was merely the elder's token of apology. It bears no relation to our offerings. This is our true gift. Yes, senior. Please accept this humble offering from us. Senior, please accept my offering. A myriad of rare treasures was presented before Chu Yuan. Most of these items belonged to the realm of golden core practitioners. Upon beholding these treasures, Chu Yuan's eyes ignited with fervor, nearly bursting into joyous laughter. Splendid. These individuals are truly benevolent. Should anyone dare speak of deceit and treachery in the realm of cultivation again, he would shatter their very skull. Look, what an enthusiastic assembly of cultivators. They approached him with such an abundance of gifts. Chu Yuan was eager to accept the offerings, but before he could do so, the Grand Elder suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a beam of arcane light that obliterated the treasures. Chu Yuan stood there, stunned, frozen in place. My treasures! My treasures! My treasures! Nearby, the Grand Elder glared fiercely at the multitude of disciples, transmitting his thoughts with indignation. What do you intend to do? Do you dare present such trifles of the Golden Core realm to this esteemed individual? Are you seeking to provoke a rift between our hidden sect, the unorthodox sect, and the Qian Emperor Dao sect? If the two sects were to become adversaries, could you bear the consequences? You must understand that even my treasures from the divine transformation realm are not bestowed upon him. What audacity allows you to offer Golden Core items? His fury was palpable, wishing to chastise these disciples thoroughly. His treasures from the divine transformation realm held no value in comparison to this esteemed figure. To present such trifles as gifts would be to tarnish his noble standing. Upon hearing these words, the disciples were struck with clarity, trembling in fear, rendered speechless. The Grand Elder, with his aged visage, turned back to Chu Yuan, apologizing. Forgive me, fellow cultivator. These youngsters lack discernment and have offended you. I implore you to pardon their rudeness. Chu Yuan remained silent, his expression stiffening. This individual, it was one thing to be cunning and unscrupulous, but to prevent such a fervent crowd from presenting their gifts, even shattering them with his powers. He would have nothing to do with anyone who engaged in such behavior. This enmity would not be easily forgotten. The Grand Elder of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, was it? Noted. All is well, Chu Yuan remarked, his countenance darkening. The prevailing sentiment in the cultivation world was one of warmth, a fact he recognized. It was merely a certain elder who was rather duplicitous. Aside from him, others were commendable. For instance, these disciples, each one brimming with enthusiasm. Let not a single rat's dropping spoil the entire pot of porridge. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he gazed at the sky and turned to Zhang Han, stating, Disciple, the day is waning. Let us rest here for the night. To be honest, Zhang Han was somewhat bewildered by the scene before him. Yet, that did not hinder his obedience to his master's command. Yes, master, he replied respectfully, performing a bow while glancing at the still bright sky. Chu Yuan nodded slightly at his words, then turned to regard the Grand Elder and his entourage, his gaze now resolute. I am weary and wish to rest. You, a mere pest, should take your leave. Yet the elder did not echo such sentiments. Instead, he approached and suggested, Well, fellow cultivators, as nightfall approaches, why not rest together? There is strength in numbers, and it would be prudent to guard against the beasts lurking in the mountains. Should this statement reach the ears of outsiders, it would surely provoke laughter. A group of Golden Core disciples, accompanied by an elder of the nascent soul realm, possesses sufficient prowess to traverse expansive mountain ranges. Yet here, before a medium-sized mountain range, he speaks of the need for numbers to fend off the mountain's ferocious creatures. As Chu Yuan listened to the elder's words, his lips twitched in disbelief. Could he not discern that he was urging them to leave? Yet the prevailing sentiment in the cultivation world is one of warmth and camaraderie. It would be unbecoming to dismiss them outright. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth, nodded in agreement, and acquiesced to the elder's proposal. Chapter 20. A renewed enlightenment. The misty mountain, enshrouded in ethereal clouds, radiates unparalleled beauty. In the grand plaza of the Taoist sect, Yi Luo remains seated in meditation, contemplating the heavens and seeking enlightenment. He has begun to faintly perceive and grasp the essence of the second-order chain of the sky. A profound sensation lingers within him, suggesting that upon comprehending this second chain, a transformative metamorphosis awaits. Although he has yet to fully comprehend it, his daily observations of the heavens have instigated constant change within him, particularly as the golden characters continuously nourish his being. Day by day, Yi Luo undergoes a remarkable transformation. His aura grows increasingly ethereal, and at a glance, he appears as one with the cosmos. A golden mark glimmers upon his forehead, signifying his extraordinary potential. His master, truly deserving of the title, imparted wisdom with a mere suggestion to look up more often, leading to his profound realizations. Yi Luo reflects with deep gratitude. Through these days of celestial observation, he has unraveled countless truths. The heavens indeed leave traces to be followed. By pursuing these signs, he has come to understand the forces of nature. Gradually, he has shaped this method into a distinct practice, which he has named the heavenly observation technique. The origin of this practice, stemming from his master's simple advice, leaves him in awe of his master's profound depth. Exhaling gently, Yi Luo gazes towards the horizon beyond Misty Mountain, musing on the return of his master. If only his master could witness his newfound comprehension of those words, surely it would bring great joy to him. The thought of his master's approving smile fills Yi Luo with a sense of fulfillment. He has never failed to meet his master's expectations. With a smile, he draws his sword and begins to practice in the plaza. The long sword dances in his hands, slicing through the air with vigor and precision, embodying a natural and profound grace that captivates onlookers. Unbeknownst to Yi Luo, this exquisite swordplay would easily overwhelm any ordinary foundation establishment practitioner. For the essence he exudes is akin to that of a divine transformation realm expert. Were outsiders to witness this, they would be utterly astonished. For he treads a path typically reserved for those far beyond his current cultivation stage. Oblivious to this, Yi Luo immerses himself in the art of swordsmanship, the blade moving ever faster, creating a dazzling array of light, embodying the principles of Tao. In the midst of this dance, a tremor courses through his mind, and he once again enters a state of sudden enlightenment. Abruptly halting his movements, he sits cross-legged. An order chain descends from the sky, entering his brow. In an instant, a series of new golden characters materialize within his consciousness, as intricate and enigmatic as ever. Fortunately, a voice, cold and ethereal, reminiscent of the heavens, resonates in his ears, elucidating the meanings of these golden characters. Yi Luo absorbs this knowledge swiftly, his eyes closed, as his aura surges to new heights. This time, the golden characters did not further solidify his foundation, nor did they elevate his state of mind. Instead, they imparted to him the knowledge of how to transform the essence of the Tao into a technique of lethal strikes. This understanding unfolded over several hours, until darkness enveloped the sky and the moon ascended in the east. Only then did Yi Luo conclude his profound contemplation and gradually awaken. As he opened his eyes, a flicker of golden light danced within his gaze. What I have comprehended is called the essence of the Tao, which can coalesce into a martial technique for offensive strikes. My master advised me to frequently gaze upward. Perhaps his intention was not merely to prompt me to comprehend the art of celestial observation. The art itself is but a supplementary skill. While my master likely desires me to grasp the entirety of the Tao as swiftly as possible, having only perceived a mere fragment, yet reaping such substantial insights, I wonder what wonders await should I grasp the entirety. As these thoughts coursed through Yi Luo's mind, he raised his gaze to the heavens once more, and suddenly, a realization struck him. No, I have misinterpreted the essence. My master's words, to often look up, were meant to guide me toward the comprehension of the celestial observation technique, not as an ancillary understanding. Furthermore, he intended for me to perceive the second chain of order. I was mistaken. This is truly my master's way of enlightening me. The celestial observation technique and similar arts are but minor paths. They can be learned, but should not be the focus of one's heart. The true great Tao lies directly before me. I must not allow the trivial to overshadow the significant. Yes, that is precisely the meaning. Master, I understand now. Phew, I nearly misapprehended your profound intention. What a close call. Yi Luo took a deep breath, patted his chest, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Once he steadied his emotions, he rose to his feet, retrieved his longsword, and swiftly fixed his gaze upon the Grand Plaza. He was eager to test the potency of this Tao essence lethal technique. Yi Luo stepped forward a few paces and slowly raised his longsword. In his heart, he silently activated the technique of essence condensation imparted by the golden characters. As he did so, a layer of golden light instantly enveloped the sword, imbuing it with an aura of natural Taoist rhythm. As if the golden light itself were the manifestation of the Tao, anything that collided with it would be obliterated. With his gaze fixed firmly, Yi Luo directed his sword forward, and the gathered golden light swiftly coalesced into a radiant sword beam that shot forth. A thunderous roar erupted as the beam struck the ground, creating a tremendous sound that reverberated through the earth, akin to a meteor plummeting and crashing down. Billowing clouds of dust ascended. After a considerable time, the dust began to settle. Yi Luo focused his gaze and saw that the ground remained utterly unscathed. Not a trace of damage to be found. He was taken aback. He had distinctly felt the strength of his strike. Yet, upon striking the Grand Plaza, the ground remained intact. Not a single mark was left in its wake. Indeed, he was still too weak. With such a level of power, how could he possibly report good news to his master? As he awaited his master's return, Yi Luo felt a bitter pang in his heart. How could he face his master, having failed to even slice through the ground? Little did he know that this sect had been bestowed upon him by the system. and the floor was crafted from an exceptionally resilient material, making it a formidable challenge even for those in the transformation stage to breach. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of disappointment engulfed Yi Luo, disappointment in his own inadequacy and the thought of having let down his master. No, he could not betray his master's expectations. He must strive even harder. His resolve ignited anew. Meanwhile, resting within the Xintian mountain range, Chu Yuan was suddenly alerted by a notification from the system. Detection of sect under attack. Detection complete. This is an attack by sect disciples. Detection indicates an unfavorable trend in sect development. Initiating assessment of disciple capabilities to determine the success of the training program. Chapter 21. The transformation of infancy into elixir. The Xintian mountain range lay shrouded in an inky night. Suddenly, Chu Yuan opened his eyes while seated on the ground, glancing at the stillness of those around him. He then focused intently on the voice resounding in his mind. Detection of sect under attack. Detection completed. This is an attack by sect disciples. Unusual development in sect growth detected. Initiating early assessment of disciple strength to determine success in teaching. Why the sudden detection? The sect is under attack? By the disciples within? What reason would Yi Luo have to assault the sect? Confounded, Chu Yuan felt an ominous sensation brewing within him. Yet he remained uncertain of the unfolding events and chose to observe further. Commencing assessment of current disciple levels. Current official disciples. 1. Assessing disciple. Yi Luo. Cultivation level. Mortal transformation realm. Combat level. Comprehensive evaluation. This disciple possesses a near-path physique, exhibiting extraordinary talent. Educating this disciple to fruition, though not directly related to the host, is the host's responsibility. Assessment completed. This disciple has achieved success, deducting one major realm from the host. What the? Chu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. There was no time to react. The small figure of his nascent soul within his dantian suddenly erupted. It was so abrupt. A sudden explosion. The nascent soul shattered, transforming into specks of luminous light, coalescing before his eyes into the shape of a golden elixir. His magical power dwindled drastically, reduced to less than a tenth of its former self. By the time Chu Yuan grasped the situation, he found himself in the golden elixir realm. The transformation from infancy to elixir. Truly, it had occurred. He had only heard of elixirs transforming into nascent souls. But witnessing infancy transform into elixir was an unprecedented experience for him, and it had happened to him. Chu Yuan's face darkened in disbelief. What was this? His disciple Yi Luo had succeeded? How did that even happen? He had scarcely instructed Yi Luo, merely offering a few casual words and then letting him be. Yet somehow, success had been achieved. This had even prompted the system to conduct an early assessment, relegating him from the nascent soul realm to the golden elixir realm. What on earth was happening? Could it be that with a few casual words, Yi Luo had comprehended a myriad of techniques? If that were true, he would promptly consume the century-old socks beneath his boots. But how had Yi Luo truly achieved this success? Now transformed into the golden elixir realm, Chu Yuan found himself utterly perplexed. Finally, he noted that comprehensive evaluation. Yi Luo was indeed a near-path physique, a prodigious talent. Could it be that this was the reason? Near-path physique, near-path physique. Could it really be that his casual words had spurred some kind of enlightenment? Was there truly something to be gained from that? Why had he not perceived any understanding? Was it due to his own foolishness? Chu Yuan instinctively bypassed the notion of consuming socks. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sorrow. Especially under the cloak of the dark night, his melancholy deepened. Being human, I am deeply sorry. This truly is a daunting challenge. He merely sought to accept a disciple devoid of spiritual roots, yet fate bestowed upon him a body of remarkable potential. He was no longer a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Instead, he had regressed to the realm of a mere golden core novice. How burdensome this is. Chu Yuan gazed upwards at the sky, enveloped in melancholy. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, who had not rested at all, squinted his eyes and observed Chu Yuan with great caution. Upon witnessing Chu Yuan's despondent demeanor as he stared skyward, the Grand Elder's own spirits began to wane inexplicably. It was as though he had been infected by this sorrowful aura, resulting in a profound sense of gloom that took root within him. Logically, as a cultivator at the transformation stage, under conscious control, such emotions ought not to emerge. Yet he found himself genuinely assimilated, succumbing to a state of melancholy. Alas! The Grand Elder sighed deeply, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind, reminiscent of his youthful experiences. No, the Grand Elder suddenly jolted, shaking off such reflections. Why was he indulging in these thoughts? He dismissed them from his mind and continued to scrutinize this enigmatic figure. Upon closer inspection, His eyes widened in astonishment. He realized that this hidden existence had diminished in power. Once a nascent soul, they had inexplicably regressed to the golden core stage. He strained his eyes for clarity. Still at the golden core stage. He focused once more. Indeed, still at the golden core stage. This golden core presence did not emanate the essence of a mere disguise. It felt authentically like that of a true golden core cultivator. Had this leader of a hidden sect truly descended to such depths? He began to reflect on the journey of cultivation. Could this be the necessary path before ascension? To traverse the cultivation road anew. Is this truly the essence of this individual's current state? How terrifying! The Grand Elder gasped in astonishment, hastily squinting his eyes again, wary of being discovered by this formidable presence. As he continued to squint, an involuntary wave of melancholy washed over him once more. This feeling of despondency was nearly impossible to suppress. The long, dark night passed in the shared gloom of the two individuals. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chu Yuan prepared to depart with Zhang Han. Despite the Grand Elder and others expressing their reluctance, Chu Yuan resolutely took his leave. Shortly after his departure, the disciples collectively exhaled in relief, engaging in animated discussions. Finally, this extraordinary presence has left. Yet, has our mission not been accomplished? Surely, we have forged a connection with this individual by now. What a pity that we could not receive guidance from him. To be honest, during the night, I had longed to seek counsel from him, but my courage failed me. Many disciples expressed their regret. Numerous among them harbored desires to request guidance from this presence, yet lacked the audacity to voice it. The Grand Elder's expression remained unchanged as he resumed his solemn demeanor. Well then, since this hidden presence has departed, it is time for us to return to the sect. His tone was stern, yet a trace of satisfaction lingered within. This time, he has effectively served as a bridge between the Qian Emperor Dao sect and the Wu Dao sect, fostering a bond of friendship. Most importantly, he has successfully presented a gift to an esteemed entity, thereby making a notable impression in its presence. Furthermore, he has subtly gleaned a piece of information. Perhaps those at the tribulation stage seek ascension by retracing their cultivation journey, experiencing the arduous path from top to bottom repeatedly. Much like the reclusive sect leader who has descended from the nascent soul stage to the golden core stage. It is conceivable that when this secluded sect leader attains the Qi refinement stage, or even returns to the mortal realm, it may coincide with the moment of that esteemed entity's ascension. The Grand Elder believes this revelation could be leveraged to garner favors. He is confident that those of the sect leader's caliber would find this information exceedingly intriguing, allowing him to exchange it for goodwill or cultivation resources. A gleam of ambition flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes. Chapter 22. Returning to simplicity, the Grand Elder, accompanied by his disciples, hastily made their way back to the Qian Emperor Dao sect. After a day's journey, they finally entered the sect's territory. However, before they could reach the sect itself, the entire Qian Emperor Dao sect was already in a state of fervor. The senior members had gathered early in the main hall, eagerly awaiting the Grand Elder's return to hear about the affairs of the reclusive sect. Yet, as they waited, the Grand Elder's arrival seemed increasingly uncertain, causing a wave of anxiety among them, nearly compelling them to venture out in search of him. Fortunately, after much anticipation, the Grand Elder ultimately made his appearance. In the main hall of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, laughter echoed. "Ha ha, my esteemed colleagues, were you all waiting for me?" Even before stepping inside, the Grand Elder's jovial voice resonated through the hall. The previously agitated elders were momentarily taken aback by his mirth. It was a rare occurrence to witness the Grand Elder in such high spirits. Known for his stoic demeanor and imposing presence, he seldom smiled, let alone laughed. The sight of him so cheerfully laughing was indeed miraculous, suggesting that matters concerning the reclusive sect had been handled exceptionally well. Amidst the watchful gazes of the elders, the Grand Elder entered with a refreshing demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement to the assembly. He then proceeded directly to the high seat before the sect leader, offering a respectful salute. "Greetings, sect leader," he said with utmost reverence. The Qian Yuan sect leader waved his hand dismissively, urging, "No need for formalities, Grand Elder. Pray, tell us what transpired with the Wu Dao sect." Upon hearing this, a smile graced the Grand Elder's aged face as he replied nonchalantly, "Fear not, sect leader. Our sect and the Wu Dao sect have established a foundational relationship. Allow me to elaborate." He gradually recounted the events that unfolded in the Xintian mountain range, carefully omitting any mention of the gifts he had presented or the subpar offerings from his disciples. Nor did he disclose the circumstances surrounding the sudden decline of a certain individual's realm due to ascension. Instead, he focused solely on the inconsequential details. As the elders learned that the leader of the Wu Dao sect had indeed conveyed goodwill, they collectively sighed in relief. As for how this goodwill was expressed, it was suggested that Chu Yuan should come himself, as he likely remained unaware of when he had shown any benevolence. In any case, the Grand Elder had presented both the light and dark narratives, and the elders could only choose to trust him. They believed that such a serious Grand Elder would never stoop to deception or sycophancy. After a thorough discussion, the Grand Elder excused himself under the pretext of needing to rest, signaling the elders to disperse. The elders, indeed, had no objections, nodding in agreement. Their purpose for gathering was merely to ascertain the Wu Dao sect's stance towards the Qian Emperor Dao sect. With the issue resolved, there was little reason to linger in the main hall. Very well, Grand Elder, after such a long journey, you deserve a rest. Indeed, Grand Elder, you have worked hard. I have some revitalizing tea that works wonders for fatigue. Shall I fetch you some? Rest assured, I was merely inquiring, out of politeness, without any intention of pressing you for an answer. The numerous elders departed from the Grand Hall, all smiles. Soon, only the Grand Elder and the Sect Master of Chu Yuan remained within the chamber. The Sect Master gazed down at the Grand Elder, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Grand Elder, were you not intending to rest? Why do you linger here? The Grand Elder maintained his composure and replied, Sect Master, I possess a piece of confidential information pertaining to ascension, sourced from the leader of the Wu Dao sect, and is thus entirely reliable. To prevent the chatter of many voices, I requested the other elders to depart, so we could converse privately. Could it be true? Has fortune truly smiled upon me? Could this relate to ascension? Am I dreaming? The Sect Master's countenance brightened with joy as he urged, Come, do share. After a brief pause, he waved his hand, casting a barrier to shield them from any eavesdroppers. Once this was accomplished, the Sect Master declared, Very well, you may speak now. The Grand Elder cleared his throat twice, rubbing his fingers together, yet remained silent. The implication was unmistakable. The information must not be shared freely. The Sect Master, being quite generous, directly stated, Speak freely, and afterward, you may visit our sect's treasury to select 3 treasures at your discretion. By the way, Sect Master, I am rather eager to peruse the 18 chapters of Marvelous Law. Not a problem. I shall make a note of it, and you may proceed shortly. Sect Master, do you still have that spirit-gathering liquid in your cave? Of course, take it. Sect Master, I have heard whispers of a treasure in your cave. Take it. Sect Master, regarding your partner. Clear his throat. Sect Master, that is not what I meant. I merely wish to express that I have heard your partner possesses a gem around their neck that induces tranquility. My own partner has encountered some difficulties in their cultivation. Take it. Under the Sect Master's generous concessions, the Grand Elder finally appeared satisfied, his aged face adorned with a broad smile, evidently quite pleased. Grand Elder, may I now expect to hear your revelations? The Sect Master was visibly excited. At present, he had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, with only a step remaining to reach the tribulation stage. The future undoubtedly held the promise of ascending to the tribulation stage for him. However, he felt bewildered regarding the path following ascension. Would it truly lead to ascension? This perplexed him, especially given that no one had ascended in 10 millennia. Yet now, news purportedly related to ascension had emerged. Were it from anyone else, he would dismiss it outright. However, this information came from a reclusive individual of the tribulation stage, originating from an ancient sect with a lineage spanning at least a millennium. Such information warranted careful consideration. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder no longer hesitated and shared his contemplations. Ascension may necessitate retracing the cultivation path, and it would be a journey from the top down. As the Sect Master absorbed this information, he fell into deep contemplation, turning to glance at the Grand Elder. Are you certain this is what that esteemed individual conveyed? A hint of skepticism lingered in the Sect Master's tone. The Grand Elder clenched his teeth and affirmed, Absolutely certain. Could it be that he merely fabricated these notions in his mind? If he were to voice them, the sovereign of Chu Yuan would undoubtedly withhold those precious cultivation resources from him. Reluctantly, he conceded that these were indeed the words of that esteemed entity. After all, his imaginative musings were undoubtedly correct. Upon hearing the affirmation, the sovereign of Chu Yuan promptly dispelled any lingering doubts. Is that so? It appears that for one in the tribulation stage to ascend, they must traverse the path of cultivation anew, albeit in a descending manner. Indeed, this seems quite reasonable. He possesses a profound understanding of the essence of returning to simplicity. Truly, it is no surprise that this information originated from that remarkable being. The sovereign of Chu Yuan gestured for the Grand Elder to depart, preparing to enter seclusion to deeply comprehend this matter, for it pertains to the vital issue of ascension, which cannot be approached lightly. Chapter 23. The disciple Yi Luo falls. Welcoming the master beyond the vast expanse of Tianwu Mountain lies another peak known as Taiyue Mountain. After several days of arduous travel, Chu Yuan has arrived here with Zhang Han, intending to take a brief respite before continuing their journey. Zhang Han harbors no suspicions and follows his master to rest at this location. However, at this very moment, Chu Yuan's heart is a tempest of complexity. He gazes in the direction of Tianwu Mountain, lost in silence. A gentle breeze stirs, causing his snow-white robe to flutter and his long hair to dance in the wind. The ethereal quality that once defined him is now tinged with a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of an immortal who mourns the rise and fall of the mortal realm. It is no wonder that Chu Yuan is enveloped in sorrow. His eldest disciple, Yi Luo, has delivered a grievous betrayal, causing him to plummet from the Yuanying realm to the Jindan realm. He could never have anticipated such a turn of events. The disciple he believed he had firmly under control had genuinely comprehended something profound, striking him with a betrayal he never saw coming. It turns out that Yi Luo's earlier claims of enlightenment were not mere delusions. The swordsmanship Yi Luo diligently practiced within the sect was not superficial. It was indeed genuine. Throughout, he had mistakenly thought Yi Luo was merely suffering from delusions. In hindsight, it appears he himself was the one deluded. The memory of his Yuan shattering and transforming into a Jindan is a bitter pill to swallow, leaving him on the verge of bloodshed from sheer frustration. Suddenly, a phrase from a web novel in his past comes to mind. Those with the surname Yi are destined to be protagonists. By taking in someone with the fate of a protagonist, how could he not suffer a decline in his own realm? Yet, the die is cast. No amount of regret can alter the course of events. This lesson will be etched in his memory the next time he descends the mountain to accept disciples. No matter how lacking in potential, he shall not take in anyone with the surname Yi. Despite the ache in his heart, Chu Yuan must contemplate how to confront Yi Luo moving forward. Should he return and directly expel Yi Luo from the sect? No, that cannot be. He has lost a significant realm because of Yi Luo. To simply cast him out would be a tremendous loss. Yi Luo has not merely stumbled upon some trivial insights. Has he? He must find a way to extract all that knowledge and then expel him from the sect. Yes, he will draw out what Yi Luo has comprehended. At the very least, this will mitigate some of his losses. After all, he is currently devoid of resources, lacking in everything. With this thought, Chu Yuan's mood lightens somewhat, though dissatisfaction still lingers. However, when he gazes at Zhang Han, a semblance of comfort washes over him. A person born without spiritual roots, possessing a body of near path and an extraordinary demeanor, he can comprehend that. Yet, if a person has their spiritual root struck down by lightning, what could they possibly be? That would be utterly nonsensical. If one's spiritual root is obliterated, how could one possess any special constitution capable of achieving enlightenment? In such a case, he might as well find a boulder and end his own life. It is unfathomable that one could attain enlightenment through mere words. If it were truly that simple, Chu Yuan would have comprehended something by now. Yi Luo must be an anomaly. No ordinary person could achieve such feats. Thus, Zhang Han's minor advancement in cultivation is assured. It is as he, Chu Yuan, has decreed. Even Jesus could not shield him from the fall of Zhang Han. Sigh. Chu Yuan exhaled in relief and addressed Zhang Han. Let us proceed. The sacred grounds of our sect lie ahead. We shall rest upon our arrival. With that, he did not await Zhang Han's response, and with a graceful sweep of his ample sleeves, he ascended on a cloud, leading Zhang Han toward the Wudao sect. Above the law cloud, Chu Yuan skillfully guided their flight. Zhang Han stood beside him, gazing down at the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. He lifted his gaze to Chu Yuan's not particularly broad figure, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. He was not foolish. He discerned the enigma surrounding his master. This formidable figure, clearly a powerhouse, appeared remarkably inquisitive, as though he were entirely unfamiliar with the realm of immortality during their time in Wuchang City. In the Xiantian mountain range, those individuals, despite their evident prowess, behaved like sycophants, eager to elevate his master to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Clearly, his master held considerable renown within the realm of cultivation. Zhang Han's family, the Zhang clan of Wuchang City, had some awareness of the powerful sects in the world of immortals, yet he had never encountered any mention of his master's name. This could only imply one possibility. His master belonged to the elite echelon of cultivators, beyond the reach of his current understanding. If his conjecture was correct, his master's sect must also be extraordinarily powerful. However, these thoughts remained mere speculation, yet Zhang Han felt he had found an answer within. Disciple, we have arrived. Chu Yuan declared, his spirits lifted as he pointed toward a shrouded area in the distance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han craned his neck to look, but all he could see was a swirling mist, obscuring the scenery beyond. A thought flickered in his mind. Could it be a formation? His suspicions were soon confirmed as Chu Yuan smiled and channeled his energy into the void, establishing a connection with the protective mountain formation. Suddenly, the billowing clouds parted as if guided by an invisible hand, revealing a pathway, akin to an ancient celestial realm welcoming its master back. Chu Yuan regarded this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before turning to gaze at Zhang Han, who wore a look of sheer astonishment. His satisfaction deepened. To ensure his disciple remained, he first needed to impress him. Chu Yuan understood this well. Observing his disciple's captivated expression was endearing. It was worth the considerable expenditure of his golden core realm energy to communicate with the formation diagram. This initial step had been executed flawlessly, and he believed the subsequent steps would surely follow suit. However, he felt a slight weakness in his body. The energy of the golden core realm was inherently limited, and prolonged flight, coupled with the effort to connect with the formation, had nearly depleted his reserves. This made Chu Yuan increasingly nostalgic for the nascent soul realm. Had he still been at that level, such actions would have cost him barely a fraction of his energy. Though he felt a twinge of sorrow, he would not allow himself to falter. Golden core realm or not, he would persevere. Chu Yuan firmly resolved that as long as he could mentor a few more disciples, and if he did not encounter someone like Yi Luo again, he would undoubtedly rise to greatness once more. Indeed, he had progressed from the golden core stage to invincibility. Chu Yuan regained his confidence, his countenance reflecting a serene and untroubled demeanor. "Come, my disciple, I shall introduce you to your senior brother," Chu Yuan stated calmly. He then led Zhang Han to the foot of Tianwu Mountain, ascending towards the summit. Do not inquire why they walked. The answer lay in the absence of spiritual power, rendering flight impossible. Zhang Han refrained from further questions and followed Chu Yuan upwards. After expending half an hour, they finally reached the mountain gate. Observing the majestic entrance, Zhang Han felt an unwavering conviction that his master was indeed a top-tier powerhouse, and the sect was a formidable one. Just as they stepped through the gate, a voice suddenly reverberated. "Disciple Yi Luo respectfully welcomes the master back to the sect." The sound echoed from all directions, as if emanating from the heavens above. Zhang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the senior brother? He seems quite formidable. Chapter 24. No breaking, no establishing. That night, beneath the back mountains of the Qian Emperor's Dao sect, within a concealed cave, the master of Qianyuan sat cross-legged, his entire being radiating with the essence of the Dao, exuding a formidable aura. Yet, his mind remained focused on his primordial spirit. Having cultivated for 100 days to solidify the golden elixir, he now sought to transform that golden elixir into the nascent soul, and ultimately, to comprehend the Tao and manifest his primordial spirit. He was indeed a practitioner at the transformation stage, naturally possessing a primordial spirit. At this moment, the master of Qianyuan was still pondering the profound words he had received, to cultivate from the top down, to retrace the path of cultivation, to return to simplicity, and to ascend to immortality. Although he currently remained at the transformation stage, this did not hinder his understanding of these teachings. Should he truly grasp the opportunity for ascension, would his future cultivation not proceed smoothly? As he envisioned himself reaching the tribulation stage and soaring to the heavens, he could not suppress a smile. However, the master found himself grappling with the concept, unable to grasp its essence, and continued to introspect on his primordial spirit. If he were to cultivate from the top down, his next step would be to transform his primordial spirit into a nascent soul. Yet, how could a primordial spirit, already attained, revert to a nascent soul? This was evidently unfeasible. Nevertheless, as the Grand Elder had conveyed, that reclusive existence had indeed transformed from the nascent soul stage to the golden elixir stage, and it was a true transformation, not mere pretense. This implied that the being had directly shattered their nascent soul, transforming it into a golden elixir. Yet, theoretically, this was impossible. Instances existed where a golden elixir could revert to a nascent soul, but none where a nascent soul could regress to a golden elixir. He pondered endlessly, unable to fathom how that reclusive figure accomplished such a feat. Just then, a sudden sound echoed in the cave as a stone fell from above, crashing to the ground and shattering with a notable noise. The master turned his head to investigate, initially dismissing it as merely a stone fragment. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered a jade concealed within the stone. A stone containing jade. If this jade were to be sold, it could potentially sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. Yet, the significance lay not in its value, but in the fact that jade was hidden within the stone. This revelation ignited a realization within the master. Yes, This was the essence of the teaching. No breaking, no establishing, breaking before establishing. Before the stone shattered, no one could have known that jade resided within. It was only after the fracture that the jade was revealed. This encapsulated the very meaning of no breaking, no establishing, breaking before establishing. The master of Chu Yuan attained understanding, feeling a clarity wash over his mind. Without hesitation, he decisively directed his focus towards his primordial spirit, unleashing a secret technique of the sect, the soul-severing technique. Boom! A surge of power struck his primordial spirit, unleashing an unparalleled agony, as if his entire being were being sliced apart. The pain was indescribable. The master's face turned pale, his garments drenched in cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Only by enduring the bitterest trials can one ascend to immortality. He persisted through the torment for a full 3 hours. Even after 3 hours, the suffering had yet to abate. However, the lord of the Chu Yuan sect was on the brink of collapse. Just as he was about to succumb, a sudden burst of white light emanated from his chest. In an instant, all his agony vanished. Gasping for breath, the lord knelt upon the ground, clutching a shattered jade tablet in his hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was his life-saving trump card, the life-substituting jade tablet. When faced with a life-threatening crisis, this tablet would activate to shield him from peril. His recent act of shattering his own primordial spirit had endangered his very existence, thus triggering the tablet's power. Alas, such a precious safeguard had been expended. Nevertheless, he believed that this sacrifice would yield new beginnings. The lord of the Chu Yuan sect smiled as he delved into his inner self. Indeed, his primordial spirit was gone. But wait, what of his cultivation? HM. The smile on his face froze. His cultivation was obliterated, not to mention his nascent soul. Even his golden core had vanished. He was reduced to a mere mortal. Wasn't the principle of breaking to rebuild supposed to apply here? Had his act of destruction truly stripped him of all his powers? He was doomed. The esteemed leader of the Qin Emperor Dao sect in Dongzhou, rendered powerless by his own hand. If this news were to leak, it would be catastrophic. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The elder deceived me. The lord seethed with rage, wishing he could obliterate the elder into dust. Anger aside, he quickly regained his composure. Given his current predicament, he could not allow anyone to discover that he was utterly powerless. Otherwise, he might as well forfeit his life. After gathering himself, the lord exited his cave dwelling. He needed to return to his usual residence in the sect's palace to ensure his safety. As he stepped out, he walked up the mountain like an ordinary person, grumbling along the way. Who on earth constructed this treacherous path? It's as if they sought to torment me. He conveniently forgot that it was he who initially ordered the cessation of road repairs. The lord walked for quite some time. Just as he neared his palace, a voice suddenly pierced the silence. "Lord, what brings you here in the dead of night?" It was the elder's voice. Startled, the lord nearly stumbled backward but managed to regain his balance, adopting an air of authority as he looked ahead and declared, "Elder, approach." A streak of light flashed, and the elder appeared before him, gazing at the lord with a puzzled expression. "Lord, what brings you here at this hour? What was I doing here? What was I doing here?" Wait, the palace lay ahead. Shouldn't he be the one asking the elder why he was here? The lord's expression turned peculiar as he retorted, "The palace is right in front of me. If I am not here, then where should I be? But you, what are you doing here? You appear to have just emerged from my palace?" Upon hearing this, the grand elder coughed a few times and said, "The sect leader's partner mentioned that the spirit gathering array in your palace was damaged, prompting me to take a look. It has been repaired, and thus I was preparing to depart. The spirit gathering array is broken? Shouldn't we seek the expertise of the array masters within the sect for repairs? Why call upon the grand elder?" As the sect leader of Chu Yuan pondered this, the grand elder continued, "By the way, sect leader, you appear somewhat different today. Have you perhaps discerned some method of ascension? If you have indeed made such a breakthrough, I would be most grateful for your guidance." These words sent a shiver down the spine of the sect leader, who feared that the loss of his cultivation might be uncovered, and hastily deflected the conversation. The two, harboring their own ulterior motives, exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways. In conclusion, I humbly seek recommendations, collections, and comments. Any support would be greatly appreciated. Should you have suggestions for character names, please feel free to leave them below. Chapter 25. The Resilience of Yi Luo. Beneath the shroud of night, the ethereal Tianwu mountain remained cloaked in mist, exuding an air of tranquility. Yet within the hallowed halls of the Wudao sect, an unusual tension lingered. In the grand hall, 3 pairs of eyes were locked in mutual contemplation, the atmosphere thick with unspoken thoughts. Chu Yuan stood in a daze, his gaze fixed upon Yi Luo, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. His demeanor now seemed to transcend the earthly realm, while the golden mark upon his forehead, though enigmatic, radiated an undeniable charisma. What profound insights had Yi Luo gained during his time away? On the other side, Yi Luo was equally entranced, though his attention was directed toward Zhang Han. His heart was a tumultuous whirlpool of emotions. Had his master taken on another disciple? Was he no longer the sole inheritor of the sect? Did his master no longer hold him in affection? At the back of the hall, Zhang Han was also lost in thought, his gaze flitting between Chu Yuan and Yi Luo. Why did he feel that this senior brother was even more formidable than his master? Surely, it must be a mere illusion. Yes, it had to be just an illusion. The three continued to exchange silent glances for an extended period until Chu Yuan finally broke the stillness. What are we standing around for? Hunter, you may leave now. The sect is quite expansive, so take your time to explore and familiarize yourself with it. Luo, you shall remain. I intend to glean some insights from you, ahem, to guide your cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yuan dismissed Zhang Han, leaving only Yi Luo in the hall. Do not inquire why he chose to stay. It was simply to extract knowledge. Zhang Han, of course, harbored no objections and bowed respectfully. I shall obey Master's command. After exchanging a nod with his senior brother as a form of greeting, he exited the grand hall with utmost decorum. Soon, only Chu Yuan and Yi Luo remained. Chu Yuan, feigning nonchalance, settled into the Sect Master's throne, observing Yi Luo with an air of casual serenity. Luo, it seems you have made significant strides during my absence from the sect. His tone was placid, yet a trace of sorrow lingered beneath the surface. He had descended from the nascent soul stage to the golden core stage, while this disciple had flourished immensely. This disparity tugged at his heartstrings. It was imperative he extract the essence of Yi Luo's insights. Failing to do so would be a true loss. Upon hearing his master's words, Yi Luo, filled with reverence, replied earnestly, all my progress is owed to Master's guidance. Without your insights prior to your departure, I could never have advanced so swiftly. Insights prior to my departure? What guidance did I offer you before I left? I cannot recall imparting any wisdom. Was it possible he had developed forgetfulness? Never mind. If you say I guided you, then so be it. Chu Yuan was internally bewildered, yet he maintained a facade of composure. From his sleeve, he produced an ancient key and presented it to Yi Luo. Luo, since you became my disciple, I have yet to bestow upon you any treasures. Today, I gift you this item. You must take great care of it. To grasp the essence derived from the fallen leaves, one must proceed gradually, first offering a glimpse of sweetness before inquiring about the methods of cultivation. As for the key, it undoubtedly belongs to that cunning and unscrupulous elder, who uses it merely for amusement. In truth, this trinket is of little practical use. It would be more beneficial to deceive and present it as a token of apprenticeship to Yi Luo. Chu Yuan is confident that Yi Luo will harbor no doubts. Indeed, he possesses great faith in his ability to mislead. If he declares this key to be a treasure, how could Yi Luo possibly contest it? Upon receiving the key from Chu Yuan, Yi Luo quickly accepted it with the utmost respect. As he examined the ancient key, he gazed around, lost in contemplation. He could faintly sense an extraordinarily sharp Tao rhythm emanating from it. This is undoubtedly a precious artifact. Before he could express his gratitude to his master, Chu Yuan stood up and slowly made his way to the entrance of the grand hall, turning his back to Yi Luo. His voice took on a solemn tone as he inquired, "Can you not discern what this object is? Do not underestimate this key. It is an item belonging to a supreme being. In my youth, I engaged in a battle of wits with that powerful individual and, by a stroke of fortune, acquired this key. It embodies a certain opportunity. Once you possess it, you must comprehend its essence daily. Do you understand?" Oh, how could Yi Luo possibly glean anything from mere idle chatter? He accepted this reality. If one could derive enlightenment from such a trivial key, he might as well swallow his own seat of authority right then and there. No matter how remarkable the path of the near Tao body may be, it is impossible to extract wisdom from a mere key. This was but a small act of retribution from Chu Yuan, a way to ensure Yi Luo would waste time deciphering a key before extracting his cultivation secrets and ultimately expelling him from the sect. All neatly orchestrated. Meanwhile, Yi Luo remained blissfully unaware of his master's intricate inner thoughts. Grasping the key tightly, he nodded and declared, "Master, I understand. I shall diligently seek the wisdom contained within, striving to uncover the opportunity without failing to meet your expectations." Chu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, and said, "Luo, since your arrival, I have not properly guided you. Now, let us delve into your insights. Share everything you have comprehended, and I shall help refine your understanding." Upon uttering these words, he felt an exhilarating surge of anticipation. Finally, he would possess a cultivation method. Heaven knows how impoverished he has been as a cultivator. Currently, the only technique he possesses is a foundational cultivation manual for the qi refinement stage, which he had purchased with all his savings in Wuchang City. Yet, upon hearing this, Yi Luo resolutely shook his head, firmly stating, "Master, you have already imparted enough guidance to me. I cannot dare to seek more." Clearly, the newly initiated disciple had instilled a sense of urgency within him. He did not wish to disappoint his master. He was determined to prove his own capabilities. Yi Luo believed he could grasp the Tao rhythm without requiring further instruction. This singular thought consumed him at that moment. Upon hearing this declaration, Chu Yuan was rendered utterly speechless. "It is of no concern. Allow me to guide you, so that you may avoid unnecessary detours," Chu Yuan said with a reluctant smile. Yet Yi Luo remained resolute, clasping his hands in salute and declaring, "Master, I assure you, I am capable of resolving all matters on my own. Please have faith in me. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I dare not presume to seek your guidance. I take my leave now, wishing you peace and safety, Master." With that, he turned and exited the grand hall without hesitation, his figure embodying unwavering determination. Yi Luo departed, as graceful as the wind. However, Chu Yuan was left dumbfounded. Wait. He hasn't even learned the techniques yet. Is he truly leaving just like that? Could he not have acquired the techniques before departing? Chu Yuan, on the verge of tears, could only silently pick up his own foundational cultivation manual for the qi refinement stage and begin to read. Chapter 26. The Celestial Sword Immortal. 3 days later. Atop Tianwu Mountain, within the realm of the Wudao sect, the Grand Hall's outer courtyard, Chu Yuan had somehow procured a lounge chair, reclining beside it. Engrossed in the tome Foundational Cultivation Techniques for the Early Stages of Qi Refinement. While perusing, his peripheral vision was fixated on Yi Luo, who sat cross-legged not far away, contemplating the heavens and seeking enlightenment. A sense of urgency surged within him. "You foolish one, do hurry and seek my counsel. Without your inquiry, how might I glean your techniques?" For 3 consecutive days, Chu Yuan had implored Yi Luo for guidance, yet the latter, in his obstinacy, persistently declined. Were it not for the need to maintain his persona, Chu Yuan would have relished the thought of using Yi Luo's head as a ball for kicking. Alas, Yi Luo's unwillingness left him no choice but to remain seated day after day, hoping to discern the nature of Yi Luo's cultivation through observation. On a nearby patch of open ground, Yi Luo sat in meditation, facing the sky, his golden forehead mark faintly shimmering with brilliance. He diligently adhered to his master's directive to raise his gaze more often, employing the technique of observing the heavens to contemplate the world and attain enlightenment. Subtly, he had begun to sense the nascent understanding of the third order chain. In quiet contemplation, he meditated for half an hour before pausing to rest briefly. "Is my master still present?" Yi Luo sighed in relief, glancing over at the lounging Chu Yuan, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Is my master still testing me? How unfortunate, for I discerned his intentions long ago." Over the past 3 days, his master had persistently sought him out, claiming a desire to provide guidance. A stark contrast to his previous hands-off approach. Such an unusual maneuver had certainly piqued Yi Luo's interest, leading him to believe it bore deeper significance. Indeed, Yi Luo surmised that his master, having refrained from testing him for so long, now sought to evaluate the fruits of his labor. Perhaps he intended to tempt him with the allure of guidance. Would a master at the tribulation stage, on the verge of ascension, be enticing enough? The answer was unequivocally affirmative. This was clearly a trial of Yi Luo's resolve, a test of his ability to withstand temptation. Could he acquiesce? Certainly not. Yi Luo was determined to prove his capability and the steadfastness of his heart. Not far away, as Chu Yuan observed Yi Luo cease his movements and sit upright, he cleared his throat. "Luo, allow me to ask you once more, are you truly unwilling to accept my guidance? You must understand that a single instance of my instruction could spare you months of arduous cultivation." Chu Yuan spoke with a faade of calm, his heart racing beneath the surface. As these words left his lips, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yi Luo's eyes. Behold, my master is indeed tempting me." He was resolute in demonstrating the firmness of his heart. "Master, I possess the ability to cultivate independently. While you may guide me through the door, the journey of cultivation lies within oneself, and I dare not covet your instruction." Yi Luo rejected the offer with unwavering determination. Chu Yuan inhaled deeply, his composure teetering on the brink of explosion, yet he maintained an exterior of nonchalance as he rose and took a few steps forward. Turning to face Yi Luo, he spoke softly, My intention to guide you stems from a desire to discern the nature of your swordsmanship. Should it prove suitable, I may impart to you a singular, unparalleled sword technique. If you are able to comprehend this technique, you could ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world, standing as the foremost among sword practitioners. Perhaps my words may not yet resonate with you. If you grasp this technique, I shall offer you a phrase. In the presence of 300,000 celestial sword masters, even the mightiest must bow their heads. Do you wish to learn this technique? Chu Yuan found himself at an impasse. The stubbornness of Yi Luo left him no choice but to employ his persuasive talents, which he wielded with remarkable finesse, given that it was his forte. He had an arsenal of phrases at his disposal and was confident that Yi Luo would undoubtedly acquiesce. Such was the certainty of his belief. No one could possibly refuse at this juncture. What if he did refuse? That was inconceivable. If such a refusal were to occur, he would unearth every tile from the grand hall's floor and consume them piece by piece. Yet, as he gazed at Yi Luo, the latter displayed no discernible emotion, no excitement, no eagerness, merely a hint of amusement. Hey, I am offering you an unparalleled sword technique. Could you not adopt a more serious demeanor? Chu Yuan found himself bewildered. The situation seemed to elude his control. Master, while your sword technique is undoubtedly formidable, it may not be the most fitting for me. What I truly desire is to forge my own path in swordsmanship. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful for your intentions, Yi Luo replied, stifling a smile and feigning an air of aloofness. At this critical juncture, if he could not discern that his master was testing him, he might as well leap from the cliff behind him. Did one require such a grand technique as bait for mere guidance? This was undoubtedly a trial set forth by his master. Surely, no one could believe that his esteemed master sought merely to observe his swordplay, let alone learn from it. That notion was absurd. Upon hearing Yi Luo's continued refusal, Chu Yuan's expression stiffened. Before he could utter a word, a voice emerged from the opposite side of the square. Master, senior brother. It was Zhang Han, who approached with palpable excitement, having overheard the entire exchange. In the presence of 300,000 celestial sword masters, even the mightiest must bow their heads. What an audacious declaration! What grandeur! This single statement revealed the immense spirit and ambition of his master. Eagerly, he approached, hoping to receive guidance on his own cultivation. Little did Chu Yuan anticipate that while he failed to persuade Yi Luo, he inadvertently captivated Zhang Han. As Zhang Han drew near, Chu Yuan composed himself, adopting a demeanor of calm and ease. Casting a glance at Zhang Han, he inquired softly, Honor, have you completed the organization of your palace? Zhang Han respectfully nodded, his demeanor refined as he clasped his hands in greeting. Indeed, master. Your disciple has completed the preparations and has come to seek your guidance on the methods of cultivation. To inquire about the methods of cultivation? It seems I am to be deceived once more. Nevertheless, since I cannot yet grasp the leaf-falling technique, I shall first lead Zhang Han astray, ensuring his stability in this minor realm for now. Chu Yuan gestured. Come, follow me into the hall. Luo, please take the cultivation manual that I left on the chair and deliver it to my chambers later. He pointed to the tome titled Foundational Cultivation Techniques for the Early Stages of Qi Refinement. This book was utterly incomprehensible to him, hence his slow progress. He had only managed to read a third of it and intended to linger over it gradually. After Chu Yuan finished speaking, he led Zhang Han into the grand hall. Yi Luo listened attentively to his master's words and approached to retrieve the book. Foundational Cultivation Techniques for the Early Stages of Qi Refinement? What does master seek with this? Yi Luo had some recollection of this book. A 7-year-old cousin from his family had once perused it, taking 2 hours to complete it, only to be scolded for his lack of aptitude. He could not fathom why his master would be interested in such a text, especially when there were numerous esteemed scriptures within the temple. Why resort to a book meant for children? Yi Luo scratched his head in confusion, placing the book down as he continued to contemplate the mysteries of the universe. Chapter 27. Do you understand? In the grand hall of the Wudao sect, as he gazed upon the refined and gentle young man before him, Chu Yuan prepared to embark on his next endeavor of persuasion. Although Zhang Han and Yi Luo were in different circumstances, Chu Yuan was resolute in granting no further opportunities. He intended to deceive, but in a manner so entirely unfounded that even the slightest possibility would be utterly absent. Previously, when he had misled Yi Luo, he had at least wielded his magical prowess to deliver a strike. This time, he would rely solely on his words. Should any enlightenment arise from this exchange, he would be compelled to address Zhang Han as father. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan assumed an air of nonchalance and remarked, Honor, speak freely. Among the 3,000 paths, which do you wish to pursue? He encouraged the young man to express his desires. assuring him that he was entirely unversed in all of them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han pondered momentarily before responding with a gentle demeanor, Master, I wish to primarily cultivate the path of immortality, with a secondary focus on formations. However, my spiritual roots have been destroyed, and I humbly request your guidance in the methods of cultivation. Zhang Han's spiritual roots had been obliterated by lightning, rendering him unable to cultivate for a decade. To begin his training anew, he needed to restore his spiritual roots. The very reason he sought apprenticeship under Chu Yuan was due to the latter's claim of being able to assist him in resolving his cultivation issues. As Chu Yuan, seated upon the Sect Master's throne, listened to these words, scenes from Yi Luo's entry into the sect unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Hadn't similar sentiments been expressed then? No, surely not. He must be overthinking it. Honor, he continued softly, the resolution to your cultivation dilemma is quite simple. However, I am presently unable to assist you in this matter. To join the Wu Dao sect, one must first comprehend the Dao for a year to observe the results before proceeding with cultivation. This is our custom. Look outside. Your senior brother is undergoing the same process, diligently contemplating daily and nightly. Though he has not yet completed a full year, his skills are already commendable. As he spoke, Chu Yuan extended his fingers from his voluminous sleeves, gesturing toward the hall's entrance. He realized for the first time that Yi Luo had some utility. He was an apt example for his future deceptions, boosting their credibility. You see, I have successfully trained a disciple before. If you cannot fathom the Dao, that is solely your concern, not mine. However, the example of Yi Luo had cost him dearly in terms of a significant realm. Just the thought of it was painful. Zhang Han, upon hearing that his esteemed senior brother was still in the phase of comprehension without having cultivated, was taken aback. How could one possess such formidable presence without having embarked on the path of immortality? Could the act of understanding the Tao hold such tremendous efficacy? He had never encountered such information before. Suddenly, Zhang Han smacked his forehead. After all, this was an esteemed sect, far beyond the capacity of his family to compare. It was only natural that he had not heard of such matters. Moreover, it was said that some truly powerful sects possessed secretive legacies that were not to be divulged. Perhaps this was one of Wu Dao sect's hidden secrets. Master, I have resolved to pursue the path of formations, Zhang Han declared, having come to a decision without the slightest hesitation, his tone as smooth as jade. The path of formations? Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Ah, indeed. I am well versed in formations, yet the way must not be imparted lightly. Even as my disciple, it cannot be shared carelessly. In this manner, allow me to pose a question to you. Should you respond adequately, I shall impart to you the secrets of the formation. Chu Yuan soon regained his composure and spoke with a calm demeanor. Before engaging in deception, it is imperative to first set the atmosphere. If he were to immediately present the intricacies of the formation in such a straightforward manner, it would undoubtedly reveal his intentions of trickery. Moreover, what if he were to directly deceive Zhang Han? Would he then resort to using his own head as a means of demonstration? By cultivating the right ambience, the act of deception would become far more seamless. As for Zhang Han, his eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing these words. The discourse surrounding formations piqued his interest. Although he had lost his spiritual roots, his understanding of formations was profound. Thus, he felt confident in discussing the subject. Consequently, Zhang Han clasped his hands and said, Master, please enlighten me. Chu Yuan stood and turned his back to Zhang Han, making his way to the entrance of the grand hall. A gentle breeze swept through, causing his pristine white robe to billow elegantly and his long hair to dance in the wind, bestowing upon him an inexplicable aura. Tell me, what is the essence of formations? Chu Yuan slightly turned his face, catching a glimpse of Zhang Han with his peripheral vision as he inquired. What is the essence of formations? Zhang Han's expression became one of confusion. Since childhood, he had been fascinated by formations and possessed a considerable understanding of many. Yet when asked about the essence of formations, he found himself at a loss. What is the essence of formations? Under Chu Yuan's gaze, Zhang Han instinctively lowered his head. Unable to meet his master's eyes, time trickled by, and after several minutes, Zhang Han remained with his head bowed, lost in thought. Chu Yuan, unable to contain his impatience, remarked, I do not wish to squander time idling here. Have you formulated an answer? Zhang Han lifted his gaze slightly, speaking uncertainly, Master, the essence of formations lies in the arrangement. To vanquish enemies through the formation, to rise, to stand firm against 1,000 foes, ensuring an invincible position? Incorrect. Chu Yuan interjected, not allowing him to finish. Regardless of the correctness of Zhang Han's assertion, it was essential to deny him. How could he acknowledge Zhang Han's accuracy when the goal was to elevate the atmosphere? Therefore, no matter Zhang Han's response, it would be dismissed. Zhang Han paused, then continued. Master, the essence of formations is in their application. The formation is the core, thus the essence of formations is the formation itself. Wrong. Master. The essence of formations is in their transformation. Formations can change in myriad ways. Incorrect. Master, the essence of formations is. Wrong. Master. Your disciple is dull-witted and does not know how to respond. Incorrect. Zhang Han was perplexed. Master, you are mistaken. Chu Yuan, having reflected on the situation, responded nonchalantly. If you cannot provide an answer, it is deemed incorrect. What confusion remains? He had grown accustomed to dismissing responses. It was second nature to him. If he were to articulate this tendency, Zhang Han might very well choose to abandon his teachings. Zhang Han momentarily paused, then elegantly performed a bow, saying, Master, your disciple is dull-witted and cannot comprehend the essence of formations. I humbly beseech you to enlighten me. Chu Yuan raised his gaze towards the sky beyond the hall and remained silent for a considerable time. In the realm of formations, the essence lies in the Tao. Formations are lifeless, whereas the Tao is vibrant. Formations can be dismantled, yet the Tao remains unbreakable. While formations may fade away, the Tao endures eternally. In the study of formations, the emphasis is on the Tao, not merely on the formations themselves. My intent is for you to grasp the Tao. You have chosen the path of formations, but it is not a pursuit of understanding formations alone. Do you comprehend? Chu Yuan slowly began to speak. His tone imbued with profound significance, shrouded in mystery. After finishing his discourse, he cautiously glanced at Zhang Han, only to find him looking rather bewildered. Immediately, he felt reassured, unable to understand. Such confusion is only natural, as he himself struggled to grasp the meaning of his own words. Indeed, the pinnacle of deception lies in inadvertently deceiving oneself. Chapter 28. Have you realized it? Standing within the grand hall, Zhang Han was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The words of his master echoed resoundingly in his mind. In the realm of formations, the essence lies in the Tao. Formations are lifeless, while the Tao is vibrant. Formations may be dismantled, yet the Tao remains eternal. In the study of formations, it is the Tao that holds significance, not the formations themselves. I desire for you to grasp the Tao, but you have chosen the path of formations, not to merely understand formations. Each phrase resonated with Zhang Han as if they were the very tones of the universe, leaving him in a state of reverberation. Although he could not fully comprehend the specific implications of these words, he felt an undeniable truth in them. Each word pierced to the core of existence. Is this the essence of my master? Such formidable wisdom. The master's words enlightened the disciple, awakening a profound understanding within him. I implore you, master, grant me another opportunity. Zhang Han hastily exclaimed. He recalled that his master had previously stated that he would impart knowledge only if Zhang Han could answer a question. Yet, he had failed to respond adequately. The thought of losing the chance for enlightenment due to this failure filled him with alarm. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hall, the gentle breeze caressed Chu Yuan, who remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Han. This second disciple shows promise, he mused. Look at that earnest expression. It is entirely different from the demeanor of Yi Luo when he first entered the sect. This second disciple surely cannot be akin to that sort. He scoffed inwardly. This second disciple must be a hopeless case, utterly devoid of potential. Yet, I must refrain from speaking carelessly. He must understand the preciousness of the Tao he seeks. This will also serve to test his patience. Should he struggle to comprehend, his impatience will inevitably surface over time. However, by then, he may feel too embarrassed to approach me again. After all, it is under your fervent pleas that I impart the Tao. How could you then turn around and seek my counsel? Would that not reflect poorly on your own worth? In such a scenario, this second disciple would undoubtedly hesitate to seek his guidance, granting Chu Yuan additional time. With the passage of a year, this minor stage of enlightenment would surely be within reach. Upon reflection, he considered Yi Luo merely an anomaly. Most of the so-called hopeless cases were, in fact, quite ordinary. Teaching a disciple who was already deemed a failure was hardly a challenge. Ha, ha, ha. He chuckled softly to himself, reveling in the control he wielded over the situation. Chu Yuan's silence, however, only heightened Zhang Han's anxiety. The thought of missing this opportunity for cultivation due to his missteps would be a source of deep regret. Without hesitation, Zhang Han knelt, bowing his head to the master. I beseech you, master, grant me another chance. I earnestly wish to cultivate under your guidance. His voice was imbued with sincerity, as he feared his master might withhold the teachings due to his previous shortcomings. At that moment, Chu Yuan abruptly turned, lifting Zhang Han to his feet with a gentle sigh. Child, Child, very well. I shall impart to you the secrets of the formation. You must endeavor to comprehend it thoroughly. Follow me. With that, Chu Yuan turned and strode towards the entrance of the hall. Zhang Han took a deep breath, his heart fluttering with excitement. Was he finally on the cusp of entering the realm of cultivators? A surge of exhilaration coursed through him as he hastened to keep pace with his master. The two moved in tandem, eventually arriving at the far side of the plaza outside the grand hall. Chu Yuan first cast a glance at Yi Luo, who was several kilometers away in deep contemplation. Before stepping into an open area, he surveyed the floor beneath him, gathering his magical energy into his fingertip and struck downwards with vigor. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Yet, there was no trace left upon the floor, no mark, no sign of his effort. Silence enveloped the atmosphere instantaneously. Chu Yuan's finger froze midair before gently lowering. His expression remained composed, devoid of any embarrassment. "Hunter, have you comprehended anything?" he inquired nonchalantly, his demeanor as unruffled as a gentle breeze. Zhang Han, bewildered, responded, "What am I supposed to have understood? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed?" Chu Yuan stood beside him, patiently awaiting a response. Internally, he berated the floor for its obstinacy. He had hoped to etch a mark, allowing Zhang Han to ponder the nature of the air itself. Yet, was this floor forged from titanium alloy? His golden core cultivation had failed to leave even a scratch. Surely, he deserved some recognition for his efforts at the golden core stage. Fortunately, Chu Yuan's quick wit prevailed. He posed a rhetorical question, prompting Zhang Han to reflect. Surely, the fault lay not with him, but with Zhang Han's lack of insight. Zhang Han inhaled deeply and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Master, your disciple is dull-witted and has yet to comprehend anything." Chu Yuan feigned a sigh, appearing genuinely disappointed. "Alas, your aptitude pales in comparison to that of your elder brother." He grasped it in an instant. "Never mind, let us proceed to the mountain gate. I shall simplify it further for you." Chu Yuan shook his head in exasperation. "Is there a problem? If so, use Yi Luo as an example. After all, he is my pupil. Any issues stem from your lack of comprehension, not my teachings." With that, he turned and made his way towards the mountain gate. "I may be powerless here in the plaza, but surely I can manage with that large stone by the gate." He recalled clearly the ordinary stone beside the gate of his sect. He was confident that he could wield his abilities against such a simple object. Zhang Han, still enveloped in confusion regarding his own perceived lack of insight, followed his master toward the mountain gate. How could he be considered lacking in understanding? Once a possessor of a heavenly spiritual root, he had been hailed as a prodigy by many formation masters, capable of discerning flaws in any formation at a glance. Now, to be deemed lacking in comprehension, such a notion was perplexing, albeit it was uttered by his master, which lent it some credence. Before departing from the square, Zhang Han cast a lingering gaze upon Yi Luo, who sat cross-legged in contemplation. The master had mentioned that the senior brother achieved enlightenment in an instant. It seems that I must seek his guidance more frequently in the future. The entrance to the Wudao sect loomed large, resembling a majestic mountain from a distance, exuding an aura of grandeur that evoked a sense of reverence in all who beheld it. One cannot deny that the sects produced by the system are remarkably well-crafted. Of course, excluding the awkwardness caused by the square's flooring would enhance the experience even further. Chu Yuan led Zhang Han to the entrance and quickly located a rather inconspicuous stone beside the towering gate. "Stone brother, it is you." Chu Yuan approached the massive rock without hesitation. Channeling his magical energy into his fingertip, he swiftly made a decisive stroke. Crack! Stone chips flew, revealing a straight line etched into the surface. There is nothing particularly extraordinary about it. It is merely a mark made by magical energy. Something any chi-refining cultivator could accomplish. As Zhang Han gazed on in confusion, he heard Chu Yuan's voice beside him. "Hunter, have you gained any insight?" Chapter 29. Are you joking with me, junior brother? At the foot of the Wudao sect, beside a stone, Zhang Han listened intently to his master's words. His gaze fixated on the enigmatic mark upon the stone, anxiety etched across his face. He could discern nothing of significance on its surface. His mind was a blank slate. When his master had previously inquired about his comprehension, he had confessed ignorance, and now faced with the same question, he could do naught but repeat his earlier response. The embarrassment weighed heavily upon him. Rumor had it that the eldest senior brother had achieved enlightenment effortlessly. In contrast, would his master not consider him lacking in aptitude? "Master, I am but a dullard, lacking in insight," Zhang Han murmured, lowering his head in shame, unable to meet his master's gaze. Chu Yuan observed him with an air of resigned understanding. "If you were able to grasp this, I might as well sever my own head and offer it as a ball to kick." Such thoughts crossed his mind. as he intended to persuade this disciple to remain within the sect for another year. How could he express such sentiments? With a shake of his head, Chu Yuan feigned disappointment. Casting a glance at Zhang Han, he spoke slowly. It appears your comprehension is even less than I had anticipated. Very well. Very well. A heavy sigh escaped him, laden with disappointment. Thud. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han was engulfed by a deeper sense of shame. With a sudden thud, he knelt before Chu Yuan. Master, I am unworthy to be your disciple. I implore you to allow me to leave the mountain. If possible, please resolve the matter of my spiritual route. Once I depart, I shall forever remember your kindness, and should I carve out a place for myself in the mundane world, I will not forget your benevolence. Zhang Han felt overwhelming shame, even suggesting his withdrawal from the sect. After 10 years of being deemed useless, he had not been idle. He had devoted himself to reading. The books had refined him, instilling a sense of elegance and an inflated sense of self-worth. Yet, repeatedly failing to achieve understanding filled him with profound embarrassment. He felt unworthy of being his master's disciple. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, standing nearby, nearly stumbled at Zhang Han's words. Hey, you're not thinking straight. This isn't how it's supposed to go. I haven't even finished my persuasion. And you're already contemplating leaving the sect? If you go, what will I do? No, I must stabilize this disciple. Chu Yuan suppressed his nearly crumbling composure, maintaining an air of tranquility. Is this truly how you wish to give up? Han, the path of cultivation is arduous, akin to climbing to the heavens. To pursue this path, one must possess an indomitable spirit. There are countless talents in this world. I chose you, not them, because you possess a unique gift, a brilliance that others lack. Remember this. Self-confidence is the pinnacle. Never, no matter the circumstance, should you relinquish hope. Embrace this mark upon the stone, and take your time to comprehend it. If 1 day is insufficient, strive for 2. If 2 days are insufficient, then 3. Perseverance is the key to success. Though your comprehension may falter, I have faith in your ability to grasp it. Delve deeply into your understanding, for I believe in you. Chu Yuan spoke softly, then turned, taking flight upon a cloud, his figure ascending the mountain. He could not have truly departed. Instead, he concealed himself in the heavens, observing Zhang Han. Chu Yuan's hands were clenched tightly, palms slick with perspiration, fearing that Zhang Han might indeed choose to leave. In this era, it is exceedingly rare to find a talentless individual devoid of spiritual roots. Should Zhang Han escape, he would have no place to lament his misfortune. He inwardly chastised himself for having overstepped in his persuasion. Beside the stone, Zhang Han was inundated with the words exchanged between him and his master. He stood there dazed. In the next moment, his eyes brimmed with tears. He had not anticipated that his master would offer him such solace. Upon learning of his inferior aptitude, rather than expelling him from the sect, his master chose to encourage him to strive harder. Having endured 10 years as a failure, Zhang Han understood that in this world, self-interest reigns supreme. Typically, when a sect discovers a disciple's lack of talent, they either reduce him to servitude or promptly cast him out. Yet, his master opted to retain him and inspire him to persevere. It is essential to recognize that his master's sect is an extraordinarily powerful one. Zhang Han silently wiped his eyes and sat down before the stone. He vowed to remember this profound kindness extended by his master. Though he could not repay his master's favor at present, he would dedicate himself to becoming stronger in gratitude. Zhang Han swiftly calmed his mind, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the mark upon the stone. In the sky, Chu Yuan, riding on a cloud, witnessed this scene and let out a sigh of relief. He had stabilized the situation. This minor breakthrough had been secured. Fortunately, Chu, was astute enough to provide timely reassurance. Otherwise, the disciple might have abandoned the sect. Thankfully, the matter had been resolved just in time. Everything remained under his control. Chu Yuan released his tightly clenched hands, feeling invigorated. After all his efforts, he decided it was time to rest. For the short term, he need not keep a watchful eye on Zhang Han, at least for the next 2 or 3 days. He could afford to relax, perhaps indulge in a meal in Silver Moon City, where food was complimentary. Chu Yuan murmured a few words to himself and, with renewed enthusiasm, soared towards Silver Moon City. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Wudao sect continued their pursuits of enlightenment. Leaves fell upon the Grand Hall's plaza. As they contemplated the principles of the universe and comprehended the chains of order, Zhang Han, beside the mountain gate stone, scrutinized the markings above, attempting to grasp their essence in solitude. As the golden crow descended in the west and the crescent moon hung high, the Wudao sect appeared tranquil beneath the night sky. By the mountain gate, Zhang Han remained fixated on the mark upon the stone, his visage resolute. In his quest to grow stronger and repay his master, He could not afford to be distracted. He was determined to glean the intricacies of formation from this mark. He longed to convey to his master that he had not failed to live up to expectations and had discerned the insights he sought. Yet no matter how diligently he endeavored, he could not extract any understanding. Even Zhang Han's patience began to wane, gradually succumbing to a creeping irritation. This discontent clung to him like a parasite, eroding his resolve. Just then, as the sound of footsteps echoed, Zhang Han turned to look. Coming down the mountain path was Yi Luo, clad in a flowing azure robe and wielding a long sword, exuding an air of aloofness reminiscent of a celestial swordsman, ethereal as the heavens themselves. Upon seeing Yi Luo approach, Zhang Han promptly rose to his feet. Junior brother Zhang Han pays his respects to senior brother, he said. Bowing slightly, Yi Luo, cradling his sword, was taken aback to find Zhang Han there at such an hour. Junior brother, what brings you here in the dead of night? He inquired. Yi Luo had just finished his sword practice and was preparing to forage for some game. He was surprised to discover that his newly admitted junior brother was lingering in this place. Zhang Han gestured towards the mark on the stone and replied, Senior brother, Master has left this trace here for me to comprehend. Alas, I am but a dullard, unable to grasp its meaning after so long. Thus, I endeavor to make up for my lack of understanding through diligence, which is why I am still here, seeking enlightenment. Master left a trace? Yi Luo's curiosity was piqued. He employed the observation technique to examine the mark on the stone. Yet, he found nothing, not a hint of Taoist resonance. Junior brother, are you jesting? Surely you are not attempting to comprehend mere solitude. Chapter 30. The care from the senior brother by the side of the mountain gate. Yi Luo gazed at the mark etched upon the stone. He employed the technique of celestial observation, scrutinizing it time and again, yet found nothing of significance. There was not even a trace of Tao rhythm present. What was this new disciple doing in the dead of night, contemplating the essence of air? Junior brother, are you certain this is a remnant left by our esteemed master for your enlightenment? Yi Luo inquired with skepticism. His aptitude for sensing Tao rhythms had become remarkably acute, and the absence of any trace left him perplexed. What could one possibly comprehend from such emptiness? Was it merely an understanding of solitude, void, and chill? Zhang Han replied gently, Indeed, senior brother. The junior brother once expressed a desire to learn the ways of formations, hence the master left this mark for contemplation. However, my talent is rather dull, and I have been unable to grasp it. Though my comprehension may be lacking, the master mentioned that you attained insight in a single moment, which speaks volumes of your exceptional capability. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother. I do not wish to disappoint our master. Upon hearing these words, Yi Luo's face flushed with color. Did the master truly say such things? He was aware of Yi Luo's enlightenment that day. Perhaps he refrained from mentioning it to prevent instilling a sense of pride in him. Now, using this example to instruct the junior brother seemed to indicate the master's satisfaction with his progress. Upon realizing this, Yi Luo felt a surge of elation, and his gaze towards Zhang Han softened considerably. Surely, the master must be pleased with him. The future inheritor of the Wudao sect would undoubtedly be himself. As for this junior brother, it seemed the master had chosen him to assist in managing the sect after ascension, fearing that he might struggle alone. With this thought, he felt compelled to lend a hand to the junior brother. Countless thoughts crossed Yi Luo's mind. Junior brother, this mark was specifically left by our master for you. Others cannot sense even the slightest essence from it. Not even I can perceive a hint of Tao rhythm. This understanding must come solely from your own efforts. Yi Luo stated calmly, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. The master truly was remarkable. The marks he set were imperceptible to others, appearing utterly mundane at first glance, akin to a mere trace left by an unskilled practitioner. Was this the master's realm? A return to simplicity? Zhang Han, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disappointment, but still bowed in respect. Though you may not be able to assist me, I am grateful nonetheless, senior brother. If there is nothing further, I shall continue my contemplation, for I do not wish to squander the master's kindness. As Zhang Han turned to resume his meditation on the stone mark, Yi Luo reached out to halt him, gesturing with his hand. While I may not be able to aid you directly, I can take you to a place that may prove beneficial. To where? To the Hall of Transmission. By the time the two arrived at the Hall of Transmission, it was already the dead of night. As the leaves fell, a figure clad in a flowing azure robe, reminiscent of a celestial crane, stood with a long sword in hand, exuding an air of aloof pride akin to that of an exalted sword immortal. The golden mark upon his forehead shimmered with a faint glow, rendering him conspicuously visible amidst the encroaching darkness. Enter, observe as you wish. It may prove beneficial to you. Yi Luo spoke softly, harboring a resolute determination within. He perceived that this junior brother exhibited a lack of comprehension, which would inevitably burden their esteemed master in the future. As the elder brother, it was his duty to alleviate the master's concerns. He resolved to look after this junior, facilitating his swift growth, believing that their master would be immensely pleased upon learning of it. Standing nearby, Zhang Han furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder brother, this sacred place of the Dharma Hall is of utmost importance. Should we not first seek the permission of the elder guardians before entering?" Like many, Zhang Han assumed that such a significant domain would undoubtedly be protected by formidable beings. After all, even the repositories of mundane families were often safeguarded by skilled practitioners, for the treasures contained within these realms were exceedingly precious. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo's countenance reflected a curious expression as he retorted, "Junior brother, has the master not informed you? Our sect is a hidden lineage. The elders within have long since ascended. Naturally, the Dharma Hall remains unguarded. Besides, there are but 2 disciples in our sect. What need is there for guardianship?" Zhang Han's eyes widened in astonishment, discarding his previous decorum. The sect he had joined was a hidden lineage. The elders had already ascended. Good heavens, he had always believed he was merely part of a powerful sect, never contemplating that it was a concealed one. This was akin to discovering that what he thought was a mere sesame seed was, in fact, a cannonball. No wonder the master insisted he cultivate understanding for a year before embarking on the path of cultivation. It was not mere pretense, but rather a unique method of training exclusive to hidden sections. I truly was unaware. Thank you, elder brother, for enlightening me. Zhang Han gasped, bowing deeply in gratitude. Do not mention it. Proceed, step inside and take a look. Yi Luo gestured, encouraging Zhang Han to enter the Dharma Hall. Zhang Han refrained from further discussion, bowing once more before stepping into the sacred space. Yi Luo stood still, gazing at Zhang Han's retreating figure, silently nodding in approval. He was determined to assist this junior brother in attaining enlightenment. Once this junior brother achieved comprehension, their master would no longer be troubled, and he would have alleviated the master's burdens. To ensure the master's satisfaction, he must help Zhang Han succeed in his understanding. Meanwhile, within the Qian Emperor Taoist sect, a multitude of elders convened once more in the grand hall, their faces etched with fury. A traitor had emerged from their ranks, disseminating knowledge of the hidden sect and the portrait of its master. This traitor was truly deserving of condemnation. What on earth was happening this year? Previously, outlaws had stolen the sacred secrets of our sect along with numerous invaluable texts, which have yet to be recovered. Now, we face the emergence of a traitor. The ambitious dual plan of our sect, the undaunted Emperor Qian, remains unfinished, and with this information now leaked, what shall we do? Sect leader, what do you propose? Where are you, sect leader? The elders voiced their confusion, glancing toward the empty seat of the sect leader. Surprisingly, the esteemed Chu Yuan was nowhere to be found. Had he not just been here moments ago? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? After an extensive search, the elders finally discovered Chu Yuan crouched beneath a pillar. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what the sect leader was doing in such a position. Chu Yuan merely smiled in response. I am simply picking something up. How could he reveal to them that his cultivation had been entirely depleted, leaving him uncomfortable in the presence of their intangible pressure? Could he dare to voice such a truth? Would he not risk losing everything if he did? Chapter 31. The innate formation heart. The master of Chu Yuan's sect gazed at the peculiar expressions cast upon him by the elders, suppressing the discomfort that arose within. He returned to his seat upon the sect's throne. Why do you all look at me so? Where did we leave off? We were discussing the leak of information. Were we not? In truth, it is not a matter of great concern. We have already made preliminary contact with the Wu Dao sect, and we are in a position of advantage. It is important to note that the Wu Dao sect remains hidden from the world. Even if others were to learn of this news, what of it? Moreover, as the Grand Elder mentioned, he has extended an invitation for our sect's grand competition in 3 months to a disciple of the Wu Dao sect, inviting them to witness the event. When the time comes, establishing connections with the disciples of Wu Dao sect will be tantamount to linking with the sect itself. The master of Chu Yuan's sect endured his discomfort, feigning an air of authority as he gestured grandly. Yet within, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Not long ago, he had been a renowned cultivator at the divine transformation realm in the eastern continent. Now, he had been reduced to a mere mortal, and one whose condition was irreparable at that. After returning to the palace, he had attempted to restore his cultivation through various means, but to no avail. His body was in a peculiar state, akin to being ensnared in a glitch. Ordinarily, the shattering of one's primordial spirit would signify certain death, and without divine intervention, no method could save him. Yet, his unique life-saving technique had miraculously preserved his existence, leaving him in an exceedingly awkward predicament, alive without a primordial spirit. The surrounding elders remained oblivious to the master's unease. Upon hearing his words, they collectively felt reassured. If the master believed that the Qian Emperor Dao sect still held the upper hand, then all was well. As long as our sect maintains an advantage, everything is fine. Thank heavens the Grand Elder sent an invitation. The grand competition in 3 months shall present a splendid opportunity, an opportunity to showcase my prowess in manipulation. As the elders conversed, one suddenly exclaimed, "Master? Where has the master gone now?" The others began to look around, realizing that the master of Chu Yuan's sect had vanished once more. Wudao sect, transmission hall. Upon entering, Zhang Han fervently immersed himself in the study of ancient texts. He did not seek powerful techniques or hidden secrets. Instead, he perused accounts of historical intrigues. Hoping to uncover insights regarding enlightenment, he read intently throughout the night. As dawn's light filtered into the transmission hall, it brought him a slight sense of clarity. Zhang Han set down an ancient tome, exhaling deeply. He had dedicated an entire night to the perusal of various scriptures. Though he had not discovered explicit guidance on how to attain enlightenment, he had unearthed valuable information. Among the records, he found the account of an individual whose experiences closely mirrored his own, the legendary master of formations, Li Ling. A millennium ago, a prodigy deftly crafted a formation that would define an era. Historical records indicate that in his youth, Li Ling encountered an unfortunate fate that rendered his spiritual roots irreparably damaged, thus hindering his path to cultivation. Yet, against all odds, he awakened a unique constitution and resumed his journey in the realm of immortality, soaring to unprecedented heights as a master of formations. The essence of his awakening was known as the heart of the formation. A natural-born heart of the formation bestows upon its possessor an extraordinary talent for the art of formations. Yet it is an immutable truth that one cannot simultaneously possess spiritual roots. Such an amalgamation would be deemed overwhelmingly prodigious, unworthy of the heavens. Consequently, the very fabric of the universe would obliterate the spiritual roots of those endowed with the heart of the formation, thereby tempering their innate gifts to a more harmonious balance. Upon discovering this revelation, Zhang Han began to harbor a vague intuition regarding his own circumstances. His master had previously expressed that he chose Zhang as a disciple due to an extraordinary talent that transcended the ordinary. Initially, Zhang interpreted these words as mere consolation. But in hindsight, he surmised that his master had been subtly alluding to the matter of the natural heart of the formation. If his conjecture held any merit, the mark left by his master was intended to awaken his heart of the formation, yet he had failed to comprehend its significance, leading to his state of confusion. As Zhang Han pondered over these thoughts, a sudden jolt of clarity surged through his mind, dispelling the fog that had clouded his heart. "Master, I understand," he exclaimed, clenching his fists resolutely. Without further hesitation, he placed the tomes aside and dashed towards the mountain gate. Upon his arrival, he raised his gaze to the mark etched upon the stone, extending his hand from within his sleeve to rest upon his heart. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of his heartbeat coursed through his palm. Zhang Han contemplated the straight mark on the stone. He realized that its unyielding linearity was a manifestation of his master's intent, urging him to awaken his heart of the formation with unwavering determination. In that pivotal moment of understanding, strange azure runes began to materialize upon Zhang Han's chest. These enigmatic and mystical runes appeared as though they were manifestations of an ancient grand formation, interlinking in a manner that seemed poised to challenge the cosmos itself. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart intensified, resonating like the echo of temple bells. Such overwhelming power was fortunately contained within the bounds of the Wudao sect. Shrouded by a hidden formation, otherwise, the outside world would likely have been rife with powerful beings drawn by the emergence of some extraordinary treasure. The manifestation of the runes persisted for 2 full hours before subsiding. Gradually, Zhang Han opened his eyes, a look of elation illuminating his countenance. "Indeed, my talent is the heart of the formation, a natural-born heart of the formation. Master, I comprehend your teachings. I have not failed your expectations. For I have awakened my heart of the formation, with the heart in place. All I need to do is grasp the art of formations to elevate my cultivation. What an awe-inspiring gift." Overjoyed, Zhang Han turned to seek out his master, eager to convey that he had fulfilled his master's hopes. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was intercepted by the sudden appearance of Yi Luo. "Elder brother, why do you stop me? I must go and share my joyous news with master." Zhang Han, with a smile gracing his face, remarked, "Naturally, I am reminding you. It would be prudent not to seek out our master to extend your congratulations just yet." Yi Luo, with a tone decidedly solemn, replied, May I inquire, senior brother, why is that? With a long sword cradled in his arms. Yi Luo took a few steps forward and spoke earnestly. It is for your own good. I understand your desire to bring joy to our master. Yet consider this. Despite the grand significance of your enlightenment, our master has not made an appearance. Why might that be? It is because our master wishes to prevent us from harboring any prideful thoughts, hence the absence. If you were to seek out our master now, what would that convey? Would it not betray our master's goodwill? If you truly wish to repay our master, then focus on your cultivation, maintain a humble demeanor before them, and wait until you have matured before offering your gratitude. That is the path of genuine gratitude. This heartfelt discourse instantaneously illuminated Zhang Han's understanding. Meanwhile, high above a city, an individual leisurely floated upon a cloud, a candied hawthorn skewer perched in his mouth, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within his sect, drifting aimlessly in serene oblivion. As for the announcement regarding this book, it shall officially launch tomorrow, November 1st. In the first month following its release, I shall endeavor to increase the frequency of updates. Tomorrow, I anticipate a minimum of 6 chapters. The exact number remains uncertain as time is limited. It takes approximately 2 hours for me to draft and revise a chapter, and while I strive to produce more, it poses a challenge. Yet, I hold a dream of prolific writing. Thus, after midnight, this book will be available. I kindly request all my fellow companions to subscribe. Chapter 32. Have you truly enlightened yourself? At the foot of Tianwu Mountain, Chu Yuan was leisurely making his way towards the mountain gate. A candied hawthorn skewer delicately held between his lips. His mood was exceedingly buoyant as he strolled along, humming an indistinct melody. The proprietor of the inn had been exceedingly gracious, providing yet another sumptuous feast that was simply delightful. Ah, truly, there are so many kind-hearted individuals in this world. As he departed, the innkeeper had expressed, "You are always welcome to return." Having made such a promise, how could he not visit again? He must return. Muttering to himself, Chu Yuan glanced up at the mountain. Having spent nearly an entire day out, Zhang Han, that rascal, must still be contemplating his solitude, surely still lost in thought. What could he possibly be pondering? Could he truly fathom anything of significance? Let us not jest. If he were capable of such enlightenment, he would have consumed the entirety of Tianwu Mountain by now. Yet, he found himself pondering Zhang Han's current state. Perhaps he should ascend and check on him. With a cloud-like grace beneath his feet, Chu Yuan soared towards the mountain gate. Soon, he found himself hovering above the threshold. A glance below rendered his expression rigid. Where had Zhang Han vanished to? Had he truly fled after failing to achieve any insight? Were the younger generation's resilience so feeble in this day and age? Chu Yuan's countenance darkened as he swiftly expanded his consciousness, sweeping over the entire sect. Within his awareness, he discerned Yi Luo gazing at the sky in the grand plaza, while Zhang Han was engrossed in a book within the hall of transmission. The lad had not fled, he was merely reading. A sigh of relief escaped Chu Yuan. It was a relief indeed that he had not absconded. This boy was quite the sloth. Despite being led to contemplate enlightenment, he chose to read instead, startling him momentarily. Chu Yuan did not dwell further on this, assuming Zhang Han's inability to grasp anything profound had led to his irritation, prompting him to retreat to the hall of transmission for reading. However, what a pity. All of this was still within Chu Yuan's calculated grasp. The tomes within the hall of transmission were entirely fabricated, purchased at a meager price of 8 taels of silver per pound. Who would have imagined? Who would have guessed that this was all part of his cunning plan? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Did you think I was merely on the 1st level? In truth, I am on the 5th. Apart from that adorable Yi Luo, no one can escape my control. Zhang Han will be rendered inept under my tutelage. Future disciples will also find themselves similarly stunted. No one can safeguard against the ineptitude I impart to my students. This is what Chu Yuan proclaims. However, for the moment, the priority remained to stabilize Zhang Han. Chu Yuan pondered extensively and resolved to descend to meet Zhang Han. He believed that the only variable at present was Zhang Han's mindset. As long as he could thoroughly anchor Zhang Han's mentality, this minor level of cultivation would be secured. Nodding to himself, Chu Yuan glided down towards the hall of transmission. Inside the hall, Zhang Han sat in a corner, engrossed in a book, completely absorbed in his reading. In his hands lay a tome, a compendium chronicling various formations from antiquity to the present. Within its pages were recorded all manner of formations, both ancient and contemporary. It was rumored that the foremost sect of formations in the eastern province possessed a book detailing every formation known to man, drawing the admiration of all formation masters. Even he, in days gone by, had yearned for the opportunity to behold that esteemed volume. Yet now, upon viewing the book in his grasp, Zhang Han found himself dismissive. He felt no desire to peruse the works of the Eastern Province's premier sect. The tomes and manuals of his own Wudao sect were no less formidable than those of any other sect. Gazing at the multitude of manuscripts in the transmission hall, he sensed that even the collective heritage of all sects in the Eastern Province could not rival that of Wudao's sect. This realization filled Zhang Han with a profound appreciation for the might of Wudao's sect, a hidden sanctuary indeed deserving of its repute. He intended to continue his reading when suddenly a voice, both distant and near, echoed in his ears. Hunter, startled by the sound, Zhang Han quickly closed the book and rose to face the entrance. There stood Chu Yuan, adorned in a pristine white robe, untouched by the mundane world. His dark hair cascading over his shoulders, and his eyes deep and spirited, akin to an otherworldly being. Master. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, Zhang Han's heart surged with excitement. Though he restrained his emotions and respectfully bowed to his master, Chu Yuan nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hunter, what brings you here to read? How fares your comprehension? He inquired with an air of casual grace. At a distance, Zhang Han, upon hearing his master's question, felt his pent-up emotions erupt. He longed to share with his master that he had indeed awakened the heart of formations, fulfilling his master's expectations. However, just as he was about to speak, he recalled his senior brother's words. Given his master's profound understanding, how could he possibly be unaware of Zhang Han's epiphany? Would it not be foolish pride to boast of his insight? No, he must not succumb to arrogance. His lack of comprehension had already disappointed his master. To fail in humility would strip him of any honor to be his master's disciple. Zhang Han clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and composed himself. Master, your disciple has gleaned some understanding. I heard from my senior brother that the transmission hall holds myriad profound techniques. Thus I have temporarily set aside my path to enlightenment to peruse them. He replied with a graceful bow. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuan's previously serene demeanor faltered, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Some understanding, you say? Surely you jest. What do you expect to glean from a mere trace? Perhaps a banana stick? It was evident to him that Zhang Han was merely attempting to shield himself from rebuke by downplaying his achievements. Nevertheless, it was prudent to inquire further. Should any errors arise, he feared Zhang Han might lose his very essence. Hunter, do you truly possess some understanding? Chu Yuan asked, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a slightly serious tone. Zhang Han paused, momentarily taken aback by his master's inquiry. Instinctively, he wished to manifest the heart of the formation. Yet upon deeper reflection, something felt amiss. His master could not possibly be unaware of his innate formation heart. Why then would the master inquire? Furthermore, the master's tone was so grave it was indeed peculiar, exceedingly so. Zhang Han furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, a jolt surged through his mind. He understood. In truth, his master intended to impart a lesson, to refrain from succumbing to complacency. What does it mean to have a slight understanding? Before the true path, who dares to claim even a modicum of insight? One must maintain an ordinary heart in pursuit of enlightenment. This was the essence of his master's message. Master, I comprehend your intent. Your painstaking efforts shall not be forgotten, dear master. Zhang Han's heart raced with excitement, yet he maintained an air of cultured grace, remarking, Master, it was indeed folly on my part. I have yet to attain any true understanding. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Now this was more like it. This was indeed his seemingly inept disciple. Chapter 33. No need for formation materials within the hall of transmitting the law. As he listened to these words, Chu Yuan felt an immense sense of joy. Indeed, this disciple was merely spouting nonsense. The notion of having gained some insight was nothing but a fabrication, a lie. Surely, no one could genuinely believe that this disciple had truly comprehended anything, could they? Surely not. This second disciple was utterly inept. How could he possibly have grasped anything? Moreover, Zhang Han was truly naive. How could he resort to falsehoods? Did he not understand that those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles? Never mind, never mind. Since this disciple remained a failure, Chu Yuan felt reassured. Given his lack of understanding, he would need to invest even more time in his enlightenment. Do you comprehend? Chu Yuan nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction with a remark. Zhang Han, standing not far away, was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, saying, Master, I understand. He failed to grasp the underlying message, believing only that his master wished for him to attain understanding of the great way sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's satisfaction deepened, and his gaze toward Zhang Han was filled with admiration. This disciple was indeed a source of relief, unlike Yi Luo, who had once betrayed him. As long as you understand, I shall take my leave now. Focus on your enlightenment, and do not be negligent, Chu Yuan declared, turning to depart. His spirits were remarkably lifted, and he resolved to seek out the innkeeper of Silver Moon City to celebrate with wine. This was not about taking advantage of anything. It was simply a desire to revel in good company. Noticing Chu Yuan's intent to leave, Zhang Han initially wished to see him off, but then suddenly remembered something and quickly called out, "Master, wait. I have matters I wish to discuss with you." Zhang Han, fearing that Chu Yuan might leave abruptly, spoke with a hint of urgency. "What other matters?" Chu Yuan paused, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Zhang Han respectfully bowed to his master and said, "Master, I wish to learn about formations, but I am unaware of where the materials for formations are located within the sect, which is why I have come to inquire." He possessed a natural affinity for formations. The most terrifying aspect of this innate talent was not merely an extraordinary understanding of formation techniques, but the ability to establish formations and gain insight from them, which would directly enhance his cultivation. This was the true horror of possessing a natural affinity for formations. However, Zhang Han could not locate the necessary materials for constructing formations. It is well known that creating formations requires various auxiliary materials, and larger formations even necessitate corresponding diagrams to facilitate their establishment. Without the requisite materials, Zhang Han was, of course, unable to set any formations. Hence, he approached Chu Yuan for guidance. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance of the hall, Chu Yuan, who was preparing to leave, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Zhang Han's request for formation materials. Was this disciple attempting to directly pursue enlightenment through the creation of formations, having failed to comprehend the way? Yet, did he not realize that their sect was devoid of rank, license, and resources, essentially a 3-0 sect? Oh no. It seemed he truly did not know. But where could he procure the materials for formations? Purchase them? Surely, that was a jest. Shall we use the few taels of silver beneath his boots to make a purchase? Or perhaps the garment worth 100 taels of gold? Let us not jest. Buying is simply out of the question. Do not inquire further, for the answer is a lack of funds. Since purchasing is unattainable, we must resort to the old ways. A cryptic smile graced Chu Yuan's face as he turned his back to Zhang Han. "Honor, are you in need of materials to set up an array?" His voice, imbued with depth and mystery, resonated. Zhang Han nodded gracefully, replying, "Indeed, master. Before you seek the materials for your array, allow me to pose a question. Do you know the ultimate essence of array formation?" As Chu Yuan spoke, a gentle breeze rustled through, causing his white robe to flutter dramatically. In that moment, he exuded an air of unparalleled elegance, resembling an otherworldly being traversing the mundane world, his silhouette imposing and majestic. Zhang Han gazed at his master's receding figure, feeling the profound depth of his master's realm. He shook his head, plunging into contemplation regarding the question posed by his master. What is the pinnacle of array formation? After a moment of reflection, he responded, "Master, the essence of array formation lies in the triumph of the weak over the strong. A humble individual, employing an array, can rival the mightiest of foes." Triumph of the weak over the strong? Chu Yuan paused, taken aback. Did arrays possess such power? He yearned to learn the art of array formation. Yet, maintaining his composed demeanor, he shook his head in silence. Zhang Han continued, "Master, the ultimate essence of array formation should allow one to overturn the cycles of yin and yang, to break the endless reincarnation. Once an array is set, it becomes omnipotent." Omnipotent? Chu Yuan's heart stirred with excitement. He desperately wished to master array formation, yet lacked the means to access such knowledge. Despite his yearning, he maintained an outwardly calm facade. Seeing his master's reaction, Zhang Han pondered briefly before articulating, "Master, the pinnacle of array formation lies in harnessing power. Drawing from the forces of heaven and earth, from the celestial bodies, when an array is unleashed against an adversary, they contend not only with me, but with heaven and earth, with the sun and moon, with the stars. Is it truly that remarkable?" Chu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling at the thought. Could array formation be so formidable? He longed to learn, yet felt utterly helpless in his pursuit of the necessary texts. With a sigh of resignation, he quickly regained his composure, adopting an air of nonchalance once more. "What you have described are merely the functions of arrays, not their ultimate essence. Therefore, Honor, do you grasp the true pinnacle of array formation?" Chu Yuan remarked with an air of casualness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han could only bow in resignation, saying, "Master, your disciple is dull-witted and knows not." Chu Yuan took a few steps forward, arriving at the entrance of the hall. He initially intended to gaze up at the sky, but recalling the blinding pain inflicted by the sun, he promptly lowered his gaze to the ground. In truth, The ultimate essence of array formation is not defined by sheer power or fearsome capabilities. It embodies an exquisite methodology. Mastering the pinnacle of array formation allows one to invoke an array with but a thought, without the need for physical materials. Channeling the forces of heaven and earth to establish a grand formation that can subdue enemies within its confines. I wish for you to learn such techniques. Methods that require no materials for formation. With a mere thought, one can establish a formation and subdue the enemy. Remember, no materials are necessary. Chu Yuan emphasized these words. He truly lacked the funds to procure formation materials. The concept of summoning the power of heaven and earth to create a formation with a single thought. Ponder it deeply. If you can comprehend it, I, Chu, will concede defeat. On the other side, Zhang Han was left utterly astonished by these words. The notion of invoking the forces of heaven and earth to transform into a grand formation, without the need for materials. Zhang Han was rendered speechless, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Observing this scene, Chu Yuan swiftly took to his feet and made his escape. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. I truly lack the means to squander on formation materials. Even if I did, I would not share them with you. Chu Yuan decisively chose to flee. Chapter 34. Zhang Han comes to a profound understanding. Chu Yuan departed, slipping away quietly and gracefully, like the wind. As for Zhang Han, he stood at the entrance of the hall, lost in thought. He held no doubt regarding his master's words. However, he was profoundly shaken by their implication. The notion of forming a formation without the need for materials, conjuring the power of heaven and earth with but a thought. Was such a feat truly achievable? In the realm of cultivation, formations typically necessitated the prior gathering of materials. The most formidable formations required meticulous preparation, including the crafting and refining of formation diagrams, followed by rigorous practice before one could successfully establish a formation. The difficulty of successfully setting up a formation was immense. Hence, during confrontations, no one would foolishly stand idle, waiting for their opponent to complete a formation before engaging. The limitations of formation masters were evident. Yet, what his master proposed, summoning the power of heaven and earth to form a formation and subdue foes without materials, seemed to transcend all the shortcomings of formation masters. But how could this be possible? Had it been anyone else speaking to Zhang Han, he would have certainly dismissed them with a book thrown at their face. But since it was his master, it must hold truth. Surely, his master would not deceive him, would he? A supreme being taking the time to fool him? Ridiculous. Zhang Han was utterly convinced that such methods existed. Yet, his master had instructed him to learn this technique without providing guidance on how to do so, leaving him utterly perplexed. After contemplating for a long while, he remained at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, he decided to leave the transmission hall and seek out his senior brother for a discussion, hoping his brother might have some insight. Upon reaching the plaza outside the grand hall, Zhang Han quickly spotted his senior brother, Yi Luo, who was seated, contemplating the heavens and seeking enlightenment. Zhang Han relayed everything his master had conveyed and inquired how he might learn this technique. To his surprise, Yi Luo, upon hearing this, wore a relaxed and indifferent expression. Instead of answering, he posed a rhetorical question, "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Han felt no anger. Instead, he adopted a demeanor of respectful inquiry and bowed gracefully. "I humbly ask for your guidance." Zhang Han's heart raced with excitement. The prospect of forming a formation without materials, harnessing the power of heaven and earth, was unprecedented in the entirety of the eastern state and even across the vast continent of divine travel. Under his master's tutelage, he was to learn this method. And how could he not feel exhilarated? It also left him in awe of the strength of the hidden sections. Yi Luo rose from his seated position and gazed up at the sky. "I may not know how to set formations, but I do know how to harness the power of heaven and earth," he began slowly, his tone exuding confidence. While he might lack knowledge in other areas, when it came to drawing upon the power of the cosmos, he was, without a doubt, a specialist. Yi Luo reflected, sensing that he had begun to form a hypothesis. His master had informed his junior brother of this method of cultivation, but had withheld specifics on how to practice it. It seems that the master has intentionally orchestrated this situation, aiming for the senior disciple to establish a greater authority before his juniors. This would facilitate his ability to govern them after inheriting the teachings of the Wudao sect. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, why would the master refrain from imparting specific cultivation methods to the juniors? It is inconceivable that the master would speak in vain. It is evident that the master desires him to assert his authority. Given this, he cannot betray the master's goodwill. Yi Luo smiled faintly, already formulating a plan in his heart. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, hearing that the senior disciple understood how to harness the power of heaven and earth, inquired with a hint of urgency. May I ask, senior brother, how does one draw upon the power of heaven and earth? Yi Luo, calm and unhurried, replied. If you wish to harness the power of heaven and earth, you must first comprehend the essence of the Tao. Only by understanding what the Tao is can one draw upon the strength of the cosmos. Then, may I ask, senior brother, what is the Tao? Are you certain you wish to hear this? I fear you may not grasp it. Absolutely. Very well, then I shall enlighten you on the nature of the Tao. Junior brother, listen closely. The Tao, in essence, is nature, it is the universe, it is all things. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. You, I, and all living beings exist within the Tao. Do you understand, junior brother? Yi Luo naturally borrowed these words from a previous conversation with Chu Yuan. After speaking, he cautiously observed Zhang Han's expression. When he saw the confusion etched on Zhang Han's face, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. It was rather delightful to witness another's lack of comprehension. However, a thought struck him. Wasn't he once in the same position before the master? Contemplating this, Yi Luo's mood soured. As for Zhang Han, he was torn between confusion and embarrassment. He was bewildered by the meaning of his senior brother's words, while simultaneously feeling ashamed of his own lack of understanding. It was one thing not to grasp the master's teachings, but now even his senior brother's words eluded him. Clenching his teeth, he lowered his head and clasped his hands, saying, Senior brother, I am foolish and do not comprehend. Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively, adopting a somewhat proud demeanor. He had established enough authority for the moment. Now, it was time to genuinely instruct this junior brother. Well, it is only natural for junior brother not to understand. Nonetheless, I shall impart a technique to you. Let us see if you can comprehend it. Upon finishing his words, Yi Luo brought his fingers together and traced through the air. A beam of white light flashed from his fingertips and entered Zhang Han's brow. Yi Luo hastily imparted the observing heaven technique to Zhang Han. Zhang Han closed his eyes tightly, absorbing the technique his senior brother had bestowed upon him. The observing heaven technique. In that moment, Zhang Han was overwhelmed with astonishment. He finally understood why his senior brother would often gaze at the sky. It turned out he was contemplating the Tao through the observation of the heavens, drawing upon the power of the cosmos to fathom his own path. Senior brother, how terrifying indeed. Even the elder brother is so formidable. One can only imagine the extraordinary existence of his master who could teach such a prodigy. Not to mention, the esteemed seniors of his sect, the Wudao sect, are terrifying beings who have already transcended to a higher realm. His sect is indeed a collection of individuals, each more awe-inspiring than the last. As for this observation of heaven technique, it has not bestowed any tangible benefits upon Zhang Han, for his path diverges from that of Yi Luo, rendering this technique ineffective for him. However, it has undeniably ignited a spark of inspiration within him, harnessing the power of heaven and earth. In truth, this power encompasses the forces of the sun and moon, the stars, and a myriad of other energies. The various materials required for array formations are equally diverse. For instance, the Yin-Yang 2 instruments array predominantly necessitates items that are either profoundly Yin or profoundly Yang. What would transpire if one were to employ the strength of the great sun alongside the power of the moon in an array? Zhang Han's mind jolted. He comprehended entirely. Perhaps this was the true intention of his master. Yet, why did the elder brother inquire about the nature of the Tao? And why did he elaborate on matters seemingly unrelated? What connection does this have to his utilization of the forces of heaven and earth? Zhang Han found himself utterly perplexed. Chapter 35. A friend of mine on this night, in the secluded mountains of the Wudao sect, Zhang Han sat cross-legged, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the fabric of his scholarly robes to ripple softly, while his youthful visage radiated tranquility. Yet, his eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. He sought to commune with the moon star, harnessing its power to establish a diminutive Yin refinement array. Stripped of all magical prowess, reduced to mere mortality, he could only rely on meditation to conjure the essence of the moon star. If he could successfully visualize it, he would use the array's core as a conduit to connect with the moon star, thereby channeling its strength to weave the formation. Zhang Han softly murmured a few words, his resolve crystallizing within. Armed with the celestial observation technique imparted by his elder brother, he felt considerably more confident in his endeavor to reach out to the moon star. He was determined to master the array technique that his master had described. Although he considered himself lacking in innate talent, he firmly believed that diligence could overcome deficiency. Without further hesitation, Zhang Han calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and began to envision the moon star. Perhaps due to the strength of his imagination, or some other fortuitous circumstance, a vivid image swiftly materialized in his mind. A colossal sphere hung in the heavens, enveloped in a mingling of profound energy and chilling cold, surrounded by a dazzling river of stars that served as its celestial guardians. The moon star, one of the keys sustaining countless mortal beings across the divine travel continent. Even as he visualized, Zhang Han remained acutely aware. Once he had constructed this mental image, he rapidly summoned his array's core. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat suddenly resonated with an exhilarating intensity, akin to the beating of war drums, stirring his very spirit. From his chest, ancient blue runes began to materialize, illuminating the air as they surged upward, faintly directed towards the moon star. Buzz! In the skies above, the moon star, once shrouded in dark clouds, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The gentle moonlight transformed into a blinding glare. One beam of lunar radiance cascaded directly upon Zhang Han in the mountains. At that moment, he sprang to his feet, hands deftly weaving intricate gestures, as a force drawn from the moon was unleashed. Centered upon him, the ground within a 1,000-meter radius was adorned with shimmering runes. As these symbols emerged, countless streams of energy surged towards the mountains, irresistibly drawn by an enigmatic force. Upon entering the mountains, they were purified by a marvelous energy, transmuting into pristine spiritual essence. The refinement array, transforming energy into spiritual essence. Though merely a foundational formation, it was enough to signify Zhang Han's success. With a mere thought, the array was laid down. Though it was but a small-scale array, it was sufficient to demonstrate Zhang Han's achievement. Master, Master, I have succeeded. Zhang Han's heart swelled with overwhelming excitement. He longed to approach his master and engage in a heartfelt conversation. However, he remained exceedingly rational. The commotion surrounding his communication with the Tian star was certainly known to his master. Yet, the master did not make an appearance. Undoubtedly, it was a deliberate choice, rather than ignorance. His master must not want him to harbor any sense of arrogance. This was certain. His master was indeed looking out for his well-being. Zhang Han felt profoundly moved. The stir caused by Zhang Han's interaction with the Tian star had indeed captured the attention of countless formidable beings. Yet, these powerful figures could not comprehend what had transpired, nor could they pursue it further, and after some investigation, they were left with no choice but to abandon their inquiries. Meanwhile, in the Silver Moon City, at the Immortal Drunken Inn, Chu Yuan was jovially engaging with the innkeeper. Come now, don't be so formal. Eat and drink freely. Guests are to be treated well. Ahem, I'm the guest here. My apologies for that little intrusion. He then called out, Hey, you there, bring another platter of fish. This one has been devoured by your innkeeper. With one hand indulging in food and the other beckoning the waiter for more, Chu Yuan, despite being at the golden core stage, was not one to partake in mundane grains. Yet, his insatiable appetite compelled him to consume while using his spiritual power to digest. This feast stretched from day into the deep hours of the night. The innkeeper's expression darkened progressively, but he could do nothing but allow this gluttonous individual to continue his indulgence. It was a situation he could not afford to provoke. Given Chu Yuan's status at the nascent soul stage, as Chu Yuan continued his banquet, a sudden and intense beam of moonlight poured in from outside. Both he and the innkeeper paused their activities, drawn to the spectacle beyond. What was happening? Chu Yuan set down his chopsticks, raising an eyebrow to the sky. A resplendent full moon hung high above, momentarily catching him off guard. Was it the Mid-Autumn Festival today? The innkeeper seemed to sense something and murmured, This must be the commotion caused by a genius from a nearby sect breaking through, or perhaps the emergence of some rare celestial treasure. Why not take a look? Esteemed guest? His words subtly suggested that he wished for Chu Yuan to leave. In his mind, he had already resolved that once this shameless nascent soul powerhouse departed, he would immediately begin preparations to relocate, perhaps even fleeing under the cover of night. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan merely shook his head nonchalantly. What is there to see? What could possibly be of such interest? As cultivators, we ought to engage in diligent practice. To chase after a mere beam of moonlight in search of treasures is simply foolish. Is it really worth it? What use would a golden core cultivator have in seizing celestial treasures? Surely, I would merely be delivering them like a courier. Am I truly that foolish? I prefer to enjoy myself here, indulging in food and drink. By the way, innkeeper, have you found that foundational cultivation method explanation for the qi refinement stage that I asked you about? Chu Yuan inquired once more. Yes, I have found it, replied the innkeeper, waving his hand for a servant to bring over a book. Esteemed guest, what do you need such a book for? Chu Yuan quietly accepted the book. Speaking with an unflinching demeanor, I have a friend, considerably older than myself, who is preparing to cultivate his qi but finds it difficult to comprehend the rudimentary methods of early-stage qi cultivation. Thus, I have provided him with a comprehensive guide." The shopkeeper furrowed his brow and remarked, "Esteemed one, this is quite misguided. Such foundational methods of qi cultivation can be understood even by someone with a severe intellectual impairment. Is there truly a need for a guide? It would be wise to reconsider this friendship. Sever ties with such a person. Their path is destined to be fraught with limitations, and they are certainly not of the same caliber as you." The shopkeeper continued to prattle on. The more Chu Yuan listened, the darker his expression became. He felt deeply offended. What did it mean that even an imbecile could grasp it? Was he truly so lacking? "Shopkeeper, you are mistaken. Is it a matter of my fists not being formidable enough, or is there something else at play?" Chapter 36. The falling leaves descend the mountain. Having acquired the foundational cultivation method of the qi refinement stage, Chu Yuan finally departed from the Xianzue in under the eager gaze of the innkeeper. Inspired by the newfound knowledge, he felt an irresistible urge to begin his cultivation journey. Perhaps he was a rare genius among countless others. With this thought in mind, Chu Yuan swiftly returned to the Wudao sect. Upon his arrival, he surveyed the sect, noting that Yi Luo remained in deep contemplation in the main hall, while Zhang Han was engrossed in reading within the teaching hall. Indifferent to their pursuits, he retreated to his own palace, closed the door, and entered a state of closed-door cultivation. In the realm of immortality, days blur into oblivion. Chu Yuan's seclusion lasted for over 2 months. During this time, while the world outside churned with unseen currents, the Wudao sect remained tranquil. Yi Luo and Zhang Han were each preoccupied with their individual endeavors. Yi Luo spent his days observing the heavens and pondering the Tao, while at night, he practiced swordsmanship and contemplated the qi bestowed by his master. Zhang Han, tirelessly researching formations, sought to connect with the celestial bodies and the myriad elements of the universe. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan devoted himself to the cultivation of his spiritual power. In his palace's seclusion chamber, sitting upon a mat, Chu Yuan gradually opened his eyes. He extended his hand from his sleeve and gazed intently for a long while. A flicker of excitement shone in his profound eyes. It had been over 2 months. He had successfully cultivated a thread of spiritual power through the foundational qi refinement method. Although it was but a mere thread, it marked a promising beginning. With diligent effort and the guidance of his seemingly inept disciple, the path to invincibility lay within reach. Did he truly believe that the journey from the golden core stage to invincibility was merely a fanciful notion? Assuming he persisted in his training, within a year he could ascend from the early golden core stage to the mid-stage, while Zhang Han, his hapless disciple, would achieve a minor advancement. Thus, he would stand at the late golden core stage. A return to the nascent soul realm would be imminent. Chu Yuan's imagination soared, envisioning a future where he reigned supreme. His back turned to the multitude. The mere thought of such a scene drew a silly grin across his face. Calculating the time, he realized that in approximately 8 or 9 months, the sect would evaluate the strength of its disciples. Yes, with 8 or 9 months remaining, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. After 2 months of solitude, he wondered how his 2 disciples were faring. Murmuring to himself, he extended his spiritual sense to sweep through the sect. Within his perception, Zhang Han remained absorbed in his reading in the teaching hall. Had this fellow truly been reading for over 2 months? What could possibly be captivating in a pile of insipid books? But where was Yi Luo? Chu Yuan scanned the main hall and found no trace of him. Where could that rascal have wandered off to? Puzzled, he expanded his spiritual sense to encompass the entirety of the Wudao sect. At last, he located Yi Luo, who was near the mountain gate. Calling out master as if searching for him. What could this boy want? Could it be that he had an epiphany and sought his guidance? Perfect. It was an opportune moment to glean insights into his cultivation technique. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he opened the temple doors and proceeded towards the location where Yi Luo was situated. At that moment, within the confines of the Wudao sect, Yi Luo was traversing the mountain path, clutching a long sword. He donned a robe of azure and flowing clouds, with billowing sleeves dancing in the wind. His raven hair was elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin, and a golden insignia flickered upon his forehead, while his sharp, indifferent gaze radiated an air of detachment. He stood there, ethereal as a celestial being, exuding a proud and solitary demeanor akin to snow. Where could my master be? Yi Luo pondered aloud. After over 2 months of contemplation and enlightenment, he felt himself at an impasse and resolved to descend the mountain for further experience. Before his departure, he intended to bid farewell to his master. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not locate him. Furrowing his brow, Yi Luo contemplated utilizing the Tao resonance as a medium to summon his master. Just as he was about to call out, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Chu Yuan. Yi Luo was taken aback. Was his master's realm truly so inscrutable? He had refrained from using Tao resonance. Yet whenever he attempted to call for his master, he remained absent. Ironically, as he prepared to invoke the Tao resonance, his master appeared. Could this be mere coincidence? Surely. One could not believe such a thing. It was improbable, indeed. If it were anyone else, it would surely be seen as coincidence. But for a transcendent being like his master, it could not simply be happenstance. The sensitivity with which his master grasped the Tao resonance was remarkable. What level of mastery could achieve such awareness? Merely entertaining the thought of employing Tao resonance was enough for his master to discern it. Master. Yi Luo bowed respectfully to his esteemed mentor. Lu are you? What brings you to seek me? Have you come to seek guidance? Chu Yuan inquired, a hint of surprise flickering within, though his demeanor remained as serene as ever. How long had it been since he last saw Yi Luo? Just over 2 months. Yet the transformation was striking. The boy who once bore the essence of a mere mortal now emanated the aura of a proud sword immortal. Swallowing hard, Chu Yuan contemplated whether he could still hold his own against this disciple. Meanwhile, Yi Luo, catching the master's words, could not help but smile. 2 months had passed, and yet his master still sought to test his resolve. Your intentions are appreciated, master. I have come not to seek your guidance, Yi Luo replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, a playful smile gracing his lips, particularly evident when he mentioned the word guidance. What then prompts your summoning of me? Chu Yuan asked, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo produced an exquisitely crafted invitation from his robes. This invitation, adorned with a layer of gold leaf, was resplendent. On the left side, an intricately embroidered phoenix came to life, while the right side showcased a commanding golden dragon. At the center, the ancient character for Qian was engraved. Master, 3 months ago, this sect extended an invitation for disciples to attend their grand competition. Now that the 3-month period is nearly upon us, I intend to descend the mountain and experience the world, coincidentally, to witness the event. Yi Luo spoke softly. Chu Yuan cast a glance at the invitation, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Which sect does this invitation belong to? It appears to hold significant value. If I were to take this invitation, would Yi Luo turn against me? Cough, never mind. As a just and righteous master, how could I seize my disciples' belongings? Which sect is it from? Chu Yuan inquired with raised brows. Reporting to you, master, it is from the Qian Emperor Dao sect, though I am unaware of the specific details of the sect. Yi Luo replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was momentarily stunned. The Qian Emperor Dao sect? He was well aware of it. That infamous sect led by the cunning Grand Elder residing in the Xiantian mountain range. Despite countless offerings from admirers, that crafty Grand Elder resolutely rejected them all. This grudge would linger with him for a lifetime. Reflecting on this matter, Chu Yuan couldn't help but grit his teeth. Luo, you shall descend the mountain to participate in this wretched sect's competition. If the opportunity arises, make sure to create some havoc, understood? After all, Yi Luo appeared rather formidable now. Let this disciple who has wronged me seek proper retribution. The nearby Yi Luo, taken aback by these words, hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. He had always been obedient to his master's instructions. Chapter 37. I, the Grand Elder. Am not a sycophant within the realm of Eastern State. The skies were clear and unblemished. At this moment, the Qiandi Dao sect was abuzz with fervor. Numerous disciples emerged from their secluded meditations, under the guidance of the esteemed elders, diligently preparing for the upcoming sect competition. The Qiandi Dao sect stands as a sacred bastion in Eastern State. Such a competition draws invitations from nearly all the prominent sects in the region. Even those mid-tier and smaller sects, lacking the honor of invitation, would send gifts in congratulation of the Qiandi Dao sect's grand event. It can be said that a single competition hosted by the Qiandi Dao sect is sufficient to send ripples throughout the entirety of Eastern State. This illustrates the profound influence of the sacred ground. Amidst the bustling activities of the Qiandi Dao sect, a few of the most distinguished elders and the sect leader convened within the grand hall. These elders, all venerable figures, stood in a line, each embodying the image of aged wisdom and possessing the cultivation of the transformation stage. At this moment, they engaged in earnest discussion. Grand Elder, what do you propose? Was it not stated that disciples from the reclusive Wu Dao sect would be attending? With the competition looming near, can we truly delay the event for a single disciple from a hidden sect? Coughing lightly, one elder interjected, it seems feasible. Sect leader, I propose we postpone the competition. The elders collectively expressed their concern regarding the absence of the Wudao sect disciples. In the hall, only two individuals maintained their composure, the Grand Elder and sect leader Chu Yuan. Both wore expressions of calm, seemingly unperturbed, exuding an air of inscrutable wisdom. Sect leader, do devise a solution. We cannot simply bicker amongst ourselves, one elder remarked. Noticing the silence of the two, seated upon the exalted throne, sect leader Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at the elder. This matter falls under the purview of the Grand Elder. Let him propose a solution, he replied coolly. Though he appeared unflappable, internally, he was fraught with anxiety. His current cultivation level was non-existent. How could he emerge to assert his presence? He could only feign silence, deflecting any issues onto the elders. After 2 months of masquerading, his skill in subterfuge had reached an admirable level. Unbeknownst to the elders, their remarks about the sect leader's growing lethargy went unnoticed amidst their preoccupation. Recently, their attention shifted entirely to the Grand Elder. With an expression devoid of emotion, he maintained a demeanor of stoic solemnity, contemplating deeply for an extended period. If the Wudao sect disciples truly cannot arrive, then we shall postpone the competition. After all, the only sect worthy of our regard in Eastern State is the Wudao sect. The others can wait. We must establish amicable relations with the Wudao sect. Commencing the competition in their absence would only serve to sour our relationship. The Grand Elder asserted with righteous fervor, embodying the stance of I am not a sycophant. I am merely considering the welfare of our sect. Upon hearing this, sect leader Chu Yuan, disinterested in further discourse, replied, if that is the case, we shall postpone the competition. The elders nodded in agreement, preparing to announce the decision. Just then a disciple arrived swiftly on a sword, landing gracefully within the grand hall. Master, a disciple from the reclusive sect has come, the disciple exclaimed, his tone urgent and fervent. At this revelation, several elders and the master of Chu Yuan turned their gazes toward him. The disciple continued, Master, at the mountain gate, there is a person holding an invitation. When we inquired about his origins, he claimed to represent the Wudao sect. This individual must undoubtedly be a disciple of the hidden sect. At last, they have arrived. The faces of several elders flushed with excitement, their thoughts unknown. Let us go. Let us hasten to welcome this disciple from the hidden sect. I wish to showcase my skills to him. Oh, I misspoke. Please disregard that. I intend to demonstrate my profound abilities. They all rushed out, leaving no time for hesitation. The master of Chu Yuan, witnessing their departure, finally stood up with trembling limbs and made his way toward the hall's entrance. Just then, a voice drifted into his ear, nearly causing him to falter. Master, why do you not join us? Turning to see the Grand Elder beside him, he grimaced and retorted, Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Why aren't you going? The Grand Elder shook his head solemnly. As the Grand Elder of the Qiangdi Dao sect, esteemed and revered, I cannot descend to the level of those individuals. A group of sycophants, he muttered while discreetly activating the Qiangdi Dao sect's anti-flight formation with a subtle motion of his hand. Fly? I command you to soar. Let us see if you can indeed take to the skies. After establishing the anti-flight formation, the Grand Elder focused his energy to communicate with the protective array of the Qiangdi Dao sect, deploying a restraining formation against those who had just taken flight. Come now. Let us see if the Grand Elder allows you to fly another 10,000 meters without pursuit. Meanwhile, the master of Chu Yuan remained oblivious to these machinations, maintaining a facade of indifference as he listened to the Grand Elder's remarks. Indeed, it is fitting for the Grand Elder of the Qiangdi Dao sect to think as such. We must not act as sycophants. He nodded in agreement, feigning approval. The Grand Elder chuckled and calculated the passage of time. By now, those at the God Transformation realm should have been subdued. Yes, it is time for me to proceed. Master, while I understand your sentiments, as the Qiangdi Dao sect representing the Holy Land of Eastern State, we must display the grandeur befitting a great sect. I suggest we still make our appearance, the Grand Elder casually remarked. The master of Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for me to go. Your presence alone suffices to convey the sincerity of the Qiangdi Dao sect. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder ceased further discussion and soared into the sky. Soon, only the master of Chu Yuan remained in the vast hall. He gazed at the empty space, exhaling a deep sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his brow. The challenges of portraying the leader of a holy land are indeed immense. He perpetually teetered on the edge of exposure. Fortunately, his acting skills were exceptional. No. Once the disciples of the hidden sect enter the clan, I must seize the opportunity to inquire whether this elusive sect possesses a method to restore my cultivation. The Lord of Chu Yuan took a deep breath, placing his hopes upon the hidden sect. He truly found himself at a loss in restoring his own powers. If he was unable to do so, then certainly no one in the entire eastern province could offer any assistance. The solitary glimmer of hope lay solely with the hidden sect. Meanwhile, beneath the gates of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Chapter 38. The profound skills of the Grand Elder. Beneath the towering gates of the Qian Dao sect, Yi Luo stood before the magnificent entrance, which loomed like a mountain. Clutching his long sword, his eyes narrowed into slits. Although this mountain gate was considerably more imposing than that of his own Wu Dao sect, he felt that the Qian Dao sect's entrance lacked the enigmatic allure of Wu Dao's. In essence, while the former radiated sheer grandeur, the latter evoked a profound sense of mystery. Yi Luo still firmly believed that the Wu Dao sect was superior. Surprisingly, he discovered that the Qian Dao sect was regarded as a holy land in the eastern province. Yi Luo murmured softly to himself, having initially been unaware of the Qian Dao sect's existence. Upon further inquiry, he learned that it was indeed the revered sacred ground of the eastern province. It was no fault of his, for given his previous standing, merely knowing of the major sects was a notable achievement. The likes of the Qian Dao sect was akin to a celestial realm for him. He was aware of the existence of a holy land in the eastern province, yet he had no inkling that its true name was the Qian Dao sect. However, what truly astonished Yi Luo was his master's description of this eastern province holy land. He recalled that prior to his descent from the mountain, his master had mentioned the sect's grand competition, encouraging him to create some disturbances, even referring to it as a garbage sect. A revered holy land in the eastern province could only be deemed a garbage sect in the presence of his master. Such audacity. Yet, Yi Luo couldn't help but think that in the eyes of his Wu Dao sect, the eastern province holy land might indeed be just that, garbage. Do not question his belief. He had unwavering faith in his master's words. The thought of causing a ruckus in the eastern province holy land sent a thrill coursing through him. Ever since attaining enlightenment, he had yet to engage in combat, leaving him uncertain of his own prowess. This descent from the mountain also served the purpose of testing his combat capabilities. Nevertheless, he pondered why it took so long for someone to announce their presence at the Qian Dao sect. A distinguished holy land of the eastern province should not exhibit such inefficiency. As Yi Luo's thoughts wandered, a voice resonated from the distance. Is it not a joy to have friends arrive from afar? Young Yi, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. The Grand Elder approached from beyond the mountain gate, his face adorned with a broad smile, completely devoid of the usual solemnity. Ah, it is you, old lick, cough, cough. Esteemed Elder. Upon seeing the Grand Elder, Yi Luo instinctively wished to address him as Old Lick, but upon reflection, he chose to alter his greeting. After all, this was the holy land of the eastern province. A modicum of respect was warranted. He was not like his master, an unparalleled powerhouse who could casually refer to the eastern province holy land as a garbage sect. The Grand Elder, noticing that Yi Luo recognized him, beamed even more broadly, resembling a jovial specter. Indeed, it is I. Look at you, young Yi, weary from your travels. You must be exhausted. Let us proceed, my dear friend, for I have made extensive preparations on your behalf. I have cleared an entire mountain peak, arranged for 36 foundation establishment maidens and 72 golden core guardians, ensuring that you may reside here with utmost comfort, the Grand Elder said with a beaming smile. Yi Luo, clutching his long sword, felt a slight tremor in his hand hidden within his voluminous sleeves. The familiar scent of flattery wafted through the air. Could this truly be the esteemed Grand Elder of the Eastern States' sacred land? The very same Grand Elder was, in fact, a sycophant? Such a revelation would surely be met with disbelief. Ah, Senior, there is no need for such grandiose gestures. Perhaps a more understated approach would be preferable. Yi Luo coughed discreetly, attempting to offer a gentle admonition. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder laughed heartily, retorting, "This is not ostentation. All esteemed guests of my Qian Dao sect are received with this level of hospitality." With those words, Yi Luo found himself at a loss for further protest and followed the Grand Elder as they prepared to enter the mountain gates. Before crossing the threshold, however, a conversation on the opposite side of the massive gate captured Yi Luo's attention. A group of individuals was attempting to enter but was halted by several disciples. The party produced their invitations, yet the disciples remained resolute in their refusal. "I'm afraid that those who have been invited cannot reside within the Qian Dao sect. You must find accommodations at the base of the mountain," one disciple declared. "What? Servants? We do not provide such amenities. You must come fully prepared. Guards? What are you thinking? You believe that we would dispatch guardians to protect you?" Yi Luo, standing nearby, thought to himself, "Grand Elder, could you possibly be more transparent in your flattery?" Yet the Grand Elder, feigning ignorance, pulled Yi Luo into the Qian Di Dao sect without a hint of embarrassment. Yi Luo could only allow himself to be led, inwardly lamenting, "Does the Eastern State's sacred land possess no dignity? Surely, this is not the true face of the Eastern State. The sycophant must be but the Grand Elder. The others must surely possess noble spirits." As evening descended, Yi Luo's last vestige of respect for the Eastern State's sacred land was irrevocably shattered. The dusk at Qian Di Dao sect was profoundly enchanting. Due to its geographical position, one could witness the entire spectacle of the Golden Crow sinking in the west and the moon rising in the east from any peak within the sect. Standing before a magnificent palace, Yi Luo marveled at the scene. As the final remnants of daylight faded and the night, like a voracious beast, claimed the sky, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion stir within him, an ephemeral understanding bubbling up, though he knew not from whence it arose. Yi Luo intended to contemplate the heavens and seek enlightenment, hoping for some revelation, but before he could begin his meditation, a beautiful maid approached. Addressing him respectfully, "Esteemed sir, there are numerous individuals outside Yunxia Peak who wish to pay their respects. Would you like to meet them?" Intrigued by the identity of his visitors, Yi Luo naturally opted for an audience. "Yes," he replied softly, as he could not recall any acquaintances from the Qian Emperor Dao sect. In truth, aside from his master and his junior brother Zhang Han, he was unfamiliar with anyone else in the realm of cultivation. "Very well, my lord. I shall summon those who wish to meet you." The maid responded before taking her leave. Yi Luo remained still, gazing at the sky. After a while, the maid returned, announcing that all those who sought his presence had arrived. Without hesitation, Yi Luo strode into the hall. What he beheld left him momentarily stunned. The grand hall was filled to capacity with individuals, each resembling elderly men, their auras overwhelmingly formidable. While such a gathering would typically not faze him, the smiles adorning their faces, reminiscent of the overly affectionate expressions of the elder known for his sycophancy, puzzled him. Was it truly the sacred land of Dongzhou that he had come to? Had he not taken a wrong turn? Chapter 39. My mental state has crumbled in the grand plaza of the Wudao sect. Chu Yuan gazed skyward, contemplating the pitch-black heavens. He yearned to grasp the profound insights of the falling leaf technique, yet from noon until nightfall, he discerned nothing of significance. But he did notice the gentle breeze, the shifting weather from sunny to partly cloudy, the northwesterly winds, and the rather high temperature. Beyond that, he gleaned nothing of value. Another day squandered in vain. With a heavy sigh, Chu Yuan lamented his choices. Had he known, he would have devoted himself to cultivation, at least after 3 months of diligent practice. He might have condensed a trace of magical energy. Instead, he had spent an entire day in idle observation, achieving naught. Casting his spiritual awareness towards the transmission hall, he spotted Zhang Han still engrossed in his reading, which brought him a measure of relief. Although the day had been fruitless, he felt no distress. For Zhang Han was remarkably obedient. So diligent in his studies, he remained undistracted. Chu Yuan pondered the allure of the seemingly trivial tomes, eventually dismissing the thought. Perhaps it was better this way, as it would prolong the passage of time. Once the moment arrived, the system would intervene, granting him the elevation of his realm. Unbeknownst to him, this disciple had already orchestrated a betrayal behind his back. At this moment, Chu Yuan muttered to himself. Curiously, he reflected on why he had never witnessed Zhang Han partake in a meal. Despite being immortal, he had never seen him eat. No, it was likely that Zhang Han brought his own provisions. After all, he was not constantly monitoring him. Perhaps he simply overlooked it. Regardless, this honest disciple required no further attention. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chu Yuan withdrew his awareness, choosing not to dwell on Zhang Han any longer. This disciple was indeed trustworthy. So much so that it eased his mind. Unlike the unpredictable Yi Luo, he had complete faith in Zhang Han. Even such a seemingly docile disciple could betray him. If that were the case, Chu Yuan would abandon the endeavor altogether, devouring the entire sect and its structures in one insatiable gulp. However, he did observe that the Wudao sect seemed somewhat desolate. Glancing around, he noted that the sect was quite expansive, housing numerous halls, with the transmission hall being but one. Many other halls lay dormant, having been closed due to a lack of resources. It appeared that reopening those halls might be beneficial. In the future, when he recruited disciples, he could utilize these halls to retain them. A mere year under the system's judgment would secure his ascension. Moreover, with an abundance of halls, he could establish a rule. To inherit his teachings, one must first navigate these chambers. For instance, in the transmission hall, a disciple would be required to remain for 3 months, and similarly in the others for designated durations. This strategy was indeed feasible. He resolved to reopen those halls. But first, He needed to prepare some counterfeit goods. In his mind, a plan began to take shape. He would craft a selection of weapons that appeared formidable yet were, in truth, utterly worthless. Then he opened a grand hall, deceiving his disciples into entering for enlightenment, asserting that they must gain the recognition of a divine weapon to exit. However, these weapons were mere fakes. How could any form of recognition truly exist? Thus, he could bide his time, and great matters might come to fruition. With such thoughts, Chu Yuan nodded to himself. He was determined to act. Immediately, he summoned a cloud of law and soared towards Silver Moon City to discern the whereabouts of such weapons. It was imperative to consult the innkeeper, who was renowned as a veritable encyclopedia of knowledge. Half a day later, in front of the immortal drunken inn in Silver Moon City, numerous horse-drawn carriages lined up before the establishment. At this moment, the innkeeper was directing countless subordinates, moving items while wiping the sweat from his brow. He was preparing to leave. In fact, he had intended to depart 3 months prior. The formidable presence of that yuaning master was simply too terrifying and shameless. He felt unable to confront such power and thus planned to escape. Yet, each day he feared that shameless yuaning master might arrive, witnessing his attempts to flee, and in a fit of rage, strike him down with a single blow. Hence, he procrastinated day by day. Now, after a full 3 months, he had not seen that yuaning master appear. Only now did the innkeeper muster the courage to make his escape. Be careful with that. The chair you are moving is quite valuable, made from rare wood. If you damage it, you will not be able to afford the cost, he admonished. I said to be gentle, not to dawdle. Move swiftly but lightly. The innkeeper stood there, directing his subordinates in the transfer of goods, his brow drenched in sweat, visibly anxious. Just as he continued giving orders, a voice drifted into his ears. Innkeeper, are you not making things difficult for them? You demand they be cautious while also urging them to move faster. How can they achieve both? The innkeeper instinctively waved his hand, exclaiming loudly, I paid for this service. Surely I am entitled to give a few instructions. A figure nearby interjected coolly, but your demands are rather unreasonable. Asking them to be gentle while also hurrying. If you can manage it, why not demonstrate yourself? The innkeeper's anger flared instantly. I am the one paying. Who dares to chatter in front of me? Are you seeking a fight? His voice trailed off abruptly. The innkeeper's entire body stiffened as he turned slightly to the side. There stood Chu Yuan, as calm as ever, smiling benignly while observing the laborers. This ominous figure. When had he arrived? The innkeeper's heart sank, and with a rigid face, he stammered, GG Great Master, when did you arrive? Chu Yuan seemed unfazed, hands on his hips, watching the commotion. Oh, just a moment ago. You appeared to be directing things so fervently that I felt it would be impolite to interrupt. Please, continue as if I were not here. He waved his hand dismissively. After a brief pause, he inquired, by the way, where are you transporting all these items? Surely you are not moving house. Moving house? Should I even confess to that? The shopkeeper, on the verge of tears, repeatedly exclaimed, No, that is simply not the case. I am comfortably situated here in Silver Moon City, occasionally encountering esteemed individuals such as yourself. What reason would I have to relocate? I merely intend to open a branch. Yes, a branch. Initially, the shopkeeper hoped to evade the matter. Little did he know that his words would ignite a spark in Chu Yuan's eyes. A branch sounds splendid. Why not establish it at the foot of my sect's mountain? I can allocate a parcel of land for you there. It is a place of serene beauty. Truly a splendid location. What do you think? Would you care to consider it? As for the rental fee, I shall offer you a mere 1 million gold pieces per year. How does that sound? The shopkeeper. My mental state is unraveling. Chapter 40. Borrowing money at the immortal drunken inn. Second floor. In the face of the innkeeper's fervent refusal, Chu Yuan reluctantly abandoned his aspiration to establish a branch of the inn at the foot of the Wudao sect. It was not that he lacked desire. Rather, the innkeeper's impassioned language nearly compelled him to draw a blade to his throat, which ultimately dissuaded Chu Yuan from pursuing the idea. Gazing at the sumptuous feast before him, Chu Yuan dined while softly murmuring to himself, What a pity! I had hoped to descend the mountain daily for a meal, thus alleviating the disciples' concerns about food and drink. The innkeeper, who was standing nearby, nearly stumbled in surprise, inhaling deeply in relief. He was grateful for his decisive earlier actions. Had he not brandished a knife, he might have found himself preparing to open a branch of the inn. If he were to dine here daily, what business would I have left? I'd be better off closing the doors. The innkeeper felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Seated at the table, Chu Yuan, oblivious to the innkeeper's turmoil, soon prepared to broach the matter at hand. Innkeeper, I did not come merely to indulge in merriment. I have a question to pose before I take my leave. I am aware of your extensive network. Should you possess any information, do not conceal it from me. Chu Yuan smiled amiably, exuding a friendly demeanor. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper perked up instantly. You wish to inquire and then depart? Not linger here to feast and stay the night for free. Esteemed guest, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shall speak candidly. Even if I am unaware, I can certainly seek out others for you. This immortal drunken inn is renowned for its intelligence. Any information you desire can be uncovered with but a little inquiry. The innkeeper, now transformed into a sycophant, responded with a grin, a stark contrast to his earlier despondency. I seek to know where I might procure weapons, specifically those of a lesser caliber, in bulk, Chu Yuan stated, placing his chopsticks down with deliberate calm. Weapons? Lesser caliber? Surely. Someone of your stature ought to be in pursuit of magical artifacts? The innkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Chu Yuan, however, waved his hand dismissively, reiterating, no rush, no rush. Take your time to think. I am in no haste. Ah, waiter, please bring more dishes. As the innkeeper observed Chu Yuan ordering yet more food, his previous jovial expression faded. If he were at the nascent soul stage, and this man were but a mortal, he would surely extract the man's soul only to return it repeatedly, subjecting him to an endless cycle of torment. He had never encountered such a shameless being of power before. Today was indeed an eye-opening experience. Did this man truly think he could extract information from him? Perhaps he was lost in a daydream. As the innkeeper's mind raced, an idea began to take shape. Does he not desire weapons or artifacts? Very well. I shall direct him to a den of peril and see if he emerges with his life intact. The innkeeper mused inwardly, while outwardly maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Eureka! I have it. Esteemed guest, you seek weapons, correct? I know of an excellent place that will surely meet your satisfaction. The shopkeeper's tone brimmed with a peculiar mirth, albeit one that appeared rather sinister. Chu Yuan, however, paid no heed to this unsettling display. With a raised brow, he inquired once more. Are you certain you've thought of it so swiftly? I require weapons. Weapons, do you comprehend? Moreover, I seek a wholesale quantity. Do you grasp that? The shopkeeper promptly waved his hands, replying, I understand completely. So, this fellow genuinely comprehends. Chu Yuan pondered, his curiosity piqued. What does the information entail? Well, esteemed sir, if you journey eastward from Silver Moon City, you shall arrive at a vast and conspicuous lake. Once you reach it, you cannot miss it. Adjacent to this lake, there exists a blacksmith shop, home to an elderly craftsman renowned for his exceptional weapon forging skills. Whatever weapon you desire, he can provide. The shopkeeper spoke with a hint of persuasion in his voice. In truth, there is indeed a blacksmith shop by a lake to the east of Silver Moon City. However, it is inhabited by a reclusive master known for his irascible temperament. While he may forge a magical weapon for those deemed worthy, most who venture there return empty-handed. Moreover, should one inadvertently provoke this hermit, the consequences could be dire, even fatal. This shameless nascent soul cultivator is precisely what the shopkeeper seeks, confident that his audacity would incite conflict. Should misfortune befall him, it would bring the shopkeeper immense delight. Oblivious to the intricate machinations at play, Chu Yuan nodded thoughtfully after hearing the shopkeeper's words. That may be so, but dear shopkeeper, in emergencies, might you lend me some gold? I find myself rather short on funds, and I fear I may be unable to procure what I need. Chu Yuan spoke slowly, contemplating the cost of weapons, which he assumed could not be as inexpensive as books. His previous purchase of books had cost him 8 taels, with weapons. Even 8 taels might barely secure a pile of scrap metal. His funds were dwindling. He could hardly resort to trading his clothing for debt. The shopkeeper forced a smile, waving dismissively. What is the fuss? It's merely gold. How much do you require? Consider it my sponsorship for you. The shopkeeper mused that expending a bit of gold to ensure this individual vanished would be quite worthwhile. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's agreement, Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you ever so much. Please lend me 1,000,000 taels of gold. 1,000,000? Gold? That's excessive. How about a discount, then? 99,999 taels will suffice. Sir, is your mathematics sound? Absolutely, absolutely. Here's what we can do. You simply strike down the inhabitants of this city with a single blow and claim that I was the culprit. Once the mundane Zhou dynasty posts a bounty for me, you can kill me to claim the reward. That might just yield the funds you seek. An ingenious plan. I find it quite feasible. Moreover, all the gold you acquire will be mine, along with the bounty, 2 birds with 1 stone. Ultimately, after a protracted negotiation between Chu Yuan and the shopkeeper, the latter relented and provided Chu Yuan with 100,000 taels of gold, along with a bundle of silk. Thus, the tale unfolds. A peculiar scene unfolded. Without any storage treasures, Chu Yuan supported a colossal treasure chest while bearing the weight of an immense silk. Observing his attire, Chu Yuan felt a sense of strangeness wash over him. Indeed, it echoed the sentiment that even while cradling a golden chest and carrying silk, I, Chu Yuan, remain invincible in this world. Alas, today has proven to be quite busy for me, and I find myself lacking the time for a second update. I have matters to attend to tomorrow morning, so I can only provide one update today. However, I shall strive to deliver 3 updates tomorrow. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 41. The impermanent Taoist. To the east of Silver Moon City lies an expansive lake, renowned even throughout the entirety of the eastern province for its vastness. This pristine body of water, known as the Mirror Lake due to its crystal-clear surface, has long been the subject of numerous legends. Some claim to have witnessed a true dragon within its depths, while others assert that if one stands before the lake at midnight, they may glimpse an alternate version of themselves. Yet, these tales are mere whispers of folklore. In the eyes of those within the realm of cultivation, however, the Mirror Lake is perceived differently. Its breathtaking beauty and abundant spiritual energy render it a veritable paradise, a haven of tranquility. The extraordinary phenomena observed by ordinary folk are attributed to their inhalation of the lake's rich spiritual essence, which their bodies cannot fully assimilate, thereby inducing vivid hallucinations. The absence of competing sects vying for this celestial sanctuary can be traced to the humble blacksmith shop nestled beside it. Within this forge resides a recluse, known only by the honorific title of the impermanent Taoist. At this very moment, within the confines of the blacksmith shop, an elderly man clad in tattered robes, his feet shod in straw sandals, and hair streaked with gray, wielded a heavy iron hammer, rhythmically striking a glowing red piece of iron. The sound of metal against metal rang out in a harmonious cadence, imbued with a profound sense of Tao. This venerable figure is none other than the impermanent Taoist. With each strike, the iron glowed ever brighter until it reached a critical temperature, at which point the Taoist withdrew his hammer and, using a pair of tongs, placed the iron into a dark wooden barrel, sealing it with a lid. He then turned to tidy up the remnants left from his work. Finally, the Taoist's gaze fell upon a corner of the shop, where a young man clad in resplendent attire stood. The Taoist squinted, observing the young man for a moment before speaking slowly. "Speak, what brings you here? The Tianqing sect seems rather bothersome, coming to trouble me time and again. All for a trifling favor I once rendered you." The voice of the impermanent Taoist was raspy yet resonant. "Esteemed senior, I assure you, our visit this time is not to impose upon you, but to share a significant piece of news." The well-dressed young man suppressed his tone, wary of disturbing the revered figure. "News? What news?" the Taoist inquired, his eyes narrowing with interest. "There are rumors circulating that a hidden sect has emerged within the borders of the eastern province, and it is said to be of considerable renown. Our Tianqing sect has received this information promptly, along with a depiction of the sect's leader." The young man spoke carefully, retrieving a scroll from within his robes. Upon hearing the phrase hidden sect, a glimmer of intrigue ignited in the Taoist's murky eyes. He gestured, and the scroll floated gracefully into his grasp, unfurling before him. What unfolded was an ancient image, depicting a desolate realm where darkness enveloped all, a stark silence prevailing as if the world itself had met its demise. A figure clad in white stood amidst the impenetrable darkness, surrounded by a myriad of twinkling lights, with hair billowing wildly, resembling an exalted deity gazing down upon the mortal realm. In this figure's grasp, the sun, moon, and stars floated above, exuding an air of indifference and majesty, embodying both divine and demonic qualities. Even through the confines of the painting, it evoked a profound sense of awe. Particularly at the bottom, a bold inscription elegantly flowed, with hands that grasped the stars and plucked the sun and moon. "There is no being in this world like me. What a remarkable existence this is." The Taoist of impermanence was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, a young man in splendid attire breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Their sect, having learned of the hidden sect's revelations and acquiring a painting that was merely a copy, had sought information from the traders of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. This painting belonged to Lin Pan and bore only a fraction of the original's divine might. Fearing that the painting's lineage might hinder its true brilliance and displease the Taoist of impermanence, they had utilized some ancient relics to enhance it, rendering it seemingly majestic and unfathomable. Little did the young man in splendid attire know that the true painting, due to Yi Luo's formidable imaginative capacity, appeared far more imposing. The painting crafted by Lin Pan paled in comparison to the original. Yet, who besides the traders of the Qian Emperor Dao sect would be aware of this? After a prolonged contemplation of the painting, the Taoist of impermanence finally shook his head, regaining his composure. With a wave of his hand, he merged the painting and cradled it as if it were a treasured possession. "From whence did this news originate?" And what of this painting? The Taoist's gaze fell upon the young man in splendid attire as he inquired. Esteemed Taoist, this news came from the holy land of the Eastern State, and this painting was brought forth by a trader from there. It is said to be merely a copy of Lin Pan's work. The true painting is beyond comparison, the young man replied, lowering his head. The holy land of the Eastern State. The copy of Lin Pan's painting is far inferior to the original. The Taoist of impermanence murmured. Could the illustrious holy land of the Eastern State be lying? Such a notion seemed impossible. Furthermore, this painting confirmed the truth of the matter, revealing that such an existence still roamed the mortal realm without having ascended. Surely, beings of such caliber ought to have ascended millennia ago. What is the name of this hidden sect? The Taoist inquired. Wudao sect. The young man responded. Wudao sect? The Tao is fundamentally formless, evolving from nothingness to unity. Wudao sect, what audacious claims you make. Yet, why had he never encountered this sect's name before? He should have heard of the great sects of the previous era. The Taoist of impermanence felt perplexed. Having lived so long, he had never come across this sect's name. Was he truly so ignorant? Very well, I have received this information. You may take your leave now. With a dismissive gesture, the Taoist of impermanence issued an expulsion order to the young man. The young man clad in traditional attire glanced at the tightly grasped scroll in the hands of the unchanging Taoist and cleared his throat twice. This scroll had consumed a considerable amount of the sect's precious resources. If he failed to retrieve it, he feared that the elders of his sect would take his life. Meanwhile, the unchanging Taoist remained expressionless, gazing outside the blacksmith's shop, showing no inclination to return the item. Observing this, the young man could only sigh in resignation. He turned to leave, but was momentarily startled by a figure soaring across the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the unchanging Taoist swiftly tucked the scroll into his storage treasure in the instant the young man was distracted, then raised his head. What is it? The unchanging Taoist feigned innocence, but in the next moment, a figure in the sky captured his attention as well. There appeared a silhouette, cradling a golden treasure chest and draped in silk, riding on a cloud of spiritual energy. The visage of this figure was identical to that depicted in the scroll. Chapter 42. Ultimately bowing to life above the mirror lake, Chu Yuan cradled a golden treasure chest, adorned in silk, with his feet resting upon clouds of mystical energy. His gaze swept across the entire expanse of the lake, marveling at its exquisite beauty. Yet, he remained resolute in his purpose. His consciousness swiftly scanned the surroundings, seeking the blacksmith's shop. At last, within his awareness, he discerned the modest, somewhat dilapidated forge nestled beside the lake. This is it. An exhilaration ignited in Chu Yuan's eyes as he descended towards the blacksmith's shop. Upon landing and setting down the silken chest, he turned around to find two figures standing before the forge, one elderly and one young. Both regarded him with fervent gazes, akin to starving wolves eyeing a tender lamb. Chu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine under their intense scrutiny. Surely, their gaze could not be driven by admiration for his looks. It was improbable that his appearance could elicit such a reaction. No, something felt amiss. These two were not merely captivated by his charm, but were undoubtedly eyeing his wealth, the golden chest behind him, the silk, and even his exquisite attire worth 100 taels of silver. Throughout history, money has stirred the hearts of men. These two must be dealt with. Chu Yuan's wariness heightened. Though he maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance while his concealed hand trembled slightly, the result of an overwhelming accumulation of magical energy that he struggled to control. The duo before the forge, an elder and a youth, were aflame with excitement. The elder, known as the unchanging Taoist, was merely stirred by emotion. Having just witnessed this remarkable individual's splendor in a painting, now standing before him in flesh and blood, the youth, clad in resplendent garments, could hardly contain his exhilaration. His face flushed, his body quivered from sheer enthusiasm. This master of a secluded sect, whom he had only heard of in discussions with his teacher, now stood before him in reality. The unchanging Taoist cleared his throat and cast a glance at the young man, urging him to maintain decorum. In the next moment, the elder stepped closer to Chu Yuan, gazing intently at him as he began to speak. Fellow Taoist, no, I mean, esteemed senior, while the unchanging Taoist faltered, wishing he could slap himself for such an awkward opening. There was little he could do. He was at a loss for how to converse with this extraordinary being. Although he too was an enigmatic figure, he felt utterly insignificant in the presence of this individual, a veritable senior in both cultivation and age. Do not inquire how he knew. The mere presence of that painting was proof enough. To grasp the stars and seize the sun and moon. There exists no one like him in the world. Just this single phrase reveals the immense stature of this being. If he was not mistaken, This person before him was undoubtedly a peerless prodigy from some ancient era. Only such an existence could utter words like these. Yet, the unchanging Taoist was not one to flatter. He had always been forthright in his speech. Faced with such a being, he found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Yuan observed the scene with a cold smirk. Well. Who would have thought this person was still a novice? This is likely their first attempt to seize another's wealth. They seem rather anxious even to speak. Seeking to rob someone for the first time, and they've chosen him? TSK. It seems luck is not on your side. Just as Chu Yuan prepared to take the initiative, the unchanging Taoist spoke once more. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed senior? If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to let me know. The unchanging Taoist had resolved to adopt a calm demeanor. Given his uncertainty on how to flatter, however, he sighed inwardly. In this day and age, not knowing how to flatter was indeed a shortcoming. It appeared that he, the unchanging Taoist, must also bow to the realities of life and practice the art of flattery. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuan, having gathered his magical energy, trembled slightly, fixing his gaze on the unchanging Taoist for quite some time. Did this fellow realize he was not cut out for robbery and thus decided to abandon the attempt? Goodness, I nearly used my golden core strength to strike you down. Chu Yuan was completely unaware that before him stood a formidable being at the Tribulation Crossing realm. What else could one do at a blacksmith shop but purchase weapons? What weapons do you have? Show them to me. He spoke with a rather harsh tone, for the individual before him had previously entertained the notion of robbing him. It was no surprise that his demeanor was less than cordial. Weapons. Please, esteemed senior, come in. The unchanging Taoist, upon hearing this, quickly stepped aside to create a path. Seeing this, Chu Yuan strode into the blacksmith shop, with the unchanging Taoist following closely behind. Only the elegantly dressed young man remained, trembling in place, still quaking as no one was left before him. The interior of the blacksmith shop was modest, to say the least. It contained merely a wooden table, a forging platform, and a few dark wooden barrels beneath the platform. Aside from that, it was quite barren. Do you not have any weapons here? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired. We do have some. Just a moment, esteemed senior, the unchanging Taoist replied hurriedly. Scurrying into the back room, Chu Yuan gazed at the old man's departing figure, perplexed. Calling him esteemed senior? An old man calling him esteemed senior? Surely. His mind must be clouded. Was it customary in the realm of cultivation for individuals to address customers with such deference? Chu Yuan was not quite certain. In truth, even now, he had only a superficial understanding of the customs of the cultivation world. After a while, the unchanging Taoist emerged, dragging a large box with him. He opened the box, revealing it to be filled to the brim with weapons. Esteemed senior, please take a look at these weapons, the unchanging Taoist said, his face breaking into a beaming smile. Let me see, Chu Yuan replied. Chu Yuan regained his composure and scrutinized the array of weapons within the box. There were quite a number, at least 40 or 50, haphazardly piled together. A plethora of weaponry indeed. However, the quality of these arms left much to be desired. Each piece appeared dull and lifeless, seemingly rendered blunt. This is all there is. Chu Yuan's expression took on an odd cast. Meanwhile, the Wuchang Taoist observed with a slight smile, convinced that these relics would surely satisfy this esteemed being. These were not of his own making. He lacked the skill to forge such divine instruments. Rather, these were heirlooms passed down through his mastery. As for their lackluster appearance and dulled edges, there was but one explanation. The divine artifacts had lost their luster. Esteemed senior, how do you find these weapons? Should they please you, feel free to take one. Before the Wuchang Taoist could finish his sentence, Chu Yuan interjected. All right, they'll do, I suppose. Let us package them all up. Your weapons are rather subpar. I'll give you 10 taels of silver per pound. Do the math. Wuchang Taoist. Chapter 43. Speak of complexity. Beside the mirror lake, within the blacksmith's forge, the unchanging Taoist appeared as if petrified. 10 taels of silver for a pound. All packed away. These are genuine divine weapons. It is crucial to understand that the treasures of cultivators are categorized. The lowest tier consists of mortal treasures, ascending to magical artifacts. Magical artifacts are further divided into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Beyond these lies the spiritual treasures, which are exceedingly rare. A major sect might possess only a handful of spiritual treasures, and even those would be of paramount importance to the sect. The entire chest of weapons before the unchanging Taoist was filled with spiritual treasures, and each one was of an exceptionally high grade, sufficient to incite countless powerful beings to fight over them. Yet now, all packed away, for merely 10 taels of silver per pound? To purchase spiritual treasures at such a price? The unchanging Taoist felt as though his worldview was crumbling. Where could one find spiritual treasures so easily obtainable? 10 taels per pound. This, senior, this. The unchanging Taoist wanted to refuse, but was at a loss for words. What? You are dissatisfied with the price of 10 taels per pound? Chu Yuan's tone suddenly turned brusque. Just moments ago, this individual had intended to seize his silver. Now, offering to pay for goods was considered courtesy, yet he dared to complain about the price. Truly insatiable. Hearing these words, the unchanging Taoist dared not utter another complaint. Taking a deep breath. Senior, if you wish to purchase these items, that is possible. However, I have a question. If you can answer it, I will gladly present these items to you without taking a single coin. The unchanging Taoist spoke with utmost seriousness. He perceived that this existence before him was resolute in acquiring these items, feigning ignorance of their true nature as spiritual treasures. In his own imagination, he could never hope to defeat this being. Thus, he might as well pose his query regarding his cultivation. Chu Yuan, who was inspecting the weapons, paused for a moment. He wouldn't demand his money, but instead, he sought a question. Could it be a query regarding cultivation? That was beyond his expertise. His knowledge of cultivation was non-existent. You may ask, Chu Yuan replied, bracing himself. He wanted to see if he might be able to respond. What if he could answer? Senior, what is the Tao? The unchanging Taoist slightly cupped his hands and inquired. Is that it? Just this question? Chu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated something far more complex. As it turned out, it was such a question. This was something he was familiar with. The so-called Tao, well, to elaborate would be complex, and you would not comprehend. Chu Yuan adopted a nonchalant demeanor, preparing to engage in his usual obfuscation. However, before he could finish, the unchanging Taoist interrupted. Senior, speak of complexity. I can understand. The unchanging Taoist wore an earnest expression. Chu Yuan, you are mistaken. You believe you can comprehend complexity. If I were to comprehend this, I could condense a trace of spiritual power within 3 months. Yet I remain at the golden core stage. However, as Chu Yuan gazed upon the earnest visage of the Wuchang Taoist, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately choosing to turn away, presenting his back to the elder. The essence of the Tao can be encapsulated in this phrase. Man follows the earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The Tao is fundamentally formless. From the void emerges one. One gives birth to two. Two begets three. And three spawns all things. The Tao that can be articulated is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. As Chu Yuan recited these thoughts, he found himself reflecting upon the Tao Te Ching, only to realize that he had forgotten most of it, leading to an awkward silence. Very well, let this be the case. If you do not understand, then there is no choice but to proceed with the formalities. 10 taels of silver for a pound. Chu Yuan waved his hand, unable to engage in deception. After all, these items could indeed be purchased with money. Why expend so much energy attempting to persuade him? It was utterly dehumanizing. On the other side, upon hearing these words, the Wuchang Taoist furrowed his brow, a mixture of understanding and confusion evident on his face. He could not grasp the meaning of the first statement, yet the second evoked a sensation of loosening at his bottleneck, leaving him perplexed and unable to truly break through. Senior, you may take these weapons. I shall not charge you. The Wuchang Taoist gritted his teeth. At this juncture, he had no other recourse but to bestow these spiritual treasures upon this individual. Surely, this gesture would be remembered fondly. However, he did not consider himself too unfortunate, for he had received profound insights that might elevate his cultivation. Not charging me. Then I shall gladly take them, Chu Yuan replied. By the way, do you have any superior weapons available? He closed the box and surveyed the surroundings, seeking a collection of scrap metal to furnish his palace. Next, he intended to procure a weapon for himself. Senior, do you require any other weapons? The corner of the Wuchang Taoist's mouth twitched. Hadn't the finest weapons already been taken? What other viable options could possibly remain? No need for your assistance. I shall examine them myself. Chu Yuan approached the inner room, casting a glance. His eyes instantly brightened. Beside the door of the inner chamber lay a long sword, 3 feet in length, with a blood-red blade adorned with the engraving of a crimson dragon, radiating a mesmerizing red light, exuding an air of majesty as if it could sever all that stood in its path. This sword is exquisite, Chu Yuan exclaimed, immediately grasping the blood-red long sword and caressing it thoughtfully, remarking on its quality. How much for this sword? Never mind. I shall offer you the silver and silk from outside as payment. So be it. I take my leave, and may our paths cross again. With that, Chu Yuan lifted the blood-red long sword, hoisted the box of scrap metal with his other hand, and ascended into the sky on a cloud of spiritual energy, departing with remarkable swiftness. The Wuchang Taoist was left in a state of astonishment. Upon regaining his senses, he pondered, why does the senior take the sword I used merely for illumination? He felt somewhat bewildered. That blood-red long sword was intended solely as a source of light, at most a rank suitable for the qi refinement stage, hardly worthy of being deemed a treasure. Perhaps it would shine brighter when infused with spiritual power. However, it is of little use. Even the knife feels dull when killing a chicken. The senior is indeed a senior. Their actions are completely beyond my comprehension. Compared to them, I hardly resemble a recluse. The unchanging Taoist shook his head, casting a glance at the silken coins outside. He then looked at the poverty surrounding him. To be reclusive is to exist within the grand world, to conceal oneself in the mundane, to engage in ordinary affairs, and to utilize commonplace items. This defines true seclusion. His level of attainment still falls short. The unchanging Taoist reflected on this. Chapter 44. Is this it? Within the territory of Dongzhou, the Qian Emperor Dao sect is ablaze with fervor. The sect competition, drawing the attention of all sects in Dongzhou, is currently underway. Atop a towering mountain, a circular arena has been established, surrounded by an intricate formation that isolates the tumultuous energies of battle. Enveloped by this formation, several floating platforms are present, each adorned with delicacies and tea, attended by maidens. Those privileged to occupy these platforms are undoubtedly representatives of esteemed sects, exclusively invited to witness the grand contest of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. As for the lesser sects, even mid-tier ones are deemed unworthy to enter the hallowed grounds of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Among the many platforms, one notably grand floating disc stands out. Upon this platform are the esteemed leader of the Qian Yuan sect and numerous high-ranking elders. Yi Luo also finds himself among them. At this moment, seated at a table and surrounded by the multitude of elders, he can only feel a sense of speechlessness. This group of elders truly resembles sycophants. Upon his arrival at the arena, they had immediately ushered him to this large platform, proclaiming that all invited guests are seated upon such grand platforms, one per individual. Now, reflecting on the minuscule platforms below, he muses, what audacity do they possess to claim this is equitable? Elders of the illustrious Dongzhou Holy Land, reduced to mere flatterers. What a disgrace. Yi Luo casts a glance at the elders, then at the serene figure of the Qian Yuan sect leader, immovable as a mountain. He can't help but privately lament the reliability of the Qian Emperor Dao sect's leader. However, he must not forget his purpose amidst this sect competition. The instructions from his master weigh heavily upon his mind. A glint of determination flashes in his eyes as he turns to the elder beside him. Elder, might outsiders be permitted to participate in your sect's competition? Yi Luo inquires. How could that be possible? The Qian Emperor Dao sect's competition is exclusively for inner disciples and the personal disciples of esteemed elders. Even outer disciples are barred from entry. If outsiders were allowed, I would. The elder begins jovially, but abruptly halts mid-sentence, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, could it be that you, young friend Yi, wish to compete personally? Indeed, elder. I desire to spar with the disciples of your esteemed sect, Yi Luo affirms with a nod. Upon hearing this, the elder appears somewhat bewildered. There has never been a precedent for allowing outsiders to participate in the Qian Emperor Dao sect's competitions. He turns to glance at the other elders, seeking their opinions. To his dismay, each elder seems to be gazing skyward, adopting an air of indifference. The sight fills the elder with exasperation. After a prolonged survey, the gaze was fixed upon the master of Qian Yuan. Before the grand elder could utter a word, the master of Qian Yuan casually remarked that all matters would be entrusted to the grand elder's discretion. He spoke slowly. Seated like a mountain, his eyes gently closed. Upon hearing this, the grand elder sighed in relief, having anticipated that he would handle everything in accordance with his character. It was certain that, young friend Yi, should you wish to participate, you may do so. However, given your esteemed status, it would be best for you to join once the disciples have determined the top 10. The grand elder's wrinkled face broke into a flower-like smile as he spoke. Yi Luo, upon hearing this, had no objections. He took a sip from the tea on the table, gazing with pride at the arena below. In the arena, the competition had commenced. Two disciples were engaged in a fierce battle, casting dazzling spells and summoning formidable treasures, locked in an intense contest. This was a duel among disciples of the Golden Core realm. However, Yi Luo found himself disinterested after merely a glance. Is this truly the Golden Core realm? He had expected something far more formidable. It seemed almost trivial, a mere display of basic skills. Yi Luo subtly curled his lip in disdain. The Qian Emperor Dao sect, a prestigious holy land of the eastern state, could not possibly have disciples of such caliber. Surely, These two were simply lacking in skill. He resolved to continue watching, hopeful that stronger contenders would appear. Time passed slowly, and after a full half-day, Yi Luo was nearly dozing off when the Grand Elder softly called his name. Awakened by the sound, Yi Luo shook his head and turned to the Grand Elder. "What is it, Grand Elder? Are we about to see stronger disciples?" "I shall focus my attention," he said, slightly straightening his posture, believing that the moment for more powerful contestants was imminent. It was not his fault, to him. Those disciples seemed like children at play. The strongest among them barely reached the nascent soul realm. Having watched for so long, he was on the verge of falling asleep. Unbeknownst to Yi Luo, the top 10 of the sect competition had already been determined. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly masked it with indifference. No, young friend Yi, the top 10 has already been decided, and the sect competition is nearing its conclusion. You expressed a desire to participate, so how about joining now? The Grand Elder's smile was as bright as ever, reminiscent of blooming flowers. What? The top 10? Is this truly it? Yi Luo was taken aback, unable to comprehend that the esteemed sect competition of the Eastern State would yield such results. It could only be 10 disciples at the nascent soul realm. The Grand Elder's complexion faltered again, feeling genuinely affronted. Yet, considering Yi Luo's background, he could only chuckle and reply, "Indeed, this is the top 10, but they cannot be compared to a prodigy like you, young friend Yi. Perhaps it would be best for you not to participate, as I feel these disciples would not stand a chance against you." Not participate? How could he create chaos if he does not enter the arena? How could he fulfill the directives of his esteemed master if he fails to accomplish the master's commands? Would his future position as the leader of the unruly sect not be jeopardized? Yi Luo promptly shook his head and said, "It is indeed necessary for me to descend into the arena. I kindly ask the Grand Elder to handle this matter." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder could only nod in agreement and gestured to a nearby elder. The elder understood the cue and maneuvered a flying sword towards the center of the competition arena. It was only then that the Grand Elder turned to face Yi Luo, smiling as he said, "Young friend Yi, do take care in your approach. Those 10 disciples are treasures of our Qiandi Dao sect." Yi Luo nodded, devoid of any modesty. He felt that striking those 10 disciples would be akin to slaughtering chickens. However, his master had instructed him to create a disturbance. Is merely stepping on the Qiandi Dao sect truly sufficient? Yi Luo began to ponder, contemplating whether his master harbored a deeper intention. Chapter 45. 1 against 10 within the arena. The top 10 of the Qian Emperor Dao Sect's grand competition had just been determined. Among the 10 disciples, 8 men and 2 women. Each was a formidable presence at the nascent soul stage. They stood poised, each vying for the coveted first position. Their strengths remarkably similar, rendering any one of them a potential victor. Their fervor was palpable. As these 10 disciples readied themselves for the inaugural battle, an elder, standing upon a flying sword, descended gracefully from the sky, casting a discerning gaze upon the assemblage. The competition was momentarily halted as the elder announced the unexpected arrival of a distinguished guest wishing to join the contest, transforming the group of 10 into 11, all contending for supremacy. "Rest assured of the integrity of our competition," the elder proclaimed in a voice resonant as a bell. "The newcomer belongs to the younger generation and is, in fact, younger than any of you. I trust you will uphold the honor of our Qian Emperor Dao sect." His words echoed throughout the arena, leaving the disciples astonished, and even the numerous representatives of various sects in attendance taken aback. It was unprecedented for the Qian Emperor Dao sect to allow an outsider to enter their grand competition. This exceptional occurrence sparked not only surprise, but also curiosity regarding the rationale behind such an exception. In truth, throughout the entirety of Eastern State, no sect had ever garnered the Qian Emperor Dao sect's esteem, none until now. That solitary exception was the reclusive sect known as the Wu Dao sect. It seemed that only the Wu Dao sect could elicit such an unusual concession from the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Would this hidden sect finally reveal itself to the world? The breath of the sect representatives quickened, and one by one they rose from their seats, their eyes fixated on the arena. Within the arena, amidst the astonished gazes of the 10 disciples, Yi Luo, clad in a flowing azure robe, approached slowly, sword in hand, from one end of the passageway. His presence exuded an invisible aura that seemed to envelop and restrain the 10 disciples. In particular, his piercing gaze emanated a palpable sense of pressure, as if those who met his eyes were confronting the very cosmos itself, insignificant and ephemeral. As the elder, still riding his flying sword, landed beside Yi Luo, he addressed him. "Young friend Yi, the rules of the competition are as follows. Opponents will be chosen by lot, and it is a single elimination format. The victor will continue to battle the other victors until a champion is declared. The first place winner will receive numerous rewards, including a chance to challenge a disciple of an elder. Allow me to elucidate this challenge opportunity. Should you emerge victorious as an inner sect disciple, you may challenge a direct disciple of an elder. If you succeed, you may select an elder as your own mentor. Should you dare to challenge the sect leader and prevail, the position of sect leader shall be yours. Ha. The elder spoke with a teasing tone. The speaker was indifferent, yet the listener was attentive. After hearing the words, Yi Luo paused momentarily before gaining clarity. Challenge rights? Wasn't this merely a preparation for him to step onto the path of the Qian Emperor sect? Noticing Yi Luo's silence, the elder, unfazed, continued with a smile. However, this challenge right is certainly of no use to you, young friend Yi. Now, whom do you wish to challenge first? I can facilitate this discreetly. Discreetly? Yi Luo raised his gaze to survey the 10 disciples. Nascent soul stage? Too weak, far too weak. There was no need for any discreet arrangements. If his master were to find out, he would insist that Yi Luo face all 10 of them individually. His master would likely be exasperated enough to strike him down with a single blow. No need for that, elder. I shall wield a single sword and let these 10 disciples come at me together. As long as they can withstand my one strike, I shall concede defeat. Yi Luo replied, shaking his head gently. Young friend Yi, are you jesting? Allowing all 10 disciples to confront you at once? The elder was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. You heard correctly. Let these 10 disciples unleash their skills and come at me together. Yi Luo gestured nonchalantly, exuding an air of arrogance. The elder's expression shifted repeatedly. Refusing Yi Luo could lead to offending the hidden sections. Yet, agreeing posed its own problems. Whether or not Yi Luo could defeat the 10 disciples with a single strike would be of great concern. If he were to be bested by a single attack, the reputation of the Qian Emperor sect would be tarnished. The most elite 10 disciples of the Eastern State, vanquished in a single blow, would be a scandal. Conversely, if Yi Luo were to lose, their relationship with the hidden sects would become awkward. After much contemplation, the elder could only sigh in resignation. Please wait a moment. Young friend Yi, I shall consult the Grand Elder and the Sect Master. With a respectful gesture, the elder took to the skies on his flying sword, heading towards the Grand Elder's location. Observing this scene, Yi Luo remained unperturbed, closing his eyes and standing still, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his face. Unyielding in his stance, an enigmatic aura emanated from him. The 10 disciples standing nearby exchanged glances, at a loss for words. After a while, the elder returned, nodding slightly towards Yi Luo. Noticing Yi Luo's closed eyes, he couldn't help but twitch his lips before addressing the crowd. Due to the request of our esteemed guest, the format of the sect competition has been altered. The top 10 disciples of our sect will compete against this esteemed guest. The guest possesses profound cultivation, and the top 10 disciples must not be complacent. They are to showcase their full abilities. Should they manage to defeat the guest, each of them will receive the first place reward and the challenge rights. If the guest emerges victorious, then he shall be deemed the first in this sect's competition. The elder's voice resonated throughout the arena, reaching every ear. Upon hearing this, the crowd was undoubtedly taken aback, igniting a fervor of discussions among them. The Qian Emperor Dao sect has unexpectedly altered its rules once again. Perhaps we have underestimated the influence of the reclusive sections. However, the individuals from these hidden sects truly possess an unparalleled grace. Alas, the Qian Emperor Dao sect finds itself in a predicament. Victory is tarnished, while defeat would be spectacular. Ignoring the chatter surrounding them, within the arena, various formations reactivated, heralding the commencement of this contest. 1 against 10. Yi Luo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon the 10 disciples with peculiar expressions. He internally sighed. 10 at the nascent soul stage. It could be considered bullying, could it not? Who is to blame for this? It can only be attributed to these 10 disciples. How is it that you are merely at the nascent soul stage? Truly pitiful. Chapter 46. On the realm of the Chu Yuan Sect Master within the arena, Yi Luo gazed at the 8 men and 2 women in the distance. Holding his long sword, he slightly lowered his head, a few strands of hair dancing in the wind, obscuring his eyes. You may strike first, unleash your strongest abilities. I shall deliver but a single blow, and should you withstand it, I shall concede defeat. He spoke softly, his voice neither loud nor soft. This declaration ignited a flame of indignation within the hearts of the 10 disciples. To take on 10 opponents was one thing, but to assert he would only deliver a single strike, even as disciples of a reclusive sect, such arrogance was unbecoming. The 10 disciples silently drew forth their respective treasures and prepared to unleash their spells. At that moment, One of the male disciples spoke up. My expertise lies in formations. Since you have invited us to showcase our greatest skills, may I set up a formation? Formation. The eyelids of the other 9 disciples twitched in disbelief. How brazen of him to suggest such a thing. Under normal circumstances, who would wait for you to establish a formation amidst battle? Moreover, employing formations in such a manner was hardly fair play. If the opponent agreed to such terms, the 9 of them would willingly kneel and address him as grandfather, even adding his name to their family lineage. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, Yi Luo's voice interrupted. Go ahead. The 9 disciples were momentarily speechless. As for the disciple who had suggested the formation, upon hearing Yi Luo's acquiescence, his eyes widened in astonishment. Are you serious? He inquired, taking a deep breath. His question was met with silence, as Yi Luo remained unmoving, evidently awaiting the formation to be set. Seeing this, the disciple clenched his teeth and retrieved various materials for formation from his storage treasure, preparing to begin. From across the arena, Yi Luo observed the array of materials being drawn forth, a look of bewilderment crossing his otherwise impassive face. You still need to use your hands for formations? He instinctively asked. The disciple, struggling with the setup, thought to himself, do I not use my hands? Should I use my feet instead? Never mind, continue. Yi Luo abruptly snapped back to reality, gesturing for him to proceed. He shook his head in resignation. Having watched his junior brother Zhang Han set up formations, he had come to believe that such processes were merely a matter of thought. It only now dawned on him that formations indeed required hands and various materials. The formations that did not require hands were unique to their own sect. This realization filled Yi Luo with gratitude for having joined the Wudao sect, especially since his master had personally taken him as a disciple. This kindness was something he would never forget. He could only strive diligently in his cultivation to bring comfort to his master. Yi Luo stood there, waiting for nearly half an hour, his expression unchanged. Sword held tightly, robes billowing, resembling an unparalleled sword immortal. Yet, his patience was beginning to wear thin. Not just Yi Luo, but the representatives of the observing sects exhibited signs of impatience. Fortunately, the disciple finally completed the formation. I have finished. The 9 dragons fire array. This formation can only be broken by those at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The disciple exclaimed with excitement. The other 9 disciples also lifted their spirits slightly, summoning various magical artifacts. The completion of the formation signified the onset of the duel. Yi Luo gently raised his head to observe the intricate array beneath him, and a soft smile graced his lips. Navi. His voice resonated in the ears of the 10 disciples. It was well known that his sword had never been intended to inflict harm. Buzz. Yi Luo's palm met the hilt of his sword. His fingers closed around it, and the sword was drawn from its sheath. As he unsheathed the blade, his aura transformed. The golden mark on his forehead shimmered with brilliance. An ethereal essence permeated the air, and the piercing sound of the sword echoed through the heavens. Despite the numerous protective arrays, the sound reached the many circular platforms. The representatives of various sects instinctively rose to their feet, an overwhelming sense of crisis surging within them. Before they could react, they beheld the once bright sky dimming without warning, as massive rifts in the heavens tore open, causing the entire firmament to collapse. The ground beneath them began to sink wildly. Countless bolts of lightning roared, and fierce winds swept through everything. The sky fell, the earth collapsed, thunder rumbled, and winds howled, a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation. In the face of impending annihilation, a profound sense of helplessness and insignificance washed over the crowd. Humans cannot shake the heavens. As the world crumbled, they could only watch in despair as their existence was obliterated, powerless to intervene. If they could do nothing, why then should they toil in their cultivation, awaiting death? Their resolve wavered. In that moment, every individual present with any semblance of cultivation felt their conviction on the brink of collapse. Even the elder who had previously managed to break free found himself ensnared this time. Yet, one individual remained steadfast as a mountain, the leader of the Chu Yuan sect. Devoid of his primordial spirit, the leader was merely a living, thinking vessel. He remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. At that moment, the leader held a cup of tea, exuding an air of tranquility, while his peripheral vision darted towards the dazed expressions of those around him. What on earth is wrong with this group? What has transpired? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? As the Chu Yuan sect leader pondered whether to feign a dazed expression himself, a voice resonated from deep within the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Awaken. With the utterance of this command, the illusion that had ensnared everyone shattered into fragments. The crowd, drenched in cold sweat, sank to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Yi Luo. who stood in the arena with an air of calmness. Among the largest circular platforms, numerous elders were similarly affected, panting heavily and casting fearful glances at Yi Luo. What a remarkable disciple of a reclusive sect! Such prowess truly befits the four characters of a hidden lineage. Thankfully, the Grand Elder intervened. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for us to escape on our own. A sword that does not slay the body yet cleaves the heart of the path. What an exquisite blade! Master, why do you appear so unfazed? Has your realm ascended to such heights that you can disregard this sword? The multitude of elders suddenly took note of the Chu Yuan Sect Master, who sat there, seemingly at ease. All of them, including the Grand Elder, found themselves ensnared by this sword, yet the Sect Master remained composed. Is this the essence of a Sect Master's realm? The elders could not help but focus their attention, eager to discern the Sect Master's cultivation. To their astonishment, they realized they could no longer perceive his true realm. At a glance, the Sect Master appeared as an ordinary mortal. Perhaps, aside from the few esteemed elders, only the Chu Yuan Sect Master possesses the ability to contend with Yi Luo. Chapter 47. Challenge the Sect Master. Within the arena, Yi Luo had already sheathed his sword and stood there, expressionless, cradling his long sword with an air of aloofness. Before him, 10 disciples lay unconscious on the ground, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Yi Luo had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. He merely pushed them to the brink of their mental endurance, rendering them unconscious without shattering their will. For Yi Luo, these 10 disciples were not worthy of his lethal intent. Indeed, those in the nascent soul realm were unworthy. Primarily, Yi Luo feared the reproach of his master, who would surely scold him for being disgraceful enough to strike down 10 mere novices. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Elder echoed across the arena. Young Yi, you truly live up to the reputation of our esteemed guest, demonstrating extraordinary prowess. Congratulations on securing first place. The Grand Elder continued. According to our sect's regulations, the victor of the grand competition is entitled to 1 mid-grade magical artifact, 1 breakthrough pill, 1 heart-calming spirit pill, 7 pieces of celestial gold spirit jade, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and a plethora of additional rewards, which I shall not enumerate here. Oh, there is also a challenge right, but I presume it holds little value for you. Arriving on a cloud of spiritual energy, the Grand Elder wore a perpetually joyful expression, winking at Yi Luo as he spoke. It was clear that when he mentioned the plethora of additional rewards, he intended for Yi Luo to select from them. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo merely smiled faintly while standing beside him. Did they truly lack these items in their sect? Was that even conceivable? Surely no one believed that their reclusive sect would be in one of such trinkets. It was likely that his master simply found them too mundane to bother with. Once he ascended to the position of Sect Master, the true treasures would undoubtedly be revealed to him. He had no desire for these baubles. There is no need for these. I shall leave them for the disciples of your esteemed sect. However, I would like to exercise the challenge right, Yi Luo stated calmly. What? The Grand Elder exclaimed. Young Yi, you wish to exercise the challenge right? Who do you intend to challenge? Panic ensued among the elders, not just the Grand Elder, but also those who had been eavesdropping from a distance. Yi Luo actually intended to utilize his challenge right. Who could he possibly challenge? Regardless of whom he faced, they would surely be no match for him. The sword strike he had just unleashed had not even been aimed at them, yet it nearly shattered their resolve. If he were to challenge someone, how could they possibly contend with him? Moreover, if he were to lose, what would ensue? The rules of the challenge right were clear. Challenging a direct disciple would grant victory and the title of direct disciple. Challenging a sect steward would confer the title of sect steward upon victory. Challenging an elder would elevate one to elder status upon winning. However, the defeated would lose their position. The elders of the Qian Emperor Dao sect were in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, the representatives from various sects shifted from fear to a state of eager anticipation, akin to spectators at a grand performance. A disciple from the reclusive sect was about to wield the challenge right. If he emerged victorious, how would that be reconciled? The Qian Emperor Dao sect could not possibly assert their dominance over the reclusive sect, as that was patently impossible. The situation had become quite the spectacle for the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the arena buzzed with tension. Yi Luo gently lifted his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the numerous elders gathered on the grand circular platform. Ultimately, his eyes settled on the master of the Chu Yuan sect. He had been closely observing this master, for he was the only one present capable of disregarding his blade. What could be more satisfying than trampling the leader of this sect while causing chaos in the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Moreover, in his eyes, only the master of the Chu Yuan sect was worthy of engaging him in battle. It is you. Yi Luo's pupils contracted. Great Elder, I wish to utilize this challenge right to contest your esteemed sect's leader. I implore the master of the Chu Yuan sect to graciously accept my challenge. Yi Luo cradled his long sword and performed a respectful bow towards the master of the Chu Yuan sect. A murmur rippled through the crowd as everyone stood in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Yi Luo. To challenge the leader of a sacred land. Are the disciples of the hidden sects truly so audacious? On the grand circular platform, the elders feigned wide-eyed astonishment upon hearing Yi Luo's intent to challenge the master of the Chu Yuan sect. Thankfully, he was not challenging the old man himself. Yet how could this young friend dare to confront the sect leader? Alas, how could this be? Surely, the sect leader would triumph over Yi Luo. However, what if he were to actually defeat Yi Luo? What then, when Yi Luo's master, that one who descends in person, accuses the sect leader of bullying the young disciple? What would be the appropriate course of action? Naturally, one would have to hand over the sect leader. Cough, cough, of course. One would need to reason with him, appealing to both logic and sentiment, and provide a thorough explanation. I believe a measured sacrifice is indeed necessary. The elders engaged in whispered discussions. The master of the Chu Yuan sect, seated at the table, wore a rigid expression, gripping a teacup that trembled in his hand. A significant amount of tea splashed onto his palm, unnoticed. I am done for. I have overplayed my hand. What does one do when one has overstepped and must face a reckoning? I am anxiously awaiting guidance. The master of the Chu Yuan sect felt as though he were being torn apart, acutely aware of his predicament. How could a mere mortal like him possibly contend with Yi Luo? To step forward would be akin to courting death. Yet, to refuse would be to forsake his dignity as the leader of a sacred land. Just as the master was lost in contemplation, the great elder quietly approached his side. Master, it is time to descend. This challenge right is an unalterable rule of our Qian Emperor Dao sect. You must go down and aim for a draw with the young friend, lest we find ourselves in a troublesome situation. Furthermore, the dual downfall of the Qian Emperor may become utterly hopeless as a consequence. The great elder advised the master with an expressionless demeanor, appearing solemn, a stark contrast to the jovial elder from earlier. The master of the Chu Yuan sect, still seated and hesitant to move, nearly sputtered in disbelief at the great elder's suggestion. A draw? I would be obliterated in an instant. A draw indeed. Yet, he had no choice but to comply. The rules of the Qian Emperor Dao sect cannot be broken. This presents an unsolvable dilemma. It now appears that one must forsake pride for the sake of survival and descend to perform once more. The master of Chu Yuan took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and approached the edge of the grand circular platform, gazing down in contemplative silence. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood that the master of Chu Yuan was preparing to enter the fray. Each person held their breath, eager to witness the impending clash. Within the collective gaze of the onlookers, the master of Chu Yuan stood before the vast circular platform. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. A full half hour passed. The elder could no longer contain himself and asked, Master, what are you waiting for? The master of Chu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the elder, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he fixed his gaze ahead, hands clasped behind his back, embodying the essence of a formidable warrior. Then, with his lips barely parting, he uttered a few words, waiting for my mouth. Chapter 48. When you shine brightest within the arena, Yi Luo stood resolutely, sword in hand. A few strands of hair danced in the wind, framing his composed visage as his gaze fixed intently ahead. A magnificent crane descended from the sky, bearing the master of Chu Yuan. With a resounding cry, the crane's call echoed through the heavens. In mere moments, it landed above the arena, its colossal wings stirring a tempest. As the master of Chu Yuan found himself 3 to 4 meters above the ground, he gritted his teeth and leaped down. The instant his feet met the earth, regret washed over him. A violent wave of pain surged within him, and he nearly cried out. However, upon meeting Yi Luo's cold, indifferent gaze and the multitude of onlookers surrounding them, he stifled his cries and feigned a demeanor of ease. Yi Luo, standing opposite, keenly observed the tremor in the master of Chu Yuan's legs, narrowing his eyes slightly. Was this trembling a result of overly tense preparation? It seemed the master was poised to give his all. In light of this, he too could not afford to hold back. The previous strike, the heart-cutting sword, had yielded no effect on the master, compelling him to conjure a sword imbued with the essence of Tao for their confrontation. Please, master, bestow your guidance upon me, Yi Luo remarked, adjusting his breath slightly, his long sword held firmly in hand as he gazed at the master of Chu Yuan. The master, his hand beginning to tremble from pain, raised one arm, attempting to maintain the facade of a formidable opponent. Young friend Yi, as a distinguished guest of our sect, I ought to show deference. You may strike first. However, I am curious. Why do you choose to challenge me? His voice wavered slightly, a strained smile gracing his lips. Because you alone on this stage can disregard my sword strike. Thus you are the only one worthy to engage me in battle, Yi Luo replied unceremoniously, refraining from making the first move. The master of Chu Yuan felt a bitter pang within. Something had indeed transpired, but for reasons unknown, he had overlooked it. Now, he found himself regarded as a formidable challenger. But alas, he was merely a mortal. There was no recourse but to act. If he could elevate Yi Luo's prowess a notch, then perhaps, in defeat, his dignity would not be utterly lost. Young friend Yi, since you recognize my ability to ignore your strike, what tricks do you intend to employ against me? The master inquired. My strength exceeds that of others. So I plan to employ my most formidable sword technique against you. This technique, birthed from my own enlightenment, has never been used against an opponent before, master. You shall be the first, Yi Luo declared earnestly. The master of Chu Yuan, taken aback, thought to himself, should I add that I am honored? Must you hold me in such high regard? I am but a mortal. To begin with, his strongest technique was indeed excessive. Without further ado, master, please enlighten me. Yi Luo addressed him, as the golden mark upon his forehead began to shimmer. An invisible aura of Tao enveloped him. Lowering his head, a few strands of hair veiled his eyes, and he grasped his long sword with deliberate intent. An intangible aura emanated from him, enveloping the surroundings. The leader of the Chu Yuan sect was taken aback, exclaiming, wait, hold on. I haven't even started to boast about you yet. Why are you initiating a confrontation? Without a little flattery, how can I salvage any dignity later? Meanwhile, the spectators outside the arena rose to their feet, their robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. They gazed solemnly at Yi Luo, who they initially believed to possess only mid-level strength within the transformation god realm. However, witnessing the overwhelming Tao rhythm, it became evident that Yi Luo was at least at the late stage of the transformation god realm. The leader of the Chu Yuan sect was likely at a similar peak as well. What began as a trivial contest among Golden Core and nascent soul practitioners had escalated to a confrontation at the pinnacle of the transformation god realm, with the potential to rival the tribulation stage through the use of formidable magical artifacts. Upon a large disc, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated. This contest has surpassed our sect's expectations. These formations cannot contain the battle at the late stage of the transformation god realm. For the safety of all present, I implore each representative to retreat 5,000. No, 1,000 meters further for safety. The Grand Elder's voice boomed, alerting the representatives of the various sections. They looked up to see the elders of the Qian Dao sect ascending and retreating outward. Instantly, panic ensued among the representatives. Quickly, withdraw. We must not be caught in the fray. Retreat. The residual energy from a battle nearing the tribulation stage is beyond our capacity to endure. We must move back at least 20,000 meters for safety. By the decree of our ancestors, may we be safeguarded. Quickly, deploy the protective artifact. The shield of the celestial turtle. What? It will be completely destroyed upon use. Are we to fear its destruction? If we do not act now, our lives will be forfeit. One by one, the sect representatives took to the skies, hastily retreating to a distance of 20,000 meters. Only then did they unveil various life-preserving trump cards, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief as their gazes returned to the arena, eager to witness this unparalleled battle. However, some timid individuals remained on high alert, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Within the arena, all floating discs fell silent, leaving only Yi Luo and the leader of the Qian Yuan sect standing opposed. The Tao rhythm surrounding Yi Luo grew increasingly profound, his figure subtly merging with the essence of heaven and earth. In confronting him, one felt as though standing before an entire cosmos, amplifying the sense of human insignificance. As Yi Luo poised his fingers around his sword, ready to draw it and condense the Tao rhythm into a lethal strike, the leader of the Qian Yuan sect suddenly gasped, blood spurting forth. In the next instant, his abdomen seemed to have been struck with great force, sending his body hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing against the arena wall and leaving a crack in its wake. You are incredibly strong. What kind of sword technique is this? Such ferocity in a sword strike must belong to the tribulation stage. Kneeling upon the ground, the master of Chu Yuan, his lips stained with fresh blood, spoke in a feeble voice, appearing gravely injured from a single blow. As Yi Luo prepared to draw his sword, he glanced down at his own palm, finding it still his own. The sword remained sheathed, his 5 fingers merely grasping the hilt. Thus, what transpired? You have triumphed. There is no need for further scrutiny. Truly, the younger generation of Dongzhou is remarkable. With you as its paragon, the master of Chu Yuan declared. With that, his body fell forward, motionless, save for the occasional twitch of his eyelids. Yi Luo. The onlookers, 20,000 meters away. Chapter 49. The master of Chu Yuan's sect is useless. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as Yi Luo stared blankly at his own palm. Outside the arena, onlookers were dumbfounded, gazing at the fallen master of Chu Yuan's sect. Was this it? Where was the grand battle? Had their life-saving trump cards been rendered futile? The crowd fell into a deep silence. At that moment, the chirping of birds seemed unusually piercing. The atmosphere was palpably eerie. After a brief pause, the spectators turned their gaze toward the numerous elders of the Qiangdi Dao sect beside them, their intentions unmistakably clear. They sought an explanation from these elders. Yet, the elders themselves were just as bewildered. Their sect leader had been defeated just like that? The illustrious master of the Eastern State, vanquished in such a manner? He had fallen utterly, without them even grasping how it had transpired. Those unaware might have thought their leader was merely acting. Fortunately, the Grand Elder reacted swiftly. He glanced at the fallen master of Chu Yuan in the distance, then surveyed the crowd's reaction. Second Elder, Third Elder, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and take the sect leader back to recuperate. Esteemed guests, I apologize, but the sect competition must conclude here. Our esteemed guest has indeed showcased his extraordinary prowess, defeating our sect leader in a single move. We shall provide further information in due time. Please make your way down the mountain for now. The Grand Elder maintained his composure, directing the elders to escort the representatives of various sects down the mountain. Once the representatives were seen off, the Grand Elder turned his attention to the still-dazed Yi Luo, his expression equally peculiar. According to the rules, having defeated the master of Chu Yuan, Yi Luo should rightfully assume the position of sect leader. However, the transition of such authority could not be so frivolously enacted. Under normal circumstances, the overwhelming might of the Qiangdi Dao sect would suffice. Yet, Yi Luo was a disciple of a hidden sect, backed by an enigmatic master. The Grand Elder felt an increasing trepidation toward the figure depicted on the scroll. To have nurtured such a powerful disciple, that master's realm was surely far beyond comprehension. What level of cultivation does this young friend you possess? I could scarcely perceive the traces of his strike just now. The Grand Elder reflected on the moment when the master of Chu Yuan was instantaneously defeated, his aged visage betraying a hint of confusion. To be honest, he could not fathom what had transpired. In an instant, the master of Chu Yuan had simply vanished. Was Yi Luo truly that formidable? The Grand Elder shook his head and flew down towards the arena, swiftly landing beside Yi Luo. His expression transformed rapidly, morphing into a beaming smile. Young friend Yi, are you weary? Such a powerful sword technique must have taken a considerable toll, no? Come. Let me take you to the palace to rest and procure some medicinal pills for you. Is your sword in need of care? Would you like me to summon a few master craftsmen to attend to it? The Grand Elder spoke jovially, exuding an amicable demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier self. Standing there, with a perplexed expression, Yi Luo cast a glance at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, he said earnestly, I truly did not strike him. Do you believe me? The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment before hastily nodding. Yes, I believe you. Whatever you say is true. After all, you left him bloodied. Observing the Grand Elder's demeanor, Yi Luo let out a resigned sigh. I genuinely did not lay a hand on him. Why does no one believe me? That Chu Yuan Sect Master is undoubtedly an actor. He is playing me. With repeated sighs, Yi Luo could only depart in sorrow, returning to the palace to await further developments. Thus, the grand competition among the sects concluded with this dramatic and heart-stirring outcome. Representatives from various sects hurried back to their respective domains, reporting the events that transpired within the Qiangdi Dao sect. Soon, night descended. Within the mountain palace where Yi Luo resided, an uninvited guest arrived. At that moment, Yi Luo was seated in meditation at the palace entrance, his sword laid horizontally before him, exuding a profound aura that enveloped the entire palace. He sensed the presence of the unexpected visitor as they approached. Is that you, Chu Yuan Sect Master? Yi Luo opened his eyes to see the individual stealthily making their way into his palace. This person was none other than the Chu Yuan Sect Master, who had feigned injury during the day. How audacious to come seeking him after such theatrics. Yi Luo furrowed his brow. As he activated his aura, the sword before him emitted a resonant hum, unsheathing itself and lunging toward the furtive Chu Yuan Sect Master. Feeling the imminent danger, the Chu Yuan Sect Master's hair bristled in alarm as he realized that Yi Luo had detected him. Wait, Yi Xiaoyu. It's me, Chu Yuan, he shouted, terrified that he might inadvertently be struck down by Yi Luo's sword. He had ventured out under the cover of night with the intention of consulting Yi Luo. hoping to discover if there was a method within the hidden sects to restore his cultivation. If not that, he would settle for simply remedying the flaws in his own physique. The silent sword came to a halt, mere centimeters from the Chu Yuan Sect Master's brow, its chilling glimmer causing him to swallow hard, as if death were knocking at his door. From the shadows, Yi Luo emerged, extending his hand to reclaim the sword into its sheath. Sect Master, what brings you here? Yi Luo inquired softly, his tone lacking warmth. Earlier, he had intended to spar with the Chu Yuan Sect Master, both to adhere to his master's instructions to subdue the Qian Di Dao sect and to ascertain the limits of his combat prowess. Yet, this sect master had acted inappropriately. I apologize, Yi Xiaoyu. My actions during the day were indeed uncalled for, but I have my reasons. I hope you can forgive me. The Qian Yuan sect master exhaled in relief, his voice laden with regret. Reasons? Very well, sect master. Do enlighten me about your reasons, Yi Luo replied, gripping his sword, his tone neutral yet firm. The master of the Qian Yuan sect fell into a moment of silence, his face betraying a struggle within. After much hesitation, he resolved to speak. To be honest with you, my esteemed friend Yi, I have completely lost my cultivation. As it stands, I am but an ordinary mortal. During the day, I fear that you might inadvertently slay me with a single strike, which is why I resorted to this desperate measure. The master then recounted to Yi Luo the circumstances surrounding the loss of his power. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo was left utterly bewildered. The esteemed leader of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, once a paragon of the Eastern Prefecture, was now reduced to the status of a mere mortal. Moreover, with a shattered primordial spirit that could not be mended, he was utterly incapacitated and rendered incapable of any further cultivation, transformed into a mere wastrel. What could he possibly say to that? Chapter 50. Regrets of the past at the peak of the mountain, before the entrance of the palace. Yi Luo gazed in disbelief at the master of Qian Yuan's sect, the esteemed ruler of the holy land of Dongzhou, the leader of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. A formidable being of the transformation god realm now stood before him, his power utterly diminished, reduced to the status of an ordinary mortal. Astonishingly, he had maintained this fade of strength for 3 months, without a single person from the Qian Emperor Dao sect uncovering the truth. This would surely be met with disbelief if spoken aloud. Yi Luo inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the master. Master, since you have been masquerading all this time, why do you now choose to confide in me? Are you not afraid that I might disclose this matter to the Grand Elder and others? No. You seek the assistance of my Wu Dao sect, do you not? Indeed, young friend Yi, the master of Qian Yuan's sect replied earnestly. There is no one in Dongzhou who can assist me. My only hope lies with the Wu Dao sect, a leader of the Qian Emperor Dao sect without any cultivation. If this were to be revealed, his life would surely be at stake. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo fell silent for a moment before stepping outside the hall, gazing at the myriad stars in the sky. A gentle breeze rustled his robes, and after a brief pause, he spoke once more. I cannot help you. However, my master may be able to assist you. I have been following my master for less than half a year and possess only a scant understanding of my Wu Dao sect. So I am uncertain how to address your predicament. Yet, my master, the leader of the Wu Dao sect, is profoundly skilled. Perhaps only he can aid you. As those words resonated, the master of Qian Yuan's sect was both excited and astonished. Excited at the prospect that his situation might indeed be resolvable, and astonished by the terrifying power of the Wu Dao sect. He had observed Yi Luo's strength, recognizing that even ordinary beings of the transformation god realm would likely be no match for him. Yet, such an extraordinary individual had only just begun his journey less than 6 months prior. The master had thought he held a high regard for the Wu Dao sect, but it seemed he had still underestimated it. Young friend Yi, do you have a way to contact your master? I wish to meet him. As long as I can see your master, I will agree to any conditions. The master of Qian Yuan's sect said, suppressing his excitement. I apologize, but my master is elusive as a dragon, rarely seen and seldom found. The only way you might meet him is if you accompany me back to the Wu Dao sect. Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. Then I might accompany you to the Wu Dao sect? As long as you agree, young friend Yi, I am willing to comply with any request. The master of Qian Yuan's sect said through gritted teeth. As the ruler of the holy land of Dongzhou, he possessed knowledge that surpassed that of anyone else in the region. If he could not resolve his situation, then his only hope lay with the Wu Dao sect. If he could restore his power, the possibility of a resurgence would be within reach. Thus, he was willing to pay any price. Yi Luo, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately, but hesitated for a moment. While I am certainly able to return to the sect, I have no intention of doing so just yet. I plan to embark on a journey, exploring the world before returning, Yi Luo stated. To be frank, he intended to traverse the various regions of the eastern state, promoting the name of his sect, the Wudao sect, ensuring that the multitude of beings in the eastern state remember its might and the grandeur of his master. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Chu Yuan sect, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "Then I implore you, young friend Yi, to allow me to accompany you on this journey. As the head of a sacred place, I possess considerable experience and may be of assistance. As long as I can accompany you back to the Wudao sect, I would be content. While your experience is indeed vast, you are currently but a mortal. Are you certain you will not become a burden to me?" Yi Luo regarded the leader of the Chu Yuan sect with a hint of disdain. The leader, sensing this look, felt a pang of indignation. How could the esteemed leader of the eastern state's sacred location ever be looked down upon? Yet, here he was, facing disdain. "Young friend Yi, I assure you, I shall not be a hindrance. I will bring my own steed, which possesses the strength of the golden core realm," the leader of the Chu Yuan sect asserted through gritted teeth. "According to your words, your primordial spirit has been lost, along with the bond with your steed. How do you intend to communicate with it? Through emotional connection?" Yi Luo suddenly pondered, intrigued. "Indeed, through emotion, and my steed is unaware of my diminished cultivation," the leader replied. "But what if your steed realizes your cultivation has waned? Would it not also look down upon you?" The leader of the Chu Yuan sect was left speechless. "Thank you for the offense. Enough of this banter. Since you wish to travel with me, let us depart under the cover of night. It would be difficult to leave during the day. Write a letter and let us be on our way." Yi Luo shook his head and smiled, then turned toward the hall to prepare a letter for those sycophants before departing. The leader of the Chu Yuan sect wished to voice more, but after some reflection, he conceded that leaving under the veil of night might indeed be the wisest course of action. Thus, he retraced his steps to his palace. After some arrangements, the two left behind letters and ventured out into the night. The disciples guarding the entrance, upon seeing Yi Luo, did not dare to obstruct him and allowed him to leave unimpeded. The following day, the Grand Elder, brimming with excitement, rushed to Yi Luo's palace, eager to engage him in conversation. However, upon arrival, he found no trace of Yi Luo. After a thorough search, he eventually discovered a letter left behind by Yi Luo. Upon opening it, he realized that Yi Luo had departed to explore the eastern state. "Young friend Yi, how could you so callously abandon me?" the Grand Elder lamented, his voice echoing in despair. He had barely had the chance to express his admiration before being left in the lurch. He pondered when he would see Yi Luo again. What a pity! As the Grand Elder continued to sigh in lamentation, a disciple arrived, riding a sword and bearing news. The leader of the Chu Yuan sect had also departed, leaving behind a letter. Acknowledging his inadequate cultivation, he decided to follow Yi Luo on a journey through Dongzhou, subsequently accompanying Yi Luo to the Wudao sect for training. He also declared his resignation from the position of sect leader, entrusting the leadership of the Qian Emperor Dao sect to another. Yi Luo absconded with the leader of the Chu Yuan sect. The Grand Elder once again lamented in despair. Cursed be the leader. How could he be so swift in his departure? While feigning a demeanor of purity and detachment, he secretly seduced the young friend Yi, exhibiting a shocking lack of filial piety. I had believed that within the Qian Emperor Dao sect, I was the strongest sycophant, yet to my astonishment, the leader was the true hidden flatterer lurking in the shadows. How I regret my earlier choices, the Grand Elder cried out in anguish. Today was yet another hectic day. Alas, I shall provide updates tomorrow, with 3 chapters as a foundation. I seek your understanding. Chapter 51. The Divine Armory atop Misty Mountain amidst swirling clouds and mist, layered upon one another as if infinite. Even the most piercing sunlight could not penetrate their shroud. Above the gates of the Wudao sect, Chu Yuan, with one hand cradling a massive iron chest and the other gripping a blood-red longsword, stood upon a cloud of spiritual energy, his robes billowing in the wind. At long last, he had returned. As he gazed upon the territory belonging to his sect, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. The power of the Golden Core realm felt woefully insufficient. He had flown back from the Mirror Lake on his cloud, resting a full 5 times before finally arriving. Chu Yuan was perplexed by the situation, sensing that the chest seemed almost sentient, shifting in weight as if it were playfully toying with him. His gaze fell upon the chest in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he shifted his attention to the blood-colored longsword. Surely, it was the sword's influence. This sword must be a divine weapon. The sword's spirit was guiding the chest to feel heavier. It could not be that every piece of scrap iron within was also a divine weapon, could it? Chuckling to himself, he mused that if all these seemingly dull objects were indeed divine weapons, he could easily swallow the chest whole without a second thought. Clearly, there was but one divine weapon, and it was the longsword he held. With tenderness, Chu Yuan regarded the blood-red longsword. Channeling his spiritual energy, he infused it into the blade. A resounding hum echoed as the sword erupted with crimson light, illuminating the entire sect's gate. A magnificent sword. Truly magnificent. Chu Yuan exclaimed repeatedly, his heart brimming with joy. With this divine weapon, was he not invincible? Once he restored his cultivation to the nascent soul realm, coupled with this sword, he would be a force to be reckoned with, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him. Why could he not leave a mark upon this blood-red longsword? He recalled from the foundational cultivation techniques of the Qi refinement stage that all treasures required a personal imprint to connect with their wielder, maximizing their power. Yet, Chu Yuan found himself unable to inscribe a mark upon this sword. He could not fathom why. Could it be that this blood-red longsword was not a treasure at all? What a jest! How could a non-treasure radiate such dazzling brilliance upon the infusion of spiritual energy? Surely, it was simply that the sword's quality was too high for him to be recognized. With time and more frequent nurturing of its essence, it would undoubtedly acknowledge him. Setting aside his myriad thoughts, he resolved to find a place to set down the iron chest. He wondered about Zhang Han's well-being. In the next moment, shaking off his contemplations, Chu Yuan lifted the massive chest once more and soared upward on his cloud, directing himself toward the inner sanctum of the sect. Upon entering the grand plaza of the main hall, he consciously swept his spiritual perception around. He discovered that Zhang Han was still in the transmission hall, engrossed in study. This struck Chu Yuan as peculiar, yet he chose not to remark upon it, and instead flew towards the rear cliff. The Wudao sect housed many grand halls. Beginning at the plaza, rows of sanctuaries extended all the way to the vicinity of the rear cliff, marking the end of the complex. However, the majority of the halls were closed, with only the Hall of Transmitting Law open. Do not inquire why. The answer lies in the fact that Chu Yuan had never sought to gather any resources, resulting in the halls being devoid of content and consequently sealed. At this moment, Chu Yuan arrived at a hall situated near the rear cliff. Rather than being a palace, it resembled a quaint loft, a loft of remarkable antiquity, constructed entirely from wood that exuded an air of ancientness, as if it had been preserved for millennia. Is this the place? As Chu Yuan descended upon the loft, the clouds of law beneath his feet dissipated effortlessly. He placed the iron chest down and began to survey his surroundings. According to the system's introduction to his sect, this was indeed the location where the Wudao sect stored its divine weapons and treasures, known as the Hall of Divine Weapons. It must be said that the information provided by the system was remarkably reliable. Just look at this loft. It certainly appeared to fit the bill. One could easily imagine it housing some scrap metal, and there would undoubtedly be those who believed it contained divine armaments. Chu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, channeling his power to connect with the grand formation of the Wudao sect, thereby unlocking the seal that bound the Hall of Divine Weapons. With measured steps, he entered the hall. The moment he crossed the threshold, an odd scent filled the air. Chu Yuan could not quite identify it. It was peculiar, reminiscent of decaying wood. Yet not entirely so. Shaking his head, he gazed ahead. Upon entering the loft, a pathway materialized before him, lined with concave stone platforms on either side. Each platform was spaced precisely 9 meters apart, neither a millimeter more nor less, seemingly imbued with some kind of significance. As he proceeded forward, Chu Yuan counted the stone platforms. There were indeed over 100, ample enough to accommodate the scrap metal. Reaching the end of the path, he discovered another stone platform. But this one was more than twice the size of the others and was positioned at the center of the terminus. Unlike the others which flanked the sides of the path, after a cursory glance, he did not delve further and opened the iron chest. A surge of power emanated from him, placing the dimly lit weapons upon the stone platforms. Each platform bore one weapon, and soon, Chu Yuan had completed the placement. A few platforms remained vacant. However, he felt no compulsion to fill them, merely casting a satisfied glance before departing. Perfect. This Hall of Divine Weapons could now serve to impress others. He had taken another step on his path to strength. First, he would inform his earnest disciple, Zhang Han, to come visit the Hall of Divine Weapons occasionally, lest he become too absorbed in his studies. Chu Yuan murmured to himself, and with a graceful motion, he drifted away like the wind. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, after his departure, the entire Hall of Divine Weapons erupted into chaos. The once dim and lifeless weapons appeared to awaken, radiating dazzling brilliance, as waves of terrifying might began to surge forth. The formidable forces collided, as if engaged in a silent competition. Moments later, all weapons sprang into action, exchanging positions with one another. The scene here resembled a powerful armament compelling a feebler one to yield, creating an extraordinarily enigmatic tableau. Ultimately, At the pinnacle of this assembly, akin to the sovereign of all arms, rested an ancient, weathered bronze mirror, its surface emanating waves of golden light. Once the arrangement was complete, all the weapons once again retracted their luminous radiance, reverting to a state of dimness and obscurity. The divine artifacts concealed their brilliance. Chapter 52 Master. I understand. In the serene expanse of the transmission hall at Wudao Sect, nestled within the ethereal Shawushan, an air of tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Occasionally, the soft sound of pages turning would disrupt the silence. There sat Zhang Han in a corner, cradling a tome and immersing himself in its profound wisdom. Compared to the Zhang Han of 3 months prior, he now exuded an elevated elegance. It was difficult to pinpoint the source of this newfound charm, yet it undeniably accentuated the gentle aura surrounding him, rendering him akin to a celestial sage, untouched by the mundane world. I am nearing the completion of this advanced array compendium. The energy I have accrued should suffice for a singular breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. Zhang Han murmured softly as he gently set the book aside. Possessing an innate affinity for formations, he required no conventional training. Merely studying and arranging arrays enabled him to draw energy from the cosmos to facilitate his own cultivation. The more intricate formations he mastered, the swifter his ascension would be. However, Zhang Han chose a different path. He hoarded the energy harvested from his studies within his formation heart, accumulating it without release, biding his time for the opportune moment to make a decisive leap into a higher realm. The reason for his restraint was simple. He wished to surprise his beloved master. Deeply ingrained in his heart was the gratitude he felt towards his mentor, and he constantly contemplated ways to repay this debt of kindness. The most profound method of expressing his gratitude, he believed, was to elevate his own cultivation, bringing joy to his master. Presently, he appeared as an ordinary mortal, yet he envisioned the day when he would surge forth into the nascent soul and even the spirit transformation realms. He was certain that such an achievement would bring immense satisfaction to his master. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a flicker of anticipation ignited within his calm, deep-set eyes. Just then, a voice, ethereal and distant yet close, resonated from beyond the hall. Hunter. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Han jolted, returning to reality as he carefully placed the book back in its rightful spot. After securing it, he rose and gazed towards the entrance. There, he beheld Chu Yuan descending gracefully, her robes billowing as her long black hair danced in the air, her expression serene, resembling a transcendent being stepping down from the heavens. Disciple Zhang Han pays his respects to Master. His heart raced with fervor as he bowed deeply, overwhelmed with emotion. Without his master, he would not be the person he was today. Perhaps he would still be languishing in that mundane family, playing the role of a waste. It was likely that upon his demise, they would even deliberate on whether to erase his name from the family register to preserve their reputation. All that he had achieved was a gift from his master. In terms of gratitude, his master held the foremost place in his heart. Zhang Han vowed to repay his master in this lifetime. Unbeknownst to the casually entering Chu Yuan, her second disciple harbored such intricate feelings. Honor, there is no need for excessive formalities, she said as she stepped inside. I have come to remind you. Having observed your diligence in the transmission hall day and night, while studying is commendable, do take care of your physical and mental well-being. It would be unwise to neglect your health for the sake of reading. Honor, do you perhaps comprehend? Chu Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached his disciple and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han felt a surge of emotion. Behold, behold, what does it mean to have a master? This is what it means. To come specifically to him merely to urge him to take care of his health. With such a master, his life would be without regrets. Master, I understand, disciple understands. He replied. However, the texts within the hall of transmission are all obscure and difficult to comprehend. To grasp their meaning, I must invest considerable effort in studying them. I appreciate your concern for me, Master, and I sincerely thank you for it. Zhang Han suppressed the tumult of his emotions and bowed gracefully. Chu Yuan, standing there, was momentarily taken aback. Obscure and difficult, are they? You dare to call such trivial works obscure? Yet, I suppose it is fitting. Those nonsensical writings are indeed false. It is remarkable if one can understand them. It is only natural to deem them complex. However, what concerns Chu Yuan is not their comprehensibility, but rather that this earnest disciple might become foolish by indulging in those spurious texts. After careful contemplation, Chu Yuan retrieved a book from his robe and handed it to Zhang Han. Take this book. In your leisure, delve into its contents. The volume he presented was precious to Chu Yuan. It was the fundamental techniques of Qi refinement, an exposition. He had no choice. He was genuinely worried that his straightforward disciple might become bewildered by the false texts and thus decided to gift him his cherished book. After all, this earnest disciple lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate. Allowing him to study a genuine text would not be a matter of concern. Zhang Han, with utmost sincerity, accepted the book and glanced at it, instantly rendered speechless. What is this? The fundamental techniques of Qi refinement. An exposition? With so many extraordinary texts available, Master wants me to study this? Zhang Han wished to inquire further, but Chu Yuan waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. This book is for you to study thoroughly. Also, the Divine Weapon Pavilion of our sect has been opened. If you find yourself with idle time, you may visit the pavilion, which houses legendary weapons passed down through our sect. Should fortune favor you, and you earn the recognition of one of these divine weapons, it would greatly benefit your path and cultivation. With that, Chu Yuan turned and walked briskly out of the hall of transmission. His arrival had been swift, and so too was his departure. Yet, compared to the joy he felt upon arrival, his mood as he left was rather dismal. He had come only to part with a manual he had purchased at a cost, a considerable loss. Feeling dejected, he resolved to retreat to the back mountain to bask in the sun and alleviate his spirits. As for Zhang Han, he remained rooted in place, holding the fundamental techniques of Qi refinement, an exposition, lost in thought. Master, what does this mean? Within the hall of transmission lay a plethora of top-tier manuals and texts, some even containing secrets traditionally withheld from transmission. The master forbade him from perusing other texts, instead urging him to focus on this particular volume, an exposition on the fundamental techniques of Qi refinement in the early stages. What could this possibly mean? With a heart full of confusion, Zhang Han opened the book and read through it in its entirety. For someone of his caliber, such literature posed no challenge. He completed it in the span of a single incense stick's burning. Yet, Zhang Han remained perplexed. What was the true intention of the master? This book bore no peculiarities, save for one, the existence of an explanatory version of a text on foundational Qi refinement techniques. Surely, one need only possess sight to comprehend such writings. What manner of ineptitude would necessitate an explanatory edition? Zhang Han, momentarily lost in thought, gazed at the words emblazoned on the book's cover, an exposition on the fundamental techniques of Qi refinement in the early stages. Fundamentals. Fundamentals. Suddenly, a jolt surged through Zhang Han's mind, and he sprang to his feet. Master, I understand now. Chapter 53. Almost captured as a mount within the halls of the Dao sect's transmission hall, Zhang Han's eyes sparkled with clarity, his mind illuminated. He understood. He comprehended the intentions of his master. The elucidation of foundational cultivation techniques for the early stage of Qi refinement. Foundational cultivation. His master was urging him to focus on the fundamentals. In recent days, he had been engrossed in the study of various advanced and intricate formations, seeking to harness immense energy. Among these formations were those from ancient times. Yet, he had neglected to grasp even a fragment of the foundational aspects of these ancient formations, solely pursuing the complexities of higher-level formations. His master was evidently concerned that his foundation was too fragile, fearing that such a weakness would hinder his future progress. This was the reason he had been bestowed with this tome, a reminder to prioritize foundational cultivation. Surely, it was inconceivable that his master intended to delve into the basic cultivation techniques of the early Qi refinement stage for his own sake. Surely, no one could truly believe that, could they? Zhang Han took a deep breath and set aside the book titled Elucidation of Foundational Cultivation Techniques for the Early Stage of Qi Refinement. He turned to search among the tomes for texts regarding the foundational practices of ancient formations. Soon enough, he found what he sought, and, without further ado, immersed himself in the pile of books. As for his master's mention of the divine armory, Zhang Han paid it no mind. What could possibly captivate him more than the written word? He, Zhang Han, held no regard for divine weapons or treasures. He resolutely declared that he would not be swayed by the allure of divine armaments. His heart belonged solely to the transmission hall and its books, and he would never set foot in a place like the divine armory. Should he ever do so? Absolutely not. If he were to go, he would undoubtedly devour the very floor of the transmission hall. Silently, Zhang Han planted his flag, grasped a volume, and once more became enraptured in its depths. Meanwhile, in a certain inn within a city of the eastern prefecture, Yi Luo and the master of the Chu Yuan sect were resting. Yi Luo remained adorned in his customary attire, a robe of azure and flowing clouds draping over him, cradling a long sword, with wisps of hair obscuring his eyes, imparting an air of mystery and aloofness. He resembled a celestial swordsman, standing proudly in the mortal realm. In contrast, the master of the Chu Yuan sect appeared considerably worse for wear. His robes were tattered, adorned with remnants of feathers, and his face bore the marks of grime, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Observing the master of the Chu Yuan sect seated beside him, Yi Luo subtly distanced himself, his gaze rife with disdain. "Pray tell, master of the Chu Yuan sect, what manner of treatment have you afforded your mount? How is it that upon realizing your cultivation has waned, it has turned against you with such fervor?" Yi Luo inquired, a hint of exasperation lacing his voice. Originally, they had been aboard a colossal celestial crane, intending to survey the borders of the eastern prefecture. However, during their conversation concerning the master of the Chu Yuan sect's loss of cultivation, the crane had overheard them. In an instant, the mount had turned hostile, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against the master, launching a furious assault and attempting to ride him. Were it not for Yi Luo's timely intervention, I fear that the esteemed Master Chu Yuan has now become a mere steed for a celestial crane. Alas, I am at a loss. This crane was originally subdued by me and taken as a mount. I believe that after all this time, we had formed a profound bond. Yet I am astonished to find that it seeks to capture me as its rider. The Master Chu Yuan, in tattered garments, lamented with tears unshed. He himself was utterly bewildered. Can you believe it? The former leader of the illustrious Qin Emperor sect in Eastern State was nearly taken as a mount by a celestial crane. Oh, the irony of karma. Yi Luo shook his head, weary of further discourse. "Enough of this, my young friend Yi. Do you possess any funds?" Master Chu Yuan inquired, his embarrassment palpable. "I have none. The only silver I possessed has already been spent at this inn. Otherwise, could we be seated here? Moreover, what would I need money for? What about you? Why do you require funds?" Yi Luo queried, a hint of peculiarity in his tone. "To procure clothing. These rags are hardly fit for public appearance." Master Chu Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. From a distance, Yi Luo scrutinized Master Chu Yuan, noting his disheveled state. Filthy and chaotic, it would not be hard to believe he was a beggar, a leader of the Qin Emperor sect, and yet you lack funds? Yi Luo's lips twitched slightly. "I have no money. Who among cultivators carries currency? I possess ample spirit stones, yet they reside within a storage bag, which I have sealed with a restriction. If forcibly opened by anyone but myself, it will self-destruct." Master Chu Yuan lamented, his eyes brimming with unshed tears once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo fell silent, remaining in contemplation. A gentle breeze stirred, tousling the strands of hair across his brow, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After a lengthy pause, Yi Luo broke the silence. "So, what do you intend to do now? Shall we endure your current attire, and I shall escort you to the border of Eastern State to devise a plan?" "Absolutely not. I still have my dignity. I must first change into proper clothing before departing." Master Chu Yuan firmly rejected. "And what do you propose?" Yi Luo inquired, shaking his head. At this, Master Chu Yuan fell silent, casting a lingering gaze upon Yi Luo. That look sent shivers down Yi Luo's spine. "Why are you regarding me with such a stare?" Yi Luo could not help but voice his discomfort. At this juncture, there appeared to be but two options. One was to rob for funds, and the other was to procure a more suitable garment. Master Chu Yuan raised two fingers, speaking earnestly. His meaning was unmistakable. He wished for Yi Luo to devise a solution. Yi Luo decisively declined. "Absolutely not. If you must go, then go yourself. I cannot afford to lose face." He firmly refused. Should his master discover this, he would surely be met with a harsh reprimand. The esteemed disciple of the reclusive sect, the Wudao sect, engaging in thievery. Seeing this, Master Chu Yuan could only gesture helplessly and stealthily depart. Yi Luo, indifferent to the falling leaves, retrieved an ancient key from his bosom and examined it with great care. This key, imbued with a rustic charm, had been bestowed upon him by his esteemed master during their last meeting. His master had explicitly stated that the key contained a profound opportunity, urging him to delve into its mysteries. However, due to recent pressing matters, he had been unable to engage in such contemplation. Now he finally found the time to scrutinize it closely. Yi Luo discerned that the key emanated a certain Taoist essence, yet its secrets eluded his understanding. Nonetheless, his master's words lingered in his mind. There must indeed be an opportunity concealed within this key. Just as he contemplated employing the art of celestial observation to unveil its mysteries, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Yi Luo retracted the key, grasped his longsword, and approached the inn's entrance for a glimpse. There, he beheld a figure fleeing in disarray, pursued by several individuals. This figure seemed strikingly familiar. The leader of the Chu Yuan sect. Chapter 54. The legacy of the Wudao sect has endured for 3 millennia within the confines of the city inn. Yi Luo gazed at the panting lord of the Chu Yuan sect before him, feeling a sense of incredulity wash over him. The former master of the revered holy land of the Eastern Province, despite lacking cultivation, should undoubtedly possess strength surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Yet, to think that he could be discovered while attempting to procure a garment, and subsequently pursued by a throng of assailants, was indeed disheartening. Had he not intervened, who could have foretold the calamities that might have ensued? With this thought in mind, Yi Luo could not help but shake his head in resignation. Lord, it seems acquiring that garment is no longer feasible. Perhaps we should promptly make our way to the borders of the Eastern Province? Yi Luo suggested. Upon hearing this, the lord of the Chu Yuan sect hastily shook his head, casting a glance at his tattered attire. The thought of venturing out in such deplorable garments filled him with agitation. No, that won't do. Instead, how about you undertake this task on my behalf, dear friend Yi? He proposed, his gaze fixed on Yi Luo with an earnest expectation for acquiescence. The idea of going himself was utterly unthinkable. He would surely be discovered in an instant. Absolutely not. Yi Luo resolutely declined. Dear friend Yi, should you consent, I shall immediately impart to you one of the most coveted secrets of the Chu Yuan sect. The lord of the Chu Yuan sect declared through gritted teeth. At this, Yi Luo merely shook his head and chuckled. Lord, do you truly believe my sect lacks in the realm of secret scriptures? I assure you, the profound heritage of my sect's law hall is sufficient to rival the entirety of the Eastern Province. Whatever techniques I desire are merely contingent upon my willingness to learn them. Yi Luo spoke slowly, with a hint of jest. He had no shortage of martial arts within his family's law hall. The lord of the Chu Yuan sect, seated nearby, clearly remained skeptical. In his estimation, no matter how profound the Wu Dao sect's foundation might be, it was improbable that they possessed every conceivable technique in all domains. Surely, there would be certain deficiencies. After all, the Qian Emperor sect was a holy land of the Eastern Province, and there must be aspects in which they excelled. Dear friend Yi, my Qian Emperor sect possesses the speed secret, a treasure of our unspoken legacy, known only to the sect masters of each generation. This technique is exceedingly profound. The lord of the Chu Yuan sect elaborated, evidently attempting to entice Yi Luo. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo paused, staring blankly at the lord of the Chu Yuan sect. Are you referring to the speed secret? Does it not commence with the phrase, to the utmost of speed, one could annihilate heaven and earth? Yi Luo inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. Now it was the lord of the Chu Yuan sect's turn to be taken aback. This. Could it be that this is indeed one of our unspoken secrets? How could Yi Luo possibly know of it? His expression was one of utter bewilderment. Dear friend Yi, how did you come to know of the speed secret? The lord of the Chu Yuan sect countered, perplexed. This particular secret can be found within my sect's law hall. Tucked away in a corner towards the west, where it lies abandoned, Yi Luo casually remarked. The lord of the Chu Yuan sect was left speechless. Our Qian Emperor sect's unspoken legacy, and the Wu Dao sect possesses it too? Moreover, it is relegated to the shadows? He gritted his teeth, incredulity evident in his voice. In the realm of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, there exists a formidable technique known as the Great Cataclysmic Burial Art, revered as a clandestine secret within our sect. This art wields immense power, rendering the surroundings lifeless within a 100-mile radius, disturbing the natural order. But my Wu Dao sect possesses a similar art. Tucked away in a corner, the Qian Emperor Dao sect also boasts the technique of the fallen immortal sword art. Indeed, my Wu Dao sect holds that as well, hidden in a corner. The Qian Emperor Dao sect has another technique. Oh, this book is also in our possession. The Sect Master of Chu Yuan was in a state of disarray. How is it that everything seems to be within reach? He began to harbor doubts, pondering whether the Qian Emperor Dao sect's origins lay within the Wu Dao sect, perhaps indicating that the Wu Dao sect is the ancestral home of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. He completely forgot about Zhang since selling numerous tomes for a mere 8 taels to the Wu Dao sect. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. What exactly is the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Friend Yi, may I inquire about the depth of history your Wu Dao sect possesses? The Sect Master of Chu Yuan asked with a forced smile. At his side, Yi Luo furrowed his brow, uncertain about the specifics of Wu Dao sect's history. He was not well versed in the splendor of the Wu Dao sect's ancient past. In truth, my understanding of Wu Dao sect's history is rather limited. I only know that the elders of the sect have ascended, and my master is the last remaining member on the cusp of ascension. The sect's emergence is solely to seek a successor to carry on the legacy of Wu Dao sect. Naturally, barring unforeseen circumstances, I shall be the future Sect Master of Wu Dao sect. Yi Luo spoke slowly. Then, dear friend Yi, do you possess any treasures bestowed by your revered master? My knowledge is somewhat extensive, and perhaps I could glean insights into the history of the Wu Dao sect, the sect master of Chu Yuan remarked through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Yi Luo hesitated momentarily. Treasures granted by his master? His master had primarily imparted wisdom on enlightenment, rarely bestowing gifts. No, wait. The key. Yi Luo retrieved an ancient key from his bosom and presented it to the sect master of Chu Yuan. Esteemed sect master, this is the only item my master has ever gifted me. He mentioned that it belonged to a formidable being, and he was fortunate enough to acquire it after a duel of wits. When my master entrusted this key to me, he remarked that it harbors great opportunities for insight. Might you discern its origins, sect master? Yi Luo inquired. Meanwhile, upon seeing the key, the sect master of Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, his hands trembled as he accepted the key, wiping it with his tattered sleeve. This is the key to the ancient sword master's relics. I have sought this key for no less than 50 years, without a whisper of its whereabouts, and to think I would encounter it here today. Having spoken, the sect master suddenly froze. Wait, what did friend Yi just say? This key belonged to a formidable being? Friend Ye's master, that renowned sect master of Wu Dao, acquired it through a duel. The sect master of Chu Yuan recalled a rumor he had once heard. It is said that in ancient times, this key was once held by the formidable figure known as the Void Breaker. 30,000 years ago, for reasons unknown, the Void Breaker sustained grave injuries, which ultimately led to his demise. Consequently, the key to the ancient sword master's relic vanished from existence. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The leader of the Chu Yuan sect felt a chill run down his spine as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the leader of the Wu Dao sect was the one who inflicted such severe wounds upon the Void Breaker 30,000 years ago? It was precisely because of this grievous injury that the key fell into the hands of the Wu Dao sect. If it were an ordinary person, the leader of Chu Yuan would certainly assume they had merely stumbled upon it by chance. However, considering the Wu Dao sect, he could not entertain such a notion. If this were indeed true, it would mean that the Wu Dao sect has been carrying on its legacy for at least 30,000 years? The leader of Chu Yuan felt a surge of dread within him, as if he could envision the leader of the Wu Dao sect gazing down at him from the void. Chapter 55, Charge. Within the inn, the master of Chu Yuan's sect shared his conjectures with Yi Luo. Upon hearing him, Yi Luo was utterly shocked. What did you say? The inheritance of the Wu Dao sect has existed for at least 30,000 years, and master once severely injured the Void Breaker? Yi Luo inhaled deeply, incredulity evident in his voice. Although he was aware of the profound historical background of the Wu Dao sect, he had not anticipated such a storied legacy, one that had existed for over 30 millennia. Merely this history sufficed to demonstrate the profound foundation of the Wu Dao sect. Seated beside him, the master of Chu Yuan's sect also bore an expression of astonishment. He was rapidly contemplating the implications. Both sects hailed from the eastern state. Perhaps the Qian Emperor Dao sect truly had some connection with the Wu Dao sect. After all, how could the Wu Dao sect possess various scriptures of the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Or conversely, how could the Qian Emperor Dao sect hold numerous texts from the Wu Dao sect? The master of Chu Yuan's sect gazed at Yi Luo with fervent eyes, acutely aware that he was on the verge of ascending to the Wu Dao sect for cultivation. Yi, my young friend, this is merely a conjecture. Moreover, if it is indeed true, then the inheritance of the Wu Dao sect may well exceed 30,000 years. One must consider that even esteemed masters require time to grow and flourish, right? And surely, the master is not the first sect leader of the Wu Dao sect, is he? Calculating it this way, the Wu Dao sect must boast a legacy of at least 50,000 years. The master of Chu Yuan's sect grew increasingly animated, his face flushed with excitement, almost as if he were a disciple of the Wu Dao sect himself, swelling with pride. In contrast, Yi Luo remained composed in his chair while the master of Chu Yuan's sect nearly leaped from his seat. Awaken. That is my sect, not yours, Yi Luo gently reminded him. The master of Chu Yuan's sect replied, what harm is there in letting me be excited for a moment? Yi, my young friend, how about we forego the eastern state border and return directly to the Wu Dao sect instead? He cleared his throat, enthusiasm evident in his demeanor. Absolutely not. I plan to visit the eastern state border first. The plans have already been established, and they cannot be altered, Yi Luo decisively refused. He wanted to explore the border, to witness its grandeur and see if it could aid in his comprehension of the Tao. He was still some distance from grasping the third order chain and suspected that personal experience would enhance his understanding of the Tao. Are you truly not inclined to return to the Wu Dao sect early? The master of Chu Yuan's sect, undeterred, inquired once more. Not at all. By the way, master of Chu Yuan's sect, do you possess any means to decipher this key? Yi Luo fixated on the key in the master's hand, his focus sharpening as he asked. He had just heard the master mention it was the key to the relic of the ancient sword sovereign. This must certainly be an opportunity bestowed upon him by his master. Having acquired this chance ahead of time, his master would surely feel joy at his talent. Imagining his master standing with hands clasped behind his back, robes billowing, a look of satisfaction gracing his face, Yi Luo felt invigorated with determination. For the sake of his master's pride. Charge! 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 What recourse do I have? This is the key to the ancient relic of the sword sovereign, and it is said that only those with destiny can comprehend its essence. Clearly, this belongs to you, Yi, and only you possess the potential to grasp its significance. The leader of Chu Yuan handed the key back to Yi Luo, shaking his head with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Yi Luo accepted the key and gently tightened his grip around it. This was the opportunity his master had prepared for him. If he did not comprehend it soon, he would be failing his master. The two sat conversing, oblivious to the presence of a six-winged insect hovering nearby, above a table. This creature listened intently to their dialogue, its multifaceted eyes glimmering with a spark of sentience. After absorbing much of the information, the six-winged insect cautiously flew out of the inn. Once outside the city, its speed surged, resembling a flash of lightning as it zipped away with a whoosh, heading towards a specific destination. Approximately an hour later, the six-winged insect entered a deep mountainous forest. After a brief period of movement, it landed in the hands of an elder cloaked in black. The elder extracted information from the six-winged insect. Upon processing the data, his squinted eyes suddenly widened in shock. The reclusive sect, Wudao sect, has a legacy spanning over 30,000 years. The leader of Wudao had once severely wounded the legendary figure, Pasu Daorun, 3 millennia ago. For reasons unknown, the six-winged insect did not record the speculations made by the leader of Chu Yuan. Instead, it only noted that Wudao sect has a legacy of at least 30,000 years. Consequently, the elder in black assumed that Wudao sect had indeed maintained this legacy for over 30 millennia, and he believed he had stumbled upon a great secret. Leader. Significant news. Major news. The elder exclaimed in astonishment, turning and rushing towards a pavilion while calling out. Soon, he entered the pavilion and reported the information to a middle-aged man. The man listened intently, his expression tightening as he murmured to himself. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I detected the arrival of the leader of Chu Yuan at our sect's territory and dispatched the six-winged scouting insect. Otherwise, how could we have known such information? Our southern gate has seized this opportunity. However, our southern gate alone cannot monopolize this advantage. I must inform the allied sects of our southern gate, so they too are aware of this news. We must collaborate and, ideally, curry favor with the reclusive sect. If even a single strand of their hair falls into our hands, it would enable our southern gate to soar. The elder in black nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to depart to relay the message to other sections. The middle-aged man contemplated for a moment and then called out to the elder, saying, when you deliver the message, state that Wudao sect's legacy spans at least 40,000 years. Do you understand? The elder in black, perplexed, asked, Leader, why? The middle-aged man shot him a glare and replied, Do you not comprehend the art of obfuscation? The true information should only be known to our southern gate. Externally, we will assert that the reclusive sect, Wudao, has a legacy of at least 40,000 years. Do not inquire why he has refrained from disseminating information for at least 10,000 years. It is indeed in his best interest to keep it concealed. The truth is, he lacks the courage to do so. Should the unprincipled sect discover that he has undermined them, it would surely cultivate animosity towards him. And what then? There would be no recourse but to muddy the waters and proceed accordingly. Meanwhile, the elder in the black robe nodded in agreement, daring not to voice any further objections. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, resolute. As long as their southern gate seizes this opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the unprincipled sect, they too shall inevitably rise. The condition, however, lies in locating the unprincipled sect. Otherwise, all preparations would be in vain. Presently, the only disciple of the unprincipled sect outside is that individual known as young friend Yi. The middle-aged man racked his brain, contemplating how to orchestrate a chance encounter with this young friend Yi. Chapter 56. Chu Shuangbiao. A few days later, the entire cultivation world of the eastern state began to tremble with excitement. The cause was simple. More information regarding the reclusive sects had been unearthed and was circulating widely. This news even reached the mundane world, spreading like wildfire. Initially, it was confined to the vicinity of the southern gate, where it was relatively tame, merely stating that the Wudao sect had a lineage of at least 40 to 50,000 years. However, as the news traveled further across the eastern state, it broke free from all restraint, galloping forth like a wild stallion. extraordinary revelations emerged, claiming that the hidden sect had once been a formidable force from ancient times, boasting a history of 100,000 years. What? 100,000 years? Whom have you heard this from? Are you not afraid that the hidden sect will take offense at such disparagement? Clearly, it is a legacy of 300,000 years. Whom have you been listening to? Isn't it a heritage of 700,000 years? You must have misheard. I've heard that the first sect master of the hidden sect was the very being who created the mortal realm and subsequently founded the Wu Dao sect, where the Dao is fundamentally formless, giving birth to one from the void. This is the true essence of the Wu Dao sect. Surely, there cannot be anyone who genuinely believes that the hidden sect's Wu Dao sect has merely a legacy of 70,000 years. Such rumors proliferated throughout the cultivation world, some merely exaggerating by a fraction, claiming the hidden sect had a lineage spanning several 100,000 years. Others went beyond mere exaggeration into the realm of the absurd, alleging that this world was created by the hidden sect, positing that the Eastern state is the origin of the divine travel continent. In a moment, the entire Eastern state was engulfed in a tempest of speculation. Countless individuals sought ways to connect with the hidden sect, eager to cultivate a relationship with the two sections. Even the matter of the Qian Emperor Dao sect's sect master being defeated in the great competition was suppressed amidst the chaos. Amidst the escalating rumors, a person named Chu arrived in Silver Moon City. Do not inquire about his purpose. Suffice it to say, he came to express his heartfelt gratitude to the innkeeper for the considerable scrap metal he had acquired, along with a supreme divine weapon, the blood-red sword. The innkeeper was a person of integrity, and such generosity could not go unacknowledged. As Chu Yuan soared above Silver Moon City on his cloud, he gazed at a cloth wrapped around a few taels of silver in his hand. These few taels were no trifling matter. They were the very coins Chu Yuan had long concealed in the soles of his shoes, reluctant to part with them. To show his appreciation to the innkeeper, he intended to gift these taels, a token from a future invincible being. With proper preservation, who could doubt that the value of these taels would multiply thousands or even tens of thousands of times in the future? With such thoughts, Chu Yuan's spirits lifted as he swiftly approached the Inn of Drunken Immortals. Upon nearing the establishment, he spotted the innkeeper's figure at a window seat on the second floor, engaged in cheerful conversation with a merchant-like figure, their laughter echoing joyfully. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what could be so delightful to discuss. Curiosity piqued. Chu Yuan lowered his ethereal cloud, eager to eavesdrop on the innkeeper's conversation. At the Xianzue Inn, on the second floor, the innkeeper was animatedly sharing a laugh with a merchant. You have no idea. This tale will be my lifelong boast. I actually deceived a powerful nascent soul practitioner. Can you believe it? A mere innkeeper managed to outsmart a grandmaster of the nascent soul stage. Ha ha ha. This is a story I must inscribe in my family lineage, so my descendants can take pride in it. The innkeeper exclaimed with delight. The merchant, seated nearby, took a sip of his wine, his brow furrowed in skepticism. Yet, witnessing the innkeeper's genuine expression, he found himself wavering. Innkeeper, do enlighten me on how you managed to outwit a nascent soul master, he inquired, still dubious. By employing cunning tactics. I cannot divulge every detail, the innkeeper replied, shrouded in mystery. But why would you risk such a venture? Understand that if you failed, it could spell doom for you. The merchant pressed on, puzzled by the innkeeper's audacity. The potential repercussions of failure loomed large. A single flick of a nascent soul master's finger could obliterate the innkeeper's entire family. Unfazed by the merchant's concerns, the innkeeper chuckled, his demeanor surprisingly nonchalant. This man frequents my establishment, consuming my offerings without payment and seeking information. If I allow this to continue, will I still be able to conduct my business? Regardless, even if my plan falters, I doubt I will face severe consequences. The innkeeper spoke with an air of confidence. The merchant hesitated, wanting to voice additional thoughts, when suddenly a voice interjected. Innkeeper, if you feel oppressed, do confide in me. I detest such freeloaders, and I would gladly assist you. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper promptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Assist? How could a mere mortal like me contend with cultivators? The voice persisted. If you cannot, then what about me? The innkeeper raised his voice again. But that person is the leader of a sect. We stand no chance. Is being a sect leader so formidable? Who isn't a leader of their own sect nowadays? Come now, tell me which sect it is, and I will stand up for you. The voice pressed. The innkeeper arched an eyebrow, glancing at the merchant. Old Zhao, you're putting on quite the show. Just how long do you intend to keep this up? Who are you trying to impress? The merchant sat there, speechless, his gaze fixated on the space beside the innkeeper. A chill ran through the innkeeper as a sudden sense of danger enveloped him. He dared not turn to look beside him. Innkeeper, do tell, Who is it? Which sect do they belong to? I will champion your cause. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yuan had taken a seat beside the innkeeper and was now inquiring with mounting anger. The innkeeper turned to see him and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Oh no, the Grim Reaper has arrived. My heavens, is this ancestor my nemesis? Every time disparaging remarks are made, he arrives quietly and unexpectedly. Oh, esteemed sir, what brings you here? The innkeeper lamented with a heart full of sorrow. Meanwhile, a merchant nearby, sensing impending doom, quickly slipped away with a furtive glance. Chu Yuan, however, paid no heed to the merchant and fixed his gaze upon the innkeeper. Why shouldn't I be here? Pray tell, which scoundrel has the audacity to exploit your inn without recompense? Is this a sign of my insignificance? Come, let us seek justice. His tone was laced with indignation. A clear display of double standards ensued. It is permissible for me to take advantage, yet others must not dare to do so. The innkeeper fell silent. Could he speak? Was he referring to Chu Yuan? He felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the thought of voicing his concerns. Chapter 57. Terrifyingly so in the Silver Moon City, at the Immortal Drunk Inn, on the second floor, Chu Yuan was engrossed in a tale narrated by the innkeeper. When questioned by Chu Yuan, the innkeeper resorted to the cunning tactic of covering lies with lies to evade the inquiry. Ah, esteemed guest, you have no idea how dreadful this sect is. Not only does the Sect Master indulge in reckless spending here, causing my accounts to be in disarray, but the entire sect also wishes to come here for free meals and goods. What do you think of that? What? You wish to stand up for me? No need. Their sect is powerful, boasting several at the nascent soul stage. It would be unwise for you to intervene. The innkeeper insisted repeatedly. Initially furious, Chu Yuan was taken aback upon hearing this. Several at the nascent soul stage? He glanced down at his own cultivation level, early golden core stage. Oh, it seems I might not be a match for them. But was the issue insurmountable? Not at all. If he could not contend, there was still Yi Luo. He recalled that Yi Luo possessed the combat prowess of the transformation stage. If he was unable to handle it himself, he could simply call upon his disciple for assistance. After all, Yi Luo had not yet been expelled from his tutelage, so summoning him was certainly feasible. Fear not, innkeeper. Just tell me which sect it is. And once my disciple returns from his training, I shall send him to pay a visit, Chu Yuan declared with unwavering conviction. The innkeeper was momentarily bewildered. He had not anticipated that this would not compel Chu Yuan to change the subject. Nevertheless, he needed to divulge the name of the sect. Which sect should he name? The Tianqing sect. Yes, it is the Tianqing sect. The innkeeper suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming the name. The Tianqing sect was the largest sect in the vicinity. He could hardly believe that by mentioning this name, the individual before him would dare to say anything further. Yet, the innkeeper remained unaware that Chu Yuan did not retain the names of all the sects in the eastern state. Upon hearing Tianqing sect, Chu Yuan nodded and made a mental note. Very well, Tianqing sect. I shall remember this, and, as I promised, I will assist you. The innkeeper's expression stiffened. You may pretend all you wish. It is evident that you are merely feigning intent, intending to act as if nothing has transpired. If you indeed manage to cause trouble for the Tianqing sect, I would be willing to devour my entire inn. However, the innkeeper would not expose this charade. Ultimately, he aimed to gloss over the matter. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the innkeeper took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Esteemed guest, what brings you here so suddenly? Have you resolved the matters concerning the weapons? He inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Everything is in order. And I owe you my gratitude for your information, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. Now it was the innkeeper's turn to be perplexed. The individual at Mirror Lake was a reclusive master. Could it be that this person before him had genuinely accomplished something? Surely, it must be a case of mistaken identity. Yes, that had to be it. Esteemed one, there is no need for such formality between us, the innkeeper remarked with a newfound smile. Here, take these few pieces of silver as a token of my gratitude. Do ensure you keep them safely. With a light chuckle, Chu Yuan handed over a piece of cloth to the innkeeper. Within it lay the silver, a precious gift from an invincible being of the future. It was essential to preserve it well, for it might one day become a cherished heirloom. The innkeeper, receiving the cloth, opened it to reveal the silver, which emitted an odd scent. As he caught a whiff, his brow furrowed, and he nearly retched. Perhaps it is best to forget this. I am not in need of such money. He attempted to refuse. Nonsense. You must accept it, for its value will be beyond your imagination in the future. Chu Yuan insisted, waving his hand dismissively while inwardly lamenting the folly of mortals. A gift from a formidable figure of the future was being rejected. Reluctantly, the innkeeper accepted the silver with a pained expression. Observing the remnants of the meal on the table, Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at the innkeeper. Understanding the unspoken cue, the innkeeper promptly summoned a servant to prepare a fresh spread. As the new dishes were set before him, Chu Yuan sank into a comfortable position, lazily picking up his chopsticks to savor the offerings. Although in the golden core stage, he could sustain himself without consuming grains, his appetite proved irresistible. Between bites, he inquired, "Innkeeper, have there been any recent tidings? As a well-informed individual, you must be aware of the happenings in Dongzhou." The innkeeper paused for a moment, contemplating, then replied, "Indeed, there is news from the cultivation world. It appears that an ancient hidden sect has emerged in Dongzhou. This sect, with a lineage spanning hundreds of thousands of years, is said to harbor genuine terrors. The tribulation stage practitioners are like mere ants before them. Any being within the sect could annihilate countless tribulation stage cultivators with a mere glance. This rumor has spread wildly in the cultivation community, and it is only due to its fervor that I have come to know of it, as such information is typically beyond my reach." Goodness! Chu Yuan, still sipping his soup, found himself choking as the news struck him. The broth erupted from his mouth, splattering the innkeeper. "Is this truly the case?" Chu Yuan exclaimed, aghast. "What manner of hidden sect has surfaced in Dongzhou? Tribulation stage cultivators likened to ants? And beings within that sect capable of exterminating multitudes with a mere gaze? This is utterly terrifying." Chu Yuan's mind raced, absorbing the gravity of the revelation. Such a hidden sect must wield unfathomable power. Truly, it was a force not to be trifled with. If he were to offend such a reclusive sect, how could he possibly navigate through life? Chu Yuan seemed to envision a figure standing amidst the void within that sect, casting a glance in his direction. With that gaze, he would lead his entire sect to ruin. Although Chu Yuan believed he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future, he recognized that he still required time to grow. No, that would not do. He resolved to remain more discreet moving forward. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, promptly responded, "Indeed, this was a well-circulated rumor. There were even more terrifying versions, yet this one felt the most credible." After listening, Chu Yuan reached a conclusion. The Eastern State. It was utterly terrifying. Chapter 58. The falling leaves returned to the mountain upon learning of the terrifying nature of Dongzhou. Chu Yuan found himself increasingly restless. After a casual conversation with the innkeeper, he returned to the Wudao sect. Immediately upon his return, he noticed the bewildered expression on Zhang Han's face and instructed him not to descend the mountain carelessly before hastening to enter seclusion. The fear instilled by Dongzhou was profound. Only through cultivation could he attain strength. Without a doubt, Chu Yuan resumed his practice according to the foundational method from the manual for the early stage of qi refinement. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Chu Yuan successfully condensed a strand of spiritual energy, marking the second strand he had cultivated by his own efforts. The first strand had taken nearly 3 months to form, while the second only required a month. With continued dedication to his training, he would undoubtedly be able to condense energy more swiftly in the future. It seemed he was indeed a prodigy. How close he was to reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Should he manage to cultivate to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm within the year, he could then elevate Zhang Han's abilities, thus propelling himself into the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Returning to the nascent soul stage would then merely be a matter of time. Although he had heard the innkeeper speak of the immense power of that hidden sect, he was certain that he would one day stand above them. Just as Chu Yuan intended to continue his seclusion, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Disciple Yi Luo requests an audience with the master." The voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm, ethereal and elusive. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. Yi Luo? The lad had finally returned. But what could he possibly want? Chu Yuan extended his consciousness to sweep across the entire sect. Yet he did not detect Yi Luo's presence. Was Yi Luo still at the foot of the mountain? Could he be hindered by the concealed formations of Wudao sect? That did not seem plausible. Yi Luo's aura was recorded within the sect's formations, allowing him direct access to the mountain. Chu Yuan then directed his consciousness downward, but suddenly, his expression stiffened. His spiritual awareness could not even breach the mountain gate. The answer was simple. His awareness was too limited in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He reminisced about the 4th month of his time in the nascent soul stage with a pang of nostalgia. Reluctantly, he stepped out of his seclusion chamber and flew toward the mountain gate. When Chu Yuan finally emerged beyond the mountain gate, his consciousness was able to perceive the situation below. He spotted Yi Luo standing at the foot of the mountain. Yi Luo must have been able to ascertain the location of Tianwu Mountain, for it was impossible to stand precisely at its base without such knowledge. If Yi Luo could locate Wudao sect, why had he not ascended the mountain? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow as he stood outside the gate. He swept his awareness once more and then noticed a middle-aged man standing behind Yi Luo. A mortal? What business could he have with Yi Luo? With a sense of bewilderment, Chu Yuan swiftly ascended on a cloud of mystical energy, soaring down the mountainside. At the foot of Tianwu Mountain, Yi Luo stood motionless, clutching his long sword, patiently awaiting the arrival of his master, allowing the gentle breeze to flutter his robes. He was confident that his mentor had heard him. All that remained was to wait. In contrast to Yi Luo's calm demeanor, the head of Yuan's sect appeared considerably more anxious. Yi Xiaoyu, could you please take a look at my hairstyle? Do you think the master will disapprove? And this outfit, I only spent 1,000 taels of silver on it. Mere mortal attire. Will the master perceive it as a lack of sincerity? Also, is my pendant askew? The Yuan sect leader, far from embodying the dignity of a revered sect leader, resembled an ardent admirer anticipating a meeting with an idol, overwhelmed with nervousness. Yi Luo merely cast a casual glance at the Yuan sect leader without responding. Yi Xiaoyu, you must reassure me. If I inadvertently offend the master, it would be disastrous. The Yuan sect leader fretted. You are here to meet my master, not for a courtship, Yi Luo retorted bluntly. The Yuan sect leader was taken aback, left momentarily speechless. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Yi Luo savored the tranquility, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, descending gracefully on a cloud of mystical energy. The master has arrived, Yi Luo murmured softly, lifting his gaze toward the sky. The Yuan sect leader hastily followed suit, his eyes fixated on the cloud above. He gasped in awe. Is this the realm of true power? No need for any evasion techniques or magical methods. Merely using pure energy to manifest a cloud for flight. Had anyone else attempted such a feat, the Yuan sect leader would have deemed them foolish. After all, any form of evasion technique far exceeds the speed of simply condensing a cloud. The energy expenditure is similarly disproportionate. To directly condense a cloud is both slow and taxing. Inquiring among the street vendors, one would find few cultivators without some form of evasion technique. Thus, employing such a method would commonly be seen as folly. However, in the hands of a transcendent master, the situation transforms entirely, returning to simplicity, revealing profound mastery. The mystical cloud gradually descended before Yi Luo, unveiling the figure of Chu Yuan. Clad in a flowing white robe, with ink-black hair and a handsome visage, he exuded an ethereal grace, resembling a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Disciple Yi Luo pays his respects to the master. Yi Luo performed a deep bow, speaking with utmost reverence. The Yuan sect leader, witnessing this, quickly followed suit, bowing deeply. Junior, Su Yuan, pays his respects to the esteemed elder. May the elder enjoy eternal peace. The Yuan sect leader stammered nervously. Having just regained his footing, Chu Yuan had initially intended to allow Yi Luo to rise first. However, upon hearing the words of the master of Yuan's sect, he found himself momentarily stunned. His gaze scrutinized the master of Yuan's sect, then shifted to himself. He appeared to be in his 20s, embodying the visage of youth, whereas the other seemed to be in his 30s. For someone like that to address him as a senior, Chu Yuan fell into contemplation, though his exterior remained serene and unperturbed. Please, get up, Luo. Is this individual your friend? Chu Yuan inquired softly, hands clasped behind his back. Well, one could say so, master. This person, due to certain physical circumstances, seeks your assistance. During my trials, he has also offered considerable aid to me. Thus, I took the liberty of bringing him along. Yi Luo replied with a respectful gesture. Physical circumstances? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, directing a scrutinizing gaze at the master of Yuan's sect. Chapter 59. As long as he is not a member of the Yi clan at the foot of Tianwu Mountain. As Chu Yuan gazed upon the middle-aged man before him, he could discern an extraordinary aura emanating from him, reminiscent of those who have long occupied positions of power, exuding a certain gravitas. His curiosity was piqued by Yi Luo's assertion that this individual sought him out due to some physical affliction. What could this ailment entail? On the other side, the leader of Yuan's sect, noticing Chu Yuan's penetrating gaze, stepped forward with an expression of deep reverence. Indeed, esteemed senior, I approach you because my body lacks a primordial spirit. My soul is the issue, and I humbly beseech your guidance on how to resume my cultivation. He respectfully proclaimed, bowing his head in deference, terrified that any movement might evoke displeasure from this formidable presence. Should this individual refuse to assist him, he would be utterly devoid of options. Living without a soul? How is that even possible? Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. In his understanding, those devoid of a soul should no longer exist. Indeed, esteemed senior, this predicament is of my own making. The Chu Yuan sect leader awkwardly recounted his tale. He dared not divulge that he had been misled by the elders' esoteric doctrine of returning to simplicity. To admit such folly would only serve to highlight his own lack of wisdom. Thus, he framed it as an unfortunate accident during his cultivation, resulting in the shattering of his soul. Yet, due to certain life-preserving measures, he remained alive, albeit with his body rendered incapable of further cultivation. Listening intently, Chu Yuan found the man's narrative quite captivating, exclaiming internally that he was indeed a remarkable talent. No, rather, to dismantle one's own soul during cultivation. This was the mark of a true genius. The final revelation that he could no longer cultivate sparked a sudden brilliance in Chu Yuan's eyes. So, your plight arises from the absence of a soul, which hinders your cultivation. You have come to the Wu Dao sect to resolve this matter? He inquired, his mind racing with possibilities. If he followed the usual progression, cultivating to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and waited a year for the results, teaching the inept Zhang Han could grant him a small advancement, elevating him to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, he would still be a step away from the nascent soul realm. However, should he take on another disciple and instruct him, in a year's time, he could potentially achieve 2 small advancements, leaping back to the nascent soul realm. The Chu Yuan sect leader, listening intently, nodded enthusiastically. Yes, esteemed senior, I implore you to assist me in reclaiming my path to immortality. I am willing to offer anything in return, he earnestly declared. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned away, lifting his gaze towards the summit of Tianwu Mountain, lost in contemplation. He was contemplating the essence of the matter at hand. According to his conjecture, it was likely that this peculiar individual, who had the ability to shatter his own soul through self-cultivation, had encountered Yi Luo, who, despite lacking spiritual roots, was still capable of cultivation. This encounter led to their acquaintance, with Yi Luo as a successful example. This eccentric believed he could resolve such a unique predicament of being unable to cultivate. Thus, he sought him out. In this light, sacrificing Yi Luo, who had attained a significant realm, did not seem too regrettable. At the very least, with this success story, he could use it to persuade future disciples. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Yuan had already formulated a plan. He turned to glance at Yi Luo and the master of Chu Yuan's sect, and spoke slowly. Let us ascend the mountain. Upon finishing his words, Chu Yuan decisively summoned his ethereal cloud and leisurely flew upward. The surrounding mists parted before him, as if his form were that of an immaculate celestial being, repelling anything that dared to approach. As for how he achieved this, most of the power required to communicate with the array diagram was attainable in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Yi Luo and the master of Chu Yuan's sect, who remained rooted in place, were momentarily stunned. It was Yi Luo who first regained his composure. Let us go. He grasped the master of Chu Yuan's sect, and, with a profound resonance of Tao beneath his feet, soared towards the mountain. This spectacle left the master of Chu Yuan's sect in awe. Such was the nature of the reclusive sections. The elder's flight was as if returning to the essence, while the disciples soared with the resonance of the Tao. Truly terrifying. In the grand hall of the Wu Dao sect, Chu Yuan, Yi Luo, and the master of Chu Yuan's sect arrived. Chu Yuan naturally took his seat upon the throne of the sect leader. Resolving your inability to cultivate is within my capabilities. However, the Tao should not be imparted lightly. Should you wish for me to teach you the great Tao, you must join the Wu Dao sect. Are you willing? Chu Yuan spoke with a measured tone. Upon hearing this, the master of Chu Yuan's sect was taken aback. Was it truly this simple to join the Wu Dao sect? Elder, I am certainly willing to join the Wu Dao sect. But is it really this easy? To join the Wu Dao sect and witness the great Tao? He queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Chu Yuan nearly choked on his words. Why were the disciples of this generation so difficult to deceive? When offered direct admission, he found them questioning the simplicity of joining the Wu Dao sect. If he did not demonstrate his persuasive abilities, they might remain unaware of his foundation. With this in mind, Chu Yuan maintained a facade of tranquility. What do you think? The Tao has always been before you. It is merely that you are unable to perceive it. Joining the Wu Dao sect is simply akin to lighting a guiding lamp for you. Admission to the sect is open to all those with affinity, yet comprehending the Tao requires great perseverance and wisdom. Do not presume that joining the Wu Dao sect guarantees strength. Such a mindset is misguided. Do you understand? Chu Yuan spoke calmly. The master of Chu Yuan's sect, standing aside, suddenly understood and nodded. He knelt on both knees, saying, Disciple wishes to join the Wu Dao sect. I implore my esteemed master to accept me as a disciple. Chu Yuan nodded slightly, his hands clasped behind his back, projecting an air of nonchalance while his heart danced with joy. Splendid, splendid. Another minor realm had been attained. The return to the nascent soul stage is imminent. Indeed, a promising disciple. By the way, what is your name? Suddenly, Chu Yuan recalled something and inquired. In his preoccupation with various matters, he had forgotten to ascertain the name of this disciple. It surely wouldn't be a surname of Yi, would it? Upon hearing this, the Sect Master of Chu Yuan promptly replied, respectfully reporting to you, Master. My disciple's surname is Su, given name Chu Yuan. Su Chu Yuan. Excellent, not a Yi, thus. There should be no significant issues. Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 60. The troublesome Su Chu Yuan in the Grand Hall of the Taoist sect. As Chu Yuan gazed upon the respectful middle-aged man before him, his eyes glimmered with increasing satisfaction. Excellent, a disciple devoid of a soul, utterly lacking any potential for cultivation. Furthermore, his surname is not Yi, but Su. This brings him considerable relief. Thus far, Chu Yuan has taken on 3 apprentices. Just look, the disciples bearing the surnames Zhang and Su are quite commendable. Only this Yi Luo proves to be somewhat troublesome. However, it appears that all is well now, with Yi Luo serving as a successful example to persuade others in the future. With such thoughts, Chu Yuan's spirits lifted, and he turned his gaze towards Su Chu Yuan. Contemplating deeply, swiftly, he prepared a set of lines to enchant. Chu Yuan, now that you have entered the sect, I shall elucidate the path you are destined to tread, allowing you to brace yourself mentally. Pay close attention. Upon hearing these words, Su Chu Yuan's eyes brightened, and he perked up, ready to listen intently. As for Yi Luo, he exhibited a commendable understanding by respectfully clasping his hands towards Chu Yuan and silently retreating. The Tao should not be carelessly conveyed. Indeed, this wisdom is imparted from the master to the 3rd disciple, and Yi Luo was certainly not foolish enough to remain idle. In truth, Chu Yuan had not even noticed whether Yi Luo was still present, as he nodded with satisfaction at his attentive 3rd disciple. You, lacking a soul, cannot pursue the conventional path of cultivation. Even if you were to struggle along this path, your progress would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of an ordinary person. There are myriad paths to enlightenment. One need not be fixated solely on the way of cultivation. Given your circumstances, I propose that you embark upon the path of body refinement. What are your thoughts on this? His voice, calm and steady, carried an inherent persuasive power. Su Chu Yuan instinctively inclined to nod but hesitated, his expression turning peculiar. In the realm of cultivation, there are indeed those who engage in body refinement. Yet, such endeavors are merely a pastime, not to be taken seriously. It is well known that the path of body refinement does not extend far. At most, one can reach the golden core stage. Furthermore, the golden core achieved through conventional cultivation, empowered by spiritual energy, is not in the least inferior to that attained through body refinement. The path of body refinement holds merit only in the chi refining stage. Beyond the foundation establishment stage, it becomes trivial. Su Chu Yuan had considered body refinement, but it was merely a fleeting thought, ultimately deemed ineffective. At this moment, his extensive knowledge came into play. He would not be as easily swayed by Chu Yuan as Yi Luo and Zhang Han had been. Master, the path of body refinement only leads to the golden core stage, and its combat effectiveness is exceedingly weak. Is there truly a way to attain immortality through this route? Su Chu Yuan inquired cautiously. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuan, seated upon the sect leader's throne, momentarily froze. Ah, is that so? He had little understanding of the path of body refinement. Oh well, it suffices to deceive. The path of body refinement I speak of is not the same as what you refer to. Are you aware of the legendary race known as the Wu clan? Chu Yuan rose to his feet, clasping his hands behind his back, and spoke. I must report to you, Master, that I have never heard of it. Su Chu Yuan, perplexed, shook his head. The Witch Clan? Ah, the Witch Clan. Chu Yuan murmured, taking a few steps forward, gazing outside the hall. His expression turning reminiscent. He was striving to recall some tales from his previous life concerning the Witch Clan. Yet, this expression, seen through Su Chu Yuan's eyes, transformed into a reflection of the past. This caused Su Chu Yuan to furrow his brow, attempting to discern what kind of race the Witch Clan might be. However, despite his deep contemplation, he could find no record pertaining to the Witch Clan. Yet, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could it be that the era in which Master existed was precisely when the Witch Clan thrived? Hence, Master would possess knowledge of such beings. As for Master's assertion that the Witch Clan exists solely in legend, surely it was fabricated, a means to obscure the existence of that bygone era from others. Su Chu Yuan silently noted this, resolved that next time an opportunity arose, he would seek out information regarding the Witch Clan. Meanwhile, after much reflection, Chu Yuan finally prepared his discourse. Chu Yuan, What I wish for you to cultivate is the path of the witch clan. They are said to dwell within legends, born without a primordial spirit, solely refining the physical form. The formidable witch clan transcends myriad laws with their corporeal essence, rendering your myriad wondrous techniques and divine abilities impotent against their might. Establishing an invincible position from the very beginning. The 12 ancestral witches, the leaders of the witch clan, possess not only formidable physiques, but also command the essence of laws through body refinement, their strength unparalleled. The path of the witch clan is, indeed, the great path of body refinement. Chu Yuan proclaimed. Chu Yuan, initially in a daze, was profoundly shaken by these words. To transcend myriad laws with one's physicality. To establish an invincible position from the very beginning. Were it spoken by anyone else, Chu Yuan would undoubtedly dismiss it. However, since it was his master who spoke, he could not help but believe. Could it be that his master would deceive him? If such an existence as his master were to deceive him, it would have to be a day with 13 hours. Clearly, that was impossible. And according to Master S teachings on body refinement, if such a method truly existed, why would he seek to cultivate immortality? Body refinement would suffice. I implore Master to impart to me the body refinement techniques of the witch clan. Chu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes ablaze, kneeling on one knee in reverence. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan, with his hands still clasped behind his back, felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. You misunderstand. If such methods of body refinement truly existed, would I be here misleading you? I would have already embarked on that journey myself. Though he thought this, Chu Yuan maintained a facade of tranquility. Chu Yuan, this method is indeed known to me, yet I do not intend to pass it on to you, for it remains the path of another. I wish for you to discover your own path. Thus, imparting this method to you would, in fact, hinder your own journey. Chu Yuan spoke softly. On the other side, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the wisdom in his master's words. Only that which suits oneself can lead one further along their path. He immediately responded, Master is indeed correct. So, Master, may I request to be taught this technique? I shall use it as a reference to comprehend my own path. Chu Yuan sighed. You are quite a handful. Why are this generation of disciples so difficult to manage? If I truly possess such a technique, would I need to refer to a basic cultivation manual for the qi refining stage, complete with explanations? Enough of this. I will impart this technique to you for your reference, but first, you must visit the sect's armory. Once you gain the recognition of a divine weapon, I shall then bestow this technique upon you for your consideration. Chu Yuan sensed that he had exhausted his persuasive powers. He resorted once more to the strategy of delay, intending to take him to the armory and postpone further discussions for a few months. Disciples these days are increasingly challenging to guide. It seems he must enhance his persuasive skills. Chapter 61. Surely no one would fail to comprehend in the hall of transmission of the Wudao sect. Yi Luo stepped out of the grand hall and made his way to seek Zhang Han. Upon noticing Yi Luo's arrival, Zhang Han, who had been engrossed in his studies, was momentarily illuminated with excitement and promptly rose to his feet. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Your journey must have yielded substantial gains. Zhang Han remarked with a smile as he regarded Yi Luo. He could sense that his senior brother's aura had solidified significantly, indicating a marked advancement in his cultivation. Yi Luo shook his head lightly, giving Zhang Han a gentle pat on the shoulder as he assessed him from head to toe. His gaze lingered upon Zhang Han's heart. What a remarkable lad. It has only been a short while, and you have reached such a level. Are you aiming for a singular breakthrough to a higher realm? Could it be that you aspire to transcend in one go? Yi Luo jested, recognizing the immense and pure power nestled within his junior brother's heart. Once this force was unleashed, Zhang Han's cultivation would undoubtedly ascend rapidly. Not at all, senior brother. I plan to wait until I can break through to the transformation of God stage all at once. At that time, I shall surprise our master by achieving it in one fell swoop. Zhang Han replied earnestly. A single leap to the transformation of God stage? My dear lad, what level have you reached now? Yi Luo inquired with a grin. Senior brother, I believe I can now break through to the nascent soul stage. By the way, have you visited Master since your return? Zhang Han responded with a gentle smile, exuding an air of elegance. At this, Yi Luo raised an eyebrow. The prospect of Zhang Han achieving such a rapid advancement to the nascent soul stage was indeed formidable. It was evident that he was a worthy disciple of their master. In response to your latter question, I have indeed paid my respects to Master. However, he has taken on another disciple, so you now have a junior brother. Do take some time to meet this third junior brother. He is quite a decent fellow with considerable knowledge, and engaging with him would be beneficial, Yi Luo conveyed. Zhang Han nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he understood. The two engaged in a leisurely conversation, predominantly revolving around their respective cultivation journeys. It must be said that diligent reading is truly advantageous. Zhang Han had remained in the hall of transmission, perusing a wealth of texts, thus amassing a significant breadth of knowledge. Their dialogue proved fruitful for Yi Luo as well. After exchanging thoughts for over 10 minutes, Yi Luo prepared to take his leave. Before departing, Zhang Han pondered for a moment and spoke up. Senior brother, Master previously mentioned that our sect's divine armory has been opened. I have been preoccupied with my reading, which is why I haven't visited. If you have the time, do take a look, and if you uncover any mysteries within, do be sure to share them with me. Zhang Han bowed, as if requesting Yi Luo's assistance. The plethora of array books within the hall of transmission was overwhelming. He had barely scratched the surface of them. Clearly, Zhang Han aspired to thoroughly examine and comprehend these texts to facilitate his advancement to the transformation of God stage. Intending to continue his pursuit of enlightenment, Yi Luo momentarily paused, nodded in agreement, and turned to depart from the hall of transmitting the law. Upon exiting, he found himself somewhat perplexed. The divine armory? How had he never heard his master mention it? Perhaps, having just returned, his master had not had the opportunity to share this with him. He was indeed curious to discover what treasures lay within the divine armory. As he quietly pondered, he resolved to wander about in search of its location. Approaching the Grand Plaza, his gaze fell upon Chu Yuan, who emerged with an expression of utter bewilderment. Yi. Ahem, senior brother, Chu Yuan greeted him first. Initially, he had intended to address him as Yi Xiaoyu, but upon reflection, he recognized that as a disciple of the Wudao sect, Yi Luo was now his senior. Junior brother, what brings you here? Did Master impart any teachings to you? Yi Luo inquired casually. Master instructed me to seek my own understanding, Chu Yuan replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. He said that if I truly could not comprehend, I should go to the divine armory and earn the recognition of a divine weapon, after which he would share a technique for my reference. Chu Yuan was indeed lost. Could one truly grasp the profound essence of the way simply through spoken words? When had the comprehension of such matters become so effortless? He felt utterly at a loss. On the contrary, Yi Luo was not surprised at all and nodded in agreement. This was entirely in line with his master's teaching style. Is that not how a teacher should instruct their disciples? With a casual wave of his hand and his sword in embrace, Yi Luo remarked, well, seeking enlightenment on one's own is quite normal, isn't it? Surely, there aren't individuals who genuinely cannot comprehend it. His tone was nonchalant. Yet to Chu Yuan's ears, it struck like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into his heart. Is it truly possible to achieve understanding? Merely by uttering a few words, can one grasp the celestial truths? Is this even feasible? Cough, cough. Yes, it's quite normal. Chu Yuan managed to respond with difficulty. So, junior brother, where do you intend to go? To contemplate the teachings bestowed by Master? I wish to. Chu Yuan initially intended to say he was going to the divine armory, but upon meeting Yi Luo's gaze, he fell silent. Yi Luo's eyes seemed to convey the notion that there could not possibly be anyone who could not grasp the teachings of Master. It appeared that disciples of the Wudao sect were all capable of understanding what their master imparted. Although the teachings, when merely spoken, seemed profoundly insightful, how could one truly grasp them? Yet, it seemed Yi Luo genuinely had understood. If he admitted to being unable to comprehend and intended to seek recognition from a divine weapon at the divine armory, then approach his master for teachings to aid his understanding, would he be looked down upon? Perhaps it was his pride that compelled him. With clenched teeth, Chu Yuan declared, yes, senior brother, I intend to seek enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo displayed an expression of affirmation. How could a disciple of Master not be able to comprehend the way, and then seek his master for teachings as a reference? Yi Luo smiled at Chu Yuan. Then go ahead. I intend to visit the divine armory. By the way, if you seek enlightenment, the effect is notably better in the Grand Hall Plaza. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek out the second senior brother in the nearby transmission hall. He will be of help to you. Well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Yi Luo turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. Chu Yuan opened his mouth, eager to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words, wishing he could give himself a harsh slap. Now he must sit here in contemplation, meditating on the air? A second update. I kindly request your support. Some friends have expressed that the updates are indeed too slow. Currently, I am delivering 2 updates a day, but since there are requests for increased frequency, I shall strive to provide 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 62. Cursed by the axe. After spending the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yi Luo finally located this place. His mastery of the Tao rhythm had become increasingly adept, now allowing him to navigate as if guided by a divine sense. This proficiency was the reason he could swiftly find the divine weapon pavilion among the countless halls of the Wudao sect. Gazing at the ancient structure before him, Yi Luo, sword in hand, squinted slightly and, without hesitation, stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, he was greeted by a pathway flanked by a series of concave stone platforms, each adorned with a weapon. Were these divine weapons? Yi Luo cast a deep glance at the weapons displayed on the platforms. Each piece was dull and lacked any brilliance. The blades were blunt and the swords unsharpened, appearing exceedingly mundane. Yet, these weapons resided within the divine weapon pavilion of the Wudao sect. Could a master of such caliber as his own teacher possibly be so idle as to display a collection of worthless iron to deceive the younger generation? That seemed implausible. Shaking his head, Yi Luo chuckled softly at the absurdity of the thought. If his teacher truly had left behind a heap of scrap metal, one could only imagine how idle he must be. Perhaps these divine weapons possessed a hidden essence, concealing their true sharpness. With this thought in mind, Yi Luo resolved to use his celestial observation technique to discern their nature. As he focused, the golden mark on his forehead glimmered with radiance, and his pupils transformed into a golden hue. He directed his gaze towards the weapon resting on the last stone platform. It was a dull-headed axe, its surface faintly revealing some carved totems, and the handle bore peculiar inscriptions. Yi Luo concentrated intently, striving to uncover the essence of this axe. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he peered deeper. In his vision, the axe appeared shrouded in an endless fog, and despite his celestial observation technique, he struggled to penetrate its veil. He widened his eyes, exerting all his effort to see through it. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the axe. "Look at you." Yi Luo, taken aback, stammered, What? I have been scolded by an axe." Stunned, he found it hard to believe. After all, he was destined to be the future master of the Wudao sect. How could he be reprimanded by a mere axe? No, that was not the crux of the matter. He shook his head as he regarded the axe before him. Could it truly berate him? Did it possess consciousness? Moreover, its consciousness was remarkably advanced. A weapon capable of reproach evidently bore a profound level of awareness, perhaps even possessing a spirit of its own. Indeed, the divine weapons within the pavilion were extraordinary. Yi Luo suddenly comprehended the significance of this revelation. Truly, the Wudao sect was formidable, and he felt proud to be a disciple of such a venerable lineage. The depth of the teachings within the Hall of Transmission was unparalleled, and the divine weapon pavilion housed a collection of remarkable armaments. Yet, he remained curious about the specific ranks of these divine weapons. As he raised his gaze once more to the stone platforms within the pavilion, his eyes ignited with fervor. To this day, he has yet to wield a truly remarkable weapon. The long sword in his possession is merely an ordinary blade, forged from common steel. Within the realm of mortals, this long sword could only be considered a superior quality sword. Had it not been for Yi Luo's protective aura during battle, this sword would have long since shattered into countless fragments. Now that he has entered the Hall of Divine Weapons, the prospect of acquiring a legendary blade fills him with anticipation. Such an acquisition would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. With this thought in mind, Yi Luo gazed fervently at the weapons displayed upon the stone platforms. However, among the multitude of divine weapons, determining which would be most suitable for him posed a challenge. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he resolved to unleash his aura to envelop these divine weapons, seeking to discern if any bore a resonance akin to his own. Closing his eyes, he released an intangible wave of aura that radiated from him, extending towards every divine weapon within the hall. Yet, to his dismay, these divine weapons revealed not a whisper of energy. They seemed to feign lifelessness. A twitch of his lips betrayed his frustration. Had it not been for the recent insult hurled by an axe, he might have been inclined to believe that these were mere scraps of iron. After a moment of silence, he once again cast his gaze upon the stone platforms. Enough of this charade. Reveal yourselves, for I know you possess sentience. I am Yi Luo, the foremost disciple of the Unpathed sect, here in search of a divine weapon to accompany me on my journey to enlightenment. I implore you, grant me some sign, that I may discern which of you aligns with my aura. With a respectful gesture, he addressed the array of divine weapons and once more extended his aura towards them. He had expected some form of response from these divine weapons. However, to his astonishment, they remained utterly unresponsive, not even stirring at his presence. They completely disregarded him. Yi Luo's eyelids twitched in disbelief. The lack of respect shown by these divine weapons was disheartening. Pondering how to coax these weapons into revealing themselves, he found himself at a loss. Surely, He could not continue to stare at a single divine weapon with his divination technique. With no other options, he decided to adopt a desperate approach, sitting cross-legged. He summoned his aura with fervor, charging towards the divine weapons with an unwavering determination to awaken their spirits. Unbeknownst to him, as he concentrated on channeling his aura, golden runes began to coalesce around him, shimmering with radiant light. Upon witnessing these golden symbols, the weapons within the Hall of Divine Weapons began to emit a dazzling brilliance. The combined luminosity seemed to engage in a silent discourse. Moments later, the myriad of weapons dimmed, returning to their previous state of obscurity, save for one that continued to glow resplendently. This particular weapon was a gourd of deep azure, intricately carved with the ancient character for sword, accompanied by numerous totemic engravings. Illuminated by its radiance, it exuded an air of profound mystery. Within the heart of the Tao rhythm, a voice resonated as the leaves fell. Young one, do not resort to futile methods. I offer you a singular opportunity. Should you navigate through this illusion, I shall acknowledge you as my master, vowing eternal allegiance henceforth. In an instant, Yi Luo dissipated the gathered Tao rhythm, opening his eyes, ready to utter a response. Yet, before him, the scene transformed dramatically. The trial of the illusion commenced. The first chapter is complete, with 2 more to follow tonight. Chapter 63. The considerate Zhang Han emerges that night. At the grand square of the Wudao sect, Chu Yuan sat cross-legged, gazing up at the overcast sky, where the moon was obscured. In his eyes, aside from a sense of helplessness, there lingered only the weight of his own resignation. Enlightenment? What enlightenment could he achieve? After sitting there for half the night, he had gleaned nothing but the realization that the weather was rather pleasant, albeit devoid of the moonlight that would have made for a splendid barbecue. Had he known, he would have cast aside his pride and sought the approval of a divine weapon at the Divine Armament Pavilion. Allowing his master to impart a technique for his consideration, how much better that would have been. Alas, pride has led him to suffer unduly. Could it be that his master was merely deceiving him? To attain a profound understanding through mere words, how could that be feasible? To exist as a human is indeed a formidable challenge. Alone in his musings, Chu Yuan pondered how he would endure the interminable night. Was it not better to return now? He recalled his master mentioning that a palace had been prepared for him. Yet, if he turned back now, would his master perceive him as lacking resolve, withholding the true esoteric arts of the Wudao sect from him in the future? As Chu Yuan wrestled with his complex thoughts, a figure gradually approached the grand square. It was none other than Zhang Han, clad in a scholarly robe, with a refined countenance, his thick, dark hair elegantly styled and secured with a wooden hairpin. He exuded an aura of profound mystery. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer, but he quickly regained his composure. Yi Luo had spoken of him before. All the elders of the Wudao sect had ascended, leaving only a handful behind, besides his master. Yi Luo, and himself, there was but one other, his second senior brother, Zhang Han, the adept of formations. Greetings, second senior brother Zhang Han. Chu Yuan dared not be disrespectful and promptly rose to bow in greeting. Zhang Han turned to glance at the new disciple. Upon seeing this unfamiliar face, he surmised that this must be the newly initiated third junior brother. However, he found it somewhat surprising that this third junior brother appeared so mature. Clearing his throat, he noted that he and the elder brother were both quite young, yet this third junior brother seemed to be in his 50s. How peculiar that the master would admit someone so mature into the sect. Though he thought this, Zhang Han would not be foolish enough to voice it. Junior brother, you honor me with your greeting. What brings you to the square at this late hour? Are you perhaps here to seek enlightenment? Zhang Han asked with a gentle smile. At these words, Chu Yuan's expression stiffened. Enlightenment? He was hardly achieving any profound insights. Yet, he could not admit this, lest it reveal his lack of understanding. Yes, second senior brother. The elder brother instructed me to seek enlightenment here. Chu Yuan managed to reply through gritted teeth. Very well, then continue your pursuit. I must depart to experiment with a formation outside the sect. Zhang Han chuckled lightly, stepping forward to pat the shoulder of his mature third junior brother before turning to leave. Wait. Second brother, may I also have a look? Chu Yuan inquired, his tone imbued with eagerness. I have witnessed the swordsmanship of eldest brother and have always heard of your exceptional skills and formations. I have yet to seize the opportunity to observe them firsthand. Would you permit me to accompany you, even if only from a distance, to witness your arrangement? Zhang Han paused momentarily, taken aback by the request. To allow this newly initiated junior to observe his formation might indeed be beneficial. After a brief contemplation, he acquiesced. Very well, if it does not impede your path to enlightenment, you may accompany me. We shall conduct our experiment outside the sect to avoid disturbing the master. With a soft-spoken agreement, Zhang Han descended towards the mountain gate. Seeing this, Su Qianyuan hurried after Zhang Han, the two of them proceeding in a sequence. They emerged from the mountain gate and made their way to a clearing on the mountainside of Tianwu Mountain. Junior brother, you may stand aside. The formation I am about to set will not possess significant lethality, so you need not worry about harm, Zhang Han reassured him gently. Su Qianyuan nodded obediently. Retreating to the side, his curiosity piqued. He was eager to discern the capabilities of second brother, especially since he had previously witnessed the extraordinary prowess of Yi Luo. One could only describe him as an unparalleled prodigy. Yet, he remained uncertain about second brother's abilities. Setting up a formation, he mused, estimating that it would require considerable time and various materials. Perhaps a brief slumber would suffice while the arrangements were being made. Meanwhile, Zhang Han lifted his gaze to the sky, assessing the weather and the mountain's direction. Subtly connecting with the elements, he initiated a barrier formation to isolate the area. It was imperative that his actions did not disturb the Master's repose. As a disciple, one must never disrupt the Master's tranquility for the sake of a formation. After some deliberation, Zhang Han established 2 or 3 additional isolation formations. Sound waves were muted, and fluctuations of spiritual energy were contained. To further prevent the Master from sensing any irregularities in the flow of spiritual energy, he also set up a small gathering formation to replenish the energy that would be expended. Perfection was his aim. A smile graced Zhang Han's face. He truly prided himself on being a considerate disciple. Third junior brother, observe closely as I demonstrate how to arrange a formation, he called out to Su Qianyuan. Raising his hands and closing his eyes, within the recesses of his mind, he envisioned the Tying star. As he concentrated on the Tying star, the star, previously shrouded by dark clouds, suddenly radiated a brilliant light, beams illuminating Zhang Han. Ancient runes flickered to life around his heart. The essence of Yang is found in Yin, and the essence of Yin is found in Yang. 9 cold heavenly fire formation arise. With a decisive thought, the runes soared from his heart, enveloping the entire clearing in an instant. A surge of chilling air flooded the space, and Su Qianyuan, standing nearby, was immediately assailed by a bone-chilling cold. Something felt amiss. This formation was being established far too swiftly. He did not see the second senior brother gather the materials for the formation. Moreover, that beam of light that shone down from the heavens, if he was not mistaken, it was the power of the moon star. The second senior brother's formation, without the need for materials, could harness the power of heaven and earth with but a thought. This was truly mythical. To manifest a formation with mere thought, how could this be possible? Su Qianyuan could hardly believe it. Yet he had witnessed the second senior brother set up the formation with his own eyes. Indeed, no materials were used. Su Qianyuan could not help but recall the time when Yi Luo faced 10 disciples during the grand competition at the Qian Emperor Dao sect. One of the disciples was setting up a formation, and Yi Luo had retorted, "Does one need hands to set up a formation?" In hindsight, it was not Yi Luo who was confused, but rather, the disciples of the Wu Dao sect truly set up formations without the use of hands. To summon the power of heaven and earth with a thought. This technique was extraordinarily powerful. Su Qianyuan was exhilarated, eager to rush forward and inquire how Zhang Han accomplished this. As he took a step forward, the formation stirred. Chapter 64. The bald head in the clearing on the mountainside of Tianwu. Zhang Han gazed at the swirling cold air surrounding him, a satisfied nod gracing his features. The formation was complete, the 9 cold heaven fire array, one of the ancient formations, designed primarily for large-scale assaults against groups. Once activated, any entity encountering the frigid air would find it infiltrating their very being. As the coldness reached its zenith, it would transmute into the fire of the heavens and incinerate all within the array. Those who succumbed to the cold would feel it ignite within them, burning from the inside out. Furthermore, the cold within this formation would condense 9 times, each iteration more potent than the last, resulting in flames of ever-increasing ferocity. Thus, the name 9 Cold Heaven Fire Array came to be. Zhang Han mused that the power of ancient formations far surpassed those of his time, which, in comparison, were significantly diminished in both strength and capability. As he maintained the formation, he keenly observed its various functionalities. He commanded the forces of nature to forge the array, with himself as its core. In truth, his innate formation heart served as the focal point. As long as he could endure, the array would remain steadfast, a notable characteristic of his formation. While deep in thought, a panicked voice suddenly pierced the air. "Second senior brother, help!" Zhang Han turned to see Su Qianyuan ensnared by tendrils of cold air, which were rapidly intensifying, on the brink of transforming into heavenly flames. What is this disciple doing? I purposely left him a safe space to avoid the onslaught. Why has he ventured out? Zhang Han furrowed his brow and flicked his fingers, dispersing the cold air surrounding Su Qianyuan. Yet, he was still a moment too late. The flames had already singed much of Su Qianyuan's hair. Once a dignified middle-aged man, he now sported a shiny bald head. Zhang Han's lips twitched in amusement as he beckoned. Countless strands of cold air pulled Su Qianyuan to his side. Are you all right, junior brother? He inquired, observing the bald crown. All is well. Your array is truly formidable, senior brother. Have you achieved it in a single thought? Su Qianyuan responded with enthusiasm, well aware of his hair's unfortunate fate. It is but hair, it will grow back in time. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Qianyuan, Zhang Han shook his head and turned his attention back to the expansive array. He scrutinized its intricacies, manipulating its changes with deft motions of his fingers. Indeed, it is a formation conjured by a mere thought, harnessing the power of the heavens and earth without the need for any materials or the shortcomings of a formation master. This is the path imparted to me by our master. Junior brother, do not drool in envy. Our master has surely bestowed knowledge upon you as well. The teachings from our master are unparalleled, devoid of distinctions and strength. It is merely a matter of the disciples' varying degrees of comprehension, Zhang Han remarked nonchalantly. Fortunately, the moon star lacks sentience. Otherwise, it would surely seek mutual destruction with Zhang Han. You claim to harness the power of heaven and earth. Yet aside from drawing upon the strength of my moon star, I have not seen you borrow from anyone else. You borrow by day, by night, every day, and somehow it becomes the grand borrowing of cosmic forces in your words. The moon star, in a state of profound indignation, stands by, while Su Qianyuan raises an eyebrow. His initial fervor for this formation dissipates entirely. Indeed, his master has also imparted knowledge to him. If he were to grasp it, surely it would rival the efficacy of this formation technique. Su Qianyuan's heart swells with determination, dispelling any lingering doubts regarding his mentor. Previously aimless and despondent, he now brims with resolve. His master would never deceive or mislead him. With an extraordinary elder brother and a second brother whose formation skills are nothing short of awe-inspiring, one need not look further. Either brother, taken separately, would undoubtedly be hailed as an unparalleled genius throughout the Eastern Province. Yet both are cultivating within the Wudao sect. Should anyone dare to assert that the Wudao sect is not a hidden sect, Su Qianyuan would gladly shatter that person's head. Observing Su Qianyuan's newfound zeal, Zhang Han nodded subtly before turning his attention wholly to the grand array. Within the formation, a chilling aura surged. Under Zhang Han's command, the frigid essence coalesced into 9 colossal dragons. These icy dragons soared, exhaling a frigid breath, yet within their forms burned an endless flame, oscillating between ice and fire. After mastering the technique for a while, Zhang Han contemplated crashing the dragons to the ground to test the array's limits. However, he reconsidered. A direct impact might provoke considerable upheaval, and the containment formation might not suffice. Should he inadvertently disturb his master, the fault would rest squarely on his shoulders. How thoughtful of me. Zhang Han chuckled to himself. With a firm gesture, the 9 dragons vanished, transforming into countless wisps of spiritual energy. The formation was dissolved. Junior brother, let us depart. The array has been thoroughly tested, Zhang Han gestured. Su Qianyuan, who had been momentarily lost in thought, quickly regained his senses and hurried to follow Zhang Han, his spirit aflame with ambition, eager to return and contemplate the Tao. Zhang Han initially intended to leave without further ado, but as he glanced back at the lingering coldness in the air, he instinctively cast a purification formation, cleansing the ground thoroughly. Once he confirmed that no traces remained, he felt at ease. One must not disturb a single blade of grass. Purification sufficed. Zhang Han guided Su Qianyuan back to the Wudao sect. Upon reaching the Great Hall, he prepared to take his leave, but not before imparting a few words to Su Qianyuan. Junior brother, regarding your hair. Oh, I see you have none at the moment. Do take care of your scalp. Having been injured by the flames and cold, it may be quite some time before your hair grows back. Be mentally prepared for that. This remark left Su Qianyuan in a daze. No hair for an extended period? If it doesn't grow, then so be it. Could it be that I must endure a decade or more without the growth of my hair? Su Qianyuan was perplexed, yet he chose not to dwell on it. He swiftly made his way to the Grand Plaza, where he seated himself in a meditative posture. In that moment, he was resolute that his master had not deceived him. First, there are falling leaves, then the arrival of Zhang Han. Surely, his master would not mislead him alone. Who would take advantage of an honest person? Yet, he was not entirely naive. In any case, he was steadfast in his belief that his master would not betray his trust. Su Qianyuan quickly calmed his mind. Chapter 65. Su Qianyuan finally understands the following day. In the grand square of the Wudao sect, a solitary figure sat in meditation, motionless as if carved from stone, enduring the winds and the sun with unwavering resolve. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this was a middle-aged man with a bald head, clad in a plain, deep black robe. The smoothness of his scalp detracted from the solemnity of his countenance and the authority of his presence. This individual was none other than Su Qianyuan, the third disciple of the Wudao sect. At this moment, Su Qianyuan was lost in contemplation. Rather than genuinely seeking enlightenment, he seemed to be in a stupor. From the spirited enthusiasm of the previous night to his current state of confusion, one could only wonder what he had endured. An entire night. A full night. To his dismay, he had not gleaned a single insight. Had there been even a vague direction, he might have managed to grasp something, even if progress was nearly non-existent. That would have been tolerable. However, what truly tormented Su Qianyuan was his complete inability to find any avenue for understanding. His mind was a blank slate, and apart from staring vacantly, he felt utterly powerless. His master could not possibly deceive him, with the examples of his elder brothers. There was no reason for his master to mislead this third disciple. The only plausible explanation was that his innate talent and comprehension were insufficient for enlightenment. Su Qianyuan took a deep breath, a sense of defeat washing over him. In the eyes of the outside world, his aptitude was nearly unparalleled. Otherwise, how could he have ascended to the position of the last sect leader of the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Yet, here at the Wudao sect, he felt woefully inadequate. Perhaps the era had changed. It was possible that his talent would have been deemed weak in ancient times. With a heavy sigh, Su Qianyuan exhaled, a tinge of despondency flickering in his eyes. Despite having been granted the remarkable opportunity to join the Wudao sect, he felt as if he were squandering this chance due to his own limitations. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Bang! In a fit of frustration, Su Qianyuan struck the ground with his fist, producing a resounding thud. A sharp pain surged through him, yet he cared not, staring intently at his own hand. Talent. Oh, talent. Why must his be so lacking? If only it were a tad stronger. Just as he was wallowing in self-pity over his lack of ability, he suddenly felt something amiss, his gaze fixed on his fist in bewilderment. Something was not right. Why was the pain in his hand dissipating so swiftly? Confused, Su Qianyuan reflected on the unusual sensation. He had just struck the ground with considerable force. Yet the pain faded rapidly, as if his physical body had grown stronger. He hurriedly pinched and prodded, experimenting for a time before confirming it. His physique had indeed strengthened. Not merely a slight improvement, but a substantial enhancement, one he could distinctly perceive. However, he remained unaware of how this transformation had occurred. From last night until now, I have been contemplating the path to enlightenment, yet I found myself in solitude, unable to grasp any profound truths. How has my physical form become stronger? No, it was last night when I, accompanied by my second senior brother, ventured to the foot of the mountain to test a raise, where I was invaded by the chilling fire energy. The chilling fire energy. It has entered my body. Master, I understand now. What you referred to as enlightenment is not merely a dazed contemplation, but rather an invitation to comprehend how to cultivate the body. In the realm of physical refinement, the essence lies within the body, not in the heart or spirit. Cultivating the physical form is of utmost importance. At that moment, Su Qianyuan's mind was jolted. In that instant, he attained clarity. His master had previously conveyed that the witch clan solely focuses on physical cultivation, which was essentially to emphasize that the most crucial aspect of the path of physical refinement is the cultivation of the body. Yet, he had been oblivious, foolishly sitting there contemplating the air. It was indeed his lack of understanding that had delayed his comprehension of his master's intentions. As for why his master did not directly impart the clan's physical cultivation techniques to him, Su Qianyuan now understood with greater insight. Every individual's body is unique. Even if they appear similar, there are undoubtedly subtle differences. There has never been two identical flowers in the world. Likewise, it is impossible for two individuals to be exactly alike. His master encouraged him to find his own way, so he could forge a physical cultivation method that is uniquely his own. How foolish he had been to ever doubt his master. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt surging within him. Instinctively, he rose, intent on seeking out his master to express everything he had realized. However, after only a few steps, he encountered Zhang Han, who had returned to the Grand Hall. Second senior brother. Su Qianyuan immediately bowed in respect. Zhang Han waved his hand casually as he approached. Having returned after setting up the array yesterday, he now reflected on his role as a senior brother. It seemed unreasonable that he had merely taken his junior brother to observe his array without providing further guidance. Thus, early in the morning, Zhang Han decided to take his junior brother on a tour of the sect, fulfilling his responsibilities as a senior. There is no need for such formalities, junior brother. Have you been contemplating here all night? Did you gain any insights? Zhang Han inquired softly. My understanding is limited, but I have just comprehended my master's intentions and wish to convey this to him. Chu Yuan replied, his voice tinged with excitement. Instantly, Zhang Han grasped the situation. This young man, akin to himself when he first joined the sect, yearned to share his newfound understanding with their master, eager to prove his own enlightenment. Observing Chu Yuan, Zhang Han couldn't help but smile, shaking his head. If that is the case, I would advise you against disturbing our master. When my senior brother and I first sought enlightenment, we felt no different from your current emotions, yet we refrained from interrupting our master. Do you know why? Zhang Han chuckled lightly and asked. Why? Chu Yuan responded, perplexed. The master has always been aware of our every action. In truth, every move we make is under the watchful eyes of the master. Whether it is my own enlightenment, that of the eldest senior brother, or your successful comprehension as a junior brother, the master has never made an appearance. Do you understand this? Zhang Han said with a graceful wave of his hand. On the other side, Chu Yuan was not merely confused, he was utterly lost. Observing this scene, Zhang Han merely smiled gently. He took a few steps forward, gazing at the sky, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. The master's absence signifies a desire for us to master our own dispositions, to prevent us from harboring arrogance over trivial matters. It also serves to temper our mental fortitude, promoting a humble and tranquil spirit akin to water, which is the essence of the highest state of mind. When you approach the master to clarify your thoughts, how do you think he will perceive you? Do you believe he will find your character lacking? As your senior brother, I advise you for your own good. If you do not grasp this, I can only allow you to seek the master further. Zhang Han shook his head and sighed softly. Upon hearing these words, the confusion on Chu Yuan's face gradually dissipated, replaced by enlightenment. So this is the teaching method of the hidden sect. Self-sufficiency, guiding disciples to cultivate comprehensively through self-practice, achieving independence. No wonder the hidden sect is so formidable. Second senior brother, I understand now. Chu Yuan bowed deeply to Zhang Han. Zhang Han accepted this with composure, a smile gracing his face. He had once again alleviated a burden for the master, allowing him to rest in peace. Chapter 66. The endless sword gourd in the hallowed halls of the divine armory. The atmosphere, once tranquil, suddenly became charged with a palpable tension. A fierce wind, imbued with the essence of countless swords, surged forth. Yi Luo, seated at the entrance of the pavilion, felt the gust whip through his robes, causing them to flutter, while his long hair danced wildly. Yet, he remained utterly still, his eyes tightly shut, as if he were on the precipice of a momentous revelation. As time progressed, the intensity of the sword wind within the pavilion escalated. The howling gusts threatened to obliterate everything in their path. Fortunately, the weapons displayed upon the stone pedestals emanated a gentle luminescence, shielding the entire pavilion from devastation. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The roaring sword wind grew increasingly terrifying, yet it remained confined within the pavilion, imperceptible to those outside. At that moment, Yi Luo, who had been in deep meditation, abruptly awakened. His eyes flew open, a fierce light flashing within them. In the next instant, he sprang to his feet, extending his arm towards the ceaseless torrent of sword wind. Come, he commanded, and at once, the howling winds within the pavilion dissipated as if they had never existed. A brilliant blue gourd soared through the air, landing gracefully in Yi Luo's palm. He grasped the gourd, his eyes alight with exhilaration. He had passed the trial of illusion. Claiming this divine weapon as his own, he was intimately acquainted with all its mysteries. This divine weapon was not merely a treasure, it transcended such classifications. It was a spiritual treasure, and a superior one at that. This spiritual treasure was known as the Endless Sword Gourd, possessing two remarkable abilities. The first was the power to summon a myriad of sword energies to annihilate foes, a quintessential area attack. The second was the ability to unleash forbidden swords sealed within the Endless Sword Gourd, bolstering his combat prowess through his own mystical energy. Additionally, its myriad minor functions were too numerous to enumerate. With this treasure in hand, Yi Luo's combat capabilities had undergone a profound transformation. If before he could only rival those at the late stage of the divine transformation realm, now, with the aid of the Endless Sword Gourd, he was poised to contend with those of the Tribulation Crossing realm. Eager to test the capabilities of the Endless Sword Gourd, Yi Luo's hands itched with anticipation. He could hardly wait to experiment with the power of this spiritual treasure, disregarding the fact that he was still within the sect. Clutching the azure gourd, He felt the flow of Tao energy surging within him, pouring forth into the gourd unceasingly. The once diminutive gourd, sensing Yi Luo's Tao energy, transformed into a gourd larger than a human. The mouth of the gourd opened wide. Buzzing sounds filled the air as wave after wave of flying swords erupted from its opening. The terrifying sword wind once again roared to life. Standing at the epicenter of this tempest, Yi Luo cast a glance at the divine weapons surrounding him. Although he was untroubled by the potential destruction of these seemingly spiritual treasures, the thought of the pavilion itself being annihilated filled him with dread. Let us go outside to test it, he murmured softly to himself. If I destroy the pavilion, my master will surely kill me. With a resolute thought, he soared out of the pavilion. The gourd autonomously followed Yi Luo as they soared into the air above the Wu Dao sect. In this moment, Yi Luo, unencumbered by any hesitation, commanded the gourd to unleash a torrent of flying swords. In an instant, these blades blanketed the entire sky, filling the atmosphere with a fierce sword energy. Suspended in midair, Yi Luo stood with the sword hovering beneath his feet, his robes billowing and long hair dancing in the wind, exuding an air of aloofness and indifference that made him appear as a true sword immortal descending from the heavens. The eruption of sword energy sent ripples through the Wu Dao sect, capturing the attention of Zhang Han, who was engrossed in reading, and Chu Yuan, who was studying body refinement. Both were struck with profound admiration upon witnessing their senior brother in such a magnificent pose. Simultaneously, Chu Yuan, seated in his palace and on the verge of coalescing a thread of magical energy, was startled by the sudden onslaught of sword energy. The effort he had invested over half a day to gather this energy dissipated in an instant. My magical energy? Chu Yuan's expression darkened. That damned fool, making such a ruckus at this time. Does he not realize how arduous it is to condense even a thread of magical energy? Just days prior, during his cultivation, he had experienced a stroke of fortune, nearing the culmination of a thread of magical energy within 3 days. Yet now, before it could fully manifest, he was interrupted. Infuriated, Chu Yuan stormed out of his palace, determined to confront the source of this commotion. Upon lifting his gaze to the sky, filled with flying swords, he instinctively retreated back inside. He could feel that each sword in the sky carried a sense of annihilation for him. This is not merely a matter of cowardice, he mused. It seems my eldest disciple is practicing a divine ability. As his master, I ought to offer my support in his endeavors. In light of this, the loss of a mere thread of magical energy paled in comparison to the promising future of his disciple. Moreover, it appeared that the eldest disciple was now rivaling the realm of divine transformation. Chu Yuan dared not voice any complaints, fearing repercussions. Forget it. It's just a thread of magical energy, he resigned. Yet, he felt an urgency for his disciple to master this ability swiftly, hoping to extract further insights and perhaps even attempt to glean a technique. Should he succeed, it would be advantageous. If not, he would simply have to cast him aside. According to the system's decree, the Wu Dao sect should harbor only geniuses and expel the inept. Thus it would be prudent to dismiss Yi Luo before the next evaluation. Suddenly, as he sat in contemplation, Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. The Wu Dao sect only retains the inept. What does that make me? He pondered. Am I to be classified as a mere wastrel despite my immense talent? This is rather excessive. He called out to the system several times, but received no response, leading him to conclude that perhaps it was a miscalculation. It seemed the system had overlooked the inclusion of a sect leader in its hierarchy. What a pity, he lamented, that such a remarkable talent as himself was relegated to the ranks of the inept. With a deep sigh, Chu Yuan expressed his quiet frustration. Meanwhile, he summoned Yi Luo with a command of his magical prowess, beckoning him to visit his palace. It was time to put this esteemed disciple to good use. He vividly recalled the incident involving the proprietor of the Immortal Drunk Inn in Silvermoon City. The name of the Heavenly Clear sect would remain etched in Chu Yuan's memory for a lifetime. How audacious it was for them to attempt to take advantage of him. Such an affront was intolerable. Chapter 67. The Heavenly Clarity Sect, A Call to Arms. In the grand plaza of the unrighteous sect, Yi Luo stood aloft upon his flying sword, suspended in midair. Countless flying swords surrounded him, their terrifying sword aura enveloping everything, as though they sought to cleave the very heavens and earth asunder. Before Yi Luo, a colossal gourd spun with a mesmerizing motion. As it whirled, more flying swords were expelled. Yi Luo reveled in the formidable power of these swords, filled with exuberance. Yet, before he could unleash the second power of the endless sword gourd, a voice echoed in his ears, startling him so profoundly that his legs trembled, nearly causing him to plummet from his sword. It was his master, calling him to the master's palace. Instantly, Yi Luo's demeanor shifted to one of trepidation, reminiscent of a schoolboy summoned to the teacher's office. Surely, his master did not perceive him as flaunting his spiritual treasures? That was not his intention. He merely sought to experiment with the gourd's prowess. However, in the face of his master's summons, Yi Luo dared not protest. With a mere thought, countless flying swords returned to the endless sword gourd. He secured the gourd at his waist, gritted his teeth, and soared toward the master's palace. In an instant, the sword aura that had filled the sky dissipated, returning everything to tranquility. On the plaza, Zhang Han and Chu Yuan beheld this dreamlike scene. Mere moments ago, the air was thick with sword energy. Now it had vanished entirely. Their senior brother appeared somewhat agitated, clearly in a rush. What could have prompted our senior brother's hurried departure? Chu Yuan pondered aloud, scratching his bald head in confusion. Look where he has flown. That direction leads to our master's palace. It is evident he has been summoned by our master, Zhang Han replied with a wry smile, hands clasped behind his back. Speaking nonchalantly, at Zhang Han's words, Chu Yuan's expression shifted, cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. Was he going to receive a reprimand from the master? Fortunately, when he had intended to seek his master to convey his understanding, he had been intercepted by their second brother. Otherwise, it would be he facing the master's admonishment at this very moment. With a silent vow, Chu Yuan resolved to remain humble and low-key henceforth, regardless of his insights, lest he find himself in the same predicament as their senior brother. Second brother, I wish to experiment with various forms of energy to refine my physical body. I kindly request your assistance. Chu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, bowing respectfully to Zhang Han. After being infused with the cold fire energy, he had gained enlightenment on using diverse special energy forms to temper his physique. Unsure which energy would yield the best results, he decided to try them all. However, to utilize these special energies, he required the aid of his second brother Zhang Han's formations. Refining your body with these energies? Are you serious? You must understand that some energy forms may even affect your spiritual roots and soul. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Brother, you are unaware that I have long since lost my soul, rendering me incapable of cultivation. Whether my spiritual roots exist or not is inconsequential. I am pursuing the path of body refinement, and these energy forms are the finest materials for tempering my physique, Chu Yuan reiterated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han appeared momentarily taken aback. You have no soul? The peculiarities of Master's selection of disciples grow increasingly intriguing. The eldest disciple lacks a spiritual root, having been cleaved, and is innately of formation heart. The third disciple, even more remarkably, possesses no soul. Perhaps these oddities hold their own unique significance? Zhang Han shook his head, refraining from further contemplation or inquiries regarding Chu Yuan. Very well, let us find a location conducive to sustaining the formation. I shall arrange a formation to draw forth some chill for you to experiment with, Zhang Han declared. Thank you, senior brother. Chu Yuan expressed his gratitude. Zhang Han waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for such formality. His gaze drifted toward the direction of Master's palace, a hint of curiosity flickering within. He wondered about the well-being of the eldest disciple. Surely, he must be faring well, right? Within the palace, Yi Luo encountered Chu Yuan. Disciple Yi Luo pays his respects to Master. Yi Luo bowed deeply, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing a reprimand from Chu Yuan. Rise, Chu Yuan spoke calmly. Seated upon a mat, exuding an air of tranquility. Thank you, Master. Yi Luo stood, hesitant to speak, carefully maintaining his position with his head bowed, resembling a child awaiting admonishment. Why are you so stiff? There is a mat beside you. Just sit down, Chu Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Casting a glance at the mat nearby, Yi Luo hesitated, daunted by the thought of sitting beside his master. Wouldn't that be a blatant display of disrespect? He imagined Master scrutinizing him to gauge his audacity in sharing the same seat. This thought sent a wave of panic through him. Master, I dare not sit alongside you. Please retract your words. I have always held you in the highest regard, Yi Luo hurriedly replied. Sitting on the mat, Chu Yuan regarded Yi Luo with curiosity. I merely suggested you sit. If you choose not to, then why linger so? He mused, maintaining his serene demeanor as he spoke slowly. Luo, there is a matter I wish for you to attend to. Are you willing? Yi Luo paused in surprise. So, this is not a reprimand, but rather a request for assistance from my master. The unexpected revelation startled him. He had braced for a lecture. Indeed, while a reprimand was one concern, Yi Luo feared that any negative impression in Master's eyes might jeopardize his future position as sect leader. However, seeing the current situation, it seemed unlikely to deteriorate. Moreover, if he successfully accomplished the task Master set before him, It would surely earn him Master's newfound respect. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Yi Luo exclaimed, "Master, please command me. I shall exert every effort to fulfill your wishes. Do not hesitate. No matter how daunting the task, I shall see it through." He bowed resolutely. Pleased, Chu Yuan nodded in approval. Rising from the mat, he took a few steps forward, arriving at the palace entrance. Gazing towards the direction of Silvermoon City, I slowly began to speak. Descending from the unpathed sect and traveling eastward, one will encounter a city known as Silvermoon. Within its bounds lies an incalled immortal's delight, whose proprietor is an old friend of my master. Recently, my master has heard reports of the leader of the Clear Sky sect and his disciples indulging in free meals and drinks at the inn, oppressing its staff. It would be unbecoming for my master to intervene directly, thus I entrust you with the task of addressing this matter. Remember, it is imperative that the innkeeper receives his due compensation and that the members of the Clear Sky sect comprehend their transgressions. Do you understand, Luo? The tone was neither warm nor cold, yet a hint of dissatisfaction was unmistakably woven into the words, a discontent aimed at the Clear Sky sect. I shall diligently obey my master's command. I will ensure this matter is handled appropriately. The disciple, Yi Luo, discerned the underlying tension, a flicker of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. His master's dissatisfaction was evident. As a disciple, it was his duty to resolve the issue at hand. The Clear Sky sect? He was eager to ascertain whether they were indeed worthy opponents. Very well, proceed, Chu Yuan said, with a graceful wave of his sleeve. His demeanor calm and untroubled. I shall depart, and I implore my master to take care of his health. Yi Luo cupped his hands in respect. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the hall. Chapter 68. The refinement of the body with the earthly fiend in the palace of the Wudao sect. Chu Yuan stood at the entrance, watching Yi Luo depart with remarkable swiftness. A wave of emotion washed over him. This young man had indeed grown formidable. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Reflecting on Yi Luo's departure, which required him to gather his spiritual clouds and exert total control over them, Chu Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Comparatively, he, Chu Yuan, considered a top-tier genius, felt utterly insignificant beside Yi Luo. Shaking his head, he could only marvel at the prowess of that so-called near-path body. Sending Yi Luo to deal with the freeloading Heavenly Clear sect should pose no challenge. After all, Yi Luo was a cultivator at the transformation realm, and the multitude of sword energies he had summoned in the sky was ample testimony to his strength. Next time he encountered that shopkeeper, it would be remiss not to receive a proper expression of gratitude. However, it was prudent to remain cautious. As rumors circulated about a terrifying hidden sect, it was best to avoid unnecessary outings. After all, adhering to the protagonist's archetype, he might inadvertently provoke conflict with such individuals, leading to a series of complications. Chu Yuan murmured to himself, fully immersing in his own narrative. After contemplating the vast sky for an extended period, he stepped outside the palace and released his divine sense to scan the Wudao sect. To his surprise, Zhang Han and Su Qianyuan were nowhere to be found. Where could those two have wandered off to? Had they gone to the mountainside, or perhaps further down to frolic? Furrowing his brows, he felt a pang of confusion. Yet, he had no intention of searching for them, as he surmised that Zhang Han had merely taken Su Qianyuan for a stroll down the mountain. With Zhang Han around, he felt reassured. This disciple was notably earnest, always engrossed in the teachings of the sect. It was quite commendable for him to venture down the mountain for a change. As for Su Qianyuan, under Zhang Han's guidance, he was unlikely to encounter any significant troubles. Hence, there was no need for Chu Yuan to fret. With that in mind, he could focus on his cultivation, striving to advance further into the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Nodding to himself, he turned and re-entered the palace, ready to resume his training. What he was oblivious to at that moment was that his diligent disciple, Zhang Han, was leading Su Qianyuan in a newly opened cave halfway up the mountain, experimenting with various forms of special energy. Thoughtful as always, Zhang Han had set up a barrier array to ensure their safety. The two spent days in the cave, testing which type of energy was most suitable for body refinement. On a particular day, within the cave at the mountainside, Su Qianyuan exclaimed joyfully, Second senior brother. This energy is the best for tempering the body. Did you manage to take note of it? Su Qianyuan was brimming with excitement, glancing down at his own physique. The rigorous training with various energies over the past few days had left his body sore, clearly pushing him to his limits. However, the results were undeniably promising. Regardless of the type of energy, each possesses the capacity to enhance his physical form. Thus, Su Qianyuan engaged in experiments to determine which energy was most effective for refining the body. Standing on the opposite side of the cave, Zhang Han appeared composed and nodded in acknowledgement. This energy is called the Earth Malevolence, a malevolent force contained within the very essence of the Earth, he remarked. Over the past few days, he had accompanied his third junior brother in testing which energy suited the physical refinement best, and he was not intimidated in the slightest. This bald third junior brother was quite reckless, drawing any energy towards his body without hesitation. Were it a normal person, they would have surely perished by now. Yet, this third junior brother remarkably endured, which left Zhang Han somewhat astonished. Then, might I trouble you, senior brother, to set up a formation here to guide the Earth Malevolence? I intend to utilize it for physical refinement from now on, Chu Yuan said, clasping his hands in respect. Having already discerned his path, he would not waver. Guide the Earth Malevolence for refinement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han furrowed his brow slightly. Junior brother, do you truly intend to use the Earth Malevolence for your refinement? While it may greatly assist your physical cultivation, it is corrosive to the soul. Although you claim to lack a soul, should you require one for future cultivation, you may find yourself with an opportunity for remedy. However, if the Earth Malevolence enters your body, it is likely you will forfeit that chance altogether. You must contemplate this carefully. Zhang Han offered his counsel, having spent much time in the Dharma Hall and perused numerous texts. He understood the terrifying nature of the Earth Malevolence, which could erode the soul. For cultivators, the soul remains fragile before the birth of the nascent soul. Thus, the ability of the Earth Malevolence to corrode the soul was sufficient to instill fear in those below the nascent soul stage. As the senior brother, it was his duty to offer guidance. Of course, should Chu Yuan remain resolute, Zhang Han would not press further, for each individual walks their own path. Perhaps the master had intended for Chu Yuan to traverse this very trial. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but I have made my decision. I kindly ask for your assistance. Chu Yuan replied with unwavering determination. Very well, do as you wish, but please take care, Zhang Han sighed, shaking his head. With a thought, a series of runes emanated from his heart. He closed his eyes and envisioned a diagram of the moon's illumination, channeling its power to set up the formation. A beam of chilling light descended from above, enveloping Zhang Han. He swiftly completed the formation, drawing intricate patterns across the cave floor. This formation served merely as a guiding array, intended to attract the gathering of Earth Malevolence, requiring no elaborate techniques. Thus, Zhang Han finished the arrangement in a mere moment. Observing the faint malevolent energy coalescing before him, he nodded to himself and then turned to Chu Yuan. Junior brother, the formation is complete. Exercise caution while refining your body. Should anything seem amiss, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Zhang Han spoke softly. Thank you, senior brother. Chu Yuan expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully. As fellow disciples, there is no need for gratitude. Well then, junior brother, I must ascend the mountain to continue my cultivation. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Han waved his hand, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, senior brother. Chu Yuan suddenly called out to Zhang Han. What else is there, junior brother? Zhang Han raised an eyebrow, halting his steps. It is nothing of great importance. Merely a small matter that piques my curiosity regarding your cultivation, Chu Yuan replied, a hint of intrigue gracing his features. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han, who stood at the entrance of the cave, became intrigued as well. He was eager to discover what his junior brother found so fascinating about his cultivation. Speak, junior brother. I shall answer whatever I can, Zhang Han said with a gentle smile. Reassured by his senior brother's words, Chu Yuan continued. You previously mentioned that your formations are crafted using the power of heaven and earth, drawing from the energies of the sun, moon, and all of nature. When setting a formation, one must borrow strength from the appropriate source. However, senior brother, when guiding the formation of the earthly calamity, should we not borrow strength from the earth itself? Why then do you draw from the moon? Chu Yuan inquired, his curiosity evident. On the other side, Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, indeed, borrowing from the earth would be more beneficial. However, this particular formation is a minor one, not requiring such complexity. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to drawing from the moon, and it is difficult for me to adjust my habits. It has become instinctive to draw strength from the moon. Yet, you are correct. It would be more appropriate to draw from the earth for this formation. The moon, in silent contemplation, pondered, is there a reward for borrowing strength? Chapter 69. I truly did not exploit the system in the bustling city of Silver Moon. Under the relentless sun, crowds thronged the streets. Yi Luo, standing aloft on a flying sword, with a gourd at his waist and long hair flowing, resembled a celestial swordsman. He gazed down at the mundane world below, seemingly searching for something. After a thorough inspection, He appeared to have found nothing of significance, his sword-like brows furrowing slightly in contemplation. His attention shifted to a figure beside him, ensconced within a circle of dozens of flying swords. This individual, a middle-aged man perpetually wearing a bewildered expression, was none other than the current sect leader of the Tianqing sect, Master Xianqing. The reason for his presence here was a mystery even to him. Just days prior, a young man had assaulted the Tianqing sect, single-handedly overpowering the entire sect with merely a gourd in hand. This had compelled several esteemed elders to engage him in battle, yet they all suffered defeat at his hands. Amidst the turmoil and speculation surrounding the identity of this formidable adversary, it was revealed that the Tianqing sect's leader and his disciples had dined at a mundane inn without paying, indulging in free food and drink while bullying the staff. The innkeeper, a longtime acquaintance of his master, had sought retribution. Upon learning of this predicament, Master Xianqing felt more aggrieved than ever. How could he have exploited the system? He had never even set foot in the mortal realm, let alone partake in such behavior. As a distinguished pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, did he truly have nothing better to do than to feast without consequence? However, Yi Luo was unconcerned with the complexities of Master Xuanqing's predicament. His master had asserted the truth of the allegations, and thus Yi Luo forcefully brought the sect leader along, insisting on confronting the innkeeper to discuss compensation. Consequently, under the curious gazes of countless Tianqing sect disciples, Yi Luo led Master Xianqing into Silvermoon City, resulting in the current scene where Yi Luo struggled to locate the location of the immortal drunken inn. Furrowing his brow, Yi Luo inquired of Master Xianqing, "Pray tell, where is the immortal drunken inn? The very establishment where you dined without recompense." Yi Luo's tone was icy. At these words, Master Xianqing felt the urge to weep. I truly did not exploit the system while in the mortal realm. Despite his tears, he comprehended that his position as sect leader was now precarious. He realized that once Yi Luo had accused him of exploitation, and with the peculiar gazes of countless disciples upon him, his authority was undermined. "My young friend, I assure you, I did not exploit the system. I have no knowledge of the immortal drunken inn. For the past few years, I have been in seclusion, cultivating my skills. You may inquire with my partner. She has been training alongside me." Master Xianqing lamented, his eyes filled with despair. What a predicament he found himself in. As the saying goes, trouble comes uninvited. Do you not understand the principle of confessing to receive leniency, while resisting leads to harsher consequences? Since you are unwilling to divulge information, I shall seek it myself. Yi Luo spoke coldly. With that, he focused his thoughts and soared downward, taking Master Xianqing with him. As the leaves fell, they released an ethereal rhythm that enveloped both Yi Luo and the master of Xianqing's sect, rendering them unnoticed by ordinary mortals. Simultaneously, Yi Luo emitted his own aura, directing it towards the city in search of the immortal drunken inn. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, he finally located the inn. Without hesitation, Yi Luo grasped the master of Xianqing and strode into the establishment. Upon entering the immortal drunken inn, Yi Luo dissipated his aura, making them visible to the common folk. The patrons, who had been indulging in food and drink, upon seeing Yi Luo and the master of Xianqing, who was bound by several flying swords, could not help but swallow nervously and avert their gazes, pretending not to notice their presence. Yi Luo, unfazed, took a few steps and intercepted a bowing attendant. "Where is your manager?" Yi Luo inquired softly. "Why yes, esteemed sir, our manager is on the second floor." The attendant stammered. "Thank you," Yi Luo replied with a nod, leading the master of Xianqing towards the upper level. The attendant watched their departing figures, trembling. The sight of the flying swords suggested that these were not benevolent individuals. Surely, the manager was in grave danger. Would reporting to the authorities be of any use now? The attendant pondered. Meanwhile, those dining below, upon witnessing Yi Luo ascend the stairs, hastily fled the inn, fearing that lingering too long would seal their fate. Oh dear! Why is everyone running? What will happen to the manager? Oh well, I should run too. After a brief moment of hesitation, the attendant joined the exodus. On the second floor of the inn, Yi Luo ascended with an impassive expression, surveying the surroundings before finally fixating on the lone individual present. "Are you the manager of the immortal drunken inn?" Yi Luo queried. The manager, who was engrossed in calculations, broke into a cold sweat upon seeing Yi Luo and the flying swords behind him. He frantically contemplated when he might have offended anyone, yet no reason came to mind. "Esteemed sir, I am indeed the manager of this inn. I am unaware of any grievances we may have caused you that would warrant your personal visit. Please, enlighten me. I shall offer my sincerest apologies until you are satisfied," he implored, his voice trembling with subservience. Observing this scene, Yi Luo raised an eyebrow. Isn't this manager an acquaintance of my master? Why does he appear so distressed? Moreover, he seems to be merely an ordinary mortal. Yi Luo paused, momentarily perplexed, before it dawned on him. Surely, this was a mundane acquaintance formed during his master's sojourn in the mortal realm. Dear manager, I come as a representative of my master to address the matter of the Xianqing sect's leader and his disciples dining and drinking freely at your establishment. This is the master of Xianqing, and I entrust him to your care. You may negotiate compensation with him without concern for his status. If he refuses to engage reasonably, I shall take over the discussion, Yi Luo stated, gesturing with his finger. The numerous flying swords lowered the master of Xianqing before the manager. Subsequently, he struck a gourd. Dozens of flying swords transformed into brilliant streams of light, entering the gourd. Having accomplished this, Yi Luo crossed his arms and stood there, his head bowed, a few strands of hair obscuring his gaze. The master of Xianqing sect could distinctly sense that Yi Luo's aura was fixated upon him. Should he make any move, it would undoubtedly provoke Yi Luo's overwhelming suppression. The master of Xianqing sect dared not look at Yi Luo, instead raising his eyes wide to scrutinize the plump face of the shopkeeper. He meticulously verified again and again, realizing he did not recognize the shopkeeper at all. His eyes reddened in despair. Disregarding his image, he collapsed to the ground, clutching the shopkeeper's thigh. Shopkeeper, I truly did not take advantage of you. I do not even know you. How could I possibly exploit you? You must restore my honor. The master of Xianqing sect was on the verge of tears. I genuinely did not take advantage. Chapter 70. A light-hearted jest at the Xianzue Inn. On the second floor, the innkeeper wore an expression of utter bewilderment. His confusion deepened upon seeing the lord of the Xianqing sect clinging to his leg. Was this indeed the legendary master of the Tianqing sect? A formidable figure at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, now reduced to grasping his thigh? No, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay with this young man who had come, at the behest of his master, to address the audacious behavior of the Tianqing sect's leader, who had been indulging in free meals at his establishment. Was this truly happening? Suddenly, a thought struck the innkeeper, causing him to shudder. He recalled the individual who, despite being of the nascent soul realm, habitually dined without paying at his inn. In a moment of jest, he had claimed that a person from the Tianqing sect was freeloading at his establishment. That person had even promised to intervene on his behalf, suggesting that their disciples would handle the matter. At the time, the innkeeper had dismissed it as mere banter. Yet, here he was now, confronted with this very scenario. The innkeeper stole a glance at Yi Luo, who stood nearby like a harbinger of death, then looked back at the trembling Xianqing sect leader clinging to him. May I inquire if your esteemed master is the one often clad in white, possessing a handsome visage and an ethereal demeanor? He asked cautiously. Indeed, Yi Luo affirmed with a nod, though his tone was laced with an oddity. The innkeeper sensed something amiss. Had he not previously claimed to be an old acquaintance of his master? Why, then, could he not recall who his master was? Hearing this, the innkeeper was rendered speechless. It truly was that individual. You. He found himself at a loss for words, having only intended to weave a lie to cover another. He had assumed that the freeloading individual was simply speaking without intent. Little did he know that a disciple had indeed been dispatched down the mountain, bringing the leader of the Tianqing sect along. Judging by the expression of the Xianqing sect leader, this disciple must possess extraordinary capabilities. The innkeeper felt a headache brewing. Meanwhile, the Xianqing sect leader continued to plead. I truly did not freeload. Innkeeper, you must see that you have never even met me. His voice quivered with desperation. You must restore my honor. Cough, please rise. The innkeeper urged, feeling the weight of the situation. No, I truly did not freeload. You must clear my name. The Xianqing sect leader stubbornly refused to let go, clinging tightly to the innkeeper. The innkeeper found himself utterly helpless. Suddenly, Yi Luo lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity as they bore down on the Xianqing sect leader. Stand up and let us discuss the matter of compensation. Do not make me intervene personally, Yi Luo stated coldly. Under the piercing gaze of Yi Luo, the Xianqing sect leader finally released his grip, rising to his feet with a dejected expression. Now, you two shall confer on how to make amends. Should you fail to satisfy the innkeeper, Xianqing sect leader, you shall ponder the consequences, Yi Luo said slowly, concluding his words. He approached a table and took a seat. His aura remained unyielding, fixated on the lord of the Zhuangqing sect, vigilant against any sudden outburst. The innkeeper wore a pained expression, eager to speak, yet before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by the lord of the Zhuangqing sect. Innkeeper, truly, we have never met, have we? This is our first encounter, right? I assure you, I have never taken advantage of your hospitality. You must clear my name. The lord of the Zwanking sect spoke with a quivering voice. Wait, let me finish. The innkeeper coughed twice, urging the lord of the Zwanking sect to refrain from speaking. The lord of the Zwanking sect was about to say more, but a sharp glare from Yi Luo silenced him instantly. The innkeeper pondered for a moment, glancing between Yi Luo and the lord of the Zwanking sect. Actually, this esteemed leader of the Tianqing sect has not dined and dashed at my establishment. We have never even crossed paths. The current predicament is merely a jest between myself and the master of this distinguished individual. It was all in good fun, just a playful prank, the innkeeper stated cautiously. As his words settled, the atmosphere turned somber. Yi Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, his reaction measured. In stark contrast, the lord of the Zwanking sect exhibited an exaggerated frenzy, exclaiming, "Look, see, I truly did not take advantage of anyone. I really didn't." His manic outburst abruptly ceased. Wait, what did this innkeeper just say? A little joke? A jest that has jeopardized the entirety of my Tianqing sect? A prank that has brought ruin upon my entire sect? A mere jest that has destabilized my seat of power, rendering me a subject of ridicule? How dare? The lord of the Zwanking sect seethed, glaring at the innkeeper, wishing to tear him apart. You dare to meddle with a friend of my master. Do you believe I want to bring ruin upon your Tianqing sect once more? Yi Luo's indifferent voice resonated, cutting through the tension. The lord of the Zwanking sect recalled the scene of countless sword energies in the Tianqing sect and shuddered, hastily bowing his head, too fearful to speak. Observing this exchange, Yi Luo fell silent as well. If this situation had been a misunderstanding, what would it mean for him to have obliterated the entire Tianqing sect? In that moment, driven by impulse, he had unleashed the might of the endless sword gourd. One strike had summoned a tempest of sword energies, potentially erasing half of the Tianqing sect. Would he be liable for compensation? Yi Luo silently calculated his assets, treasures, the endless sword gourd, clothing of mundane quality, mystical abilities, self-taught. It seemed he possessed no funds. Would he ask his master for money? Unthinkable. That would tarnish his image in his master's eyes. Should he demand compensation from the innkeeper? Yi Luo discreetly glanced at the innkeeper. Perhaps it was best to let it go. How much could a commoner afford? Should he simply defer the matter? Yes, deferring seemed prudent. With that thought, Yi Luo slowly rose, rubbing his nose. Lord of the Zwanking sect, this is a misunderstanding. However, I inadvertently damaged your sect, and regrettably, I currently possess no funds. Might I propose to defer the payment until a later occasion? What are your thoughts on this? Yi Luo expressed with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing these words, the master of Xianqing sect nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His sect had been ravaged, and he was unjustly accused of being a freeloader. Was it truly acceptable to resolve the matter with a mere promise of future repayment? The master of Xianqing sect wished to voice his concerns, yet upon noticing the gourd at Yi Luo's waist, he hesitated to speak further. Your gourd is formidable. Your argument carries weight. Additionally, a third update is here. I humbly request your support in the form of votes. Many of my companions assert that Baikai updates once a day, while in truth, Baikai provides 3 updates daily. Furthermore, I kindly ask for your votes. And to those soothsayers, tread carefully and do not leap too hastily. Beware of the blade that may come for you. Chapter 71. The regretful innkeeper, the master of Xianqing sect, departed, burdened with a heart full of resentment. Before his exit, he utilized a memory stone, instructing Yi Luo to assert that the master of Xianqing sect was no freeloader. Only after acquiring the memory stone did he take his leave. Within the confines of the immortal Drunken Inn, on the 2nd floor, a table was laden with delectable dishes, as the innkeeper sought to reward Yi Luo. However, Yi Luo was evidently not one of the Chu clan, feeling too embarrassed to indulge without offering something in return. He merely sat there, motionless and silent, causing the atmosphere to turn rather tense. Observing this, the innkeeper could only muster an awkward smile, feigning interest in the entrance, and attempted to initiate a conversation to lighten the mood. My lord, do you believe that the master of Tianqing sect can truly resolve the matter upon his return? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo slightly turned his head toward the entrance of the 1st floor. The master of Xianqing was concerned that the members of Tianqing sect might question the legitimacy of their leader due to the incident. Hence, he had captured a segment of footage before departing, preserving it within the memory stone. Yi Luo pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes. It should suffice to resolve the issue, for does he not possess the memory stone? It must be enough to prove his innocence. The innkeeper murmured. Might the memory stone prove to be more of a hindrance than a help? Pray, what do you mean by that? Yi Luo raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the innkeeper, who wore a conciliatory smile and offered him a cup of tea before continuing. I believe it would be more advantageous if the master of Tianqing returned directly. Presenting the memory stone might suggest that you, my lord, are the aggressor against Tianqing's sect. To those within Tianqing, your demeanor might appear intimidating. Yet, given your previous gentle tone, I fear it may backfire. They might conclude that the master of Tianqing had offered satisfactory compensation, prompting your newfound amicability. Moreover, could it not be perceived as rather hasty to label it a misunderstanding? Listening to these observations, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. It indeed seemed quite reasonable. He had ravaged their sect, nearly striking down their esteemed elder, and forcibly abducted their leader before the eyes of many. Now, to merely leave a memory stone and assert it was a misunderstanding could easily lead to misinterpretations. It might be assumed that the master of Xianqing had provided some form of recompense, resulting in the memory stone's existence. Yi Luo fell silent for a moment. Perhaps I should chase after him to clarify? Yet, he dismissed the thought. It felt as though this situation would only become more convoluted. It was better left for the master of Xianqing to resolve. Nevertheless, it must be said, the innkeeper possessed a sharp mind. No wonder he was an old acquaintance of the master in the mortal realm. It is merely a mystery how my esteemed master came to be acquainted with this mortal shopkeeper. Contemplating this, Yi Luo's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I trust that the leader of Xianqing's sect will handle this matter appropriately. However, I am genuinely intrigued to know how my master came to know you, dear shopkeeper. Please do not misunderstand. My curiosity stems solely from an interest in my master's past, Yi Luo stated, taking care to clarify his intentions, lest the shopkeeper misconstrue his words. What if he were to speak indiscreetly in front of my master, thereby jeopardizing my standing in his eyes? He considered that his impression in his master's regard was directly linked to his potential success in becoming the leader of the Wu Dao sect. The shopkeeper, seated nearby, could only manage a bitter smile, uncertain of how to respond. Should he reveal that Yi Luo's master was, in fact, a notorious freeloader? Who could have guessed that Yi Luo's master was a genuine powerhouse? Moreover, he claimed to be at the nascent soul stage. Could a practitioner of such caliber produce a disciple like this? The shopkeeper dismissed the notion, considering that Chu Yuan was merely feigning sophistication. Observing Yi Luo's curious demeanor, the shopkeeper began to ponder his response. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about their acquaintance. It was merely forged amidst revelry and merriment. My esteemed master, enjoys indulging in worldly pleasures, and we became friends during our time in the mundane realm. Recently, I jested with my master, and to my surprise, he took it seriously, which led to your current endeavor with the Tianqing sect. By the way, may I inquire about your master's true realm? He claims to be at the nascent soul stage. Yet I sense otherwise, the shopkeeper inquired with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Has my master not disclosed this to you? Then I shall refrain from revealing it. Yi Luo hesitated, unwilling to divulge the information. It's perfectly fine, my lord. Please share. I assure you I will not disclose it to your master, the shopkeeper coaxed. This I truly cannot do. Yi Luo ultimately chose to refuse. How about this? I shall make a guess, and if I am correct, might you provide me with a hint? The shopkeeper settled on this approach. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo hesitated but did not decline. After all, he had not spoken. It was merely the shopkeeper's conjecture. Besides, this shopkeeper was an old acquaintance of his master. Surely, there would be no harm in it. Observing the exchange, the shopkeeper felt a surge of joy and began to make his guesses. Very well, my lord, shall I commence my guesses? Your esteemed master must be at the initial stage of the transformation stage, he ventured cautiously. Uft. Yi Luo nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this, shaking his head in disbelief. The initial stage of the transformation stage? Such mediocrity would not even be worthy of serving as his master's sandal-bearer. Perhaps he is at the mid-stage of the transformation stage? The shopkeeper suggested, noticing Yi Luo's disapproval and offering another realm. Be bolder. Yi Luo shook his head again and offered a reminder. Surely, he must be at the late stage of the transformation stage. Yi Luo continued to shake his head. Could it be that he is at the half-step to the tribulation stage? Yi Luo shook his head once more. It cannot possibly be that he is a true master at the early stage of the tribulation stage, can it? Yi Luo persisted in shaking his head, leaving the shopkeeper on the brink of madness. It is indeed not a matter of his timidity. He is far beyond the early stages of transcending tribulation. What manner of being is this? Such an existence indulges in trivial pursuits? Moreover, he has dined with such a being? Observing the proprietor's astonishment, Yi Luo felt compelled to intervene. Enough of the speculation. My master is surely at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, perhaps even on the cusp of ascension. Yi Luo spoke languidly. Boom. The proprietor was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this truly real? Am I not dreaming? Suddenly, a recollection struck him. He remembered that the one surnamed Chu had previously suggested that he open a branch beneath the sect's mountain. Did he refuse? He turned down an individual at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, on the verge of ascension. The proprietor's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted from the shock. Chapter 72. The key to the relics in the depths of night. Within the confines of the immortal drunken inn, a faint sound of weeping echoed through the establishment. At that moment, Yi Luo, meditating in one of the guest rooms, opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance outside. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation. The innkeeper, seemingly in a fit of madness, had begun to weep uncontrollably upon learning of his master's cultivation level, and this lamentation had persisted for quite some time. Initially, Yi Luo had intended to depart, but the sobbing innkeeper had stopped him, insisting he stay for the night. Observing the innkeeper's disconcerted state, Yi Luo acquiesced, leading to the current scene. In the stillness of the night, the innkeeper's cries resonated from below. What could possibly be the source of such sorrow? Yi Luo found himself perplexed, but lacked any inclination to uncover the reason. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped his room in a layer of profound resonance, effectively isolating himself from the external commotion. He then retrieved the ancient key to the relics of the Supreme Sword Master, intending to devote the night to contemplation, hoping to glean some insights. By dawn, he would return to the mountain and report back to his master. As Yi Luo prepared to adjust his focus and immerse himself in meditation, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Master, is this the key to the Supreme Sword Master's relics? Where did you acquire such an item? It was the spirit of the endless sword gourd. Interrupted from his contemplation, Yi Luo glanced down at the gourd at his waist. Indeed, this was the key to the Supreme Sword Master's relics, bestowed upon him by his master. What of it? Do you possess a means to facilitate my comprehension of its mysteries? Yi Luo inquired with curiosity. After all, the endless sword gourd was a spiritual treasure, and the spirit within had likely existed for countless years. Perhaps it truly held the key to unraveling the secrets of this key. Since acquiring the key, Yi Luo had been unable to decipher its intricacies. His initial indifference had gradually transformed into a sense of urgency. The key, given to him by his master, was evidently a conduit for an opportunity. If he were to remain unable to comprehend it for an extended period, what face would he have to meet his master? What right would he have to inherit the position of the future leader of the Wu Dao sect? With a hum, the endless sword gourd, which had been resting at Yi Luo's waist, began to emit a radiant glow upon hearing his words and slowly levitated into the air. It circled the key in Yi Luo's hand twice before a voice emerged from the gourd. Master, this key is enveloped in a formidable sword intent, as if being safeguarded. This is the very reason you are unable to comprehend it. Allow me to absorb the sword intent, and you should be able to grasp its essence swiftly. As the voice faded, a layer of azure light emanated from the endless sword gourd, and the ancient character for sword upon its body seemed to come alive, quivering with energy. Simultaneously, the key in Yi Luo's hand began to levitate. In Yi Luo's line of sight, a beam of white light from the key was absorbed into the infinite sword gourd, a fleeting moment, yet Yi Luo perceived it clearly. Very well, my master. The remainder is for you to comprehend. This key signifies an immense fortune. Possessing it, you shall undoubtedly become an unparalleled force in the future. The voice resonated from within the infinite sword gourd. Once it concluded, the gourd reverted to its form, hanging at Yi Luo's waist. He yearned to inquire further, but the key, suspended in midair, was about to fall. He hastily reached out to catch it. Upon glancing down, he beheld a transformed key, now emanating a soft white luminescence. The previous scratches and marks had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of Tao. Yi Luo observed the key for a considerable time, his fingers gently closing around it, enveloped by the essence of Tao. In an instant, the Tao's resonance transmitted to him. Boom! His mind reverberated, and a map swiftly delineated itself within his consciousness. This was the map to the ancient Sword Master's ruins. Had he truly grasped this? Taking a deep breath, Yi Luo scrutinized the map, committing the locations to memory. He had no desire to continue meditating. Rising, he resolved to return to the mountain gate and report to his master. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that it might be more prudent to head directly to the ruins and acquire its treasures, then return to present them to his master as a delightful surprise. Was this not an exquisite plan? Yi Luo nodded slightly, deeming it feasible. With a flick of his hand, he dispersed the essence of Tao within the room, allowing a chorus of weeping to seep back in. Frustrated, he cast a glance outside, abandoning the notion of exiting through the front door. Ultimately, he chose to depart through the window, leaping forth, his feet upon a flying sword, transforming swiftly into a streak of light as he left the inn. On the first floor of the inn, the corpulent innkeeper sat upon the floor, weeping pitifully. Mucus and tears mingled on his face. Once, a tremendous opportunity lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon its loss did I feel the pangs of regret. Nothing on earth is more painful than this. If the heavens grant me another chance, I would utter 3 words to that esteemed benefactor. 10-fold increase. Forget a mere 1,000,000 taels of gold a year. I would sell everything to amass 10 million taels. What does it mean to run an inn at the foot of a top-tier sect? It's akin to owning prime real estate, not to mention the business prospects. The chances for my descendants to join the elite sect for their studies would also multiply significantly. But now, that opportunity is lost. I, the innkeeper, have clearly narrowed my path. No, wait. That esteemed Lord Chu did once give me a few coins, advising me to keep them safe, for they would hold great value in the future. Where are those coins? The innkeeper paused, his tears drying as he shouted towards the outside. Little waiter, come here at once. Originally trembling outside the inn, afraid to enter, the young attendant, upon hearing the stern call, could only grit his teeth and step inside. Innkeeper, he ventured cautiously. What of the parcel I delivered to you last time? No, I mean the silver coins within that very parcel. The innkeeper, his eyes reddened with frustration, retorted, This was lost, was it not? You personally instructed me to discard it into the filthy ditch, insisting that I must witness it being washed away before I could return. The attendant lowered his head as he spoke. The innkeeper exclaimed, Did I truly engage in such a foolish act? Regret fills my heart. Chapter 73. The transformation of Chu Yuan as the leaves fell towards the ruins. The proprietor of the immortal drunken inn wept. In stark contrast to the bustling outside world, the Wudao sect was enveloped in an eerie silence. Chu Yuan was secluded in meditation, diligently refining a fragment of his spiritual power, while Zhang Han immersed himself in the study of formations. As for Chu Yuan, he remained on the mountainside, honing his physical form with the earthly fiend. At this moment, within the cave on the mountainside, a visible haze of purple earthly fiend permeated the air. Chu Yuan sat cross-legged, continually drawing the earthly fiend into his body for refinement. Streams of purple energy flowed through his pores, only to be exhaled as white mist from his nostrils. After a series of inhalations and exhalations, Chu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, concluding this session of refinement. How intricate the path of body refinement truly is, he murmured. As he absorbed the earthly fiend, he uncovered numerous revelations. He realized that even the skin could be refined, as could bones, and the internal organs were equally susceptible to enhancement. Even the very cells could undergo a transformative process. Each bout of refinement promised significant augmentation to the human physique. The potential of the human body was indeed formidable. Should the skin, bones, organs, and cells all undergo this rigorous refinement, one's combat prowess would be indisputable. His master had asserted that one could break through myriad laws with the physical body, a notion entirely plausible. The journey of body refinement should not halt at the golden core stage. Amused by this thought, Chu Yuan found humor in the claims of certain so-called masters who proclaimed that body refinement could only reach the golden core, suggesting that 10 body-refining golden cores could not match a single cultivation golden core. In truth, if a body-refining golden core truly existed, it was likely that 10 cultivation golden cores would be no match for one of its kind. However, the true path of body refinement was exceedingly arduous. Most practitioners merely absorbed gentle spiritual energy combined with elixirs for bodily enhancement, while authentic refinement required the utilization of aggressive energies, such as the earthly fiend. A soul could hardly endure such trials. Prolonged exposure could lead to its demise. This path seems tailor-made for me, mused Chu Yuan, marveling at how perfectly it suited his unique circumstances. Only he could survive without a soul. Others would have perished long ago under such conditions. The thought of refining with the earthly fiend was unfathomable for them. Yet, he pondered whether the earthly fiend possessed an erosive quality towards spiritual roots. He sensed that as he absorbed the earthly fiend, it seemed to corrode his spiritual essence, shattering it to transform into nourishment for his physical body. Chu Yuan had never encountered such a notion before, that the earthly fiend could erode spiritual roots. However, he was disinclined to dwell on it. If he could not cultivate, his spiritual root held little significance. If it were to be eroded and shattered, so be it. After all, the destruction of his spiritual root by the earthly fiend would ultimately benefit his corporeal form. Nonetheless, he had recently experienced significant physical augmentation and was eager to test his combat capabilities. Rising to his feet, Chu Yuan exited the cave. As he emerged from the cave, The gentle aura of the outside world enveloped him, bestowing an overwhelming sense of relaxation upon his being. Having spent an extended period in the suffocating confines of the cave, filled with malevolent energy, stepping into the open felt akin to the sudden release of an immense burden from his shoulders. This unexpected ease caught him off guard. The aura was remarkably mild, ideal for cultivation, yet ill-suited for physical refinement. Chu Yuan formed an assessment of the energy surrounding him. Practitioners of the mystical arts primarily focus on the cultivation of their spiritual power, necessitating a gentle aura. Conversely, physical refinement demands a more stimulating energy to invigorate the body. Thus, the gentle aura was inadequate for such endeavors. Shaking his head, Chu Yuan approached a nearby tree. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he began to gather his strength slowly. Even before he unleashed his punch, a current of energy enveloped his arm, not a manifestation of magical power, but rather an expression of his strength reaching an extraordinary pinnacle, transcending the mundane realm. Boom! In the next moment, Chu Yuan struck with great force. The instant his fist made contact with the tree, a terrifying gust of energy shattered it to pieces, causing a resounding crash that toppled several surrounding trees. The roots were violently dislodged, leaving the ground cracked and uneven. The might of his punch was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, Chu Yuan stood there with remarkable composure, the wind billowing his robes dramatically, creating an inexplicable charm around his bald head. This punch possessed power comparable to that of the Foundation establishment stage, though it lacked somewhat in speed. As the former leader of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, Chu Yuan was acutely aware of the potency of his strike. His strength was indeed on par with that of the Foundation establishment, yet the evident shortcoming lay in his speed, which could hinder his ability to strike an opponent effectively. Recognizing this deficiency, Chu Yuan pondered briefly before devising a strategy. Should he fail to enhance his speed in the future, he would have to concentrate all his strength into a single point, delivering a decisive blow in a burst of explosive force, catching his adversary off guard. This was perhaps the only way to compensate for his shortcomings. While Chu Yuan was deep in thought, a voice called out from behind him. "Junior brother, you certainly made quite a racket." Turning to look, he saw Zhang Han descending from the mountain. "Senior brother." Chu Yuan saluted promptly. Zhang Han, approaching with an air of elegance, waved his hand dismissively while casting an intrigued glance at the felled trees. "No need for such formalities, junior brother. Impressive indeed. You've only been refining your body for a few days, yet you possess such formidable strength. However, your commotion seems a bit excessive." Chu Yuan, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, a pang of anxiety surging within him. Had he truly made too much noise? Could it be that he had disturbed their master? "Senior brother, your praise is unwarranted. I still have much to learn compared to you. But, senior brother, if you believe my actions have caused too much of a disturbance, could it be that I inadvertently startled our master?" Chu Yuan spoke cautiously. "No, I merely sensed some fluctuations from the mountain below and came down to investigate. As for disturbing the master, rest assured, I have deliberately cast a soundproofing array around the master's palace to ensure no disturbance occurs." Zhang Han revealed a thoughtful smile and replied, "Then I thank you, senior brother." Chu Yuan felt relieved. Beside him, Zhang Han waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze drifted towards the area that had been collapsed by Chu Yuan's punch, his thoughts momentarily wandering. He realized that he was still not yet capable of breaking through to the transformation realm in one fell swoop. This junior brother was progressing at an astonishing rate. If he were to surpass him, it would be quite embarrassing. Perhaps it was time for him to venture down the mountain in search of opportunities? Zhang Han's eyes grew distant. Chapter 74. What trials must one not undertake, not even in the nascent soul realm? In the hall of Chu Yuan of the Wudao sect. With a deep sigh, Chu Yuan gradually opened his eyes. He had taken another step forward, progressing further into the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, having condensed a wisp of spiritual energy. Though this fragment of energy seemed trivial, it exemplified the principle that small accumulations can lead to great achievements. However, it was perhaps time for him to seek out a more advanced tome. Chu Yuan felt that the foundational cultivation techniques for the early stage of qi refinement were no longer sufficient for him. He had thoroughly comprehended that text. It was imperative to find a more sophisticated manual, at the very least one that pertained to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Who could he approach for such a text? He had no funds to purchase it. Should he consult the shopkeeper? After some contemplation, Chu Yuan deemed this a viable option. Yet, there was no urgency. He would wait until Yi Luo resolved the issues with the freeloaders from the Tianqing sect before approaching the shopkeeper. Surely, the shopkeeper would feel embarrassed to refuse him, considering he had dispatched a disciple to assist. On another note, was his palace unusually quiet of late? Chu Yuan cast a perplexed glance at the tightly shut doors of his hall. He recalled that during his previous meditative practices, even in silence, there would be the sounds of insects and birds. Yet, in recent days, an inexplicable stillness enveloped his abode. Was it possible that the gluttonous Chu Yuan and Zhang Han had devoured all the nearby avian and insect life? Such ferocity. Sighing, Chu Yuan lamented his disciple's dietary predicament, pondering how to resolve it. He certainly could not establish a mess hall and have an old woman run it. Furrowing his brow, he envisioned the earnest disciple Zhang Han, toiling alongside Chu Yuan to hunt birds for sustenance, ultimately leading to a scene where they resorted to foraging for insects after exhausting the local wildlife. Chu Yuan felt utterly helpless. He couldn't possibly hire a cook to set up a kitchen in the mountains. Nevertheless, it was crucial that he address the issue of food. In the future, the Wudao sect would undoubtedly be rife with inept disciples. Those who could not absorb spiritual energy to sustain their bodies would perish from starvation if not adequately fed. Therefore, to manage the Wudao sect effectively, provisions must be secured. Otherwise, should he resort to binding the shopkeeper and compelling him to open a branch down the mountain? That too seemed implausible, as people would not willingly comply under duress. Sitting on his mat, Chu Yuan muttered to himself, contemplating possible solutions, yet no viable ideas emerged, leading to an increasing headache. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the palace. Disciple Zhang Han seeks an audience with the master. I humbly request a meeting with you. Momentarily taken aback by Zhang Han's request for an audience, Chu Yuan pondered why this earnest disciple, instead of engrossing himself in study, would come seeking him. Nevertheless, he acted swiftly, gesturing with his hand. Spiritual energy surged forth, opening the palace doors. He was more than willing to see this honest disciple. Come in, Chu Yuan gently called, his voice amplified by the essence of his power, carrying forth to the exterior. Before long, Zhang Han, clad in a scholar's robe and with his hair elegantly styled, stepped forth with an air of refinement akin to that of a learned gentleman. Chu Yuan regarded the earnest disciple approaching him, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This disciple is increasingly resembling a true scholar. It is apparent he came here to pursue the path of immortality. While he may be jesting, it is essential that he at least embodies the demeanor of a cultivator. Otherwise, his image would suffer. Chu Yuan inwardly scoffed, maintaining a facade of tranquility. Honor, have you come to seek your master? Is there a matter at hand? He inquired gently. Zhang Han halted before Chu Yuan and respectfully bowed. Master, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and wish to descend the mountain to gain experience. I humbly request your permission, he stated earnestly. The memory of his senior brother, gracefully wielding a flying sword amidst a tempest of sword energy, lingered vividly in his mind. Now his junior brother was also progressing rapidly. Zhang Han felt his own growth was insufficient and yearned to seek opportunities beyond the mountain. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yuan, seated on his meditation mat, widened his eyes slightly as he regarded Zhang Han, his lips twitching ever so slightly. Could it be that this honest disciple had become foolish from his studies? A mere mortal contemplating an excursion down the mountain? Surely, he would encounter ferocious beasts and meet his demise, all in the name of experience. It seems that the sect of No Path must devise more recreational activities. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan looked at his earnest disciple. Honor, while I should grant your desire to descend the mountain for training, your cultivation is too insufficient, and it would be perilous. I have my own matters to attend to and cannot permit you to venture down. Therefore, let us abandon this notion of training for now, he advised. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han nearly blurted out an instinctive protest. Training? You cannot even venture into the Yuanying realm. However, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. To speak such words before his master would be exceedingly disrespectful. Master, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and despite the dangers, I must descend the mountain to gain experience, Zhang Han declared resolutely. At this proclamation, the previously composed demeanor of Chu Yuan nearly shattered. A bottleneck in cultivation? Oh, so this honest disciple has taken to fabricating tales. If he has reached a bottleneck, then I must be but a step away from attaining the Tao of the immortals. No, he possesses no cultivation at all. What foolishness is this? Nevertheless, perhaps I should observe further. What if I am mistaken? Chu Yuan focused his spiritual energy, concentrating on Zhang Han with a discerning gaze. No signs of cultivation. This disciple is indeed lying. Alas, the times have changed. Even the honest are prone to deceit. Chu Yuan shook his head. Honor, are you certain you have reached a bottleneck? I fear that is not the case. Rather, you are troubled in your heart. It is not a matter of a bottleneck, but rather a disturbance in your mindset. Do not spend all your time buried in books. Take time to wander the mountain. Cultivation encompasses not only the path, but also the heart. A tranquil heart is essential. Do you understand, Hana? Chu Yuan spoke earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han's mind was suddenly jolted, and he experienced a moment of profound realization. The fervent desire for rapid growth dissipated in an instant. He had been too hasty. His mental state had been thrown into disarray. With Chu Yuan's timely words, Zhang Han became acutely aware of his own predicament. The pressure stemming from his cultivation speed had been overwhelming. His innate talent for formations could enhance his strength, yet the maintenance of his mental state was solely his responsibility. He had come perilously close to losing his composure. His master had just invoked a spell to observe him. She must have been assessing his condition. Zhang Han felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, his master was astute, recognizing his unease at the earliest opportunity and offering him guidance. "Master, your disciple understands," Zhang Han exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he bowed deeply in respect. Chapter 75. Is the moon star stingy? Within the palace, as Chu Yuan gazed at Zhang Han's departing figure, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. It was indeed high time to pay attention to the matter of nourishment. Look at this earnest disciple, how he has transformed. With no cultivation, he is contemplating descending the mountain for training. Surely, he does not intend to become prey for the ferocious beasts below. Some recreational activities must be introduced, along with a focus on food. These disciples are utterly ineffectual. How can they endure without sustenance? The Wudao sect does not offer provisions. This issue must be addressed as a priority. Otherwise, he fears that within a year, the disciples may descend into madness. Furthermore, he must continue to recruit new disciples to elevate his own realm. All these matters need to be arranged in advance. Without further ado, he decided to seek out the shopkeeper. Even if he could not persuade the shopkeeper to open a branch, he at least hoped to gather some information, perhaps find a reliable individual to prepare meals. Chu Yuan contemplated his strategy in silence. With limited options available, he resolved to approach the shopkeeper for any tidings. Rising from his cushion, he made his way outside the hall. Beneath his feet, a cloud of magical energy began to swirl. Chu Yuan skillfully maneuvered the cloud, soaring leisurely towards the direction of Silver Moon City. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the transmission hall, Zhang Han had returned. He did not return to his own palace, for he found the transmission hall far superior to his quarters. In this moment, clarity illuminated Zhang Han's eyes. The issue of his mental state had been brought to light by his master, leading him to a profound realization. He had been overly fixated on the speed at which he accumulated energy, obsessively yearning for a swift breakthrough into the transformation realm to surprise his master. The pressure from his senior brother and third junior brother had compounded his mental turmoil. Had it not been for his master's reminder, he might have remained oblivious to it all. No, he could not continue poring over formation texts for the time being. He must first address his mental state and foundation. For the next while, he would focus on mastering several powerful formations. Though he could conjure formations with a mere thought, a lack of familiarity would ultimately render him inept. Standing at the entrance of the transmission hall, Zhang Han pondered his circumstances. The task of accumulating energy would have to be postponed. His current objective was to enhance his proficiency with formations, starting with the killing formations. Deciding against proceeding further into the hall, he instead departed down the mountain. Practicing killing formations atop the mountain would undoubtedly create a considerable disturbance. Unaware that Chu Yuan had already left, Zhang Han simply wished to avoid disturbing his master. After traversing the mountainside, he arrived at a clear patch of land at the mountain's base, where he finally halted his steps. To practice the killing formations, he needed ample space, as their power would be significant. Zhang Han dared not practice until he reached the valley floor. At the foot of Tianwu Mountain, Zhang Han stood beneath a tree. The gentle breeze rustled through his scholarly robes, causing them to flutter, while a few strands of hair danced around his temples. The most formidable formation within my grasp is none other than the Heavenly Demon Gathering Formation, one of the ancient 8 great killing arrays. However, the Heavenly Demon Gathering Formation ultimately pales in comparison to the Lunar Star Formation, as I am far more familiar with the Lunar Star, making it considerably simpler to harness its power. Zhang Han murmured to himself. The Lunar Star Formation is quite straightforward. The essence of this formation lies in utilizing one's immense magical prowess to summon the lunar star, complemented by the formation diagram and various materials imbued with extreme properties, allowing the strength of the lunar star to descend and annihilate foes. This formation, inherently simple, has been thoroughly studied by Zhang Han, who then transformed it into a variant of the lunar star formation. Indeed, Zhang Han adeptly converted this formation into a substitute combat formation, invoking the power of the lunar star to manifest as a true lunar entity to vanquish adversaries. As for the strength of the lunar star, it requires no elaboration. Even those at the tribulation stage cannot withstand a full-force strike. The extent of power Zhang Han can wield entirely hinges on his proficiency. This was the first time he earnestly employed this formation since its modification. Standing beneath the tree, Zhang Han took a moment to prepare before commencing the incantation. He closed his eyes, envisioning the form of the lunar star in his mind. Buzz! In the bright sky, the usually concealed lunar star unexpectedly revealed a fragment. A beam of moonlight cascaded from the lunar star, illuminating Zhang Han. In an instant, an icy chill enveloped him. Nearby trees were obliterated in the blink of an eye by the frigid aura. Rise! Without hesitation, Zhang Han dedicated himself to the formation's deployment. From his heart, ancient runes emerged, transforming into streaks of flowing light that swiftly burrowed into the earth within a 10,000-meter radius. Intricate patterns began to manifest upon the ground. Before Zhang Han, a torrent of icy air descended from the heavens, coalescing into a colossal figure of frost, towering at 20 meters high, resembling a giant imbued with the essence of the lunar star. The formidable power of heaven and earth was unmistakably revealed. In the face of such cosmic might, human strength appeared utterly insignificant. Zhang Han observed this spectacle with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, and then scanned his surroundings until his gaze fixed upon a massive stone. With a mere thought, he commanded the icy figure to assault the boulder. Upon receiving the directive, the frosty figure swung its arm, composed of the lunar star's power, and struck the stone with tremendous force. Boom! With a single punch, the boulder shattered into countless fragments, sending debris flying, as the terrifying force even rippled across the ground, causing fissures to emerge like a spider's web. Before the might of heaven and earth, everything seemed as fragile as paper. Zhang Han quietly regarded this scene, nodding to himself. Although he lacked a cultivation realm, through the power of the lunar star invoked by this formation, he possessed strength rivaling that of the nascent soul stage. Disperse! Zhang Han waved his hand, and with a thought, the icy figure before him transformed into countless wisps of air, dissipating into the cosmos. The intricate patterns upon the ground have vanished entirely. A grand formation has been dispelled. Zhang Han stands there, immovable and contemplative, observing the dissolution of the formation. Since I no longer need to ponder the intricacies of the array, my focus must shift to its enhancement, amplifying its formidable power. This great Ein star formation can only be strengthened through a deeper connection with the Ein star itself. The more energy it borrows from the Ein star, the more potent the formation becomes. However, the Ein star is rather stingy, reluctant to part with its resources. Zhang Han murmurs softly to himself, Ein star, you borrow from me daily, and you still have complaints? Chapter 76. The cultivator should be kind in the realm of East State, under a clear azure sky. The bustling city of Bailu, situated a fair distance from the Silver Moon City within the Great Zhou dynasty, was alive with activity. Passers-by were irresistibly drawn to the scene. Above Bailu City, Chu Yuan glided effortlessly on a cloud of spiritual energy, pausing in midair at the city gate to observe the lively commotion below. The streets were teeming with people, and a flicker of curiosity danced in his eyes. What was transpiring here? Was it a festival of sorts? His gaze wandered until it settled upon a notice affixed to the city gate. The announcement indicated that a sect named Changhe Sect was recruiting disciples within the city, inviting those with suitable qualifications to join in the pursuit of cultivation. A testing of aptitude was being held at Bailu Square. No wonder the throngs of people were rushing in that direction. Perhaps I should also take a look and partake in the excitement, he murmured softly to himself. With newfound interest, Chu Yuan directed his attention towards the source of the commotion, the very Bailu Square mentioned in the notice. Gathering a swirl of spiritual cloud beneath his feet, he soared skyward, hastening towards the square at a pace markedly quicker than his usual. Before long, he arrived at a bustling plaza filled to the brim with onlookers, their voices creating a cacophony of sound. Were it not for the soldiers maintaining order, a stampede might have ensued. At the center of the square stood a colossal stone tablet, surrounded by several individuals clad in sect robes, who were methodically guiding local youths to the tablet for aptitude testing. Wang Erniu, step forward for testing mortal spiritual root, step aside. Next. Zhang Degu, step forward for testing mortal spiritual root. Next. Hovering above on his cloud, Chu Yuan observed the proceedings with keen interest. He fixated on the stone tablet, curiosity piqued. What type of spiritual root would he possess? Surely, he must start with at least a heavenly spiritual root, right? Should he descend and undergo the test himself? Peering down closely, he noted that the individuals stationed beside the stone tablet were all foundational cultivators. On the outskirts of the square, atop a pavilion, he discerned 2 golden core cultivators, also members of the sect. A quick scan with his spiritual awareness reassured him. There seemed to be no immediate threat to him. As for the two golden core cultivators, did they truly believe that Chu Yuan would be intimidated by just two of them? 10 would not frighten him in the least. Once his treasured sword was drawn, who could stand against him? Instinctively, he reached for the blood-red long sword at his waist, only to find his hand grasping at empty air. His expression stiffened as he glanced down. There was no blood-red sword to be found. He had forgotten to bring it along. Without the power of his treasured weapon, could he truly contend against two golden core cultivators? Chu Yuan fell into contemplation. In truth, cultivators ought to embody kindness. What is the point of constant violence and bloodshed? Is he, Chu, the kind of person who disregards reason? To assess his own qualifications, it suffices to feign being an ordinary individual. With such thoughts, Chu Yuan nodded and ventured into a secluded alley before merging into the throng at the square. Amidst the crowd, he seized the arm of a bystander, an older gentleman, and inquired about the information he sought. Sir, what qualifications are required to join the Chang'e sect? And how might one undergo the qualification assessment? Chu Yuan asked earnestly. Who might you be, young lad? What is your name? With such good looks, how could you be unaware of the sect's recruitment? The elder scrutinized him and replied, Oh, I reside nearby. My surname is Chu, my given name is Yuan, and I am the sole child in my family, hence my ignorance. I kindly ask for your guidance. Chu Yuan gestured towards a direction as he spoke. The elder followed the direction of his finger and remarked, Ah, Chunfeng Tower? No wonder. No wonder this lad possesses such striking features. It seems you reside within. The elder's expression turned peculiar. Boy, you. Alas, it's fine. If you truly manage to join the immortal sect, you may escape this sea of suffering. The immortal sect accepts anyone with non-mortal roots. As for the assessment, you must first register to undergo it. It must be hard for you, living in such a place of despair. Allow me to assist you with the registration, prepare yourself, and when your name is called, you shall proceed with the assessment. With that, the elder stepped out of the crowd to register Chu Yuan for the qualification test. Chu Yuan remained in a state of bewilderment. Living in a sea of suffering? What could that possibly mean? Never mind, as long as I can undergo the assessment. That is sufficient. These common folk are indeed quite sincere. They readily offer help. Moreover, those from the cultivation world are also remarkably generous. With the exception of that scheming elder from the Qian Emperor Dao sect. The last time those golden core cultivators presented him with gifts, that elder shattered them to pieces. Chu Yuan would remember this for a lifetime. Did he think that the little notebook of Chu Yuan was merely for show? How ludicrous. With a cold smirk at the thought, Chu Yuan hoped he wouldn't encounter that elder again, as he was determined to make him understand the meaning of killing and plundering. After musing for a while, Chu Yuan cast aside his myriad thoughts and continued to focus on the steel for the assessment. In his line of sight, one by one, youths approached, placing their hands upon the steel, which would then emit a flicker of brown light. It was said that this brown light indicated mortal roots. In other words, the light emitted from the steel represented different types of spiritual roots. The dim brown hue signified mortal roots. As for the others, Chu Yuan had never encountered them, thus he remained uncertain. However, soon enough, as he would ascend, he would undoubtedly witness the colors of celestial roots. Of course, there was also the possibility of discovering even more potent roots. After all, he was a genius. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes, already envisioning his appearance during the assessment of his spiritual roots. The testing in the plaza continued unabated. Most of the young individuals who approached emerged with only mundane spiritual roots, their faces clouded with disappointment as they retreated. Only an occasional few displayed other extraordinary roots, allowing Chu Yuan a glimpse of the various outcomes. The steel glowed a fiery red, indicating a fire spiritual root. Another shone a deep blue, signifying a water spiritual root. A third radiated a brilliant golden hue, representing a metal spiritual root. Beyond these, Chu Yuan had not witnessed any others, as only these three remarkable spiritual roots had manifested among the youths of Bailu City. He pondered the colors of the other spiritual roots intently. Just then, a voice resonated, calling for him. Chu Yuan, step forward for your assessment. Startled, Chu Yuan quickly extricated himself from the crowd and made his way toward the steel. Chapter 77. Our sect is a failed sect in the White Willow Square. Chu Yuan stood before the stone monument, perplexed. Was it simply a matter of placing his hand upon it? He glanced up at a middle-aged man clad in a light blue sect uniform beside the monument. Is it enough to just place my hand on it? Chu Yuan inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. If you aspire to stand out, using your foot would suffice as well, the middle-aged foundational cultivator replied casually, casting a fleeting glance at Chu Yuan. Using my foot would yield better results? Chu Yuan asked, intrigued. What do you think? The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched slightly, revealing his bemusement. I believe both methods yield the same outcome, Chu Yuan stated, shaking his head. Then why not place your hand upon it? The middle-aged man rubbed his forehead and stepped aside, taking a deep breath. Hosting such an event is truly exhausting. This must be the last one, right? TSK, I wonder what this young man is thinking. He appears to be in his 20s and still clings to a dream of cultivation. If he possessed a rare spiritual root, surely other sects would have claimed him by now. Yet, why does he seem so familiar? It feels as though I have encountered him before. The middle-aged man scrutinized Chu Yuan's handsome visage for a long while, yet could not pinpoint the source of his familiarity. It was merely an inexplicable sensation, one that evaded his memory. Never mind, if I cannot recall, then so be it, he finally shrugged, casting aside the thought. Standing before the stone monument, Chu Yuan lifted his gaze and became momentarily lost in thought. Slowly, he extended his palm from his voluminous sleeve. With a soft thud, his hand made contact with the stone. A chilling sensation surged through him. Before he could fully absorb this feeling, a surge of energy erupted from the monument and entered his body. Instinctively, Chu Yuan attempted to resist this force, but it vanished before he could mount any defense. Simultaneously, the stone began to emanate a radiant glow. A brown light emerged, illuminating the surroundings. Is this a common spiritual root? No, that is not right. Chu Yuan discerned that within the brown luminescence, there were flashes of other colors: golden, crimson, azure, and an array of hues. These colors appeared faint, intertwined within the brown glow. What is this? Chu Yuan was bewildered. Was it not established that one would begin with a heavenly spiritual root? What is this peculiar manifestation? A cabbage spiritual root? A dumpling spiritual root? Stuffed with filling? He turned to look at the middle-aged cultivator, only to find him equally baffled, unable to comprehend the nature of Chu Yuan's spiritual root. Suddenly, two golden core cultivators, having observed the scene from outside the square, swiftly soared onto the square on their flying swords. Greetings, elders, the middle-aged cultivator bowed hastily. The two golden core cultivators ignored him and approached the stone monument. Inspecting it closely, they exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. This is a mixed spiritual root. It can barely be accepted into the sect. One of the golden core cultivators remarked, causing Chu Yuan, who stood nearby, to momentarily lose his composure. A mixed spiritual root? What could that possibly be? It sounded far from auspicious. How could someone of such extraordinary talent not possess a pure spiritual root? Nevertheless, what exactly did this mixed spiritual root entail? Chu Yuan pondered with curiosity. May I inquire what a mixed spiritual root signifies? Is it formidable? He ventured to ask. The two golden core cultivators offered no response, departing on their flying swords with an air of arrogance. However, a kind-hearted middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator took the time to explain. A mixed spiritual root is merely a notch above a mundane spiritual root. In simple terms, it signifies a root that can dabble in various disciplines without truly excelling in any. It is slightly superior to a mundane spiritual root. Yet you can still join our Long River sect and embark on the path of immortality. Perhaps during your cultivation journey, you may stumble upon an opportunity that compensates for your spiritual root's shortcomings. So, muster your spirits and accompany us back to the Long River sect, the middle-aged cultivator encouraged. Yet, despite his words, he did not perceive any real potential in the young man. Bringing him back to the sect was merely a matter of numbers. After all, in instances where sects clashed, having more members enhanced their imposing presence. As for Chu Yuan, he was engulfed in self-doubt. Was he truly not a genius? A mixed spiritual root, just slightly better than a mundane one? This felt amiss. Logically, he ought to possess a pure spiritual root as a foundation, not this. It must be the fault of the stone tablet. There was no way he was a waste. The middle-aged cultivator interpreted Chu Yuan's days as a manifestation of his disappointment regarding his spiritual root's perceived weakness. Well, perhaps the nature of one's spiritual root isn't so critical. Let us not dwell on it. Gather your things and come with us to the sect, he gently urged. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was instantly reawakened. Join the Long River sect for cultivation? That seemed feasible. Lacking a foundation, he had been struggling with a basic cultivation manual, foundational techniques for the chi refinement stage. It was exceedingly difficult. If he could join such a legitimate sect, combined with his own Taoist sect, would he not swiftly ascend in cultivation? However, as a sect leader, he wondered if he could simultaneously serve as a disciple in another sect. Contemplating this, Chu Yuan felt compelled to inquire. Might I ask, esteemed cultivator, as I am the leader of a sect, is it possible for me to join the Long River sect for cultivation? He asked. Oh, you are the leader of a sect? What rank does it hold? The middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator inquired nonchalantly. Many disciples from their sect established smaller sects after their training. While it was rare for someone to possess a sect before joining another, it was not unheard of. However, there was a regulation. Disciples with their own sects wishing to join the Long River sect could not have a rank exceeding 8. If the sect was above that rank, then what was the point of joining the Long River sect? It is essential to understand that the Changha sect is merely a 6th-tier sect, and it should be considered as having no rank at all. Chu Yuan hesitated for a moment before responding. Is there a license? It should be without a license. And what of the sect's deed? There is no deed. Claiming the mountain is tantamount to claiming the sect's territory. The middle-aged cultivator gazed at Chu Yuan with an extraordinarily peculiar expression. You possess no rank, no license, and no deed. How can you call this a sect? What kind of rubbish sect is this? To label it as a sect is a disgrace to the very term. So, how many members does your sect have? What are their cultivation levels? The middle-aged cultivator inquired once more. Including myself, there are 4 individuals. Aside from me, they are all utterly incompetent. Truly, they are of the most abysmal caliber. My sect is, in fact, a sect of waste, Chu Yuan replied. Very well, very well. In that case, your words convey no distinction from silence. Come, let us return to the Changha sect. The middle-aged cultivator gestured dismissively. Chapter 78. The method to establish a sacred land within the borders of the eastern state, at the edge of the eastern frontier, near the boundary of other great states. There exists a cave. This cave is situated atop a towering mountain, unadorned and unremarkable. Yet, it serves as the entrance to the ancient relics of the Sword Sovereign. At this very moment, Yi Luo stands before the cave, his expression devoid of emotion, as fierce winds whip around him, stirring his robes while he remains steadfast and unmoving. To his astonishment, this seemingly ordinary cave is indeed the entrance to the ancient Sword Sovereign's relics. It is so inconspicuous that anyone passing by would likely remain oblivious to its significance. Yi Luo murmurs softly to himself. Suddenly, the gourd at his waist trembles slightly. A voice resonates within Yi Luo's heart. The entrance to the ancient Sword Sovereign's relics cannot be opened without the key, and to others, this cave is merely a sealed chamber. Even if someone were to possess the key, they would lack the comprehension of its profound meanings. Unable to discern the entrance to the relics, not everyone is fortunate enough to possess a supreme spiritual treasure like you. The endless sword gourd begins to boast. Hearing this, Yi Luo smiles and shakes his head, choosing not to respond. He acknowledges the truth in the gourd's words. Not everyone is as fortunate as he is to possess a high-grade spiritual treasure. Moreover, not everyone has the opportunity to join the reclusive sect of the Wudao sect. Most importantly, he was given this key by his master. Without his master, Yi Luo would be nothing but a waste. Contemplating this, Yi Luo's desire to repay his master intensifies. Very well, endless sword gourd. What exactly lies within the ancient Sword Sovereign's relics? Could it truly be just a cave? Yi Luo gazes at the cave before him and speaks slowly. Master, the ancient Sword Sovereign was no ordinary being. Even in ancient times, his presence was earth-shattering. If his relics were merely hidden within a cave, it would reflect poorly on his grandeur. I suspect there is certainly more than meets the eye within. The voice of the endless sword gourd resonates in Yi Luo's mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo pauses in contemplation, then retrieves the key from his robe. As the key is drawn, it begins to vibrate. In the next moment, it transforms into a beam of white light, darting into the cave. The once unremarkable entrance seems to awaken, as ethereal patterns emerge in the void, faintly forming an intricate array. Yi Luo looks up, eager to discern the nature of this array. Before he can scrutinize it further, a powerful force of suction manifests, rendering him motionless and pulling him into the cave. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, when Yi Luo finally opens his eyes again, the scenery before him has undergone a profound transformation. All around him, darkness prevails. He cannot see anything, only feeling as though he is engulfed in shadows. Is this the relic of the Taigu Sword Sovereign? Yi Luo furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the nature of this relic. He summoned the essence of his Tao to forge a technique of destruction, intent on shattering the encroaching darkness. At that moment, a voice resonated from the shadows. Young one, do not exert yourself. With your strength, you cannot breach the restrictions I have left upon this relic. The voice was extraordinarily hoarse, grating upon the ears as though countless iron swords were clashing together. Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. When he lifted his gaze again, streams of luminous energy coalesced before him, forming a hazy silhouette. Though indistinct, the figure emanated an aura of unparalleled ferocity. As Yi Luo regarded this apparition, a sharp pain pierced his eyes, He instinctively tried to speak, but found himself utterly mute, as if something had gripped his throat. The endless sword gored at his waist flickered with light, seemingly poised to act. Yet, before it could make a move, ancient golden runes surged forth around Yi Luo, enveloping him in a powerful aura of cosmic might. In an instant, he regained his composure, breathless, his gaze fixated upon the figure before him. Indeed, a body of the path, you are worthy of my legacy, the figure remarked, seemingly taken aback by the golden runes surrounding Yi Luo, but its tone shifted to one of satisfaction. May I inquire your name, esteemed one? Yi Luo took a deep breath, not daring to underestimate this entity. You stand within my relic. Why should I reveal my identity? The figure retorted. Do not misconstrue my words. I have not been in this realm for several 100,000 years. What remains now is but a fragment of my essence. You are qualified to receive my legacy. But first, I must ask, from whence did you acquire the key to this relic? My master bestowed it upon me, Yi Luo replied candidly. Oh, what is your master's title? The figure inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo hesitated, momentarily dumbfounded. He did not even know his master's title. Was he truly a disciple? How could a disciple be so ignorant of their master's name? Yi Luo's expression stiffened, and after a prolonged silence, he turned to the figure and chose to speak the truth. I apologize, esteemed Sword Sovereign, but I do not know my master's title. I only know that my master is the leader of the Wudao sect. The figure paused, lowering its head in contemplation. The leader of the Wudao sect? Why have I not heard of such a sect or individual? To possess the key to my relic is no trivial matter. In ancient times, there were countless formidable sects. Without knowing your title, discerning your identity is quite impossible. Young one, since you have entered my relic, you are indeed qualified to receive my legacy. However, before you do so, you must first accept this decree of mine. Only by comprehending this profound technique shall I bestow upon you all my legacies, the shadow declared, gesturing with a hand. What technique? Yi Luo inquired, bewildered. The method to consolidate fortune and establish a sacred ground for cultivation. The figure, shrouded in darkness, spoke with an unassuming tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo furrowed his brow. What purpose could such a technique serve him? After all, he was the foremost disciple of the Wudao sect, destined to inherit the position of the sect's leader. Surely, this technique held little significance for him. Chapter 79. A familiar encounter at the ancient Sword Master's relic. Amidst the boundless darkness, Yi Luo stood in a daze, his face etched with confusion. To gather fortune and establish a sacred ground for cultivation? But he was destined to be the future Sect Master of the Wudao sect. What purpose would it serve to create a sacred cultivation site? Was this merely a jest? Senior Sword Master, this decree of yours passing it to me is of no consequence, as I do not intend to establish a sacred ground for cultivation. I am the foremost disciple of the Wudao sect, and am meant to inherit the sect. Yi Luo shook his head, attempting to reject the acceptance of this decree. Suddenly, the silhouette before him smiled. Having received this key, have you not heard the words left by my esteemed self? Those fortunate enough to possess this key may enter my relic, thus enabling them to establish a sacred cultivation ground. Since your master entrusted the key to you, it is undoubtedly intended for you to create such a site. In other words, you can no longer inherit your sect. You have been eliminated from the candidates for the sect's successor, the figure stated calmly. At these words, Yi Luo's body trembled violently, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? I can no longer inherit the sect? The position of Sect Master of the Wudao sect is not mine? Senior Sword Master, are you truly speaking the truth? Yi Luo's voice quivered as he spoke. Otherwise, what do you suppose? The figure replied. This relic exists solely for the purpose of allowing individuals to establish a sacred ground. If not, why would this opportunity fall into your hands? Embrace the legacy I offer and establish a sacred ground. The silhouette shook its head. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo's lips curled into a wry smile. So it was like this. His master had given him this key to guide him towards understanding. In truth, it was meant to convey that the sect could not be passed down to him. Was his master intending to pass the mantle to his second junior brother? Oh, second junior brother, little did I expect you to be the one who ultimately triumphs. Yi Luo's thoughts sank into despair, rendered speechless, as an ocean of bitterness churned within him. I understand now, Senior Sword Master. I am willing to accept the legacy. Please impart the decree to me. Yi Luo took a deep breath and embraced reality. If his master truly intended this course, he had no choice but to comply. Nevertheless, he would never forget his master's grace. Even if he could not inherit the sect, his master would always remain his mentor. This, he would not dare to forget. Yet, Yi Luo clung to a final glimmer of hope. He would complete the acceptance of the legacy and swiftly return to the sect to inquire with his master if this was indeed the case. The figure in the darkness, upon hearing these words, showed no signs of surprise. It raised a hand, and a beam of light swiftly coursed through, entering Yi Luo's brow. Yi Luo sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to accept the legacy. In the eastern state, before the gates of the Chang'e sect, 2 golden core cultivators arrived, accompanied by several dozen young disciples. One of the golden core elders spoke, "Young ones, this is the gate of the Chang'e sect. Behold, this will be your place of cultivation henceforth. Upon entering the Chang'e sect, it is imperative to dedicate oneself to diligent cultivation, for who knows, you may one day ascend to the esteemed level of our sect leader, a formidable nascent soul practitioner." The voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing in the ears of the eager youths. Excitement shimmered in their eyes. The pursuit of immortality and enlightenment is a dream cherished by all. At this moment, the path lay before them, merely a step away. How could they not feel exhilarated? However, amidst the throng, one individual remained utterly unperturbed, Chu Yuan. At this moment, he gazed up at the gate of the Chang'e sect, which appeared diminutive, lacking even 1/5 of the grandeur of his own Wudao sect, seemingly constructed of ordinary stone. Is this it? It feels more akin to a minor sect. Does it truly harbor any profound teachings? Doubt surged within him. Yet simultaneously, he held unwavering conviction that the stone tablet for testing spiritual roots was undoubtedly a sham. How could one with such a magnificent heavenly spiritual root like himself possibly possess a mixed root? This sect, appearing so modest, surely lacks any exceptional cultivation methods. Alas, he thought, perhaps he must endure with subpar teachings. Even if they are inadequate, they would still surpass his meager foundational cultivation method for Qi refinement stage. As Chu Yuan pondered, an elder of the Golden Core stage spoke again. "All right, young ones, follow us into the sect. Remember to greet your senior brothers and sisters upon entering. Whether you become great cultivators is one matter. Courtesy must always be upheld." He elaborated that upon entering the sect, attendants would allocate residences for them, which would be akin to mundane living quarters, equipped with various necessities. Once they truly embarked on the path of cultivation, they could relocate elsewhere. As the elders' words concluded, the 2 golden core elders gestured with their hands, lifting everyone into the inner sanctum of the Chang'e sect. As Chu Yuan soared through the air, his gaze ignited with fervor. The golden core elder evidently employed a special method of flight. The gusts that carried him were swift and refreshing. Chu Yuan had always relied solely on pure spiritual energy to condense clouds for flight. If he could learn this method, it would not be in vain. Yet he pondered how he might swiftly acquire the spells of the Chang'e sect while managing his own affairs at the Wudao sect. Meanwhile, the 2 golden core elders moved with remarkable speed. In no time, they brought the group to their accommodations. The residences assigned to these newly admitted disciples of the Chang'e sect resembled those of the mundane world, comprising various courtyards. However, the Chang'e sect was quite considerate, as each disciple was generally allocated their own courtyard. Chu Yuan too received a courtyard of his own. After ensuring the disciples were settled, the 2 golden core elders hovered above, content as they observed the attendants distributing the living arrangements. "Farewell, I shall return to report to the Sect Master," declared an elder of the golden core realm, Elder Wang, with a casual wave of his hand. "Wait, Elder Wang, just a moment," interjected another elder of the same realm. Elder Zhao, who remained motionless in midair, his gaze fixated upon a particular courtyard. That courtyard was the very one where Chu Yuan resided. "What troubles you?" Elder Wang inquired, following Zhao's line of sight toward the courtyard where Chu Yuan was situated. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Why did he have the nagging sensation that he had encountered this individual before? Yet, the specifics eluded him, leaving him with a mere sense of familiarity. It felt as though they had crossed paths. Boom. A sudden jolt coursed through Elder Wang's mind as the realization struck him regarding where he had seen this person before. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. Elder Zhao, standing nearby, experienced a similar epiphany, recalling precisely where he had previously encountered this individual. The scroll. Chapter 80. I am a genius in the grand hall of the Chang'e sect. The Sect Master stared incredulously at the 2 elders before him, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, nearly capable of accommodating an egg. Good heavens, what manner of world is this? The master of the secluded sect, whose name had recently echoed throughout the eastern state's cultivation realm, is presently within their own sect. Is this truly happening? Am I not dreaming? Are you absolutely certain this is the one? The Chang'e Sect Master unfurled a scroll, placing it before the 2 elders. This scroll was unmistakably a replica from the Qian Emperor Dao sect, yet it was crafted from precious materials, enhancing its allure. The image depicted a realm of utter darkness, devoid of life, suffused with an aura of desolation. Within this abyss, a figure cloaked in white stood serenely, divine runes swirling around them, as if a creator deity standing firm against the void. In the figure's hands, the sun, moon, and stars floated, emanating an imposing presence that could be felt even from behind the scroll. At the bottom of the scroll, an inscription read, with stars in hand, "I pluck the sun and moon. In this world, there exists no one like me." It is uncertain which sect initiated this trend, crafting scrolls from treasures to rival the original, but once the news spread, many sects followed suit, enhancing their scrolls with various precious materials, rendering them formidable. The Changha sect's version was relatively benign, yet it was rumored that some sects had even forged scrolls into magical artifacts. Fearing they could not adequately showcase the figure's magnificence, the two elders standing before the master squinted to examine the scroll, nodding in absolute certainty. Yes, it is indeed this individual, though they appear far less imposing in person, resembling an ordinary mortal. Is this person intentionally masquerading as a commoner to roam among us? The two elders spoke in unison. Upon receiving this confirmation, the Changha Sect Master staggered back several steps, gasping in shock. This. What is happening? The elusive divine being has entered my sect? Is this truly unfolding? My disciple is a great figure? The Sect Master sank to the ground, bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. How does one manage a deity of such caliber who feigns mortality in his humble sect? He is merely the master of a sixth-grade sect. How can he possibly engage with such a divine being? Should he prostrate himself? The Changha Sect Master felt utterly inadequate. He had never flattered anyone before and had no notion of how to curry favor with a being of such stature. What should we do now? The Sect Master inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with urgency. The two elders bowed their heads, equally at a loss for what to do. Sect Master, perhaps we should convene all the elders for a discussion. We genuinely do not know how to proceed, Elder Zhao remarked with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, the standing Changha Sect Master widened his eyes and waved his hands decisively, refusing the suggestion. No way. The fewer people who know about this matter, the better. Should it leak and displease that esteemed figure, would you bear the consequences, or shall I? The Master of the Long River remarked. You will bear it. Elder Zhao muttered under his breath. What did you say? The Master of the Long River's eyes widened in astonishment. Did he dare to respond to such a metaphor? Nothing. Elder Zhao hastily waved his hand. Humph. Observing this, the Master of the Long River could only snort coldly, choosing not to say more as he lowered his head to contemplate the next course of action. After a moment, the Master made a decision. First, he would ascertain the intentions of this individual, and only then would he decide on the subsequent steps. With this thought in mind, he resolutely led two elders towards the residence of the newly initiated disciples. Meanwhile, at the residence of the newly initiated disciples, Chu Yuan was seated on a stone pedestal before the courtyard, engaging in casual conversation with the disciples from neighboring courtyards. Where do you all hail from? Judging by your appearance, you must come from prominent families, right? I emerged from a small sect. What sect? It's nothing, merely an insignificant one. Chu Yuan chuckled amiably with these disciples. Chu, do not lose heart. There is nothing wrong with a humble background. Now that you have joined the Long River sect, every opportunity awaits you. One disciple encouraged him, hoping to convey that he should not be disheartened by his origins. By the way, may I inquire what kind of spiritual root you possess? Another disciple asked. A celestial root. Chu Yuan replied without a flicker of his eyelid. The group of disciples erupted in disbelief. What nonsense is this? A celestial root? Did he truly expect them to be so easily deceived? Chu, we treat you with sincerity. Do not mislead us. Indeed, if you truly possessed a celestial root, why would you be here idly chatting with us? You would have long been admitted to the inner sect. Chu's knack for boasting was impressive. Yet, Chu Yuan, seated upon the stone pedestal, remained unperturbed. It seemed he anticipated their skepticism. It is only natural for you not to believe. Alas, I shall reveal the truth. Initially, I wished to interact with you as an ordinary person, but the resultant distance has prompted me to come clean. In truth, I am endowed with both celestial and earthly roots. The higher-ups of the Long River sect are concerned that my extraordinary talent may attract assassination from rival sects. Thus they have compelled me to masquerade as an ordinary individual among you. Should you doubt my words, feel free to investigate my records during my entrance assessment. They must have disguised my roots as mixed. Chu Yuan stated, unflinching. The group of disciples. Do you truly think we lack intelligence? A naturally dual-rooted individual? You must be jesting. Very well, Chu, since you are unwilling to divulge, we shall take our leave. The disciples, their expressions sour, chose not to say another word as they turned to depart, leaving without a trace of hesitation. Chu Yuan could only silently watch as these individuals departed, shaking his head with a sigh. Am I truly a genius? Why does no one believe it? After all, I possess the ability to comprehend the foundational techniques of qi refining without formal instruction. With a sense of resignation, Chu Yuan turned to enter the courtyard. However, he suddenly halted, his footsteps faltering, as he caught a whiff of an inexplicably delightful aroma. What is that, so fragrant? An unexpected pang of hunger surged within him, leaving him astonished. Ever since he attained his cultivation, he had not experienced such a sensation. Typically, when he dined at the tavern, it merely served to satiate a desire. Yet this time, he genuinely felt a hunger. Chu Yuan's gaze fixed on a specific direction, the source of the enticing scent. He was compelled to discover what could possibly be so aromatic. Chapter 81. Understood. Understood as Chu Yuan sought the source of the fragrant aroma. High above the disciples' living quarters, the lord of the Changha sect stood quietly amidst the clouds, accompanied by two elders. They elevated their sight with magical power. Observing the conversation between Chu Yuan and several disciples, as well as the moment he departed. Upon completing his observation, the lord of Changha couldn't help but take a deep breath, overwhelmed with emotion. Truly, this individual, having traversed the mortal realm, is capable of humbling himself to converse with ordinary disciples. By this alone, we find ourselves lacking in comparison. Observe his demeanor. He appears as a genuine, ordinary disciple, unperturbed even when confronted with harsh words from others. Such magnanimity is nothing short of astonishing. The lord of Changha shook his head in admiration. The two elders beside him wore expressions of dismay. Hadn't it been agreed that there would be no flattery? Yet, this was a display of skillful adulation. Elder Wang felt particularly aggrieved. He recalled his own attempt to masquerade as an ordinary disciple to experience their way of life, only to be mocked by the Lord, who had derided him for being idly restless. Now, however, this individual received nothing but praise for the same endeavor. Was this not a double standard? Thus, what shall we do, sect leader? Elder Zhao inquired, his tone devoid of unnecessary embellishments. This individual seeks to traverse the mundane world and experience a different life. What recourse do we have? Do you dare to intrude? Let us leave matters as they are, but above all, we must not disturb this person. The lord of Changha spoke slowly. Leave matters as they are. What if an unwise soul provokes this individual and incites their wrath? Elder Zhao countered, furrowing his brow. The lord of Changha fell silent for a moment. While this individual currently appears amiable, what if someone within our sect inadvertently rouses their ire? Who among us would bear the brunt of their fury? It would inevitably fall upon me as the sect leader. This predicament could very well ensnare me. Perhaps we should disguise ourselves and personally oversee the situation, allowing this individual to engage in their experience without concern. Indeed, let us don disguises and maintain order. Perhaps we might even receive guidance from this individual, facilitating our breakthroughs to the divine transformation stage. The lord of Changha's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. This individual desires to experience the mortal realm and the life of an ordinary disciple. Thus, we too can adopt disguises. For instance, I shall feign the role of a teaching mentor for the ordinary disciples. The two elders can assume their own inconspicuous roles. Upon hearing this, the two elders paused, contemplating the proposal, and gradually came to see its merit. Observing their agreement, the lord of Changha felt a wave of relief wash over him. It is settled then. I will masquerade as a teaching mentor to engage with this individual. Elder Wang, as all ordinary disciples require sustenance, you shall assume the role of the cafeteria uncle. As for you, Elder Zhao, it is fitting that you guard the entrance to this area of ordinary disciples. Just in case any unforeseen circumstances arise, the lord of Changha instructed. Sect leader, one of us shall assume the role of the cafeteria uncle, while the other takes on the position of the gatekeeper. As for you, esteemed master, to suggest that you act as a mentor is rather inappropriate. The two elders' expressions darkened instantly. Regardless of their current standing, they were both individuals of great respect and stature within the sect. To disguise themselves as mere cafeteria workers or gatekeepers, was that not a blow to their dignity? What? Are you too unwilling to comply? The lord of the Long River remarked coldly. If you refuse, I shall seek others. Should fortune smile upon them, and they indeed receive guidance, do not claim that I, as your lord, failed to inform you in advance. The two elders exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to a reluctant agreement. As the lord of the Long River had pointed out, receiving counsel from this individual would be invaluable. It was rumored that the sect behind this person had a legacy spanning over 3 million years. Even a fragment of wisdom from such an ancient lineage could elevate them to great heights. Seeing this unfold, the Lord of the Long River smiled with satisfaction and turned his gaze toward Chu Yuan. Suddenly, he sensed the subtle aura of the golden core stage emanating from Chu Yuan, leaving him momentarily astonished. How could this individual exude the essence of the golden core stage? Was this inadvertent display a deliberate act of concealment? Was this person truly here for mere worldly experience? If so, why the pretense of being at the golden core stage? The Lord of the Long River fell into contemplation. Moments later, he clapped his hands, enlightenment dawning upon him. This individual found the simplicity of worldly experience uninteresting and had opted for a role-playing scenario instead. Understood. He grasped it all. Silently, he noted the persona this individual had crafted for themselves, preparing for the eventuality of portraying a mentor without faltering. With an outward appearance of a golden core stage cultivator, disguised as a mortal seeking to cultivate within the Long River sect, the character was clearly defined. As for what this individual truly intended, the Lord of the Long River had no intention of intervening. What this person chose to pursue was beyond his control. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan remained wholly unaware that someone was observing him from above. Following the enticing aroma, he discovered a courtyard inhabited by disciples. Upon gazing at the abode before him, he stroked his chin in contemplation of what might be transpiring within. Approaching the courtyard door, he rapped gently, curious to uncover the source of the delightful scent. The tantalizing fragrance sparked an inexplicable desire for food within him. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yuan rapped on the door, yet no response came for an extended period. It seemed as though no one was present within. What on earth were they up to inside? Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuan had no intention of barging in directly and opted to knock once more. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of his knocking echoed, and finally, a voice tinged with irritation rang out from within. Who is it? Can't you use your hands to simply enter? Raising an eyebrow at the door before him, Chu Yuan thought, goodness, most of the disciples residing in this area must be mere mortals, with only a handful at the chi refinement stage. Are the disciples of the mundane world truly so irritable nowadays? He is quite eager to discover what is transpiring within. Chu Yuan pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. He surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing particularly remarkable. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon a kitchen. The enticing aroma wafted from within, accompanied by tendrils of smoke rising gently. Someone was indeed preparing a meal inside. Was this delightful fragrance the result of another's culinary endeavors? Curiosity piqued, Chu Yuan approached the kitchen. Chapter 82. Bringing back a chef in the ordinary disciples' living quarters of the Chang'e sect, within the courtyard. Chu Yuan stood before the kitchen, observing the scene inside. He beheld a stout fellow clad in sect attire, wielding a ladle, skillfully tossing the ingredients in the pot, while occasionally adding a dash of seasoning, moving with an effortless grace. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot was irresistible. These dishes, they appeared utterly delectable. Chu Yuan swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the culinary creations within the pot. Truth be told, since attaining his cultivation, he had never truly experienced hunger until now. The source of this hunger emanated from those very dishes. The allure was undeniable. Yet, despite his cravings, Chu Yuan chose not to disturb the rotund chef, opting instead to observe quietly. After what felt like a fragrant eternity, the chef finally concluded his cooking, swiftly extinguishing the flame and transferring the contents of the pot onto a prepared plate. Once the pot was set aside, the chef turned his attention towards Chu Yuan, scrutinizing him with his small, beady eyes. This fellow, I don't believe I've seen him before. Yet, he possesses a rather handsome visage, exuding an ethereal charm. The chef pondered inwardly. Who are you? We don't seem to be acquainted, he inquired. Unfamiliar, indeed, but every encounter is a fate. Are we not acquainted now? Chu Yuan replied with a smile. I see you've come drawn by the fragrance of my dishes. You crave the food, don't you? The chef remarked bluntly. Indeed, I do yearn for your culinary creations, Chu Yuan affirmed with a nod. The chef was taken aback, mentally scoffing at Chu Yuan's forthrightness, maintaining a facade of indifference. You wish to eat? Well, I shall serve you, but who do you think you are? A golden core master or a nascent soul powerhouse? Many desire my cooking. His tone grew curt. And when did you join the sect? You're still immortal, aren't you? Why didn't you greet your senior brother? Unfazed by the chef's demeanor, Chu Yuan's gaze wandered to the dishes in the chef's hands. A bold idea sparked in his mind. He could entice this chef to join the Wudao sect. The chef seemed to possess limited cultivation, perhaps merely at the chi refinement stage, making him a prime candidate to provide meals for the sect's disciples. This plan was indeed feasible. Instead of responding to the chef's inquiries, Chu Yuan fixated intently on him. What is your name? What is your spiritual root? How many family members do you have? How old are you this year? Do you have a partner? Chu Yuan inquired eagerly, his eyes alight with curiosity. Why concern yourself with my family? And remember to address me as senior brother. If there's nothing else, you may leave now, the chef declared, effectively issuing a dismissal. With a wave of his hand, he invoked the scant energy of his chi refinement, attempting to usher Chu Yuan out of the courtyard. Is there any need for such hostility? Let us converse amicably. Chu Yuan interjected. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. How dare this chi refining realm cultivator act against him? Did he truly believe that the existence of his future invincible self was a mere jest? After scanning the surroundings and confirming there was no one else nearby, the power of his golden core realm surged forth, and he decisively approached to teach this rotund individual a lesson. Half an hour later, the plump man lay sprawled in a disheveled state on the courtyard ground, utterly dazed, his eyes still glazed over. What is this? This intruder is a golden core realm cultivator? Are all new disciples starting at the golden core realm now? What a joke. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan sat thoughtfully on a stone chair in the courtyard, observing the fat man. Under his prolonged half-hour of careful questioning, the man revealed everything. His name was Li Ergang, a chef and, regrettably, a complete failure in cultivation, having remained at the chi refining realm even after 6 months at the Chang'e sect. According to Li Ergang, he had once received a culinary inheritance from renowned chefs in the cultivation world while in the mortal realm, making his dishes exceptionally delectable and earning him considerable fame as a chef. However, his cultivation had always stagnated, leading him to cook daily in frustration. Although Li Ergang was indeed a failure, Chu Yuan had no intentions of taking him as a disciple. This man possessed a fire spiritual root and had good potential, but his lack of comprehension hindered his progress, leaving him at the early stage of the chi refining realm after 6 months. Exercising caution, Chu Yuan preferred not to accept someone capable of cultivation as a disciple. What if he suddenly experienced a breakthrough in comprehension and his cultivation soared? To be safe, Chu Yuan decided it was best to recruit Li Ergang as a chef instead. A disciple? Absolutely not. Chu Yuan was exceedingly prudent. No one with a spiritual root, capable of cultivation, was to be accepted. This person would simply serve as a chef. With this in mind, Chu Yuan stood up. Ergang, stop playing dead and rise. I must ask you, would you be willing to leave the Chang'e sect with me and assume the position of chef in my sect? Chu Yuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the plump man, Li Ergang, sprang to his feet, looking at Chu Yuan. Was he being invited to join the other sect? A golden core realm being would not come to the Chang'e sect for no reason, and it was evident that there was a purpose behind his visit. Perhaps he had noticed Li Ergang's culinary skills and wished to extend an invitation. However, he was uncertain of the stature of this new sect. If it were a powerful sect, it could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Given his cultivation talent, without any opportunities, his life would likely remain mundane. But if fortune smiled upon him, his future could be transformed. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Ergang's breath quickened. Esteemed senior, you wish for me to leave the Chang'e sect and join your sect? May I inquire about the rank of your esteemed sect? Li Ergang gritted his teeth and inquired. No character? Chu Yuan replied without a moment's hesitation. Li Ergang, what the hell? Your sect is devoid of character. Are you really imitating others by digging into people's affairs? Li Ergang's gaze suddenly turned peculiar. Just after speaking, Chu Yuan also regained his senses, his expression momentarily frozen. It seemed he had inadvertently let something slip. Observing the increasingly strange look in Li Ergang's eyes, Chu Yuan fell into silence. After a while, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes, as if he had come up with an idea. You can't possibly believe that when I stated the sect lacks character, it is genuinely devoid of it, can you? To be frank, that widely circulated hidden sect from Dongzhou is actually mine. Do you believe it? Chu Yuan resolved to leverage the rumor of the hidden sect to his advantage. After all, the goal was simply to lure him back to the mountain. Everything else could be negotiated later. Chapter 83. Disciple, let us spar beneath the misty mountain. Yi Luo returned here after receiving the inheritance. He gazed upon the area shrouded in clouds and mist, softly speaking. A gentle breeze swept by, causing his robe to flutter with a crisp sound, while his long black hair danced in the wind. Compared to the Yi Luo who had received the legacy of the ancient sword sovereign, the current Yi Luo emanated an aura of unparalleled sharpness. This fierce energy, combined with his innate indifference to the world, transformed his demeanor entirely, making him resemble a true celestial swordsman descended from the heavens, majestic and unyielding. It seemed that should Yi Luo unsheath his sword, it would be a blade of certain death, unavoidable and inescapable. Master, am I truly not the one destined to inherit the Wu Dao sect? Yi Luo sighed, muttering to himself with resignation. The inheritance from the ancient sword sovereign confirmed his suspicions. To establish a sacred ground for cultivation, one must gather fortune, which is inherently limited within each major region. For instance, in the Eastern Province, only one sacred ground may exist at most. However, the Eastern Province already hosts the Qian Emperor Dao sect. With the existence of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, Yi Luo's aspirations to create a cultivation sanctuary seemed impossible, unless the Qian Emperor Dao sect were to experience turmoil and lose its fortune. Only then would an opportunity arise for Yi Luo to gather fortune and establish a sacred ground. By a twist of fate, his master had orchestrated a disturbance at the Qian Emperor Dao sect, even leading its sect master to become a disciple of the Wu Dao sect. How could the Qian Emperor Dao sect remain undisturbed? With its turmoil, Yi Luo's chance had finally come. He had seen through the entire scheme. The master had long decided against him inheriting the Wu Dao sect, and instead chose to pave the way for him to establish a cultivation sanctuary. Thus, he had set the stage for Yi Luo to instigate discord within the Qian Emperor Dao sect, so that subsequently, he could safely create his own sacred ground. Oh, master, I never imagined your game to be so grand. From the very beginning, everything was meticulously arranged. Yi Luo smiled bitterly, lifting his gaze in preparation to ascend the mountain. He wished to meet his master, for even if he could not inherit the Wu Dao sect, he would never forget his master's kindness. Without his master, how could Yi Luo be who he is today? Shaking his head, he stepped onto the mountain. As the surrounding mist parted to grant him passage, he traversed the path leading up to the misty mountain and soon arrived at the Grand Plaza of the Wu Dao sect. Standing before the familiar spot in the Grand Plaza, Yi Luo felt a wave of nostalgia. In the past, he had sat there day and night, practicing celestial observation to gain insight into the Dao. Now, he had become a formidable force. Senior brother? At that moment, a voice reached Yi Luo's ears. He turned to see Zhang Han approaching from the other side of the plaza. Upon seeing this second junior disciple, Yi Luo's expression subtly shifted. If he was not mistaken, this second junior disciple would be the one to inherit the Wu Dao sect in the future. In a veiled manner, it can be said that this junior disciple has usurped his rightful position as the future leader of the unorthodox sect. To claim that he harbors no resentment towards his master would be reasonable. However, to assert that he feels no animosity towards this junior disciple is utterly implausible. Yi Luo took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset. Junior brother, what troubles you? Yi Luo forced a smile and inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I merely noticed that senior brother was in the Great Hall Square, so I came out to greet you. How has your cultivation been of late? Zhang Han, with refined demeanor, bowed and smiled. Quite well. And you, junior brother? Your cultivation must be progressing nicely as well? Yi Luo responded. Of course. My state of mind was slightly disturbed, but thanks to Master S' timely advice, I have been focusing on solidifying my foundation. Zhang Han cheerfully recounted his recent turmoil regarding his state of mind, oblivious to Yi Luo's increasingly peculiar expression. Alas, Master indeed dotes on the junior brother, Yi Luo thought. By the way, do you know where Master is at present? I wish to seek an audience with him. Yi Luo coughed lightly, crossing his arms. Senior brother, Master may not be on the mountain. I had wanted to find him earlier, but he is yet to emerge. I suspect he has descended the mountain for some matter. Zhang Han replied with elegance. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. Master has left the mountain and is not within the sect. He would have to wait for Master S' return to discuss matters in detail. However, before that, he resolved to express his dissatisfaction towards this junior disciple. With this thought, Yi Luo's gaze towards Zhang Han shifted significantly. Since Master is away, we shall wait for his return to continue our discussion. Speaking of which, junior brother, since your initiation, we have yet to spar. Why not take this opportunity to engage in a friendly match? I am still unfamiliar with your true capabilities. Yi Luo said with a deceptively gentle smile, his voice imbued with warmth. This unexpected tone momentarily caught Zhang Han off guard. For some reason, he sensed an underlying unease, yet could not pinpoint its origin. Senior brother wishes to spar with me? Very well. Since my initiation, I have not engaged in actual combat. I would love to witness your true prowess, senior brother. However, you must promise to go easy on me. If you exert your full strength, I stand no chance. Zhang Han chuckled in response. Agreed, Yi Luo readily acquiesced. So, shall we begin now, senior brother? Zhang Han inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo shuddered involuntarily. This was no jest. To engage in combat within the sect's South Great Hall Square would surely earn them a reprimand from Master upon his return. Furthermore, he feared that should he unleash his full strength, he might inadvertently wreak havoc upon the square. Junior brother, sparring in the Great Hall Square is rather inappropriate. Let us descend the mountain instead. By the way, where is our third junior brother? Yi Luo shook his head and replied, "Very well. Let us heed the elder brother's counsel and descend the mountain for a friendly spar. As for the third junior brother, he has established a cave halfway up the mountain, where he is refining his body through the harnessing of earthly energies. It would be prudent for us to pay him a visit as we descend," Zhang Han remarked. Yi Luo nodded in agreement, intending to first check on Chu Yuan at the mountainside before engaging in the sparring session. Unbeknownst to Zhang Han, however, a hint of malice from the elder brother was already in the air. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware, bantering cheerfully with Yi Luo as they made their way up the mountainside, eagerly anticipating their forthcoming duel. Chapter 84. Brother Master, you deceived me. At the foothills of Tianwu Mountain, Zhang Han accompanied Yi Luo to this location and called out for Chu Yuan. The three brothers gathered for the first time. Before them stood Chu Yuan, clad in flowing robes, surrounded by an aura of fierce energy, his bald head gleaming. Yi Luo was taken aback. It had only been a short while since he last saw Chu Yuan, yet he had undergone such a transformation. Once a dignified middle-aged man, he now presented as a bald figure. However, the fierce energy emanating from the third brother was intriguing, as it instilled a sense of discomfort within him. Standing before a stone, Yi Luo managed a faint smile, concealing his bewilderment. "Third brother, it has been quite some time. Your transformation is rather significant. Brother Master, there is little I can do. The cultivation method imparted by our master focuses on physical refinement, and harnessing the earth's malevolent energy to temper the body is commonplace. My hair may never grow back," Chu Yuan replied, seemingly aware of the strange look in Yi Luo's eyes, shaking his head with a wry smile. The method of physical refinement is indeed commendable and enhances combat prowess, yet it does have its drawbacks, particularly concerning hair loss. After the malevolent fire entered my body, my hair struggled to grow back. Now, with the intentional harnessing of Earth's malevolent energy, the prospect of regrowth is non-existent. Upon hearing this, both Yi Luo and Zhang Han exchanged knowing glances, realizing that their younger brother would be bald for the foreseeable future. It was a pity. Both of them possessed striking appearances, easily described as handsome men. The only distinction lay in their temperaments. Yi Luo exuded the essence of a celestial swordsman, untouched by earthly concerns, while Zhang Han embodied the demeanor of a scholar, cultured and affable, radiating an aura of springtime warmth in his every gesture. If either of them were to lose their hair, they would resist it with all their might. "Brother, hair may be lost, but what truly matters is cultivation. The ability to cultivate is paramount. Hair is of little consequence," Yi Luo said, patting Chu Yuan's shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. "Brother Master, I understand completely. I have never been concerned about my hair. Cultivation is what truly matters. As long as my strength is formidable, who would dare to mock my baldness? Should anyone do so, I shall deliver a punch." Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes, fully grasping the harsh realities of this world. Strength reigns supreme. If he were powerful enough, who would dare to comment on his lack of hair? If anyone did, one punch would suffice. If not, then 2 punches. "Indeed, you are correct, brother." Yi Luo responded with a satisfied nod. Observing the current state of the third brother, he felt reassured. "By the way, third brother, the elder brother and I plan to engage in a sparring session down the mountain. Would you care to join us as an observer?" Suddenly recalling this matter, Zhang Han extended the invitation. Both he and the elder brother could be considered formidable. Perhaps those who watched might gain valuable insights from the exchange. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan paused for a moment. The elder brother and second brother sparring? One embodying the rhythm of the Tao, the other wielding countless sword energies. With a mere thought, a formation is established, unparalleled in its complexity. The duel between these two is bound to be exceptionally spectacular, is it not? Although it bears no relevance to his physical training, Chu Yuan feels that missing it would be a grave disappointment. "Indeed, I must witness it. Come, master brother. Second brother, since you are to spar, I certainly must attend." Chu Yuan spoke hastily. Yi Luo and Zhang Han, of course, had no objections. After a brief discussion, the three descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of Tianwu Mountain, Zhang Han had originally intended to engage in combat there. However, Yi Luo insisted they proceed further, away from the confines of Tianwu Mountain for their sparring. This left Zhang Han and Chu Yuan thoroughly perplexed. Yet they dared not oppose their master brother's wishes and continued forward. The trio advanced to a small mountain range tens of thousands of meters away from Tianwu Mountain before finally halting. Zhang Han, leading the way, furrowed his brow at the rugged terrain. What was the purpose of bringing them here? Was there not ample space for a duel elsewhere? Why the insistence on this location? Surely, their sparring could not shatter Tianwu Mountain. That seemed implausible. After all, It was merely a friendly contest. Zhang Han gazed curiously at Yi Luo's back. Master brother, shall we commence our spar? Zhang Han inquired, maintaining an elegant demeanor. Indeed, let us begin. By the way, third junior brother, please step back a bit to avoid any unintended injuries during my duel with your second brother. Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively. At this, Su Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from questioning, obediently stepping back. As for Zhang Han, he was increasingly bewildered. Had they not agreed to spar? Why the sudden seriousness? Why the need for the third junior brother to distance himself? Was it possible that his master brother intended to strike him? As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile on Zhang Han's face stiffened. Master brother, we are merely sparring. You will certainly go easy on me, will you not? He asked cautiously. Of course, second junior brother, rest assured. Yi Luo replied with a cheerful nod. Master brother, you truly will go easy on me? Indeed, indeed. Then, master brother, please make the first move. I suggest you set up your formation first. Really, do so. No. You are the master brother. You should initiate. After a round of dialogue, Zhang Han insisted that Yi Luo take the first action. Yi Luo, exhaling a long sigh, turned his gaze back to Zhang Han. My dear junior brother, why are you so reluctant to strike first? You are the future successor of the Wudao sect. You must be more astute. You cannot simply be so amiable and let others take the lead. In light of this, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. So, shall I proceed with my attack? Yi Luo shook his head, saying, You may go ahead, master brother. Before Zhang Han could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly ceased. Suddenly, an array of flying swords ascended into the sky. An endless stream of Taoist essence coalesced into a multitude of lethal energies, intertwining with the soaring blades. A formidable force of oppression descended with overwhelming might. In an instant, the mountains were flattened beneath this oppressive weight, debris scattered like confetti, and trees were severed as if the apocalypse had arrived. Master brother, you deceived me. Zhang Han's countenance froze, drenched in cold sweat. He hastily attempted to harness the power of the dark moon star, conjuring an array in his mind to defend against the onslaught of the falling leaves. Yet, as he envisioned the celestial diagram of the dark moon, it exhibited no response whatsoever. A jolt of dread coursed through Zhang Han's heart. At this moment, had the dark moon star chosen to abandon him? Chapter 85. Do not approach me beyond the small mountain range. Su Qianyuan was retreating absent-mindedly, his heart filled with confusion. Wasn't it merely a spar? Why did the senior brother urge him to step back? Was he concerned about inadvertently harming him? Ha ha. He was, after all, a being whose strength was comparable to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, and his physical form had been honed by the Earth Fiends. Even an ordinary Golden Core practitioner might struggle to breach his defenses and inflict harm upon him. As for the notion of being accidentally injured, Su Qianyuan found it hard to believe. How could two senior brothers possibly reach the level of the nascent soul or divine transformation realms in their spar? It was simply implausible for him to be caught in the crossfire. He was not boasting. If they could truly harm him, could he not consume this entire mountain range? Piece by piece, he would leave nothing behind, not even a small stone. As Su Qianyuan pondered, he glanced around and deemed the distance sufficient. He casually kicked a small stone and turned to observe. Just then, a resounding boom echoed, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the mountain range, causing the ground to fissure and trees to snap as if cleaved by some unseen force. Countless stones were sent flying. Boom! Su Qianyuan found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught, forced to the ground, his face pressed against the earth. After a while, he adjusted to the sudden weight of the pressure, his body enveloped in malevolent energy, and he struggled to rise. Upon looking up, his pupils constricted. The sky had darkened unbeknownst to him. An array of flying swords circled above, their profound Tao rhythm coalescing, exuding a faint but palpable aura of suppression over the firmament. An immense force descended from the heavens, seeking to subdue all beneath it. Was this the senior brother exerting his strength? Su Qianyuan was bewildered. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a fierce wind surged, and the sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the scene below. In the next moment, fiery runes materialized from thin air, spreading forth from the distance, blanketing the ground beneath Su Qianyuan. He was still in a daze when the runes ignited, unleashing a wave of searing flames. The fire instantly enveloped him, but fortunately, the earth fiend energy within him was abundant enough to extinguish the flames. At that moment, Su Qianyuan's mind was in disarray. Wasn't the senior brother and the second senior brother merely supposed to spar? This was hardly a spar. It felt like a life and death struggle. Master, where is Master? Come back and mediate. My two senior brothers have gone mad. Before Chu Yuan could contemplate further, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing his body to be uncontrollably propelled like a kite severed from its string, soaring away. In the mountains, Yi Luo hovered in the air, standing atop a flying sword, surrounded by an endless array of floating sword gourds. Swords continuously emerged from the gourds, and a formidable Tao rhythm radiated from him, his aura reaching the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Yet this does not represent Yi Luo's full strength. Having inherited the legacy of the ancient sword sovereign, Yi Luo's power had long attained the level of the tribulation crossing realm. He showed no inclination to exert himself fully, as he perceived something amiss with his second junior brother. Within Yi Luo's gaze, the rapidly arranged formation amidst the mountains seemed to possess power only equivalent to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Could it be that his second junior brother was of such a meager caliber? Yi Luo found this hard to believe. Thus he refrained from launching an attack and chose instead to wait for his second junior brother to complete the formation. Had he intended to strike, he could have done so in that very moment. As for Zhang Han, he was currently preoccupied, his mind racing with concepts of the Tying Star chart. However, the Tying Star remained unresponsive, which darkened his expression. Without the assistance of the Tying Star, his combat prowess diminished significantly. In desperation, Zhang Han envisioned the Sun Star and set up the 9 Prisons Dragon trapping formation, effectively ensnaring himself, fearful of being beaten by his senior brother. He fervently contemplated solutions. Yet nothing came to mind in the short span. It became evident to him that his senior brother had no intention of sparring. He clearly desired to thrash him. Second junior brother, are you ready? If you are, then I shall thoroughly experience your formation, came Yi Luo's voice. Senior brother, wait, Zhang Han shouted. But the sound was lost amidst the cacophony of flying swords outside the formation. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a cross-legged position, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and closed his eyes. Ignoring the commotion outside, he once again envisioned the Tying Star chart. This time, he focused intently, unlike his previous hasty attempts. Buzz. As the sunlight above had yet to dissipate, the Tying Star emerged, casting a gentle moonlight that enveloped Zhang Han. In an instant, a transformation overtook him. Ancient runes emerged from his heart, dispersing in all directions. A surge of frigid air rose, coalescing into a towering figure of ice. The Tying Star formation. Simultaneously, Zhang Han controlled 2 formations, marking his first attempt at such an endeavor. To his astonishment, amidst the haze of confusion, he succeeded. The ability to command 2 formations at once indicated that his combat power had undoubtedly reached the divine transformation realm. Although he remained uncertain as to why his senior brother sought to beat him, he felt confident that now his senior brother could not harm him. Muttering to himself, Zhang Han rose, commanding the icy giant to prepare for an assault on Yi Luo. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Yi Luo observed this spectacle, shaking his head with a smile as he beckoned with his hand. A flying sword descended into his grasp, transforming into a long sword upon contact. With the sword in hand, Yi Luo seemed to metamorphose, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. The fallen leaves of his eyes turned pitch black, gazing downward as if a deity surveying the mortal realm. With a gentle lift of his hand, he unleashed a sword strike towards the giant of frost. Thunderous echoes resounded. The blade cleaved forth, its radiant arc sweeping toward the frost giant with an eerie velocity, as if traversing through dimensions. In the blink of an eye, the sword's brilliance pierced through the frost giant. With a resounding crash, the blade swept past, cleaving into the ground, creating a vast fissure that shattered the earth, sending shards of stone flying. The frost giant stood motionless in place. In the next moment, it shattered into countless fragments of frost, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. The grand formation of the lunar constellations crumbled instantaneously. Zhang Han's confident smile abruptly froze. Was his most adept killing formation truly vanquished so easily? Not a single blow withstood. Wait. No, senior brother. Why are you descending? Please, do not approach. Chapter 86. A meal costing 30,000 taels of gold in the residence of the ordinary disciples of the Chang'e sect, within the courtyard where Chu Yuan resided. He found himself seated at a table, savoring the exquisite dishes laid before him. Li Ergang had prepared an elaborate feast, with a plethora of culinary delights overflowing the table, to the extent that some dishes were precariously stacked atop others. Master, do indulge a bit more. Make some room, for this dish will be ready shortly. And we can hardly fit everything. Li Ergang's voice echoed from the kitchen. Chu Yuan responded with a languid acknowledgement, leisurely enjoying the delectable spread while casting his gaze toward the kitchen. Through his clever persuasion, he had managed to convince this chef that he was indeed affiliated with a reclusive sect. Remarkably, Chu Yuan found himself bemused by the entire charade. He had engaged Li Ergang in a multitude of nonsensical discussions about doctrines and philosophies, but the rotund chef remained skeptical until he inquired about the sect's name. Upon hearing Wu Dao sect, Li Ergang's demeanor transformed instantly, becoming excessively obsequious. This left Chu Yuan perplexed. Could it be that a genuine hidden sect bore the same name? Had his sect unwittingly collided with a prestigious one? He pondered whether he should consider changing the sect's name, fearing that someone might come seeking retribution over this coincidence. What a predicament, he murmured softly, though he dismissed the concern. His sect was scarcely populated, a quintessential example of an unlicensed and unregistered entity. Surely, a formidable hidden sect would not bother with a mere small faction like his. However, he resolved to engage in such deceptive tactics less frequently in the future. For if the true hidden sect were to discover his ruse, it would spell his doom. Yes, it would be wise to refrain from such actions henceforth, he concluded, although he found the thrill of wielding such a fade quite exhilarating. As Chu Yuan contemplated, Li Ergang approached, bearing the final dish. Master, come. The last dish is ready. Quickly, make some space. No need to move, I shall handle it. With one hand clutching a platter, he cleared a spot and placed the dish down, simultaneously tidying up some nearly empty plates nearby. Chu Yuan glanced at the final dish and nodded in approval. In truth, he was already satiated. The abundance of food was bordering on wastefulness. He had initially intended for Li Ergang to prepare just a few simple dishes. But the chef insisted on crafting 49, claiming that the master's meals must not be taken lightly. Thus, Chu Yuan found himself nodding in reluctant agreement. With so many dishes, even a mere taste of each would suffice to fill him, while he could typically digest ordinary food effortlessly with his magical prowess. These particular dishes seemed to possess an extraordinary quality. Chu Yuan found himself unable to digest the food using his magical powers. Thus he had to wait for it to digest naturally. However, he soon realized that as time passed, the food he consumed seemed to enhance his magical energy significantly, far surpassing the benefits he would achieve through arduous training. He had a vague suspicion that this was due to the extraordinary nature of the ingredients. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further, uncertain of the truth. Ergang, the dishes you prepared are quite excellent. They must be made from some special ingredients, correct? Chu Yuan set down his chopsticks and asked. Indeed, master, replied Li Ergang, his plump face radiating a cheerful innocence. They are made from the meat of magical beasts and some spiritual vegetables. Using such ingredients for your dishes is hardly exceptional. It is merely adequate. Ah, I see. However, these ingredients must be rather expensive, wouldn't you agree? Chu Yuan feigned casualness while secretly tuning in to glean information about their cost. Not at all. I spent my savings to acquire them, which amounts to merely 300 low-grade spirit stones. It is not a significant expense, Li Ergang chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Spirit stones, he had heard of them as the currency of the cultivation realm, also usable for training. He had always desired to see a spirit stone, but had never had the opportunity. By the way, what is the exchange rate of spirit stones to gold? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow in thought, recalling something he had heard from the proprietor of the Immortal Drunken Inn. Ah yes, he remembered. One low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 taels of gold. What? One low-grade spirit stone equals 100 taels of gold. That implies I just consumed a meal worth 300 low-grade spirit stones. That amounts to 30,000 taels of gold. Chu Yuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. 30,000 taels of gold for a single meal. Who dines at such exorbitant prices? Would it not be better to simply hand me that 30,000 taels of gold directly? Internally distressed, he maintained a fade of calmness, while the reality of the situation weighed heavily on him. Li Ergang, oblivious to Chu Yuan's turmoil, beamed at him, pleased by his apparent satisfaction. Master, you must be quite full now, yes? Li Ergang inquired with a cautious smile. Yes, quite full, Chu Yuan replied, his face stiffening as he forced the words through clenched teeth. A meal costing 30,000 taels of gold. How could he not be full? Master, do you have any idea when we shall return to the sect? Li Ergang asked, rubbing his hands together with a grin. This question caught the still disgruntled Chu Yuan off guard. Did this rotund fellow genuinely wish to return to the Wu Dao sect? No, it was the true hidden sect, Wu Dao, that he longed for, not the counterfeit version that Chu Yuan represented. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Once they reached Wu Dao, how could this fellow escape? Yet, returning immediately was not an option. At the very least, they should wait a few days before heading back. He must learn some techniques from the Chang'e sect, otherwise, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Chu Yuan pondered silently. Perhaps in a few days, as I have matters to attend to. I will take you away from the Chang'e sect then. For now, Return and gather your belongings. I shall take you away shortly. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Li Ergang eagerly nodded and dashed out, excited to prepare for his journey to the Wudao sect. He raced back to his courtyard, filled with joy, skipping with exuberance. Seated at the table, Chu Yuan watched Li Ergang's departing figure, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. Following the conventional path would take too long for him to learn the techniques of the Chang'e sect. No, the standard approach would not suffice. If there was no other option, he would have to consider some unconventional methods. Stroking his chin, Chu Yuan's mind began to formulate a plan. Chapter 87. What Golden Core Practitioner is so idle? That night, the residential area for ordinary disciples of the Chang'e sect fell into a serene silence. Most of the residents here were mere mortals, requiring rest. As night descended, these disciples naturally retired for the evening, leading to an atmosphere of profound tranquility, broken only by the gentle chirping of insects. A figure moved soundlessly through the streets of this area. It was Chu Yuan. By enveloping his feet with spiritual energy, he treaded quietly upon the path. His purpose was clear: to investigate the repository of techniques within the Chang'e sect. According to the portly Li Ergang, there existed numerous locations for storing techniques throughout the sect. For instance, the area for ordinary disciples housed its own technique pavilion, while the elite disciples had theirs as well. The divisions were distinctly outlined. Chu Yuan aimed to visit the technique pavilion for ordinary disciples. One might wonder why. The answer lay in the rumor that this pavilion was guarded by a solitary elder of the Golden Core realm. Should he inadvertently expose himself while peering in, he could swiftly evade capture, as a single Golden Core practitioner would likely be unable to restrain him. At least, that was his assumption. In truth, Chu Yuan himself was somewhat perplexed about his own combat prowess, having never engaged in battle with another cultivator, not once. Thus, he remained oblivious to the extent of his strength. However, he held a firm belief that an ordinary Golden Core practitioner would certainly not be able to detain him. Such was the conviction of Chu Yuan. What use would it be for any Golden Core practitioner to challenge him? With these thoughts, he moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before a small pavilion. According to Li Ergang, this modest structure was the technique pavilion for this area. Is this it? The technique pavilion of the Chang'e sect is merely this? Standing before the small building, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had imagined the pavilion to be grand and impressive, yet it was merely this humble edifice. The transmission hall of his own family dwarfed this pavilion by several magnitudes, both in stature and significance. Surely, this was simply a reflection of it being the pavilion for ordinary disciples, and the others within the sect must be more impressive? Lost in thought, he stepped into the small pavilion. The entrance posed no obstacle to him. With a silent application of his spiritual energy, he quietly pushed the door open. Inside, rows of bookshelves were lined against the walls, exuding the fragrance of parchment. As Chu Yuan scanned the interior with his spiritual sense and confirmed that he was alone, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hastily approached one of the bookshelves and seized a volume, eager to delve into its contents. Swift Wind Body Technique. A technique of movement, perhaps? This seems rather promising, as it was precisely what he was lacking. Wait. It appeared he was lacking in many respects. Chu Yuan quickly opened the book and began to read it intently. Upon a cursory glance, he was utterly bewildered. What does this book convey? The opening passage speaks of experiencing the power of the wind, its flow, and all that pertains to it. Gradually mastering the wind. Condensing the fierce gust beneath one's feet, becoming one with the wind. Where the wind resides, there too lies one's footsteps. This tone is eerily familiar. It seems to have been encountered before. Yes, that Zhang San, who had bestowed upon him a plethora of counterfeit incantations, is now represented among the tomes within the Hall of Transmissions. Those spurious texts bear an uncanny resemblance to the style of this wind gale body technique, a veritable facade. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes, as if grasping an epiphany. Indeed, it must be so. Suddenly, Chu Yuan sprang to his feet, as if having comprehended some profound truth. That Zhang San possesses remarkable skills, managing to amass such a collection of counterfeit scriptures. It appears that these texts are mere replicas. Goodness, this Zhang San is quite the character. Chu Yuan felt a genuine admiration for the individual he had encountered previously. Inhaling deeply, he resumed perusing the book in his hands. Further along, there was a diagram of human skeletal anatomy, marked with several red dots and accompanied by annotations. This left Chu Yuan utterly perplexed. He realized he could not comprehend it. The opening was manageable, but the subsequent content was truly beyond his grasp. This was hardly surprising. He required explanations even for the foundational techniques of the Qi refinement stage. It would be rather odd if he could decipher such a profound tome. Was he truly to walk away from this plethora of scriptures, unable to understand any of them? He was reluctant to accept such a fate. Perhaps he could discreetly package all these books and take them away overnight? Chu Yuan murmured softly to himself. By taking these texts, he could study them at his leisure. Yet, would that not be rather unseemly? Never mind. He trusted that the Changha sect would understand his predicament. He had little money to his name, and could only repay them in the future. Chu Yuan estimated silently, committing the name of the Changha sect to memory. When he, Chu, would rise to an unparalleled existence in the future, he would undoubtedly return to express his gratitude. Yes, indeed. With tears in his eyes, Chu Yuan found a large cloth and swiftly gathered all the books from the shelf. In truth, it was not an excessive number, merely a little over 20 tomes. Once he had collected them, he resolutely turned and departed, burdened by the substantial parcel, seeking out Li Ergang. With Li Ergang in tow, Chu Yuan made a hasty retreat. Under the cover of night, he ascended on a cloud of magic, leaving the Changha sect behind. The gatekeeper disciples were merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could they possibly perceive Chu Yuan's departure? He left without encountering any obstacles, sailing forth with ease. The incident of the theft at the ordinary disciples area of the Technique Pavilion was not discovered until the following morning. When the news spread, it was first learned by the Changha Sect Master, who had disguised himself as a transmission instructor. What? The Technique Pavilion has been robbed? Those worthless techniques have been pilfered? Is there a fluctuation of spiritual energy from a golden core stage? Surely, you jest. What value do those worthless techniques possess that someone would bother to steal them? A cultivator of the golden core realm, attempting to pilfer the widely accessible techniques, and then fleeing? Have I lost my senses, or have you? The master of the Changha sect immediately sensed the implausibility of the situation. What could possibly be found within the techniques pavilion of the ordinary disciples area? Indeed, it contained nothing but commonplace methods, merely serving as decorative elements. Although it is superficially stated that an elder of the golden core realm is stationed there, such claims are merely for show. In reality, those of the golden core realm have neither the time nor the inclination to oversee that pavilion. Yet, under such circumstances, has this techniques pavilion been robbed? Could it have been the work of a golden core cultivator? Which golden core cultivator possesses such leisure? No, wait. The master of the Changha sect suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 88. Experiencing life within the halls of the Changha sect. Located in the area designated for ordinary disciples, the sect master paced anxiously, a furrow of worry etched upon his brow. He had dispatched Elder Zhao to gather intelligence, and uncertainty gnawed at him regarding the outcome of that endeavor. Moments later, a streak of light heralded Elder Zhao's arrival, his countenance equally fraught with urgency. Sect Master, as you suspected, that individual has vanished, along with a disciple named Li Ergang, he reported breathlessly. Upon hearing this, the sect master halted his restless pacing, a palpable sense of relief washing over him. He comprehended the situation. Indeed, the theft at the scripture pavilion in the ordinary disciples area must have been orchestrated by that enigmatic figure. It became clear why this individual had feigned the guise of a golden core cultivator and infiltrated the Changha sect. It was a deliberate charade, a manifestation of his desire to indulge in the mortal experience. With a smile gracing his lips, the sect master mused on the true joys that powerful beings must relish, immersing themselves in the human experience, donning various identities. Recognizing this, he resolved to take symbolic action, allowing this individual to savor the thrill of life. It was evident that the intent of that individual was merely to explore existence. As for the pilfered techniques, they were trifles, unworthy of concern. However, since this individual wished to engage in life's tapestry, cooperation was imperative. Elder Zhao, swiftly relay the command to our 10 golden core elders to pursue him. But remember, they are to follow without initiating any attacks, lest we offend him. Moreover, while pursuit is necessary, it should remain lighthearted, allowing him to relish the experience without crossing any boundaries. As the sect master's anxious demeanor transformed into one of mirth, Elder Zhao appeared bewildered, struggling to grasp the rationale. Yet, after the sect master elucidated his thoughts, understanding dawned upon him, and he promptly departed to convey the orders. Left alone, the sect master stroked his chin, gazing contemplatively at the sky beyond the hall. Surely, this individual would find satisfaction in the unfolding events. Oh, is this the daily life of a magnate? It stands to reason, given his unparalleled cultivation. He likely sought not mere training, but rather the refinement found in the world of mortals. How he longed to attain such a realm himself. Unbeknownst to the sect master, his initiative to let Chu Yuan experience life did not instill fear in him. Rather, upon realizing that golden core cultivators were pursuing him, Chu Yuan was seized by terror, his spirit nearly fleeing his body. He exerted every ounce of strength to escape, yet no matter how fiercely he endeavored, he could not evade his relentless pursuers. In desperation, he continued to fly, and thus, the chase endured for an entire day and night. By the following day, Chu Yuan arrived at Silver Moon City. Sensing that the situation was dire, he swiftly slipped into the city, utilizing the chaotic energies within to conceal his presence. This was merely a conjecture of Chu Yuan's. The city was teeming with common folk, including several practitioners. The mingled energies offered him an opportunity to blend in undetected. It must be said that Chu Yuan succeeded, managing to elude the pursuing Golden Elixir Realm cultivators. In a narrow alley of Silver Moon City, Chu Yuan carried a large bundle, followed closely by the rotund Li Gang. At that moment, Chu Yuan was diligently probing with his spiritual sense. Only after confirming that the Golden Elixir Realm pursuers had entirely departed did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had successfully shaken them off. How absurd that this Longha sect would dispatch such a multitude of Golden Elixir cultivators over a mere 20 or so manuals. Meanwhile, Li Gang remained utterly bewildered, still dazed from their day and night flight since leaving the sect, unsure of what had transpired. Observing that Chu Yuan had halted within a mundane city, he could not help but feel perplexed. "Sect Master, what exactly are you doing?" Li Gang inquired, confusion evident in his voice. "Nothing much. Merely visiting an old friend in the mortal realm before returning to the sect." "Here, take this and follow me," Chu Yuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at the hefty man before tossing the bundle into his hands and striding towards the immortal drunken inn. Li Gang instinctively grasped the package, tempted to peek inside, yet Chu Yuan had already moved ahead. With no choice, Li Gang hoisted the bundle and hurried to catch up with him. The two made their way from the eastern part of the city to the western immortal drunken inn. As Chu Yuan stood before the familiar inn, a sense of complete relaxation washed over him. He wondered if Luo Air had already departed. Regardless, he decided to rest for a while in the inn to recover his spiritual energy before returning to the Wudao sect, where the protective formations would offer greater safety. Murmuring a few words to himself, Chu Yuan stepped into the inn, with the hefty Li Gang following closely behind. Their entrance drew the attention of the patrons still indulging in food and drink. Chu Yuan exuded an ethereal charm, captivating the gazes of many. Yet it was Li Gang who truly drew the eye. Standing in the doorway, his sizable frame effectively blocked the entrance, instilling a sense of panic among the customers. Since the last incident involving Yi Luo and the flying sword, few dared to frequent the inn. Had it not been for the assurance of the innkeeper that no trouble would arise, it likely would have closed its doors long ago. Due to that incident, the patrons had grown wary of any unusual visitors, fearing that another cultivator might appear. However, Chu Yuan had little concern for their trepidation. He scanned the room, noting the absence of the innkeeper, which startled him. Could it be that the innkeeper was out? Spotting a waiter passing by, he quickly called out, "Excuse me, where is your innkeeper?" "Huh, is that you?" "Innkeeper, we have guests." Upon spotting Chu Yuan, the attendant was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, as if struck by a sudden realization, he excitedly dashed towards the second floor. Chu Yuan thought, "Is something amiss? Isn't your establishment an inn? Has the proprietor forsaken his role to indulge in something else during this period? Surely not." Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuan mused that while the innkeeper's culinary skills paled in comparison to those of Lier, they were still quite acceptable. It was unlikely that he would resort to opening a brothel. Amidst Chu Yuan's bewilderment, a loud shout echoed from the second floor of the inn. "Esteemed guest, please hold on. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Clear the premises. Today, we shall only serve one individual." The innkeeper's voice resonated from above, leaving Chu Yuan perplexed. Something was certainly amiss. The innkeeper was behaving unusually. Why had he suddenly become so obsequious? Chapter 89. Return to the unorthodox sect in the Silver Moon City. At the immortal drunk inn, Chu Yuan gazed at the innkeeper before him, who now resembled a sycophant, causing his lips to twitch in disbelief. It had not been long since their last encounter, yet the innkeeper seemed like a completely different person. The former innkeeper, dignified and composed even with a knife to his throat, had once dismissed the notion of opening a branch store with joviality. Now, however, this new incarnation was all smiles, fervently inquiring about the branch store. This left Chu Yuan utterly perplexed. He distinctly recalled suggesting that the innkeeper establish a branch at the foot of his Sect's mountain, a proposition the innkeeper had vehemently rejected. Yet here he was, suddenly eager to discuss the very same idea. Was it possible that the innkeeper had been possessed? Surely not. Perhaps he had simply eaten something disagreeable. "Excuse me, innkeeper, are you feeling unwell?" Chu Yuan asked, his gaze laden with curiosity. "No, esteemed sir. I am in excellent health," the innkeeper replied, his face alight with sincerity as he bent slightly, almost pressing his face to the ground in a display of respect. "You mentioned before that I could open a branch at the foot of your Sect's mountain. Is that still an option? If you would simply nod, I am prepared to commence this endeavor immediately." The innkeeper's earnest demeanor was palpable, for before him sat a being of half-step ascendance. Within the eastern state, who could rival such an existence? With such a remarkable individual seated so amiably, it was a moment that demanded flattery. Let us forego the notion of a branch store. The individual standing beside you is the chef I have secured. With a chef present, there is no necessity for an additional branch at the mountain's base. Chu Yuan gently declined, shaking his head. He intended to inquire whether Yi Luo had resolved the matter when he noticed the innkeeper's eyes redden, fixated intently on Li Ergang. Li Ergang, startled by the intensity of that gaze, instinctively took a step back. The innkeeper, standing at the table, had bloodshot eyes. The look he bore was that of a ferocious beast. The opportunity he sought was right before him, yet this portly figure had seized it. How could he possibly endure such an affront? Were it not for Chu Yuan's presence, the innkeeper would surely have overturned the table in frustration. "Esteemed sir, please hold on. Allow me to converse with this friend of mine outside for a moment. You may remain here and relax. Attendants, please cater to our esteemed guest's desires, be it food or drink. Bring it forth." "Ah, my friend, let us step outside and discuss matters of cuisine," the innkeeper said, suppressing his anger as he addressed Li Ergang with a pointed glare. Afterward, the innkeeper bowed to Chu Yuan before making his way downstairs. Li Ergang glanced at the mortal innkeeper and then at Chu Yuan, feeling utterly bewildered, unsure of what to do next. "Master, how should we proceed?" Li Ergang inquired, his confusion evident. Why not see what the innkeeper intends to do? If he truly wishes to discuss culinary matters, do your best to guide him, Chu Yuan suggested with a wave of his hand. The innkeeper, after all, was a decent fellow, having afforded them free food and drink for so long. Although the two shared a long-standing friendship that transcended monetary considerations, it was only right to assist him where possible. Chu Yuan's thoughts remained well-intentioned. If the innkeeper could acquire even a modicum of culinary skills from Li Ergang, he would undoubtedly thrive among the mundane. Consequently, his profits would also be substantial. Upon hearing this, Li Ergang had no objections and proceeded down to the first floor. After all, he was a practitioner of the qi condensation realm. How could he possibly fear a mere mortal innkeeper? Observing this, Chu Yuan shook his head and beckoned the waiter to begin serving the dishes. On the first floor of the Immortals' Drunken Inn, the space was deserted, save for a solitary table positioned in the center. The innkeeper and Li Ergang sat opposite each other, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. The atmosphere was palpably tense. After a prolonged silence, the innkeeper broke the stillness. His voice tinged with barely contained anger. "Do you know the true identity of the esteemed individual seated above? Do not tell me you are so ignorant as to presume to become a chef." The innkeeper's voice was laden with suppressed ire. He could not tolerate losing such an opportunity due to a mere glutton. Li Ergang, however, showed no sign of fear, his small eyes fixated on the innkeeper. His previously amiable demeanor transformed into a solemnity that commanded respect, especially given his formidable size, which naturally instilled a sense of pressure. The creaking of the chair beneath him only added to the intensity of the moment. At this juncture, Li Ergang, fully aware of the significance of the sect leader, renowned in the eastern states' cultivation circles as the head of a reclusive sect, spoke slowly. "Knowing this, you still dare to pursue the role of a chef? Enough of this banter, let us discuss the price." The innkeeper snorted. "What price are you referring to?" Li Ergang, momentarily taken aback, inquired. "What amount?" "The sum you would require to distance yourself from the esteemed individual," the innkeeper asserted directly. This statement left Li Ergang bewildered. Why did he find the innkeeper's words somewhat peculiar? Yet, he could not discern the source of his unease. Unable to fathom the implications, he resolved not to dwell on it. Was this a matter of money? Surely, it was about opportunity. Li Ergang firmly declined. 100,000 taels of gold. The innkeeper rose abruptly, making an offer. "I have already stated that my relationship with the sect leader cannot be quantified in mere monetary terms." Li Ergang reiterated his refusal. 500,000 taels of gold. The innkeeper insisted. "I have made it clear that this is not a matter of money. I do not lack for wealth, particularly when it comes to mundane currency. I possess 1,000 low-grade spirit stones from my ancestral estate. Consider them yours." "That is unacceptable. I warn you. Do not be insatiable. This is not merely a financial issue." The discussion escalated into a heated argument, so fervent that it drew the attention of Chu Yuan, who intervened to quell the dispute. Initially, he wished to understand the cause of their disagreement. but both men stubbornly refused to divulge, claiming their quarrel stemmed from differing culinary philosophies. Faced with their obstinacy, Chu Yuan could only sigh and inquire about the matter concerning Yi Luo. Upon learning that Yi Luo had already resolved all matters and departed, he also intended to escort Li Ergang back to the sect. Before their departure, he could not withstand the persistent entreaties of the innkeeper. He divulged the precise location of the Wudao sect and assured the innkeeper that, should any peril arise, he could seek assistance from the Wudao sect. In regard to this innkeeper, Chu Yuan made every effort to extend his aid. Indeed, in Chu Yuan's imagination, as he envisioned his future self becoming an invincible entity, he certainly could elevate the innkeeper's status. Having settled all affairs, with Li Ergang shouldering the bundle, Chu Yuan proceeded towards the Wudao sect. Chapter 90. The inability to laugh at the summit of Tianwu Mountain, within the grand hall of the Wudao sect. Yi Luo had managed to procure a stone stool upon which he leisurely seated himself, exuding an air of nonchalance. Beside him stood the elder Su Qian, who had become rather subdued after witnessing the formidable prowess of his senior brother. Su Qian realized that even at the height of his own power, he would be no match for a single strike from this illustrious senior. Not only was he at a disadvantage, but even the former supreme elder of the Qian Emperor Dao sect was inferior to this senior brother. It was prudent to maintain a humble demeanor in the presence of such strength. As for the second senior brother, Zhang Han, who had engaged in a sparring match with Yi Luo, he was currently huddled in a small corner of the grand hall, employing various healing formations to mend his injuries. However, Zhang Han's cultivation was insufficient, with energy merely stored within his innate formation core. As he remained in his mortal form, he could not withstand the overwhelming power of advanced formations, resulting in a painfully slow recovery. At present, he bore the marks of his defeat, his visage a disheveled sight. While tending to his wounds, Zhang Han cast resentful glances towards Yi Luo, causing a shiver to run down Yi Luo's spine. Shaking his head, Yi Luo rose from the stone stool and approached Zhang Han. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Han, terrified, abandoned his healing efforts and stood up, fearing another bout of punishment. He understood all too well that he was no match for the full might of Yi Luo. Yi Luo possessed the heavenly observation technique, a sword that could pierce the heart, the Taoist rhythm of combat, the exquisite spirit treasure, endless sword gourd, and the legacy of the ancient sword sovereign, placing his strength at the threshold of the tribulation-crossing realm. In stark contrast, Zhang Han had devoted himself solely to the art of formations, striving to surprise his master by accumulating energy for a single, monumental breakthrough into the divine transformation realm. His abilities relied entirely on harnessing the power of the heavens and the earth. The more he attuned to the celestial bodies, the stronger his formations became. Devoid of any enhancement from personal magical power, lacking even a magical artifact, it was utterly impossible for him to rival Yi Luo. Having been thoroughly thrashed, it was only natural for Zhang Han to be apprehensive of Yi Luo. Originally, he feared Yi Luo was still dissatisfied and would unleash further aggression, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, to his surprise, Yi Luo refrained from striking and instead placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Confused, Zhang Han listened as Yi Luo's voice resonantly filled the air. Second junior brother, I merely wish to assess your capabilities. I did not intend to harm you. Do not hold it against me. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han nearly choked on his own blood. Given his current state, how could this not be interpreted as deliberate malice? What, then, would be considered intentional? Would it be if his senior brother had struck him down with a single blow? Just as Zhang Han was about to respond, Yi Luo abruptly withdrew his hand and took several steps forward, turning his back to Zhang Han. Enough of this, junior brother. I may soon depart from the Wudao sect. The future of our sect will rest upon your shoulders. Additionally, please take care of our master. Matters among disciples that you can resolve, do not burden our master with them. Do you understand, junior brother? With a shake of his head, Yi Luo spoke earnestly. Senior brother, where are you going with those words? Zhang Han was taken aback, momentarily disregarding his injuries as he sprang to his feet, bewildered by his senior brother's remarks. Wasn't everything going well at the Wudao sect? The prospect of establishing a sacred ground for cultivation seemed promising. It's a good thing to establish a sacred ground for cultivation. Brother, why? Zhang Han's words trailed off abruptly. Something felt amiss. His senior brother was the foremost disciple of the Wudao sect. Should their master ascend, his senior would undoubtedly be the prime candidate for succession. It would not be an exaggeration to herald him as the future leader of the Wudao sect. Yet, why would his senior brother seek to establish a sacred ground for cultivation? Senior brother, as the sect's chief disciple, why must you pursue the establishment of that sacred ground? Zhang Han inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. At his words, Yi Luo cast a frosty glance at Zhang Han, nearly succumbing to the urge to deliver another thrashing to this second disciple. However, he ultimately restrained himself. This is the master's intention. He may be considering passing the position of sect leader to you in the future, while he has bestowed upon me other opportunities, allowing me to establish the sacred ground for cultivation, Yi Luo explained, taking a deep breath. Boom. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's mind reeled as understanding dawned upon him. He comprehended why his senior had struck him. It was all due to this matter. Their master intended to pass the leadership to him rather than to his senior brother, which explained the latter's irritation and subsequent attack. Stunned by this revelation, Zhang Han found himself in disbelief. Their master was actually going to confer the position upon him. No, it was to be in the future. While he felt somewhat guilty towards his senior brother, a wave of secret delight surged within him. Zhang Han struggled to suppress the expression blossoming on his face. No, this was unfair to his senior brother. He must not smile. Clearing his throat, Zhang Han endeavored to maintain a solemn demeanor, yet inexplicably, he felt a surge of joy. It seemed that his efforts in assisting his junior brothers, along with occasionally setting up silence formations within the master's palace, had not gone unnoticed. Although the master did not voice it, he had silently acknowledged these contributions, ultimately deciding to entrust the future leadership to Zhang Han. In that moment, Zhang Han felt that all his endeavors had been worthwhile, and the master's grace towards him was growing ever more profound. No, he must create a surprise for the master, to bring him joy in return for his kindness. In approximately 3 months, the new year would arrive. By then, he intended to achieve a breakthrough into the transformation realm. He would present the master with a delightful surprise. Zhang Han mused, daring not to voice his thoughts, and maintained a solemn expression before his senior brother. Senior brother, this. I had no knowledge of this matter. Zhang Han sighed deeply, feigning sorrow for Yi Luo. Oh, second disciple. Would it not be better if you refrained from smiling while making such declarations? The previously turned Yi Luo silently pivoted, fixing Zhang Han with an intense gaze. Zhang Han instantly panicked, apprehensive of what action Yi Luo might take next. Yet, Yi Luo suddenly smiled. All right, junior brother, I shall cease my antics. After giving you a good thrashing, I have come to terms with it. Establishing a sacred ground for cultivation and becoming its sovereign is not without its merits. However, you, as the future leader of the Wu Dao sect, must diligently pursue your training. With your current combat prowess, you are unworthy of such a position. Should you be overtaken by the third junior brother, it would be quite the embarrassment. Yi Luo shook his head with a smile, his expression filled with a sense of relief. Observing Yi Luo's demeanor, Zhang Han felt a warmth in his heart and was about to speak when suddenly a wave of disturbance arose from outside. Both of them turned their gaze towards the misty mountains. Has our master returned? Chapter 91. Descend the mountain at the Grand Hall of the Wu Dao sect on Mount Tianwu. Chu Yuan sat upon the Sect Master's throne, a veil of confusion cloaking his mind. His perplexity stemmed from the transformation of his earnest disciple, Zhang Han. How could it be that in such a brief absence from the sect, this second disciple had changed so drastically? His face bore bruises, his demeanor utterly diminished. And what of the third disciple? Why had he adopted a bald head and appeared so subdued, his gaze cast downward, afraid to utter a word? What transpired during his brief absence? Chu Yuan pondered deeply. Honor, what has befallen you to cause these injuries? He inquired, fixing his gaze upon his earnest disciple. Hearing the question, Zhang Han hesitated. He had no intention of revealing the truth to his master. Having already assumed the position of future Sect Master, he felt he had wronged his elder brother. To report further misdeeds would reveal a lack of humanity on his part. He grappled with his thoughts, ultimately dismissing the idea of confessing. Master, I merely fell. Zhang Han finally stammered. Fell? Did you tumble all the way from the mountain gate to the valley below? Chu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. The state of Zhang Han's injuries resembled that of someone who had been severely beaten, yet he claimed it was merely a fall. Zhang Han fell silent, unsure how to respond. Chu Yuan scrutinized him for a prolonged moment. During his travels, he not only procured a wealth of cultivation texts, but also returned with a chef. Yet now, he surmised that a physician was also essential. If a single fall could result in such bruising, then further mishaps could prove fatal. It was imperative to secure a healer, otherwise, when he inevitably took on more inept disciples, they might perish before the system could even assess their potential. He made a mental note of this necessity. Honor, since you have fallen, focus on recuperating. There is no rush to comprehend the Tao. I have returned merely to see you all. As you are well, you may take your leave. Furthermore, this individual is the chef I have recruited, responsible for your daily sustenance. Qian Yuan, as you have little to occupy your time, kindly show the chef around the Wu Dao sect, allowing him to familiarize himself with our ways. Upon concluding his remarks, Chu Yuan waved his hand, signaling the 3 disciples to withdraw. "As you command, Master," they replied dutifully, bowing in obedience. Li Ergang, standing nearby, seemed poised to speak, but before he could utter a word, Su Qianyuan stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the hefty disciple as if he were a mere chick and leading him away. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Yuan paused momentarily. Was this 3rd disciple not merely an ordinary person? How could he lift Li Ergang with such ease? Was he endowed with innate strength? Chu Yuan contemplated calling out to Su Qianyuan for clarification, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi Luo, who remained rooted in place, patiently awaiting the exit of those within the hall. Chu Yuan no longer concerned himself with Su Qianyuan's affairs, seated upon the throne of the sect leader. He awaited to see what Yi Luo intended to do. He believed that it was high time to expel this disciple from the sect. Originally, he had planned to extract Yi Luo's techniques before casting him out, but now, equipped with numerous scriptures, he found no need to do so. The expulsion could proceed immediately. He mused. Before long, the hall fell silent, leaving only Chu Yuan atop his throne and Yi Luo standing below. "Master," Yi Luo stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he noted the absence of others in the hall. "Yi Luo, why do you remain here instead of departing? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chu Yuan inquired nonchalantly. "Master, I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me regarding the Tianqing sect, though there were some unforeseen complications," Yi Luo began, eager to report back on the matter his master had assigned him. "No need to elaborate. I have already visited Silvermoon City and am well aware of the details." "You have performed admirably," Chu Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively from his position on the throne. Reflecting on the situation, he found himself at a loss for words. The shopkeeper's explanation had been nothing more than a hasty boast, a fabrication. No one had indeed taken advantage of them. Chu Yuan had been equally speechless upon hearing this, unable to voice his thoughts, but urging the shopkeeper to be more forthright. At this, a smile crept onto Yi Luo's face. To receive such commendation from his master filled him with a sense of validation for his relentless efforts. Yet, the thought of leaving the Wudao sect cast a shadow over his joy, and his smile faded. "Master, I have one more matter I wish to discuss." Yi Luo hesitated momentarily before deciding to broach the subject. "What is it?" Chu Yuan casually inquired. "Master, do you wish for me to leave the Wudao sect?" Yi Luo asked, his voice tinged with anxiety as he tread cautiously. This question felt more daunting than his arduous training, yet upon uttering the final word, he felt a peculiar sense of relief. Regardless of whether he departed from the Wudao sect, Chu Yuan would always remain his master. However, Chu Yuan was taken aback. His immediate reaction was one of confusion. How did Yi Luo know of his intentions to expel him? He was certain he had never disclosed such plans. You are aware?" Chu Yuan probed tentatively. "Master, I am indeed aware," Yi Luo replied, taking a deep breath. Internally, he affirmed his suspicions. "Since you already know, I shall not elaborate further. Yi Luo, with your current abilities, you are ready to embark on your own journey. Remaining in the Wudao sect would only hinder your progress. Prepare yourself and descend the mountain," Chu Yuan stated earnestly. His Wudao sect was only suited for the inept. Such an unparalleled prodigy as Yi Luo, possessing the physique of a shortcut to transcendence, remaining within the Wudao sect would prove detrimental both to the sect and to his own development. Upon hearing these words, Yi Luo fell into a profound silence. After a moment, he spoke again. "Master, I require nothing at all. I only wish to serve by your side. Is it possible for me to remain in the Wudao sect?" Yi Luo clenched his teeth as he spoke. If his master could consent, he would willingly relinquish any claim to the position of sect leader, for merely being in the presence of his master would suffice. "Lauer, be obedient and descend the mountain," Chu Yuan replied, shaking his head and gesturing dismissively. At these words, Yi Luo took another deep breath, lowering his head, uncertain of what to say. Seated upon the throne of the sect, Chu Yuan did not wish to elaborate further. He rose directly, preparing to exit the grand hall. As he reached the entrance, Chu Yuan paused for a moment, turned his back to Yi Luo, and spoke. "Lauer, once you descend the mountain, cultivate diligently. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may return to seek your master. I shall ensure your safety." In Chu Yuan's vision, he would one day become an invincible being. And if that time came and his disciple truly found himself in peril, he would certainly be willing to safeguard his well-being. Chapter 92. Should he build the kitchen himself? Su Qianyuan walked alongside Li Ergang within the vast expanse of the Wudao sect. "Take a good look. Our Wudao sect is indeed quite extensive. Over there is the Hall of Transmission, which is said to house a wealth of techniques rivaling the entirety of the Eastern Prefecture. However, I have yet to enter. Typically, it is my senior brother who resides within. Without the consent of either my senior brother or our master, I would not dare to step inside. Do you see that ahead? That is the armory of our sect. I am uncertain of its specifics, as I have never ventured inside. Additionally, many of these halls remain unopened. I surmise that our master believes we are not yet in need of them, hence their current state. As the two traversed the paths of the Wudao sect, Chu Yuan enthusiastically introduced its various features to the rotund Li'er gang. Upon passing the hall of transmission and the armory, Chu Yuan displayed an unmistakable eagerness to explore further. Yet, having entered the sect without the master's permission, and lacking even his senior brother's approval, he dared not approach these two locations. Little did he realize that the Wudao sect lacked such rigid protocols. In fact, Chu Yuan was indifferent to these places, and among disciples like Yi Luo and Zhang Han, it was an unspoken rule that one could enter as they pleased. However, Chu Yuan remained blissfully ignorant of this, too timid even to inquire about entering. Meanwhile, Li'er gang, twisting his ample frame, followed Chu Yuan while observing the various buildings of the sect. The structures stand before you. You may behold them at your leisure. Allow me to share the current state of our Wudao sect. Presently, including our master, there are only 4 individuals in our sect: elder brother Yi Luo, second brother Zhang Han, and myself. It is precisely due to our small number that the Wudao sect appears so desolate, Chu Yuan stated leisurely. Once he finished speaking, he noticed an absence of movement beside him. Turning around, he found Li'er gang standing in a daze, lost in thought. Chu Yuan smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing his blunder. What have I said? To mention only 4 individuals in the sect, it sounds as if I'm implying no one else matters. Ah, my dear culinary brother, do not take offense. I meant no disparagement. I simply meant that, including you, we are now 5, Chu Yuan reassured, rubbing his smooth bald head. Not at all. I merely find it somewhat poignant that a secluded sect could have so few members, Li'er gang replied, regaining his senses and hastily waving his hands. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's face brightened, and he patted Li'er gang on the shoulder. You see, what you may not know is that although Wudao is a hidden sect, the elders have long since ascended. That is why it feels so deserted. Our master is likely nearing ascension as well. You might be unaware, but I have heard it said that our master once emanated the aura of the nascent soul, and now he is transformed into that of the golden core. I surmise that when the essence of the master transforms into a mortal being, it shall signify the moment of his ascension, Chu Yuan remarked with a smile. These thoughts were woven together based on the words of Yi Luo and his own speculations. Upon hearing this, Li'er gang's small eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly taken aback. You inquire why my sect has so few members? It is because they have all ascended, he declared. Such a statement would surely astonish anyone. Were it spoken by another, Li'er gang would vehemently disbelieve, but this came from a hidden sect, making disbelief impossible. Truly, this sect boasts a legacy spanning 300,000 years. Li'er gang couldn't help but reflect on this. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. The previously leisurely Chu Yuan nearly stumbled upon hearing those words. What on earth? How could it have a legacy of 300,000 years? Who passed it down? From the previous encounter with Yi Luo's key, Chu Yuan had merely guessed that the history of the Wudao sect spanned at least 30,000 years. Now, a mere chef claimed it had lasted for 300,000 years? 300,000 years. This is incomparable to mere tens of thousands. Brother chef, from whom did you hear that the Wudao sect has a legacy of 300,000 years? Chu Yuan asked, bewildered. Everyone is saying that the hidden sect, Wudao, has a legacy of 300,000 years, Li'er gang replied, puzzled. Everyone? Who specifically said this? Chu Yuan pressed. I'm not sure, but I heard there exists a relic in the 10,000 Great Demons Mountain of the Central East, a site that has been present since the dawn of creation. Within this relic, there are records of the Wudao sect, and someone has ventured into it, thus learning this information. Li'er gang recounted everything he knew. This left Chu Yuan in a state of confusion. How could he have been unaware of this during his time as the sect leader of the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Just as he was about to inquire further, a faint blue array pattern flew in from a distance. Chu Yuan extended his hand to catch the array, which transformed into ripples that dissipated into the void. In his mind, Zhang Han's voice resonated. The senior brother is about to depart the sect. Junior brother, hurry to the mountain gate to bid him farewell. The senior brother is leaving the sect? What does that mean? Is he going out for business? Yet, if he were merely going out for errands, there would be no need for a farewell, unless he intends to leave the Wudao sect entirely. What on earth is happening? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion, having no time to say much to the plump fellow, instructing him to take care of himself while he hurried towards the mountain gate. Although he was a practitioner of body refinement, His speed was far from slow. In a single stride, he could cover dozens of meters. In an instant, Su Qianyuan vanished along the path of the Wudao sect. Li Ergang gazed at Su Qianyuan's departing figure, lost in thought. Wow, this is indeed a disciple of the Wudao sect. Not even a hint of magical energy fluctuation, which proves they are not using their power. To possess such speed without employing magical energy is truly remarkable, Li Ergang mused. He promptly composed himself and set out to explore the kitchen. As the chef of the Wudao sect, it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the culinary space. Li Er searched diligently, traversing through various halls. After an extensive search, he ultimately discovered that the Wudao sect possessed no kitchen whatsoever. Furthermore, there were no ingredients in sight. Could it be that the sect leader had summoned him, a chef, with the expectation that he would construct a kitchen and procure the necessary ingredients himself? Chapter 93. The Strategy of the Qian Emperor's Dao Sect. Outside the gates of the Wudao sect, Yi Luo stood quietly at a distance. Clad in a flowing azure robe that danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, he exuded an air of ethereal elegance. A golden mark upon his forehead shimmered softly, and a hint of melancholy lingered in his expression. Yet, this trace of sorrow could not obscure the celestial aura that enveloped him, a presence that seemed to have become an intrinsic part of his being, effortlessly emanating without intention. In this moment, Yi Luo gazed into the distance, lost in thought. His descent from the mountain might mean he would seldom return to the Wudao sect in the future. Thus, he resolved to take in as much of the scenery as possible. The Wudao sect was, after all, the cradle of his ascendance. Taking a deep breath, he cast his gaze towards the sky beyond the sect's gates. Eldest senior brother, a voice called from behind. Yi Luo slowly turned to see Zhang Han and Su Qianyuan emerging from within the gates. Eldest senior brother. They both greeted him with a bow. You have come? There was no need for a send-off. I may yet return to visit our master, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. I have always cherished your guidance, eldest senior brother. How could I not come to see you off now that you are departing? Zhang Han insisted. Where are you heading? Yi Luo smiled wryly at the insistence of his friends, advising Zhang Han to strengthen himself further. As for the still ignorant Su Qianyuan, Yi Luo chose to reveal the entirety of his intentions. Upon learning that Yi Luo planned to establish a sanctuary for cultivation, Su Qianyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the hidden sect truly so audacious? If one cannot inherit the position of sect leader, one must venture forth to create a sanctuary. How bold, he mused, suddenly realizing the implications. Does this mean you, eldest senior brother, will also be founding a sanctuary? A moment of contemplation struck Su Qianyuan. But wait, eldest senior brother. I was once the leader of the Qian Emperor's Dao sect. The eastern province is already barren. Can it truly support another sacred ground? If I am to establish a sanctuary in the eastern province, am I not destined to confront the Qian Emperor's Dao sect? Su Qianyuan ventured. So what if I do? Remember, as a disciple of the Wudao sect, I harbor no fears, Yi Luo retorted, displaying no signs of concern. With his current strength, what could possibly deter him? Even against the entirety of the Qian Emperor's Dao sect? Beside him, Su Qianyuan wore a mischievous smile and quickly shook his head. No, eldest senior brother. That is not what I meant. If you are to establish a sanctuary and confront the Qian Emperor's Dao sect, then surely the more information you gather, the better. Come, esteemed senior brother, allow me to share some insights. The Qian Emperor Dao sect boasts its strongest forces comprising 3 individuals, all of whom are at the esteemed elder level. One is at the mid-stage of the tribulation crossing realm, while the other 2 are at the early stage. The sect's protective formation is also of the tribulation crossing caliber, and the methods to breach it are rather straightforward. Furthermore, the Qian Emperor Dao sect possesses 2 low-grade spiritual treasures, each with distinct effects. And let me not forget, senior brother, the sect harbors a hidden card, the Seal Heaven Divine Coffin, which contains the remains of the 2nd-generation Sect Master. This remains the sect's ultimate trump card. In times of imminent destruction, the remains can be summoned to annihilate foes, boasting combat prowess that nearly rivals the peak of the tribulation crossing realm. Of course, this strategy does come with its vulnerabilities. Su Qianyuan has divulged the entire foundation of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, leaving little more than a strategy guide against it. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he recognized the value of this information and committed it all to memory. Third junior brother, do you harbor any lingering attachments within the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Or is there someone of significance to you? He inquired, wishing to avoid inadvertently harming any connections should he find himself at odds with the sect in the future. After noting this information, Yi Luo posed his question. Upon hearing the senior brother's words, Su Qianyuan contemplated for a considerable time before responding. Senior brother, If I were to encounter my Tao partner, I would greatly appreciate it if you could ask her to wait for me a while. Upon uttering this, Yi Luo's lips twitched. You have a Tao partner? How come I was unaware of this? When we fled together, why did you not mention it until now? Are you certain that your Tao partner will remain unscathed after our escape? Yi Luo hesitated before asking. Certainly, certainly. The Grand Elder and I share a good rapport. He will surely look after my Tao partner, Su Qianyuan responded, showing no signs of concern. Very well, I shall keep an eye out. Yi Luo nodded silently, committing this to memory. I would be grateful, senior brother. If you indeed encounter her, please bring her back for me, Su Qianyuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo nodded and ensured he had remembered everything, then turned his attention back to the two junior brothers. All right, third junior brother, I have noted your request. Furthermore, second junior brother, since our esteemed master has chosen to bestow upon you the future leadership of the Wu Dao sect, I hope you shall not disappoint him. Should you ever bring disappointment upon our master, rest assured that I, too, shall not let you off easily. Remember your senior brother's swordsmanship. Yi Luo spoke with a hint of mirth. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, who had been eavesdropping quietly, suddenly shivered, recalling his own injuries as he swallowed hard. Unsure of what to say, recalling the myriad of flying swords that filled the sky still evokes pain within him. The foremost aspect is that this elder brother first pierces the heart in the realm of consciousness with 1,000 swords, only to deliver a corporeal beating in reality. Just thinking about it now sends waves of discomfort throughout his body. It feels as though he is not even human. Elder brother, rest assured, your junior will certainly remember your words. Observing Yi Luo still fixated, Zhang Han gritted his teeth and stepped forward to pay his respects. Ah, very well, esteemed junior brothers. There is no need for further farewells. We shall undoubtedly meet again in the future. Yi Luo, upon hearing this, smiled and turned, taking a step towards the mountain gate. With a swift motion, he struck the gourd at his waist, and a flying sword emerged from it. Yi Luo leapt onto the sword, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the distance. Though his presence had departed, a voice resonated in the air. Junior brothers, when you have the time, do visit the Divine Armory. The weapons within are all at least spirit treasures. Seize this opportunity to enhance your strength. The two juniors were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Their knowledge of the Divine Armory was scant, and only now, after Yi Luo's words, did they comprehend its significance. The weapons in the Divine Armory are all spirit treasures? Zhang Han, though surprised, was relatively unfazed. In contrast, Su Qianyuan beside him wore a bewildered expression, absent-mindedly rubbing his bald head. As a body cultivator, what use would he have for spirit treasures? Would he simply wield them as bricks to smash his opponents? Chapter 94. The fall of the Supreme Sword Master Yi departed from the mountain, and the Wu Dao sect was once again enveloped in tranquility. Chu Yuan remained within his palace, diligently studying the tomes he had borrowed from the Chang'e sect. Su Qianyuan returned to the cave at the mountainside, where he absorbed the earthly fiend into his being for refinement. Zhang Han altered his usual routine, in addition to spending each day in the Law Transmission Hall. He found time to visit the Divine Armory, frequenting both locations with great regularity. As for Li Ergang, unable to locate the kitchen, he took it upon himself to construct one. By day, he labored on the kitchen's framework, and by night, he descended the mountain to gather various materials, becoming increasingly preoccupied with his task. This was an unavoidable situation, for within the Wu Dao sect, no one took notice of him. Those who sought enlightenment pursued their paths, and those who practiced bodily refinement did so, as if Li Ergang were non-existent. Thus, the responsibility of building the kitchen rested solely on his shoulders. Before long, more than 2 months had elapsed. On this day, Li Ergang hastily ascended the mountain, burdened with an assortment of ingredients and construction materials. He stood in the grand courtyard of the main hall, scanning the surroundings in search of anyone, but the Wu Dao sect was disconcertingly desolate. He felt a sense of urgency, unsure of how to locate any disciples of the sect. At that moment, Zhang Han fortuitously emerged from the Law Transmission Hall, stepping into the courtyard to bask in the sun and recharge. In anticipation of a future encounter with the Yin Star, he sought to familiarize himself with the Yang Star. Upon spotting the flustered figure of the portly chef, he inquired, "What brings you here, chef? Has junior brother Qianyuan not assigned you any tasks? With all those bundles, I trust you haven't been toiling away with these for the past 2 months, have you? Never mind, I shall assign you something. Head to the Law Transmission Hall and select a cultivation technique to practice." Zhang Han, contemplating Li Ergang, spoke without fully understanding the chef's purpose. After all, they were cultivators who had little need for mundane sustenance. Yet, as this individual was brought in by their master, he dared not question it and accepted the situation as it was. In his mind, It was Chu Yuan who was responsible for overseeing this person. Meanwhile, upon seeing Zhang Han in the courtyard, Li Ergang hurried over, resembling a lively ball of flesh bounding across the square, which caused Zhang Han's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Reaching Zhang Han, Li Ergang set down his burdens and eagerly rummaged through his garments, exclaiming, "Sir, allow me to show you a great treasure. You must pay close attention." Li Ergang fumbled in his attire, leaving Zhang Han momentarily dumbfounded, standing there in bewilderment. Soon, Li Ergang produced a scroll from his garments. As he unfurled it, Zhang Han looked up to behold a tempestuous scene. Dark clouds loomed, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, and fierce winds swept countless stones aloft, portraying an apocalyptic tableau. Amidst the endless storm clouds, a figure stood upon a flying sword, enshrouded within the chaos. A figure adorned in a flowing azure robe stood proudly, with ebony hair dancing wildly in the wind. A blue gourd hung from their waist, and their slightly opened eyes radiated boundless sword light, resembling an ancient sword immortal, resolutely standing against the world. At the bottom of the scroll, a passage was inscribed with a fluid script, 17th on the Eastern Prefecture's Roll of Heroes. The Supreme Sword Master. This is my senior brother. Zhang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the scroll was somewhat blurred, he instantly recognized the figure before him. It was indeed his senior brother. After more than 2 months without seeing him, to encounter his image on the scroll was unexpected. Where did this come from? Zhang Han turned to Li Ergang, inquiring aloud. This is a recently distributed scroll from the Eastern Prefecture's Roll of Heroes. Nearby cities received their own copies, and I took this one, thinking it belonged to a disciple of the Wudao sect, to show you all, Li Ergang explained eagerly. The Eastern Prefecture's Roll of Heroes? What exactly is that? Zhang Han frowned, puzzled. My lord, you are not yet aware of the Eastern Prefecture's Roll of Heroes? Li Ergang was taken aback. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his ignorance. He had largely lived in the mortal realm, and even his contacts with the world of cultivation were limited to its lower echelons. After ascending the mountain, he had devoted himself solely to his training, unaware of what the Eastern Prefecture's Roll of Heroes entailed. Sensing Zhang Han's genuine confusion, Li Ergang continued, My lord, the Eastern Prefecture's Roll of Heroes can be simply understood as a ranking of the formidable beings within the realm of cultivation in the Eastern Prefecture. Excluding those who remain reclusive, all renowned cultivators are ranked according to their achievements. Our esteemed master from the Wudao sect is said to have slain the long-celebrated Di Lei Dao Run, and amidst the siege of the giant immortal sect and the northern sect, he achieved a resounding victory over both factions. Thus, he ranks 17th on the roll, revered by Eastern Prefecture cultivators as the Supreme Sword Master. Li Ergang recounted this with immense excitement, as though he were the one commanding the tides of the Eastern Prefecture. Zhang Han, listening intently, felt a spark of inspiration. Who would have thought that in just over 2 months since his senior brother descended the mountain, he would accomplish such feats? It was not an exaggeration to say he was renowned throughout the Eastern Prefecture. The Supreme Sword Master. Hearing this title ignited a yearning in Zhang Han to venture forth into the world. However, he knew he was not yet ready. Only a few days remained until the year's end, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Additionally, a treasured artifact he had been diligently negotiating for at the Divine Armament Pavilion was nearing genuine acknowledgement. Soon enough, he would also be able to descend the mountain and see the world. Very well, please give me this scroll. I shall take it to the third junior brother. Zhang Han said, directing his gaze towards Li Ergang. My lord, will you not present this scroll to the sect leader? Li Ergang asked, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han glanced towards the palace where his master resided, hesitating for a moment before decisively shaking his head. My master has been in seclusion. There has been no word from him for 2 months. It is likely he is at a crucial juncture in his cultivation, and it would be unwise to disturb him. We shall wait until he emerges from his retreat. Allow me to take this scroll for now. I shall present it to master once he emerges from his seclusion. Zhang Han said slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Er could only nod in agreement, picking up the assorted bundles beneath him, preparing to head towards the kitchen he had constructed. I entrust this to you, my lord. I shall take my leave now. With that, he gathered his belongings and made his way out of the square. Zhang Han held the scroll in his hands, scrutinizing it once more before closing it and making his way towards the mountainside. After walking a few steps, he paused. Would this rotund fellow's antics within the sect disrupt Master S' retreat? Zhang Han cast a glance towards Master S' palace, pondering whether the soundproofing array was sufficient. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to reinforce it with several additional layers. Once he completed his task, Zhang Han nodded in satisfaction and descended the mountainside. Chapter 95. The assault on the Qian Emperor's Dao sect in the realm of Eastern State. Atop a high mountain outside the grand gates of the Qian Emperor's Dao sect, stood a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, his arms crossed over his chest, exuding an aura reminiscent of an unparalleled sword immortal. This individual was Yi Luo. At this moment, Yi Luo gazed impassively at the distant grandeur of the Qian Emperor's Dao sect. After descending the mountain, he had devoted himself to the establishment of a sacred cultivation ground, a task that had consumed over 2 months. In pursuit of this endeavor, he had clashed with numerous formidable figures to procure the necessary resources. Initially, he intended to expedite the creation of the sacred ground. However, just as he was poised to commence, he stumbled upon a revelation. Despite the turmoil within, the Qian Emperor's Dao sect continued to harness a significant portion of the fate of the Eastern State. To forge his sacred ground, Yi Luo realized he must induce even greater upheaval within the sect. Without such chaos, his ambitions would remain unfulfilled. Thus, he ventured to the Qian Emperor's Dao sect with a singular purpose: to incite a monumental disturbance. As for the method of instigating this turmoil, it was evident that employing force would be the most straightforward approach. Boss, are you sure about this? Are we truly going to launch a direct assault on the sacred ground of Eastern State? A young man clad in black, reclining upon a massive stone, spoke to Yi Luo with a hint of irritation. Upon his remark, another figure approached, donning a robe of azure, blue, and white, with dual swords slung across his back. Nie Yunfei, whatever the boss says goes. Why are you questioning him? If you're unhappy, you are free to descend the mountain. The black-clad youth, Shun Kaijun, retorted. I never said I was unwilling, just wondering. Wouldn't it be a bit disrespectful to assault a sacred ground directly? Perhaps we should consider diplomacy first? Diplomacy? How do you propose we engage in that? Should we invite them to stir up their own chaos? Nie Yunfei chuckled, shaking his head, unsure of how to respond. Yi Luo observed the exchange between the two with an expressionless demeanor. Both had been instrumental in his confrontations with various sects in the Eastern State, and through their shared experiences, they had forged a bond, becoming his loyal followers. Shun Kaijun hailed from a family of cultivators, skilled in the art of flying swords, capable of severing heads from 1,000 miles away with ease. In contrast, Nie Yunfei, who came from humble beginnings, possessed extraordinary talent. After years of arduous training within a sect, he had mastered the dual sword technique to a remarkable degree. Together, they formed the core of the burgeoning sacred ground. Enough chatter. We shall proceed with the attack directly. You two, once the conflict ensues, focus on your own survival. I will handle the rest, Yi Luo stated slowly. Understood. Boss, rest assured, my ability to survive is unparalleled, Shun Kaijun boasted. Is that so? You can unleash a flying sword and slay from afar, yet remain oblivious when your own body is obliterated. And you speak of survival? Spare me your words. Your dual swords are hardly impressive, far inferior to mine. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, oblivious to the proximity of the sacred land of Dongzhou. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Luo could only shake his head and, with a swift motion, drew forth a flying sword from the gourd at his waist. It transformed in his grasp into a razor-sharp longsword. With the blade in hand, Yi Luo soared into the sky, heading towards the mountain gate of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, numerous elders convened to deliberate pressing matters. What shall we say regarding the position of the sect leader? The Qian Emperor Dao sect cannot remain leaderless for an extended period. You know we cannot be without a leader for long. But who shall we select? The first elder backed one candidate, while the second elder championed another. The fourth elder supported yet another, and even the seventh elder had his choice. And let us not forget the 13th elder, who, then, shall assume the mantle of leadership. This is not the crux of the matter. You have all gone too far. Despite not having elected a leader, your candidates are already wielding the authority of the sect leader. A sect with 5 leaders? Is this not a recipe for division? Is it not a betrayal of the Qian Emperor Dao sect? The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, with softer-spoken elders attempting to mediate, while more radical ones resorted to harsh language. Yet, the first elder remained unfazed amidst the tumult, his countenance stoic and regal, as if the affairs of the world bore no relevance to him. Suddenly, one elder directed his attention to the first elder. Let us set the matter of leadership aside for now. First elder, the former leader has departed, and his possessions, including the token of leadership, must be in your custody. It is time you relinquish them. At these words, the bickering ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to the first elder. Very well, you may retrieve these items from my abode, he replied nonchalantly, maintaining an air of solemnity. The elders exhaled in relief, fearing the first elder might impulsively hand over the former leader's belongings to his favored candidate. By the way, first elder, the former leader's partner remains within the sect, does she not? I recall you were tasked with that matter. How is she faring? Another elder inquired. Rest assured, the former leader was a dear friend of mine, and I have been looking after his partner. She shall want for nothing, the first elder assured with a dismissive wave. Just as the other elders were about to voice further concerns, a resounding crash reverberated through the hall. The entire Qian Emperor Dao sect trembled, the very hall shaking under the impact. The elders turned their gaze towards the entrance, eager to discern the source of the disturbance. At that moment, a panicked disciple arrived, riding on his sword. Elders, we are under attack. Enemies have breached our defenses, and the mountain gate has been shattered. The disciple exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Preposterous. Our Qian Emperor Dao sect is fortified by a protective array. How could the mountain gate have been destroyed? The grand elder widened his eyes, exuding an imposing presence without a hint of anger. What kind of jest is this? The Qian Emperor Dao sect possesses a formidable mountain-protecting formation. How could it possibly be breached? This protective array is of the tribulation stage level. If such a formation could indeed be shattered, then the Grand Elder could effortlessly consume every single tile of the Qian Emperor Dao sect's Grand Hall. Grand Elder, it is true. Our adversaries seem to have discerned the vulnerabilities of our mountain-protecting formation and have severed the concealed array disc hidden in the heavens with a single stroke. A disciple trembled as he replied. The Grand Elder responded, I suspect you are intentionally leading me to plant a flag. Chapter 96. The Great Elder's Performance in the Grand Hall of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Upon learning that the protective mountain formation had been breached, the Great Elder and his fellow elders remained composed rather than panicking. They dispatched a peak nascent soul elder to apprehend the intruders while continuing their deliberations within the hall. How could outsiders possibly know the vulnerabilities of our Qian Emperor Dao sect's protective formation? Could it be mere coincidence? Coincidence? Nonsense. Our Qian Emperor Dao sect has stood the test of time. Such coincidences have never been witnessed before. I tell you, it is as I say. Do not berate me. I shall indeed berate you. What of it, you fool? As the debate intensified, two elders began bickering fiercely, nearly coming to blows. Meanwhile, the Great Elder, observing the escalating conflict, let out a cold snort and prepared to interject when a disciple rushed in, breathless with urgency. Elders, terrible news. Elder's son has been slain by the intruder with a single sword strike. Moreover, the mountains where our outer sect disciples reside have been severely diminished. The disciple fell to his knees, trembling as he spoke. The bickering elders fell silent, taken aback by the news. Though they were not surprised that the mountains housing the outer disciples had suffered damage, the demise of Elder's son, who had been sent to confront the intruders, shocked them profoundly. Elder's son, a peak nascent soul, was among the most formidable of their ranks, second only to the Great Elder himself. How could such a powerful figure be felled by a single strike? What level of strength must the intruder possess? Was it early stage or peak transformation stage? The elders exchanged horrified glances, their eyes fixed on the Great Elder. If he dared to send them to confront the enemy, they would not hesitate to subdue him right then and there. What are you all staring at? If you are reluctant to go, do not expect me to take your place. The Great Elder discerned their thoughts from their gazes. Upon hearing his words, the elders fell silent, clearly conceding to the stark reality. If a single sword could fell a peak nascent soul, who among them would wish to march forth and offer themselves as fodder for the enemy? Enough, enough. You lot are utterly useless. I shall go myself. The Great Elder waved his sleeve in exasperation, embodying the frustration of unfulfilled potential. He turned to exit the hall, ready to face the adversary. The other elders, relieved at his decision to confront the foe, exhaled deeply. One elder, glancing at the kneeling disciple, pondered a crucial question. Do you know the identity of this formidable intruder? Such strength cannot belong to someone of no renown. The disciple, trembling, replied, according to my fellow brethren, it is the Tai Chi Sword Master, ranked 17th on the Eastern Continent's ranking list. I do not understand what grievance our Qian Emperor Dao sect holds against him. Thunder rumbled. Upon hearing this title, the faces of the elders shifted noticeably. The Sword Sovereign of Tai, the one whose fame has soared recently? The very same who vanquished the Thunder Taoist merely a month prior? That Thunder Taoist was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Setting aside the question of why our Qian Emperor Dao sect has offended the Sword Sovereign of Tai, can we even ascertain whether the Grand Elder stands a chance against him? After all, even the Thunder Taoist could not withstand the might of the Sword Sovereign. Surely, there can't be anyone who genuinely believes the Grand Elder could triumph over the Sword Sovereign? The elders engaged in heated discussion. As the Grand Elder approached the entrance of the hall, he overheard their words, and his expression shifted repeatedly. He cast his gaze downward, contemplating his next step. Once he crossed this threshold, there would be no room for retreat. The sword sovereign, who had slain the Thunder Taoist, is now deemed an external foe? Was he to confront him head-on? The Thunder Taoist, with whom he had previously sparred, had bested him, leaving him in the dirt, swallowing mouthfuls of mud. To conceal this humiliation, he had expended considerable resources. Now, the very enemy capable of defeating the Thunder Taoist was at their doorstep. Should he proceed to confront this adversary? Surely, he wouldn't be merely offering his head on a platter, would he? Yet, having already spoken, turning back now would invite the scorn of the elders. He still valued his dignity. In a frenzy of thought, the Grand Elder sought a solution. Noticing his distress, one elder approached with curiosity. Grand Elder, what troubles you? Why do you delay in confronting the enemy? The elder inquired. White Elder, would you believe me if I claimed to have twisted my ankle? The Grand Elder replied awkwardly, turning away. White Elder, do you take me for a fool? A powerhouse of the divine transformation realm, injured by a mere sprain? Why not say you need to relieve yourself instead? The Grand Elder sighed deeply, realizing he must devise a plan. It appeared that a sacrifice was unavoidable. He cast a sympathetic glance at the White Elder. I am sorry, White Elder, he murmured softly. Sorry for what? The White Elder questioned, bewildered. Just as the White Elder stood in confusion, the Grand Elder suddenly raised his arm and struck his own chest, unleashing a surge of potent spiritual energy. He spat blood, precisely splattering it onto the White Elder's hand. With a swift pivot, he flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Traitor, you are an undercover agent. The Grand Elder exclaimed as he collapsed, blood trickling from his lips, his eyes wide with terror as he glared at the White Elders standing at the hall's entrance. White Elder, what? The disciples. The elders, still engaged in discussion, were momentarily bewildered. Yet, their movements were swift. In an instant, they surrounded the Grand Elder, shielding him. Grand Elder, are you all right? Quickly, assess his condition. Do not stand idly by. The Grand Elder, having sustained minor injuries from the spiritual backlash, also felt an imbalance in his yin and yang energies. White Elder, what is the meaning of this? Are you an undercover agent? The multitude of elders exclaimed in unison. Standing at the gates of the hall, the aged elder was enveloped in a haze of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I destined to go? Was it merely a single question that transformed me into an infiltrator? You heave this. Elder stammered incoherently, utterly unable to regain his composure. The elder lying on the ground, gasping for breath, struggled to rise with great difficulty, trembling as he pointed an unsteady finger at Elder You are the infiltrator. Surprised, are you? I possess a trump card for survival. And you have not claimed my life in a single blow. Infiltrator, you have been unmasked. Prepare to meet your demise. The elder declared, blood pooling in his mouth as he spoke with righteous indignation. Elder responded, you are poisoned. Chapter 97. Will you show me some respect? The sky above the entrance of the Qian Emperor Dao sect loomed ominously as Yi Luo, poised upon his flying sword and wielding a sharp long sword, resembled an ethereal sword immortal gazing down upon the multitude of disciples below, who stood vigilant. Retreat, Yi Luo spoke slowly, his voice calm and composed. I wish to avoid harming the innocent. His words fell upon the ears of the Qian Emperor Dao sect disciples, who hesitated but ultimately remained steadfast. As elite disciples of the sect, it was their duty to stand firm in the face of adversity. Witnessing this, Yi Luo let out a sigh. He had no desire to strike down these golden core disciples. Doing so would tarnish the purity of his blade. His burgeoning reputation was crafted with the hope that his master would learn of his exploits. If his master were to discover that he had engaged a group of fledgling golden core practitioners, he would likely regard him with disdain. In the midst of Yi Luo's contemplation, a voice echoed from afar. Boss, go do what you need to do. Leave these golden core novices to us. Turning his gaze, Yi Luo spotted Shen Kaijun and Nie Yunfei entering the Qian Emperor Dao sect, their intentions clear as they targeted the golden core disciples. Both were formidable beings of the transformation god realm, more than capable of dealing with these novices. Acknowledging them with a nod, Yi Luo soared forward on his flying sword, penetrating deeper into the Qian Emperor Dao sect. He spared no courtesy. As he traversed the grounds, he cleaved through majestic edifices with nary a moment's hesitation. Boom! The powerful sword light swept through the confines of the sect, toppling one grand structure after another. Chaos erupted within the Qian Emperor Dao sect as the air was thick with the energy of golden core practitioners rising to thwart Yi Luo's advance. Yet, he was hardly concerned. With a swift motion, a golden flying sword materialized, intercepting the oncoming energies. Shen Kaijun. Yi Luo glanced back, offering a faint smile before forging ahead. His speed was extraordinary, and within mere minutes, he had traversed half the expanse of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. As he intended to press onward, a surge of energies emerged from the depths of the sect, spanning half its territory in a bid to obstruct him. Most were at the nascent soul level, with one presence unmistakably of the transformation god realm. These individuals were elders of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, with the foremost among them being the Grand Elder, whose lips were stained with blood, his aura faltering, clearly having been forced to retreat by Yi Luo's relentless advance. No longer able to feign incapacitation, the elders emerged to intercept him. Yet, upon laying eyes on Yi Luo, who stood upon his flying sword, they were struck with disbelief. Young friend Yi, the elders, bewildered, could hardly fathom that the one assaulting the Qian Emperor Dao sect was Yi Luo, not the legendary Tai Yi Sword Master as they had anticipated. Could it be that Tai Yi Sword Sovereign is actually Yi Luo? Contemplating this, the elders were engulfed in both shock and confusion. They could not fathom why this disciple of a reclusive sect would choose to attack the Qian Emperor Dao sect. The elder, who had been attempting to diminish his presence, was the first to regain his composure. He swiftly approached Yi Luo, his excitement rendering his aged face flushed. Young friend Yi, is it truly you? I was wondering why the magpies have been incessantly cawing at the hall entrance today. It turns out you have arrived. You cannot imagine how much I have missed you since your departure. Come, young friend Yi, let us first share a cup of tea and reminisce. The elder was so exuberant that all traces of his previous injuries seemed to vanish. Yi Luo, observing this, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He recognized these elders, including this particularly enthusiastic elder, yet he had no desire to engage in conversation. It was bewildering that the elder, who should be aware of the gravity of the situation, was inviting him for tea while he was here to create turmoil for the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Taking a deep breath, Yi Luo, sword in hand, replied, "My apologies, elder, but this is not a time for nostalgia. I intend to establish a new sanctuary for cultivation in Eastern State, and the Qian Emperor Dao sect must withdraw from the ranks of the sacred grounds. Therefore, today, either I shall be repelled, or the fortunes of your sect will dwindle, leading to its demise. We stand as representatives of our respective factions. There is no need for mercy. Exert your utmost efforts to thwart me." Upon hearing this, the elder paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Oh, it's nothing to be overly concerned about. No rush. Come, young friend Yi, let us first enjoy a cup of tea and catch up. What is this matter compared to the reunion of old friends? Surely, it is not a time for swords to be drawn." Yi Luo, still gripping his sword, thought. "I am here to bring ruin to your Qian Emperor Dao sect. Could you not show me a modicum of respect?" Yi Luo fell into silence, uncertain how to address this overly enthusiastic elder. The elder, noticing Yi Luo's silence, seemed to grasp his thoughts and clapped his hands. "Young friend Yi, do you wish to strike at the Qian Emperor Dao sect before having tea? If so, please proceed. Do you require assistance? Though my old bones may be of little use, dealing with these nascent soul cultivators should be quite simple for me. Oh, and young friend Yi, you mentioned establishing a new cultivation sanctuary in Eastern State. Are you in need of personnel? How do you view my qualifications as a transformation god cultivator?" The elder boldly declared this in public, his body trembling with excitement. Once, he had proposed to act as Yi Luo's protector, and Yi Luo had declined. However, now that Yi Luo sought to establish a cultivation sanctuary, surely he could not refuse the elder's desire to join. "Elder Yu." The other elders present were equally astonished by the elder's declaration, their eyes widening in disbelief. It was unprecedented for someone to openly express a desire to betray their sect. Just moments ago, this elder had claimed to be ambushed by the traitorous Elder Bai, and now he was openly declaring his intent to defect. His change of heart was swifter than turning a page of a book. What a remarkable sycophant. At that moment, it was not just the elders who were taken aback. Even the fiercely advancing leaves were at a loss for words. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Only from the mountain gate did the faint sounds of combat and the fluctuations of magical energy resonate. At that moment, the formidable presence of three transcendent beings from the depths of the Qian Emperor Dao sect surged forth. Chapter 98. How could you know these things within the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Yi Luo stood poised upon his flying sword, his robe billowing like that of an unparalleled sword immortal. Before him, the Grand Elder and numerous other elders of the Qian Emperor Dao sect were present, yet their gazes, including Yi Luo's, were fixated deep within the sect. From the depths of the Qian Emperor Dao sect emanated the formidable aura of three tribulation realm beings, instantly enveloping the entire sect. The hearts of the elders felt as if burdened by an immense mountain, rendering their breaths labored. The solitary figure unfazed by this oppressive atmosphere was Yi Luo. His strength had long transcended the tribulation realm, rendering the aura of tribulation ineffective against him. The tribulation realm was represented by the three esteemed elders of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Yi Luo maintained an air of nonchalance, indifferent to the oppressive presence surrounding him. There was a faint shadow of Chu Yuan in his demeanor, his gaze unwaveringly directed towards the depths of the sect. Truth be told, given his current prowess, confronting three tribulation realm experts simultaneously would be somewhat taxing. Under normal circumstances, Yi Luo would never engage three tribulation realm forces at once. However, the situation was different now. The secrets of the three esteemed elders had been thoroughly exposed by Chu Yuan. Should he fail to triumph under such circumstances, he would not merit the title of a disciple of his master. In his line of sight, the three elders emerged slowly from the depths of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. They radiated an infinite brilliance, their powerful auras emanating and pressing upon the heavens. The tribulation realm represented the pinnacle of human achievement. Whether in the eastern state or any other vast territory, it signified profound strength. Each tribulation realm being was a top-tier powerhouse, and typically, they would not intervene lightly unless it was a matter of sect survival. As seen in the current scenario with the Qian Emperor Dao sect, Yi Luo aimed to diminish the Qian Emperor Dao sect's standing among holy lands, prompting the three tribulation realm beings to finally take action. With a calm glance at the assembled elders, most of whom he had a history with, having witnessed their sycophantic behavior when he first arrived, Yi Luo felt a sense of camaraderie, albeit begrudgingly. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to draw his sword against these individuals. Grand Elder, step back. The impending battle is beyond your capability to partake in, Yi Luo declared, before propelling himself towards the three tribulation realm elders upon his flying sword. The elders left behind looked on as Yi Luo departed, their faces darkening as they turned their gazes towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, who had just defected from the sect, felt the weight of their accusatory stares. What are you all looking at? Never seen someone turn from darkness to light? The Grand Elder, incensed by the resentful glances, erupted in anger. The other elders, witnessing his fury, felt their own ire rising. You betray the sect, and yet expect to be justified? How surprising it is that you, the esteemed Grand Elder of the Qian Emperor Dao sect and a staunch supporter of the former sect leader, exhibit such unwavering protection for the former leader's partner after the latter's departure. I had presumed you to be a paragon of loyalty. Yet here you stand in this astonishing guise. As for the path of licking boots, I would gladly elevate you to the status of the strongest. Many elders voiced their opinions, yet they dared only to chatter away, for fear of retribution. They were merely in the nascent soul realm, while the Grand Elder stood as a formidable presence in the God transformation realm. A confrontation would undoubtedly result in their defeat, hence they remained in their seats, merely expressing their discontent. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder listened intently, his eyes widening further. Do you truly comprehend nothing? Do you know where young Master Yi hails from? A hidden sect. Young Master Yi aims to establish a sacred land for cultivation and to strike against the Qian Emperor Dao sect. Do you truly intend to obstruct him? If you impede young Master Yi today, what will you do when the sect leader of the hidden sect arrives tomorrow? Instead, heed my counsel and ally with young Master Yi. He is in need of followers to establish this sacred land, and by aligning ourselves with him now, we shall become significant contributors in the future. In the vernacular of the mundane world, we would be akin to the subjects of a dragon. The Grand Elder's words were enticing. To label me a traitor? Humph. If I manage to sway all of you, and we rise in unison, it shall be termed an uprising, not a rebellion. The mere mention of the hidden sect was enough to stir the hearts of these elders. Indeed, upon hearing the Grand Elder's persuasive speech, a silence enveloped the assembly of elders. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy. Sword energies, blade energies, and palm strikes collided in a cacophony of spiritual arts. The elders were struck with horror, quickly regaining their senses as they retreated in a frenzy to avoid being caught in the maelstrom. Once the elders had vacated the area, an even more potent surge of energy emerged. A beam of light ascended from the heavens, seemingly intent on suppressing something. Beside this beam, countless flying swords stood poised, severing the luminous column. As these myriad swords displayed their ferocity, a vast blade energy descended from the skies, striking down several flying swords. A variety of spiritual arts were unleashed, each countering the other in an intricate dance of power. It appeared that both sides were evenly matched. Yet, just as the battle reached its zenith, unexpectedly, three powerful tribulation stage experts from the Qian Emperor Dao sect began to retreat in disarray, with Yi Luo pursuing relentlessly. One individual pressed on against the three tribulation stage experts. Within the confines of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, atop a precipice, Yi Luo wielded a flying sword, surrounded by a multitude of flying swords. A golden mark shimmered brilliantly upon his forehead, while his eyes were shrouded in darkness, exuding an ancient aura, resembling an indomitable sword immortal. Before him, the three elders of the Qian Emperor Dao sect lay prostrate upon the ground, gasping for breath, gazing at Yi Luo with disbelief. Initially, with their combined strength, even if they could not subdue Yi Luo swiftly, they believed they could wear him down in a protracted battle. However, as the conflict progressed, it seemed as if Yi Luo had experienced a sudden enlightenment, targeting their weaknesses with pinpoint precision. With each strike, he found his mark, leading to an instantaneous collapse of the three elders, leaving them in a state of utter despondency, not merely due to their defeat. Yet, how does this Yi Luo possess knowledge of their vulnerabilities? Hardly anyone is privy to the weaknesses that reside within them. How do you know of our frailties? The elder at the forefront, a figure of the crossing tribulation realm, spat blood, his aura diminished, yet he could not suppress his inquiry. That is of no concern to you. The three of you have already lost your capacity to fight. You may as well lie down and rest, Yi Luo stated impassively. Upon hearing these words, the three elders exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. The leading elder struggled to rise, acknowledging, truly, you are a disciple of a hidden sect. Your abilities are indeed remarkable. However, expelling my Qiandi Dao sect from the hierarchy of the sacred grounds is no simple task. My Qiandi Dao sect possesses hidden trump cards. The elder inhaled deeply as he spoke. Oh, you refer to the corpse within that coffin, do you? That remains one with your so-called coffin. Hence your fear of wood-based spells or artifacts associated with wood, correct? Yi Luo remarked with a subtle smile. The three elders responded. How could you possibly know this? Chapter 99. On the terrifying potential of Yi Luo, the conflict against the Qian Emperor Dao sect swiftly reached its conclusion. With an unequivocal outcome, Yi Luo emerged victorious. Armed with an intimate knowledge of the Qian Emperor Dao sect's foundations, Yi Luo easily claimed triumph. Upon realizing that their most formidable trump card was ineffective against Yi Luo, the three elders in the Transcendence realm relinquished all hope. After all, they were not the sect leader, nor was there a true leader within the Qian Emperor Dao sect at that moment, leaving them without a decisive authority. Once their efforts to impede Yi Luo proved futile, they allowed him to navigate the sect at will. However, Yi Luo did not pursue total annihilation. After dismantling half of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, he turned and departed. 3 days later, atop a mountain rich in spiritual energy in the eastern region of Dongzhou, Yi Luo stood at the summit, gazing skyward. Behind him were Shun Kaijun, Nie Yunfei, the Grand Elder, and numerous Yuan Ing realm elders who had chosen to follow the Grand Elder into the light. Yi Luo, naturally, chose to embrace these Yuan Ing realm elders wholeheartedly. He aspired to establish a sacred ground for cultivation, which necessitated management. He himself was not inclined to oversee such affairs. Thus the presence of the Yuaning elders became invaluable. Yi, ahem, sect leader, do you intend to establish the sacred ground in this manner? Should we not first construct the sect before making any proclamations? The Grand Elder inquired, clasping his hands respectfully. The assembly turned their gaze toward Yi Luo, who had recently declared his intention to announce the establishment of the sacred ground and gather the fortunes of Dongzhou before anything else. While this approach was not inherently flawed, they had yet to construct the sect itself. According to protocol, the sect should be created first, followed by the declaration of the sacred ground's inception. Yet Yi Luo wished to proclaim it first, which left them perplexed. Nevertheless, they hesitated to voice their concerns, with only the Grand Elder daring to speak up. Casting a discerning glance over his followers, Yi Luo shook his head. There is no need for further discussion. I have devised my plan. First, I shall announce the establishment of the sacred ground to gather the fortunes of Dongzhou, and then I will allocate time to construct the sect's edifices. He waved his hand dismissively. However, sect leader, even if we do not prioritize the construction of the sect, we must at least inform the Cultivators Alliance, correct? The Grand Elder persisted. The Cultivators Alliance, a nominal organization. For a force of the caliber of a sacred ground for cultivation, it was merely a formality. For smaller sects and mid-sized factions, however, it represented a legitimate governing body. Typically, any sect aiming to establish or elevate its status required the approval of the Cultivators Alliance, with necessary licenses issued by them. Of course, this was primarily pertinent for smaller sections. In the case of a sacred ground for cultivation, should the Cultivators Alliance dare to provoke such an establishment, it would likely be the alliance that would face annihilation. This encapsulates the essence of the Cultivators' Alliance. The conflicts between the smaller sects and the larger ones escalated, prompting the intervention of the Alliance of Cultivators, which ultimately resolved the disputes. When one sacred ground clashed with a smaller sect, the Alliance intervened, leading to the dissolution of the smaller sect. Similarly, when two sacred grounds fell into conflict, the Alliance's involvement resulted in its own demise. This succinctly encapsulates the precarious state of the Alliance of Cultivators. The Elders' decision to inform the Alliance was merely a gesture of courtesy, as they were in the preliminary stages of establishing a sacred ground. Being from a concealed sect, I must exhibit some decorum. Elder, please convey the message, as it will not hinder my declaration of the sacred ground's establishment. After contemplating this, Yi Luo resolved to extend a measure of respect to the Alliance. Upon hearing this, the Elder and his companions nodded in agreement, ceasing their attempts at persuasion. Having said all that needed to be said, they decided to acquiesce to Yi Luo's wishes. Observing this scene, Yi Luo smiled faintly, choosing to say no more. He tapped the gourd at his waist, releasing a flying sword that landed before him. With a graceful leap, he stepped onto the sword and ascended into the sky. High above, he surveyed the mountains below. The fierce winds howled around him, causing his robes to billow and his long black hair to dance wildly in the gusts. In quiet contemplation, Yi Luo turned his gaze towards the direction of the Wudao sect. Master, I have finally reached this pivotal moment. In accordance with your wishes, I shall establish a cultivation sacred ground and become its sovereign. Taking a deep breath, he reminisced about his life in the mundane world and the profound changes he experienced after joining the Wudao sect. After what felt like the duration of 2 tea brews, Yi Luo returned to his senses. No longer hesitating, he raised his hands and silently began to channel the techniques he acquired from the remnants of the ancient sword sovereign. As he activated the techniques, a golden mark on his forehead erupted with a dazzling radiance. From a distance, it appeared as though Yi Luo was enveloped in a halo of golden light, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability, akin to a small sun. Its formidable power suppressing all around it. The Elder and his companions below instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. In Yi Luo's heart, he sensed an invisible flow of energy converging towards him as he channeled the techniques. As time passed, more and more of this energy gathered, and this accumulation lasted nearly an entire day. The Elder and Shun Kaijun had already found a cave, utilizing various magical artifacts to shield themselves from the blinding light. While observing Yi Luo's figure, how long will the master take to gather this energy? One wondered. The accumulation of fortune surely cannot be swift. We must remain patient. Ensure your consciousness is extended to avoid any interruptions to Sect Master Yi. Indeed. According to ancient texts, the founding of the Qian Emperor Dao sect required 49 days to gather fortune. Surely our master does not require the same? Another remarked. It is said that this depends on individual talent. The greater the talent, the quicker the accumulation of fortune. They continued their discussions. As each individual came to understand that the speed of gathering fortune was contingent upon one's innate talent, curiosity stirred within them. They were eager to discern the extent of Yi Luo's extraordinary abilities. One by one, they sought a place to sit in meditation, intent on observing how long it would take Yi Luo to complete the gathering of fortune. Just as they were settling down, Yi Luo suddenly opened his eyes. The golden radiance surrounding him dissipating, his aura transforming dramatically as he completed the gathering of fortune. The onlookers were left speechless. After a moment of silence, they were enveloped by profound astonishment. In just over a day, Yi Luo had achieved the gathering of fortune. How terrifyingly exceptional his talent was. Chapter 100. Tai Sword Sect. In the vast expanse above, Yi Luo stood poised upon his flying sword, surrounded by a gentle breeze. The golden light that had once signified the gathering of fortune had long since faded. However, he could still perceive an indescribable, invisible current enveloping him within a radius of 100 miles. These ethereal streams coiled around him, solid yet elusive. If his conjecture was accurate, this was the so-called fortune necessary to establish a sacred cultivation ground. Yet, there lingered an unsettling sensation that this fortune might dissipate at any moment. It seemed that the moment Yi Luo departed from this locus of gathered fortune, it would vanish instantly. Should he fail to alter this phenomenon, even if he were to establish a sacred ground, he would find himself constrained, unable to leave, destined to remain as its eternal guardian. Such a fate was one Yi Luo was resolutely unwilling to accept. Deep in contemplation, he sought a solution. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. Master, spiritual treasures possess the ability to stabilize fortune, with high-grade treasures yielding the most effective suppression. Otherwise, why do you think spiritual treasures are typically the prized possessions of sects? It was the voice of the endless sword gourd. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. A glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he patted the endless sword gourd at his waist. Instantly, the gourd understood and soared into the sky, radiating a brilliant azure light, showcasing the might of a spiritual treasure. As the endless sword gourd hovered in the air, Yi Luo distinctly felt the intangible fortune solidifying. With no signs of dispersal, with a sigh of relief, Yi Luo initially intended to descend and proceed with his next course of action. Yet, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, a feeling of being observed, emanating from the heavens above. Startled, he glanced upward, his eyes shimmering with golden light. He expected to find something in the sky, but to his astonishment, there was nothing at all. What could this mean? Yi Luo felt perplexed. In the next moment, an epiphany struck him like a bolt of inspiration. The fortune had been established. It was time to proclaim the words that would announce to the heavens and the earth that a new sacred ground had been founded in Eastern State. So, it was thus. Yi Luo nodded slightly, standing upon his flying sword with his hands clasped behind his back. Today, I, Yi Luo, upon the summit of the Xiansong 72 mountain range in the eastern part of Eastern State, hereby declare the establishment of a sacred cultivation ground. I officially announce the replacement of the Eastern State Sacred Ground, the Qian Emperor Dao sect, with the new generation of the Eastern State Sacred Ground. Dao originates from nothingness, evolving from the void into existence. The name of this sacred ground shall be Tai Sword Sect. Let the Dao sect of the past be regarded as the ancestral lineage of Tai Sword Sect, with the high-grade spiritual treasure, the endless sword gourd, to stabilize the fortune. All individuals of Eastern State with exceptional aptitude are welcome to join the Tai Sword Sect. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing in the ears of the numerous elders below. The elders felt a jolt in their minds, momentarily lost in reverie. In that instant, a fierce wind swept through, engulfing the lofty mountains they inhabited, along with the 71 colossal peaks nearby. The fierce gust of wind jolted the elders and the talented individuals, Shin Kaijun and Ye Yunfei, back to their senses. This wind. Why does it evoke such a chill within me? No, this is not an ordinary breeze. Have you all noticed that after it passes, the spiritual energy, the aura surrounding us has become significantly denser? It is not merely denser. The spiritual energy is surging uncontrollably. No, this mountain range is siphoning the spiritual essence from Dongzhou. It is gathering the energy. The holy ground has been successfully established. The density of this spiritual energy rivals, if not surpasses, that of the Qian Emperor Dao sect. This is rather perplexing, for the Qian Emperor Dao sect has long since fallen from its peak, while the newly founded holy ground has ascended to its zenith in a single stride. The elders engaged in animated discussions filled with excitement. Simultaneously, atop Tianwu Mountain, within the Wu Dao sect, in the palace of Chu Yuan, a pivotal moment had arrived. Chu Yuan's aura fluctuated greatly, rising and falling erratically, clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. Since returning to the palace, Chu Yuan had immersed himself in the study of the scriptures obtained from the Chang'e sect. After achieving some results, he immediately commenced his cultivation. Remarkably, after more than 2 months of serendipitous endeavor, Chu Yuan had miraculously cultivated himself to the pinnacle of the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He was now attempting to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, he found himself stuck at this critical juncture, oscillating between progress and stagnation, causing his aura to fluctuate erratically, leaving his handsome visage flushed with frustration. At this point, Chu Yuan felt utterly helpless. Having reached the halfway point of his breakthrough, it was unthinkable to retreat now. It was akin to leaping forward with both feet off the ground. Could he possibly pull back? There was no turning back. He could only muster the courage to take a bold gamble. A fierce determination flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes. He resolved to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy in a vigorous attempt to break through. It was a matter of either success or failure. There was no other option. With steely resolve, Chu Yuan clenched his teeth and prepared to absorb the spiritual energy around him for his breakthrough. He opened his mouth, ready to execute a grand feast of energy absorption. Just as Chu Yuan was on the verge of devouring the spiritual essence, a sudden tempest arose. The already sparse spiritual energy surrounding him seemed to respond to some unseen call, vanishing in an instant. The palace transformed into a vacuum. Chu Yuan's attempt to consume the energy resulted in utter futility. Bang! Chu Yuan's aura stuttered, and his body emitted a resounding crash. The breakthrough had failed. What the hell? Chu Yuan felt an overwhelming desire to despair. What in the world had just transpired? At such a critical moment of breakthrough, there was no spiritual energy left. If I discover who is causing this disruption, I shall make them understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. The failure of his breakthrough left Chu Yuan visibly enraged. He expanded his spiritual awareness, scanning the sect's grounds, only to find that both inside and outside the sect, there was scant spiritual energy. It seemed that the spiritual essence of the Wudao sect had been summoned away, soaring towards the outside of Tianwu Mountain. What in the world is happening? Could it be that some ancient being has broken through and absorbed all the spiritual energy? Chu Yuan mused quietly to himself, his countenance darkening considerably. Yet, there was naught he could do. Was he really to confront such a being with reckless abandon? Alas, if this breakthrough were to be unsuccessful, he could always attempt it again next time. After all, there was still some time left before the sect's assessment. With the assistance of Zhang Han and Su Qinyuan, I would be able to reach the late stage of the Golden Core realm in an instant. Coupled with my own cultivation, I would stand at the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage, poised to return to the nascent soul realm at any moment. Chu Yuan whispered softly, striving to compose himself. Just before his breakthrough, the system had issued a notification, indicating that the assessment date was approaching. In fact, the year was drawing to a close. Chu Yuan silently accessed the system template visible only to him, eager to ascertain how much longer remained until the assessment. A brilliant blue template materialized, with a message coalescing upon it. Time remaining until sect assessment: 5 hours, 34 minutes, and 26 seconds. Chapter 101. Transformation into the divine realm. At the entrance of the transmission hall within the Wudao sect, Zhang Han sat cross-legged, his aura palpably unstable. It was evident that he was on the verge of unleashing the energy accumulated within the innate formation core for a momentous breakthrough. The commotion from his breakthrough would far surpass that of Chu Yuan. The powerful waves of energy emanated from him, causing the surrounding void to ripple with intensity. He intended to achieve a singular breakthrough into the divine transformation realm. With just over an hour until dusk, he was determined to complete this transformation before the day drew to a close. For this day, he had prepared for an eternity. Failure was not an option. He yearned to present his master with a grand surprise. In a hushed tone, Zhang Han murmured a few phrases, then gently closed his eyes, poised to fully release the energy from the formation core and initiate his breakthrough. Just then, he felt a sudden and vivid sensation. The spiritual energy surrounding him seemed to respond to an unseen call, converging outward towards the Wudao sect. In an instant, the spiritual energy in Zhang Han's vicinity had nearly vanished. What on earth was happening? Where had the spiritual energy gone? Bewildered, Zhang Han glanced around, realizing that indeed, the spiritual energy had dissipated. To achieve a breakthrough into the divine transformation realm required an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Yet it seemed that within the confines of the Wudao sect, it had almost entirely vanished. Without spiritual energy, how could he possibly break through? Although he remained oblivious to the cause of this sudden disappearance, Zhang Han had no time to ponder the mystery. His energy was already overflowing, and the breakthrough was imminent. There was no space to concern himself with such matters. In the absence of external spiritual energy, he would have to summon it forth from within. Without hesitation, Zhang Han envisioned the Taiyin star diagram in his mind, attempting to harness the power of the Taiyin star to construct a formation. Indeed, as he contemplated, he and the Taiyin star were intimately familiar. For such a significant breakthrough, he would naturally rely on the powers of the Taiyin star to assist him. At this critical juncture, the Taiyin star did not shy away. It manifested amidst the twilight, its radiant moonlight illuminating the heavens, subtly veiling the lingering rays of the sun. Simultaneously, a beam of moonlight descended, enveloping Zhang Han. He raised his gaze towards the resplendent Taiyin star outside the hall. At last, he had once again called upon its power, and this time, the Taiyin star chose to aid him. As his thoughts coalesced, a brilliant azure light flickered at his heart, illuminating the entire transmission hall. Ancient runes materialized, vanishing into the void in all directions. Formation gathers spiritual energy, Zhang Han exclaimed in a low voice. Arrays of formation patterns emerged from the void, creating a grand Taiyin gathering formation. Once the formation was complete, its formidable presence was immediately apparent. A terrifying suction force emanated from the peak of Tianwu Mountain, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual essence that had been previously depleted was reclaimed, and it began to frantically draw in energy from all directions. Tianwu Mountain was situated in the southeastern region of the eastern state. The emergence of the Taiyin gathering spirit array has nearly siphoned the spiritual energy from the southern half of Dongzhou, leading to a calamity for the cultivation community in the region. The birth of the Tai sword sect, coupled with the formidable presence of the Taiyin gathering spirit array, has caused the spiritual energy of the entire Dongzhou to converge upon these two entities. The cultivators of Dongzhou remain oblivious to the unfolding events, cursing silently in their hearts. At this moment, Zhang Han, seated before the Hall of Transmission, is unaware of the chaos surrounding him. He senses the overwhelming spiritual energy in the vicinity and prepares himself for a breakthrough. However, a moment's contemplation brings forth a concern. If he were to break through within the Hall of Transmission, any damage inflicted upon the sacred texts would ultimately fall upon him, the future leader of the Wudao sect. Therefore, he resolves to venture outside for his breakthrough. With a leap, Zhang Han exits the confines of the hall and arrives at the Grand Plaza. As he steps onto the plaza, the energy coalescing within his heart can no longer be contained and erupts forth. A violent wave of spiritual wind sweeps through the air. Simultaneously, Zhang Han begins his breakthrough. The surging energy envelopes him, and the rich spiritual essence of the Wudao sect floods into his being. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Han transcends from the mortal realm into the realm of the immortal, entering the early stages of Qi refinement. Then, in another fleeting moment, he advances to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, and subsequently, the late stage. Boom. He reaches the early stage of foundation establishment. While others claim it takes 100 days to establish a foundation, for Zhang Han, it transpires in mere seconds. In the time it takes to blink, his aura surges to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. With a resounding crash, Zhang Han perceives within himself the gathering of magical energy, faintly coalescing into an ethereal elixir within his dantian. He stands at the precipice of the half-step golden core stage. In the next instant, this ethereal elixir begins to voraciously absorb spiritual energy, transforming from illusion to reality, as golden radiance flows across its surface. Moments later, a golden core solidifies within his dantian, marking his entry into the early golden core stage. To others, such a swift descent from the mundane to the golden core stage would be utterly shocking. Yet for Zhang Han, it feels remarkably ordinary. Moreover, his breakthrough does not cease there. After successfully condensing the golden core, torrents of spiritual energy continue to surge into him, propelling him further. He ascends to the mid-golden core stage, then the late stage. Boom. The golden core shatters, and a miniature version of Zhang Han forms from the remnants. The formidable presence descends upon the Wudao sect, heralding his entry into the early nascent soul stage. Zhang Han's body naturally rises into the air, soaring above the ground. His ascension does not halt there, as spiritual energy continues to flood into him. He progresses to the mid-nascent soul stage, then the peak of the late nascent soul stage. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Han's nascent soul begins to fracture, emanating shards of light that gradually coalesce into a nascent spirit. However, this nascent spirit, though taking form, lacks true substance. It is devoid of the resonance of the Tao. Between the Yuanying realm and the Huashan realm lies an insurmountable chasm. That is the essence of Tao. To transcend from the Yuanying realm to the Huashan realm, one must grasp the Tao and attain its resonance. Otherwise, no amount of arduous cultivation over the years will facilitate such a breakthrough. This is the reason for the scarcity of cultivators in the Huashan realm. However, Zhang Han possesses an innate affinity for formations and thus has his own Tao. He naturally lacks nothing when it comes to the resonance of the Tao. At the moment Zhang Han infused his primordial spirit with the resonance of the Tao, it seemed as though his primordial spirit had come to life. A formidable aura emanated from Zhang Han, radiating outward in all directions with overwhelming force. Huashan realm. Infant shattering into divinity. Master, disciple has finally reached the Huashan realm. I have never disappointed your expectations, Master. Zhang Han reveled in the terrifying power coursing through him with every gesture, his heart brimming with joy. The magnitude of his breakthrough surely captured his master's attention. His master must be delighted, witnessing the once unremarkable disciple transform into a being of the Huashan realm in a single day. Chapter 102. I was betrayed by an honest disciple in the Wudao sect, within the Chu Yuan palace. Chu Yuan gazed at the azure screen before him, a sense of anticipation swelling within. Time remaining until the sect examination, 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Just 7 minutes. The examination was about to commence. For reasons unknown, a tinge of anxiety gripped Chu Yuan. He could not fathom the source of his unease. The situation was ostensibly stable. With Zhang Han and Su Qianyuan by his side, he would surely ascend at least 2 levels. What was there to fret about? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing thoughts. There was no cause for alarm. He, Chu Yuan, was no stranger to tumultuous storms. He had weathered the trials of infant transformation into elixir. Surely, he would not succumb to random musings simply due to a fleeting sense of anxiety. Humph. He resolved to maintain his composure and await the passage of 7 minutes. Surely, in that brief span, a disciple would not instantaneously achieve mastery, would they? Such folly. If a disciple could attain enlightenment in 7 minutes, he could dismantle the Silver Moon City in the mundane realm, piece by piece, devouring it whole. He would quietly bide his time for 7 minutes. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he let out a soft hum, settling into a meditative state. For cultivators, 7 minutes was but the blink of an eye. Yet, for Chu Yuan, those 7 minutes stretched into what felt like 7 years, each second laden with an unbearable weight. To distract himself, he picked up his crimson longsword, observing its craftsmanship. Occasionally, he infused it with spiritual energy, causing the sword to radiate a brilliant light that illuminated the vast palace, prompting Chu Yuan to marvel at its unparalleled majesty. As time slipped away, he continued to manipulate the crimson sword while keeping his gaze fixed on the azure screen. The moment drew near. Time remaining until the sect examination, 1 minute and 12 seconds. It was approaching. Soon, the examination would begin. Chu Yuan inhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax, his expression returning to its usual serene demeanor. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in Chu Yuan's ears. Just as he stood, bewildered, contemplating stepping outside the palace to discern the cause, an overwhelming force surged in from outside. With a resounding crash, Chu Yuan found himself pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized, devoid of any strength to resist. Confusion enveloped him. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? In a daze, Chu Yuan pondered the possibility that a formidable being had breached the Wu Dao sect's concealed formation, perhaps drawn by its enigmatic allure, seeking to claim it for themselves. He hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy, managing to withstand the oppressive force just enough to rise to his feet. With caution, he extended his consciousness to probe the situation outside. Upon reaching beyond the confines of the palace, he discerned that there were no barriers impeding his spiritual sense. Thus, he cautiously investigated the circumstances within the Wu Dao sect. The Grand Hall is devoid of presence. The adjacent chambers are also empty. The Hall of Transmission is deserted. The armory stands unoccupied. In the kitchen, which seemingly appeared out of nowhere, the portly Li'er is kneeling and begging for mercy, but there is nothing noteworthy occurring. The plaza of the Grand Hall is likewise vacant. Wait, what is this? Chu Yuan's consciousness distinctly honed in on the figure hovering above the Grand Plaza. The aura emanating from this entity is exceptionally potent. Chu Yuan found himself unable to discern the realm of this being. Yet this energy surpassed that which he possessed during his nascent soul stage by a minuscule margin. Indeed, merely a minuscule margin. However, what could this individual possibly desire at his unorthodox sect? Chu Yuan contemplated reaching out to the sect's defensive array, pondering whether he could subdue the intruder. Just as he was about to connect with the formation, his consciousness swept across the intruder's visage. Why does this person bear such an uncanny resemblance to his earnest disciple, Zhang Han? Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a terrifying thought surged within him. Could this individual truly be Zhang Han? That is implausible. The lad is exceedingly honest, spending his days immersed in reading. Can one's cultivation possibly manifest solely from reading? That must be a ruse. An honest person would never betray him. Chu Yuan resolutely refused to believe that Zhang Han would turn against him. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. A brilliant azure screen materialized before him, displaying a sequence of text. Initiating assessment of the sect's current disciples levels. Current official disciples. 2. Disciples. Zhang Han, Su Qianyuan. Beginning assessment. Assessment complete. Below are the details for disciple Zhang Han. Assessed disciple. Zhang Han. Cultivation. Early stage of God transformation. Combat rating. Comprehensive evaluation. This disciple possesses an innate talent for formations, a prodigious aptitude, originally destined for obliteration by the heavenly path, yet was taken under the host's wing, later awakening his formation talent to become an exceptional figure. This reflects the host's incompetence, and this burden falls upon the host. Determination. This disciple is deemed successful, deducting one major realm from the host. Assessment complete. Below are the details for disciple Su Qianyuan. Assessed disciple. Su Qianyuan. Cultivation. Mortal peak late stage of golden core. Combat rating. Comprehensive evaluation. This disciple originally possessed no soul and was deemed waste. The host imparted the path of body refinement, later achieving enlightenment in the earthly Sha body refinement technique, thereby forging a new path in body cultivation. This burden falls upon the host. Determination. This disciple is deemed successful, deducting one major realm from the host. Comprehensive assessment complete, deducting two major realms from the host. Current host's realm. Peak early stage of Qi refinement. System commentary. Host, please do not deceive yourself. This system is dedicated to creating the most ineffective sect in history. The host may only cultivate by teaching incompetent disciples. Should the host insist on guiding disciples to success, opposing the system, the consequences shall be borne by the host. What the hell? I am not in opposition to you. Chu Yuan's eyes widened, fury bubbling within him, compelling him to shout. Yet, before he could utter a sound, a resounding explosion erupted within his dantian, causing the resplendent golden core to shatter. The golden core shattered. In an instant, Chu Yuan's aura plummeted dramatically, leaving behind not even a trace of the foundation establishment stage. Within the blink of an eye, his essence had descended to the Qi refinement stage, at the pinnacle of the early Qi refinement stage. Perhaps it was due to his extensive exposure to the foundational cultivation techniques of the early Qi refinement stage that his prowess surpassed that of his peers. It is likely that he could contend with those in the later stages of Qi refinement without difficulty. His foundation was exceptionally solid. Yet, this was far from what Chu Yuan desired. At this very moment, he sat within the palace, his complexion ashen, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. I have been betrayed by my most earnest disciple. Chapter 103, The Unworthy Disciple. Within the palace, Chu Yuan's cultivation abruptly plummeted to the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, his complexion as pale as parchment. He longed to inquire about the well-being of Zhang Han and Su Qinyuan's family. How could he have been so treacherously betrayed? He was utterly bewildered, wondering how his disciples had suddenly achieved success. What manner of beings were Zhang Han and Su Qinyuan? One devoid of a spiritual root, the other lacking a soul. How could they possibly attain mastery? According to the system's data, one was a natural formation core who had inexplicably awakened their potential, while the other was even more absurd, possessing no soul and claiming to have imparted body refinement techniques to the former. Could he truly refine his body? If he could, why would he have resorted to pilfering, or rather, borrowing, the techniques from the Chang'e sect? His expertise extended only to brewing tea. He had merely deceived these two disciples from the outset. If mere deception could yield success, why had he not succeeded himself? Was it possible that everyone in the world, aside from him, was endowed with the protagonist's halo, the destiny of a chosen one, an unparalleled fortune? Chu Yuan's mentality erupted. Particularly infuriating was the thought of Zhang Han, this wayward disciple who feigned simplicity yet delivered a shocking betrayal from behind. He had always appeared so earnest, resembling an ordinary mortal. Yet, when it came time for assessment, he had suddenly transformed into a being of divine transformation. What a sly fox! Compared to Su Qinyuan, Chu Yuan's ire was more directed towards Zhang Han, the disciple he had trusted implicitly. The more trust he had placed in him, the greater his current rage. He seethed with resentment. His golden core, gone forever. The promised pinnacle of the golden core stage, the envisioned path to the nascent soul, the dream of becoming invincible, all vanished. Chu Yuan's psyche crumbled, devoid of any fighting spirit. Had he not been in the Qi refining stage, he would have surely gone to strangle Zhang Han. As for Su Qinyuan, he appeared less detestable in light of Zhang Han's treachery. Surely, Su Qinyuan's comprehension of the earthly fiend body refinement technique had been guided by Zhang Han. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan endeavored to salvage his composure. However, the more he pondered, the angrier he became. The system's comment urging him not to oppose it only fueled his fury further. When had he ever opposed the system? He ought to confront the heavens instead. It was the heavens that were at odds with the system. With a heavy exhale, Chu Yuan rose, preparing to exit the palace. He sought to find Li Ergang, hoping for some delicacies and wine to alleviate his sorrows. As he stepped outside, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Zhang Han. At this moment, Zhang Han donned a scholarly robe that billowed without wind, his formerly tied black hair cascading down, dancing wildly in the breeze. The momentum from his breakthrough had yet to fully subside, exuding an overwhelming presence, akin to a scholar poised to command the world with a single stroke. Zhang Han, beaming with joy, gazed at Chu Yuan. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Master, I have come to share some splendid news with you. I have successfully transcended to the transformation realm. I have not failed to meet your expectations. Zhang Han endeavored to suppress his elation, speaking with utmost grace. Yet, the joy was overwhelming. How long had he toiled in arduous cultivation? In the moments of energy convergence, he chose not to break through, but rather to accumulate. It was only today that he finally ascended to the transformation realm. At once, the pent-up emotions erupted. The teachings bestowed upon him by his master, the high hopes his master had placed upon him, and the aspirations for him to inherit the leadership of the Wu Dao sect. All these pressures fueled his desire to prove himself. to show his master that he had not erred in his choice. Indeed, today he presented his master with a delightful surprise. Look, observe the peculiar expression on my master's face. Surely, it reflects the complex emotions of seeing his disciple finally flourish. What Zhang Han did not realize was that his master, standing before him, was increasingly filled with murderous intent. Across from him, Chu Yuan gazed at his disciple with a profoundly conflicted expression. Were he in the Ascension realm, he would have struck this errant disciple dead with a mere slap. Oh, this wretched disciple, externally obedient, yet secretly devious. However, he was merely at the chi refining stage now, rendering him powerless against this disciple. Very well, very well. You must continue your cultivation diligently. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chu Yuan ground his teeth and spat out 3 very wells before turning away, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would lose control of his emotions. Zhang Han, standing there, scratched his head and watched his master's departing figure. Why did he sense something amiss in his master's tone? Was his master genuinely pleased yet reluctant for him to perceive it, thus altering his tone? No, he must maintain his composure and not succumb to arrogance. He was destined to become the future master of the Wudao sect, and could not afford to be proud or haughty. Zhang Han admonished himself, suppressing his inflated thoughts. Now, possessing the strength of the transformation realm, when he arrayed formations, their power was significantly enhanced by his magical energy. Most importantly, with the augmentation of his spiritual power, he could deploy dozens of formations in a single thought. In combat, he could truly unleash formations upon his foes. However, he noted with concern that his master's aura had noticeably weakened once more. He recalled that upon their last meeting, his master had claimed to be at the nascent soul stage, only to suddenly drop to the golden elixir stage, and now he was at the chi refining stage. His master's aura had been in continuous decline. Could it be that prior to ascension, one must undergo a regression to the mortal realm? If so, then it was imperative for him to hasten his cultivation. With merely the transformation realm, he feared it would not suffice to lead the Wudao sect. Zhang Han murmured to himself, his earlier joy regarding his current realm dissipating, replaced instead with a fervent determination for the path ahead. He resolved to cultivate diligently, inherit the sect, and become the new master of the hidden sect. Yet, breaking through to the next realm would not be an easy feat. The crossing tribulation realm, this pinnacle of the mortal world, is arguably more challenging to transcend than the transformational god realm. It is likely exceedingly difficult to break through the crossing tribulation realm solely through arduous cultivation. One must seek opportunities to descend the mountain and undergo practical training. Zhang Han has already begun to chart a course for his future. Chapter 104. Collecting talents is preferable to collecting scrap at the foot of Tianwu Mountain, within the confines of the Wudao sect. A newly constructed small kitchen stood adjacent to a modest table. Seated at the table was Chu Yuan, indulging in a sumptuous feast and sipping wine with fervor. The cultivation of the chi refinement stage rendered him incapable of swiftly metabolizing the effects of alcohol, resulting in a noticeable flush upon his countenance. Nearby, Li Ergang stood with utmost care, monitoring the array of dishes before him. Should any be lacking, he would promptly scurry to prepare replacements. For the moment, it appeared that no dish was missing, leaving Li Ergang to obediently remain in place, his gaze shifting between the culinary offerings and the expression of the sect leader. For reasons unknown, he sensed an unsettling air about Chu Yuan, a hint of melancholy that seemed out of place. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. He pondered, reflecting on the sudden surge of pressure earlier that day, which seemed to be a consequence of a disciple-esque breakthrough. He reasoned that as the sect leader, Chu Yuan ought to be elated rather than disheartened. Certainly, witnessing a disciple achieve success would bring joy. Yet, it seemed the leader had nowhere to channel this exuberance, opting instead to drink and deliberately allowing the effects of alcohol to envelop him, seeking to relish the intoxicated sensation. Such was the nature of a reclusive sect, its leader, too, a being of sentiment. With a deep sigh, Li Ergang indulged in a fanciful narrative within his mind. Just as he became lost in his thoughts, a voice beckoned, "Ergang, come here." It was the voice of the sect leader. Startled, Li Ergang abruptly turned to face Chu Yuan. "Sect leader, is something amiss? Is the food too cold? Shall I heat it for you?" He inquired anxiously, only to correct himself. "Oh, no. Of course, you Wu and Ti want reheated food. I'll prepare something fresh." He turned to stride towards the newly built kitchen when Chu Yuan interjected, "Wait, I did not ask you to cook. Come here, sit in front of me. Let us converse." With a gesture, he indicated the chair opposite him. Complying without hesitation, Li Ergang approached the chair, his substantial frame causing it to creak under his weight as he settled down. "Sect leader," he murmured softly. Chu Yuan, placing his wine glass down, nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze drifted to the pristine small kitchen, clearly a recent addition. I appreciate your efforts in constructing this kitchen. It was my oversight not to have arranged one for you. You've done well, he remarked, taking a deep breath. It was no trouble at all. It is my duty, Li Ergang responded earnestly. Just relax. We're merely having a casual chat, Chu Yuan replied with a smile, sensing Li Ergang's tension. The sight of a hefty man in a state of unease was rather amusing, and it eased much of the ire that had been festering within Chu Yuan. Li Ergang made a concerted effort to relax his demeanor. Master, what would you like to discuss? He inquired. Tell me, if one were to teach a useless disciple, how should it be done? Chu Yuan slowly began, resting his chin on his hands, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The cases of Zhang Han, the disappointing disciple, and Su Qinyuan, who had betrayed him, were already settled. His realm had fallen. This was an irreversible reality. Although he intended to settle accounts with these two disciples, that could not occur at this moment. His foremost priority was to find new disciples, striving to restore his realm in the coming year. As for how to identify truly inept disciples, this perplexed Chu Yuan, leading him to question whether his thoughts were misguided. Is Yi Luo not sufficiently useless? Born without spiritual roots. Yet he still achieved success as a near-path body. And Zhang Han, who was struck by lightning and lost his roots, still proved to be a natural talent in formations. Su Qianyuan is even more outrageous. Lacking a soul, he still claimed to have gained insight, ultimately achieving success. All three of the disciples he had taken in had been deemed successful. This led Chu Yuan to deeply doubt his disciple selection criteria. Thus, he sought to consult Li Ergang, hoping to glean some insight from another's perspective. On the other side, Li Ergang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing these words. He could not comprehend why the master would pose such questions to him. However, he dared not inquire further and could only ponder how to respond. After a considerable pause, Li Ergang finally articulated, Master, if one wishes to teach a disciple to be useless, it should be quite simple. I believe one could randomly select a person off the street, take them as a disciple, and carelessly impart the basic techniques, disregarding everything else. Naturally, they would become useless. Randomly selecting someone off the street? Perhaps someone with mortal spiritual roots? Yet, those capable of cultivation may still have the potential to succeed. What if, by chance, the disciple becomes successful? Chu Yuan frowned. Master, how could luck be so favorable? If it were that coincidental, the world would be filled with geniuses. Li Ergang shook his head. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's frown deepened. Could it be that he truly had to rely on luck? To be frank, he was quite reluctant to take such a gamble. It felt too uncertain. The reason he sought out inept individuals rather than gambling was due to his cautious nature, unwilling to take risks. However, what if he were indeed unfortunate enough to recruit a genius? My intention is to seek out those who are inherently useless, requiring no teaching. As they are already destined to be so, Chu Yuan expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Ergang's eyes widened in shock as he abruptly stood up, exclaiming, No, this is not right. This method will not work. While I concede that my suggestion carries a chance element, your approach is utterly infeasible. Useless individuals are already at their limit. No matter how much one attempts to render them more useless, they cannot regress further. Uselessness is the pinnacle of their being, leaving only potential for growth, not decline. It would be better to accept prodigies, for they are more susceptible to failure. Li Ergang, entirely oblivious to his own identity, spoke candidly, believing this to be merely a debate. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yuan was taken aback. Goodness, Li Ergang does make a compelling point. A wastrel is inherently worthless, with no room for decline, only the potential for ascent. Moreover, in his current predicament, it was as if he were cursed. The more inept the disciples, the faster they seem to grow stronger. Perhaps it is indeed wiser to accept gifted students. Talented disciples, endowed with exceptional abilities, are prone to fanciful thoughts, making them the most likely to falter. Chu Yuan suddenly realized the folly of his long-held beliefs, which had led him to accept 3 wayward disciples. Fortunately, it is not too late to awaken to this truth, offering a chance for redemption. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with understanding. He comprehended. Chapter 105. Is this truly all rubbish? Chu Yuan comprehended the truth. He understood why his 3 disciples would all achieve success. The 3 were indeed inept, inherently incapable, and no matter how they were taught, they would remain so. They had no room for decline. Only an opportunity for ascension remained. Moreover, these 3 individuals were remarkably unique. One was born without spiritual roots. Another was struck by lightning postnatally, and the last was utterly devoid of a soul. Their eccentricities were becoming increasingly pronounced. He had been mistaken all along. If one were to disregard their inability to cultivate, Which of them was not extraordinary in their own right? His previous assumptions had been flawed. As this realization dawned upon him, Chu Yuan nearly struck his own head in frustration. Had he awakened to this understanding sooner, he would not have found himself in the chi refining stage. Reflecting on the past, he had once been a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Fortunately, this plump fellow had managed to remind him. Immediately, Chu Yuan's gaze towards Li Ergong softened considerably. Ergong, splendid. Your notion is quite admirable, far superior to my own. As a reward, what would you desire? Should I possess it, you shall have it. Upon hearing these words, Li Ergong, who had been speaking confidently, momentarily froze, glancing around. He suddenly recalled that he was not in the Changhe sect, and that he was not addressing mere mortal disciples. He had just been rambling in front of the master of this reclusive sect. This realization startled Li Ergong greatly. As Sect Master, I was merely speaking nonsense. I do not deserve your praise, nor your rewards. He hastily exclaimed as he stood up. Not at all. Your thoughts are beneficial to me, which constitutes merit. Speak. What do you wish for? Chu Yuan replied slowly. Sect Master, may I enter the hall of transmission to take a glimpse? Li Ergong asked cautiously. Hearing this, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This plump fellow wishes to visit the hall of transmission? What could possibly be of interest there? A collection of rubbish. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. If I were to grant him a reward, I have little else to offer aside from the sect's manuals and that supreme divine sword. I would merely hope he does not take those fraudulent techniques seriously. This fellow possesses some talent. Should he practice false methods and harm himself, that would be quite unfortunate. Very well, I grant you permission to enter the hall of transmission, but you must remember, the items within are merely trash. Observe them, but do not take them to heart. Chu Yuan advised. Thank you, Sect Master. Li Ergong joyfully responded upon hearing the approval, quickly overlooking the cautionary words. Chu Yuan did not elaborate further, waved his hand to dismiss Li Ergong, and proceeded towards the main hall of the sect. Now that he recognized his previous misconceptions, he needed to contemplate carefully his next steps. I bid farewell to the Sect Master. Excited, Li Ergong clasped his hands and watched as Chu Yuan departed. Unable to maintain his relaxed demeanor any longer, his plump face radiated exuberance. The sect leader had granted him permission to enter the hall of transmission. Although Zhang Han had previously mentioned that he could choose a technique from the hall, the sect leader had explicitly stated that he could enter without any limitations on the number of techniques he could examine. However, one peculiar point lingered. The sect leader had referred to the contents of the hall as mere refuse, which left Li Ergong perplexed. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and eagerly rushed towards the hall of transmission, neglecting to tidy up the dishes on the table, his singular focus on the hall. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hall of transmission, Li Ergong, the plump figure, bounced over. He approached the majestic and ancient palace with caution, a sense of solemnity washing over him. Excuse me, esteemed sir, are you present? I have been granted a favor by my sect leader to enter the hall of transmission. What say you? He inquired timidly, knowing that Zhang Han often resided within the hall. If he were to enter, he ought to at least greet Zhang Han. His voice echoed in front of the hall, yet met with silence. The stillness was profound. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ergong cautiously peered inside, but saw nothing. Could it be that Zhang Han was absent? Sir, are you not here? He could not help but ask again, but still received no response. It appeared that Zhang Han was indeed away. Perhaps he was in seclusion after his recent breakthrough, solidifying his newfound realm. With this thought, Li Ergong sighed in relief and stealthily slipped into the hall of transmission, akin to a thief. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by rows of stone platforms. 9 in total, each with 9 stone pedestals, upon which lay volumes of books. The setting exuded an aura of ancient mystery. Such a magnificent hall. It truly befits a hidden sect. Li Ergong marveled, instinctively wiping his hands on his attire. He intended to approach a pedestal and pick up a book to peruse. But his peripheral vision caught sight of a neglected pile of books haphazardly discarded in a corner. In such a grand hall, there were indeed books carelessly strewn in a corner? What kind of volumes could they be? Curiosity piqued. Li Ergong made his way over to the corner and picked up one of the books. Examining its cover, he read, On the Postpartum Care of Celestial Pigs. Celestial pigs? What were celestial pigs? Upon opening the book, he quickly discerned the nature of these celestial pigs. Known in full as ancient celestial pigs, they were a breed of mythical beasts passed down from ancient times. Remarkably peculiar, these creatures possessed no aggression and exhibited low intelligence, bearing a striking resemblance to ordinary swine. Ordinary pigs are merely reared by mortals, whereas the ancient immortal pig is nurtured by those who seek to transcend. The flesh of the ancient immortal pig possesses an enigmatic quality, Consuming it greatly aids in cultivation. With a single morsel capable of propelling an ordinary individual into the realm of qi refinement. It appears that due to the immense benefits this pig provides to the cultivation world, certain restrictions have been imposed upon it. The ancient immortal pig is notoriously difficult to care for and reproduce, resulting in its scarcity today. It is said that only a few prominent sects possess the specialized techniques for its care. To his astonishment, Li Ergang discovered that even the hidden sect's hall of transmission contained knowledge on this subject. This revelation left him in awe of the hidden sect's prowess. Cautiously, he set down the tome entitled Postpartum Care of Immortal Pigs and turned his gaze to the other texts. Upon doing so, he found himself unable to close his eyes in disbelief. Sect leader, is it true that these are all mere trifles? Chapter 106, The Bubble Teapot. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Wu Dao sect, the esteemed leader, Chu Yuan, sat upon the throne, lost in profound contemplation. He pondered the path ahead of him. Currently, he found himself at the pinnacle of the early stage of qi refining, with combat prowess tragically lacking. While it was conceivable that through arduous training he could ascend to the foundation establishment stage within a year, such a pace was far too languid for his ambitions. To expedite his growth, the only viable option lay in accepting disciples and imparting knowledge to less gifted students. However, this time, Chu Yuan resolved to proceed with caution. He planned to take on a single disciple, balancing self-cultivation with the task of mentoring a less capable student. This cautious approach was not born from a lack of desire for multiple disciples, but rather from trepidation. Should he take on 2 or 3 disciples, and if, by chance, they all succeeded within a year, he would face a daunting reduction of 2 or 3 major realms. Currently, as a mere qi refining practitioner, even if he managed to reach the foundation establishment stage within a year, the loss of 1 or 2 major realms could render him an ordinary mortal. The most alarming thought was the potential reduction of 3 major realms. Who could predict what calamities might ensue? Thus, Chu Yuan resolved to play it safe for the time being. Although preparing for potential failure before even accepting a disciple felt somewhat disheartening, it was hardly his fault. After all 3 of his previous disciples had achieved success. If he did not exercise caution, he risked losing everything. It was wiser to be prudent, to accept 1 disciple, tutor them thoroughly, and once he gained experience, to replicate his efforts with confidence. In silence, Chu Yuan established his goals for the year. Presently, his focus was to descend the mountain in search of a talented disciple. Indeed, he altered his approach to accepting disciples, now intent on finding a genius, teaching a prodigy. This was undoubtedly the correct path. Resolutely, Chu Yuan rose, preparing to descend the mountain. Yet, as he took his first step, he froze in realization. Wait, he was merely at the qi refining stage, a pitifully weak qi refining practitioner. How could he possibly descend the mountain? He could not even muster the strength to fly. Even if he managed to reach the base, what use would he be as a qi refining practitioner? In a moment of despair, he pondered the absurdity of attempting to recruit disciples at his current level. With his qi refining status, he could hardly attract anyone of worth. The thought of entering a recruitment scenario only to be dismissed by a guardian of a potential disciple was disheartening. No, this would not do. Relying solely on himself to recruit a talented disciple seemed implausible. Chu Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. If only Yi Luo had not been driven away. How much simpler things would have been. He could have brought Yi Luo along. With a long sigh, he released his frustration. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Wait a moment. He did not have just 1 disciple. He had Zhang Han. Although Zhang Han was somewhat cunning, his strength was formidable. During the system assessment, Zhang Han had been classified as a transformation stage practitioner. If he could persuade Zhang Han to accompany him down the mountain, recruiting disciples would be a certainty. Moreover, given that Zhang Han had betrayed him, causing his own decline in realm, it would not be unreasonable to have Zhang Han join him in this endeavor. Indeed. With Zhang Han on board, success is assured. However, to persuade Zhang Han, one must carefully craft the dialogue. With a furrowed brow, Chu Yuan pondered how best to convince Zhang Han, his contemplation extending over the course of half a day. It was not until dusk that Chu Yuan devised a strategy, preparing 6 distinct approaches to sway Zhang Han, contingent upon his responses. Regardless of how he replied, Chu Yuan was ready with his persuasive tactics. Just as Chu Yuan was about to seek out Zhang Han, a voice, as refreshing as a spring breeze, echoed from outside the grand hall. Master, disciple seeks an audience. It was Zhang Han's voice. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Truly, the mention of him summoned him forth. Come in. Chu Yuan quickly regained his composure, restoring his usual calm demeanor. Upon entering, one could not help but notice that Chu Yuan was clad in a flowing white robe, his long hair as dark as ink, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being. He sat quietly upon the Master's throne, akin to an immortal traversing the mortal realm, an invisible authority that instilled a sense of trepidation. Were one to claim that Chu Yuan was merely at the Qi refinement stage, few would believe it, for his innate aura was profoundly transcendent. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, Zhang Han stepped inside. Upon seeing Chu Yuan seated upon the throne, his eyes brightened. Disciple Zhang Han pays his respects to Master. May Master enjoy eternal peace. He approached the center of the hall, offering a courteous bow. No need for formalities. Chu Yuan replied with a couple of words, though a cold glint lingered in his gaze. After all, this disciple had betrayed his trust, engaging in a heart-stopping act of treachery at the very last moment. Zhang Han, now standing upright, remained oblivious to any sense of foreboding. He clasped his hands toward his master. Master, I have come to pay my respects and wish to discuss a matter of importance. Coincidentally, I too have something to discuss with you, Chu Yuan replied, nonchalantly. Master is the elder. It is only fitting that you speak first. My matters can certainly wait. Please, enlighten me, Zhang Han said, bowing once more. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan fell silent for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts of their dialogue. The hall descended into an eerie silence. The faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard, the air thickening with tension. Primarily, it was Chu Yuan's silence that commanded the room. Zhang Han dared not speak first, lowering his head, awaiting his master's initiation. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Yuan finally broke the silence. Honor, I find myself in need of your assistance. Due to my cultivation, I have sealed my powers and cannot utilize them. Yet I must descend the mountain for a while. Without my abilities, I might encounter some difficulties. Would you be willing to lend your protection? Oh, of course, Master. Chu Yuan's sentence was abruptly interrupted. Master, I am willing, Zhang Han exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head to declare his readiness. Chu Yuan, is he so eager? He pondered for an extended period over 6 sets of deceptive strategies, yet not a single one was employed, which left him feeling somewhat resigned. This undoubtedly imparted to Chu Yuan a sensation akin to striking a fist against cotton. Honor, do you comprehend that once we descend the mountain, our return may not be swift? Chu Yuan inquired, his disbelief evident as he tentatively posed the question. Master, your disciple understands. All my skills have been imparted by you. As you engage in your cultivation, I shall support you diligently, Zhang Han replied with a grave countenance. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan felt a twinge of emotion. However, upon further reflection, his expression darkened. All my abilities stem from your teachings? Is that a veiled criticism of my ineptitude? Am I merely adept at brewing tea? This is clearly an affront. Very well, Zhang Han. If that is the case, gather your belongings and accompany me down the mountain, Chu Yuan concluded, his demeanor somber, as he strode toward the hall's exit, seeking solace in solitude. Chapter 107. Am I handless? Outside the gate of the Wudao sect, a figure stood not far away. This person was none other than Zhang Han, dressed in a scholar's robe, with his black hair elegantly pinned up by a wooden hairpin. He possessed refined features and a habitual smile that exuded warmth, making one feel as if embraced by the gentle spring breeze. He stood quietly outside the mountain gate, occasionally glancing within, seemingly waiting for something. After a while, Chu Yuan slowly emerged from the gate. In stark contrast to Zhang Han's scholarly demeanor, Chu Yuan's presence was ethereal, almost transcendent. To describe it further, one might say he was too celestial. Among the 4 members of the Wudao sect, each possessed a distinctly different aura. Chu Yuan exuded an otherworldly charm, untouched by the mundane. Yi Luo exhibited the sharpness of a sword immortal. Yet his intensity bore the weight of the ruthless laws of heaven, a perfect amalgamation of both. And Zhang Han, of course, was the epitome of elegance and amiability. As for Su Qianyuan, aside from his bald head, he held no other remarkable traits. At this moment, Chu Yuan stepped out from the mountain gate. Honor, are you prepared? He asked, his hands clasped behind his back as he approached Zhang Han. Master, I am ready, Zhang Han replied with a respectful bow. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan paused momentarily. Ready? And yet you carry nothing with you? He inquired, observing Zhang Han's empty hands. Do you not need to bring anything at all? Despite having little to carry himself, he had brought his sacred sword, which was slung across his back. The sight of Zhang Han appearing empty-handed baffled him. Master, I have brought a few books to read on the journey, Zhang Han said, shaking his head. But where are your books? Chu Yuan scrutinized Zhang Han, searching for any sign of them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han looked at his master, bewildered. Did his master truly not know about his abilities? Nevertheless, he merely pondered for a moment before obediently responding. In the spatial array, he concluded. With that, Zhang Han spread his fingers. An intricate array patterns materialized from thin air, weaving into a formation within his palm. As the light flickered, a book appeared in his hand. Chu Yuan, who stood nearby, was nearly taken aback. What is this? A creation out of thin air? Impressive. In an instant, a bold thought sparked in Chu Yuan's mind. If he could master Zhang Han's technique, wouldn't it make deceiving others far more convincing? Honor, how is this array constructed? Share it with me, and perhaps I can offer you some guidance, Chu Yuan inquired, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, though he maintained a calm exterior. Master, this array does not require your guidance. It simply needs hands to operate, does it not? Zhang Han replied, his expression one of confusion. Upon hearing this, the excited Chu Yuan fell into a momentary silence. Just hands? Lowering his gaze to inspect his palm, Chu Yuan pondered, is this truly a hand? Am I somehow disabled? An inexplicable sense of doubt began to gnaw at him. Was it possible that in this world, beyond himself, every individual possessed a halo of protagonism, endowed with fortune and fated for greatness, while others thrived with mere hands? He found himself at a disadvantage despite his every effort. Impossible. He too must be capable. Not to mention, he possessed a system. If he could mentor a seemingly hopeless disciple, his own cultivation would soar infinitely. Gritting his teeth in determination, Chu Yuan resolved, if guidance is unnecessary, then I shall take my leave and embark on my journey. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, very well, master. Since your cultivation cannot be utilized, perhaps it would be prudent for your disciple to assist you in flight? This would certainly expedite our travels. Zhang Han inquired, offering a respectful bow. Chu Yuan nodded in assent. Observing this, Zhang Han bowed once more to his master, his demeanor reflecting profound reverence. In adherence to your command, master, I beg your forgiveness for any perceived impertinence. As his words fell, he extended his palm, fingers converging, pointing skyward. A resonating hum erupted. The light of the formation flickered, and intricate patterns emerged from the void. Suddenly, a magical array surged beneath Chu Yuan, lifting him into the air, where he transformed into a mere speck before vanishing from sight. Zhang Han gazed at the silhouette of his master disappearing, his lips parting in a reflective sigh. Such is the nature of a master, he mused, enveloped by the formation yet utterly unaffected, as if oblivious to its activation. The fortitude of my master's spirit is unparalleled, allowing him to remain unfazed at all times. Shaking his head, he propelled himself skyward, a streak of light racing after the direction in which his master had vanished. 2 hours after the disappearance of Chu Yuan and Zhang Han, powerful auras began to manifest in the sky to the east of Tianwu Mountain. These potent energies intertwined, casting a shadow over a vast area beyond the mountain. Countless beasts emitted mournful cries, trembling on the ground, fearful of being obliterated by the owners of these formidable auras. Outside Tianwu Mountain, in the distant sky, Yi Luo stood upon his flying sword, his robes billowing as he gazed longingly at the vast clouds beyond the mountain. Behind him trailed a multitude of formidable beings, each possessing at least the strength of the nascent soul realm. Master, I have returned, Yi Luo murmured softly, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle the strands of hair framing his face. He had successfully established the sacred ground and addressed all pressing matters. With his current strength, unless all sects of the eastern province united against him, he stood unrivaled. What remained was the construction of the sect, a task that required time. Thus, Yi Luo had carved out a moment to pay his respects to his master, while also seeking resolution for another matter. As he glanced sideways at the elder hovering beside him, he sighed, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After concluding matters in the sacred land, he recalled the situation concerning his junior disciple, Su Qianyuan, and his companion. He sought the counsel of the Grand Elder, only to learn of a rather troubling circumstance. Su Qianyuan's partner had somehow allied with the Grand Elder. This intricate relationship left Yi Luo feeling quite perplexed, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to bring the Grand Elder to the Wudao sect, allowing Su Qianyuan and the Grand Elder to address their issues independently. Yi Luo was uncertain of what might transpire when these two crossed paths, yet he had prepared himself for the worst. Should a conflict arise between Su Qianyuan and the Grand Elder, he would lean slightly in favor of Su Qianyuan, for the bonds among fellow disciples held great significance. Naturally, if the two managed to avoid confrontation, that would be the most favorable outcome, as both were integral to their respective factions. However, this matter was one in which Yi Luo felt he could not intervene. Chapter 108. The intentionally exposed axe at the summit of Tianwu Mountain. Within the grand hall of the Wudao sect, Su Qianyuan entered the expansive plaza, his bald head glistening under the sun. This polished dome, shaped through the relentless refinement of the Earth Sha Sutra, radiated a luminous brilliance, exuding an inexplicable charm. Both his master and second senior brother had descended the mountain, leaving the portly figure within the Dharma Hall, rendering the divine weapon pavilion devoid of company. This presented an opportune moment to slip inside and explore. After all, his elder brother had mentioned that the pavilion was filled with spiritual treasures, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. With a spark of excitement illuminating his visage, Chu Yuan cast his gaze towards the divine weapon pavilion and swiftly made his way there. He recalled the words of his second senior brother, Zhang Han, who had spoken of the profound mysteries contained within the divine weapon pavilion. Though he himself had yet to receive the recognition of a single divine weapon, Chu Yuan mused that if he could attain such recognition before Zhang Han, the latter's expression would surely be a sight to behold. As he imagined the scenario, he hurried towards the pavilion. Soon, he stood before the ancient structure, its aura steeped in history. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a time-worn pathway, flanked by concave stone platforms, from which an odd scent wafted. A closer inspection revealed that each platform bore a weapon, albeit these weapons were dull and devoid of luster, appearing utterly mundane. Were these truly the spiritual treasures he had heard of? He recalled having encountered 2 genuine spiritual treasures during his time at the Qian Emperor Dao sect, which were markedly different from the ones before him. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuan advanced along the ancient path, taking a deliberate step forward to delve deeper into the pavilion. Just as he made his way, a blinding green light suddenly emanated from a seemingly dull axe resting on a stone platform at the far end of the path, its radiance striking directly upon his bald head. What? This axe glows. His eyes widened at the sight of the resplendent green axe. Despite its blunted blade and worn handle, it radiated a remarkable light, distinguishing it from the others. This axe. It is no ordinary item. With urgency, Chu Yuan rushed to the stone platform, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of grasping the axe. However, just as his palm approached the weapon, a voice emanated from the axe, demanding, "Do not touch me." Chu Yuan's outstretched hand froze in midair, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retract. His expression morphed into one of bewilderment. This axe can speak. As the former sect leader of the Qian Emperor Dao sect, Chu Yuan possessed knowledge far surpassing that of the average individual. He understood that weapons wielded by cultivators fell into 3 categories: mundane treasures, magical artifacts, and spiritual treasures. Mundane treasures lack any spiritual essence. Magical artifacts possess a modicum of sentience and recognize their masters, yet this sentience is feeble. Spiritual treasures, however, are entirely different. The essence of spirituality has taken shape. The spiritual treasures select their bearers, and the bearers in turn are chosen by the treasures. A spiritual treasure that can utter curses signifies an extraordinary level of potency. According to his knowledge, the 2 treasures of the Qian Emperor Dao sect are utterly mute, and they are merely inferior grade treasures. Therefore, this axe must be at least of medium quality, if not superior. Upon realizing the caliber of this axe, Chu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. However, his resolve remained strong, and he forcibly suppressed his emotions before addressing the axe. "Divine axe, may I inquire your full name?" Chu Yuan spoke cautiously, his voice echoing within the silent armory pavilion. A gentle breeze wafted through the open door, yet the atmosphere within remained still and soundless. "Divine axe? Divine axe?" Chu Yuan's brows furrowed in concentration as he called out again. Yet, the axe remained unresponsive, the previously shimmering green light extinguished, leaving the impression that it had never existed at all. Just moments ago, this axe had displayed its extraordinary nature. How could it now be so uncommunicative? It seemed illogical. Could it be that this divine weapon had no desire to engage with him? Chu Yuan found himself puzzled, as this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand, intending to touch the axe once more, hoping this would elicit a response. As expected, just as his palm was about to make contact with the axe, a brilliant light erupted from it, sending Chu Yuan's hand flying back. "Perhaps you should first sort out your own affairs. Do not wander here aimlessly." A voice, tinged with irritation, emanated from the axe. "Divine." Chu Yuan's eyes brightened at the axe's reply, and he was about to speak. However, before he could finish, a familiar rhythm of Dao began to permeate the air. This Dao rhythm. Master Brother has returned." Chu Yuan momentarily froze, then a smile of joy graced his face. Yet, before he could revel in his delight, a sudden realization struck him. He was still in the armory pavilion without the consent of his master. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of being caught by his master brother. He could very well lose his head. The memory of the last time his second brother had been mercilessly beaten by their master brother flashed through his mind, and his expression shifted from joy to dread. With no time to converse further with the axe, his fear of being struck by Yi Luo overshadowed his interest in the spiritual treasure. The thought of flying swords filled him with lifelong terror. Thus, feeling that the allure of the treasure had diminished, Su Qianyuan hastily turned and fled the hall, anxious to avoid detection by Yi Luo in the armory pavilion. As Su Qianyuan departed, the armory pavilion suddenly buzzed with activity. The weapons upon the stone platforms seemed to awaken, radiating a myriad of lights. In that instant, an unimaginable pressure descended upon the pavilion. The lights intertwined swiftly, as if engaged in a conversation of their own. If, at that moment, someone were to step into the attic, enveloped in the radiance, they would hear the voices of their discourse. No, you axe, why do you meddle in our affairs? Among us, you are the least capable. And it is you who exposes us day in and day out. Indeed, it is not merely our criticism of you, axe. After all these years of companionship, how is it that we have never realized how much you relish conversation? If I did not reveal your existence, how could you possibly acknowledge your master? Without your recognition, how could my ranking ascend? Just look, the endless sword gourd has vanished. Has my standing not improved? The myriad treasures of spirits responded with silence. Chapter 109. Ultimately unavoidable in the vast square of the Wudao sect, Yi Luo stood in contemplation, gazing down at the very spot where he had once attained enlightenment. Behind him, the Grand Elder stood cautiously, occasionally stealing glances at this legendary reclusive sect. In his eyes, the majestic halls, imbued with profound mysteries, seemed to emanate an irresistible allure, as though entering one of these sanctuaries would bestow upon him immeasurable fortune. Of course, this was merely a figment of the Grand Elder's imagination. The mere mention of the reclusive sect conjured an image of unparalleled grandeur in his mind. To him, even a blade of grass from the Wudao sect might be deemed celestial herb. Little did Yi Luo know that had he been aware of this, it would have elicited a hearty laugh from him. In reality, only 2 halls of the Wudao sect were open to the public, the rest remained firmly shut, leaving no room for such fanciful notions. Both individuals harbored their own thoughts as they stood in the grand square. After a brief moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out from beyond the square. Senior brother, is that truly you? Su Qianyuan came rushing from a distance, covering 100 meters in a single stride, his physical prowess evident as he propelled himself forward without any apparent use of martial energy. Yet, despite relying solely on his physical strength, he moved with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, Su Qianyuan had entered the square and swiftly approached Yi Luo, his expression brimming with joy. Senior brother, it truly is you, you've returned. Su Qianyuan exclaimed, eagerly examining Yi Luo from head to toe. Yes, I've come to pay my respects to the master. By the way, where's the master? Yi Luo replied with a smile. You're here to see the master? He left the mountain with the second senior brother over 2 hours ago, Su Qianyuan responded, unable to contain his excitement. Really? The master took the second brother down the mountain? Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated this turn of events. His intention had been to meet the master and share his experiences from the outside world. Now, however, it appeared that the master had descended the mountain, accompanied by Zhang Han. Given this situation, he found himself at a loss. Although he understood that Zhang Han was destined to become the future leader of the Wudao sect, the knowledge that the master had taken him down the mountain stirred a pang of envy within him. The master had never taken him down the mountain before. It was disheartening to see Zhang Han receiving such an honor. I'm feeling quite envious. I'm struggling. Yi Luo silently lamented, though he maintained a calm facade, continuing to wear a faint smile. On the other hand, Su Qianyuan remained oblivious to Yi Luo's inner turmoil. He nodded earnestly, affirming, yes. Senior brother, the master did take the second brother down the mountain. As those words fell, they struck Yi Luo like a sharp blade, shattering the remnants of his envy. His gaze towards Su Qianyuan shifted, as he had initially considered favoring the third brother in his dealings with the Grand Elder. Now, however, he realized that such consideration was entirely unnecessary. Well, since that's the case, there's nothing to be done. All right, my junior brother. Let me introduce you to an old acquaintance first. Elder, please come forward. Yi Luo revealed a peculiar smile and beckoned to someone behind him. Behind him, the elder stepped out, his aged face displaying an extreme embarrassment as he gazed at the bald Su Qianyuan, his lips trembling, unsure of how to begin. He feared that speaking might provoke Su Qianyuan's wrath. In contrast, Su Qianyuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing the elder. Why would the elder of the Qian Emperor Dao sect be here? Could it be that his senior brother had resolved matters with the Qian Emperor Dao sect, and brought the elder along to assist him in fulfilling his obligations regarding a partner? It seemed the only plausible explanation for the elder's presence at the Wudao sect. Yet, it had only been a short while since his senior brother had descended the mountain. The news of his senior brother's rise to prominence in the eastern state had already shocked many. If it were also true that he had dealt with the Qian Emperor Dao sect, it would be utterly unbelievable. Elder, senior brother, have you already taken action against the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Chu Yuan inquired in disbelief. Well, the specifics, let the elder explain to you. I shall take a stroll around the Wudao sect, and let the elder convey all the details to you, Yi Luo replied with an enigmatic smile. With that, he turned and walked towards the Grand Hall's plaza, leaving behind the elder and Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan gazed at the retreating figure of his senior brother, feeling a sense of confusion. However, this did not diminish his curiosity regarding his senior brother's endeavors since returning. Elder, please tell me, has senior brother truly dealt with the Qian Emperor Dao sect? Chu Yuan asked eagerly. Upon hearing this, the elder quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the inquiry did not pertain to the matter of a partner. Indeed, Qian Yuan, the former sect leader, Master Yi, single-handedly defeated the entire Qian Emperor Dao sect, expelling them from the ranks of the sacred grounds. He has also gathered the fortunes of the eastern state, establishing a new cultivation sanctuary named the Tai Sword Sect. Now, the Tai Sword Sect has entered a stable phase, and it is only a matter of time before it dominates the entire eastern state. The elder's tone relaxed slightly as he spoke. Senior brother is so powerful. He truly established a cultivation sanctuary in such a short time. He is undoubtedly the first of his kind in millennia. Chu Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Master Yi is formidable and currently ranks 6th on the eastern state's list of heroes. It is likely that within a year or two, he shall ascend to the top, the elder affirmed. Observing Chu Yuan's demeanor, the heavy weight that had lingered in his heart began to lift. It seemed that Chu Yuan had forgotten about the matter of the partner. If the topic could be diverted, perhaps this fellow would indeed forget about it altogether. Speaking of which, it was truly a pity that the former sect leader of Qian Yuan did not witness Master Ye's prowess at that time. He single-handedly faced 2 formidable tribulation experts, and it was nothing short of spectacular. Following that battle, countless seasoned powerhouses praised Master Yi as the greatest talent in the eastern state in a millennium. The Grand Elder spoke with great enthusiasm, attempting to inspire Chu Yuan with his fervor. Indeed, Chu Yuan found himself captivated, his eyes reflecting a sense of yearning. The exploits of his senior brother resembled the narrative of a grand legend. How he too wished to possess such an extraordinary tale. However, Chu Yuan remained resolute. He believed that once he perfected his physical cultivation, upon his emergence from seclusion, few would be able to withstand his might. Just as his master had once proclaimed, despite the myriad of techniques and mystical powers wielded by others, he would shatter them with a single blow. Oh, his master had specified the use of the flesh to accomplish this. Nevertheless, the essence remained unchanged. A single strike would suffice. Yet, on another note, he seemed to have neglected to inquire about his companion. Regaining his focus, Chu Yuan turned to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, when I departed, my partner undoubtedly sought refuge with you. I am deeply grateful for your care. I wonder how my companion is faring now? Chu Yuan inquired. The Grand Elder ultimately could not evade the topic. Chapter 110. The Refurbished Inn in the Mundane Realm of the Great Zhou Dynasty. A serpentine line of eager travelers awaited entry to Silver Moon City. Among them was Chu Yuan, accompanied by Zhang Han. Gazing at the seemingly endless queue, Zhang Han felt a twinge of confusion. The practice of queuing to pay an entry fee was a custom of the mortal world. Why should cultivators abide by such regulations? Most practitioners of the mystical arts typically soared directly into the city, bypassing these trivialities altogether. Master, why must we wait to enter the city? Zhang Han inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan cast a fleeting glance at his disciple. Had he possessed his former prowess and traveled alone, he would have soared into the city without a second thought. However, with Zhang Han in tow, circumstances were different. Traveling alone, he had no fees to pay, but bringing along a disciple, especially one who had betrayed him, would be quite the burden. Although he might not be able to pull off a grand deception, a small trick here and there could be rather simple. Yet, such thoughts were best left unspoken. Revealing them might provoke his seemingly naive disciple into a fit of rebellion. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Yuan maintained an air of calm. My dear Han, the path of cultivation begins in the mundane world. Sometimes, wandering among mortals allows one to truly comprehend the essence of the Tao. I insist that you wait in line. It is ultimately for your benefit and requires no further inquiry. Zhang Han nodded. a look of understanding illuminating his eyes. I understand. Master, I shall faithfully heed your instructions. Chu Yuan was taken aback for a moment. What exactly do you comprehend? He pondered. Am I to believe that these few words have enlightened you? You must be quite extraordinary. While he longed to inquire further, Zhang Han's silence left him at a loss for words, so he chose to remain silent. The master and disciple exchanged no further words as they awaited their turn to enter the city. After a considerable half-hour, it was finally their turn to proceed into Silvermoon City. Zhang Han dutifully paid the entry fee, and the two entered the bustling metropolis. Guiding Zhang Han, Chu Yuan made his way directly to the Celestial Drunken Inn. In no time, they arrived at its entrance, where Chu Yuan was taken aback by the transformation. It had been 3 months since his last visit, and the inn now appeared entirely revitalized, as if it had undergone a significant renovation. The once modest 2-story establishment now boasted a 3rd floor, presenting an air of grandeur amidst the cityscape. Surely, the proprietor must have enlisted cultivators for this refurbishment. It is remarkable how much has changed in just 3 months, Chu Yuan mused internally, before leading Zhang Han inside. As they stepped across the threshold, a soothing aroma of sandalwood enveloped them, instantly uplifting their spirits. What an extravagant expenditure the proprietor must have incurred to transform the inn in such a manner. This is splendid. A larger inn will attract more patrons, and the proprietor will undoubtedly be more informed about the happenings of the realm. His visit to the Immortal Drunken Inn was primarily intended for gathering information from the innkeeper. The more knowledgeable the innkeeper, the better. As Chu Yuan's mind brimmed with countless thoughts, a voice beckoned him. Esteemed guest, please come in. How many are you? A cheerful young server approached, bowing slightly as he inquired. Just 2 of us. Where's your innkeeper? Chu Yuan discerned that this server was unfamiliar, likely a recent hire. Please step inside. Our innkeeper is currently on the 3rd floor attending to accounts. By the way, esteemed guest, would you prefer to dine on the 1st floor or the 2nd? The young server asked with a smile. Is the 3rd floor off limits? Or is it simply full? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked. Oh no, esteemed guest. You may have not visited our Immortal Drunken Inn for quite some time. Since the renovation, the 3rd floor has been reserved exclusively for distinguished guests, and only the innkeeper's valued patrons may ascend. I beg your understanding, the young server hastily replied. Am I not considered a valued guest? Go summon your innkeeper. We are old acquaintances. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The young server hesitated for a moment, but then hurried upstairs to inform the innkeeper. Chu Yuan remained unperturbed, standing at the entrance and observing the lively scene within the inn. In contrast, Zhang Han was quite different, observing his master navigating the mundane world without pretense. He could not help but feel astonished. Clearly, his master was a formidable figure, yet he managed to coexist so peacefully among ordinary folk. Were he in the same position, maintaining a humble demeanor while interacting with mortals would seem an unlikely endeavor. He would inevitably carry an air of superiority, perhaps even feeling reluctant to engage with the commoners. Perhaps it was masters like his who truly embodied the art of refining one's heart amidst the world. Zhang Han pondered deeply. Soon, the innkeeper rushed down from the upper floor. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, he was instantly overjoyed and directly invited him to the 3rd floor. Chu Yuan said little in response and led Zhang Han upstairs. Upon entering the 3rd floor, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The space was more spacious than below, yet it contained only a single large round table in the center, a stark contrast to the square tables on the lower floors. The table was adorned with a vibrant yellow cloth, adding an element of flair. The 3rd floor bore a subtle elegance reminiscent of a bygone era. The innkeeper must have invested a considerable fortune to create such an ambience. Long time no see, innkeeper. It seems you have struck it rich, transforming the inn in this manner. Chu Yuan remarked with a hint of a smile. Oh no, there's no talk of wealth here. The addition of a 3rd floor was merely to accommodate your esteemed presence, and it will only be opened for you, the revered master. Typically, no one comes up here. I merely come to tally the accounts, the innkeeper replied with a flattering smile. At this, Chu Yuan paused in surprise. Firstly, he noted the change in address. The innkeeper had previously referred to him as Big Shot, but now he was calling him master. Secondly, he was astonished by the innkeeper's increasingly obsequious demeanor. To think they have constructed a 3-story building for him. How excessively flattering. He recalls a time when the former proprietor was a ruthless individual, one who would refuse to relent even under the threat of a blade at his throat. Yet now, he has transformed into this. Never mind. What significance does that hold? He has come here not to dwell on such matters. Very well, proprietor, I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Chu Yuan gestured dismissively as he spoke. Is there something you require, esteemed leader? Please hold on a moment. Let me have some refreshments brought up. We can converse while we dine. The proprietor hastily instructed a young attendant to prepare the items. Observing that the attendant's movements were somewhat sluggish, he decided to have the attendant attend to Chu Yuan directly, while he himself hurried off to the kitchen to expedite matters. It seemed that any delay was a sign of disrespect towards Chu Yuan, leaving him momentarily taken aback, exclaiming how much the proprietor had changed. Chapter 111. Dantai Luoxue at the Sanlu of the Immortal Drunken Inn. As Chu Yuan gazed upon the lavish spread before him, he found himself at a loss for words. To be candid, his intention in coming here was not to indulge in culinary delights. He was solely here to inquire about certain information. Unexpectedly, the innkeeper's enthusiasm was overwhelming. "Master, please do partake. Are these dishes not to your liking?" the innkeeper urged, noticing Chu Yuan's hesitation to pick up his chopsticks. "Let us set the food aside for now, innkeeper. My purpose in visiting is not to feast, but rather to seek your insights on a matter of importance," Chu Yuan replied, shaking his head and placing his chopsticks down. He had no appetite, especially not when he was in the qi refinement stage. Trivial indulgences were far from his mind. Until he resolved his disciples' issues, he would find no peace even in slumber. "Innkeeper, I am here to gather information, and I trust you know the topic in question." Chu Yuan's gaze was intense as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Connecting the dots from previous inquiries, he realized that the master was seeking news regarding a waste material. "I do have some knowledge on this matter. It is said that in the Qingshan city of the Great Zhou dynasty, there is a waste material, clearly possessing a heavenly spiritual root, yet inexplicably unable to absorb spiritual energy, earning quite the notorious reputation. Furthermore, in Longming City, there exists another waste material, endowed with a thunder spiritual root. Yet during cultivation, the spiritual energy dissipates, making it impossible to retain. Another well-known waste material," the innkeeper elaborated. "Collecting waste materials? Spare me that notion. If I were to gather any more, I might as well not be human." Chu Yuan shuddered at the thought, vehemently shaking his head in refusal. "No, innkeeper. I am not here to inquire about waste materials. I seek information on talents. Do you know of any prodigies? For instance, the genius from that city you mentioned, surnamed Lin?" Chu Yuan pressed on. "Ah, the one I spoke of last time. Oh, that would be Lin Fan, correct? Unfortunately, he has been taken by another sect. If you are looking for a genius, let me ponder for a moment," the innkeeper replied, furrowing his brow in deep thought. Observing this exchange, Zhang Han, seated nearby, was filled with curiosity but chose to remain silent, respecting his master's focus. Chu Yuan waited patiently for the innkeeper to speak again. After what felt like the duration of a single incense stick, the innkeeper suddenly slapped the table and rose to his feet. "Master, I have recalled something. In Jingming City, there is indeed a prodigy, possessing an earth spiritual root, renowned for his exceptional intelligence since childhood, famously dubbed a child prodigy. He has just reached adulthood and has yet to be claimed by any sect. This information comes from merchants, so it should be reliable," the innkeeper exclaimed. "Oh, what is this person's name?" Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that he had indeed stumbled upon news of a true genius? His chance for a turnaround was finally within reach. The individual in question, bearing the surname Yi and the given name Ling, resides in the illustrious Jingming City, where he is the third son of the Yi family's patriarch. The shopkeeper responded. Upon hearing the name Yi, Chu Yuan nearly expelled a mouthful of blood. Accepting a disciple with the surname Yi was utterly inconceivable, especially in light of the incident involving Yi Luo. Even if this person were a prodigy rather than a failure, he had irrevocably blacklisted the surnames Yi, Zhang, and Su. There was no way he would ever accept a disciple bearing any of those names. He sensed that individuals with these surnames were endowed with a protagonist's halo, fated to greatness, and blessed with unparalleled fortune. "Is there no one else?" Chu Yuan inquired with exasperation. "Let me ponder." The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He did not overthink the matter and merely assumed that Chu Yuan was dissatisfied with Yi Ling's innate talents. Was a mere earth spirit root not sufficient? Surely, only those gifted with a heaven spirit root would suffice. Perhaps even those possessing various exceptional talents alongside the heaven spirit root might meet his criteria. Such geniuses, not yet claimed by other sects, were indeed rare. After a considerable pause, a spark of inspiration struck the shopkeeper. "I have it. In the Tiger Crane Pass along the eastern border, there exists a family scion of remarkable talent, endowed with a heaven spirit root, who is said to possess a pair of innate wise eyes capable of discerning the flaws of others. Such a disciple is sought after by numerous sections. However, this individual has consistently refused to join any sect. Yet, given your status, if you were to recruit disciples, this person would undoubtedly choose to join your ranks. The shopkeeper clapped his hands together, brimming with excitement. What is her surname? Chu Yuan inquired. Her name is Luo Shui of the dual surname Dantai. And she is a woman, the shopkeeper promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan paused momentarily. A female disciple? That seemed quite promising. Accepting male disciples might lead to the chance of encountering a protagonist's halo or a destined child of fortune. However, female disciples were unlikely to carry such burdensome expectations. Dantai Luo Shui? Quite intriguing. Which direction does the tiger crane pass lie? Chu Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Please hold on for a moment. The shopkeeper replied after a moment of contemplation. He swiftly rose, bustling down the stairs. Before long, he returned, breathless, with a scroll of parchment in hand. Placing it on the table, Master, behold. This map details every nook and cranny of our eastern province. You may take it with you, whenever you wish to venture somewhere. Simply consult the map. He surveyed the surroundings, found a chair, and spread out the parchment. A map unfurled before them, delineating the various cities and mountains of the eastern province, each depicted in a rather unique manner. Chu Yuan, seated nearby, leaned over to examine the somewhat hastily drawn map. What is this map, and what does this pentagram signify? Chu Yuan inquired, perplexed. Master, this represents the city, and the pentagram denotes the city itself. The shopkeeper replied. And what about this triangle? That signifies the mountains. What does the red dot atop the triangle represent? It indicates the 9th-tier sects nestled within the mountains. And what do 2 red dots signify? The 8th-tier sections. Your artistic skills are quite impressive, Chu Yuan remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Chapter 112. Transforming my son into a wastrel? At the Xianzue Inn, on the 3rd floor, the proprietor stood contemplatively by a window, cradling a cup of tea as his gaze drifted outside. Upon receiving news, Chu Yuan had departed, accompanied by Zhang Han, with a map in hand. The proprietor gazed longingly in the direction of Chu Yuan's exit, feeling the tea grow cold. It had been 17 minutes and 21 seconds since he began to miss the sect leader. With a melancholic sigh, he set the now tepid tea on the table. He genuinely yearned to establish a branch at the foot of Chu Yuan's sect, yet Chu Yuan had not mentioned it again. He dared not broach the subject himself. Thus, he could only await another invitation from Chu Yuan, though it seemed that day would never come. He lamented his past decisions with deep regret. Had he not been so obstinate at the outset, had he not metaphorically held a knife to his own throat, perhaps he would now be running a shop at the foot of the hidden sect, basking in invincibility. Alas, there were no ifs in life. His expression turned somber. Fortunately, Chu Yuan had not forgotten him, visiting every now and then. Though these visits were typically for matters of importance, he remained grateful nonetheless. He pondered when the next visit from the sect leader would be. With another sigh, his brow suddenly furrowed, as if a thought had struck him. The powerful disciple by the sect leader's side, Zhang Han, sounded vaguely familiar. Zhang Han, where had he heard that name before? It was indeed a name he recognized. Xiao Wang, have you ever heard of this name? He inquired, turning to the young attendant behind him. Proprietor, have you forgotten? Zhang Han is the wastrel from Wuchang City. Though I've heard he left there quite some time ago, the attendant reminded him. Thunderstruck. The proprietor felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His mind raced. The sect leader's disciple was named Zhang Han. The leader had previously inquired about the wastrel, and he had provided information regarding Zhang Han. Had Zhang Han truly become the sect leader's disciple? How long had it been since the sect leader first sought information from him? Had Zhang Han's growth been so extraordinary in such a short span? The proprietor had witnessed Zhang Han summon formations with a mere gesture, accompanying Chu Yuan as he departed. The pace of his progress was astonishing. Was this the fearsome nature of a hidden sect? A sharp intake of breath escaped him as a bold idea took root in his mind. Previously, the sect leader had inquired about wastrels, and now he sought out geniuses. Was the criterion for accepting disciples either to be a wastrel or a genius? Might he too strive for something? No. Rather, could his son aspire to such heights? Though his son was neither a genius nor a wastrel, he believed that his son could potentially transform into a wastrel. My dear son, a tremendous opportunity has been unearthed for you, my child. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bellowed, eagerly preparing to descend the stairs. The nearby attendant, startled by the innkeeper's enthusiasm, swiftly sidestepped, fearing a collision. With great anticipation, the innkeeper was poised to leave when, at that very moment, a white dove flapped its wings and fluttered through the window, landing at the innkeeper's feet, momentarily halting his exuberant stride. What news could this be? The innkeeper furrowed his brow as he took the dove into his hands. This dove served as a means of communication with various merchant associations, typically conveying business matters. He carefully removed the scroll from the dove's leg and began to read its contents. The scroll contained various business updates. Yet one piece of information captured the innkeeper's attention. A tumult of demonic beasts had arisen along the border of Yunzhou, which, despite the full force of Yunzhou's efforts to suppress the chaos, still saw numerous creatures infiltrating into Dongzhou. Currently, the border area near Tiger Crane Pass was engulfed in conflict. Tiger Crane Pass? Was that not where the sect leaders sought to gather intelligence? Judging by the leader's demeanor, it appeared he intended to venture there. If only the leader had not departed so hastily. Otherwise, he could have relayed this news. Nonetheless, whether or not he conveyed it seemed inconsequential. For with the sect leader's formidable prowess, what beast could possibly withstand him? It would surely be a trivial matter for him to handle. After all, the leader was a being on the cusp of ascension. Contemplating Chu Yuan's level of mastery, the innkeeper shivered, struck by the sheer terror of such power. There was no need for him to be aware of this disturbance. The leader's strength rendered the news of the demonic upheaval irrelevant. The innkeeper nodded to himself, returning to thoughts of how to assist his son in becoming an ineffectual individual. Meanwhile, high above the ground, Chu Yuan stood upon a magical array that propelled him swiftly forward. This array was quite remarkable. Although it had been formed by Zhang Han, once it settled beneath his feet, it allowed Chu Yuan to manipulate it as if it were his own creation. Furthermore, the speed of the array was astonishing, at least 10 times faster than his previous self-constructed flight method. As he gazed at the rapidly receding scenery, Chu Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia. If only this flight array had been born of his own strength, it would have been even more satisfying. Alas, suddenly, an odd sensation washed over Chu Yuan. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the direction of Tiger Crane Pass. Why did he feel that something was amiss in that direction? He could not pinpoint what felt strange, yet an unsettling intuition lingered. Observing Zhang Han, who was also navigating through the air on a similar array nearby, he scratched his nose, choosing to remain silent. With his hands clasped behind his back, he accelerated his flight toward Tiger Crane Pass. This flight continued for 3 days. During this period, due to Chu Yuan's status as a Qi refinement practitioner, he was utterly incapable of enduring prolonged periods without rest. He paused to rest twice along the way. Initially, Chu Yuan contemplated deceiving Zhang Han, attributing his need for breaks to his cultivation practices. However, before he could utter a word, Zhang Han presented himself with an expression that suggested, "The disciple understands." This left Chu Yuan in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what exactly his disciple had grasped. Nevertheless, Zhang Han's demeanor indeed saved Chu Yuan considerable effort, as there was no need for pretense. The two continued their journey and, after 3.5 days, finally approached the vicinity of Tiger Crane Pass. Upon nearing this area, Chu Yuan became somewhat disoriented. Unlike the cities in eastern state, which were either prosperous or unremarkable, this region was chaotic. The surrounding trees lay shattered, and numerous ragged citizens were seen migrating on foot, as if a calamity had befallen them. Chapter 113. The Dragon. What has transpired? Chu Yuan and Zhang Han exchanged puzzled glances, both perplexed. Could it be that a mundane conflict has erupted? Chu Yuan contemplated descending to inquire among the common folk, yet Zhang Han was quicker to act. Such matters need not trouble the master. Please allow me to investigate. With that, Zhang Han transformed into a streak of light, soaring downward with remarkable speed. Chu Yuan could scarcely discern Zhang Han's movements, which left him envious, a display of power that stirred his admiration. He reminisced about his own past as a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Standing in the formation, a wistful expression crossed Chu Yuan's face as he recalled that realm, one he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Sigh. This Qi refinement realm is utterly exhausting. I must render my disciple ineffectual and return to the nascent soul stage, and then ascend further. This particular disciple, Dantai Luoxue, must be taught to fail. A talent that cannot be taught to falter. What a burden. If I cannot diminish his prowess, I might as well return to farming pigs. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan began to ponder how best to ensure this disciple's downfall. Regardless of the outcome, I cannot afford to fail this time. If I were to falter again, then should I even raise a flag? Forget it. He recalled the numerous times he had raised a banner only to be met with disappointment and chose to abandon the idea. Before long, Zhang Han returned from the heights to meet with Chu Yuan. Master, I have ascertained the situation. A disturbance caused by demonic beasts has occurred in Yunzhou, affecting the border at Huhua Pass. The common people are migrating to seek refuge elsewhere. Zhang Han spoke with grace, his hands clasped in respect. Demonic beasts? Chu Yuan had some understanding of these creatures. Beasts that gain intelligence are termed Yao. However, as their power increases, they risk losing their sanity and becoming feral, a punishment from the heavens for the Yao. Those who lose their wits are referred to as demonic beasts. The disturbance of these beasts undoubtedly constitutes a calamity in this world. Then, Honor, what do you propose we do about this? Chu Yuan was uncertain how to confront the upheaval and deferred to Zhang Han's judgment. He had to proceed to Hua Pass to accept disciples. He could not retreat in defeat. Master, I believe that since we have encountered this situation, we should resolve it promptly. After all, it would be a mere trifling matter for both you and me, Zhang Han stated earnestly. Resolving this matter? Indeed, as cultivators, it is our duty to address such occurrences when they arise. It is an act of righteousness. Your initiative is commendable, Honor. Chu Yuan nodded in approval. In the next moment, he intended to suggest that Zhang Han accompany him to deal with the demonic beasts. After all, Zhang Han was at the transformation stage and should be capable of handling the situation. He was also eager to witness the demonic beasts firsthand. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhang Han abruptly clasped his hands together and declared, "If Master speaks thus, then naturally, I shall attend to this matter. Please, Master, find a place to rest for a moment while I take care of this." With that, Zhang Han's figure vanished once more, swift as the wind. Standing high in the sky, Chu Yuan found himself momentarily dumbfounded. "I wanted you to take me along. Why did you go alone? What shall I do now that you have left?" Chu Yuan glanced down at the formation beneath his feet, suddenly feeling a wave of insecurity wash over him. His disciple was gone. If this formation were to dissipate, he would plummet. Chu Yuan scrutinized the height. Falling from the Qi refinement stage, he would be facing certain death, and even survival would leave him severely injured. This cannot be. He continued to fly, fearing that if the formation vanished, he would be lost. Immediately, Chu Yuan manipulated the formation, descending toward the ground. Upon landing, the formation beneath him transformed into radiant beams of light, vanishing in an instant. Was the formation truly gone? Did it dissipate upon contact with the ground, or was there another reason? Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an expanse of endless forest. The trees here were not the fragmented ones he had seen earlier. Rather, they were lush and thriving, unmistakably situated in a rarely traversed wilderness. Chu Yuan stepped forward, intending to exit the forest to ascertain his location. However, as he took a single step, a tremendous roar erupted from the sky. Roar! The sound resembled that of a mighty bull or a fierce tiger, imbued with a sense of dominance, akin to a king roaring from the heavens. Startled by the noise, Chu Yuan instinctively looked up. He beheld, in the heights where he had previously stood, tumultuous winds and clouds, through which a colossal creature intermittently emerged and vanished, shifting in an array of forms. Could it be a dragon? Chu Yuan gazed in awe at the sky. Does this world truly harbor dragons? Truth be told, he had never considered the existence of dragons. He was aware of the existence of demonic beings in this realm, but dragons had always seemed to him a figment of legend, non-existent in reality. Encountering a dragon for the first time was undeniably shocking. In the midst of his astonishment, the celestial phenomenon dissipated, and the dragon had clearly vanished from the sky. This left Chu Yuan feeling a profound sense of regret. Frankly speaking, if he had still possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, he would have ascended to behold the dragon's true form. But in his current state of Qi refinement, it was merely a fanciful thought. Nonetheless, even if he were still at the nascent soul stage, would he truly be able to soar into the sky to witness a dragon? Could one be struck dead by a single tail? As Chu Yuan pondered this thought, he could not help but shiver. Once he ascertained that the colossal entity in the sky had vanished, he hesitated no longer and summoned the scant magical energy of his Qi refinement stage, soaring forth towards the depths of the forest. Chapter 114. The Ancient Temple Within the Borders of Dongzhou. The night enveloped the land like a cloak of ink. Above the high skies at the border of Dongzhou, a colossal azure dragon soared through the clouds, weaving between the billowing vapors. Wherever the dragon passed, the winds surged and the clouds roiled. Where it lingered, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured. The might of the dragon was manifest and awe-inspiring. With a thunderous roar, the immense azure dragon unleashed a cry that resonated like a bull's bellow intertwined with a tiger's roar, unpredictable and brimming with supreme authority. After traversing an indeterminate distance, the dragon halted near the Tiger Crane Pass. A flash of white light illuminated the sky as the dragon transformed into a commanding middle-aged man clad in a black robe, standing poised in the heavens. His gaze fell upon a forest surrounding the Tiger Crane Pass, where flickers of dragon shadows danced within his eyes. This is the place. After a century of searching, I have finally pinpointed its location. The treasured relic of the ancient venerable Taoist lies hidden here. and the aura concealing it has yet to dissipate completely. It is unlikely that anyone else has claimed the treasure. I must retrieve it swiftly. After all, this is Dongzhou, rumored to be home to a hidden sect with a legacy spanning 3 million years, which suppresses the region. Given humanity's animosity towards the demon race, should they learn of my arrival, it is inevitable that this hidden sect will intervene. Muttering to himself, he propelled himself downward towards the forest, swift as the shadows of dragons that accompanied him. Meanwhile, within the depths of the forest surrounding the Tiger Crane Pass, an obscure and dilapidated ancient temple stood, seldom visited by anyone. Vines entwined around its exterior, and its walls were cloaked in moss, hinting at an ancient history. At this very moment, Chu Yuan stood before the temple, panting heavily, lamenting the scarcity of spiritual power in the qi refining realm. He had employed the swift wind body technique and had run for an hour, hoping to escape the confines of the forest. To his dismay, he had not succeeded and had exhausted all his energy instead. Fortunately, he discovered this ancient temple before nightfall. Chu Yuan was uncertain if any beasts would emerge from the forest after dark. Should they appear, he would stand no chance against them. Finding this temple offered at least a semblance of protection. He sighed deeply, wondering where Han had disappeared to, and approached the ancient temple. With a firm push against the dilapidated door, a creaking sound echoed forth. As the door swung open, a cloud of dust cascaded down. Had he not retreated swiftly, the dust would have enveloped him entirely. How many years of history had accumulated here? Chu Yuan gazed at the dust settling nearby, glancing down at his robe. The wide sleeves of his garment were now stained with dust, causing him distress. He hurriedly brushed off the particles, for this robe was precious to him. Once he had cleared the dust from his sleeves, Chu Yuan finally stepped inside the ancient temple. Within, the pathways had all but vanished, or rather, it was impossible to discern where the paths lay. Before him lay a thick carpet of moss. Chu Yuan fell into a moment of silence. Compared to the darkness that enveloped the outside world, he found some solace within this ancient temple. Though dilapidated, it offered at least a semblance of shelter. Yet, gazing at the entrance of the venerable hall before him, he felt a flicker of anxiety, pondering whether it might collapse under the weight of night. Perhaps it would be prudent to stand at the threshold, replenish his spiritual energy, and depart at dawn. After a brief hesitation, Chu Yuan resolved to remain by the entrance to restore his power. He was preparing to absorb the ambient spiritual essence when, suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed through the air. Chu Yuan looked up. The previously pitch-black sky had become shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with flashes of lightning, heralding the imminent downpour. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he hurried into the hall, for it was unwise to rely on his powers to evade the rain at his current cultivation level. Getting drenched would indeed spell trouble. Upon entering the hall, he was met with utter darkness. Swiftly, he drew his blood-red sword from his back, channeling a modicum of his remaining power to ignite its blade, illuminating the way ahead. "Oh, divine sword, do forgive my impropriety in using you as a mere lantern. Circumstances have compelled me," he murmured, raising the sword to cast light upon the entire hall. At last, he could discern his surroundings. The ground beneath his feet was coated in a thick layer of dust, and before him stood a stone table. Upon it lay a stone chessboard, vacant and cloaked in dust, flanked by 2 empty chest jars. Above, an ancient statue loomed, its features obscured and indistinct, as though worn smooth by time, with half of its form crumbled away. The hall, in its dilapidation, could only be described as forlorn. After a cursory glance, Chu Yuan approached the table and reached for the chessboard. A frown creased his brow as he lowered his gaze to the board. Was it merely his imagination, or did he feel a jolt of electricity upon touching it? The sensation was fleeting. Could this chessboard be charged with static electricity? Not dwelling on the thought, he lifted the board with one hand, using his sparse energy to brush away the dust. He then placed it on the ground and, without ceremony, seated himself upon it, treating it as a makeshift mat. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan began to absorb the spiritual essence, restoring his power as time slipped by. Outside, the torrential rain commenced, accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds. The deluge interrupted his meditative state, prompting him to rise and secure the doors and windows. Just as he prepared to resume his spiritual absorption, he was startled by a series of creaking sounds from outside, as if someone were pushing open the temple doors. Could it be that Zhang Han had discovered his whereabouts? Chu Yuan raised his gaze toward the entrance, peering through the narrow gap, only to realize that it was not Zhang Han approaching. A figure clad in a black robe entered the room. Was this individual seeking refuge from the rain? No, it seemed more plausible that they were a local resident. For how else could one wander into the depths of the forest? If they were indeed a nearby inhabitant, then come dawn, once the rain had ceased, They could be of assistance in guiding him away. A glimmer of hope sparked in Chu Yuan's eyes as he prepared to rise. However, he soon realized that the robed figure had already stepped inside and had pushed the door open. In that fleeting moment, their gazes met amidst the shadows. Chu Yuan discerned the features of the newcomer, a middle-aged man possessing a countenance that radiated an innate authority. It was difficult to ascertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, but at the instant their eyes locked, he could have sworn he glimpsed a dragon. Dismissing it as an illusion, he chose not to dwell on it. Chu Yuan continued to fixate on the middle-aged man, who, in turn, was scrutinizing him with equal intensity. Their eyes locked in mutual observation. Chapter 115. Viewing money as rubbish within the ancient temple hall. A middle-aged man cloaked in black, transformed from the azure dragon, fixed his gaze upon the figure below. To be precise, he was scrutinizing Chu Yuan, who sat cross-legged on the chessboard. An individual at the Qi refinement stage? This ancient temple was evidently a repository for the treasures of the ancient venerable Taoist. He could sense its significance. Above the temple, there was an aura of concealed energy. How could someone at the Qi refinement stage possibly venture here? Was it mere coincidence or a guise? If it were coincidence, the middle-aged man swept his gaze over Chu Yuan. This person's demeanor was extraordinarily ethereal. Such an aura cannot be feigned. It emanates from one's very essence. To possess such an essence, could this being truly be merely at the Qi refinement stage? If this individual were not at the Qi refinement stage, but rather masquerading as one, it would be rather alarming. For the middle-aged man could not discern this person's true realm. However, these remained mere conjectures. Verification was necessary to ascertain the true nature of the individual before him. As for the method of verification, a fist would suffice. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Although he was unaware of why he could not see through this person, he had unwavering confidence in his own prowess. With his strength, there were few in the entire eastern state capable of contending with him. In fact, only a handful of reclusive old monsters and the renowned master of the Tai sword sect, along with rumored hidden sects, could potentially match his might. The middle-aged man did not believe that this seemingly Qi refinement stage individual could be among those formidable beings. Just as he prepared to strike, a thunderous roar echoed. A flash of lightning illuminated the entire hall, allowing the middle-aged man to clearly see Chu Yuan's face in that fleeting moment. He instinctively paused, initially taken aback by the man's extraordinary handsomeness, but then a wave of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered this person before. Yet, he could not recall where. This sense of familiarity made the middle-aged man hesitant to recklessly probe. Those who evoke such recognition invariably possess abilities worthy of remembrance. Merely this sense of familiarity was enough to indicate that this individual was far from a mere, trifling Qi refinement practitioner. May I inquire your esteemed identity? The middle-aged man squinted, standing at the entrance and inquiring aloud. On the other side, Chu Yuan, seated at the chessboard, also fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man. Upon hearing the question, he returned to his senses. A mere traveler seeking shelter from the rain. What of you? Are you a local resident? Chu Yuan inquired with a calm demeanor, his eyes firmly locked on the middle-aged man. He feared the response would be negative, for he still needed the locals to guide him out of the forest. Otherwise, it was uncertain how long he would remain lost within its depths. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, murmuring the phrase a traveler seeking shelter to himself. He glanced up at the sky. After his gaze swept across, the torrential downpour and the thunderous lightning abruptly vanished. Now, with the rain ceased, do you intend to depart from this place? The middle-aged man responded with a question that skirted the issue. Chu Yuan looked up and indeed confirmed that the rain had stopped. However, his energy from the Qi refinement stage had yet to be restored. At this moment, how far could he possibly go? This middle-aged man, though appearing quite presentable, had a rather irritable temperament, demanding him to leave at once. In Chu Yuan's eyes, this man seemed to lack any profound cultivation, resembling an ordinary mortal. An ordinary person behaving so aggressively before him was amusing. Despite being at the Qi refinement stage, he had once attained the nascent soul stage, after all. The ancient temple was not someone else's territory. Even in the absence of rain, if he wished to remain here, the man had no right to expel him. Did he? Chu Yuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Thus, is it your firm intention to stay here? The middle-aged man said slowly. Indeed. Chu Yuan replied with a faint nod. May I inquire your esteemed name? The man inquired once more. Has no one ever informed you that one ought to reveal their own name before inquiring about another's? Chu Yuan shook his head. At this remark, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of cultivation, interactions were typically conducted using titles or down names. Personal names were seldom disclosed unless the parties were close friends. Chu Yuan's words struck the middle-aged man as quite reasonable. To know another's name, one should first disclose their own. I am Aoyi, he stated. And you? May I ask your name? Chu Yuan responded with two simple characters. Chu Yuan. This name Aoyi fell into contemplation, pondering whether he had ever heard it before. Since this individual evoked a sense of familiarity, it was likely he had encountered or heard of this name previously. Sitting at the chessboard, Chu Yuan could hardly be bothered with Aoyi, rolling his eyes as he prepared to enter a meditative state to absorb spiritual energy once more. Yet, for reasons unknown, since Aoyi's arrival, Chu Yuan found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, as if some unseen force were affecting him. Meanwhile, after a prolonged period of reflection, Aoyi, unable to recall where he had encountered or heard of Chu Yuan, finally snapped back to reality. He first glanced at the meditating Chu Yuan, then fell into deep thought. Although the ancient patriarch's treasured artifact resided within this temple, its ability to conceal its presence made it difficult to detect. Moreover, he had heard that the artifact possessed the power to suppress space and time, rendering it impossible for any storage treasures to contain it. Thus, even if this Chu Yuan had obtained the treasured artifact, he could only hold it in hand. It would be impossible for him to remain oblivious to it. If Aoyi's deductions were correct, the treasured artifact must still be within this temple. As for Chu Yuan, he likely could not find the artifact and was merely waiting there, hoping to seize it once located. However, taking something from him would not be an easy feat. Aoyi sneered coldly. He began to stroll around the hall, searching intently for any clues regarding the treasured artifact. This action of Aoyi naturally startled Chu Yuan, who was struggling to enter a meditative state nearby. Observing Aoyi's behavior, Chu Yuan couldn't help but scoff internally. In his view, this individual was merely on a quest for valuable possessions. Yet, what could possibly be of worth in such a dilapidated ancient temple? If this crumbling shrine were to harbor anything of value, he would gladly consume every speck of dust upon the ground, leaving not a trace behind. With a disdainful glance at Aoyi, Chu Yuan shifted his chessboard slightly, repositioning himself in the corner as he endeavored to achieve tranquility once more. Unlike certain avaricious individuals, he held no desire to scavenge even a decrepit temple. TSK. He, Chu Yuan, regarded wealth as mere refuse. Chapter 116. The chessboard. The following morning dawned bright and clear. Chu Yuan stretched lazily, preparing to set forth and continue his journey out of the forest. At this moment, he had little hope that the creature beside him could lead him out. He cast a brief glance at Aoyi, who was squatting on the ground, ensnared in a web of self-doubt. It seemed that after a fruitless midnight search for valuables, he had taken to mumbling to himself. The thought of allowing such a money-hungry individual, reeking of greed, to guide him was utterly unappealing to Chu Yuan. In truth, it was not merely fear of being extorted that dissuaded him, it was simply disdain. With a huff, Chu Yuan dusted himself off, preparing to leave. He stood up, intending to stride away, but suddenly an idea struck him. His gaze fell upon the stone chessboard upon which he had sat for the entire night. Admittedly, it was rather comfortable, with a pleasantly cool surface. On a sweltering summer day, it would feel as refreshing as if one were seated in an air-conditioned room. This chessboard was indeed a fine piece. He decided to take it with him. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he lifted the chessboard before departing. As for Aoyi, upon catching a glimpse of Chu Yuan and then the chessboard in his hands, he could hardly muster any interest. To him, the chessboard held no extraordinary significance. How could this be? The deductions he had made indicated that the treasure of the ancient virtuous Taoist was lost here. It made no sense. Was it possible that this individual had also given up on seeking the relic of the ancient virtuous Taoist? Had his calculations truly been erroneous? Doubt crept into Aoyi's mind. The entire night had been for naught, and it was impossible to claim he felt no frustration. After another half-hour had passed, Aoyi rose, exhaling a long, resigned sigh. Very well, if he could not find it, he would have to let it go. With that, he prepared to transform into an azure dragon and depart. Yet, he paused momentarily, turning to gaze at the hall within the ancient temple. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Just because I cannot locate the treasure of the ancient virtuous Taoist does not mean it does not exist here. If I cannot possess it, neither shall anyone else. With this resolve, Aoyi soared out of the ancient temple, unleashing a formidable force from within. In an instant, the temple was obliterated. Under the weight of absolute power, the structure disintegrated into fine dust, rather than crumbling or shaking. Once he had completed this act, Aoyi was ready to leave when suddenly, two objects in the place where the temple had stood caught his attention. He looked down, and with a flick of his hand, the two items flew into his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were two stone chest jars, one black and one white. What? These jars were indeed treasures of a significant caliber. How had he missed them before? No, it seemed that after the departure of that fellow named Chu, some kind of restriction on the jars had vanished, allowing him to finally perceive their existence. The chest jar is a mystical artifact, while the chessboard is a treasured relic left behind by the ancient master, a possible treasure that may surpass the level of spiritual treasures. Aoyi was engulfed in turmoil. His consciousness surged wildly, striving to locate the departing Chu Yuan. Yet, in an instant of releasing his consciousness, he retracted it. At the very moment he unleashed his awareness, a memory flickered in his mind, the recollection of where he had encountered Chu Yuan. Not long ago, during his 4,000th birthday celebration, his dragon son had conveyed a message to him. This message pertained to the emergence of a hidden sect in the eastern province, one that has been in existence for 3 million years. Furthermore, his dragon son presented a painting, claiming it to be the portrait of the current leader of the hidden sect. Was the figure in that portrait not none other than Chu Yuan? If it truly is Chu Yuan who has taken the chessboard, Aoyi finds himself utterly powerless. Setting aside the true strength of the leader of this hidden sect, merely the profound heritage of a sect that has persisted for 3 million years could easily suppress him. Moreover, it is said that the leader of the Tai Sword sect, a sacred place in the eastern province, hails from the ranks of this hidden sect. For all these reasons, Aoyi harbored no desire to pursue Chu Yuan. With the stars in his grasp and the sun and moon at his command, there exists no one like me in this world. What an extraordinary figure Chu Yuan is. What an exceptional leader of the hidden sect. Since my emergence into this world, spanning 4,000 years, I have never suffered a loss anywhere. Chu Yuan, leader of the hidden sect, you are the first. In his fury and astonishment, Aoyi could not restrain his voice, which echoed resoundingly through the air. He had no inclination to remain any longer, transforming into a colossal azure dragon, soaring away towards the eastern province. Meanwhile, two cultivators were traversing the skies above the forest. These individuals belonged to the Cultivators' Alliance, and upon learning of the powerful demon Aoyi's entrance into the eastern province, they were dispatched to gather intelligence. Riding their flying swords, the two cultivators maneuvered through the canopy above, their pace noticeably languid, as if they were merely indulging in a leisurely exploration. While the inhabitants of the eastern province might be unaware of Aoyi's presence, the members of the Cultivators' Alliance were acutely aware. Aoyi, a figure of royal stature among the demon race, has survived for 4 millennia, his formidable strength instilling trepidation in countless human cultivators. Consequently, due to this immense power, Aoyi is bestowed with a title of reverence among both humans and demons alike, Dragon Lord. Hey, do you think it's safe for us to approach so closely? One asked. What are you worried about? The news states that the Dragon Lord is spotted near the borders of the eastern province, not in this forest beneath us. Do you think he could possibly emerge right beneath our feet? Huh. If he could, I would perform a handstand while swallowing a flying sword. The two cultivators bantered while soaring through the air. Just then, a resounding voice reverberated through the atmosphere, nearly shattering their minds with its sheer force. What an extraordinary figure Chu Yuan is. What an exceptional leader of the hidden sect. Since my emergence into this world, spanning 4,000 years, I have never suffered a loss anywhere. Chu Yuan, leader of the hidden sect, you are the first. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the next moment unfolded. A magnificent azure dragon soared into the sky, accompanied by a tempestuous wind and swirling clouds, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. The two cultivators found themselves utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance, overwhelmed by an unintentional aura of draconic majesty that sent them sprawling to the ground. After a considerable interval, they gradually regained their senses, staring vacantly in the direction where the dragon had disappeared, unable to shake their astonishment. Was that the Dragon Lord Aoyi? Indeed, that was the Dragon Lord Aoyi. It seemed the Dragon Lord mentioned the master of the hidden sect, Chu Yuan. Yes, as per the Dragon Lord's words, this name belongs to the master of the hidden sect. I'm not asking you this. Did you not hear clearly? What exactly did the Dragon Lord say just now? It seemed to imply that the master of the hidden sect had caused the Dragon Lord to suffer a loss. Is that correct? Did not the master of the hidden sect defeat the Dragon Lord? Chapter 117. The hidden Sect Master drives away the Dragon Lord? In the eastern region, under a vast, clear sky, a meeting is underway at the eastern branch of the Cultivators' Alliance. The high-ranking officials are in a state of distress over the recent incursion of the Dragon Lord Aoyi from the Demon Clan. He is a formidable monarch of the demon race, one against whom few in the eastern region can stand. The eastern branch of the Cultivators' Alliance finds itself utterly powerless in this situation. Logically, they could seek assistance from the Holy Land of the Eastern region. Yet, the most disheartening news has emerged. Upon reaching out to the Qian Emperor Dao sect, they were informed that it had lost its status as a holy land and would not intervene. Consequently, their next course of action was to contact the newly established Holy Land, the Tai Sword sect. However, the Tai Sword sect curtly responded that their sect was still in its foundational stages, and the sect leader was unavailable, thus they could not assist either. This left the eastern branch of the Cultivators' Alliance in a precarious position. They dared not criticize these two sects, one a rising holy land brimming with prestige, and the other a once great sect now diminished. To voice discontent could spell disaster for the eastern branch, potentially leading to its obliteration. The high-ranking officials deliberated anxiously, pondering their next steps. Without a viable strategy, the prospect of the Dragon Lord wreaking havoc in the eastern region loomed large. If the Holy Lands refused to aid them, whom else could they turn to? Should they summon the master of a hidden sect to subdue the Dragon Lord? Amidst the chaos, one voice urged calm. Let us not panic. We must await the return of the two individuals sent to gather intelligence before devising a plan. Patience is key. Yet, another interjected, you speak of calm, yet your hands tremble. I do not. I am not trembling. Stop making unfounded accusations. The high-ranking officials continued their discussion. At that moment, a commotion from outside drew their attention. The guard stationed at the entrance of the meeting hall sensed something amiss and hurried out to investigate. Moments later, one guard returned. Speaking in hushed tones, esteemed leaders, Lords Chun and Wang, who were dispatched to observe the situation at the eastern border, have returned and are waiting outside. Upon hearing this, the seated officials sprang to their feet, urgency compelling them to move towards the exit. This matter concerned them all, and caution was imperative. As they approached the entrance, they could hear a cacophony of voices from outside. To be frank, the Dragon Lord has already departed. He was driven away by the master of a hidden sect. What? You questioned whether we witnessed it firsthand. Well, let us concede that we indeed beheld the event with our own eyes. You were not present to witness the spectacle. The master of the hidden sect wielding the sun, moon, and stars as if they were mere toys, striking the dragon sovereign with tremendous force, leaving him in a state of utter disarray, exclaiming in astonishment, "Hurry, allow us entry, for we must report to the esteemed lords." Upon hearing these words, the crowd gathered at the entrance of the assembly hall exchanged glances, falling into silence. Could it be that the master of the hidden sect truly intervened and drove away the dragon sovereign of the demon clan? Meanwhile, at the border of the eastern province, within the confines of Tiger Crane Pass, Chu Yuan gazed with a mix of melancholy and discontent at his disciple, Zhang Han. This apprentice is indeed extraordinary. After expending an immeasurable amount of time, he finally located Tiger Crane Pass. Upon entering, this disciple fortuitously sought him out for a meeting. Whose fault is this? Chu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to pin this disciple to the ground in frustration. However, considering his own combat prowess, he thought it wiser to embody the virtues of a mentor, magnanimous and broad-minded. "Honor, have all matters been resolved?" Chu Yuan inquired, suppressing his discontent and striving to maintain a facade of tranquility. "Master, the disciple has resolved everything. Amidst the upheaval caused by the demon beasts, I have vanquished the formidable ones. Only the weaker beasts remain," Zhang Han replied, nodding with a refined demeanor. "Very well, commendable indeed." Chu Yuan managed a strained smile. "However, Master, the chessboard you hold." Zhang Han's gaze fell upon the object in his master's hand and the entirety of his appearance. At that moment, Chu Yuan, with a blood-red sword slung across his back and a stone chessboard cradled in one hand while the other was casually placed behind him, exuded an air of nonchalance. He recalled that prior to his departure, his master had not possessed this chessboard. It had only appeared after his return. As anticipated, Zhang Han regarded the chessboard with the same perplexity he had experienced upon first seeing the blood-red sword, unable to discern its true nature, as though it were an ordinary object. Yet, how could anything in his master's possession be anything less than extraordinary? Perhaps his discernment was lacking. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's eyes twinkled as he turned the stone chessboard in his hand and regarded Zhang Han. "Honor, do you believe you can see through this chessboard?" Chu Yuan inquired with a gentle smile. "Master, I cannot see through it," Zhang Han replied candidly. "Cannot see through it? That is entirely normal. If you could, then something would indeed be amiss. Your cultivation still requires enhancement. You must devote more time to your training upon your return. Do you understand?" Chu Yuan had initially intended to reprimand Zhang Han, but upon reflection, he realized that his sect lacked any means to discipline a disciple of the transformation realm, which was yet another shortcoming of his sect. Chu Yuan silently noted this for future consideration. At present, it was evident that his sect was in need of a means to discipline disciples and a healer. He took note of these 2 points. Meanwhile, Zhang Han did not ponder deeply. Upon hearing his master speak, he focused intently on the chessboard for a while, yet remained baffled. Adhering to his master's instructions, Zhang Han nodded and earnestly replied, "Very well, Honor, are you aware of the whereabouts of the Dantai Luoxua family?" Chu Yuan inquired again, lowering his head. "Master, I have only just arrived at Tiger Crane Pass, so I am unfamiliar with such matters," Zhang Han replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan felt no inclination to elaborate further and decided to accompany Zhang Han, intending to investigate the whereabouts of Dantai Luoxua. Chapter 118. The path ahead is severed at the border of Dongzhou. Within the confines of Hehu Pass, the sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds. Though Hehu Pass belonged to the mundane realm, it was a place teeming with various factions, among which the 3 great families reigned supreme. The Dantai family was one of these illustrious clans. At this very moment, within the ancient and quaint courtyard of the Dantai residence, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat before a stone table, lost in thought as she gazed at the chessboard before her. Clad in garments of purest white, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, her noble and striking features radiated an air of aloof elegance. With delicate lips slightly pursed, she exuded an aura of solitary grace, reminiscent of an ethereal goddess untouched by the dust of the earthly realm. This was Dantai Luoxua, the foremost prodigy of the Dantai family, endowed with a heavenly spiritual root and an innate wisdom that set her apart as a paragon among the youth of Dongzhou. Yet, despite her extraordinary talents, Dantai Luoxua possessed an eccentric disposition, shunning any sect and choosing to reside within her family's abode. Now at the age of 29, she remained an ordinary mortal, lacking any cultivation. With a soft clap, Dantai Luoxua lowered her gaze to the chessboard, her slender, porcelain fingers deftly grasping a white piece. With a decisive flick, it landed upon the board. Following this, she picked up a black piece, placing it with equal precision. The board was a tapestry of interwoven black and white, the black pieces forming a formidable formation, while the white pieces surged like a dragon, striking with unwavering resolve. Even the most seasoned Go masters would find it hard to believe that such contrasting strategies could emerge from a single mind. After placing her pieces, Dantai Luoxua paused, her enchanting eyes scrutinizing the board as if immersed in deep contemplation. Creak! At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Dantai Luoxua turned her head to see her father entering, her exquisite countenance breaking into a gentle smile. The tumult caused by the monstrous beasts had troubled the Dongzhou border, and as the head of the Dantai family, her father had taken a group to eradicate the threat. His return indicated that the matter had been resolved. "Father, you've returned?" Dantai Luoxua inquired softly. My dear Shuer, are you still engrossed in your game? I do not mean to scold you, but with your remarkable talent, you ought to dedicate yourself to cultivation. It is one thing to refrain from joining a sect, yet you do not even practice on your own, which is rather perplexing," replied the middle-aged Dantai patriarch, regarding his daughter with a heavy sigh. "Father, you do not understand." Dantai Luoxua shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. "How can I not understand? With such exceptional gifts, if you were to cultivate, you would likely have reached the nascent soul stage by now," he lamented, hands clasped behind his back as another sigh escaped him. "What use is the nascent soul stage if one cannot ascend?" Dantai Luoxua's eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, as if she could see through all illusions. "What use is the nascent soul stage?" The patriarch felt a twinge of irony in her words, sensing a hint of mockery. After all, he had only reached the foundation establishment stage himself. Yet, on the topic of ascension, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, no one had ascended in the divine journey continent for millennia, regardless of their talents, as though they were bound by an unseen force. The head of the Dantai family parted his lips, at a loss for words. Observing this, Dantai Luoxua, seated at the stone table, merely smiled and turned her gaze back to the chessboard, her delicate lips parting slightly. "Father, in this world, there are originally no paths. It is only through the pioneering efforts of those who came before us that paths have been forged. Generations have walked upon these established routes, and this is neither incorrect nor unreasonable. However, now that the road ahead has become a dead end, to persist in traversing a path that leads to oblivion, fully aware that it is a precipice, is truly foolish. What I desire is to carve out an alternative route alongside the existing one. Do you understand, Father?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes radiated a brilliant light, a yearning for acknowledgement. The Dantai family had listened to her words in a daze, confusion etched upon his face. Nearly at a loss for coherent thought, Dantai Luoxue, witnessing his reaction, chuckled softly, as if she had anticipated his bewilderment. She continued to gaze at the chessboard, her thoughts in disarray. She yearned to forge a new path, yet found herself devoid of any clear direction. The teachings of the immortal sects offered her no assistance whatsoever. Finally, the Dantai family head snapped out of his stupor, glancing at his daughter before shifting his gaze to the chessboard. "Swear, what you speak of? I truly do not comprehend," he admitted with a hint of helplessness. "If you understood, father, you wouldn't still be at the foundation establishment stage," Dantai Luoxue retorted, her words striking a nerve. The Dantai family head felt a twinge of frustration. What of being at the foundation establishment stage? Does it mean one has no rights? Is it a reason for mockery? Enough of this, father. Let's not dwell on it. I assume our Dantai family has suffered considerable losses in quelling the beast tide? Dantai Luoxue inquired casually. Not at all. The casualties were minimal. Most of the formidable beasts were subdued by an unknown powerful figure. So we merely had to wrap things up, the Dantai family head replied, shaking his head. An unknown powerful figure? Dantai Luoxue's interest was piqued. Noticing her curiosity, the Dantai family head recounted the details. When Dantai Luoxue learned that an unknown formation master had instantaneously set up dozens of formations to subdue all the powerful beasts, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Father, surely you jest? A formation master capable of instantly arranging dozens of formations?" Dantai Luoxue pressed, eager for confirmation. Indeed, it was an instantaneous arrangement of numerous formations. "Though I have never encountered such a formation master, I assure you, that is precisely what transpired," the Dantai family head affirmed without doubt. Sitting at the stone table, Dantai Luoxue's beautiful eyes narrowed, a trace of joy gracing her features. She understood far more than her father. How could a formation master possibly arrange dozens of formations in an instant? Had someone finally recognized the dead end ahead and begun forging an alternative path? Could it be that they sought to pave the way through formations? Does this not also serve as evidence that her approach of using chess as a path is indeed viable? Dantai Luoxue's thoughts began to proliferate. However, while she had ideas, she needed a clear direction to actualize them. Yet, among the numerous cultivation sects in Dongzhou, not a single one could provide her with such guidance. Perhaps the legendary reclusive sect of Dongzhou might be able to assist her, but how could such an elusive sect possibly accept her? Just as Dantai Luoxue was lost in contemplation, a servant rushed in from outside the courtyard, panting as he spoke. "Master, there are individuals outside wishing to pay their respects. They claim to seek to take the young lady as their disciple. They are both cultivators. What shall we do, master?" Chapter 119. Dantai Luoxue's apprenticeship. Before the grand entrance of the Dantai family estate, Chu Yuan stood serenely, a chessboard cradled in his hands and a blood-red longsword slung across his back. His gaze lingered on the imposing gates of the Dantai residence, seemingly appraising the family's wealth. As he contemplated his intention to take on a disciple, he wondered whether the Dantai family would acquiesce to his request. Should he once again leverage the reputation of that reclusive sect to persuade them? After all, with Zhang Han possessing the strength of the transformation god realm, a little persuasion might yield success. Yet, a nagging sense of unease settled within him. He had previously invoked the hidden sect's name to deceive Li Ergong, and although Li Ergong had not mentioned it upon ascending the mountain, the overuse of such a tactic felt precarious. What if the hidden sect truly sought reparation? The consequences would be dire. Without the backing of the hidden sect, how might he approach the matter of accepting disciples? Perhaps he could be forthright? With Zhang Han's prowess in the transformation god realm, surely it would reflect positively on his sect's might. Contemplating this, Chu Yuan cast a glance at Zhang Han beside him. "Honor, if all goes as planned, your future junior sister will be none other than Dantai Luoxue. When the time comes to accept her as a disciple, should the Dantai family express reluctance, exert some pressure, understood?" Zhang Han, taken aback by this revelation, felt a surge of curiosity. "Master, what stature does the Dantai family hold? Would they truly deny an invitation from our hidden sect? What could possibly warrant such reluctance? Are they perhaps a reclusive family themselves, bearing such arrogance?" Though momentarily astonished, he quickly regained his composure. "The disciple understands," he responded with a bow. "Indeed. But remember not to overdo it. The Dantai family is, after all, your future junior sister's kin," Chu Yuan cautioned once more. "Yes, master," Zhang Han affirmed with a nod. The two fell silent, standing before the entrance in anticipation. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, Zhang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though he pondered the rationale behind his master's instruction to exert pressure if the situation turned unfavorable, it was evident that Chu Yuan was resolute in his decision to take on a disciple. This meant that he was soon to have a junior sister, a fourth junior sister. Upon her joining, He, as the second senior brother and future leader of the Wudao sect, would surely assist her in her cultivation, thereby enhancing his own prestige. Just then, the grand doors of the Dantai estate creaked open. A steward emerged, accompanied by 2 attendants. "Esteemed immortal, please enter. Our family head and young lady are en route to the main hall. By proceeding there, you shall meet them. It is not that our family head has neglected to greet you personally, but rather, he has just returned from the front lines, bearing the scent of battle and requires a change of attire before meeting you. We ask for your understanding," the steward intoned respectfully, anxious to appease any potential ire from Chu Yuan regarding the absence of the family head. "Very well, let us proceed inside," Chu Yuan replied, dismissing the steward's concerns as he stepped forward through the now open gates. Leading Zhang Han, they entered the estate. The steward, noticing their arrival, hurried forward to guide Chu Yuan. The group wove through the corridors of the mansion and soon arrived at the grand hall of the Dantai residence. As Chu Yuan stepped into the hall, he was greeted by a warm-hearted middle-aged man and an astonishingly beautiful woman. The head of the Dantai family approached briskly, eager to welcome Chu Yuan and Zhang Han. "Esteemed immortals, you have arrived. My sincerest apologies for not being able to greet you at the entrance. I was just changing attire. Please forgive my oversight. May I inquire about your intentions, esteemed immortals?" "Oh my, you are the renowned formation master who quelled the ferocious beasts in the Qingting Mountains, aren't you?" The head of the Dantai family had intended to exchange pleasantries, but upon recognizing Zhang Han, he was taken aback. This was indeed the master who had orchestrated intricate formations to vanquish countless formidable beasts, a truly formidable presence. Standing beside him, Dantai Luoxue, upon hearing her father's words, shifted her gaze to Zhang Han, her heart trembling slightly. Was this the individual who had forged a new path through formations? "Oh, you are the leader of the border troops that fend off the beasts? I did not expect you to also be the head of the Dantai family," she remarked. Zhang Han recognized the head of the Dantai family, and, with a gentle smile, replied, "Yes, indeed, that is I. Esteemed immortal, what brings you here? You left in such haste that I did not have the opportunity to express my gratitude for your assistance in slaying those beasts. Please, come and take a seat." The head of the Dantai family, brimming with enthusiasm, nearly prostrated himself before Zhang Han. Zhang Han, taken aback by this fervent display, maintained an image of gentle elegance. "There is no need for such formalities, Dantai family head. Allow me to introduce my esteemed master. I have come to accompany my master to Huhua Pass to take your esteemed daughter, Dantai Luoxue, as a disciple. It was merely a coincidence that we encountered the beasts threatening the vicinity of Huhua Pass, and we acted under my master's orders to eliminate them." Zhang Han made the introduction, and the head of the Dantai family inquired, "This must be your esteemed daughter, correct? Might she be willing to take me as her teacher?" Seeing this, Chu Yuan stepped forward, directing his gaze toward Dantai Luoxue, contemplating whether to leverage the influence of the hidden sect. Upon hearing his words, the head of the Dantai family smiled bitterly, wishing fervently for his daughter to accept this formidable figure as her mentor. Surely, a master who could manifest formations with a mere thought would possess exceptional teaching capabilities. However, he knew he could not control his daughter's temperament. Just as he contemplated persuading Dantai Luoxue, a melodious voice rang out, "I wish to take you as my teacher." Dantai Luoxue knelt before Chu Yuan, performing a profound bow. The head of the Dantai family nearly fainted at this sight. Has my daughter finally awakened? Is she possessed? Has she truly changed her disposition today? Surely, the sun did not rise from the west. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, not overthinking the situation, felt a wave of relief wash over him at Dantai Luoxue's prompt agreement. It seemed he would not need to invoke the prestige of the hidden sect after all. He was genuinely afraid. If he spoke too much, one day, the true hidden sect might come knocking, and that would indeed be quite awkward. "Dantai Luoxue, is it? Well, since you have consented, go and tidy up. Bid farewell to your family, and accompany me back to the mountain gate for cultivation. Worry not, you shall still have the opportunity to return, so there is no need for excessive sorrow." Chu Yuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Very well, master," Dantai Luoxue replied without hesitation, a slight smile gracing her lips as she went to gather her belongings. Chu Yuan did not follow her, but instead seated himself in the main hall, engaging in a casual conversation with the head of the Dantai family. However, upon discovering that the head of the Dantai family was, in fact, at the foundation establishment stage, Chu Yuan felt a wave of malice from the world. A family patriarch at the foundation establishment stage, and here he was, still at the Qi refinement stage. His frustration was palpable. Chapter 120. Did Chu Yuan annihilate the entire demon clan? Before the grand entrance of the Dantai residence, the head of the Dantai family, accompanied by the steward, gazed skyward, only to find the heavens devoid of any figures. Moments before, Chu Yuan had departed from the Dantai household, accompanied by Zhang Han and Dantai Luoxue. The head of the Dantai family himself had seen them off and witnessed Zhang Han's effortless gesture, which summoned a formation that enabled their flight. The sight of such a display from a formation master left the head of the Dantai family in a state of astonished disbelief. To conjure a formation without the need for materials, intricate diagrams, or designated focal points, merely with a wave of his hand, was an unprecedented feat. When had formation masters become so formidable? Yet, the head of the Dantai family was not so naive as to think this prowess was commonplace. He surmised that such a talent was likely unique to this particular formation master. If everyone could wield such power, who would pursue the path of cultivation? Surely, the mastery of formations would prove far more enticing. A formation master capable of unleashing dozens of formations in a single breath. What cultivator could possibly contend with that? Perhaps Luoxue's desire to become his disciple stemmed from such reasons, though he realized he had neglected to inquire about the nature of her master's sect. All he knew was that her mentor was named Chu Yuan. The head of the Dantai family murmured to himself, pondering whether anyone of note in the current cultivation world bore the name Chu Yuan. Although the Dantai family was merely a mundane lineage, they maintained awareness of prominent figures within the cultivation realm, existing as a bridge between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Despite his contemplation, the head of the Dantai family could not recall any renowned cultivator by the name of Chu Yuan. Could he be a reclusive ancient being? That seemed a plausible conclusion. Just as he resolved to turn and return home, a servant rushed in from outside, nearly colliding with him. Fortunately, the head of the Dantai family, being of foundational cultivation, swiftly apprehended the servant with one hand. What is the matter? Why such haste? Slow down, lest you collide with someone, he admonished, shaking his head before releasing the servant. Head of the family, there's urgent news from the cultivation world. It pertains to our region near Tiger Crane Pass, the servant exclaimed, hastily producing a letter and presenting it to the head of the Dantai family. Upon opening the letter, the head of the Dantai family was immediately drawn to its striking headline. Shocking. The Dragon Lord of the Demon Clan has indeed crossed into the Eastern Continent. The mention of the Demon Clan's Dragon Lord was not unfamiliar to him, for this formidable being resided beneath the river in the neighboring Yunzhou. Given the proximity to the Eastern Continent, he had heard of this entity and understood the terror it invoked. While the Dragon Lord was not overtly hostile towards humanity, the fact that he had ventured into the Eastern Continent, particularly near Tiger Crane Pass, certainly astonished him. As the head of the Dantai family continued to read, his astonishment only deepened. The Dragon Lord of the Demon Clan has ventured into the borders of the Eastern Province, prompting the master of the hidden sect, Chu Yuan, to take action. In a decisive victory, he forced the Dragon Lord to retreat, ensuring the stability of the Eastern Province. Upon hearing this news, the head of the Dantai family was so shocked that his eyes rolled back, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, his attendants quickly supported him. Master, please be careful. Do you wish for a physician to be summoned? Yet, the head of the Dantai family struggled free, collapsing to his knees in the direction from which Chu Yuan had departed, trembling with excitement. The individual who had just arrived was indeed Chu Yuan. The head of the Dantai family could not believe it was mere coincidence that they shared a name. The ethereal aura of the visitor, coupled with the powerful formation master's disciples behind him, undoubtedly confirmed his identity as the master of the hidden sect. His daughter had been accepted into the hidden sect. This was an extraordinary honor. For the head of the Dantai family, it felt as if his ancestral grave was emitting green smoke. It is well known that the hidden sect is the most formidable and mysterious sect in the Eastern Province, boasting a lineage that, according to widespread rumor, extends over 300 millennia. The fact that someone from the Dantai family had joined the hidden sect signified that once Dantai Luoxue completed her training, their family would rise to prominence. The head of the Dantai family took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Suddenly, two more attendants rushed in. Master, we have received news from the Xianzue Chamber of Commerce, reportedly from the Cultivators Alliance. The Dragon Lord led 100,000 demon soldiers in an attempt to invade our eastern province, prompting the master of the hidden sect, Chu Yuan, to take action, slaying the 100,000 soldiers and suppressing the Dragon Lord, who was said to have cried out in distress. Upon hearing this, the head of the Dantai family widened his eyes in disbelief. What news is this? Wasn't it reported that the master of the hidden sect simply defeated the Dragon Lord? How did 100,000 demon soldiers come into play? The Dragon Lord cried out in distress. Just as he was about to inquire further, several more attendants rushed in. Master, the Shujian Chamber of Commerce has news from the cultivation world. The entire demon clan is attacking the eastern province. The legendary master of the hidden sect has slain them all. Nonsense. Your information is incorrect. What I have gathered is that an ancient demon from the demon clan has awakened and intends to attack the eastern province, sending the dragon lord as the vanguard. But he was entirely defeated by the master of the hidden sect, the head of the Dantai family. In the skies above the eastern province, Zhang Han, Chu Yuan, and Dantai Luoxue were traversing the air within a formation. Chu Yuan remained composed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unreadable. In contrast, Zhang Han was quite animated, engaging in conversation with Dantai Luoxue as the formation flew autonomously. Junior sister, are you curious about our master's cultivation level? He has sealed his powers due to certain matters regarding his training. In truth, he is extraordinarily powerful. Our sect? Our sect is the Wu Dao sect, a reclusive order from the eastern prefecture, Zhang Han remarked with an air of elegance. Beside him, the enigmatic Dantai Luoxue seemed to have anticipated this revelation, nodding slightly to indicate her understanding. However, the reaction from Chu Yuan was markedly different upon hearing these words. He nearly prostrated himself before Zhang Han. He could no longer afford to flaunt the banner of the reclusive sect, yet here was a disciple boldly associating himself with it. What kind of game was this? If the reclusive sect were to discover such audacity, it would surely spell disaster. With his back turned to the two disciples, Chu Yuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. This Zhang Han dared to invoke the name of the reclusive sect in his presence. One could only imagine how much bolder he would be in private. Was he truly wielding the reclusive sect's prestige with such reckless abandon? The thought of emissaries from the reclusive sect arriving at the gates of Wu Dao sect to extend their greetings sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 121. My life raising pigs in a hidden sect at the entrance of the Wu Dao sect on Tianwu Mountain. Chu Yuan returned with Zhang Han and Dantai Luoxue. Gazing at the magnificent and enigmatic gates of the Wu Dao sect, Chu Yuan appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. His recent excursion had certainly exposed him to the world's malice. In the Qi refinement stage, one truly possessed no rights. Even the head of an ordinary clan was at the foundation establishment level. Upon returning, he resolved to train his inept disciple and focus on self-cultivation, adopting a dual approach to swiftly enhance his strength. He yearned for an early return to the nascent soul stage. I shall ascend from the Qi refinement stage to invincibility. Chu Yuan silently encouraged himself. Meanwhile, Dantai Luoxue gazed at the gates of the Wu Dao sect and its surroundings, her eyes shimmering with a crystalline brilliance. To her, a faint glow flickered in the air above the Wu Dao sect, intermittently releasing wisps of aura that transformed into a shrouding mist. A natural seer. Master, are those mists outside the Wu Dao sect caused by an array? Dantai Luoxue inquired softly. Hearing her question, Chu Yuan, still lost in self-motivation, snapped back to reality. He cast a sidelong glance at Dantai Luoxue. This talented disciple certainly needed proper guidance. Any further mishaps might leave him exasperated. Speaking of educating this disciple, he believed the first step was to establish a formidable image of the Wu Dao sect in her mind. Only then would his words resonate with her, compelling her to engage in reckless cultivation. Surely, a leader of a powerful sect would not deceive you, would they? With this mindset, he could more effectively persuade Dantai Luoxue. In this regard, Zhang Han had aided him by boasting that their Wu Dao sect was a hidden sect. With such a foundation, he could better solidify the Wu Dao sect's image. Indeed, Luoxue, you are quite astute. That is our Wu Dao sect's protective great formation, a formation at the level of the tribulation stage, incorporating various functions such as killing formations, trapping formations, and concealment formations. It barely serves as our protective barrier, Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Merely barely. The use of such words transformed the entire meaning of his statement. If a formation at the level of the tribulation stage is merely adequate, what level of formation would suffice? Dantai Luoxue was momentarily taken aback. Conversely, Zhang Han appeared unfazed, his eyes lighting up. He had already discerned the nature of the Wu Dao sect's formations. For someone adept in formations like him, it was impossible for the Wu Dao sect's formations to escape his notice. However, he had not anticipated his master would use such modest phrasing. This articulation elevated the prestige of the sect. I have learned much from this. Truly, master is impressive. Well then, what are we standing around for? Let us proceed inside. Chu Yuan gestured, and without delay, he stepped through the gates. Dantai Luoxue and Zhang Han swiftly followed suit. The three of them advanced, and as they reached the Grand Hall Plaza, Chu Yuan suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhang Han. This disciple, seemingly honest and straightforward, harbors a treacherous nature beneath the surface. He intends to deceive Dan Tai Luo Shui into bringing along Zhang Han, which is quite undesirable. Honor, you need not accompany us to the main hall. Did you not express a desire to descend the mountain for some training? Now is the perfect opportunity for you to do so, Chu Yuan stated. Master, I am not ready to descend the mountain for training just yet, Zhang Han quickly replied, shaking his head in disbelief. What nonsense. His junior sister has only just begun her journey. How could he, as her second senior brother, abandon her to seek personal glory elsewhere? If he were to inadvertently fall victim to the schemes of the third brother, he would surely regret it. Then you shall remain in the Dharma Hall, Chu Yuan gestured, instructing Zhang Han to stay put. I shall obediently follow your command, Master, Zhang Han replied, breathing a sigh of relief and bowing gracefully. Very well, Luo Shui. Come with me. Chu Yuan glanced at Zhang Han before leading Dan Tai Luo Shui toward the main hall of the sect. Zhang Han, left behind, could only watch as his master departed with his fourth junior sister. Once their figures vanished from sight, Zhang Han contemplated visiting his third junior brother, as it had been some time since they last met. Just as he lifted his foot to depart, he sensed an unusual presence in the air. There seemed to be lingering traces of magical energy. To be precise, the magical fluctuations were minimal, almost non-existent. What lingered more prominently was the residual aura of earthly fiendish energy. Who else could possess such an aura if not the third junior brother? Had he engaged in combat here? But who within the sect could contend with the third brother? Could it possibly be that portly chef? Unthinkable. That chef would likely crumble beneath a single blow from the third brother. A confrontation must have occurred within the sect. Zhang Han stroked his chin, contemplating the direction in which his master had departed, deep in thought. If he could detect such traces, surely his master would not be oblivious to them. Could anyone truly believe that a figure of his master's caliber would overlook such signs? Surely not, surely not. The thought crossed Zhang Han's mind, and he found it amusing. His master had not mentioned it, nor spoken on the matter, clearly indicating that he was already aware, yet deemed it unnecessary to address it. Although his master remained silent, Zhang Han felt compelled to uncover the truth. As for how to do so, it was only logical to consult that portly chef. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Han set off, enveloping the entire unfathomable sect with his spiritual sense, searching as he moved. In no time, he located the rotund chef, Li Ergang. At that moment, the chef was near the back cliff, seemingly engrossed in some peculiar endeavor. Zhang Han swiftly approached the back cliff and soon spotted Li Ergang. However, upon nearing, he was taken aback. A section of the back cliff had been cleared, and various makeshift shelters were set up. The sounds of pigs and chickens filled the air. Li Ergang was energetically feeding the pigs, leaving Zhang Han utterly bewildered. Are you truly attempting to raise pigs in a hidden sect? In a prestigious and secluded sect? How could one possibly resort to raising pigs, chickens, and cultivating vegetables? If word of this were to spread, you might very well secure a place on the illustrious East States rankings. Engaging in such trivial pursuits within a hidden sect, is this not a sheer waste? Zhang Han's lips twitched in agitation as he darkened his expression and silently exited. The brilliance of the formation gathered in his palm. Li Ergang, who was still occupied feeding the pigs with a large tray, naturally noticed Zhang Han's presence. With a beaming smile, he turned and stepped out of the pig pen. My lord, you have returned. Allow me to inform you that. Wait a moment, my lord, what is that light in your hand? Please do not act recklessly. I am well acquainted with the sect leader. My lord, stop, do not approach. This truly cannot be tolerated. I cannot withstand a beating. Please, do not come any closer. A hum resonated as the light of the formation illuminated the surroundings. Zhang Han thoughtfully activated the shielding array, concealing everything within this vicinity. Chapter 122. The third disciple wept from beating at the back cliff of Tianwu Mountain, within the unfettered sect. Zhang Han stood before the bruised and battered Li Ergang, clearing his throat awkwardly. He had just finished administering a thorough beating, and now this Li Ergang was claiming that all the pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese were various spiritual creatures, and that the dishes prepared from them were beneficial to cultivation. Moreover, he insisted that his master had a fondness for Li Ergang's cuisine, to serve the sect's interests. Li Ergang had chosen this plot of land near the cliff for various forms of breeding. Yet, Zhang Han had arrived only to deliver a thrashing. It was only natural that Zhang Han felt rather embarrassed. Well, Zhang Han was at a loss for words. Rest assured, esteemed sir, I will certainly report the truth to the sect leader. With a gaze filled with resentment, the battered Li Ergang no longer cared about Zhang Han's status. He bore a grudge. I can't help it. I just returned and was unaware of the situation. You needn't call me esteemed sir. Simply address me as Zhang Han. Come here, I will set up a healing array for you. Zhang Han forced a smile. extending his hand to utilize the power of the Yin star, arranging a healing formation beneath Li Ergang's feet. As the formation was established, Li Ergang's injuries began to mend. He looked down at his corpulent body, feeling a warmth enveloping him, and was taken aback. Zhang Han, what? What kind of technique is this? It's an array. Zhang Han replied. Why not teach me this method of arranging formations? Then this beating would be forgiven. What do you say? That might be rather difficult. Why? Is it a secret of the sect? Not at all. Then why? You lack the intellect to learn it. Li Ergang felt an urge to curse. Was there anyone like this? After beating him, he still claimed he lacked brains. Cough, cough. I didn't mean to insult you. I was speaking the truth. You really do lack intelligence. Zhang Han coughed again, attempting to clarify. Zhang Han, for someone who presents as a scholarly gentleman, how could you hurl such harsh words? Li Ergang managed to utter this after a prolonged silence. Zhang Han beside him, too, felt helpless. He was not actually insulting. The practice of his formations truly required a powerful intellect for visualization to resonate with the myriad forces of nature. Additionally, one needed a core for the array. Among other factors, to reach his level of proficiency. It was not mere rhetoric, it was indeed a challenging endeavor. Unfortunately, Li Ergang's intellect was lacking. I genuinely did not mean to insult you. Let us set that aside for now. By the way, I came to find you for a reason. However, before we discuss matters, I am quite curious. Where did you procure these spiritual pigs and chickens? Surely, you cannot be that wealthy? Zhang Han inquired with intrigue. I certainly lack the funds to purchase them. After you and the sect leader descended the mountain, our senior brother from the unfettered sect returned and met with me. I spoke to him about these, and he subsequently sent someone to make purchases. Li Ergang squatted on the ground, absorbing the essence of the healing formation while speaking. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Han was initially taken aback, only to quickly reveal a look of understanding. It turned out that the elder brother had returned, which clarified everything for him. However, those signs of battle, had the elder brother perhaps given the third junior brother a beating? Zhang Han, harboring a sense of mischievous delight, inquired further, did the elder brother offer some guidance to the third junior brother at the main hall plaza? Guidance? Not at all, Li Ergang recalled, shaking his head. Then why are there signs of battle at the main hall plaza? Zhang Han furrowed his brows in inquiry. Oh, it's not the elder brother fighting with the bald third junior brother. It was a person the elder brother brought along who fought with the third junior brother. But for some reason, during the scuffle, the third junior brother ended up crying, Li Ergang explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was completely bewildered. What in the world? He cried while fighting? Surely, that can't be right. He recalled his own sparring match with the elder brother, where he endured a dual assault on both body and soul, pierced by countless blades, yet he did not shed a tear. How could the third junior brother have cried? This simply would not do. He felt compelled to provide the third junior brother with some ideological education. Without delay, Zhang Han bid farewell to Li Ergang and descended the mountainside. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the sect, Chu Yuan sat upon the exalted throne. The stone chessboard and blood-red sword were placed beside him. At that moment, Chu Yuan calmly observed Dan Tai Luoxiu kneeling in the center of the hall. He had not intended for her to perform such a grand gesture of respect, as he held little regard for formalities. However, Dan Tai Luoxiu was unwilling to relent, insisting on paying her respects as a disciple. With no other choice, Chu Yuan acquiesced to her wishes. Once Dan Tai Luoxiu completed her bow, Chu Yuan spoke once more. All right, Luoxiu, your intentions are appreciated. Please rise. He gestured with his hand, intending to use his spiritual power to assist her up. Yet, upon raising his hand, he realized he was merely a novice in the qi refining stage, lacking any true power. Thus, he discreetly relied on the ample sleeves of his robe to mask his embarrassment. Yes, master, Dan Tai Luoxiu remained oblivious to Chu Yuan's little actions, rising silently. Luoxiu, now that you have entered my fold, I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Your talent is exceptional, of that I am aware. However, the teachings I impart may well surpass your current understanding. I hope you are mentally prepared for this. Chu Yuan issued a precautionary note, fearing that this prodigy might misunderstand and simply walk away. Yet, Dan Tai Luoxiu displayed no signs of surprise. Instead, she wore an expression of inevitability. If her master were to teach her ordinary methods of cultivation, that would indeed be the oddity. Master, I understand, she replied. Dan Tai Luoxiu nodded, her countenance imbued with an air of icy pride, radiating earnestness. Very well, as long as you understand, she said. Allow me to pose a question to you. Luoxiu, what is the Tao? What is its essence? How many forms does it take? Where does it reside? Thus commenced Chu Yuan's daily endeavor of persuasion. Seeking to initiate a compelling discourse, intending to weave an elaborate fabric of ideas. Typically, a disciple would either feign ignorance or meander through vague responses, ultimately arriving at erroneous conclusions. The simplicity of this approach was evident. Having successfully engaged 3 disciples in this manner, Chu Yuan felt confident. While he may falter in other areas, mastery of persuasion was undeniably his forte. On the other side, in the heart of the hall, Dantai Luoxue, upon hearing his words, revealed a subtle smile. Instead of answering Chu Yuan's inquiry, she retorted, "Master, I believe it is not the disciple who should pose this question, but rather the disciple should inquire of you. For if the disciple comprehends, it would not be the disciple who holds that distinction, but rather you, Master, who would assume the role of the disciple." Dantai Luoxue said with a smile. "Chu Yuan, what kind of disciple is this?" Chapter 123. Entering the Tao through chess? Very well. In the grand hall of the Wu Dao sect, Chu Yuan gazed at his proud, yet playfully mischievous female disciple, feeling a pang of headache. Wasn't she just a contrarian? If he chose not to respond, how could he continue his ruse? He had initially thought that Su Qianyuan would be difficult to deceive, but to his surprise, Dantai Luoxue proved to be even more challenging. Could this be the essence of genius? Luoxue. Chu Yuan opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "Master, please do not blame your disciple. I genuinely do not understand these matters," Dantai Luoxue replied with a smile. She had never perused any texts on cultivating immortality. From a tender age, she had been resolute in her belief that the path of cultivation was not viable. Thus, she refrained from reading any such scriptures, striving to keep her mind pure and unblemished. "If you do not understand, simply ask, am I not standing right here?" Chu Yuan sighed. "Since you are so uninformed, I shall explain it to you step by step. First, let us discuss what the Tao is, the so-called Tao." However, before he could finish his thought, Dantai Luoxue suddenly interjected, "Master, I wish to know how the Tao relates to cultivation." Her gaze was fixed upon her master, her inquiry earnest. At this, Chu Yuan nearly succumbed to despair. Why was this disciple so troublesome? Could she not allow him to weave his tale in peace? Had she been a male disciple, he might have felt compelled to give him a gentle reprimand to convey the importance of listening when the master spoke. Yet, such thoughts were mere fantasies. He would never dare to reprimand her. After all, she was a prodigy. What if his actions rendered her incapable? Who would bear the consequences of such folly? Relenting, he decided to follow Dantai Luoxue's lead and continue his charade. Taking a deep breath, he began, "Very well, Luoxue, your impulsiveness must be tempered. Since you have posed a question, I shall provide an answer. The relationship between the Tao and cultivation is." He paused, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "Cultivation is but one manifestation of the Tao, yet the Tao encompasses far more than just cultivation. Do you comprehend this?" Upon hearing his words, Dantai Luoxue fell silent for a moment, her brow furrowed in thought. Cultivation is a form of the Tao, but the Tao is not limited to cultivation. She mused, perhaps likening it to the myriad paths one may traverse in life, with cultivation being merely one of them. Did Master imply that her desire to forge her own path was indeed feasible? A glimmer of enlightenment lit up her eyes. "Master, I understand," she exclaimed softly. The utterance of "I understand" struck a chord within Chu Yuan, stirring an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "What is it that you comprehend?" He could not help but inquire. "I understand that there are countless paths in the Tao, and cultivation is but one of them. Besides cultivation, there are many other roads to explore. In the present age of cultivation where the path seems utterly obstructed, Master, you have clearly instructed us to pursue alternative routes. However, these alternatives lack any classical texts for reference. While forging a new path is undeniably challenging, it is, nonetheless, the most suitable for us." Dantai Luoxue blinked and spoke eloquently. Chu Yuan listened, utterly bewildered. Is this even my own voice? Why can't I comprehend what I'm saying? Am I deceiving you, or are you deceiving me? Chu Yuan felt a pang of discomfort. Is this what true genius looks like? Does that mean I am not a genius? Yet, he found it impossible to conjure such elaborate thoughts from a mere whim. Moreover, judging by Dantai Luoxue's demeanor, she genuinely understood. Why is it that he cannot grasp it? Forget her words. He couldn't even fathom his own nonsensical ramblings. They are all regarded as geniuses. Yet the disparity is staggering. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Dantai Luoxue concluded her exposition and turned to her master. "Master, did I interpret it correctly?" Dantai Luoxue inquired enthusiastically. "Well, you possess some talent, but it pales in comparison to your elder brother upon graduation." Chu Yuan commented nonchalantly, while internally suppressing his feelings. This was a future disciple destined for mediocrity. He could not afford to lose his temper. He must endure. "Elder brother? Is that the array master?" Dan Tai Luo Shui asked curiously. No, you have 3 elder brothers above you. That fellow is the second. However, compared to your elder brother, he falls short. Your talent is the weakest, thus you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Chu Yuan replied quietly. His intentions were clear, to deliver a blow to this female disciple. You call yourself a genius and dismiss me. Now it's my turn to bring you down a peg. Dan Tai Luo Shui in the center of the hall showed no signs of being disheartened. Instead, she appeared intrigued. The fact that her 3 elder brothers possessed superior talents did not faze her in the slightest. Rather, it piqued her curiosity. The second elder brother had already embarked on his own path. Surely, the elder brother must have forged his own way as well. Perhaps the third elder brother has done so too. With 3 elder brothers already experienced in paving new paths, Dan Tai Luo Shui felt that her endeavor to carve her own route would be considerably easier. As a disciple, I shall certainly heed your wishes, Master, and devote myself to my cultivation. Dan Tai Luo Shui bowed respectfully. Well then, now that we have reached this point, Luo Shui, could you share what path you wish to pursue? In other words, how do you envision entering the realm of cultivation? Your elder brother entered through the sword, your second elder brother through formations, and your third elder brother through the physical body, through the flesh. How do you wish to enter? Chu Yuan slowly inquired. He was reluctant to continue conversing with this prodigious disciple. Engaging with someone of such caliber was exhausting. He was unsure whether he was deceiving her or if she was deceiving him. Perhaps it would be simpler to let this disciple go off on her own whims. Master, I wish to enter through the art of chess. Do you believe that is feasible? Dan Tai Luo Shui hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yuan, who had previously felt somewhat fatigued, was instantly invigorated. To enter the Tao through chess? Is it truly possible for the pieces to lead one to enlightenment? If it were a matter of elixirs or talismans, Chu Yuan might have felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether some genuine mastery could indeed be attained. But to suggest that one could cultivate through chess? That elicited not a trace of worry within him. He had never encountered anyone who practiced such an unconventional path. With this revelation, his confidence surged. This minor realm was practically within his grasp. If chess could serve as a means of cultivation, he could perform a handstand while devouring a chessboard. Splendid. To enter the Tao through chess. How delightful. Luo Shui, you are a person of remarkable ideas. Far more inventive than your senior brothers. Chu Yuan beamed with a bright smile. A disciple who can conceive of cultivating through chess is simply extraordinary. Such a disciple, bring him a dozen more. Chapter 124, The Way of Chess. In the grand hall of the sect, Chu Yuan gazed at his female disciple with a mixture of astonishment and delight, increasingly pleased with her. The concept of entering the Tao through the game of chess was indeed remarkable. It was commendable that Dan Tai Luo Shui had conceived such an idea. If only he had more disciples like her, he would have no reason to fear invincibility. However, it was imperative to stabilize her mindset, ensuring she remained steadfast in her belief that the path of chess was a viable one, lest she abandon her pursuit midway. As was customary, delaying for a year would suffice. Luo Shui, your approach of entering the Tao through chess is quite commendable, and I have great faith in your idea. However, be aware that this path may prove to be arduous. You must prepare yourself mentally and not give up easily. Do you understand? Chu Yuan spoke earnestly. Master, I assure you I will not falter. But, Master, can this path truly lead far? Dan Tai Luo Shui inquired hesitantly, her conviction in the idea still wavering. Perched upon the throne, Chu Yuan discerned her uncertainty at once. He could not allow Dan Tai Luo Shui to waver in her resolve. It was crucial to impart a strong dose of understanding regarding the formidable nature of cultivating through chess. As for the terror of it, the more terrifying, the better to emphasize. Luo Shui, remember, the greatest taboo in cultivation is a restless heart. Once you have chosen your path, you must remain resolute in your beliefs, no matter the time or place. Trust in your heart as resolve. As for entering the Tao through chess, this path not only has the potential to extend far, but also transcends myriad others. However, before we proceed, allow me to ask you, Luo Shui, do you truly comprehend what chess is? Chu Yuan inquired. Master, if I knew then. Dan Tai Luo Shui began to respond. But before she could finish her thought, Chu Yuan, anticipating her words, interjected with a furrowed brow. Stop, stop, stop. You need not say anything. Allow me to speak. Chu Yuan quickly gestured, wary that Dan Tai Luo Shui might adopt a contrarian stance. Standing in the center of the hall, Dan Tai Luo Shui pressed her lips together, a faint smile flickering in her eyes, as if she had anticipated her master's response. Unperturbed by her demeanor, Chu Yuan rose from his seat and approached the hall's entrance, contemplating for a moment. The way of chess, on a smaller scale, is simply a board designed for competition. When viewed from the perspective of the game, the losing side faces annihilation. Thus, chess is a division of yin and yang, determining life and death, inherently containing the essence of these dualities. On a grander scale, the chessboard itself embodies the universe. Look up. Is not the expanse of the heavens also a chessboard? Are not all living beings akin to chess pieces? Mastering the chessboard is akin to mastering the cosmos. Furthermore, on an even grander scale, the chessboard can encompass all things. What if it could contain the 3,000 paths? If one possesses sufficient strength, transcending beyond the Tao is indeed a possibility. Chu Yuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. As his words echoed through the hall, a resounding thunderclap reverberated in the sky outside, seemingly in harmony with his discourse. Chu Yuan was also taken aback, glancing up at the sky outside the hall, nearly giving a nod of appreciation to the heavens. Meanwhile, Dantai Luoxue, who was listening to Chu Yuan's words, suddenly shivered, evidently startled by the unexpected thunder. After a brief moment, she regained her composure, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked at Chu Yuan. Master, can the art of chess truly achieve such feats? Dantai Luoxue inquired, taking a deep breath. Indeed, it can. However, mastering the art of chess is a formidable challenge. It requires unwavering determination. If you possess great resolve, you will surely succeed in your practice. Chu Yuan replied with an air of nonchalance. In other words, the path of chess is arduous, and should you fail to yield results, do not lament the practice. Your will must remain steadfast. Master, I assure you I possess the will. I humbly request you to impart this knowledge to me. Dantai Luoxue said respectfully, performing a bow. Very well, since you possess both will and confidence, go forth and practice. Chu Yuan nodded, satisfied with her response. But master, you have yet to teach me the method of cultivation, Dantai Luoxue said, a hint of confusion in her voice. Foolish child, have I not already conveyed the method of cultivation? Do you truly not comprehend? Your insight should not be so lacking. Chu Yuan feigned a puzzled expression. Though internally, he felt a sense of helplessness. He could boast all he wanted, but did he truly appear to possess any terrifying method of cultivation? If he did, would he still be at the qi refining stage? If he possessed such knowledge, would he rely on teaching inept disciples to enhance his own strength? It seemed rather absurd. Nonetheless, he kept these thoughts to himself. Master, I truly do not understand. Dantai Luoxue furrowed her brows, expressing her confusion. Not understanding, alas. Your comprehension is even poorer than your second senior brother's. Very well. Go and seek your own enlightenment. Chu Yuan began to usher her away. But master, I am indeed dull-witted and have failed to grasp when you spoke of the method of chess cultivation. I beseech you to provide me with some guidance. Dantai Luoxue implored once more. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but frown. Where was he to find a method of cultivation? Not to mention guidance. He didn't even have a single clue. The art of chess. Where was the chess? Where was the path? Chu Yuan felt a headache coming on. By chance, his gaze fell upon the master's throne. Spotting the blood-red long sword and the stone chessboard beside it, his eyes brightened. This stone chessboard, upon sitting, felt rather cool beneath him. It could certainly be considered a decent item, could it not? Claiming it to be a treasure and spinning a tale around it should pose no problem. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. Alas, Luoxue, it seems your insight is indeed somewhat lacking. Since that is the case, I shall provide you with a thread of enlightenment. Chu Yuan slowly began. With that, he approached the master's throne, took up the stone chessboard, and proceeded to descend, offering it to Dantai Luoxue. This chessboard is a treasured artifact, gifted to me by a former friend long ago. Though it may appear ordinary, like a mundane object, it conceals profound truths regarding the art of chess, which I encourage you, Luoxue, to contemplate. Originally, I was reluctant to part with such a treasure, but today, as you step into this realm, I bestow it upon you. Take good care of it. With a heavy sigh, Chu Yuan, despite his evident reluctance, handed the chessboard to Dantai Luoxue. Upon receiving it, her eyes sparkled with a brilliant hue. Possessing an innate perception, she immediately recognized the chessboard's extraordinary nature. To her, it seemed as if a seal was gradually being lifted, revealing the chessboard's true essence. This is a treasured artifact sealed by my master. My master has gifted it to me and has also assisted in unsealing it. Such great kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. Dantai Luoxue exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, take your time to ponder its depths, and refrain from mingling too much with your second senior brother. Chu Yuan gestured dismissively. In her exhilaration, Dantai Luoxue was hardly in a position to respond. She nodded repeatedly before departing the grand hall, cradling the stone chessboard. Chu Yuan, standing within the hall, gazed curiously in the direction of her exit. Was it merely a stone chessboard? Did it warrant such fervor? Chapter 125. Zhang Han's peculiarities at this moment. Zhang Han cheerfully approached the mountainside of Tianmu Mountain, arriving at the entrance of the cave belonging to Su Yuan. The aura of the earth's malevolence is rather overwhelming, even spilling out of the cave. This third disciple must be diligently training, generating such a formidable aura for physical refinement. If it were anyone else, they might not even realize how perilous their situation is. It seems the third disciple is risking everything for his cultivation. Perhaps he was driven to tears and resolved to train earnestly. Zhang Han found amusement in this thought, entirely devoid of concern, reveling instead in a sense of schadenfreude. With an eager heart, he approached the cave's entrance and activated a formation to notify Su Yuan. Before long, the cave's entrance was pushed open, revealing Su Yuan, his upper body bare. Compared to before, his presence was significantly more formidable now. His muscular physique gleamed with a bronze hue, exuding an aura that made him seem impervious to harm. A faint aura of Earth's malevolence surrounded him, akin to a fierce beast. Third disciple Yu. Zhang Han intended to greet him, but upon noticing Su Yuan's expression, he paused in surprise. He recalled that previously, Su Yuan often bore an air of dignity intertwined with humor. Now, however, his face was devoid of emotion, as if inscribed with "I possess no feelings." "I have seen the second brother. I am unaware of why he seeks me. If there is nothing urgent, I shall return to my training," Su Yuan said, offering a respectful bow. "There is no pressing matter, merely that I have just returned to the mountain to see you." "What brings about your somber mood?" Zhang Han inquired with a charming smile, waving his hand casually. "Indeed, my spirits are low. I intend to enter seclusion for a time." "Second brother, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Su Yuan replied, his face still expressionless. Given the circumstances he faced, how could he possibly be in good spirits? It was commendable that he hadn't succumbed to despair. Yet, upon hearing this, Zhang Han furrowed his brow. "Is it merely because you were beaten? Is that truly sufficient to dampen your spirits? You were even brought to tears." "No, as the future leader of the Wudao sect and the current second brother, I believe it is essential to provide some guidance to the third disciple." "Brother, are you aware of my predicament?" Su Yuan asked, raising his gaze. "Yes, I am aware. The plump chef informed me." Zhang Han nodded in acknowledgement. "Since you are aware of this matter, why then do you urge me to strengthen my mindset? If it were you, would you not have avenged yourself upon their entire family?" Su Yuan remarked darkly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was taken aback. "Surely, that is excessive. It was merely a scuffle that left you in tears. Must one resort to such extremes as to wipe out an entire family?" The turmoil within the third disciple's heart was indeed profound. "Not so, junior brother. You must maintain a positive mindset. It is merely a trifling matter, not worth resorting to such extreme measures," Zhang Han gently advised. "Then, senior brother, if it were you, how would you respond?" Su Yuan inquired, taking a deep breath. "Naturally, I would seek to resolve the issue through reason and empathy, fostering a gradual reconciliation rather than resorting to such drastic actions," Zhang Han replied with refined composure. Su Yuan responded, "Ah, senior brother, your wisdom is commendable. Even after being wronged, you advocate for understanding and reconciliation. Such magnanimity is rare among most individuals. Only second senior brother possesses such a vast heart. Junior brother, I admire your spirit, yet I must confess that I am not capable of extending such forgiveness. Allowing him to depart unscathed is my utmost concession. To find peace within myself is an impossibility," Su Yuan lamented, shaking his head. "Junior brother, this mindset of yours is truly untenable," Zhang Han remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. "Senior brother, I cannot alter my nature. This is simply who I am. Tolerating to this extent is already a concession made in deference to elder brother," Su Yuan replied resolutely. "Junior brother, as a disciple of the Wudao sect, your lack of tolerance is unbecoming. You cannot possibly compare to senior brother," Zhang Han urged. "Senior brother, this is an intrinsic part of me that cannot be changed." The two brothers found themselves at an ideological impasse, neither willing to concede, engaged in a fervent debate. "Junior brother, should you continue to resist change, I shall have no choice but to inform Master," Zhang Han declared, invoking Chu Yuan's name with determination. "Senior brother, even if Master were to intervene, I would remain steadfast. I cannot possibly adopt your peculiar inclinations. How could I change that?" Su Yuan insisted, unwavering in his resolve. Zhang Han, initially poised to continue, suddenly paused, surprised. "Peculiar inclinations? What are you referring to?" It dawned on Zhang Han that perhaps he and third junior brother were not discussing the same matter. "Peculiar inclinations? Junior brother, please clarify," he inquired with confusion. "The peculiar inclination of enjoying betrayal." Su Qianyuan retorted bluntly. Zhang Han was momentarily speechless, a flare of irritation rising within him. At last, after further dialogue, Zhang Han began to comprehend the situation fully, feeling rather bemused. It was astonishing that Li Er was unaware of the facts and had been so insistent, claiming Su Qianyuan had been reduced to tears. Cough, cough, misunderstandings abound. Junior brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Zhang Han coughed repeatedly, casting aside any semblance of his refined image. Senior brother, if there is nothing further, I shall return to my training, Su Qianyuan stated flatly, preparing to depart. Junior brother, wait. I sense that your aura has significantly strengthened compared to before. Shall we engage in a sparring match? It may serve as a diversion, Zhang Han suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyuan paused at the cave entrance, hesitating momentarily. Then, with a measured tone, he finally replied, very well, but be cautious, senior brother. Su Qianyuan abruptly turned, unleashing a powerful punch directed at Zhang Han. The ground trembled violently, fracturing under the ferocity of the blow, as countless fissures emerged, seemingly intent on tearing everything asunder. A thunderous sonic boom erupted. The might of this punch approached the realm of divine transformation. Su Qianyuan's technique was singular. A solitary strike executed with utmost effort, aimed to annihilate his opponent with an explosive force. He was evidently earnest, pouring his full strength into the attack against Zhang Han. Unperturbed by the possibility of his rival being obliterated, he was well aware that this senior brother had attained the divine transformation level. Junior brother, is this truly a spar? Zhang Han felt a surge of apprehension from the impending strike. With a fleeting thought, a formation rose beneath his feet, elevating him into the air to evade the oncoming blow. The lunar star descends. Zhang Han brought his fingers together, pointing skyward and harnessing the formidable energy of the lunar star. A grand formation coalesced in the heavens, as surges of ominous energy surged forth, rapidly forming a small-scale lunar star that cascaded downwards towards Su Qianyuan. Chapter 126. No. I must descend. A thunderous rumble echoed through the atmosphere of Tianwu Mountain, where violent tremors reverberated from the mountainside. Above, the Tying star emerged, casting a seemingly infinite cascade of moonlight downwards. In mid-air, Zhang Han soared. Behind him a colossal formation materialized, radiating brilliance akin to that of a supreme deity. Before him, countless array patterns spontaneously emerged, swiftly coalescing into a formidable formation. A torrent of ominous energy converged, forming a small Tying star that surged majestically towards Su Qianyuan below. At the mountainside, Su Qianyuan, his upper body exposed, emanated a formidable aura, his gaze fixed intently on the descending small Tying star. Contemplating within his mind, he assessed the power of this small Tying star, recognizing it to be at the initial stage of the transformation realm. If he were to confront it head-on, he would surely sustain injuries. However, if he could pinpoint its weak spot and muster all his strength to deliver a decisive blow, he could minimize the damage while launching a surprise attack on his elder brother. With a deep breath that settled in his dantian, Su Qianyuan's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk as he focused on the small Tying star above. The small Tying star drew closer with alarming speed, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. At last, when they were less than 500 meters apart, Su Qianyuan discerned the star's vulnerability, the central core. It was there that the ominous energy was thinnest. Elder brother, in this exchange, you may find yourself in a precarious situation. Su Qianyuan recalled Zhang Han's earlier remarks, a surge of anger igniting within him, compelling him to drag the elder brother down for a thorough beating. In the next instant, the ground beneath his feet shattered, and he propelled himself skyward, channeling all his might into a single punch aimed at the center of the small Tying star. Bang, bang, bang. The two forces collided with a cataclysmic energy wave that threatened to engulf everything. Yet, Su Qianyuan emerged victorious, as his ferocious punch tore through the seemingly endless veil of ominous energy. He broke through the small Tying star and swiftly surged towards Zhang Han. Elder brother, you've underestimated me. Prepare to descend. Su Qianyuan laughed heartily, ready to ascend and seize Zhang Han. However, as he broke through the layers of ominous energy and sought to locate Zhang Han, he was left stunned. In the sky, there was no trace of Zhang Han. Instead, countless small Tying stars surrounded him. A rough count revealed at least 1,000 of them. This meant Zhang Han had summoned over 1,000 formations in an instant? No, no, no. I must descend. I must descend. Panic gripped Su Qianyuan as he yearned to return to the ground. Yet, the momentum from his ascent proved relentless. He could not descend, only helplessly watch as he hurtled towards the multitude of small Tying stars. No, I do not wish to ascend. Elder brother, I was wrong. With no recourse left, Su Yuan braced himself for impact. Boom. At the entrance of the Wudao sect, Zhang Han had returned. Seemingly unaware of how he had arrived, he glanced back toward the mountainside, astonishment etched on his face. The explosive sounds were tremendous. Having set up 6 layers of shielding formations, I still find that information manages to escape. Surely this will not disturb my master, will it? Never mind. Once I reach my master's palace, I shall arrange several larger shielding formations to obscure perception, mute sound, and conceal everything. My master will surely be pleased to know this. Zhang Han murmured to himself. Nodding subtly, he hurried towards his master's palace, moving with utmost caution to avoid disturbing his revered mentor. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall's plaza, he intended to take a detour to his master's palace when, unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the main hall of the sect leader, crossing paths with Zhang Han. Hana, what brings you to lurk before the sect leader's hall? Queried Chu Yuan, observing Zhang Han with a furrowed brow. Master, you are not in your own palace? Zhang Han was taken aback. Why would I be in my palace? And you, what is your purpose here? Chu Yuan regarded this cunning disciple with suspicion. Surely, he did not intend to concoct some scheme again, did he? Oh, it's nothing, really. Zhang Han quickly dismissed the thought. He preferred to keep his efforts for his master discreet. Voicing them would imply seeking recognition. Truly nothing? Chu Yuan remained unconvinced, his instincts alert. He had just taken in Dantai Luoxue, and the timing seemed peculiar. Would this disciple attempt some underhanded tactic? He knew that this disciple, while appearing earnest, had a knack for betrayal when it mattered most. Contemplating this, Chu Yuan's expression shifted. Honor, are you genuinely all right? Are you certain? He pressed again. Master, I assure you, I am perfectly fine, Zhang Han replied, shaking his head. Despite his reassurance, Chu Yuan remained uneasy, studying Zhang Han with a scrutinizing gaze. His caution was not unfounded. He feared that Su Yuan's success was largely tied to this individual. The prospect of allowing Zhang Han to remain within the sect filled him with dread. If this disciple were to meddle, another talent might emerge, potentially jeopardizing his own standing. Perhaps I should devise a way to send him down the mountain. Chu Yuan contemplated. Honor, he spoke softly. Master, I am here, Zhang Han responded promptly. I intend to send you down the mountain for your own journey of exploration. What are your thoughts? Chu Yuan articulated slowly. Master, I do not wish to descend just yet. Zhang Han fervently shook his head. He had yet to establish his authority before his junior sister. How could he leave now? What? You do not heed my words? Chu Yuan questioned, his tone firm yet concerned. This is not merely a jest. A fledgling must weather storms to soar high in the skies. You possess great potential, yet without experience. How can you hope to advance further in the future? He sighed, adopting an expression that conveyed his genuine concern for Zhang Han's well-being. Master, I. Zhang Han opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Enough. Listen to your master. Prepare yourself and descend the mountain to gain experience. Chu Yuan declared resolutely, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Han. A thought suddenly struck him. Should Zhang Han refuse again, he would seize this opportunity to nobly expel this old schemer from the sect. After all, on the surface, it would appear that he, as the master, was acting in the best interest of his disciple. In Chu Yuan's view, Zhang Han hesitated for a long time before finally raising his head slowly. Master, I will tidy up a bit and then descend the mountain to train. Zhang Han said through gritted teeth. What a pity, Chu Yuan sighed softly. Master, what do you find regrettable? Oh, it's nothing at all. Just focus on your training. I shall diligently obey your command, Master. Chapter 127. The sourness in the ethereal night of Tianwu Mountain at the unorthodox sect. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, beside a narrow path among the numerous halls of the sect, Dantai Luoxue leaned against a colossal tree, cradling a stone chessboard in her hands. She gazed intently at the chessboard, utterly absorbed, oblivious to her surroundings. Dantai Luoxue found herself in a predicament. She had forgotten to inquire about the location of her master's palace. With no one in sight within the sect, her anxiety grew as she scrutinized the chessboard. She decided to find a relatively clean path and settled down beside it to closely observe the remarkable stone board. This chessboard was extraordinary. Her discerning eye could not fully penetrate its depths, as if some unseen force were obstructing all attempts at scrutiny. However, the barrier that concealed the board from prying eyes was gradually dissipating. If her instincts were correct, after a while, her keen perception would surely allow her to completely unveil the mysteries of this board. Dantai Luoxue murmured softly to herself, harboring some vague conjectures about the chessboard. She suspected that the obscuring force was a restriction imposed by her master, which would automatically lift upon being entrusted to her. Her curiosity was piqued. What kind of treasure could this be that even her innate perceptive abilities could not fathom? Since her birth, there was nothing her extraordinary vision could not see through. Yet, after joining the unorthodox sect, it felt as though her gift had diminished. She could not see through her second senior brother, Zhang Han, nor could she penetrate the mysteries of any palace within the sect. Even the chessboard in her hands eluded her insight. Moreover, she could not decipher her master, Chu Yuan. In Dantai Luoxue's eyes, her master appeared to possess only the cultivation of the qi refinement stage. Yet, it was evident that her master could not merely be at that level. If her master truly were at the qi refinement stage, how could she have the audacity to accept a genius like Dantai Luoxue as her disciple? It was ludicrous. What kind of qi refinement cultivator would dare to take on a prodigy as a disciple? Therefore, she held no doubts regarding Chu Yuan's true realm, attributing it solely to the limitations of her perception. The entire unorthodox sect seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery, powerful yet enigmatic. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the air, causing the white garments of Dantai Luoxue to flutter slightly. She swiftly turned her head toward the edge of the path. Who goes there? Dantai Luoxue's tone was icy. Her innate perceptive abilities were not merely an indication of her unique eyesight. Possessing such a gift endowed her soul with a strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, granting her heightened intuition. In that fleeting moment when the breeze passed, she sensed someone approaching. Dantai Luoxue directed her gaze toward the path, and soon, Zhang Han emerged slowly from the shadows. His footsteps light and careful as if he feared disturbing something. Junior sister, your spiritual awareness is quite formidable. You managed to detect my presence, he remarked. Zhang Han approached swiftly, speaking cautiously. Senior brother? Junior sister has met you. Upon recognizing Zhang Han, Dantai Luoxue could not help but exhale in relief, pondering the peculiarity of this senior brother who had stealthily approached in the dead of night, moving so silently that he seemed to vanish into thin air. It was fortunate that she remained unperturbed. Had it been anyone else, they might have been frightened to death. Junior sister, please rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. We are all family. Zhang Han gestured with a careful hand, as if he were a thief. Senior brother, is there really no one around? Must you be so cautious? Dantai Luoxue remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han shook his head helplessly. He was left with no choice. His master had instructed him to descend the mountain for training. Initially, he had planned to leave the following day, but due to his master's insistence, he found himself departing at dusk, right under his master's watchful gaze. However, Zhang Han was reluctant. He wished to establish some authority in front of his junior sister before setting off, intending to assist her first. Thus, he had stealthily infiltrated the mountain at an ungodly hour, employing a magical formation to conceal his presence. Junior sister, this matter is rather complicated to explain. I have already prepared to leave for training, but I was concerned about you, which is why I came to see you. If you have any doubts or questions, feel free to share with me. I will certainly assist you, Zhang Han whispered. Doubts or questions? Oh, I do have one, senior brother. May I ask where the residence of our palace is located? I have only recently entered the sect, and am not very familiar with the surroundings. Dantai Luoxue pondered before inquiring. That is your question? No, junior sister. Do you not have any questions regarding your cultivation? Zhang Han shook his head. Regarding cultivation? None. Dantai Luoxue frowned slightly, responding. What issues could she possibly have? Her master had bestowed upon her a precious artifact to guide her. Moreover, she possessed a discerning eye and innate talent, blessed with a heavenly root. What more could she desire? Truly none? Do you understand the teachings passed down by our master? Zhang Han asked again. He had struggled to comprehend his master's words upon entering the sect, only to be aided by his elder brother later. The third junior brother had experienced the same, and Zhang Han had been the one to assist him. He had hoped to lend a hand to this fourth junior sister, yet it seemed she required no assistance. While it was true that Dantai Luoxue did not fully grasp the teachings of their master, he had provided her with a precious artifact, instructing her to use it as a focal point for understanding the path of cultivation. Dantai Luoxue replied candidly, Indeed, I do not fully comprehend the teachings, but my master has given me a precious artifact to serve as a guide for enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback. A precious artifact? Why had their master never bestowed one upon them? A pang of envy surged within him, a hint of bitterness brewing. Junior sister, could you perhaps show the precious artifact to your senior brother? Zhang Han asked, his tone laced with envy. Senior brother, the precious artifact is right here, Dantai Luoxue said, placing the chessboard before him. Zhang Han lowered his gaze, his pupils contracting sharply. He recognized that chessboard instantly. It had been in their master's possession since he returned from the eastern border. Previously, when he gazed upon the chessboard held by his master, he perceived nothing extraordinary, merely an object of the mundane world. However, upon closer inspection now, he could sense an ethereal aura emanating from the board, a whisper of the extraordinary. This subtle yet profound presence stirred a sense of unease within Zhang Han's innate formation heart, instilling a feeling of threat. This treasured artifact undoubtedly transcended the realm of spiritual treasures. Although Zhang Han had never possessed a spiritual treasure, he had encountered them at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. None of those spiritual treasures had ever instilled such a sense of foreboding in his formation heart. Yet, this particular artifact unsettled him deeply. How could his master bestow such a precious item upon a newly initiated junior sister? A wave of bitterness washed over him. Was it not agreed that he was to be the future master of the Wudao sect? Why did this newly arrived junior sister receive preferential treatment? Zhang Han felt a pang of sorrow, nearly brought to tears. He sensed a shift in his master's affections. Thus, love can indeed fade away, cannot it? Chapter 128. The era of free rearing has passed. Zhang Han descended the mountain. After a night's descent, upon learning that Dan Tai Luoxue had just entered the sect and received a treasured artifact, he felt a pang of envy. Although Dan Tai Luoxue found this peculiar, she refrained from commenting, as her second senior brother had already shared various matters regarding the Wudao sect with her. She effortlessly located a palace and settled in. The next morning at Tianwu Mountain, Wudao sect, Chu Yuan emerged from his palace. This time, he was more astute. He did not seclude himself for cultivation, but intended to monitor Dan Tai Luoxue's daily training. Should anything seem amiss, he would act decisively. The era of free rearing was over. Chu Yuan had learned his lesson and was now vigilant. Leaving his palace, Chu Yuan arrived at the kitchen area where Li Ergong was. As a qi refinement cultivator without spiritual awareness, he could not discern Dan Tai Luoxue's whereabouts. However, he felt certain that she would come to the kitchen for a meal. If she did not, something would surely be amiss. With this thought, Chu Yuan approached the kitchen and immediately spotted Li Ergong busily preparing chickens. Li Ergong also noticed Chu Yuan, and the two qi refinement cultivators realized that concealing their whereabouts was nearly impossible. "Master, you've arrived. Please, have a seat. I'm just processing the chickens. Wait, and I'll prepare a meal for you," Li Ergong exclaimed eagerly. "All right, but where did you acquire these chickens?" Chu Yuan inquired curiously as he comfortably settled into a chair. "Oh, these were brought back by your senior brother when you descended the mountain last time," Li Ergong replied. This revelation left Chu Yuan momentarily bewildered. "What? Yi Luo returned?" Li Ergong quickly clarified. "Yes, Yi Luo came back, bringing an old man with him. Somehow, they ended up in a scuffle, and that old man made Su Qianyuan cry." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan chuckled. His third brother had actually been brought to tears. What a delightful turn of events. Although Chu Yuan had always thought Zhang Han was responsible for Su Qianyuan's growth, harboring resentment towards Zhang Han, it did not mean he was not irritated with Su Qianyuan. He simply found no motivation to reprimand him. Of course, this had nothing to do with his current status as a qi refinement cultivator, but rather a matter of laziness. He had not anticipated that Yi Luo would come back and make Su Qianyuan cry. This could be seen as a form of assistance in correcting Su Qianyuan's behavior. Yi Luo was truly commendable. Chu Yuan couldn't help but reflect on the considerable effort he had invested in Yi Luo's advancement. It seemed entirely worthwhile. However, the two levels of advancement tied to Zhang Han and Su Qianyuan felt like a considerable loss. He longed to press both of them to the ground in a fit of frustration. Despite his thoughts, Chu Yuan's strength did not permit such actions. With a deep sigh, he resigned himself to the situation and redirected his attention to Li Ergong. "Did Luo bring a multitude of items?" inquired Chu Yuan. "Indeed, Sect Master. After my senior brother asked me what was needed, I provided him with a list, and he promptly arranged for their procurement. Now, everything is in order. Sparing you the embarrassment of dining on mundane fare," Li Ergang replied with a smile. "Speaking of which, I have yet to compensate you for the construction of this kitchen and the various condiments you regularly use. It seems you've borne the costs alone. Here, allow me to remedy that," Chu Yuan exclaimed, as if just recalling the matter, and pretended to reach for his purse. "Sect Master, this is my duty. No need for compensation. Besides, the expenses were hardly significantly." Ergang protested repeatedly. "Oh, very well," Chu Yuan said, naturally retracting his hand. Li Ergang thought to himself, "Is it really necessary to be so straightforward? Shouldn't there be a bit more formality? By the way, has my newly accepted disciple, Dan Tai Luoxue, dined here?" Chu Yuan pondered aloud. At this, Li Ergang paused, taken aback. He was unaware that Chu Yuan had taken on another disciple. Upon hearing the question, he quickly shook his head. "No, Sect Master. Aside from your last visit, No other disciples have dined here. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan fell into contemplation. Could something be amiss with this disciple? That seems unlikely. She has only just begun her journey. It is improbable she has encountered any difficulties. After a moment of frowning thought, a realization struck Chu Yuan. It is not that Dantai Luoxue has not come. Rather, I have not informed her of the location of the palace or the kitchen. How could she know? After all, Dantai Luoxue is still a mere mortal. If she were to fall ill, it would surely cause me trouble. With that, Chu Yuan stood, preparing to seek out Dantai Luoxue. Just then, a feminine voice called out from behind. Master. Turning, Chu Yuan saw Dantai Luoxue approaching with measured steps. Upon noticing him, she bowed from a distance to express her respect. How did this disciple find her way here? Chu Yuan wondered, observing Dantai Luoxue as she drew near. Logically, she should have been unaware of the kitchen's location, given the vast expanse of the Wudao sect. Moreover, she was clad in a light azure robe, evidently after having located her palace and changed attire. She managed to find her residence as well. Is this the mark of a prodigy? Or perhaps that rascal Su Qianyuan met with her and provided directions? Chu Yuan mused, ultimately deciding it was of little consequence to him and not worth overthinking. Meanwhile, Dantai Luoxue had reached Chu Yuan and bowed once more. Disciple pays respects to master. She spoke softly. You are here to dine, I presume? Please, take a seat. This is our esteemed chef from the Wudao sect. You may converse with him regarding your culinary desires. Chu Yuan made a brief introduction of Li Ergong. Greetings, esteemed guest. May I inquire what you would like to eat? Li Ergong stepped forward, his demeanor warm and inviting. Hello, a simple bowl of porridge will suffice for me, Dantai Luoxue replied gently, nodding as she took a seat and exchanged a few words with Li Ergong. Upon hearing her request, Li Ergong responded casually, then turned to make his way to the kitchen. He paid little heed to her, as it was evident to him that Dantai Luoxue was an ordinary mortal. A simple bowl of porridge? Surely, a plain congee would do. After all, it was crafted from spirit rice, and the flavor would not be lacking. Meanwhile, Dantai Luoxue and Chu Yuan sat at the same table, the atmosphere relaxed and unpretentious, yet her perceptive gaze occasionally flickered toward Chu Yuan. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be in the qi refinement stage. Is this the remarkable facade of my master's prowess? Chapter 129. Is Dantai Luoxue the future leader of the Wudao sect? In the vicinity of the Wudao sect, near the kitchen, Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue sat at a table. Li Ergang busied himself alone in the kitchen, extracting spiritual rice to prepare porridge. While he worked, he discreetly eavesdropped on the conversation between the sect leader and the female disciple outside. Luoxue, since you joined, have you had the chance to meet your two senior brothers? Chu Yuan inquired casually. Master, I have met my second senior brother, but I have yet to see my third senior brother, Dantai Luoxue replied obediently. You should try to interact with your third senior brother, but be cautious with your second senior brother. He is not the most virtuous of individuals. If possible, avoid seeking his guidance, for I fear it may hinder your progress in cultivation. As your master, I grant you a privilege. Should you encounter any obstacles in your training, you may come directly to me without needing to consult your senior brothers, Chu Yuan advised, concerned that his disciple might seek counsel from Zhang Han, who could potentially lead her astray. He held high hopes for this disciple, viewing her as a pivotal opportunity for his own resurgence. Only by having successfully led one disciple astray could he gain the experience to do the same with another. This is where my journey from the qi refining stage to the beginning of invincibility commenced. Thank you, Master. I will heed your words and seek your guidance whenever I have uncertainties, Dantai Luoxue responded with a smile. In the kitchen, Li Ergang listened intently to the master-disciple exchange, quietly retrieving some vegetables to prepare the porridge. This new disciple was highly favored, which made him apprehensive. If he were to serve a bowl of plain porridge, would he not be reprimanded? He busied himself with the ingredients, straining to catch every word from outside. Luoxue, although you possess a heavenly spiritual root and innate wisdom, your understanding is not as profound as that of your brothers. Therefore, be mentally prepared. Enlightenment may not come easily for you. Do you understand? Master, I understand, she replied. Li Ergang's heart raced at the mention of a heavenly spiritual root and innate wisdom. Such talent overshadowed his own by an unfathomable margin. He silently returned the vegetables and instead took out some meat. Indeed, Luoxue, you are far more obedient than your brothers, if you diligently pursue the path of understanding. In time, the position of sect leader shall surely be yours. Disciple, I will not disappoint your expectations, Master. At this moment, Li Ergang nearly dropped the plate he was holding. What had he just heard? The sect leader had designated this new disciple as the future leader of the Wudao sect? Such a monumental secret had come to his ears. Would he be silenced? Overwhelmed with astonishment, he cautiously peered outside and, upon noticing that Chu Yuan was not paying attention to him, let out a sigh of relief. Wait a moment. This new disciple is destined to be the future leader of the Wu Dao sect, yet she has not yet matured. Does this mean he could align himself with her? Li Erjing's eyes twinkled as he conceived a feasible idea. He hurriedly made his way towards the animals being raised on the back cliff. Meanwhile, the master and disciple seated in the kitchen observed the frenzied pace of Li Erjing. His stout figure, dashing about, was undeniably conspicuous. Master, does it seem like something is amiss with that chef? Dantai Luoxue inquired with a hint of perplexity. Pay him no mind. He is likely off to prepare the ingredients. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, lacking the inclination to concern himself with the portly man. Upon hearing her masteress' response, Dantai Luoxue naturally refrained from further commentary. The two resumed their conversation, with Chu Yuan predominantly speaking while Dantai Luoxue listened intently. After a brief interlude, as an array of dishes was placed upon the table, their dialogue subsided. One must admit, Li Erjing's culinary skills were indeed impressive. Each dish emanated an enticing aroma that instantly whetted the appetites of both Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue. Chu Yuan glanced over the spread and noted the absence of the porridge mentioned earlier by Dantai Luoxue, raising an eyebrow. Erjing, where's Luoxue's porridge? You didn't make the dishes first and then the porridge, did you? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Erjing, standing at the kitchen door, quickly gestured towards the dishes on the table. Master, everything on the table is porridge, he replied. This revelation left Chu Yuan momentarily speechless. All these dishes? Just porridge? Was he seeing things? Had he developed a sort of porridge blindness? Master, look. These truly are porridge. Beside each dish, there are grains of rice. The essence of each dish is derived from porridge. Li Erjing hastily clarified. Chu Yuan turned to look again and observed that indeed, at the corners of each dish lay a few grains of rice. So this is what they term porridge? He fell silent. Master, you do not understand. Do not be deceived by the few grains of rice on each plate. They embody the quintessence of the dish. Li Erjing elaborated earnestly. Chu Yuan felt an odd sense of transformation in this rotund man. There was an unmistakable air of servility about him, yet not in a way directed towards himself, but rather as a humble servant to this mortal disciple. Chu Yuan regarded the man with an inscrutable gaze, causing Li Erjing to flinch and swallow hard. Master, I have prepared dishes specifically for you. Please take a look at these 3 plates here. He coughed lightly and pointed to 3 dishes at the edge of the table. In stark contrast to the abundance of food, these 3 dishes appeared rather pitiful. Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Dantai Luoxue, observing the scene, couldn't he help but chuckle, finding the dramatic interaction between the chef and her master rather amusing. If master does not mind, you may dine with your disciple, Dantai Luoxue suggested with a smile, lowering her gaze to the dishes before her. With her discerning eye, she could perceive that these dishes contained a hint of spiritual essence, clearly indicating their potential benefits for cultivation. Given her current mortal realm, it is likely that she would not be able to consume much. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan could only nod in agreement and cast a fierce glare at the portly Li Erjing, yet refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, within the eastern state, atop the Tai Sword Sect, Chapter 130, the leaf-falling disciple within the borders of Dongzhou, beyond the Xinsong 72 mountain range. A grand mountain gate stands resolutely, effectively barring others from entering the sacred area. Upon this gate, for characters, shimmering with a faint golden light, are intricately carved, Tai Sword Sect. At this moment, a figure approaches, intending to pass through the gate. This individual appears to be merely 23 or 24 years of age, clad in a scholarly robe, with dark hair elegantly pinned up by a wooden hairpin. His refined features exude an air of gracefulness and charm, resembling an extraordinary Confucian immortal. This person is none other than Zhang Han. After descending the mountain, Zhang Han originally intended to explore the neighboring Yunzhou and Dongzhou. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He wished to pay a visit to his elder brother, Yi Luo. Through inquiries, he learned of Yi Luo's remarkable achievements in Dongzhou. Filled with admiration for his elder brother's prowess, he made his way to the Tai Sword Sect with the sole purpose of meeting him. As Zhang Han stood before the imposing mountain gate, he gazed upon its grandeur. Truly, his elder brother is deserving of the title. It has been but a short time since he left the sect, yet he has already established a sanctuary for cultivation, the Tai Sword Sect. The principles of Tao give rise to unity, which in turn births duality, then trinity, culminating in the myriad forms of existence. How magnificent his elder brother's vision is. Zhang Han mused to himself, recognizing that personally establishing a realm for cultivation is indeed a profound accomplishment. Yet, when compared to inheriting the position of the Wudao Sect's master, it pales in significance, especially considering the fact that he had seized the title that was rightfully meant for his elder brother. The thought brought a smile to his face. Ahem. Best to maintain a semblance of seriousness. It would be rather inappropriate for his elder brother to catch him smiling in such a manner. Zhang Han composed his emotions, intending to stride directly into the Tai Sword sect. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, two formidable presences of the nascent soul realm descended from above, blocking his path. Who approaches? One of the elders on flying swords inquired. The Tai Sword sect is not yet complete. If you wish to visit, please return when we are fully established. Two elders, standing upon their flying swords, emerged from beyond the mountain gate, radiating a powerful aura in an attempt to suppress Zhang Han. Taken aback, Zhang Han paused, retracting his extended leg. The sight of the two nascent soul elders left him momentarily astonished. Is the Tai Sword sect truly so imposing, employing nascent soul experts as gatekeepers? Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Zhang Han collected his myriad reflections and raised his gaze toward the two elders. I am a disciple of the Wudao sect, and the master of the Tai Sword sect is my elder brother. I kindly ask you to relay my visit. Zhang Han seeks an audience. Zhang Han did not harbor any feelings of disdain toward the gatekeepers. Rather, he spoke with warmth and cordiality. Wudao sect. The two elders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. In this era, who does not recognize the Wudao sect as a hidden gem of Dongzhou, particularly with the recent rumors surrounding the sect? Most notably, the Tai Sword sect and the Wudao sect share deep-rooted connections, as the current master hails from the Wudao sect, which was established as the ancestral ground of the Tai Sword sect during its inception. Today, it is quite remarkable that a member of the Wudao sect has come to visit, and even more so, it is the senior disciple of Master Yi. Esteemed sir, please hold on for a moment while we inform the sect leader. It is not that we are unwilling to let you enter first. It is simply the established rules set forth by the sect leader. The two elder gentlemen swiftly dismounted their flying swords. We understand. Please proceed to notify him. Zhang Han smiled gracefully. The two elders nodded in acknowledgement and quickly focused their magical energy, sending forth a stream of sword energy into the mountain gate. This is a unique communication method of the Tai Sword sect. Please wait a moment, esteemed sir, the two elders said in unison. Zhang Han, with a warm smile, said nothing further, standing quietly as he awaited the return of the message. After a brief moment, a stream of light flew back from beyond the mountain gate. An elder extended his hand, catching the radiant light. Esteemed sir, the sect leader has issued a command for you to ascend on your own. He awaits you at the main peak, the elder said respectfully. Very well, Zhang Han replied with a nod, feeling no surprise. He was quite familiar with his senior brother. If his senior brother had truly come down the mountain to greet him, it would have felt overly formal. Instead, allowing him to ascend on his own further emphasized their relationship. With a fleeting thought, the formation beneath his feet surged forth, propelling him into the mountain gate. Upon entering, he beheld towering, majestic peaks. Various structures were under construction atop these mountains. It was evident that the Tai Sword sect was not yet fully completed. However, the richness of spiritual energy within the sect was already profoundly abundant, far surpassing that of the Wudao sect. Zhang Han observed everything within the Tai Sword sect while flying deeper inside. Although he did not know the exact location of the main peak, he could sense the aura of Yi Luo. Ah, senior brother, let me surprise you and see if you can find me, Zhang Han thought, a faint smile glimmering in his eyes. As the thought arose, the formation beneath his feet shifted, concealing his presence and making his consciousness undetectable. He then quickened his pace, soaring toward the direction where Yi Luo resided. In just the span of a tea break, Zhang Han arrived above the main peak. He easily spotted his senior brother, who was currently on a plaza, speaking with 10 young individuals, seemingly instructing his disciples. Oh, has senior brother taken in disciples? I am curious to see how he teaches them, Zhang Han mused, standing within the formation above, intrigued, and in no hurry to reveal himself. Instead, he set up a few additional concealment formations to ensure his senior brother would not detect him. He then hid within the formations, observing his senior brother instructing his disciples below. On the main peak, within the plaza, Yi Luo gazed at the 7 disciples he had recently accepted, 4 males and 3 females, all of whom were undoubtedly gifted individuals. At this moment, Yi Luo was engaged in conversation with these 7 disciples. I have already imparted the essence of enlightenment to you, urging you to frequently gaze upwards. Thus, after all this time, has anyone discerned anything? Speak up if you have gleaned any insights. Yi Luo, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke softly. His voice reached the ears of the 7 disciples, yet none dared to respond. Each lowered their gaze. In their hearts, they were fervently lamenting. How could they discern anything while gazing at the sky? Apart from the glaring sun, they could not perceive a thing. Yet, they did not dare to voice their thoughts. If they did, they were certain that the esteemed sword sovereign of Tai would retort, claiming that he himself once sat upon the ground, staring at the heavens for an eternity, achieving enlightenment merely by having eyes. Do you not possess vision? Chapter 131, Master Brother. You do not uphold the virtues of martial arts. Gazing at the 7 disciples with their heads bowed, Yi Luo seemed to discern their thoughts. Donning an expression of disappointment akin to a mentor lamenting a wayward pupil, he let out a prolonged sigh. In times past, I simply sat upon the ground of the Wu Dao sect, contemplating the heavens for an extended period, and thus comprehended my own path. It is truly a matter easily grasped by one with sight. Why is it that you are unable to achieve this? I perceive that each of you possesses considerable talent. How is it that you falter? Yi Luo chastised the 7 disciples, prompting them to lower their heads even further. Each one inwardly acknowledged the truth of his words, having anticipated such a response from their master. Master, it is not that we lack comprehension. Rather, we find ourselves devoid of direction. If you could provide us with even a hint, we would surely be able to grasp it. One disciple, gritting his teeth, stepped forward. A hint? Have I not already provided you one? Raise your heads and observe. Yi Luo shot a glare at the disciple and retorted. The 7 disciples were left speechless. To raise our heads and observe, what kind of hint is that? Do you wish for us to decipher the celestial phenomena and predict the weather each day? They fell silent once more, reluctant to utter another word, sensing that any further discussion would be futile against their esteemed master. Yi Luo regarded the 7 disciples, inhaling deeply. He paced a few steps, hands clasped behind his back, an aura of solitary elegance enveloping him. Shaking his head, he continued, You still fail to comprehend my earnest intentions. Were I to directly impart such spells to you, I would fear it might hinder your own paths. Countless paths exist in this world. Yet the one you forge for yourselves is the most paramount. Should my teachings impede your progress, your future potential would be severely limited. Can you fathom my intentions? Master, we understand your good intentions. It's just that we truly cannot grasp anything. Another disciple interjected. Indeed, Master, we looked up, yet observed nothing of significance. The so-called order chains you mentioned, we have never encountered. Today, I merely noticed that the weather is pleasant, but there may be localized rain later. Beyond that, I discern nothing else. The 7 disciples spoke in unison, bewildered and genuinely unable to comprehend. They felt that even if they contemplated for half a month or even half a year, they would still glean no insight. Even if you cannot understand, you must strive to do so. My expectations for you are considerable, Yi Luo declared, a sigh escaping his lips as he pondered the lack of diligence in his 7 disciples. If even one of them could grasp the essence, it would suffice. Yet, astonishingly, none had succeeded thus far. May I ask, Master, what are your expectations of us? Perhaps we could achieve your desires through alternative means, without needing to grasp. This notion of simply looking up. One disciple hesitated before speaking. Expectations? It cannot truly be deemed an expectation. Rather, it is merely a modest objective, to attain the nascent soul realm within a year. Yi Luo casually remarked. Upon hearing this, the 7 disciples nearly prostrated themselves before their esteemed leader. Achieving the nascent soul realm within a year. And this is merely a small goal? What audacity! Yi Luo paid no heed to the astonished reactions of his disciples and continued speaking. I desire for each of you to reach the nascent soul realm within a year. Only by comprehending your own path to the nascent soul can you hope to defeat one of your esteemed uncles at the Wu Dao sect. If you, the younger generation, manage to overcome your uncle, it would surely bring a most delightful expression to his face. As he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Yi Luo's eyes. This was his grand design, to cultivate his disciples, enabling them to vanquish Zhang Han. At that moment, he could only imagine the exquisite expression on his second junior brother's face. However, it seemed that these disciples were rather disappointing. Meanwhile, hidden within a concealment formation in the sky, Zhang Han's lips twitched uncontrollably upon hearing Yi Luo's words. He did not believe that the uncle of the Wu Dao sect mentioned by this senior brother referred to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan lacked the prowess to warrant such concern from the senior brother. The only feasible candidate could only be him. This senior brother was truly playing with people's sentiments. The last time, he had delivered a dual blow to his soul and body, and now he was inciting the younger generation to grow rapidly and seek to overpower him. Was he really so underestimated? After all, he was to be the future leader of the Wu Dao sect. Zhang Han could hardly contain his urge to unleash thousands of formations upon Yi Luo. Although he refrained from attacking, he could no longer tolerate the situation. "Senior brother, your method of teaching disciples is quite intriguing," Zhang Han remarked, stepping out from the concealment formation with a carefully crafted warm expression. At that moment, he genuinely wished to bombard his senior brother with myriad formations. On the main peak's plaza below, Yi Luo, who was about to speak, sensed Zhang Han's emergence from the concealment formation, and his expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. "Ah, second junior brother, you have arrived," Yi Luo greeted, looking up at Zhang Han. Afterward, maintaining his composure, he addressed the 7 disciples, saying, "All right, you may leave now. Remember to practice diligently and do not become complacent." The 7 disciples exchanged glances, respectfully bowed to Yi Luo, and obediently retreated. Zhang Han then descended, entering the main peak plaza. "Senior brother, your method of teaching disciples is truly distinctive," he remarked with a knowing smile directed at Yi Luo. "Huh, what do you mean by that, junior brother?" "Oh, my master taught me in precisely this manner. It is quite effective," Yi Luo replied nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to his earlier comments. His demeanor and expressions were utterly unremarkable, as if Zhang Han had misheard or misinterpreted the conversation. Hearing this, Zhang Han paused in silence, feeling it necessary to demonstrate his current prowess before his senior brother. Otherwise, this senior brother, with a heart still filled with mischief, dares to contemplate using the younger generation against him. Unlike before, he has now transcended to the transformation god realm, fortified by his own formidable powers. Along with the strategic advantage of his connection to the Tine Star, his combat prowess may well rival that of the senior brother. "Senior brother, it has been a long while. How about we engage in a friendly spar?" Zhang Han chuckled softly. "Of course, it is only natural for a senior brother to guide his junior," he replied. "Please wait a moment. I have recently been delving into a technique that harnesses the collective fortunes of the sacred land. Allow me to demonstrate it first." Yi Luo also smiled, his joy radiating even more brightly as he quietly began to channel his technique. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Tai Sword sect underwent a dramatic transformation. Zhang Han sensed the surging momentum emanating from Yi Luo, and his previously warm expression darkened in an instant. "Senior brother, you are disregarding the martial ethics." Chapter 132. Is the chaos in Yunzhou related to the master? Within the eastern state, at the Tai Sword sect, atop the Xinsong 72 mountain range, dark clouds loomed ominously, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning that reverberated with a deafening roar. A tremendous wave of magical energy surged from the main peak, sweeping across the Tai Sword sect with overwhelming force. Fortunately, the protective formations within the sect mitigated the impact of this energy. Otherwise, the structures still under construction would have surely collapsed. Atop the main peak, Yi Luo soared through the air, standing upon his flying sword, elevated above all. His eyes were veiled in a layer of dark light, and a golden mark on his forehead shimmered brightly, surrounded by a hazy golden mist. From a distance, he resembled a divine being surveying the mortal realm, exuding an aura of terror that quelled all. At this moment, Yi Luo gazed down at the fallen trees below, precisely fixating on his second junior brother. Below the peak, Zhang Han lay sprawled on the ground, covered in dirt, coughing repeatedly while casting a resentful glance at his elder brother above. This elder brother, devoid of martial ethics, had launched into full force without hesitation, pinning him down mercilessly, denying him even the chance to set up a formation. Truly, he was treated as less than human. "Well, second junior brother, are we going to spar or not?" Yi Luo inquired with a light smile from his lofty perch. "Spar? Elder brother, allow me to set up my formation first. Wait for me." Zhang Han gritted his teeth and struggled to rise from the ground. "Very well, I shall wait for you," Yi Luo replied cheerfully. Witnessing this exchange, Zhang Han hesitated no longer. He closed his eyes, channeling the core of the formation while envisioning the power of the Tine Star, preparing to harness its strength for battle. In his mind, a celestial diagram of the Tine Star materialized. "Tine Star, come forth." Zhang Han pointed skyward. Ancient runes began to manifest within the formation's core, traversing the void in anticipation of the Tine Star's power to descend and transform into a formation. Yet, the Tine Star did not appear. A chill ran down Zhang Han's spine. Was the Tine Star failing him at this critical moment? After all their closeness, did it truly need to play such games? "Junior brother, do not dwell on it. Within the sacred grounds, the heavens and earth are under my control. Your Tine Star cannot manifest here," Yi Luo remarked with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Han was left speechless. Must you be so ruthless? You have commandeered this realm entirely. Yet, he also grasped the crux of his greatest flaw. Once someone gained mastery over a localized domain of heavenly power within that confined space, he would be unable to utilize the energies of the Tian or the Sun Star to establish formations. This was his fatal shortcoming. Elder brother, the weather does not seem favorable today. Perhaps we should postpone our sparring until tomorrow? Zhang Han suggested casually, glancing at the poised Yi Luo above. Without the power of the formation, he was merely marginally stronger than the average transformation stage cultivator, hardly a match for Yi Luo. Junior brother, did you descend the mountain on the orders of our master? Yi Luo responded, seemingly unperturbed by the question. Not quite. My master merely sent me down the mountain for some experience. Zhang Han responded instinctively, momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo smiled, a bright smile that, in Zhang Han's eyes, resembled a devil's grin. That's good. Today, my junior brother shall receive a lesson to comprehend the treachery of human hearts, Yi Luo said slowly. Senior brother, is that really necessary? Could we not simply have a pleasant conversation and reminisce? Zhang Han replied with a smile, subtly retreating. No worries. We can still converse while you lie in bed. Yi Luo chuckled again. Farewell, senior brother. Truly farewell. Zhang Han, seeing Yi Luo approach, swallowed hard, abandoning all semblance of elegance. He waved his hands, urging Yi Luo to keep his distance. Regret washed over him as he thought of how much better it would have been to directly pursue his training. Why had he come to see Yi Luo? He lamented his choice. After a cacophony of commotion, tranquility returned to the summit. Yi Luo looked down at the unconscious Zhang Han and shook his head. How fragile he is. It was merely a couple of hits to his primordial spirit and an additional strike to his physical form, and he faints. Yi Luo stretched lazily. I must admit, it is rather enjoyable to strike Zhang Han. For some reason, after each encounter with this fellow, I feel invigorated and quite refreshed. Enough, junior brother, rise. With a wave of his hand, Yi Luo summoned a surge of energy to awaken Zhang Han. Disoriented, Zhang Han stood up, only to be jolted awake by the dual agony coursing through his body. He gasped sharply. Ugh, Zhang Han nearly fainted again. Come now, junior brother. It's hardly a significant matter. Look at you. You are to be the future leader of Wu Dao sect. Can you not exhibit a bit more resilience? Even if it hurts, try not to show it. Yi Luo teased casually. Hearing this, Zhang Han nearly spat blood in frustration. You're not the one getting hit. It's easy for you to stand there and talk. Nonetheless, this encounter deepened Zhang Han's understanding of his own circumstances. He realized his control over the forces of nature was woefully inadequate. Once someone else seized control of a small domain, he was rendered nearly powerless. Furthermore, both his physical body and primordial spirit were somewhat weak. When faced with close combat, he hardly possessed any strength to resist. Indeed, I must thank you for your guidance. Senior brother. Zhang Han gritted his teeth. No need for thanks. It is only right for brothers to support one another. By the way, junior brother, you mentioned descending the mountain for training. Where do you plan to go? Yi Luo inquired. To Yinzhou. Zhang Han replied curtly. Compared to Dongzhou, the neighboring Yinzhou was far more prosperous, with a greater abundance of sects focused on formations. For him, it was undoubtedly a more advantageous choice to train in Yinzhou. Yinzhou is currently embroiled in turmoil. You must exercise caution if you intend to go there for training, Yi Luo remarked nonchalantly. Turmoil in Yinzhou? What is happening? Are the beast incidents still unresolved? Zhang Han asked, momentarily taken aback. It is not about the demon beasts. Rather, it pertains to the conflict between the demon clan and the cultivation world of Yunzhou, a matter that, interestingly enough, is connected to our esteemed master, as Yi Luo explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was momentarily bewildered. How could the affairs of Yunzhou be linked to their master? Observing his confusion, Yi Luo continued with his narration. According to recent whispers from Dongzhou, it seems that our master, at an unknown time, had delivered a sound thrashing to the Dragon Lord of Yunzhou. Subsequently, it was rumored, though the source remains a mystery, that our master had annihilated the entire demon clan of Yunzhou. The Yunzhou Cultivators Alliance appears to have implanted spies within the Dongzhou Cultivators Alliance. Upon learning of these events, perhaps emboldened by a sense of superiority, they believed they could eliminate the remaining minor demons of Yunzhou to enhance their own achievements. Thus, they mobilized a group of cultivators to eradicate the demons, but ended up creating a significant debacle, resulting in considerable chaos in Yunzhou. As Yi Luo recounted the tale, he could not help but find the situation amusing, having never witnessed such a dramatic turn of events. Chapter 133. The urgency of accelerating my junior sister's growth upon the summit. Zhang Han, weary and sore, was momentarily taken aback by his elder brother's words. What? Is Yunzhou in turmoil? Is it related to our master? As he listened to Yi Luo, Zhang Han found himself devoid of any emotion other than confusion. He gazed at Yi Luo, completely forgetting the fact that he had just been on the receiving end of a beating from him. So, brother, is the leader of the Yunzhou Cultivators Alliance truly so foolish? They charge into exterminating demons without conducting a thorough investigation? Zhang Han inquired, perplexed. In response, Yi Luo, standing beside him, shook his head. Junior brother, do you not comprehend the nature of the Cultivators Alliance? The Eastern Provinces Alliance is relatively decent, but the one in Yunzhou is merely a facade for performance metrics. Once they accumulate enough, those individuals are likely to vanish without a trace. They lack any semblance of intellect. Yi Luo replied with a faint smile. And what of the sacred grounds in Yunzhou? Zhang Han pressed on with another question. The situation regarding the sacred grounds in Yunzhou is rather dire. It is said they have offended a reclusive young cultivator, severely offended. That young cultivator subsequently left the sacred grounds in ruins. To evade a siege from the various sects of Yunzhou, they fled to the central province. Presently, the sacred grounds in Yunzhou lack the strength to intervene in such matters, Yi Luo explained, finding amusement in the irony of a once great sacred ground being reduced to such a state. So, does this imply that Yunzhou is effectively without any sacred grounds to provide oversight? Zhang Han asked, bewildered. Indeed, the sacred grounds in Yunzhou have become mere illusions. What's wrong? Do you have aspirations? Would you prefer to establish a sacred ground for cultivation instead of inheriting the Wudao sect? Yi Luo inquired with intrigue. Not at all. I was merely asking out of curiosity, Zhang Han quickly replied, shaking his head. Establishing a sacred ground for cultivation? What? Am I to inherit the hidden sect? The competition among sects is determined not only by internal strength, but also by their foundational heritage. A newly established sacred ground may possess formidable strength, yet its heritage can only be gradually built over time. How could it ever compare to the hidden sects? The strength and heritage of these reclusive sects are unparalleled. Is it conceivable that I, Zhang Han, would undertake the arduous task of establishing a sacred ground? Absolutely not. Even if I were to perish, I would never entertain the notion of founding a cultivation sanctum. Junior brother, have you firmly resolved to venture into Yunzhou for training? Yi Luo asked once more. Yes. The turmoil in Yunzhou, after all, has some subtle ties to our master. To prevent our master from becoming distressed upon learning of it, I intend to train there and, in the process, address this matter. Zhang Han reflected before nodding in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo nodded in acknowledgement and contemplated for a moment. He then withdrew his hand from his sleeve, producing a miniature sword. Take this small item with you. If you find yourself in a situation in Yunzhou where you cannot prevail, use this. The Tai Sword sect will exert every effort to come to your aid. Do not refuse. It is not your well-being I am concerned about, but rather the potential sorrow of our master, Yi Luo insisted, presenting the miniature sword to Zhang Han. Zhang Han opened his mouth but remained silent, accepting the tiny sword in silence. Observing this, Yi Luo nodded in satisfaction. Though they often bickered among themselves, they were united in their disinclination to witness their junior being bullied. By the way, when I last visited our master, he was absent. I wonder how he is doing now. Is his health still robust? Yi Luo inquired once more. Of course, master is in good health. However, it seems he is not far from ascension. His aura has diminished to the chi refinement stage, and should it decline further to that of a mortal, he will surely ascend, Zhang Han replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo stood momentarily stunned. Master's aura has already reached the chi refinement stage. When I descended the mountain, he was still at the golden core stage. At the time I first entered the sect, his aura was far beyond merely golden core. And now it has dwindled to chi refinement? Such rapid change returning to simplicity and retracing the path of cultivation. Could it be that master will ascend next year? Yi Luo shook his head to dispel his thoughts and quickly regained his composure. Then, junior brother, you must hasten your cultivation. If master ascends, you shall become the sect leader of Wudao. Be cautious not to be overshadowed by the third junior brother. Should he surpass you, your position may become precarious. Yi Luo remarked with a smile. Indeed, that is a matter worthy of consideration. Zhang Han nodded thoughtfully. Is it true? Are you genuinely afraid of being surpassed by the third junior brother? Yi Luo queried, perplexed. Not at all. I am not concerned about him, for he is pathetically weak. My concern lies with the fourth junior sister. Oh, elder brother, you may not be aware, but master has taken on another disciple, and she is a girl. You cannot imagine how favorably master treats her, Zhang Han lamented, his tone tinged with envy. As he recounted how the newcomer, Dantai Luoxua, had immediately received master's favor and a treasure surpassing spiritual artifacts, Yi Luo's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This it sounds as though the new junior sister is being groomed to inherit the Wudao sect. Could it be that Master truly intends to cultivate her as the future leader? If not, he would not bestow such a precious treasure upon her arrival. Were I in his position, I would not grant even a spiritual artifact unless I intended to cultivate someone as my successor. A thought began to blossom in Yi Luo's mind, becoming more plausible with every consideration, prompting a smile. He had no intention of revealing this to Zhang Han. He would wait for him to discover it himself. The anticipation of that moment, how exhilarating it would be. Do not ask how he knew. He simply had traversed a similar path. One day, Zhang Han suddenly realized that he was not destined to become the future leader of the undaunted sect. The scene was quite amusing, yet he stifled a chuckle, careful not to let his second senior brother catch on. Yi Luo, with a forced expression of seriousness, turned to Zhang Han and said, "What is the matter, second junior brother? You are destined to be the future leader of our sect. Your temperament should not be so petty. Our master dotes on our junior sister and treats her well, which is ultimately for your benefit. It is to help her grow swiftly, so she can assist you in the future. Do you understand? If I were in your position, I would certainly prepare more resources to facilitate her rapid development. That way, our master would be pleased, and it would also reflect positively on you, wouldn't it?" Yi Luo struggled to suppress his mirth while maintaining a serious tone. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, standing beside him, remained oblivious to his senior brother's barely contained amusement. After hearing Yi Luo's words, he paused for a moment, stroked his chin, and found the reasoning quite compelling. Chapter 134. The Mysteries of the Chessboard. In the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. At the Misty Mountain, within the realm of the Wudao sect, a palace stood. After perambulating the Wudao sect, Dantai Luoxue returned to the palace. She approached a corner of the hall, where a stone chessboard rested. Compared to before, the appearance of the chessboard had undergone a subtle transformation. The edges of the chessboard were etched with intricate markings, intertwining to form a totem-like design, shrouded in mystery and antiquity. Moreover, faint golden lights flickered along the lines on the chessboard, bestowing an extraordinary aura upon it. After several days of anticipation, the restrictions upon the chessboard were on the verge of complete dissolution. Dantai Luoxue felt a surge of excitement. She had wandered within the Wudao sect for days, awaiting the moment when the chessboard seals would be lifted. Now, that moment was finally approaching. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she pondered for a moment before retrieving a storage ring from her waist and producing a chair to sit before the stone chessboard. The reason she kept the storage ring at her waist was that she had observed her master, the sect's cook, and even the bald senior brother, who had a penchant for nudity, never used storage rings. Dantai Luoxue instinctively believed that within the Wudao sect, the use of such rings was prohibited, thus she had tucked it away. Generally, she refrained from taking it out in her master's presence. Gazing at the storage ring on her hand, she extracted a small pouch filled with additional storage rings. Her father had suggested using these high-priced rings to forge connections among her peers. However, it seemed unnecessary now. Her master and fellow disciples appeared to transcend such trivialities. It was said that true masters stored their belongings within realms of space, rendering these storage rings seemingly futile. With a blink of her bright eyes, she silently returned the pouch of storage rings. Dantai Luoxue resumed her focused gaze upon the stone chessboard. At that moment, the lines upon the chessboard shimmered with golden light, intertwining as if to form a realm of their own. Yet, one corner remained shrouded in shadow, the central point of the chessboard, the Tianyuan. Just a little more, and the seals left by her master would surely dissipate completely. Her eyes reflected the chessboard, brimming with anticipation as she patiently awaited the outcome. After a duration equivalent to the burning of 2 incense sticks, the last vestige of darkness finally vanished. In the center of the chessboard, at the Tianyuan position, golden light began to flicker. In an instant, the golden radiance enveloped the entire chessboard. Its dazzling brilliance compelled Dantai Luoxue to close her eyes. When she finally reopened her eyes, the chessboard before her had returned to tranquility, all luminescence extinguished. The chessboard has once again reverted to its former state, ancient and unremarkable, with even the totems upon it vanishing into obscurity. This chessboard, Dantai Luoxue furrowed her brow. She could discern that although all signs had dissipated, an invisible aura of the Tao still enveloped it. The restrictions of the chessboard had been lifted. With her gaze fixed intently upon the board, Dantai Luoxue hesitated for a moment before raising her fair hand. Her fingers conjoined to form a sword-like gesture, which she slowly placed upon the central position of the board. In her line of sight, beneath her pointed fingers, an ethereal black piece suddenly coalesced, and as she made contact with the board, it was placed down. A crisp sound echoed throughout the palace as the piece landed. Dantai Luoxue felt a tremor in her mind, her soul momentarily disoriented. The next instant, she awakened, yet her surroundings had undergone a profound transformation. At this moment, it felt as though she stood upon a vast expanse, looking down at a square land below. Subtly, she could perceive the outlines of chessboard paths emerging upon the ground. Is this, within the chessboard? Is this a piece in my hand? Dan Tai Luo Shui gazed in confusion at the black piece between her fingers. She could surmise that she was indeed within the chessboard, yet she was uncertain of what to do next. Suddenly, an unusual sound reached her ears. Dan Tai Luo Shui lifted her gaze. In the distance, a hazy figure formed of golden light sat cross-legged in the sky, facing her from afar. Under normal circumstances, such a distance would render her unable to see clearly, as she was merely a mortal. However, within the chessboard, everything appeared vividly clear. Dan Tai Luo Shui parted her crimson lips, intending to inquire, but before she could utter a word, a voice, neither male nor female, resonated in her ears. The black piece shall proceed. Please make your move. Stunned by the voice, Dan Tai Luo Shui paused. Make a move? Do I really need to play chess here? How do I proceed? Simply placing the piece below. She looked down at the square expanse beneath her. On this ground, she could perceive far more than just the pathways. There were living beings upon this land. To use a realm as a chessboard and place pieces upon sentient life? Such audacity. Dan Tai Luo Shui exhaled softly, gently closing her eyes to center herself. When she opened them again, a glimmer of crystalline light sparkled within her gaze. With innate clarity, she no longer hesitated, directing her fingers toward the corner of the square expanse to make her move. The black piece slipped from her grasp, transforming into a streak of light as it vanished into the corner of the square land. Soon, a stream of information flooded into Dan Tai Luo Shui's mind. In that corner, a boy was born, gifted from a young age, a prodigy who, at 8, was taken under the wing of a prestigious cultivation sect, becoming its leader by 17 and a top-tier powerhouse by 28, his talents unparalleled throughout history. Yet, even before she could fully comprehend the implications of her move, the hazy figure in the distance made its move as well, placing a white piece down. The white piece descended beside the black piece belonging to Dan Tai Luo Shui. Dan Tai Luo Shui had also received the news. In that realm, an extraordinary demon had been born. Is that so? The black piece represents humanity, while the white piece signifies the demon, engaged in mutual slaughter. Dan Tai Luo Shui pondered thoughtfully, although she was uncertain of the consequences or rewards of victory or defeat. One truth remained. Throughout her life, no one had ever bested her in the game of chess. Her eyes shimmered with confidence as she directed her sword. The black piece coalesced once more. With a graceful hand, she confidently placed the black piece in the Tianyuan position. As the piece landed, another message arrived. A formidable human warrior had risen in the heart of the earth, from a distant and indistinct figure. There was no sign of disturbance as a white piece swiftly descended. The demon had emerged. Dan Tai Luo Shui promptly made her move as well. Both players were placing their pieces, neither initiating an attack, as if they were preparing for something grand. Chapter 135. The game board. Within the confines of the game board lies a realm unto itself. Dan Tai Luo Shui and the ethereal figure are engaged in placing their pieces. Across the vast and boundless expanse of earth below, their pieces, extraordinary prodigies and formidable demons, emerge in abundance. Both participants continue to lay down their pieces, neither initiating an assault, as if they are both engaged in some form of preparation. The great contest of the ages. At long last, after countless preparations, Dan Tai Luo Shui makes the first move, placing a black piece strategically amidst the serpentine formation of white pieces, attempting to sever the chain in two. On the earthly plane, as Dan Tai Luo Shui's black piece descends, a peerless powerhouse seems to perceive an opportune moment, leading a multitude of cultivators toward a mountain of demons, launching a fierce offensive. In the skies above, the nebulous figure, engaged in the match against Dan Tai Luo Shui, displays indifference to this attack, casually placing a white piece, intending to sweep the tail of the white dragon toward Dan Tai Luo Shui's side. Simultaneously, countless formidable demons surge forth, striving to annihilate the entire human race. Dan Tai Luo Shui appears to have anticipated this development, offering a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned, as if she has willingly sacrificed certain pieces. Continuing her moves with a calm deliberation, the two opponents resumed their game, the pace quickening, yet diverging from the earlier meticulous and cautious strategy. At this moment, each piece on the board brims with aggression, intent on vanquishing the other. The scene upon the earth transforms dramatically, the horrific slaughter commencing in earnest. However, Dan Tai Luo Shui's side soon finds itself at a disadvantage, as the serpentine formation of white pieces sweeps through, causing chaos and disarray. Yet Dantai Luoxue remains unfazed, continuing to place her pieces with an air of tranquility, seemingly oblivious to her side's dire situation. The nebulous figure resembles a relentless automaton, disregarding all else. Driven by the advantage, seeking to decisively eliminate Dantai Luoxue in one fell swoop. Dantai Luoxue remains impervious, persistently placing her pieces. The speed of their placements escalates, almost devoid of hesitation, as if thought were unnecessary. After a brief interval, the enigmatic figure abruptly halts its movements, a white piece suspended delicately between its fingers. Below, on the game board, the once ferocious white serpentine formation is now encircled by black pieces that have converged from all directions. Simultaneously, the human cultivators have ensnared the formidable demons, launching a final counteroffensive. The white pieces have lost. The demon race has been defeated. The nebulous figure perceives this reality and chooses not to place any further pieces. In the next moment, it dissolves into a cascade of golden light, vanishing from sight. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resonates in Dantai Luoxue's ears. You have triumphed. Dantai Luoxue smiles serenely. She lowers her gaze, eager to witness the scene below. Yet, she finds no opportunity to gaze upon the myriad of formidable beings she had once regarded as pieces on the board. A tremor courses through her mind. Dantai Luoxue feels the world spinning around her, and the scenery before her shifts once more. She finds herself back within the confines of the palace. The stone chessboard lay quietly before her, devoid of any movement, as tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Just moments ago, a flicker of confusion danced in Dantai Luoxue's eyes. This was no mere illusion. The imagery of the world as a chessboard, and all beings as pawns, left an indelible impression upon her. She lowered her gaze to the chessboard, extending her hand to touch it once more. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from the board, piercing into her forehead. A pure energy surged into her soul, momentarily amplifying its strength. An invisible breeze, centered around her, sent the decorations within the palace swirling chaotically. It took a full half-hour for the turmoil in the palace to subside. Seated cross-legged upon the floor, Dantai Luoxue's long, elegant hair danced freely. Her pale blue robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, producing a soft rustling sound. She opened her eyes, a glimmer of glass-like brilliance flashing within them. With renewed vigor, she focused intently on the chessboard. Just moments ago, she had received vital information about it. The chessboard was named World Chessboard, a treasure surpassing the realm of spiritual artifacts, though its precise tier remained unspecified. It was clear that this chessboard possessed the capability to accelerate her ascent in power. By triumphing over the spirit of the chessboard in the art of chess, she could reap rewards, with no limits on the number of attempts. Each victory would yield further rewards, although the difficulty would escalate with each successive win. For instance, having vanquished the spirit this time, Dantai Luoxue had ascended to the pinnacle of the later stages of the foundation establishment realm. Yet, one aspect puzzled her. The energy granted by the chessboard had initially seemed poised to enhance her magical prowess, but upon contact with her heavenly root, it transformed into an elevation of her soul. Perhaps this was simply a quirk of the chessboard. She shook her head lightly, dismissing the concern. As she prepared to extend her hand once more towards the chessboard, her slender fingers hesitated just before making contact, suspended in midair. After a moment of contemplation, she withdrew her fingers. If merely playing chess could empower her, it would be excessively simplistic. One victory had already propelled her soul's strength to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. If she were to win repeatedly, would she not ascend to the nascent soul and then the divine transformation realms within moments? Such ease seemed implausible. It would be akin to saying that mere physical capability sufficed. If this were truly the case, why would her master have spoken at length to her? Why not simply bestow the chessboard upon her and be done with it? Her master had mentioned that the chessboard was merely a guide. It appeared that they wished for her to discover her own path. Relying solely on the chessboard for strength would surely hinder her ability to comprehend her own way. Thus, she resolved to set aside thoughts of power for the time being and focus on gaining insight. Since her master had indicated that the chessboard could serve as a starting point, she was determined to embrace this opportunity. Moreover, perhaps the esteemed master presented me with this chessboard to ascertain whether I possess the fortitude to enhance my abilities and choose the path of tranquil enlightenment. Dantai Luoxue murmured softly to herself. A spark of realization illuminated her thoughts, and she found this notion quite plausible. It is possible that the master seeks to test her, to gauge her patience. If that is indeed the case, I must not disappoint my master. With this contemplation, Dantai Luoxue smiled gently and turned her gaze to the chessboard before her, immersing herself in deep reflection on how to embark upon the journey of enlightenment. Chapter 136. Understanding of Dantai Luoxue in the stillness of the night. Within the palace of the Wudao sect, Dantai Luoxue sat in meditative posture on the floor, her hands resting gracefully upon her chest. Before her lay a chessboard, an object of profound significance, upon which she had been contemplating the mysteries of the Tao for the better part of half a day. However, to her dismay, she had yet to glean any insights. Although she recognized the extraordinary nature of the chessboard before her, her mind remained a blank slate, devoid of inspiration. Dantai Luoxue did not succumb to frustration. Instead, a subtle discomfort lingered as her thoughts circled the same conundrum. The connection between the Tao of chess and the chessboard was undeniable, yet the path to enlightenment eluded her. She furrowed her delicate brows, feeling utterly lost. Perhaps, she mused, engaging in a game of chess might enhance her prowess, and through this act, she might inadvertently discover something profound. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes widened in alarm. No, she chastised herself. Such a notion was wholly incongruous with the teachings of her revered master. Her mentor had instructed her to focus on the chessboard as a means to unravel the mysteries of the Tao, not as a shortcut to amplify her magical abilities. Dantai Luoxue took a deep breath, striving to clear her mind. The allure of quickly augmenting her strength was undeniably tempting, particularly in the absence of any revelations. This seductive notion loomed over her like a lurking shadow, a manifestation of her inner demons. She recognized that this was a trial set forth by her master. She must suppress these thoughts, prioritizing the pursuit of enlightenment before seeking power. With this resolve, Dantai Luoxue cast her gaze beyond the palace walls, as though she could perceive her master observing her from afar, keenly interested in her choices. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a gentle smile graced her exquisite features. "Master, I shall not disappoint you," she vowed silently. To affirm her determination, she positioned the chessboard slightly farther away, reinforcing her commitment to the path of understanding. With renewed focus, she endeavored to delve deeper into the mysteries of the Tao. Memories of her master's words echoed in her mind. The chessboard is akin to the universe. All living beings are but pieces on this board. To master the chessboard is to master the cosmos. Closing her eyes, Dantai Luoxue pondered her master's profound insights as time slipped away. 2 hours passed, yet she remained in silent contemplation, her mind echoing her master's teachings. Though she had not attained any revelations, an unusual tranquility enveloped her spirit. What did it mean to master the chessboard? Was it merely to hold it in one's hands? If so, what significance did that hold? The world was replete with countless chessboards. How could one truly master them all? What was the essence of this chessboard before her? Dantai Luoxue's thoughts spiraled into a labyrinth of contemplation. Slowly, she opened her eyes and gazed at the stone chessboard in front of her. It was indeed a chessboard. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved a simple chessboard from her storage ring. This too could be considered a chessboard. Yet the question lingered. What did it truly mean to master the chessboard? As she was engulfed in her musings, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly unfolded. As Dantai Luoxue's mind jolted, she felt a searing heat in her eyes. Instinctively, she rubbed them with her hand. Once the burning sensation subsided significantly, she reopened her eyes. However, upon doing so, everything around her had transformed. The realm between heaven and earth appeared to possess a discernible order. Dantai Luoxue was momentarily stunned. Then she lifted her gaze toward the sky outside the hall. To her astonishment, the previously pitch-black expanse was now crisscrossed with golden lines, resembling a grand chessboard. Vaguely, countless pieces stood upon it, some black, some white, gleaming radiantly, positioned upon the golden threads, dazzling in their brilliance. Yet, Dantai Luoxue could only perceive the golden lines and pieces directly above her. Those beyond her line of sight remained obscured. Within her visible range, she noticed a black piece perched upon the golden line in front of her. An inexplicable thought surged within her mind, a desire to connect with that piece using her spiritual energy. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to attempt to engage with the black piece in the sky, employing the pinnacle of her late-stage foundational cultivation. As her spiritual energy reached out to the black piece, a surge of information flooded into Dantai Luoxue's consciousness. Chu Yuan, the foremost body cultivator of our era. Simultaneously, his visage materialized before her. Was this not her third senior brother? Were these pieces indeed the formidable beings of this world? Just as she had maneuvered on the board of realms, each move symbolized a powerful entity. Dantai Luoxue scrutinized the sky once more. Within the bounds of her sect, there was but a solitary black piece, belonging to her brother, Chu Yuan. Neither she nor her master, nor even that chef, 4 pieces above their heads, After a brief reflection, she deduced the reason. It seemed her mortal flesh rendered her devoid of a peace. The underlying rule appeared to be that the weak do not manifest peaces. Only those who attain a certain level of strength can do so. In simpler terms, mere novices are unworthy of being represented as pieces. Thus, within the Wu Dao sect, only her senior brother Chu Yuan possessed a piece above him. As for her master, surely, no one would genuinely perceive her master as a mere novice, would they? Dan Tai Luo Shui blinked, her heart racing with speculation. Her master undoubtedly transcended these rules. If her assumptions were correct, her master's strength must surpass all, existing beyond the established order. Yet, she remained curious about the true level of her master's cultivation. As thoughts flitted through her mind, she continued to gaze skyward, wishing to use her spiritual energy once more. However, before she could release it, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. In an instant, Dan Tai Luo Shui could no longer sustain herself, toppling backward. It took a while for her to regain her composure, but soon an excruciating headache began to throb. This was a sign of her spiritual energy being depleted. Enduring the pain, she looked up again, only to find that the golden lines and other phenomena in the sky had vanished completely. Is it necessary to possess a profound spiritual power to perceive these truths? In an instant, Dan Tai Luo Shui attained enlightenment. The chessboard possesses the ability to enhance her spiritual strength, which in turn enables her to behold the golden threads that weave through the cosmos. If her intuition serves her right, these golden threads are the very essence of her path to enlightenment. This triad forms a harmonious cycle. Is it mere coincidence? Unlikely. Has her esteemed master meticulously orchestrated this journey for her? A flicker of understanding illuminated Dan Tai Luo Shui's eyes. She pondered why her master seemed so lenient, as if encouraging her to indulge in leisure rather than rigorous cultivation. Unlike the traditional sects that provide meticulous instruction, it became clear that her master had already laid the groundwork for her. The chessboard amplifies spiritual strength. Spiritual strength reveals the celestial chessboard's pathways, and these pathways guide her towards enlightenment. Everything is arranged with utmost clarity. Master, your disciple comprehends. Chapter 137. A disappointing situation early the next morning. Chu Yuan hurriedly emerged from the palace, having inadvertently dozed off. The limitations of his qi refinement realm were rather evident. He had intended to vigilantly observe the circumstances surrounding his disciple, Dan Tai Luo Shui, to prevent any unforeseen incidents that might hinder her growth. After several days of diligent monitoring, exhaustion overcame him last night, and he drifted into slumber. If it had ended there, it would have been acceptable. However, he dreamt of Dan Tai Luo Shui soaring through the sky, her aura radiant, smiling as she warned him of impending decline in his own realm. The fright left Chu Yuan drenched in sweat. In haste, he rose early, eager to ascertain whether his worries were unfounded. It was merely a dream. He reminded himself not to overthink it. Based on his observations over the past few days, Dan Tai Luo Shui had been consistently diligent. Surely he was overreacting. As he walked, his mind was preoccupied. A single encounter with a snake breeds a decade of fear of ropes. He was genuinely apprehensive that the dream might inadvertently manifest. Traversing the path of the Wu Dao sect, he did not intend to directly inquire about Dan Tai Luo Shui's well-being at her residence. It felt inappropriate to disturb her so early in the morning, as it could tarnish his image as her master. Nevertheless, Chu Yuan had made prior arrangements. He had instructed Li Ergang days earlier to monitor Dan Tai Luo Shui's diet closely. In his estimation, if the disciple had truly matured, her realm would at least be at the golden core or nascent soul stage, a level that would render dietary needs negligible. Thus, if Li Ergang noted anything unusual in her eating habits, it would surely indicate her advancement. Soon, Chu Yuan arrived at the kitchen, where Li Ergang was busily engaged. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, he quickly donned a cheerful smile. "Master, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. I shall prepare a few dishes for you." Chu Yuan, however, was not inclined to indulge in feasting at that moment. "I must inquire, has my fourth disciple dined here today?" Li Ergang looked puzzled. "Master's fourth disciple? Is that Lady Dan Tai?" Yes, enough with the preamble. Please answer swiftly," Chu Yuan urged, waving his hand. Indeed, Lady Dan Tai arrived early for her meal today. Though her choice of dishes was rather peculiar, Li Ergang began to explain, intending to mention that Dan Tai Luo Shui had ordered dishes that could nourish the soul. Yet, he was interrupted. "She has already dined? Well, that is satisfactory." Chu Yuan sighed in relief. "Ah, very well, master. Please, have a seat. I will prepare a few dishes for you," Li Ergang replied, taking his leave to return to the kitchen. Observing this exchange, Chu Yuan settled into a chair, his earlier tension dissipating. Indeed, he had been overly anxious. After all, it was merely a night of sleep. What unforeseen events might transpire over the course of a single night? Is it truly possible? Amusingly so. If any unexpected occurrences could manifest overnight, one might as well imagine him performing a handstand and swallowing the table before him whole, without so much as a chew. Chu Yuan pondered this and soon understood. He was merely frightened by that dream, commonly referred to as still not fully awake. After all, considering the absence of any incidents over the past several days, how could anything suddenly go awry in just one night? Nevertheless, he could afford to relax his vigilance a bit. It was rather exhausting. With Li Ergang present, he could readily ascertain the situation of Dan Tai Luoxue, and overall, this prodigious disciple was quite reassuring. My cultivation level is indeed exceedingly low, Chu Yuan murmured to himself. He found it quite uncomfortable to rely on mere grains for sustenance and still require sleep. If only he could have 2 more months. Chu Yuan expressed confidence that he could advance to the foundation establishment stage. This was, after all, the foundation establishment stage. Just consider the head of the Dan Tai family, who, despite being of considerable age, was still only at the foundation establishment stage. The thought of his own potential brought a sense of joy to his heart. Master. At that moment, a voice pierced his reverie, pulling his wandering mind back to the present. Chu Yuan turned to glance over. Approaching him was Su Qianyuan, a bald fellow with a bare torso. What brought him here? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow. His impression of Su Qianyuan was rather lukewarm. Although this disciple had betrayed him, he had redirected his animosity towards Zhang Han. Furthermore, since this individual seldom appeared at the sect, Chu Yuan had grown indifferent to him over time. It was indeed a rarity to see this bald disciple today. Disciple pays respects to master. Su Qianyuan greeted Chu Yuan with utmost reverence as he approached. Qianyuan, why have you come here instead of focusing on your cultivation? Chu Yuan inquired. Master, this. I have come specifically to seek your guidance. I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and am uncertain of my next steps. This predicament has persisted for several days, leaving me utterly perplexed. Hence my visit to you. Master, Su Qianyuan replied with a tone of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Having betrayed me, you still dare to seek my counsel? What audacity! Do you believe I would repay malice with kindness? How amusing! Are you not afraid I might lead you astray? Come, tell me about the bottleneck you've encountered in your cultivation, he said, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Master, ever since I heeded your teachings, I embarked on physical training, utilizing the earthly fiend method. My physical body has now reached a level comparable to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, yet I find myself unable to progress further. Despite my relentless dedication to the earthly fiend method, I have not been able to enhance my physical strength in the slightest. I am truly at a loss for how to resolve this issue, which is why I have come to consult you, Master. A bitter expression surfaced on Su Qianyuan's face as he spoke. Chu Yuan, I am utterly astonished. You are at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage? Why? Despite your accomplishments, do you feel dissatisfied after merely a few days of stagnation? What then should I consider my chi refinement stage to be? Trash? Oh no. If we were to arrange them, the golden elixir stage would be deemed mediocre, the foundation establishment stage would be considered worthless, and the chi refinement stage would scarcely qualify as refuse. Moreover, at my peak, I was merely at the nascent soul stage, was I not? Chu Yuan felt deeply offended. Surely, Su Qianyuan did not come to seek guidance. Rather, he appeared to be there to flaunt his prowess. Chu Yuan regarded Su Qianyuan with a penetrating gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qianyuan, with his head bowed, remained oblivious to the scrutinizing look from his master, continuing his monologue. Master, furthermore, my path of body refinement is fraught with significant flaws. Although I can concentrate my power into a single strike that reaches the level of the God transformation stage, my speed is woefully inadequate. Even at full throttle, my speed only matches that of the golden elixir stage, which is simply insufficient. Chapter 138, My Boast. You take seriously outside the kitchen of the Wudao sect. Chu Yuan silently listened to his third disciple's grandstanding. The claim that one could attain the level of the divine transformation realm with a single punch was nothing short of ridicule, implying he was inferior. If only he possessed the strength to best this disciple, he would undoubtedly hang him from a tree and administer lashes as punishment for his insolence. Alas, his current capabilities did not permit such actions. However, while his strength was limited, his tongue was not. How dare this disciple flaunt his bravado before him? He would ensure the young man regretted it. With this thought, a bright smile graced Chu Yuan's face. You find yourself at an impasse, do you? Allow me to offer you a way to break through, he began, his voice calm and steady. Qianyuan, you are too fixated. The words flowed into Su Qianyuan's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Master, disciple, where am I fixated? Chu Yuan asked, bewildered. Very well, let me elucidate. Chu Yuan rose, striking a pose with his back to Chu Yuan, exuding the air of an unparalleled master. He silently contemplated his lines before continuing. I shall not dwell on your inability to progress. Instead, let us address your sluggishness. Your slow speed surely stems from your fear of failing to strike your opponent, correct? This matter is quite simple. As I have previously mentioned, to break through 10,000 laws with the physical form, why pursue speed when you can seek ultimate strength? With sheer force, space collapses. What use is speed then? His tone was laced with a hint of amusement. Master, you cannot be serious? Chu Yuan exclaimed, astonished. The notion of collapsing space to ensure his opponent could not evade his attacks was indeed logical, yet was it truly feasible? Could one genuinely cause a vast expanse of space to collapse? In contrast to Chu Yuan's bewilderment, Chu Yuan remained composed. What was there to be astonished about? Wasn't he collapsing space merely a matter of exerting one's strength? Yuan, your shock at the mere mention of collapsing space reveals a limitation in your perspective. Such a reaction is detrimental to your cultivation. Chu Yuan spoke with a nonchalant air, as if all of this were effortlessly achievable. Just as his words concluded, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring his robes and causing his long hair to dance wildly. An invisible aura began to rise around him, nearly overwhelming Chu Yuan himself, who felt compelled to kneel in reverence to the wind's grace. The synergy was remarkable. He had initially thought deceiving others would be a challenge. Yet with the arrival of this breeze, his stature was instantly elevated. The degree of persuasion steadily escalated. On the other hand, upon hearing these words, Chu Yuan's expression betrayed an undeniable astonishment. Had he underestimated the situation? The notion of collapsing space, was it truly as simple as having the right tools? Chu Yuan quietly examined his hands, pondering the authenticity of such power. Master, disciple, my current abilities are insufficient to cause the collapse of vast expanses of space. I have disappointed you, Master. With a lowered head, Chu Yuan spoke with a hint of shame. Alas, your talent is still lacking. Wait, hold on. You mentioned that you are incapable of collapsing large spaces? Chu Yuan suddenly recalled something and inquired aloud. Yes, Master, at present, I can only collapse a small area, roughly 4 times the size of the table before you. Chu Yuan responded candidly. Chu Yuan, I was merely boasting, and you genuinely possess the ability to collapse space? Did you take my exaggeration at face value? Chapter 139. Focusing on one point, listening to the extravagant words of this disciple, Chu Yuan fell into silence. While he was accustomed to boastful claims, he suspected that this rebellious student might be speaking the truth. The notion of collapsing space, what kind of power could achieve that? Even at the peak of his abilities in the nascent soul stage, he could not accomplish such a feat standing beside him. Chu Yuan was oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in his master's mind. Noticing Chu Yuan's prolonged silence, he assumed that his master was disappointed in his current prowess. Master, I assure you, I am truly at my limit. My physical body can no longer be enhanced. If I could continue to strengthen my body, I am confident that I could soon cause a significant collapse of space. Chu Yuan declared through gritted teeth. Chu Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, You truly. He found himself at a loss for words. The idea that one could indeed collapse space through further physical enhancement, was it mere bravado on his part? Or was he genuinely formidable? The techniques of body refinement were so powerful? Perhaps he should abandon his current path and attempt body refinement himself, to see if he could glean insight from this disciple's methods. Well then, Yuan, could you elaborate on why your physical body cannot be improved any further? Chu Yuan asked, feigning a casual demeanor. Master, my body cannot be enhanced because there are no further areas to strengthen. I have refined my bones, organs, and skin. Every part of my body that can be refined has been, and I am at a loss for how to proceed, Chu Yuan explained. Please, elaborate further. How exactly did you refine your body? If you think your explanation lacks detail, write it down as a manual for me to review thoroughly, Chu Yuan insisted, emphasizing the word thoroughly as his eyes gleamed with intensity. Specifically, I draw in the earthly fiend into my body. For instance, when refining my bones, I channel the earthly fiend directly into them. Once I feel I've infused enough, the process is complete, Chu Yuan stated simply. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan instinctively wanted to inquire about the nature of the earthly fiend. However, before he could voice his question, Gang, who had been bustling about in the kitchen, suddenly poked his head in. Wait a moment, Lord Yuan. Isn't the earthly fiend harmful to the human body? I recall that prolonged exposure can not only damage one's spiritual root, but can also erode the very soul, correct? Gang asked with curiosity. Indeed. But I possess no soul, and my spiritual root is of no consequence. The earthly fiend has no adverse effects on me, Su Yuan explained. Listening to their exchange, Chu Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Damage to the spiritual root and harm to the soul? No. It is imperative to cultivate diligently. As cultivators, we must possess unwavering resolve and focus solely on the path before us. How could one be so fickle? Chu Yuan thought, feeling a pang of sorrow as he realized that his 3 disciples had flourished, only to turn against him. He was unexpectedly betrayed, unable to extract any techniques from his disciples. The eldest disciple found it utterly impossible, the second disciple could not grasp it, and the third disciple's situation was life-threatening. Fortunately, there was a 4th disciple. Surely, the 4th disciple would not turn against him. That said, upon realizing that mastering Su Yuan's body-refining techniques was beyond his reach, Chu Yuan promptly abandoned any further thoughts. He had no desire to engage in lengthy discussions with this disciple, merely wishing to exchange a few pleasantries before sending him on his way. You claim your physical body cannot be improved because it has reached its limits? Do you not understand that every path is boundless? I, your master, would not dare assert that I have reached the end of my journey. How can you presume to say such a thing? Chu Yuan spoke slowly. But, master, I have been absorbing the earth fiend for several days without any enhancement. Su Yuan replied, feeling aggrieved. A few days, and you cannot contain your impatience? Furthermore, you assert that you cannot elevate your physical form? Listen to me. Return and concentrate all your absorption of this earth fiend into a single point in your body. Absorb it for 3 to 5 years before we discuss it again. Chu Yuan, now visibly exasperated, casually uttered this remark, wishing for the disciple to depart. There was nothing left to impart, and he was still faced with a disciple who had betrayed him, lingering before him and risking his appetite for dinner. Master, what purpose does concentrating on a single point serve? Su Yuan persisted. At this, Chu Yuan fell silent for a moment. Who knows what purpose his offhand suggestion might hold? However, this 3rd disciple was becoming increasingly bothersome. Could he not perceive his master's impatience? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan replied, why not try it and find out? Remember, focus all your absorption on that single point. Devote 3 to 5 years to it, ideally 10 years, and do not concern yourself with anything else. Just absorb. And that is all. Very well, Chen Yuan, you may leave now and focus on absorbing for the next 3 to 5 years. I shall diligently obey your command, master. Although Su Yuan felt perplexed, he dared not question his master's directive further. After bowing respectfully, he retreated obediently. Watching Su Yuan leave, Chu Yuan shook his head and sighed in relief. This Su Yuan was indeed a challenging disciple. Nevertheless, compared to Zhang Han, he was far more manageable. At that moment, Li Er stepped out of the kitchen, presenting a dish at the table. What troubles you, Sect Master? Li Er inquired cheerfully. It's just this disciple. Never mind. Carry on with your work. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. Li Er, scratching his head in response, returned to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, upon leaving, made his way directly back to the cave on the mountainside. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by the dense aura of Earth Fiend. However, he paid it no heed. Not only had his physical body long since become immune to such energies, but he had also become thoroughly acclimated to the Earth Fiend from his prolonged stay in this dwelling. Su Yuan seated himself upon a rock within the cavern, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding malevolent energy. His master had instructed him to concentrate all the malevolent forces into a single point. However, with his second senior brother absent from the mountain and his eldest brother having departed from the sect, there was no one to consult. Yet, since his master had imparted such wisdom, it must surely be grounded in reason. Thus, he resolved to calm his mind and direct his focus towards a singular point. In hushed tones, Su Yuan murmured a few thoughts, and inspiration struck him. To absorb the energy into one focal point, it would be most prudent to channel it into his fist. His combat style revolved around concentrating all his strength into that one area, delivering explosive strikes capable of vanquishing foes with a single blow. Hence, directing the malevolent energy into his fist was undoubtedly the paramount choice. With his determination solidified, Su Yuan commenced the process of absorption. Under his focused intent, torrents of malevolent energy surged into the cavern, wildly flooding into his being. Chapter 140. A humble plea for Zhang Han to become the lord of the sacred land within the borders of Yunzhou. Amidst a vast expanse of monstrous beast mountains, the air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. The realm of cultivation in Yunzhou was embroiled in a fierce conflict with the resident demon clans, with the numerous beastly mountains serving as the principal battleground. Almost every mountain was a theater of war. At this moment, amidst a dense thicket within the mountains, a solitary figure strolled leisurely through the foliage. Zhang Han. I believe I have thoroughly cleared out the demon clans in this mountain. It is time I sought an opportunity to meet with the Dragon Lord of the Demons. Zhang Han murmured softly. Upon his arrival in Yunzhou, he had commenced a campaign to eradicate the demons that were clashing within the beastly mountains. His purpose for coming to Yunzhou was to bring an end to this chaos. However, his reputation was still lacking. Thus, he wandered through the various mountains, subduing the demons to establish his name throughout Yunzhou. As for whether his strength could truly suppress the demons within these mountains, Zhang Han was not one to boast. But aside from his elder brother, who possessed extraordinary capabilities, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. When faced with foes, he would first deploy a trapping formation to prevent escape, followed by an illusion formation to bewilder the mind. Next, he would set up a binding formation to hold his enemies in place, and then unleash a slaughtering formation to vanquish them. Finally, he would employ a fire formation to reduce them to ashes. Oh, and he would also implement a purification formation to cleanse the air. Such a meticulous arrangement of formations was the hallmark of a professional formation master. It was only due to his elder brother's exceptional prowess that Zhang Han felt he could not contend with him. The thought of his brother Yi Luo's techniques sent a shiver down his spine. Those were not skills that mere mortals could wield. As he prepared to inspect the mountain once more for any remaining demons, a voice echoed from afar. Friend, please wait a moment. From the opposite side of the thicket, a group of figures rushed toward him. Upon seeing them, Zhang Han's previously amiable demeanor soured instantly. Please don't rush off. Do you truly not wish to become the lord of our sacred land in Yunzhou? The leading elderly woman, hunched over yet brazen, disregarded Zhang Han's displeasure and spoke forth. At this declaration, Zhang Han's expression darkened further. He was genuinely perplexed by the situation. This group before him belonged to the Yin-Yang Formation sect of the sacred land of Yunzhou. He had fortuitously rescued them from an ambush by the demons. And upon witnessing his swift formation techniques, they were astounded, clamoring for him to assume the role of their lord. Initially, Zhang Han was quite bewildered. After inquiring further, he learned that this elderly woman was the third elder of the sacred land, tasked with addressing the turmoil caused by the demon clans. However, in her overconfidence, she had led her team into the mountains without gathering intelligence, only to be surrounded by several formidable demons before Zhang Han intervened to rescue them. Then there was a persistent insistence for Zhang Han to assume the role of the lord of the Cloud State sacred land. This arose from the fact that the previous lord had perished amidst the devastation of the sacred land, leaving it without a leader. Upon witnessing Zhang Han's formidable strength and his terrifying array formations, they sought to persuade him to take on this esteemed position. However, Zhang Han was resolute in his refusal and departed without a second thought. A group of individuals followed closely behind him, unwilling to relent. Zhang Han felt utterly exasperated. He had made it abundantly clear that he had no desire to be the lord of the Cloud State's sacred land, yet they continued to trail him. With a furrowed brow, he declared, "My friends, why are you so insistent that I take on this title?" The elderly woman among them sighed in exasperation. "Why do you refuse to become the lord of the sacred land?" My identity is not the same," Zhang Han replied, determined not to reveal his affiliation with a hidden sect. He intended to first establish a significant reputation before disclosing his status as a disciple of a reclusive sect, believing that this would enhance the sect's standing in the Cloud State. Do not question his earnestness. It was all a strategic foundation for his future inheritance of the position of the lord of the undaunted sect. My friend, no matter how extraordinary you consider yourself, it pales in comparison to the significance of the sacred land. Is it not a worthy title to aspire to? The elderly woman implored. Hearing this, Zhang Han could only roll his eyes in resignation. What did it matter to him? The prospect of becoming the future leader of the undaunted sect was far more appealing than that of a mere sacred land lord. Becoming the lord of the sacred land is simply out of the question. I can only aspire to lead a hidden sect and maintain a semblance of existence. He stated firmly, Esteemed elder, I genuinely cannot assume the role of your sacred land's lord. Perhaps you could spend your time seeking someone with greater talent to cultivate for this position? Zhang Han suggested, shaking his head. That is not feasible. The sacred land cannot afford to wait for another genius to grow strong again. Moreover, the current state of the Cloud State sacred land is such that only you possess the capability to restore its vitality, the elderly woman insisted with unwavering conviction. What on earth has transpired within your sacred land to bring you to such a desperate state? Zhang Han inquired, perplexed. Very well. Let me recount the events that have unfolded within the Cloud State sacred land, and perhaps you will come to understand. The elderly woman sighed deeply and began her tale. In recent times, the Cloud State Sacred Land had offended a young cultivator, or rather, some disciples of the Sacred Land had humiliated him during his youth. Subsequently, he joined a cultivation sect, rising against the odds, and during his training, he became acquainted with the Sacred Maiden of the Cloud State, forming a close bond. Later, the Cloud State held a grand sect competition, open to all sects within the region. Naturally, this young man participated and publicly defeated the disciples who had once ridiculed him, inciting the wrath of those disciples who sought to annihilate the sect to which he belonged. However, they were thwarted by the Sacred Maiden. As events unfolded, the Lord of the Sacred Land discovered the Sacred Maiden's affections for the young man and began to employ underhanded tactics to obstruct their relationship, even plotting to eliminate him. The young man emerged like an indomitable cockroach, rising steadily to prominence. In the climactic battle against the Sacred Land of Yunzhou, he vanquished its lord and left the entire realm in ruins, departing with the Saintess. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han took a deep breath. How exhilarating! The tumultuous waves of life surged and receded. Compared to this, his own journey seemed remarkably simple, a swift ascent to power, devoid of unnecessary complications. Nevertheless, Zhang Han found himself quite intrigued by this individual. To rise against the oppression of a sacred domain was no ordinary feat. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what is the name of this remarkable person? Zhang Han asked with curiosity. Yi Chun, the old woman replied without hesitation. Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback. A surname of Yi, like that of his senior brother. Was it a mere coincidence that those bearing the name Yi were so formidable? Just as his senior brother appeared to be blessed with extraordinary abilities, this individual from Yunzhou seemed to possess similar prowess. Should he consider changing his surname to Yihan? Chapter 141. The increasing workload of the Tying Star in the mountains of Yunzhou. Dozens of disciples from the Sacred Land listened to their third elder recount the tale of how the Sacred Land transitioned from glory to decline. Their expressions were tinged with discontent, yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Their gazes were all fixated upon Zhang Han. His remarkable ability to form arrays with a mere thought, coupled with his terrifying strength, had not gone unnoticed. It was a revolutionary approach to array formation. Were he to consent to become the Lord of the Sacred Land, they would undoubtedly support him. However, he seemed reluctant. As they observed Zhang Han lost in contemplation, a heavy silence enveloped them, each waiting patiently for his decision on whether he would accept the role of Lord of the Sacred Land. After a substantial period, equivalent to the burning of 2 incense sticks, the elderly woman could no longer contain herself. Friend, are you pondering whether to accept the position of Lord of the Sacred Land? Please do not dismiss it as a mere mess. Although the Sacred Land is currently wounded, its foundation remains intact. With your presence, it shall surely regain its vitality swiftly. Consider the legacy of the Sacred Land. Should you assume the role of Lord, it would all belong to you. Zhang Han, abruptly returning to reality, turned to the elderly woman in surprise. What? You think I was considering that? The woman was momentarily taken aback. Weren't you contemplating whether to become the Lord of the Sacred Land? Zhang Han rolled his eyes. No, you are overthinking it. I wasn't deliberating on the position of Lord. I was actually pondering the peculiar fortune associated with that surname Yi. Should my future offspring acknowledge the senior brother as a foster father, it would provide a legitimate basis for them to bear the Yi surname. Little did he know, this group was intent on persuading him to take on the role of Lord. Zhang Han sighed internally. I truly do not wish to become the Lord of the Sacred Land. Friend, do you genuinely not wish to become the Lord? The elderly woman asked, exasperation evident in her tone. Not at all. Enough of this. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wait, friend, will you not reconsider? I shall not. Your Sacred Land may very well have drawn the attention of Yi Chun. What if I become the Lord and he targets me? So please, do not trouble me further. Fear not. Ever since the demise of our Lord in Yunzhou, the Cultivators Alliance has introduced an insurance policy for unexpected incidents in cultivation. You might consider acquiring one. Farewell. Please stay. Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Han decisively activated a formation, soaring into the sky, and summoned the Tying Star, which was not due for duty for another 2 hours, to establish a confinement array to obstruct the group. He then departed swiftly, eager to evade any pursuit from them. The onlookers, trapped by the Tying confinement array, were astonished by Zhang Han's decisive actions and became increasingly frantic. Friend, please wait. Come forth, everyone, let us break this entrapment. This formation resembles the Tying immortal trap. As long as we locate its core and strike it, we can easily dismantle it. I have found it. The core is situated in the heavens, upon the Tying Star. Then why not ascend and obliterate the Tying Star? The crowd voiced their thoughts. Ultimately, They discovered that they were utterly powerless against this formation. To forcefully breach, it was beyond their capabilities. Their strength was insufficient to shatter this trap with a single blow. Considering an alternative, they planned to gradually wear down the formation's energy, only to realize that the tying star was supplying that energy. Unless they could exhaust the tying star, there was no hope of dismantling the trap. Yet, to deplete the tying star, even 3,000 years might not suffice. As despair settled upon them, one elder comforted them softly, assuring them that their allies surely had a plan. This formation would likely unravel of its own accord within 2 hours. Alas, the formation method employed by their ally was indeed formidable. How splendid it would be if he could assume the role of the lord of their sacred land. The elder stepped forward, gently reassuring the group. She gazed in the direction Zhang Han had departed, feeling an inexplicable intuition that he would eventually come to their sacred land as its lord. It was merely a feeling, yet it filled her with a sense of certainty that it would come to pass. The elder smiled, momentarily disregarding her own predicament within the formation. Meanwhile, Zhang Han had flown for 2 hours, relieved to confirm he had evaded the persistent crowd. These individuals were exceedingly troublesome. Remarkably, if he were to share this tale, few would believe it. A group of disciples from a sacred land pleading for him to become their lord, only to be turned down. If his future did not involve becoming the leader of the Wu Dao sect, perhaps he might have acquiesced. Yet, he was destined to lead this reclusive sect, which boasted a lineage of 300,000 years, in stark contrast to the mere 5,000 years of the other. Only the foolish would choose to become the lord of a sacred land. Zhang Han would never assume such a position. If he were to take on the mantle of lord, he would consume all the formation materials across the entirety of Dongzhou and Yunzhou, leaving not a single item behind. That being said, it was time to dismantle the formation. Zhang Han murmured, his thoughts shifting as he dissolved the trap, severing his connection to the tying star. After severing the link, he looked up to see the tying star still shining brightly in the firmament, puzzled as to why it had not vanished. Upon reflection, he smacked his forehead. 2 hours had passed. The tying star had simply returned to its duties. How delightful! This spared the tying star a journey, as it need not return and then come back. Truly, the diligent tying star was commendable. Zhang Han mused. Ever since his elder brother had sealed the heavens with a single strike, thwarting his method of utilizing the power of the universe to establish formations, Zhang Han had contemplated his strategy. After extensive study, he had conceived the only solution. Thus, it is essential to become well acquainted with the realms that one seeks to leverage. As long as both parties possess a sufficient degree of familiarity, the barriers that confine these realms can be dismantled. And how does one cultivate such familiarity? Naturally, it requires a significant amount of leveraging. Consequently, Zhang Han began to harness the power of the moon star day and night, seizing every opportunity, whether significant or trivial. The moon star's daily workload, which typically spans 6 hours, was forcibly stretched by Zhang Han to 8 or 9 hours. Fortunately, the moon star does not possess the capacity for reproach. Otherwise, Zhang Han would find himself in dire straits. However, Zhang Han paid little heed to these considerations. At this moment, his gaze fell upon a city in the distance. He intended to enter the city to rest and gather information regarding the whereabouts and circumstances of the Dragon Lord, before finally confronting the Dragon Lord who had been defeated by his esteemed master. Chapter 142. How the storyteller came to know within the borders of Yunzhou. In an obscure city, on the second floor of a tea house, Zhang Han sat at a table, gazing down at the bustling first floor, eager to catch any morsel of useful information. However, all he heard were trivial tidbits, with genuinely valuable news being exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd below. The storyteller has arrived. Everyone, please be quiet. Instantly, the tea house fell into a hush, all eyes turning towards the entrance. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe strode in with purpose. The storyteller? Zhang Han, seated at his table, felt a flicker of interest as he lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. In his previous life among the mundane families, he had greatly enjoyed visiting the tea house to listen to the tales spun by the storyteller. However, since entering the sect, he had not returned. Now, encountering the storyteller in Yunzhou stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. He watched as the middle-aged storyteller swiftly reached his designated spot and settled in without delay. I apologize for the wait, dear patrons, as I was busy organizing some tales. Before we delve into the stories, let us first discuss the recent happenings between the cultivators and the demon clans. The storyteller began, his voice smooth and inviting. Upon hearing this, the patrons murmured in discontent, for they were well aware of the ongoing conflict between the cultivators of Yunzhou and the demon clans. Yet, neither side seemed inclined to encroach upon the mundane realm, leaving the common folk unconcerned. They were puzzled as to why the storyteller chose to address this matter. Fear not, esteemed guests. What we shall discuss is a recent event. The cultivators of Yunzhou have been engaged in this war for quite some time, and recently, the Cultivator Alliance held negotiations with the Dragon Lord of the Demon Clans. What do you think the outcome was? The storyteller left a tantalizing cliffhanger, encouraging the patrons to engage in conversation. Upon hearing this, the customers' interest was piqued, and they began to whisper amongst themselves. So, the Cultivator Alliance dared to negotiate with that Dragon Lord? Remarkable. One exclaimed. Isn't it true that the leader of the Cultivator Alliance is known for boasting grandly while acting timidly? How audacious of him to engage in negotiations with the Demon Lord. Another chimed in. Indeed, this leader's reputation is well known, even among us common folk, always chattering about how no one understands matters better than he does. How could he not be famous? The patrons laughed and exchanged banter. Observing the lively scene, the storyteller felt a wave of relief wash over him, pleased that the audience was engaged. After a brief pause, he raised his wooden gavel and struck it to regain a semblance of quiet, then continued. It seems, dear guests, that you may have guessed correctly. Alas, this negotiation concluded in failure. Initially, success was almost within reach. However, the beings of the demon race are notoriously fickle, and that particular Dragon Lord proved to be exceedingly cunning, turning against the agreement at the last moment, leading to the negotiations ending in failure. The storyteller proclaimed loudly. On the second floor, Zhang Han silently absorbed these words, stroking his chin, sensing that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Suddenly, he overheard two cultivators at a nearby table engaged in conversation, their dialogue capturing his attention. One of them whispered, "What nonsense is this storyteller spouting? I was present at the time, and it was nothing like that." "Oh, you were there? Pray, enlighten us on what truly transpired." The two parties had reached an agreement to cease hostilities. But who could have predicted that the head of the Cultivators Alliance would foolishly approach the Dragon Lord to inquire how dragons roar, asking if it was something like woohoo woohoo, infuriating the Dragon Lord to the point where he nearly struck that fool down on the spot. So, it all fell apart because of that. Indeed, the Dragon Lord stated that the Cloud State's cultivator community would lose 70% of its members. After hearing this, Zhang Han felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. What manner of leader was this head of the Cloud State's Cultivators Alliance to behave so absurdly? He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Cloud State. What a predicament. A sacred land left in ruins, and a peculiar individual at the helm of a branch of the Cultivators Alliance. Would Cloud State ultimately play itself into oblivion? Zhang Han shook his head, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the storyteller had concluded this topic and commenced the main narrative. With a sharp clap on the table, the storyteller straightened slightly. Now that this matter has been addressed, let us delve into today's tale. Continuing from yesterday, we shall recount the saga of the hidden sect leader's battle against the dragon race, the 7th chapter, the sun, moon, and stars at my command. It is said that the leader of the hidden sect, Lord Chu, recognizing the Dragon Lord's intention to engage in combat, wisely chose to battle in the heavens, understanding that fighting on the ground could endanger the mortal realm. Thus, he led the Dragon Lord to the skies to avert calamity for the mundane world. In the celestial expanse, at an altitude of 99,999,000 meters, Lord Chu clashed fiercely with the Dragon Lord, with neither side yielding an inch, the battle intensifying without resolution. After 3 days of fierce combat, Lord Chu discerned the extent of the Dragon Lord's power, realizing that he had been testing the Dragon Lord all along. Having completed his assessment, Lord Chu unleashed his full might, seizing the sun, moon, and stars, and hurled them directly at the Dragon Lord. The storyteller recounted the tale with conviction. Zhang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this true? My master defeated the Dragon Lord. But that must have occurred during the few days after he and my master descended the mountain. If such a tumultuous event had truly taken place, how could I remain unaware? Am I blind to the truth? Furthermore, how does this storyteller know? Did he witness it firsthand? Chapter 143. Zhang Han's visit to the Dragon Lord in a tea house within Yunzhou. A storyteller was passionately narrating a tale. He spoke of the reclusive sect leader, Chu, who audaciously reached up to pluck the sun, moon, and stars from the heavens, intending to hurl them at the Dragon Lord. How immense are the celestial bodies! Setting aside the sun and moon, the stars alone seem to stretch into infinity. A single star dwarfs the entirety of Yunzhou. If one of those stars were to descend upon Yunzhou, it would likely erase the entire region from existence. Upon witnessing Chu's act of seizing the celestial bodies, the Dragon Lord's eyes widened in terror, fearing the impending collision. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a colossal azure dragon, attempting to flee. Indeed, esteemed patrons, the Dragon Lord was struck with fear. The storyteller recounted with conviction, captivating the audience, who listened intently, unable to restrain their exclamations of admiration at the thrilling moments of the tale. Yet, Zhang Han's face grew increasingly perplexed as he listened. What nonsense was this? It was evident that it was all fabricated. Such fantastical events could not possibly have transpired. Although he had not personally witnessed the confrontation between his master and the Dragon Lord, he could deduce that it was merely a test of strength. Perhaps his master's profound cultivation had intimidated the Dragon Lord into retreating. It was utterly impossible that there had been a battle involving the seizing of celestial bodies. Zhang Han shook his head, somewhat impressed by the storyteller's vivid imagination. He then placed a piece of silver on the table, preparing to leave. In this tea house, he would gain no valuable information, and lingering here was futile. As he walked a few steps, intending to exit directly, he chanced upon a private room on the 3rd floor, where a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. Was that a trace of demonic energy? Zhang Han murmured softly. A series of mystical formations rose beneath his feet, concealing his presence entirely. Within the tea house, it was as though Zhang Han had vanished into thin air. Fortunately, the patrons were engrossed in the storyteller's tale and failed to notice, or it would have caused quite a stir. Zhang Han stealthily approached the private room. Soon, he stood before its door, quietly slipping inside. What met his eyes were 2 figures seated at a table. One was an elderly man, kind-eyed and silver-haired. The other was a young man clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, speaking animatedly with evident indignation. The trace of demonic energy that Zhang Han had sensed emanated from this young man. Was this a demon? What business would a demon have in a tea house? Zhang Han pondered, remaining concealed within the formation, keen to ascertain the purpose of these 2 beings. He stood silently, while within the private room, the young man remained oblivious, gesticulating angrily, his face alight with rage. Old turtle, do you find these mortals infuriating? They fabricate nonsense without a shred of knowledge. My father has publicly stated that he merely suffered a minor setback. Yet these mundane folks spread rumors as if my father were on the brink of death. The young man exclaimed in frustration. Your Highness, there is no need for agitation. These are merely the words of the commoners. It is best to listen without taking them to heart, the elder beside him advised, shaking his head. I truly wish to eliminate this group of mortals. The more I think about it, the angrier I become, the young man declared, waving his hand dismissively. Your Highness, as the son of the Dragon Lord, you must possess greater composure. It would not do to lose your temper so readily. If the Dragon Lord were to witness this, he would surely be displeased. The elder urged gently. Upon hearing this, the young man fell silent, his hand lowering. My father, who is himself quite hot-tempered, instructs us to maintain composure. Yet when he hears rumors, he roars in fury. Is this what he means by having composure? The young man muttered under his breath. The elder, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation, remaining silent. At that moment, a voice emerged, calm and collected, within the private chamber. So, you are the scion of the Dragon Lord? Both the young man and the elder were taken aback. Before they could react, intricate patterns materialized from thin air, enveloping the entire room. Countless chains burst forth, binding both the young man and the elder. As mere cultivators at the nascent soul level, they possessed no strength to resist and were swiftly ensnared. Who? The young man, Aou, exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he exerted all his strength in a futile attempt to break free from the chains. Witnessing this, Zhang Han, concealed within the formation, gradually revealed himself. Are you indeed the son of the Dragon Lord? Do you possess a means to escort me to see him? Zhang Han inquired with gentle curiosity. Since you are aware of my lineage and yet treat me in this manner, do you not fear for your life? Aou retorted angrily. The elder beside him remained silent, quietly channeling energy in a fruitless effort to shatter the chains. Zhang Han, unperturbed by their struggles, elegantly took a seat before them. I shall ask once more. Do you have a way to take me to see the Dragon Lord? He stated slowly. This time, Aou had no opportunity to respond. The elder, recognizing the futility of breaking the chains, spoke up. I am the chief steward beside the Dragon Lord, known as the Turtle Prime Minister. This young man beside me is the 97th son of the Dragon Lord. It is indeed feasible to take you to meet him. However, before we proceed, I would like to know your identity. Disciple of a hidden sect from the eastern province. Is that sufficient? Zhang Han stretched languidly. The 2 men, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the implications. A disciple of a hidden sect has come to Yunzhou and wishes to meet the Dragon Lord? May I inquire? Gentlemen, if you are indeed able to escort me to meet the Dragon Lord? Zhang Han smiled warmly as he spoke. Pray tell, What is the purpose of your meeting with the Dragon Lord? Are you perhaps representing the esteemed Zhou sect's leader? The esteemed Prime Minister Gui inquired repeatedly, clarifying that his presence was not on behalf of my revered master, but rather as an individual, solely representing himself. Furthermore, the purpose of my visit is singular, to resolve the turmoil in Yunzhou. Zhang Han shook his head and replied, "May I ask, how do you intend to address this conflict between humans and demons in Yunzhou?" Prime Minister Gui pressed further. "This matter hinges on the Dragon Lord's disposition, which is beyond your inquiry. All you need to do is escort me to meet him," Zhang Han stated, wishing to avoid any further discourse with Prime Minister Gui. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Gui fell into silence. Meanwhile, Aou, with wide eyes, glanced between Zhang Han and Prime Minister Gui, realizing that it was not his place to speak, and quietly sealed his lips. After a brief interlude, Prime Minister Gui finally broke the silence, consenting to lead Zhang Han to the Dragon Lord. Chapter 144. Your second senior brother is the least skilled in the realm of Dongzhou. Outside the ethereal Tianwu mountain, a streak of luminous light darted down, seamlessly entering the mountain's embrace. The layers of mist that shrouded the mountain parted, granting passage to this radiant entity. Upon arriving at the gates of the Wudao sect, the light finally came to a halt, dissipating to reveal a figure, Yi Luo. At this moment, Yi Luo stood quietly at the mountain gate, adorned in a fresh azure robe of celestial elegance. His dark hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his face bore an expression of solitary pride, radiating the formidable aura of a heavenly sword immortal. However, unlike before, a newfound air of authority enveloped him, the gravitas befitting the lord of a sacred domain. "Master, surely he is on the mountain," Yi Luo murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon the gate, showing no intention of ascending immediately. His return to the mountain was driven by two primary purposes. Firstly, he wished to inquire about the newly initiated junior sister. This curiosity was not merely to check on her, but to ascertain whether she was indeed designated as the future master of the sect. After all, the notion that she was a potential successor to lead the Wudao sect was merely his hypothesis, likely, but not yet confirmed. Nevertheless, Yi Luo held a strong conviction. It seemed most probable. Were it not for her being groomed as a successor, would the master have directly bestowed upon her a treasure surpassing that of spiritual artifacts? It was worth noting that neither he, Yi Luo, nor his peers, Zhang Han and Chu Yuan, had received any treasures upon entering the sect. Even the key to the relics was granted only when the master tasked him with establishing a sacred ground. The infinite sword gourd was only allowed to be taken after being recognized at the divine weapon pavilion. Now, for the junior sister to be directly gifted a treasure of such magnitude, beyond mere spiritual artifacts, could there be any other explanation than her being trained as a future leader? At this moment, Yi Luo was intent on confirming this matter. If proven true, he would find amusement in Zhang Han's dismay. As for the second matter, Yi Luo sought to consult his master on how to be an exemplary mentor and cultivate capable disciples. The thought of his 7 direct disciples brought him a headache. No matter how he taught them, they remained unteachable. He had encouraged them to observe the skies, and yet they had only managed to extract a rudimentary weather forecasting technique. Their lack of comprehension was astonishingly disheartening. Observing the heavens to gain insight, was it not simply a matter of possessing eyesight? Why, then, could his 7 disciples not grasp it? Upon meeting his master, he was determined to inquire thoroughly. Given that these disciples possessed decent talents and his own teaching abilities were adequate, why did they struggle so? He wondered if his master might possess a solution, for if even the master was at a loss, he feared his 7 disciples might be irreparably lost under his guidance. Yi Luo muttered to himself and shook his head, lifting his gaze to the gates of the Wudao sect. The higher the realm, the more extraordinary the mountain gate seemed, embodying a natural resonance of Tao that eluded his understanding. In comparison, the gate of his own Tai sword sect appeared rather unremarkable. With these myriad thoughts subdued, Yi Luo took a resolute step forward and ascended towards the sect. As he made his way to the Grand Hall Square, he paused momentarily, gazing at this hallowed ground where he once attained enlightenment, lost in reverie. He recalled that he, too, had once been a mere mortal, embarking on his path of understanding from this very spot, and subsequently rising against all odds. This place was imbued with his memories. Yi Luo sighed softly. At that moment, a melodious voice drifted over from the opposite side of the square. "Senior brother?" Upon hearing this, Yi Luo snapped back to reality and turned to see Dan Tai Luo Shui approaching from the far end of the square. This junior sister was indeed strikingly beautiful, leaving Yi Luo momentarily taken aback, though he maintained his aloof demeanor. "Junior sister?" Yi Luo inquired softly. "Senior brother, it's me, This is our first meeting. Isn't it? Dantai Luo Shui smiled as she stood before him. Indeed, it is our first encounter. But how did you recognize me? Have you seen my portrait? Yi Luo asked, puzzled. No, well, it's just a little trick of mine, she replied, shaking her head. She had been observing the heaven and earth chessboard, and naturally noticed Yi Luo as he approached, receiving information instantaneously. Yi Luo, a body of the close path, unparalleled talent. A prodigy of the ages, having heard the names of several senior brothers in the sect, she could easily recognize Yi Luo upon his arrival. You have only recently joined, haven't you? Yi Luo asked. Yes, senior brother. I have been a disciple for less than half a month, Dantai Luo Shui answered honestly. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo was momentarily speechless. Why were his 7 disciples, after so much time, still struggling to comprehend anything? Look at his master. She had a junior sister who, in less than 15 days, already possessed such abilities. Although Yi Luo perceived that this junior sister was merely at the mortal realm, he sensed that she was far from ordinary, as evidenced by the faint rhythm of Tao enveloping her. Moreover, the aura surrounding her resonated with a familiar essence of the universe. This junior sister was indeed remarkable. Yi Luo sighed inwardly, acknowledging that his master was adept at teaching. All of his disciples thrived, unlike his own 7, who seemed to be languishing. Junior sister, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please accept this small token as a gift, and do not mind its simplicity. Yi Luo slowly spoke, extending his hand to retrieve a fine magical artifact from his storage ring and offering it to Dantai Luo Shui. It was a purple bell, possessing the ability to ensnare one's mind. Dantai Luo Shui accepted the bell, feeling a sense of astonishment within. She was somewhat aware of the hierarchy of treasures, mundane treasures, magical artifacts, spiritual treasures. This senior brother presented her with a high-grade magical artifact right off the bat. How extravagant. Senior brother, this gift is rather precious, isn't it? Dantai Luo Shui hesitated before speaking. Precious? Are you not aware of the identity I hold in the outside world, my esteemed senior brother? Yi Luo inquired with a lowered gaze. What? Dantai Luo Shui responded, perplexed. The fact that the leader of the Tai Sword sect hails from a reclusive sect is known only to a select few within the realm of cultivation. Her original self, emerging from the mundane world, would naturally be oblivious to this. The Eastern States' sacred ground, the leader of the Tai Sword sect. Yi Luo stated matter-of-factly. Wow. Yi Luo remained unfazed. However, Dantai Luo Shui was profoundly shaken within her heart. Her senior brother was the sovereign of the sacred ground. This was utterly astonishing. Do not be so astonished, junior sister. Your third senior brother's status is also commendable. He was the former leader of the Eastern States' sacred ground before resigning to join a reclusive sect. Only your second senior brother is truly lacking, Yi Luo remarked without mercy. Chapter 145. A joyful mood in the Grand Plaza of the Wudao sect. As Dantai Luoshua listened to Yi Luo's words, her previously tranquil heart became tumultuous. Her eldest senior brother is the current master of the Eastern States' sacred land, while her third senior brother is the former master. The hidden sects are not merely formidable. Every elder within has ascended, and the disciples are either masters of the sacred land or former masters. In the Eastern State, being born of a hidden sect indeed allows one to walk with unparalleled authority. The Eastern State had already been at a loss when it comes to hidden sections. The only possible counterbalance would be the sacred land of the Eastern State. However, at present, the master of the sacred land is a disciple of the hidden sect. This essentially means that the Wudao sect is an indomitable force in the Eastern State, a definitive sovereign. Even if all the remaining cultivation sects in the Eastern State were to unite, they could not shake this supremacy. Eldest senior brother, it turns out, our sect possesses such formidable power outside. Dantai Luoshua took a deep breath, striving to restore her composure. What does it matter? By the way, junior sister, I have a question I wish to ask you, if you are comfortable discussing it. Yi Luo coughed twice, sensing that the moment was right to pose his inquiry. What question? Dantai Luoshua furrowed her brows, inquiring. Well, may I ask if the master has already designated you as the future leader of the Wudao sect? Rest assured, I am simply curious, as I hold no ulterior motives being the master of the sacred land. Yi Luo spoke slowly. Is that so? It appears to be the case. Master indeed mentioned that I would be the future leader. Dantai Luoshua pondered for a moment before nodding. The last time we were in the kitchen, Master indeed spoke those very words, instructing her to comprehend the Tao well and to pass the mantle to her in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo, who stood beside her, was momentarily taken aback, then a smile blossomed on his face. Just as I thought, Master is nurturing this junior sister as the future leader. Oh, the irony. When he first heard that the position of leader was lost, he must have thought it amusing, did he not? Does he truly believe I am oblivious? Now, this is where the fun begins. Master never intended to pass the leadership of the Wudao sect to him. What a farce. In due time, we shall see who truly has the last laugh. Yi Luo stifled his laughter, opting not to share this with Zhang Han. He would wait for the day Zhang Han would discover the truth. The joy of that moment would undoubtedly eclipse his own current delight. The thought of that scene filled Yi Luo with uncontainable joy. Eldest senior brother, what is the matter with you? Dantai Luoxue regarded Yi Luo with a curious gaze. Oh, it's nothing at all. By the way, is Master in the sect? I have returned this time to pay my respects to Master. Yi Luo quietly reined in his amusement, careful not to reveal anything. Master brother, my esteemed teacher is currently within the sect. Just today, we shared a meal together. He should be in the residential area, within his palace, replied Dantai Luoxue. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. They had dined together only today. He recalled that since his master had taken him under his wing, there had been no such interaction. Now, to accompany this junior sister for a meal, was this the privilege of a successor? How enviable. Yi Luo took a deep breath to steady his emotions. Very well, junior sister. I shall go and pay my respects to our master. Yi Luo spoke. Certainly, master brother. Dantai Luoxue nodded slightly. Observing this, Yi Luo refrained from further conversation and made his way toward the residential area of the sect. Dantai Luoxue stood in place, watching Yi Luo depart until his figure vanished from her sight, before returning her gaze. She glanced at the exquisite bell in her hand, feeling a pang of sentiment. The secluded sect is truly magnificent. All three senior brothers are formidable figures. Although the second brother may be slightly weaker, he remains quite fearsome. It seems I must hasten my progress and enlightenment, lest I fail to live up to my master's nurturing. Dantai Luoxue murmured softly. Subsequently, she headed toward the kitchen, intending to request some nourishing dishes for her soul, which would aid her in accelerating her enlightenment. Before the palace of Chu Yuan, Yi Luo arrived, gazing at the tightly shut palace doors. It was as if he had discovered something. He focused his spiritual power in his eyes to scrutinize the area beside the palace doors. Goodness, this must be the handiwork of the second brother. 36 sound-blocking formations align with the celestial numbers, amplifying the efficacy of the array. With such formations in place, even if someone were to undergo a tribulation amidst thunderous claps, our master might remain oblivious. Yi Luo noted the formations outside the palace, slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that Zhang Han would array 36 formations around the master's palace. TSK. This second brother indeed shows remarkable filial piety. Alas, even so, the position of sect leader will still not be yours. Yi Luo shook his head with a smile. Before his master, he dared not adopt the airs of a sovereign. He knelt on both knees, respectfully performing a grand bow before the palace. Master, disciple Yi Luo has returned to the sect today to pay my respects. I humbly request the presence of our esteemed master. Yi Luo infused his words with spiritual power, allowing his voice to resonate powerfully within the palace. Yet even so, after being diminished by the 36 formations, his voice became quite subdued. Chapter 146. Is the master about to ascend? In the sacred halls of the Wudao sect, within the palace of Chu Yuan, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the space. At this very moment, Chu Yuan sat cross-legged at the center of the chamber, absorbing spiritual energy in preparation for a critical breakthrough. His countenance bore a grave expression, indicative of the gravity of the moment. He was on the cusp of transcending his current limitations. Before embarking on this transformative journey, he deemed it prudent to adjust his mindset and physical state, ensuring that the breakthrough would be flawless. Thus, Chu Yuan found himself perusing a series of texts acquired from the Chang'e sect. According to the methods delineated within, one must absorb spiritual energy to its zenith before summoning the resolve to shatter any barriers obstructing progress. Furthermore, the tome on cultivation emphasized the necessity of cultivating a tranquil mind, perfecting one's state of being, and honing one's magical prowess to their utmost peak. It also advised vigilance of the surroundings to guarantee personal safety, as one must remain defenseless during the critical moment of breakthrough. If possible, it suggested enlisting the protection of a powerful adept to mitigate unforeseen incidents, for any disruption during the process could lead to destabilization of one's foundation or, in the worst-case scenario, madness, an outcome too dire to contemplate. However, Chu Yuan lamented the absence of such a formidable guardian. He pondered whether the text offered any alternatives for those without the aid of a great master. Flipping through the pages, he stumbled upon a perplexing phrase, condensing qi within the body, shattering the Dan to give birth to an infant. What on earth does that mean? He furrowed his brow, flipping the book to reveal the section titled The Golden Elixir, a treatise on safe breakthroughs. Chu Yuan was taken aback. Wasn't he attempting to advance from the early stage of qi refinement to the mid-stage? Why was he confronted with this topic? Had he not commenced his perusal from the very first page, which indeed began with the Golden Elixir section? As he scrutinized the text, a disconcerting realization struck him. The book contained no references to the methods for breaking through the qi refinement stage. Not only that, but it lacked guidance for the foundation establishment stage as well. Cursing under his breath, he cast the book aside in frustration. What kind of comprehensive guide to cultivation omits such fundamental teachings? Was it the fate of those in the qi refinement stage to be overlooked? His expression darkened with indignation. Resolving to abandon the notion of a formal breakthrough, Chu Yuan decided to absorb the spiritual energy directly and proceed with the ascension. As the spiritual essence began to coalesce around him, he prepared himself for the momentous leap. Just then, a faint voice wafted in from outside the hall. Disciple Yi Luo has returned to the sect today to pay respects to the esteemed master. I humbly request your presence, master. The utterance startled the spiritual energy he had painstakingly gathered, sending it scattering into the ether. Glaring at the dissipating energy around him, Chu Yuan seethed with fury. Did they not understand the effort it took to gather such energy for a breakthrough? Who dares interrupt me? Yi Luo? What is that rascal doing returning at such a time? His eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, recalling that it was Yi Luo, his ire diminished somewhat. At least it wasn't Zhang Han. Had it been him, Chu Yuan's wrath would have reached its zenith. After all, both Zhang Han and Yi Luo had betrayed him, causing him to lose his standing. Clearly, Chu Yuan only remembered Zhang Han. Compared to Yi Luo, whom he had overlooked, Zhang Han's breakthrough occurring mere seconds before his assessment was truly infuriating. If it weren't for his lower realm, making him incapable of besting his disciple, he would have ensured that Zhang Han understood why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan composed himself, adopting his usual demeanor of calm and indifference. He must not succumb to anger. Quietly repeating this to himself, he rose and approached the door, preparing to step outside. As he slowly pushed open the grand door of the palace, the cacophony of chirping birds and buzzing insects flooded in. Chu Yuan furrowed his brow in surprise. He realized that the soundproofing of his palace had improved significantly. Previously, he could still hear faint bird calls and insect sounds, leading him to believe that Zhang Han and Su Qinyuan had devoured all the nearby fauna. Only later did he discover that the soundproofing was simply too effective. Now, it seemed even better. Upon closing the door, he could hear nothing at all. Could the palace upgrade itself? This thought crossed his mind fleetingly as he shifted his gaze outside the palace. At that moment, Yi Luo was kneeling before his palace. Rise. What brings you back? Chu Yuan gestured with his hand and spoke. Since descending the mountain, I have not had the chance to pay my respects to my master. Now that I am free, I naturally wish to do so. It has been a long time. Is master in good health? Yi Luo stood, expressing his respect. Of course, I am well. It is commendable that you have taken the initiative to visit, Chu Yuan replied, feeling the remnants of his suppressed anger dissipate. This disciple was indeed thoughtful, far superior to another who feigned sincerity while secretly scheming. Come, do not linger there. Let us converse inside. Chu Yuan turned and re-entered the palace. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo momentarily froze. His master invited him inside, into the master's private quarters? Did he truly have the right to enter? Previously, he would not have dared to even glance within. But now, his master had personally invited him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yi Luo stood and stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, he beheld a scene that was not adorned with treasures or filled with ethereal energy as he had imagined. Instead, the interior of the palace appeared stark and empty. In the center lay a single mat, and in the corner stood a table with a few books and a sword that could scarcely be considered a treasure. Everything exuded an air of simplicity and humility. Not only was there a lack of profound energy, but it seemed devoid of any magical essence at all. Was this truly the master's quarters? How impoverished! Or rather, how austere! Was this what it meant to return to simplicity? Yi Luo's mind raced with thoughts. It should not be the case. Returning to simplicity does not necessitate leaving the chambers so desolate. Unless, Yi Luo inexplicably harbored a thought. Unless master is truly nearing ascension, intending to settle matters before departing, hence the clearing of the chamber's belongings. This notion, Yi Luo cautiously stole a glance at master. Indeed, master had transformed, as the second brother mentioned, into the qi refinement stage. It seems master is on the verge of ascension. That would explain everything. Master. Contemplating master's impending ascension, Yi Luo felt a blend of joy and sorrow, uncertain of how to articulate it. What is it? Chu Yuan inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Nothing at all, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. Nothing at all. Surely, you did not come solely to pay your respects to your teacher. Truly without any matter at hand. Chu Yuan rolled his eyes. To have nothing to speak of and simply visit him, wasting his time during a breakthrough. How utterly idle. Chapter 147. A small sacrifice within the palace. Listening to his master's words, Yi Luo hesitated for a moment. He had indeed come to see his master with a particular matter in mind, to inquire about the ways in which a master cultivates his disciples, or rather, how one can nurture a disciple into a talented individual. After pondering for a while, he finally chose to speak. Master, I have come to pay my respects. But there is a small matter I wish to consult you about, Yi Luo said slowly. A small matter? Speak, Chu Yuan responded, wearing a knowing expression. It was clear that Yi Luo had ulterior motives for his visit. It was improbable that he would come to pay a courtesy call without reason. Master, I wish to seek your guidance on how to teach disciples, Yi Luo stated. At this, Chu Yuan was taken aback. What? What do you mean? You wish to consult me on how to teach disciples? If I had a clear understanding of that, I would not have failed so many myself. You seek my counsel on something I cannot comprehend? However, he mused, could it be that Yi Luo had taken on disciples and, unable to teach them effectively, sought his advice? Has my dear Luoer taken on disciples? Chu Yuan inquired tentatively. Indeed, master, I have accepted 7 disciples, but I am uncertain whether it is due to their lack of comprehension or my own ineptitude that none of them seem to grasp anything profound. It feels as though I am on the verge of failing them entirely, Yi Luo replied with a hint of frustration. You mean to say you are about to ruin 7 disciples? Chu Yuan exclaimed in shock, hastily seeking clarification. Yes, master, I am at a loss. No matter how diligently I teach, these 7 disciples cannot seem to comprehend the path. I am indeed nearing the point of failure, Yi Luo admitted, feeling ashamed. Hearing this, Chu Yuan was almost compelled to applaud Yi Luo's audacity. He had nurtured 4 disciples, successfully guiding 3 of them to excellence. Yet here was Yi Luo, who had seemingly failed 7. What more could one say but commendable? If he could ascertain how Yi Luo had approached teaching, perhaps he could replicate the method and inadvertently foster even more inept disciples. Come, Luoer, tell me in detail how you have attempted to teach your disciples, Chu Yuan asked, a gentle smile adorning his face. How did I teach them? I taught them in the same manner you once taught me, yet none of these disciples have managed to learn anything. Yi Luo shook his head in dismay. Is that truly all? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow, pressing for further details. Indeed, master, I have followed the same methods you imparted to me, Yi Luo affirmed. And what of the talents of these 7 disciples? Chu Yuan inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. They all possess exceptional innate spiritual roots, Yi Luo answered. Upon receiving this information, Chu Yuan fell silent. Yi Luo had employed the very methods he had learned, yet had somehow managed to lead his disciples to failure. It was evident that the issue lay within the realm of talent. On the surface, Yi Luo appears to be a mere waste, yet beneath lies an extraordinary potential, as the system describes this talent as formidable. According to Yi Luo, those 7 disciples are merely endowed with spiritual roots, implying that his method of mentoring seemingly inept disciples is entirely feasible. Dantai Luo Shui also possesses spiritual roots, and he managed to deceive her as well. With Yi Luo's prior experiments as a reference, is it conceivable that Dantai Luo Shui could flourish? Indeed, it seems that nurturing a waste is futile. A waste is irredeemable, possessing no lower limits, leaving only the potential for ascendance. In contrast, a talented disciple is constrained by a lower limit, devoid of any upward trajectory. With this realization, Chu Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. If Dantai Luo Shui were to succeed, he would no longer need to instruct inept disciples. Instead, he could simply find a seat and leisurely consume the flags he had previously accumulated. However, now that stability was achieved, should he contemplate accepting another gifted disciple? This would elevate the testing process by 2 small realms. Chu Yuan mused internally, maintaining a facade of composure. Luoer, when it comes to teaching, one must tailor their approach to the individual. What I impart to you may be suitable for you, yet inappropriate for others. Forcing this method upon others will only yield counterproductive results. Do you understand? Chu Yuan spoke slowly. He held a particular fondness for this disciple. He could guide the inept, but he must not allow Yi Luo to follow suit in teaching inept disciples. Master, I comprehend, Yi Luo replied thoughtfully, nodding. Understanding is one thing, but refrain from saying I understand to your master again. Do you grasp that? Chu Yuan hastily waved his hand, instinctively feeling a tremor of unease at those words. though he could not pinpoint why. Beside him, Yi Luo, sensing the oddity, refrained from inquiring further and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the master and disciple engaged in a light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, within the realm of Yunzhou, above the Silver Sky River, Zhang Han, accompanied by the Dragon Prince Aou and the Turtle Minister, arrived to meet the Dragon Lord. The method of informing the Dragon Lord was simple. Zhang Han drew a drop of blood from the Dragon Prince and cast it into the river, knowing the Dragon Lord would undoubtedly sense it and emerge. At this moment, Zhang Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the vastness of the river with a sense of awe at its splendor. Behind him, the pale and weak Aou looked at Zhang Han with a resentful expression. "Hey, brother, you said just a little blood, right? Is this what you call a little?" Aou weakly retorted. Could a mere drop of blood so drain the vitality of a primordial infant dragon, leaving it as pale and feeble as though it had given birth to 7 offspring simultaneously? Fine, then, let's call it 2 drops. Since it's already done, stop your incessant whining, Zhang Han replied with a warm smile. To Aou, this smile resembled that of a devil. He opened his mouth, intending to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately refrained, his mind swirling with silent lamentations. What a scoundrel! With a countenance imbued with mirth, akin to that of a scholarly individual, he exuded an air of refined elegance. Yet, in reality, he resembled a demon, insidiously ensnaring those around him without an ounce of shame. Your silence implies acquiescence, does it not? Once our discussions conclude later, do accompany me on a brief journey. I have a notion that your blood might serve as a medium for the formation of a strategic array, and your dragon scales and tendons would be equally advantageous. Zhang Han seemed to be murmuring to himself. Aou interjected. Perhaps I am not human, but you are undeniably a cur. A surge of fury threatened to erupt within Aou. How many years had he traversed the mortal realm? He had never encountered such an individual. One who so utterly disregarded humanity. Observing Aou's expression, Zhang Han chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. In the next moment, as if sensing something, he concentrated, and a formation ascended, enveloping the 3 of them. Just then, from the depths of the Silver River, a colossal shadow surged forth. Chapter 148. Treating the formation as ordinary within the borders of Yunzhou, by the banks of the Silver Sky River, a colossal shadow silently emerged upon the tranquil surface of the water. Zhang Han, who had evidently anticipated this moment, summoned a protective formation beneath his feet, enveloping himself, Aou, and Gui Qingxiang to shield them from harm. Boom! In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted as torrents of river water surged skyward, submerging the trees along the riverbank. An immense azure dragon ascended from the depths, its vast body seemingly endless as it broke through the surface of the Silver Sky River. Its massive head fixated intently on Zhang Han. Roar! A sound akin to that of a bull or a tiger resonated from the dragon's mouth. In that fleeting moment, the winds began to howl, and dark clouds gathered ominously above the Silver Sky River. Zhang Han gazed upon this spectacle with a smile, unfazed, and instead, intrigued by the dragon's head, his unwavering gaze locking onto it without a hint of fear. Young one, who are you? The azure dragon, whose length reached thousands of feet, spoke human words, its voice frigid as ice. Zhang Han, a disciple of the reclusive sect from Dongzhou, bowed elegantly and replied softly, I have met the Dragon Lord. At these words, the azure dragon, Aou, paused momentarily before a flash of light transformed it into human form. Reclusive sect, you dare to seek me out? Aou exclaimed, seething with rage. Little did he know the torment he had endured lately, as rumors spread far and wide about his defeat at the hands of the reclusive Sect Master. Initially, he could dismiss it as mere gossip among the human realm, but soon even the demon clans were echoing the tales. Most absurdly, his own daughter approached him, inquiring how to produce the sound of woohoo, questioning whether only powerful dragons could make such calls. This nearly drove Aou to the brink of madness. How could a mere setback in seizing the treasure of the ancient venerable be twisted into such an outrageous narrative? Had he foreseen this outcome, even with some trepidation, he would never have shrunk away from that Chu Yuan. He should have delivered a resounding slap. The more he contemplated, the more his ire mounted. Now, facing the disciple of the reclusive sect, Zhang Han, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Deciding not to suppress his wrath any longer, Aou launched an attack on Zhang Han. You shall pay for your Sect Master's debts. With that, he struck his palm towards Zhang Han. Whoosh! A fierce wind howled as boundless power coalesced into a dragon's claw in the heavens, hurtling down towards Zhang Han. The Dragon Lord seeks a spar? Then I shall gladly oblige, Zhang Han declared, unperturbed, maintaining a serene smile. He extended his palms skyward, summoning the Tyene star to manifest above the 9 heavens. A radiant blue light flickered at his heart as ancient runes danced forth, transforming into intricate formations. In an instant, myriad arrays were laid out before him. In the midst of intricate formations, killing arrays, illusionary arrays, Zhang Han demonstrated every array he had mastered to Aoyi. Countless formations ascended, halting Aoyi's descending hand, leaving him in a daze as he gazed at the myriad arrays enveloping the silver sky river. Was this the essence of a formation master? Had he not been educated? Was it truly possible for a formation master to conjure such an array with a mere flick of the wrist? Aoyi stood momentarily stunned. Yet the formations continued to operate without pause. A multitude of killing arrays surged violently towards him, the earth trembling beneath their might. The entire silver sky river was bathed in the radiant glow of the formations. At the riverbank, Zhang Han was surrounded by a brilliant azure array, his robes billowing without wind, and his ebony hair, once secured by a wooden hairpin, now cascaded freely as he hovered above the silver sky river. His fingers danced, each point unleashing an array that harnessed the power of the Yin star, launching a relentless assault towards Aoyi. Rather than a duel between Zhang Han and Aoyi, it appeared as a confrontation between the Yin star and Aoyi, with Zhang Han merely serving as a conduit. After deploying over 100 formations in one go, Zhang Han finally ceased his actions, observing the silver sky river below. Yet, the brilliance of the formations obscured his view of the unfolding scene. Nevertheless, he could easily surmise that the Dragon Lord was undoubtedly in distress. This was the correct approach, indeed. His elder brother's method seemed utterly irrational, resorting to sealing off the heavens. Zhang Han exhaled, reassured of his prowess. He remained an unequivocal powerhouse. It was merely that his elder brother was exceedingly monstrous. Just look. Outside, he was practically invincible. Not even the Dragon Lord of the demon race could stand against him. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he nonchalantly arranged more formations. For idleness bred complacency, he would rather lay down additional arrays to prevent the Dragon Lord from escaping. This bombardment of formations persisted for a full 2 hours. It was only after the passage of this time, when Zhang Han found the task monotonous, that he ceased and descended to the riverbank to rest. "Haven't you two departed yet?" Zhang Han inquired, directing his gaze towards Aoyu and the turtle chancellor still lingering by the riverbank. We. Aoyu stammered, his voice quivering, utterly at a loss for words. Did they dare to leave? This individual wielded formations as if they were mere basic attacks. How could they even consider moving? They feared that a single misstep might result in being obliterated by this person's casual strike. These formations would automatically dissolve after a stick of incense, allowing them to assess the Dragon Lord's condition thereafter. Zhang Han, apathetic to elaborate further, remarked, very well, very well. Do you possess any medicinal pills for healing? Given the Dragon Lord has yet to emerge, he likely bears injuries. Remember to prepare the necessary elixirs. Yes. Aoyu responded, his voice still trembling. Could you refrain from stringing 3 words together? Zhang Han rolled his eyes in exasperation. Very well, Aoyu hastily replied. No remedy can save him. Zhang Han's lips twitched as he stood by the riverbank, continuing to admire the ethereal glow emanating from the formations before him. Indeed, as Zhang Han had anticipated, after the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the radiance of the formation began to wane. Aoyu and the turtle minister, upon witnessing this, swiftly made their way to the river to ascertain the condition of the Dragon Lord. However, before they could make a move, a figure leaped forth from the water, landing deftly on the riverbank. It was none other than the Dragon Lord, Aoyi. At this moment, Aoyi appeared quite disheveled, with dirt smudged across his face and his garments in disarray. Nonetheless, his aura remained steady, indicating that he had not sustained significant injuries. What a Dragon Lord indeed! Truly deserving of being the disciple of a master, surviving such a plethora of formations without suffering serious harm. No, it must be that the physique of the demon race is exceptionally robust, Zhang Han murmured softly. The light of the formation in his hands flickered to life once more. As he prepared to set up another array, he was uncertain whether his formation could inflict harm upon the Dragon Lord. But he was confident in his ability to seal and suppress him. Stop. Don't act impulsively. We can discuss this calmly, Aoyi exclaimed, nearly losing his composure at the sight of Zhang Han preparing to strike again. He understood that confronting a formation was beyond his capacity to handle. Chapter 149. Woohoo by the riverside. Aoyi sighed in relief after observing Zhang Han retract his hand, the brilliance dissipating. He truly could not provoke someone who wielded formations with such ease. Even though these formations could not directly slay him, The relentless assault was undeniably painful, particularly as some formations were exceedingly bizarre. Take for instance the frost poison formation. Aoyi could comprehend its intent to incapacitate him through cold toxicity. Similarly, the heart demon illusion formation aimed to entice inner turmoil, a notion he grasped as well. Yet, certain formations left him utterly perplexed. The enchantment poison formation, which stirred his desires, and the various dragon taming, binding, and trapping formations only served to baffle him further. Moreover, he could not lay a single finger on Zhang Han, while Zhang Han could unleash an endless barrage upon him. This meant that, regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Han remained invincible. The only one destined to lose was Aoyi. Most disconcertingly, this was merely a disciple from a hidden sect, and he found himself unable to contend with him, let alone the sect leader. He had once entertained the notion of confronting Chu Yuan to ascertain who was stronger, hoping to dispel the rumors swirling about. But now, if he could not even defeat a disciple, how could he dare challenge the master? Was that not tantamount to courting death? In that moment, Aoyi's trepidation towards Chu Yuan escalated, evolving from mere apprehension into outright fear. Conversely, Zhang Han was unfazed by such thoughts. Observing Aoyi's demeanor, a signature warmth and elegance graced his countenance, as if he understood Aoyi's unspoken concerns. Did you not just hear Lord Long speak? It seemed there was some misunderstanding regarding our eastern province's hidden sect. Surely, that misunderstanding has been cleared now? Zhang Han remarked with a smile. When did I ever harbor misunderstandings about the hidden sect? Aoyi replied, his brow furrowing with an air of casualness. Come, my friend, do enlighten me. Has someone been spreading falsehoods? Speak up, and I shall ensure they face stern consequences. Was it you, Aoyi? The blood-drenched Aoyi, standing obediently to the side, protested. When did I ever say anything? Yet, neither Zhang Han nor Aoyi paid him any heed, their minds occupied elsewhere. Given the circumstances, allow me to reintroduce myself. Lord Long, I am Zhang Han, the second disciple under the esteemed master of the Wudao sect in the eastern province. Zhang Han stated amicably. From Yuntian River in Yuzhou. I am Aoyi, the dragon lord of the demon clan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dao friend Zhang, Aoyi responded, naturally treating Zhang Han as an equal. Ah, Lord Long, as you say, you are of the same generation as my master. It feels somewhat inappropriate to address you as Dao friend, Zhang Han remarked, shaking his head. I doubt my master is someone I can compare to. Moreover, you are young yet highly skilled. We are indeed of the same generation, and there is nothing amiss in that, Aoyi asserted confidently. In that case, very well then. Lord Long, Zhang Han acquiesced with a nod. Just call me Ao Dao friend. But tell me, Dao friend Zhang, what brings you to seek me out? A smile illuminated Aoyi's countenance, which was otherwise marked by authority. Zhang Han, still perplexed about the proper address, suddenly recalled his purpose for being here. He had come to resolve the conflict between the human and demon clans in the realm of cultivation at its roots. He had nearly forgotten amidst the thrill of battling Aoyi, feeling a surge of confidence from their encounter. Dragon Lord, my visit aims to address the turmoil in Yunzhou. Although the conflict between the cultivators and the demon clan was instigated by the former, it is, in essence, related to my master. Therefore, I seek to mediate. What are your thoughts, Dragon Lord? Continuing this way will only lead to significant losses for both parties. Zhang Han spoke slowly. Mediation? Consider it done. I will instruct those little brats of the demon clan to retreat immediately. Aoyi readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Dragon Lord, do you not wish to elaborate further? Zhang Han inquired. Elaborate on what? Fellow Taoist Zhang, the conflict was initiated by the human side of Yunzhou. Yet, it cannot be denied that it was my anger towards the malicious rumors that incited this strife. In the past, I might have adamantly denied those rumors as truth, but now I acknowledge them as facts, Aoyi replied with a hint of resignation. His encounter with Chu Yuan had transpired merely over a single night, during which he had unwittingly lost a precious treasure, a small setback. They had not engaged in combat, and with his pride, he had never considered that Chu Yuan could possibly match him. But now, he sighed, realizing that he could not even best a mere disciple. No wonder he failed to see through Chu Yuan. Despite appearances, the disparity in their capabilities was stark. Suddenly, Aoyi, standing nearby, interjected with a curious inquiry. Father, is that truly the case? Indeed, it is a fact, Aoyi affirmed, acknowledging his inability to surpass Chu Yuan, perhaps even failing to catch a glimpse of him from behind. Is it true that dragons can indeed call out woohoo? I cannot replicate such a sound, Aoyi asked, brimming with curiosity. Boom. Aoyi felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being stiffening. Here I am discussing my inability to defeat the master of a hidden sect, and you ask me if dragons call out woo? Do you wish to learn how to do so? Aoyu gazed at his son with a wry smile. And no, I do not wish to. Aoyu suddenly sensed that things had taken a turn for the worse. He turned to leave. Not so fast. Allow me to assist you, and you shall learn how to call it. Father, do not come any closer. Woo! A streak of light darted into the river. Aoyu, with a swift kick, sent his son into the silver sky river and then turned to Zhang Han with a smile before leaping in after him. The frustration of being unable to contend with Zhang Han would inevitably fall upon Aoyu. Zhang Han watched the two figures disappear before him, at a loss for words. The esteemed Minister Turtle approached Zhang Han with utmost reverence. My lord, it is possible that the Dragon Lord may not return for a while. Perhaps you would accompany me to the Dragon Palace beneath the river? He may come to seek you shortly, which would save us considerable effort, suggested Minister Turtle. The Dragon Palace? Very well, let us go and take a look, Zhang Han replied with enthusiasm, for he had never before laid eyes upon the dwelling of the dragons. Please, follow me, Minister Turtle urged, promptly leading the way to the Dragon Palace beneath the river. Zhang Han followed closely behind, entering the waters of the Silver Sky River. The river posed no hindrance to Zhang Han. With a deft application of a protective formation, he skillfully shielded himself from the water, ensuring his garments remained dry. Thus, the pair, a man and a turtle, swiftly made their way towards the Dragon Palace beneath the Silver Sky River. Chapter 150. The Disgrace of the Silver Sky Dragon Mansion. Within the Silver Sky Dragon Mansion, Zhang Han and Long Jun Aoyu engaged in light-hearted conversation. The two scholars, one steeped in theoretical knowledge and the other seasoned by the passage of time, shared an abundance of topics. Their discourse traversed the gossamer tales of the cultivation world in the eastern cloud states to the ancient epics of yore. Aoyu, with his extensive experience, artfully led the conversation, subtly prying information about the Taoist sect from Zhang Han. The latter, youthful and somewhat oblivious to Aoyu's intentions, unwittingly divulged details that sent shivers down Aoyu's spine. The revelation that the hidden sect had indeed endured for 300 millennia was staggering. Furthermore, the notion that every member of the Taoist sect had ascended, with the esteemed Chu Sect Master on the precipice of ascension, filled Aoyu with dread. As he conversed, his mind wandered far beyond the palace, contemplating figures from the demon race 300,000 years prior. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Aoyu stood in a pitiful state. Under the guise of humbly seeking guidance, Aoyu had instructed him on the art of calling out in a flamboyant manner, meting out a year-long punishment of confinement for his indiscretion. After a moment of contemplation, Aoyu recalled a piece of recording stone from his storage ring. This stone captured the fierce battle between Zhang Han and his father, Long Jun Aoyu, including a confession from Aoyu himself. Initially believing he might face death, Aoyu had secretly recorded the encounter, hoping to leave a trace for potential aid. However, instead of a mere clue, he had inadvertently preserved a record of a grand battle. Determined to tarnish his father's reputation among his siblings, Aoyu devised a plan and summoned a shrimp soldier. Master 97, what is your command? The shrimp soldier inquired respectfully. Take this recording stone to my elder brother. Aoyu instructed eagerly, intent on exposing his father's vulnerability. Very well, Master 97. I shall deliver it to the eldest master, the shrimp soldier replied, accepting the stone. Aoyu watched as the soldier departed. Glancing back at Aoyu, who was still engrossed in conversation with Zhang Han, a satisfied smile dancing upon his lips. On the other side, the shrimp soldier, cradling the recording stone, proceeded towards the residence of the noble son. Though the combat prowess of such a soldier may be lacking, their swiftness is remarkable. Soon, the shrimp soldier entered a grand palace, the abode of Aobu, the foremost son among the dragon offspring of the Dragon Lord. At that moment, Aobu was hosting a banquet for esteemed guests from all corners of Yunzhou, comprising various demon clans. This gathering, occasionally organized at the behest of the Dragon Lord, served to fortify the standing of the Silver Sky River Dragon House. While engaging in conversation with numerous demon clans, Aobu was suddenly interrupted by the shrimp soldier delivering news that the 97th son had sent him a recording stone. Unfazed, Aobu took the stone and playfully activated it, eager to see what his younger brother had prepared. The moment the recording played, astonishment filled the air as the demon clans widened their eyes. Is this a human array master? Who claimed that array masters were trivial and inconsequential? They murmured in disbelief. Is this truly a minor path? Does one not require array materials to set up formations? How is this human able to create formations without them? Human, you have successfully captured my attention. I require all information about you within 3 minutes. The recording had revealed that the individual was a disciple of a hidden sect in Eastern State. A disciple capable of defeating the Dragon Lord? This hidden sect possesses an aura of terror. No wonder the protective array of the Dragon House was disturbed. It was due to the battle between the Dragon Lord and this person. The palace erupted into a cacophony of discussion among the demon clans, creating an atmosphere of fervor. Aobu's countenance turned pale. He had expected a commendable gift from Aou, yet instead received such a troubling revelation. If the contents of the recording were to spread, the Silver Sky River Dragon House would lose all face. Realizing this, Aobu hastily rose and tucked away the recording stone, addressing the guests. Esteemed guests, I assure you, this recording is, well, it is fabricated, created through a special technique. Please do not take it seriously. Consider it merely a source of amusement. Hey, you there? Are you using the recording stone to capture the recent scene? No, it must be deleted. Aobu attempted to clarify. However, the guests regarded him with peculiar expressions. To create such an illusion with a recording stone? Do you take us for fools? Truly, it is all fabricated. Do you believe me? Aobu implored earnestly. Yes, we believe. Indeed, we all believe. They chorused. By the way, noble Aobu, we have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Their words dripped with sarcasm. The Silver Sky River Dragon House is truly extraordinary, capable of producing such recordings. Quite impressive. With that, they departed one by one, their eyes twinkling with ulterior motives. Aobu wished to dissuade them, but it proved futile, leaving him in a state of despair, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 151. The initiative of Aou's propagation. A few days later, by the banks of the Silver Sky River, Aou and Zhang Han stood facing each other. After several days of conversation, Zhang Han decided it was time to depart. He felt somewhat embarrassed to linger any longer. Having received numerous gifts, provisions, and treasures during his stay at the Dragon Manor. Cough, cough, Dragon Lord. I must express my gratitude for your hospitality over these past few days, Zhang Han said elegantly. Not at all, not at all. Our meeting feels as if we have known each other for ages. There is no need for formality. Were it not for the fact that I am a demon and you are human, I would eagerly wish to bind our destinies as brothers. Aou responded earnestly. Such a gesture is unnecessary. Very well, Dragon Lord, this is where I shall take my leave. There is no need for further farewells. Please return. Zhang Han replied with a smile, having grown so comfortable that he now referred to Aou with the respectful you. No, no, I merely wish to see you off, Zhang Daoyu. You may proceed, Aou insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Observing this scene, Zhang Han chose not to say anything further. He nodded with a smile and declared, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Take care, Dragon Lord. With that, a magical array rose beneath him, lifting him into the air as he soared beyond the confines of the Silver Sky River. Aou stood still, quietly watching Zhang Han depart, contemplating the formidable power of his array manipulation. To harness the forces of nature in place of conventional materials for array formation, such a technique, where a mere thought could conjure an array, was indeed remarkable. Should the threshold for learning this method be lowered, it could undoubtedly eclipse existing array techniques. Alas, the complexity of this technique was such that few could master it. Shaking his head, Aou turned to return to the river. After all, he had now established a connection with Zhang Han. This mysterious and powerful hidden sect was now intertwined with his fate, potentially offering future opportunities. Just as he was about to head back into the river, a streak of light soared from the distance, heading straight toward the Silver Sky River. Who is this? Aou frowned, extending his hand. Instantly, his palm transformed into a colossal dragon claw, intercepting the streak of light. As he grasped the light, he discerned the figure within. It was a shrimp soldier. Whose subordinate are you? How reckless to approach the Dragon Manor in such a manner. Has no one taught you the rules? Aou's expression remained impassive, exuding an air of authority. It was only in Zhang Han's presence that he softened his demeanor. In truth, he held the rules in high regard, allowing no one to breach them. However, if he himself were to transgress, that would be a different matter. The shrimp soldier, trembling and disoriented, immediately knelt, fear evident on his face. Greetings, Dragon Lord. There are new rumors about you circulating within the borders of Yunju, and this time, they say there are even images accompanying the tales. The shrimp soldier hastily spoke. What rumors? What images? Aou paused momentarily, then let out a cold laugh. Could it be that this group of cultivators had concocted yet another tale and employed some peculiar means to fabricate an image, attempting to deceive others? Your Majesty, the rumor is that you were defeated by a disciple of a hidden sect, and you even personally admitted that the previous rumors were indeed true. The shrimp soldier hesitated before continuing. And the image? Aoya's tone became somewhat peculiar. He recalled that this matter was known to no one outside. How could it have spread? Your Majesty, it is here. The shrimp soldier produced a memory stone from his pocket. Aoya extended his hand slightly, and the memory stone flew into his grasp. Infusing it with his power, he activated the stone. An image flickered forth, projecting before Aoya. At the outset of the image, within a mundane city, a young man clutched the memory stone, sprinting through the bustling streets. The Dragon Lord of the demon race has suffered a great defeat at the Silver Sky River. Come and see. After much commotion, the young man stood in a plaza, facing countless ordinary people, activating the memory stone. The scene of Aoya's fierce battle with Zhang Han materialized, including the dialogue where Aoya admitted that the previous rumors were indeed facts. Observing the content of the image, a bitter smile crept across Aoya's face. There was little he could do. These were indeed his words, and he had acknowledged that the rumors were true. If a disciple from a hidden sect could best him, then if the inscrutable Lord Chu truly intervened, it would likely result in his utter defeat. Hence, he had conceded that the rumors were not unfounded. Yet, why had this information leaked? Few were privy to this matter. Only himself, Zhang Han, Aoya, and the Turtle Prime Minister knew. He and Zhang Han had remained within the Dragon Palace, making it impossible for news to spread. The Turtle Prime Minister lacked the audacity to broadcast such tales. The only possibility remained with Aoya. However, Aoya still hesitated to affirm this as truth. Relay my command. Investigate the source of this image. Aoya decisively ordered. The shrimp soldier complied, swimming into the river to convey the Dragon Lord's command. It must be said that the influence of the Silver Sky River Dragon Palace was formidable. Within merely a couple of hours of thorough investigation, all information was obtained. Standing by the riverbank, Aoya listened to his subordinate's report. So, you are saying it was Aoya who recorded the image and actively disseminated it? Aoya spoke with an impassive expression, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Indeed, Your Majesty. Although it was an accident that led to this, it was certainly Prince Aoya who took the initiative to spread it. A shrimp soldier obediently responded. Upon hearing this, Aoya ceased to utter further words, silently returning to the river. He felt that Aoya needed to practice how to emit the sound of defeat. Meanwhile, in the territory of Dongzhou, outside the Tai Sword Sect, a group of visitors from the Central Plains arrived quietly. Chapter 152. Guests from Central State. The Grand Competition of 10,000 Sects. The Divine Movement continent is divided into 82 major states, among which Central State stands as the most formidable. It is universally acknowledged as the premier state, renowned for its vast expanse, the multitude and strength of its cultivators, and its abundant resources. One could assert that the combined might and resources of all the forces from the other 81 states pale in comparison to those of Central State. It is also the place that all cultivators aspire to reach. At this moment, outside the gates of the Tai Sword Sect in Eastern State, visitors from Central State have quietly arrived. Among them are 7 individuals, 5 young people, comprising 2 females and 3 males, alongside 2 elderly figures. This group gazes intently at the mountain gate, with the 5 young ones displaying peculiar expressions. They have come as representatives of the Central State Cultivators Alliance headquarters. The Grand Competition of 10,000 Sects, held every 3 years, is currently in the preparatory phase. As the name suggests, it is a grand contest among the sects across the continent. Any sect with recognized strength within the Divine Movement continent receives an invitation to participate in this illustrious event. However, only those sects that are powerful and esteemed are permitted entry. Ordinary sects are generally excluded, and even some lesser cultivation sanctuaries are deemed unworthy of participation. The peculiar expressions of the 5 young individuals naturally stem from their perception of the Tai Sword Sect's mountain gate as somewhat unimpressive. If this represents the sacred ground of Eastern State, then it is clear they could depart. The scale of this sacred place is evident from its entrance. It could either be a newly established sanctuary or a declining one, neither of which qualifies for the grand competition. Indeed, such a sanctuary lacks the qualifications to compete. A mere guess would suggest that a place of this scale possesses no more than 2 Tribulation Realm cultivators. As the 5 young ones engaged in their discussions, they unanimously deemed the Tai Sword Sect unworthy of participating in the grand competition, silently categorizing it among the lesser sanctuaries. Meanwhile, the 2 elderly figures remained motionless. After exchanging a glance, one of the elders, referred to as Ancient, stepped forward, casting a faint gaze upon the mountain gate of the Tai Sword Sect. Who informed you that we are here to extend an invitation to this Eastern State sanctuary? He inquired. Are you aware of the rumors surrounding Eastern State and the nearby regions of the cultivation world? The 5 young individuals shook their heads. How could they possibly concern themselves with the tales of Eastern State and its neighboring territories? Among the 82 states of the Divine Movement continent, only 16 are truly prosperous. The remaining major states are weak and scarcely regarded by the flourishing Central State and its peers. Being from Central State, it was unlikely they would pay heed to the rumors of Eastern State and the nearby locales. Observing their ignorance, the elder shook his head and took a step forward. Sighing softly, "You are indeed prideful. This attitude must change. The times have shifted, the era where the strong dominated, where Central State claimed 8.5 portions of power, and the other 15 states merely 1 portion, with the remaining half shared among the other major states, is now a thing of the past. Have you not noticed that in recent years, many formidable individuals have emerged from other states? For instance, a few years ago, there was Chu Yuan from Yunzhou, a talent of unparalleled brilliance." The elder spoke with a tone tinged with disappointment. The 5 young individuals shook their heads, their ears filtering in one side and out the other, ignoring the discourse. This amused the elder, who was left at a loss for words. Enough of this banter with these youngsters. Over a year ago, a hidden sect emerged from the East, rumored to have existed for 3 million years. Our purpose here is to seek out this ancient sect, another elder, referred to as Elder Chun, interjected. Upon hearing this, the 5 young individuals were momentarily taken aback. A hidden sect has emerged? That's not the crux of the matter. A sect that has existed for 3 million years? What epoch was 3 million years ago? Disregarding the bewildered youths, the 2 elders exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. They too were struck by the existence of a sect that has endured for 3 million years. Of course, they had their doubts regarding its authenticity. However, after a prominent figure from Zhongzhou elucidated the name of the hidden sect, Wudao sect, they no longer harbored skepticism. They recalled the words of that eminent individual. Ancient texts record that the unconditioned is the origin of heaven and earth, and the conditioned is the mother of all things. To dare to exist under the name of Wudao, unscathed by the backlash of heaven and earth, indicates that this sect is either a treasure of immeasurable worth or coeval with the heavens. Thus, they had never doubted the veracity of this hidden sect. This grand gathering of myriad sects was indeed to invite this ancient sect, as it warranted such an invitation. Moreover, it served as an opportunity to establish connections and see if they could forge a favorable relationship with the hidden sect. Enough speculation. Let us proceed to meet the master of this sacred land. It is said that the master is a disciple emerged from the hidden sect. Elder Chun waved his hand, steering the 5 young individuals back to focus. The 5 youths opened their mouths to speak, but the elders were disinterested in engaging them further. They led the group up the mountain. After a brief announcement, they were granted an audience with the master of Tai Sword Sect, Yi Luo. In the grand hall atop the Tai Sword Sect, Yi Luo met the 7 individuals. When he learned that they sought to invite the Wudao sect to Zhongzhou for the grand gathering of myriad sects, he was momentarily taken aback. After regaining his composure, Yi Luo's first inquiry was, "Why did you not extend an invitation to my Tai Sword Sect?" This question left the 2 elders somewhat embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy pause, one finally spoke up. "Indeed, your sect possesses tremendous strength and an imposing presence. However, it has only recently been established and lacks the requisite foundation. Perhaps in the next grand gathering, your sect will be invited." Elder Gu replied with a gentle refusal. "So, to put it plainly, my Tai Sword Sect is lacking?" Yi Luo remarked with an expressionless demeanor. "Not at all. It is merely a matter of insufficient foundation," Elder Gu responded with a cheerful smile. "Enough, enough. A dish is merely a dish. What is the purpose of your lengthy discourse? Are you suggesting a visit to my esteemed master to propose the participation of the Wudao sect in the grand assembly of 10,000 sects?" Yi Luo remarked, rolling his eyes. "Indeed, indeed." Gu Lao quickly nodded in agreement. "However, this may not be feasible. Without my master's decree, I cannot escort you to meet him. Perhaps it would be better if you provide me with the invitation letter, and I shall inquire with my master on your behalf." Yi Luo waved his hand dismissively. "Well." Gu Lao hesitated momentarily. According to protocol, they were required to deliver the invitation letter directly to the invited sect. Yet, given that this was a reclusive sect, it was not unusual for outsiders to be prohibited from entering. However, the thought of not being able to go left him somewhat dissatisfied. After pondering for a moment, Gu Lao spoke up. Chapter 153. A stone, perhaps? In the grand hall of the main peak, the ancient one hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Thus, esteemed friend Yi, you may convey the invitation to your master. However, I have a small request that I hope you might assist with. I hold a certain admiration for the Unpathed sect. When you return, could you perhaps bring me something to broaden my horizons? It need not be anything precious, Merely a few stones from the ground of the Unpathed sect would suffice. The Ancient One gestured dismissively. A sect with a legacy spanning 3 million years. Even a mere stone should possess extraordinary qualities, one would think. Are you not from the Central State? Why do you seek even stones? Yi Luo regarded him with a peculiar expression. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One displayed an awkward demeanor. The Central State? There are no sects with a 3 million year legacy there. Not to mention 3 million years. Even those with a mere 10,000-year heritage are scarce. Ahem, I am simply curious. If you could assist, it would be most appreciated. If it proves inconvenient, it is of no matter. The Ancient One coughed softly and continued. Very well, please hand me the invitation. Yi Luo nodded, though his gaze remained somewhat perplexed. Did they not say that the resources of the Central State were abundant? Yet here he was, requesting stones. Noticing Yi Luo's reaction, the Ancient One exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Chun. Understanding, Elder Chun retrieved a luminous orb from his storage ring. The orb, the size of a fist, shimmered with intricate runes, exuding an air of mystery. This is the invitation. It merely requires someone at the Golden Core realm or above to infuse their spiritual energy to unveil its information. Elder Chen presented the orb to Yi Luo. Seated beside him, Yi Luo accepted the orb casually, observing it closely but unable to discern anything remarkable. He then stored it in his ring and nodded in acknowledgement. I kindly ask you all to rest within my sect for a while. I shall return to the Unpathed sect shortly. Should you require anything, feel free to approach my sect's disciples. With that, he vanished without awaiting a response from the two elders. His speed was so remarkable that they hardly registered his departure. Once Yi Luo had completely left, the two elders exchanged astonished glances, both astounded. Both were beings of the Tribulation Crossing realm, and yet they had failed to catch even a glimpse of Yi Luo's movements. Above the Tribulation Crossing realm lies Ascension. Yi Luo must be of that realm, and therein lies the crucial point. Despite being of the same realm, they had not perceived Yi Luo's departure at all. Elder Chun, who in our realm could elude our senses so completely? The Ancient One inquired privately. The eldest son of the Yi family from the Central State, Yi Wu. He is renowned as the prodigy closest to the path of ascension. Elder Chun replied, his eyes gleaming with insight. Elder Chun, do you not feel that there are rather too many prodigies bearing the surname Yi? There's already a group in the Central State, not to mention that fellow named Yi Chun from Yun State, and now this one, Yi Luo, from the hidden sect in the Eastern State. The Ancient One transmitted once more. It is thus, perhaps it is better to return. What? Do you wish to change your surname? That cannot be, for you are Gu Yi, and you would become Yi, grandfather? Chen Lao communicated in response. What did you say about changing names? Yi. Next phrase. Grandfather? Quite melodious. Chen Lao, you are no longer a child. Are you not being childish to indulge in such whims? Chen Lao wore an expression of helplessness, uncertain of how to respond. Nevertheless, Gu Lao was exceedingly pleased, laughing for quite some time before resuming his communication. This Yi Luo is indeed an extraordinary individual, hailing from a reclusive sect. However, it remains to be seen if this sect has produced any other prodigies apart from Yi Luo. Gu Lao was midway through his transmission when, suddenly, a streak of light soared from the distant horizon, swiftly landing in Gu Lao's hand. Upon receiving the light, a message materialized in his mind, and his expression grew peculiar. What is it? Chen Lao, unable to continue communicating, directly inquired. Just now, news came from the Cloud Prefecture Alliance of Cultivators, stating that we need not proceed there. Gu Lao replied. Initially, the alliance had made arrangements with them, requesting that after they concluded their matters, they would convey peace to the Dragon Lord of the Demon Clan while passing through Cloud Prefecture, thus quelling the unrest. They had agreed. Yet now they claim it is unnecessary. Why is it unnecessary? Have they resolved it? Chen Lao furrowed his brow. Yes, they have resolved it, to be precise. It was not them, but a disciple from a reclusive sect in the Eastern Prefecture who defeated the Dragon Lord and mediated this matter. Gu Lao stated. A disciple from a reclusive sect in the Eastern Prefecture? Have disciples from other reclusive sects in the Eastern Prefecture emerged? Defeated the Dragon Lord? Are you certain that this Dragon Lord is the one surnamed Ao? That Dragon Lord is exceedingly formidable in physical prowess. You cannot be jesting. Chen Lao remarked, puzzled. He was well aware of that Dragon Lord. Despite residing in the remote Cloud Prefecture, the name of this Dragon Lord was not insignificant. Renowned for his unparalleled physical strength throughout the land, many from the Central Prefecture had also heard of the name Ao Longjun. Yet, to think he was defeated by a disciple of a reclusive sect? Are disciples of such sects truly that powerful? This disciple from the reclusive sect employed formations without the need for materials, formation diagrams, or time, relying solely on such means to vanquish the Dragon Lord. Do you comprehend? Gu Lao said with a bitter smile. Impossible. I also dabble in formations. Do not deceive me. Can one truly establish a formation without materials, diagrams, or time? If such a method existed, I could. Do you see this table? If it were true, I could consume this very table, Chen Lao asserted, pointing to a square table beside them. Upon witnessing this, Gu Lao quietly activated an image within the light. The scene depicted a fierce battle between Zhang Han and Ao Yi, showcasing Zhang Han's effortless establishment of formations, entirely devoid of materials, diagrams, or time. Gu Lao gazed intently at this imagery. The projection continued until the moment when Ao Yi admitted that the rumors were indeed true, at which point it abruptly halted. The Ancient One retrieved the image and turned to his side, only to discover that Old Chun had inexplicably vanished. The Ancient One's gaze shifted toward the entrance of the Grand Hall, where Old Chun was silently preparing to depart. Old Chun, do not be in such haste to leave. Come, we must partake in a meal. We are both individuals of considerable repute. Over there, a few young ones, do not just stand idly. Go fetch the table. And please, get a cup of hot water. It will make it easier to swallow, the Ancient One said with a cheerful demeanor. Let us not jest. Surely this is but a frivolous remark, Old Chun quickly retorted. Absolutely not. The Ancient One firmly rejected. He harbored a deep disdain for those who would exploit hospitality for free meals, especially those who refused to settle the bill. Such individuals deserve to be dealt with harshly. Chapter 154. Chu Yuan's wind-splitting palm on Mount Tianwu. Within the Unpathed sect, in the palace of Chu Yuan, he had prepared for several days. Ready to attempt another breakthrough, he began to absorb the spiritual energy, gathering it within his dantian, determined to make a concerted effort to advance. Seated on the mat within the palace, Chu Yuan meticulously followed the steps of his breakthrough. Observing keenly, he noticed that as the spiritual energy coalesced within his dantian, the barrier characteristic of the early stage of qi refinement had notably begun to loosen. If he adhered to the established procedure, he was confident that he could smoothly transition into the mid-stage of qi refinement. Upon reaching this new stage, coupled with his extensive research on foundational techniques, he would possess a robust foundation strong enough to rival that of the foundation establishment stage. The prospect of battling beyond his realm filled Chu Yuan with delight. According to common knowledge, those capable of such feats were often regarded as prodigies. Though he would merely be advancing from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, it still constituted an elevation. To transcend one's limits was the hallmark of a true genius. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuan suppressed his thoughts and devoted himself entirely to the breakthrough. Under his command, the spiritual energy began to assail the barrier, which grew increasingly pliable. It was imminent. He was on the verge of entering the mid-stage of qi refinement. With his eyes shut, he continued to press against the barrier. A sharp crack resonated from within him as the barrier loosened further. Chu Yuan could even sense the burgeoning power of the mid-stage of qi refinement. Just at that critical moment, a voice from outside the palace pierced his concentration. Master, your disciple Yi Luo has matters to discuss. I beseech you to appear. The timing of this interruption was most unfortunate. Chu Yuan, who was a mere step away from the mid-stage of qi refinement, felt the barrier had lost its hold on him. Yet, in this precarious state of near breakthrough, he was abruptly halted. His expression darkened. Just a little more. And yet Yi Luo had returned, interrupting him at this crucial juncture. Did this disciple seek his own demise? Furthermore, what was the current state of his cultivation? Was he still in the early stage of qi refinement, or had he progressed to the mid-stage? It seemed he was neither fully in the early nor the mid-stage. Anger mingled with confusion as Chu Yuan grappled with his uncertain standing. Perhaps he was in a transitional phase between the early and mid-stages of qi refinement? Taking a deep breath, he tried to comprehend his own cultivation level, but this did not quell his fury. This disciple had better provide an explanation, lest he experience firsthand the wrath of qi refinement. Slowly rising, Chu Yuan opened the palace door and stepped outside. His gaze fell upon the familiar figure kneeling before the palace, identical to the last encounter, having interrupted his breakthrough once again. Yi Luo, seeing his master emerge, immediately bowed in respect. Disciple Yi Luo pays his respects to master. Yi Luo spoke with utmost reverence. Ah, my dear child, what brings you here? Chu Yuan replied, a semblance of a kind smile gracing his features as he scrutinized Yi Luo with keen interest. The disciple appears to be at the stage of transformation, does it not? I seek counsel. Is there a possibility for one in the qi refinement stage to overpower someone at the transformation stage? I await your response with urgency. Meanwhile, Yi Luo, kneeling on the ground, remained oblivious to the simmering ire concealed within his master's gaze. Master, I have indeed come with a matter of significance. Pertaining to the grand competition of the 10,000 sects, Yi Luo replied obediently. Oh, the grand competition of the 10,000 sects? Come in, and we shall discuss it further, Chu Yuan said kindly, extending his hand to push the palace door open wider. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo promptly rose to his feet and stepped into the hall. Chu Yuan silently stood behind him, channeling all his spiritual energy into his hand, and unleashed a wind-cleaving palm aimed at Yi Luo's back. However, the attack did not reach Yi Luo. An invisible force dissipated Chu Yuan's strike a mere 3 centimeters from Yi Luo's garment. Sensing something amiss, Yi Luo turned to look at his master, furrowing his brow and glancing around the palace. Master, is there a wind-concentrating formation within this palace? Why do I feel a chill? Yi Luo inquired curiously. Chu Yuan replied, I have trained for a month on this wind-cleaving palm, and you say it feels chilly? How rude. Now, speak, what is the matter? Chu Yuan felt a wave of despair. Even approaching this individual was fraught with difficulty, let alone landing a hit. Master, someone from the central continent wishes to invite you to participate in the grand competition of the 10,000 sects. Here is the invitation. Please accept it and decide whether to attend, Yi Luo said, retrieving the luminous invitation from his storage ring and presenting it to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan maintained his affable smile as he accepted the glowing orb, scrutinizing it closely. He attempted to infuse it with his magical energy, only to discover it was of no use. How does one open this thing? Has the cultivation world become so sophisticated that even an invitation requires a manual? Luo, why don't you try opening it? Chu Yuan decisively returned the orb to Yi Luo. How could he admit his ignorance in this matter? As the orb landed in Yi Luo's hands, he hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at his master before not dwelling on it further. With a flicker of magical energy, the invitation was instantly unveiled. Waves of information sought to penetrate his mind, yet Yi Luo halted them, concentrating his thoughts to coalesce the information into a luminous orb, which he then returned to his master. Master, this is the invitation. The visitors from the central continent expressly wish for you to review it. Please take a look, Yi Luo spoke slowly. Chu Yuan, standing to the side within the hall, blinked in surprise. How exactly was this orb opened? Did Yi Luo infuse it with magical energy? He too had tried, yet noticed no response. Could it be that an invitation had an inherent bias against those in the qi refinement stage? After a moment of silence, Chu Yuan placed his palm on the orb once more. Instantly, a cascade of information flooded into his mind. The grand competition of the 10,000 sects. The grand competition of the sects, gathering the 82 great states of the continent, is upon us. With this invitation, one may journey to the central state in 5 months' time to partake in the illustrious event. The information is overwhelming. Yet Chu Yuan managed to grasp a few pivotal details. For instance, the location of the grand competition and the enticing rewards it promises. Upon discovering the rewards, Chu Yuan felt a surge of vitality. Within the radiant orb, there exists a section dedicated to documenting the ranking rewards of the competition, listed from highest to lowest. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan directed his gaze towards the lowest tier. The humble reward for the 50,000th place is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and a low-grade magical artifact. High-grade spirit stones. 1 low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold. 1 medium-grade spirit stone can be traded for 100 low-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone can procure 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Just imagine the worth of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chu Yuan felt as though he might be overwhelmed by gold. Chapter 155. The Wu Dao sect will participate in the grand competition of 10,000 sects. The rewards for the grand competition of 10,000 sects in the Central Plains are exceedingly generous. Even the 5th place contender will receive 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and a low-grade magical artifact. The rewards for higher rankings are even more extravagant, each surpassing the last. This sight made Chu Yuan's eyes glimmer with envy. Particularly, one passage caught his attention. There are 50,000 slots in this competition, with an invitation extended to 10,000 sects, each permitted to field 5 participants. This implies that simply by participating, they would garner rewards, with the minimum being 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and a low-grade magical artifact. Were it not for the stipulation that only disciples could compete, Chu Yuan would have wished to enter the fray himself. Although his skills were somewhat lacking, he could at least secure the last place. Alas! With a sigh, Chu Yuan pondered anew. While he could not compete, disciples like Yi Luo, Zhang Han, and Su Qianyuan could indeed participate. After all, these 3 had propelled him through 3 major realms. It wouldn't be unreasonable for them to compete, secure a ranking, and claim their rewards. Moreover, their cultivation levels were not trivial. Who could say what ranks they might achieve? The pressing matter was to persuade Yi Luo to join him in this sect competition. It was essential to remember that Yi Luo had been expelled from the sect by him. With this thought, Chu Yuan steadied his mind and fixed his gaze upon Yi Luo ahead. Luo, we must participate in this grand competition of 10,000 sects. I intend to have you join as well. What do you think? Chu Yuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo, standing within the palace, was momentarily taken aback. His master was willing to let him participate in such a grand competition as a disciple of the Wu Dao sect. He had already departed from the sect and established a sanctuary for cultivation elsewhere, no longer officially a disciple of Wu Dao sect. To his surprise, his master still wished for him to compete in the grand competition of 10,000 sects under the banner of Wu Dao sect. Did his master perceive his desire to participate? Thus, he spoke. His master was still concerned for him. Even after leaving the sect, his master's care remained as steadfast as ever. At that moment, Yi Luo was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. The words spoken by his master before he departed from the sect echoed vividly in his mind. Luo, after leaving the mountain, cultivate diligently. If you encounter troubles in the future, feel free to return and seek my protection. Indeed, his master had not changed in the slightest, remaining the same. Yi Luo was profoundly moved. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan was oblivious to these sentiments. Noticing his disciple's silence, he assumed Yi Luo wished to discuss the allocation of rewards. After a moment's thought, he resolved to have a thorough discussion with his disciple, perhaps conceding a bit, agreeing to a 50-50 split. Chu Yuan prepared to speak. Luo, if it's about the rewards. Yet before he could finish, Yi Luo abruptly interjected, interrupting him. Master, I am willing to accompany you and fight for the Wu Dao sect. Yi Luo exclaimed, bowing deeply, his excitement palpable. You are willing? Chu Yuan paused for a moment and inquired. Shall we not first allocate the rewards? I am willing. Yi Luo replied with unwavering conviction. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, a testament to my teaching. Chu Yuan was elated at that moment. His eldest disciple had attained the transformation realm over a year ago. With such a level of mastery, surely he could secure at least the 40,000th rank. Moreover, this was solely for his eldest disciple. Let us not forget that he also has a second and third disciple. As for the fourth disciple, there was no need to consider him. A once promising talent he had inadvertently ruined was already destined for the 50,000th rank. Calculating this, if he participated in such a grand competition, he could amass a fortune. At that time, the rewards could be distributed, with a portion going to the eldest disciple, while the second and third disciples would be promptly expelled from the sect, thus negating the need for reward distribution. And the fourth disciple? Being a mere mortal, it was only fitting for the master to safeguard him. With these thoughts, Chu Yuan was filled with joy. All right, Luo, you should return and respond to the guest from Zhongzhou, correct? Inform them that our Wu Dao sect will be participating in this grand competition. Additionally, see if you can locate Zhang Han and bring him back. After reveling in his happiness for a while, Chu Yuan calmed himself and spoke. As you command, master, the disciple replied with a bow, then turned to leave the palace. Chu Yuan watched Yi Luo depart and closed the palace door, subsequently resuming his study of the information regarding the grand competition of 10,000 sects within the Orb of Light. To be precise, he was examining the details of the rewards. Throughout that day, the palace resonated with a haunting laughter, a sound that might have startled passers-by were it not for the numerous soundproofing formations in place. Meanwhile, at the foothills of Tianwu Mountain, Yi Luo intended to return directly to the Tai Sword sect. However, upon reflection, he recalled having promised the old man he would procure a stone from the Wu Dao sect. In his eagerness to see his master, he had momentarily forgotten. Simply picking up a random stone? Too troublesome. How about casually gathering one? That felt too dismissive. After pondering for a while, Yi Luo decided to consult his junior disciple. He remembered that his junior's cultivation cave was filled with stones tainted by earth fiends. Surely, they would not be ordinary. He could easily present one to appease the old man. Convinced of this course of action, Yi Luo nodded in agreement and headed toward the cave where Su Qianyuan resided. Soon, he arrived outside the cave. He initially intended to call Su Qianyuan out directly, but as he approached the cave entrance, he suddenly froze. He noticed that the space outside the cave appeared to be disturbed, rippling as if influenced by some unseen force. The instability of the space? No fluctuations of spiritual energy? Was this the result of his junior's physical prowess? It had been a while since they last met, and his junior had grown remarkably strong to affect the external space from within the cave. Yi Luo raised an eyebrow and murmured softly to himself. Such combat prowess. He sensed that the second brother would likely be surpassed by the third brother. Although Zhang Han's formation is formidable, should Su Qianyuan close the distance, he may suffer significant losses. If Su Qianyuan possesses sufficient strength, he could potentially obliterate Zhang Han. This third brother has truly risen to prominence. One wonders what expression Zhang Han would wear upon realizing that the future sect leader would not be him and that he was defeated by the third brother. Yi Luo revealed a glimmer of anticipation in his smile. With a flick of his hand, a surge of magical energy coalesced into a rune and flew into the cave to inform Su Qianyuan. After a while, the formation at the cave's entrance was deactivated, and a figure emerged. It was none other than Su Qianyuan. Senior brother. Su Qianyuan greeted with a bow. Junior brother, you are quite impressive, Yi Luo remarked, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Su Qianyuan. It was not mere flattery. Su Qianyuan truly captivated him at that moment. Chapter 156. The Ascendant. Su Qianyuan at the midsection of Tianwu Mountain, before a cave. Yi Luo gazed at the figure of Su Qianyuan with admiration. At this moment, Su Qianyuan exuded an aura distinctly different from his former self. With a shining bald head and his upper body bare, he was not particularly towering. Yet he possessed a refined quality. His muscles were well-defined, and an intangible ferocity surrounded him. Standing there, he resembled a legendary beast, perpetually radiating a sense of impending danger. This menacing presence even instilled a flicker of unease in Yi Luo, a testament to Su Qianyuan's prowess. Third junior brother, you have truly progressed. How long has it been since our last encounter? Your growth and strength is remarkable, Yi Luo exclaimed in admiration. Master brother, it is merely the guidance of our esteemed mentor. During my last training, I encountered a bottleneck and sought the master for advice. After receiving his insights, I broke through the barrier and discovered a new path in physical cultivation, thus significantly enhancing my combat capabilities, Su Qianyuan said, forcing a smile upon his face. The thought of the Grand Elder, who had betrayed him, now working under this master brother, made him slightly uncomfortable. A new path in physical cultivation? What is it? Might I inquire further? Yi Luo, intrigued by the mention of a new approach, pressed for details. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyuan had no reservations. He had intended to fully comprehend the path of physical cultivation and leave behind a legacy within the Wudao sect to enrich its foundation. Thus, sharing this information with his master brother felt entirely appropriate. It is quite simple, really. The last time, Master instructed me to concentrate on physical refinement. I dedicated myself to honing my fists, and my strength undeniably increased. I also unlocked another perspective, blood refinement. Within our bodies lie countless drops of blood. By employing the earthly Sha to refine each drop, the resulting refined blood possesses power and can be manipulated. While a single drop may not wield significant strength, the human body contains a multitude of blood. If one can master each drop, then the resultant power could be truly formidable. Furthermore, I sense there is considerable potential within blood refinement that I have yet to explore, Su Qianyuan elaborated slowly. Junior brother, in the realm of physical cultivation, you ought to be regarded as the foremost expert of our time. Yi Luo, after a prolonged silence, finally expressed this sentiment. Master brother, is that not a mere platitude? Besides myself, how many others engage in physical cultivation? The pinnacle of this path is merely the golden core stage. The rest is derived from my own reflections combined with the Master's guidance, Su Qianyuan retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. That may be so, but is it not true that each of us under the Master has carved our own paths? Yi Luo countered, shaking his head. Indeed, Master brother. Yet, I am curious as to what our junior sister has been studying, Su Qianyuan remarked, casting a curious glance up the mountain. That, I cannot say for certain. Until junior sister reveals it herself, how can any of us truly know? Yi Luo replied. Well, indeed, but my esteemed senior brother. What brings you to seek me this time? Su Qianyuan inquired. It's nothing of great importance. It's merely that our master has decided to participate in the 10,000 clans grand competition. You shall also partake in it, so be prepared, Yi Luo replied, contemplating for a moment before divulging all matters concerning the 10,000 clans grand competition to Su Qianyuan. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyuan immediately expressed his ambition to secure a place among the top 10. His tone exuded a confidence that seemed to dismiss the talents of the entire continent. This left Yi Luo momentarily taken aback. Junior brother, are you truly so confident? Yi Luo inquired, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Surely, you cannot be serious about securing a top 10 position? Su Qianyuan, with a playful tone, teased. It seems we have yet to engage with the prodigies from other great continents. Why, dear junior brother, do you possess such unwavering confidence? Yi Luo responded with a hint of peculiarity. However, senior brother, if I recall correctly, This 10,000 clans grand competition is exclusively for those of our generation, is it not? I may have been a former lord of the Eastern States' sacred grounds, and you are the current lord, yet we hail from a hidden sect. To dominate over those of the younger generation, should we fail to secure a notable position, it would indeed bring disgrace upon our master, Chu Yuan articulated. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but feel his face flush. Indeed, upon reflection, it seemed to be the case. Both of them were lords of the sacred grounds, emerging from a hidden sect. And to bully those of the younger generation would be rather embarrassing if they failed to achieve any rank. They ought to exhibit a modicum of humility, rather than such resolute certainty. All right. Then, junior brother, why don't you fetch me a stone from your cave? Yi Luo gestured dismissively. What do you need a stone for, senior brother? Chu Yuan asked, perplexed. Oh, nothing much, just to deceive a fool. Just go and fetch it, Yi Luo replied casually. Understood. Chu Yuan nodded and turned back towards the cave. He casually picked up a stone and returned to hand it to Yi Luo. Yi Luo gazed down at the stone, infused with earthly energy, and stowed it away in his storage ring, nodding in satisfaction as he prepared to depart. Yet, before he could leave, Chu Yuan suddenly called out to him. Senior brother, wait. Chu Yuan's tone was urgent, fearing that Yi Luo might take his leave without a word. What is it? Do you have something else, junior brother? Yi Luo inquired. Senior brother, ever since my breakthrough, I have yet to engage in actual combat. I wonder if you could impart some guidance? Chu Yuan implored earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo's expression froze for a moment before a smile graced his face. Oh, it seems our third brother has become rather lofty since his breakthrough. Chapter 157. A golden legend beyond the Tianwu mountain lies an expansive and boundless range of mountains. Yi Luo has brought Chu Yuan to this place. The two stand facing each other. In contrast to Chu Yuan's expression brimming with combat spirit, Yi Luo appears rather unperturbed. Yet an intangible aura of pride showcases his extraordinary nature. Come, junior brother. The Master's palace is shielded by formations that muffle sound. Our sparring here will not disturb our master, so feel free to unleash your full strength without reservation, Yi Luo stated calmly. Senior brother, you should take the first move. By seniority, it is only right that you initiate, Chu Yuan responded with deference. Are you serious? Yi Luo inquired, his expression shifting slightly. Last time, the second brother said the same thing, and he ended up being thoroughly defeated. Of course, senior brother, do not underestimate me. I am quite strong now. You may unleash your full power without concern, Chu Yuan proclaimed, throwing a casual punch into the air beside him. Instantly, ripples spread through the space, revealing the tyrannical and terrifying force he possessed. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo nodded thoughtfully and replied, very well. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky. A terrifying sword aura surged forth, as if the heavens and earth were being cleaved by a sharp blade. An invisible sword intent enveloped the surroundings. With the wind howling fiercely, uprooting trees and sending debris swirling into the air, creating a scene reminiscent of world annihilation. In recent days, it was not only Zhang Han and Chu Yuan who were growing. Yi Luo too was evolving and becoming stronger. Compared to his former self, Yi Luo now exuded an even greater might, as if he had conjured a realm belonging to swords with a mere thought. Junior brother, are you still certain you wish for me to unleash my full power? Yi Luo hovered in midair, surrounded by an array of flying swords formed from the swirling sword winds, his robe billowing and his black hair dancing, resembling a celestial being or a demon. As he gazed down upon Chu Yuan. In response, Chu Yuan did not answer, but instead raised his own aura. A formidable force enveloping his body to withstand the sword winds. An invisible ferocity surged towards Yi Luo above, and his aura seemed to faintly resemble that of someone on the verge of transcending tribulations. Senior brother, do not hold back. Whoever shows fear is a coward. Chu Yuan looked up resolutely at Yi Luo. Hearing this, Yi Luo's eyes were shrouded in a layer of dark light, an ancient aura emanating from him. This was a technique acquired from the relics of the ancient sword sovereign. In an instant, his momentum intensified further. And now, junior brother, Yi Luo inquired once more, still refraining from attacking. Senior brother, truly do not hold back. I will not back down. Despite sensing the pressure emanating from Yi Luo, Chu Yuan remained confident, insisting that Yi Luo unleash his full strength. Observing this scene, Yi Luo raised an eyebrow, silently concluding that this third brother had become rather arrogant. To desire him to exert his full power without a challenge would be remiss of him as the elder brother. As he contemplated, Yi Luo ceased to hesitate. Unleashing his full power, the endless sword gourd was summoned forth, invoking the might of the spiritual treasure. Simultaneously, he activated the golden runes residing in his mind, empowering the endless sword gourd with their radiant essence. In an instant, the gourd's formidable presence surged dramatically. Below, Su Qianyuan initially perceived Yi Luo's aura to be nothing extraordinary. However, upon witnessing the terrifying force of the endless sword gourd enhanced by the golden runes, he was immediately filled with dread. His instincts warned him that should he be struck by that gourd, the pain would linger far longer than that of the earthly fiend's body refinement. Senior brother, hold back. Please retract that thing, and we shall spar again. Su Qianyuan shouted urgently. What? No holding back. Very well, I shall unleash my full strength. Yi Luo feigned ignorance, playfully responding while infusing the gourd with his entire essence of Tao. No, hold back. Su Qianyuan cried out in desperation. Not holding back. Oh, here it comes. Yi Luo grinned, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned the endless sword gourd to face Su Qianyuan. Boom. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted. The endless sword gourd emitted a golden beam of light, hurtling directly towards Su Qianyuan. With a resounding crash, the very heavens trembled, and a golden mushroom cloud ascended. The invisible shockwave swept through the surroundings, obliterating the entire mountain range in an instant. It appeared as though the world was on the brink of apocalypse, with Yi Luo standing enscathed in the heavens, gazing down upon the mortal realm. Yet, in this moment, Yi Luo was not as composed as he seemed. His consciousness was frantically probing the shattered, collapsing mountains below. The power of the golden legend had spiraled out of control, manifesting far greater than anticipated. He feared that Su Qianyuan might have been struck down by his inadvertent attack. Alarmed, Yi Luo's spirit searched desperately. He had never imagined that the combination of the golden runes and the infusion of Tao essence into the endless sword gourd would trigger such a colossal chain reaction. The thought of inadvertently killing Su Qianyuan was too dreadful to entertain. After nearly a stick of incense's time spent searching, he finally caught sight of something reflective amidst the debris of rocks. A smooth, glistening head. There you are, third junior brother. Chapter 158. The Steed. Within the borders of Yunzhou, in a private room of a mundane tavern, Zhang Han savored a table laden with ordinary delicacies, reminiscing about his past as a mere wastrel. Occasionally, a hint of nostalgia flickered across his visage. However, his expression turned to one of exasperation as he observed the figure seated opposite him, ravenously consuming food and drink. Honestly, my friend, Zhang Han sighed. You can accompany me, but must you indulge in my meals? These common dishes hold no value for you. The figure across from him was none other than Prince Aou, the 97th of the Dragon Monarch. Just a few days prior, he had approached Zhang Han, beseeching him for refuge, claiming his father, the Dragon Monarch, sought to take his life. Caught off guard, Zhang Han reluctantly agreed to shelter him. Initially, he had intended for the arrangement to last merely a few days, but to his dismay, Aou clung to him stubbornly, refusing to leave. Unperturbed, Aou continued to feast upon the fare before him. While these mundane dishes may have lacked significance, they provided a momentary distraction, and since there was little else to consume, he indulged without a trace of embarrassment. So, when do you plan to depart? Zhang Han inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Leave? Absolutely not. If I were to leave, my father would surely kill me, Aou replied, shaking his head vigorously. Surely, that cannot be true. After all, you are the son of the Dragon Monarch. Zhang Han responded with a sigh. Ah, you do not understand. My elder brother was treated as an accomplice by my father and was imprisoned in the Dragoness lair. If I, the principal offender, am captured, my fate would be sealed. Aou shuddered at the thought. Sealed? They cannot possibly execute you. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow. Not execution, no. Our Silver Sky Dragon House is currently engaged in a breeding initiative. If I were to be apprehended, my father would undoubtedly use my pure dragon blood to sire a breeding dragon. Aou quaked at the prospect of being forced to mate with various beastly creatures. There is no way I can return. Not for anything in the world. I feel safe only by your side. After all, you have the power to confront my father, and he would grant you some respect, Aou reflected. In his mind, he could think of no one else capable of providing him solace. Given the Dragon Monarch's stature among the beast clans, he had nowhere to escape to unless he sought refuge among the humans. Yet, the human race held no affection for their kind. Thus, he had come to Zhang Han. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han chuckled softly, unsure of how to respond. Very well. If you wish to stay, then so be it. After all, as I train here in Yunzhou, having you along poses no significant burden. With these thoughts in mind, he picked up a cup of murky wine, preparing to drink. Just then, a golden flying sword inexplicably soared into the room from outside the tavern. Zhang Han cast his gaze upon the flying sword, his brow arching in curiosity. The sword was suffused with the aura of his elder brother. He extended his hand to receive the weapon, which immediately transformed into a stream of light and dissipated into the air. A wealth of information flooded his mind regarding the grand competition of the 10,000 sects, along with his master's directive to return to the sect promptly. Closing his eyes, Zhang Han delved into the details concerning the grand competition. Beside him, Aoyu could not resist stealing glances. What happened? That flying sword was for communication. Wasn't he it? What is going on? He inquired, curiosity brimming in his voice. Nothing much, but you must return now. I need to leave Yunzhou and head back to the sect, Zhang Han replied slowly, opening his eyes to meet Aoyu's gaze. You're going back to the sect? I can't come with you? Aoyu felt a sudden loss of interest in the chicken leg he held. What else? Do you wish to accompany me back to the sect? Zhang Han rolled his eyes in response. Aoyu fell silent, setting down the chicken leg as he sank into contemplation. Zhang Han, unfazed, continued to absorb information about the grand competition of the 10,000 sects. A grand contest gathering the mightiest sects of the continent. It was indeed a momentous occasion for the entire cultivation world. To participate in such a prestigious event and achieve a commendable ranking would surely enhance one's reputation significantly. Could it be? Was his master intending to publicly announce his succession to the position of sect leader amidst the attention of the masses? It seemed plausible. His master might perceive that his ascension was imminent and was seeking a swift means to elevate his standing, thus facilitating his participation in the grand competition to bolster his renown. At that opportune moment, he could also bequeath the leadership to him. Moreover, according to the information, even his elder brother, as well as his third junior brother and fourth junior sister, would be participating. It was evident that his master desired the support of their fellow sect members for him to ascend as the leader of Wudao's sect, to avert any potential discord among peers after the master's ascension. Indeed, that must be it. Master, your disciple understands. A gleam of determination sparkled in Zhang Han's eyes as he envisioned himself seated upon the throne of the sect leader. Let us make haste and return to the sect. His excitement surged, prompting him to rise and prepare for departure. Wait, hold on. Aoyu called out to him. What is it? Do you have something to say? Zhang Han turned around, a hint of exasperation evident in his voice. Never mind, never mind. If you are genuinely concerned about your father, I can go and speak with him before leaving Yunzhou, Aoyu suggested. No. Even if you speak with him, once you're gone, he will still punish me. Aoyu shook his head. What do you want then? Accompany me back to the sect? Zhang Han felt exasperated by this persistent companion. He could hardly take him back with him. Is it really possible for you to take me back to the sect? Aoyu asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's eyes widened in surprise. This fellow truly dared to dream. Bringing a demon back to the sect? No, wait. It seemed feasible after all. He is, after all, the future sovereign, and it is quite reasonable for him to possess a dragon as a mount. Riding a dragon indeed seems quite impressive. Zhang Han's eyes brightened, fixating intently on Aoyu, originally intending to say something further. Aoyu suddenly felt a chill in his heart, an inexplicable sense of impending danger. Ahem, Aoyu, come here. Zhang Han stepped forward and embraced Aoyu, subtly channeling his magical power as if fearing the other might flee. What is the matter? Aoyu increasingly sensed something amiss. Tell me, are we brothers? We? You are of the same generation as my father. If you consider us brothers, it would be rather absurd and diminish our lineage. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Just answer me, are we brothers? Since you put it that way, then certainly. Then how about you transform into a dragon for me to ride? Aoyu. So all this talk was merely to ride me? Chapter 159, just this once. In a private room of an inn in Yunzhou, Aoyu widened his eyes in disbelief. This Zhang Han actually intended to ride him, and he was insisting on becoming his brother? Is being a brother synonymous with being ridden? This is utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Zhang Han paid no heed to Aoyu's protests, his gaze fixed intently on him. What do you say, my good brother? If you agree, I shall surely protect you. When the time comes, do not worry about facing just one dragon lord. Even 10 or 8, I will safeguard you. As long as you transform into a dragon, everything will be negotiable. Zhang Han coaxed enticingly. Wait, how could the dragon clan ever allow themselves to be ridden? Big brother Zhang, this is absolutely out of the question. Aoyu replied with a wry smile. Why not? Whether or not you are ridden is entirely your affair. It concerns no one else. Zhang Han continued to entice him. The prideful dragon clan would never submit to being ridden. I am a dragon myself, a pure-blood azure dragon. How could I ever allow someone to mount me? This is simply impossible. Aoyu resolutely declined. Then, I suppose I have no choice. I am preparing to return to the sect now. Aou, I wish you luck. The Dragon Lord should not kill you. Oh, according to what you just said, the Dragon Lord merely intends to capture you to serve as a breeding dragon. Zhang Han, seeing his persuasion ineffective, resorted to intimidation, determined not to relent until he had convinced this dragon to become his mount. Please, big brother Zhang, if you truly seek a steed, I can help you find one. Whether it be a white fox or a tiger, I can procure it for you. Aou hurriedly exclaimed. In that case, I shall take my leave. You need not follow, obediently return and accept your punishment as a breeding dragon. Zhang Han declared, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he rose and approached the window of the private room. Intricate formations began to slowly coalesce beneath his feet, suggesting he was about to depart. Do not leave, big brother Zhang. This truly cannot be done. Aou, in a panic, rushed forward to grasp Zhang Han, fearing he might escape. Why not? Think about it. If you want me to escort you back to the sect, do you know what kind of place that is? An esteemed hidden sect. With a lineage spanning 3 million years, if I do not ride you back, how will you gain entry? Only with the identity of a disciple's mount can you be admitted. Zhang Han continued to persuade him. Upon hearing this, Aou fell silent for a moment, hesitating to respond. Struggles flickered in his eyes, and he found himself unable to make a decision. Observing this, Zhang Han's eyes gleamed with hope. There was a chance. Aou, just this once. Just ride once. Simply say yes. Zhang Han pressed again. Just once. Aou asked earnestly. Indeed, just once. Zhang Han replied, his tone resolute. Well, all right then. Aou reluctantly acquiesced. As soon as he spoke those words, a cunning smile spread across Zhang Han's face, revealing a hint of deviousness. He regarded Aou with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Here was a dragon that had yet to encounter much in life, still naive enough to believe such a proposition. Some things, after all, only occur once or countless times. Since that's the case, let us depart, Zhang Han said, his voice tinged with anticipation. Are we leaving from here? Aou hesitated. If not, hurry up. My senior brother in the sect has been attacked, and I must return to maintain order, Zhang Han urged, casually mocking his senior brother. After a moment of hesitation, Aou stepped to the window, transforming into a streak of flowing light that soared into the sky above the city, morphing into a colossal azure dragon. The dragon's immense form was awe-inspiring. The instant it appeared, the winds began to whip and clouds swirled ominously above the city. In the next moment, dark storm clouds gathered, as if a tempest was about to unleash its fury. Countless citizens and cultivators within the city gazed skyward in bewilderment, puzzled by the presence of a dragon over a mundane city. However, Zhang Han, standing at the window of the private room, paid little heed to their confusion. He ascended into the air, alighting atop the dragon's head. Let us go, Aou, onward to East State. Zhang Han gently patted the dragon's crown and spoke. Woohoo! The dragon emitted a peculiar sound. As Zhang Han looked on in bewilderment, the dragon soared through the clouds, heading towards East State. Below, the spectators in the city erupted in astonishment. Was that truly a dragon? No, the real question is there a person standing atop its head? Dragons can be tamed and used as mounts? This cannot be true. Aren't dragons supposed to be fiercely unyielding? You are all missing the point. Do you remember how that dragon called out? Woohoo! Is that normal? Could it be that a tamed dragon makes such sounds? Ah, I see. If I ever have the chance to catch a dragon, I'll train it this way. It must call out like that before I let it go. The cultivators conversed animatedly, their eyes alight with newfound understanding. Meanwhile, within East State, at the Tai Sword Sect, Yi Luo returned joyfully after having dealt with Chu Yuan, having unceremoniously tossed him back into the cave. As he flew among the peaks of the Xiansong 72 mountain range, Yi Luo suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? He mused, momentarily lost in thought. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion and swiftly made his way to the main peak. Before long, Yi Luo arrived at the main peak. He intended to send his disciples to retrieve the visitors from Zhongzhou. To his surprise, those guests had not left at all, remaining in the grand hall. Upon seeing Yi Luo's return, all 7 of them stood up. The elder stepped forward. How is it, fellow Taoist Yi? Is your esteemed master willing to participate in the 10,000 sects grand competition? The elder inquired eagerly. Indeed, my master has made it clear that he will participate in the competition. Yi Luo nodded in response. Will participate? That's splendid. Splendid. The elder sighed with relief, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, as if he could hardly wait to engage with the hidden sections. By the way, regarding the rules of the 10,000 clans tournament, any disciple of the current generation is eligible to participate, correct? Yi Luo suddenly recalled something and inquired. Indeed, as long as they are disciples of the current generation, they may enter. Is there something on your mind, fellow Taoist Yi? The elder questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. No issues, none at all, Yi Luo replied with a bright smile. He contemplated whether he could express his desire to participate, yet refrained from doing so, aware that the loophole in the rules lay precisely in this uncertainty. Well then, I shall return to inform the higher-ups and prepare accordingly. Fellow Taoist Yi, you will be accompanying your master to Zhongzhou, correct? The elder asked. Yes, indeed, Yi Luo answered with a grin. Not only would he attend, but he would also take to the stage himself. Very well, until we meet again. The elder concluded, readying his group to depart. Wait, did you not mention needing a stone from our sect? Here it is, take it, Yi Luo said. Reflecting for a moment before tossing the stone he had picked up from Chu Yuan to the elder. The elder deftly caught it and examined the stone. Chapter 160. The establishment of the Wu Dao sect on the ancient battlefield in the territory of Dongzhou, outside the Tai Sword sect. An ancient figure held a stone enveloped in an aura of earth energy, accompanied by 5 young disciples and Elder Chun. From the grand hall to the outside, the gaze of the 7 remained fixated upon the stone. Is this truly a stone from a hidden sect? Elder Chun inquired, his murky eyes widening in disbelief. The stone in the ancient figure's grasp radiated a dense earth energy, causing even those of feeble cultivation to feel their souls tremble in its presence. However, in the eyes of Elder Chun, this stone contained more than just earth energy. It harbored a terrifying blood energy, the origin of which was unknown. It bore a resemblance to the blood aura of powerful beings among the demon races, yet it was distinctly unique. Neither Elder Chun nor the ancient figure had ever encountered such blood energy before. Is the Wu Dao sect truly filled with such stones? Could it be that the Wu Dao sect is situated upon an ancient battlefield? The two were taken aback by the revelation. According to Yi Luo's earlier words, this was merely a stone casually picked up from within the Wu Dao sect. Was it possible that the sect was imbued with both earth energy and this peculiar blood energy? This seemed less like a sect and more like a remnant of an ancient battlefield. Or perhaps, the Wu Dao sect was indeed established atop such a battlefield. The thought sent a chill down their spines. However, they pondered, was there any ancient battlefield left in Dongzhou? Elder Chun and the ancient figure found themselves perplexed and resolved to return and investigate the records thoroughly. They needed to ascertain what remnants of ancient battlefields might remain in Dongzhou. Let us depart swiftly, so we may delve into the ancient texts sooner. I never anticipated that a hidden sect could potentially be founded upon an ancient battlefield, the ancient figure remarked, using his magical power to caress the stone. Indeed. Let us proceed. Yet I am curious. How does the Wu Dao sect cultivate its disciples in an environment saturated with both earth and blood energy? Is it truly possible for anyone to endure such conditions? Elder Chun expressed his skepticism, setting aside the peculiar blood energy for the moment. The earth energy alone was notorious for eroding souls, damaging spiritual roots, and corroding flesh. How could the disciples within a sect immersed in earth energy withstand its effects? Had they, in their youth, been confined to such a place, their spiritual roots would surely have been destroyed. Could it be that the disciples of this hidden sect lacked spiritual roots altogether? The ancient figure shook his head, his magical power surging as he surveyed the 5 young disciples. He then lifted his gaze toward the mountain gate belonging to the Tai Sword sect. Regardless, our journey here has already yielded sufficient rewards. The hidden sects of Dongzhou are willing to participate in the grand competition of 10,000 sects. And we have even acquired this remarkable stone. With this stone, we can surmise a great many things. As for the rest, it is of no concern to us and shall be left to those above to handle. The ancient one spoke slowly. Upon finishing, he placed the stone, imbued with a malevolent aura, back into his storage ring. He exchanged a silent nod with Elder Chun, and together, they whisked 5 young individuals away in the direction outside East State. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Tai Sword sect, the moment the Ancient One and Elder Chun departed, Yi Luo received the news. You mean this group lingered at the mountain gate for an eternity, muttering amongst themselves before leaving? Yi Luo inquired, casting a curious glance at his subordinate and brother, Shen Kaijun. Indeed, boss, you have no idea. I was pretending to be a gatekeeper for ages, and they were just there, murmuring for what felt like an eternity, fixated on a stone. I truly do not comprehend their peculiar obsession, Shen Kaijun replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback, fixating on a stone. It seemed to be the very one he had given. That stone was merely one he had instructed Chu Yuan to retrieve at random from the cave. It should pose no issue. It was merely a tad saturated with malevolent energy. Was it possible that their prolonged gaze upon the stone had led them to misconstrue something? What could they possibly misinterpret? Yi Luo pondered for a while, but could not arrive at any conclusion. Deciding it was futile to dwell on it, he turned to Shen Kaijun. In about 4 months, I shall be departing from the Tai Chi sword sect for a time to journey to Central State. During my absence, Yun Fei, and the Grand Elder shall be responsible for managing the sect. Huh, boss, what business do you have in Central State? Shen Kaijun queried, perplexed. I shall participate in the 10,000 sects grand competition. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Just ensure the Tai Chi sword sect is well managed. Yi Luo gestured dismissively as he rose and exited the grand hall, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He continued to ponder what the visitors from Central State could have possibly imagined regarding that stone. With a sigh in his heart, he lamented that had he known this would unfold, he might as well have simply returned to the mountain and picked up any stone. Chapter 161. The final encounter. A few days later, outside the misty Tianwu mountain in the East Province, the winds began to stir, and dark clouds gathered ominously, heralding an impending storm. Suddenly, a colossal azure dragon, stretching 1,000 feet in length, emerged from the tumultuous clouds. With a strange roar that reverberated through the heavens, the dragon's voice startled the creatures of the forest, leaving them momentarily bewildered. What manner of beast produces such a sound? The instinctual memories embedded within the bloodlines of countless animals offered no explanation. Driven by curiosity, they poked their heads out from the foliage, gazing skyward. Upon sighting the majestic dragon, fear overcame them, causing them to prostrate themselves in terror, trembling and paralyzed. In the sky above, Zhang Han stood atop the dragon, clad in a flowing scholar's robe that billowed in the wind. He cast his gaze down upon the mountain shrouded in mist, obscured from view. Have we arrived, Master Zhang? I am rather uncomfortable being ridden, the dragon, Aou, inquired, speaking with human articulation. Yes, we have arrived. Do not rush, as an outsider. You may not see the mountain beneath the mist, Zhang Han reassured, gently patting the dragon's head. A mountain lies ahead. I cannot perceive it with my divine sense. Are you certain? Aou pressed further. It is cloaked by a formation. It is normal that you cannot see it. Now, prepare yourself as I intend to communicate with the formation. Tuck your tail in tightly. If you offend my master, he may not take kindly to it and could obliterate you without a second thought, leaving you with no chance for revenge, Zhang Han warned ominously. Upon hearing this, Aou's heart raced with anxiety. He had long been aware of the formidable reputation of this secluded sect's leader. The thought of incurring the wrath of such a powerful being was too dreadful to contemplate. Zhang Han, however, paid no heed to Aou's rising apprehension. With a series of precise hand gestures, the clouds enveloping Tianwu Mountain began to disperse, revealing the majestic peak itself. Without hesitation, he instructed Aou to shrink in size, and they soared toward the sect's inner sanctum. Aou's speed was remarkable, swiftly traversing the mountainous terrain until they reached the main hall of the sect. Zhang Han initially intended for Aou to revert to human form to avoid drawing too much attention, but before he could voice his request, he was met by the sight of Chu Yuan standing in the hall. Master, Zhang Han stammered, panic rising within him. He had hoped to impress his junior disciples with a display of grandeur, but encountering his master in this manner was far from ideal. Surely, his master would not perceive him as arrogant, especially at this pivotal moment when he was on the verge of inheriting the sect's leadership. What Zhang Han did not realize was that while he was flustered, Chu Yuan was even more so. The sight of the massive azure dragon left him utterly astonished, his thoughts racing in disbelief. The figure stood there, expressionless, utterly stunned by the revelation. A colossal dragon? His disciple, Zhang Han, was riding atop it? A dragon knight? Disciple Zhang Han, greetings to my esteemed master. Zhang Han, not daring to linger, hastily dismounted and bowed, his heart fluttering with apprehension. The astute Aou, upon hearing Zhang Han's address, immediately grasped the identity of the person before him, the master of the hidden sect. Understanding Chu Yuan's status, Aou transformed into human form, kneeling on the ground, too fearful to utter a word, lest he incur wrath. Who might this be? Chu Yuan, suppressing his own trepidation, subtly stepped back, afraid of being devoured by the now humanoid dragon. Respectfully reporting to my master, this is the 97th son of the Dragon Lord of Yunzhou, currently serving as my steed. Master, our sect should permit mounts within, correct? Zhang Han inquired cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan felt a profound shock reverberate within him. A mount? This dragon is your steed? The very creature he could scarcely fathom was somehow your steed. How much had this old rascal grown in such a short time? Chu Yuan felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He realized he needed to retreat and gather his thoughts. Very well, however. There is an important competition in 5 months. Be prepared. Now, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chu Yuan swallowed hard as he uttered these words and promptly turned to depart, fearing that remaining in the presence of the dragon would lead to an attack. He hurried away, seeking refuge within the main hall of the sect leader. Zhang Han and Aou, witnessing his departure, collectively exhaled in relief. All right. Since the master has declared it fine, then it must be so. With the identity of a disciple's mount, you can indeed remain within the Wu Dao sect. Zhang Han instantly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Just moments ago, he had genuinely feared that his master would declare mounts forbidden within the sect. What a fright. Under that gaze, I felt as though I might be devoured, he sighed. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for granting me this identity of a disciple's mount. Aou expressed his gratitude with a deep breath. You're welcome, Zhang Han replied with a mysterious smile. Are you certain this is merely an identity? Surely not. You can't genuinely believe that I've granted your disciple this status solely to allow you entry into the Wu Dao sect. By the way, Aou, I intend to pay a visit to my junior sister. Would you accompany me? Zhang Han suddenly proposed. Brother Zhang, why would I join you in visiting your junior sister? Aou began, but his words faltered abruptly, his eyes widening in realization. You don't mean, you wish to ride her as well? Indeed, Aou. I wish to showcase the grandeur of a senior brother before my junior sister, so I must trouble you to transform back into a dragon. Zhang Han coughed lightly and said, No, Brother Zhang, you've gone too far. We agreed to it just once. Aou retreated a few steps, and his expression shifted dramatically. Well, there is no other choice, Aou. Come now, be a good dragon for me. This shall be the final time, primarily because I wish to establish my authority as your senior brother. Riding upon your back will certainly enhance my stature. Do you comprehend? Zhang Han coaxed persuasively. Absolutely not. The dragon clan shall never be ridden. Aou asserted with unwavering determination. Just this once. Truly, it will be the last time. Zhang Han hastily interjected. No way. The last time. Is it truly impossible, even for the final occasion? Zhang, this is genuinely unacceptable, Aou replied. The last time. Is it really the last time? Indeed, more sincere than pearls. Faced with Zhang Han's compelling tone, Aou ultimately capitulated, transforming once more into a majestic azure dragon, allowing Zhang Han to mount him. Chapter 162. Dantai Luoxue vs. Aou at Tianwu Mountain, within the residence of the Wu Dao sect's disciples. Dantai Luoxue stood upon a vacant expanse. Dressed in elegant azure robes, her long dark hair was bound with a crimson ribbon. Her previously haughty demeanor softened into a tranquil elegance. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of astonishment gleamed in her dark golden eyes, for before her, Zhang Han was astride a majestic azure dragon, leisurely circling about. The sight of such a formidable creature as a mount was indeed astonishing to Dantai Luoxue. What truly left her in disbelief, however, was the peculiar sound emanating from the dragon's maw. Woohoo! She recalled from the text that a dragon's roar should embody a fierce and imposing resonance, akin to that of a bull or a tiger. Why then did this azure dragon produce such an odd sound? Could it be a rare breed? Having encountered her senior brother, Dantai Luoxue, despite her surprise, maintained her composure, offering a respectful greeting. Ah, junior sister, I have just returned today. How has your cultivation been of late? Zhang Han gracefully descended from the dragon's crest, landing softly upon the ground as he conversed with Dantai Luoxue. Observing this, Aou promptly transformed into human form, standing behind Zhang Han. Feeling a silent relief that this final task was at last accomplished, Dantai Luoxue regarded the newly transformed Aou with thoughtful curiosity. That is splendid. Continually grasping the teachings passed down by our master. However, senior brother, who might this be? She inquired softly. This is my mount. An azure dragon of merely nascent soul cultivation, Zhang Han replied casually, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Yet, the tone he adopted was unmistakably self-satisfied. An azure dragon? Senior brother, I seem to recall that the roar of an azure dragon is not as peculiar as what I just heard, Dantai Luoxue remarked, her brows furrowing in confusion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback. The sound? Woohoo! Indeed, Aou's vocalization was quite strange, but he dismissed it, as it was ultimately the dragon's own affair. Perhaps, this azure dragon is simply unique in its own right. By the way, junior sister, do you have any questions regarding the teachings of our master? If so, I am more than willing to assist you. Zhang Han, uninterested in lingering over the matter of the dragon's call, smiled and posed the question. Questions? None at all, Dantai Luoxue replied with a shake of her head. Not even a single one. Zhang Han pressed. None, senior brother. I comprehend everything our master has conveyed, and even if there were uncertainties, the precious chessboard serves to eliminate all doubts, she stated, her curiosity evident as she shook her head once more. In that instant, Zhang Han, who had intended to continue speaking, found himself speechless upon hearing her mention the precious chessboard. No amount of words could rival the simple assertion, "You possess a treasure. The master bestowed upon you a precious artifact upon your entry." Such preferential treatment was indeed disheartening. Zhang Han suddenly felt that the position of the future sect leader, which he had anticipated, was being challenged by Dantai Luo Shui. However, he reassured himself that this junior sister had been training for too short a time to possess the strength to unsettle him. It could only be said that her aptitude and talent were exceptional. Indeed, it was likely that their master was concerned about the future lack of top-tier combat power within the Wu Dao sect. After Zhang Han inherited the sect, he feared he would have no capable subordinates. Hence he took on this junior sister as a disciple and bestowed her with a treasured artifact. Zhang Han silently comforted himself with these thoughts. However, his second senior brother was aware that there was one aspect in which his junior sister needed his assistance. Yet he wondered if he had the time. Suddenly, Dantai Luo Shui spoke up, inquiring if he was available. "Of course, I am free. What do you need assistance with, junior sister?" "Please, do not hesitate to ask," Zhang Han replied, instantly invigorated. He was not afraid that Dantai Luo Shui might require help. Rather, he feared she would not need his assistance at all. Her need for help would bolster his prestige. "Well, second senior brother, didn't our master mention that we would be heading to Zhongzhou in 5 months for the grand competition of 10,000 sects? I have yet to engage in actual combat despite reaching my limits in training. I wonder if you could impart some guidance to me," Dantai Luo Shui said softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's interest waned immediately. Was that all? He had anticipated that his junior sister might seek his help with something more significant. To his surprise, she merely wished to spar. Zhang Han possessed no interest in such a practice. He feared sparring with his senior brother, and engaging with his third junior brother would be akin to bullying. As for sparring with this fourth junior sister, he deemed it unnecessary, as her strength was likely quite feeble. As an esteemed practitioner comparable to those in the tribulation stage, he found the idea of sparring with her rather dull. "Junior sister, if it's merely a spar, why not let my steed engage with you instead? This steed is also of the nascent soul stage," Zhang Han suggested. Determined to divert the situation, "I still intend to visit the Divine Weapon Pavilion." He swiftly introduced Aou into the conversation. "A steed? Very well," Dantai Luo Shui said, appraising Aou with a nod. Zhang Han, under the astonished gaze of Aou, left him behind and set off towards the Divine Weapon Pavilion, entirely disregarding Aou's presence. Aou widened his eyes, watching Zhang Han's figure rapidly fade away, wanting to call out, but at a loss for words. How could he spar with a disciple of Wu Dao sect? Did he dare to engage seriously? If he were to injure this disciple, that formidable presence might very well deliver a swift reprimand from afar. Aou felt like crying. His situation was exceedingly difficult. He had been ridden from Yunzhou to Dongzhou, and now he was to risk his life in a spar with a disciple of Wu Dao sect. It was simply too much to bear. As Zhang Han departed, the atmosphere grew silent. Aou internally vented his frustrations, too intimidated to speak. Meanwhile, Dantai Luo Shui regarded Aou with keen interest. After a while, Aou could no longer restrain himself and broke the silence. Esteemed one, how do you wish to spar?" he asked, his face clouded with concern. "Of course, you must exert your utmost effort in this sparring match. At the Yuaning stage, you should be able to engage with me to some extent, especially considering your lineage as a dragon, renowned for their formidable strength," said Dantai Luo Shui softly. A flicker of combat intent sparkled in her dark golden eyes. Although she had never engaged in battle, she possessed a certain estimation of her combat prowess. Taking on someone at the Yuaning stage was undoubtedly within her capabilities. "My lord, are you being serious? I see that you have not even reached the qi refining stage," Aou replied cautiously, having discerned immediately that the person before him wielded no cultivation at all. "Not at the qi refining stage?" Dantai Luo Shui chuckled softly. In the next moment, a stone chessboard materialized in her hands. Her spiritual power erupted with intensity, resonating with the chessboard, which began to radiate a golden light. Under Aou's astonished gaze, intricate golden lines suddenly manifested on the ground, crisscrossing in a mesmerizing pattern. A wall began to rise from all directions, creating the illusion of an expansive chessboard enveloping a vast area when viewed from afar. Chapter 163. Present your capital before the esteemed Wu Dao sect and the venerable godly weapon pavilion. Zhang Han gazed upon the ancient edifice that exuded an air of timelessness and profound Taoist essence. A radiant gleam illuminated his eyes. Indeed, the Wu Dao sect remained unparalleled. The higher one ascended in cultivation, the more one sensed the unfathomable depths and enigmatic nature of every hall within the sect. Yet, he pondered what secrets lay hidden within the closed chambers. Standing there, he curiously surveyed the tightly shut halls, wondering what treasures they concealed. However, he did not entertain thoughts of sneaking inside. At this juncture, he was likely on the cusp of inheriting the position of Sect Master. To engage in reckless actions now would jeopardize that coveted title, leaving him with no recourse for lament. Thus, he chose to suppress his curiosity for the time being. When his master eventually bestowed the role of Sect Master upon him, he would surely elucidate all mysteries. At that moment, the vast heritage of the Wu Dao sect would be laid bare before him, and there would be no need for haste. With a quiet confidence, Zhang Han nodded to himself and stepped into the godly weapon pavilion. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of stone platforms, each adorned with formidable weapons. "Old friends, do come forth. I have returned," he spoke nonchalantly. Prior to his last descent from the mountain with his master, he had frequented the godly weapon pavilion, forging connections with these legendary arms. Although none had ever acknowledged him, the familiarity he felt was undeniable, albeit perhaps only in his own estimation, as the weapons likely held a different sentiment. After uttering his greeting, Zhang Han scanned the surroundings and noted the utter disregard from the weapons, which did not respond to his presence. He was unfazed. He had long since grown accustomed to such indifference. "Come on, grant me some courtesy, utter a sound. I am well aware of your sentience," he called out once more. As he spoke, his gaze landed precisely on an axe resting upon the last stone platform. He deftly cast a soundproofing array around it. In the very next moment, the axe shimmered with brilliance, seemingly eager to communicate. "Do refrain from speaking. I am well aware that your words will not be pleasant," Zhang Han chuckled, having completed the array. "Axe, are you some sort of parasite within my mind? How do you know me so well?" Disregarding the axe's thoughts, Zhang Han turned his attention to the other weapons displayed on the stone platforms and clasped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed companions, come forth and engage. Do not linger in silence." With that encouragement, the previously dim weapons erupted into radiant light, their brilliance enveloping the entire godly weapon pavilion. Save for a few that remained quiet, most began to converse animatedly. "Kid, quite impressive. You managed to silence that axe. And now it is high time we had a proper discussion. It has indeed been quite a while since we last met. I almost thought you had perished. You urged us not to dally? It is you who should refrain from lingering, for none among us acknowledges you as our master. You may vacate post-haste." The divine weapons began to voice their opinions, some greeting Zhang Han amicably, while others unleashed a torrent of disdain. Zhang Han responded courteously to those who greeted him kindly, yet chose to disregard the disparaging remarks. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Han reiterated his purpose. "Very well, everyone, I shall not elaborate further. In 5 months, I intend to journey to Zhongzhou to participate in a significant competition. This event is of utmost importance, and I hope to earn the recognition of one among you. After all, possessing a spiritual treasure greatly enhances one's combat efficacy," Zhang Han stated earnestly, his gaze fixed intently upon the assembly of divine weapons. As his words hung in the air, the chatter among the divine weapons ceased entirely. The room fell into an abrupt silence. In the next moment, all radiance dissipated, and the divine weapons resumed their obscure and unassuming appearances, as if the earlier lively atmosphere had been naught but an illusion. Zhang Han stood there, momentarily stunned. Surely, this cannot be the case. While I understand that recognition may be elusive, must it be so absolute? His lips twitched slightly, unsure of how to proceed. "Hey, do not feign ignorance. This competition is crucial for me. If it proves too challenging, perhaps one of you could lend me your assistance for a few months, and I shall return it afterward." Zhang Han ventured to negotiate. The divine weapons responded with bewilderment. "You can actually lend yourself out? Afterward, you expect to reclaim it? You truly are a prodigy." One of the sword-like divine weapons spoke up, incredulous. "Enough, enough. Speak plainly, Zhang. Present your merits clearly. If there is indeed something suitable for you, we shall certainly consider it, much like the endless sword gourd of yore." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Han ceased his hesitation. He promptly seated himself in the center of the divine weapon pavilion. His heart pulsated with a brilliant azure light, ancient runes coalescing around him. These runes transfigured into intricate formations, each harnessing the earth's power to manifest as a formidable array. In an instant, dozens of minor formations came to fruition, showcasing Zhang Han's prowess, the ability to simultaneously manipulate numerous formations and summon them instantaneously, utilizing the forces of nature without the need for array materials. Left the divine weapons within the pavilion in awe. They began to emanate brilliance once more, seemingly engaged in a fervent discussion. After a brief interval, Upon a stone platform in the front row, a long, cylindrical divine weapon, its nature uncertain, appeared to reach a resolution and suddenly soared into the air, floating gracefully. Chapter 164. The Heavenly Map. In the Hall of the Undaunted Sect, within the Divine Armament Pavilion, Zhang Han gradually opened his eyes. Gazing intently at the divine weapon before him, he glanced around at the other divine weapons still resting upon their stone pedestals. It appeared that only this particular weapon had chosen him. However, what manner of weapon was this? Zhang Han scrutinized the floating divine armament. It was elongated, resembling a short staff, yet it bore no sharp edges on either end, its surface entirely black, adorned with enigmatic totems that evoked a sense of mystery. Pray tell, what kind of divine weapon are you? Zhang Han inquired cautiously. Through his own exploration, he discerned that the divine weapons within the pavilion were ranked by strength, with those positioned toward the front possessing greater power. This staff-like weapon was clearly situated among the foremost ranks, indicating its formidable potency, though its function remained a mystery. Do not hesitate to inquire about my capabilities. Simply ask without delay. I possess the means to compensate for your deficiencies. The voice of the staff-like divine weapon resonated within Zhang Han's mind. Taken aback by this proclamation, Zhang Han pondered, what deficiencies do I possess? In an instant, he recalled his recent sparring session with his senior brother. When confined by the forces of heaven and earth, he had been rendered utterly powerless, easily vanquished by two cultivators at the god transformation stage. His over-reliance on the forces of nature was indeed his Achilles heel. Can you truly remedy my shortcomings? Zhang Han queried eagerly. Naturally. The question remains, will you choose me? The staff-like divine weapon urged. The selection of a divine weapon is a mutual process, one where both the weapon and the wielder choose one another, culminating in a harmonious bond. Zhang Han, with a gentle smile, offered no verbal response but extended his hand, channeling his soul's energy into the staff-like divine weapon, thus demonstrating his choice through action. The divine weapon reciprocated with enthusiasm. Upon accepting Zhang Han's imprint, it erupted in brilliant radiance. The staff suddenly expanded, revealing its true form. Not a mere staff, but an exquisite scroll. As the scroll unfurled, an aura of profound mystery permeated the air. Instinctively, Zhang Han lifted his gaze. Within the scroll, countless scenes unfolded. The primordial chaos before the birth of heaven and earth. The flourishing of all beings following their creation. Visions shimmering like reflections in water, captivating his senses. Zhang Han found himself momentarily entranced, lost in the spectacle for what felt like an eternity. After the passage of a fragrant incense's worth of time, he finally regained his composure. A surge of magical energy awakening him from his reverie. The images before him shattered and dissolved, and upon looking again, he found the scroll empty and shrouded in darkness, save for two ancient characters inscribed upon its surface, heaven and earth. Young master, your spirit is still insufficiently robust. Had I not restrained myself just now, you might have been ensnared within the confines of the painting. The divine weapon scroll quipped in a teasing tone within Zhang Han's mind. Understood. Zhang Han remained somewhat dazed. The instant the scroll unfurled, he received a message from the divine weapon. This artifact is known as the Celestial Map. The Celestial Map possesses no tangible offensive or defensive capabilities. Its sole purpose is to encapsulate a small realm, allowing one to harness the forces of nature from within, an extraordinary divine weapon indeed. However, in the hands of an ordinary person, it may prove to be of little use, merely accelerating their cultivation. Yet for Zhang Han, this artifact undoubtedly bridges a critical gap in his abilities. With the Celestial Map, Zhang Han no longer needs to fear an adversary capable of sealing off the realms. Eldest brother, where are you? His eyes sparkled with determination. Upon acquiring this divine weapon, he was eager to seek out his eldest brother for a sparring session. The last encounter with Yi Luo, who could confine the realms, had left him thoroughly defeated. Now, with this newfound advantage, he felt invigorated and ready to challenge his brother once more. Zhang Han never doubted his ability to surpass Yi Luo. Awaken. Do not let pride consume you. It is advisable to first familiarize yourself with the Celestial Map. Once you have mastered it, and can communicate with the true forces of nature, combined with your own magical prowess, you will elevate your strength to an entirely new echelon. The voice of the Celestial Map resonated in Zhang Han's mind, calming his fervor. Acknowledging the wisdom of the artifact, Zhang Han took a deep breath and set aside any thoughts of exiting the divine weapon pavilion. He promptly seated himself on the path within the pavilion, gazing at the floating scroll before him, channeling his magical energy to commune with the Celestial Map, becoming acquainted with it. Meanwhile, in the disciples' quarters of the Wudao sect, The chessboard enveloping the area transformed into shimmering points of light, dispersing into the ether. The scene within the quarters materialized. Aou, clad in tattered garments, knelt half-heartedly on the ground, utterly drained, his complexion pale, resembling a specter. Before him stood the poised Dan Tai Luo Shui, draped in azure. The sparring session had evidently concluded. The disparity between the two parties clear as day. What on earth is this? Aou gasped, his voice tinged with fear. He had never engaged in such a battle before and was utterly bewildered. Within the confines of the chessboard, he felt as though the entire realm was repelling him. Even the flow of his magical energy became exceedingly arduous. Every attack he attempted was swiftly extinguished before it could reach Dan Tai Luo Shui. Inside the chessboard, Aou felt as if he were facing a being standing at the pinnacle of existence, a relentless sense of powerlessness washing over him. Then came the nightmare for Aou. He vaguely perceived the figure known as Dan Tai Luo Shui, who conjured a chess piece between her fingers. The piece was cast aside, transforming into a burly man. This man seized Aou's head, forcefully pressing it into the ground, rubbing it mercilessly. Just like that, he inexplicably faced defeat. Aou himself was left bewildered by the outcome. Dan Tai Luo Shui, standing opposite him, appeared unfazed, as if she had already grasped the nuances of her own combat prowess. This is my path, the path of chess. Ensnared within the confines of the chessboard, one could hardly be my adversary, nor should one display such a perplexed expression. Well, the sparring session has concluded. You may now seek my second senior brother. Should I wish to engage in further practice, I will seek you out later, she spoke softly. With that, she turned and returned to her palace. Aou, however, was stricken with terror. If she wished to spar again, seek him out? Absolutely not. He must flee. To Zhang Laoda, to escape with him. Aou thought, trembling as he stood, transforming into an azure dragon, and with a roar, he soared away towards the residential area of the disciples of Wudao sect. Woohoo! Chapter 165. The near-death experience of Aou in the vicinity of the kitchen at the No Wei sect. Aou had flown in a wide arc. Yet he could not locate Zhang Han. After encountering Li Ergang, he was deceived by the latter's benevolent tone and was lured in. Li Ergang prepared an abundance of food for Aou, who was left bewildered, feeling fortunate to have met such a good person. He incessantly regaled Li Ergang with tales of his unfortunate encounter with Dan Tai Luo Shui. At that moment, Aou sat at the table, voraciously consuming the food while continuing his complaints. Uncle Li, you have no idea. Those disciples are quite ferocious. They gave me a beating and even mentioned that if necessary, they would come and beat me again. Aou grumbled as he ate. Meanwhile, Li Ergang, busy in the kitchen, occasionally poked his head out to respond to Aou. Yes, indeed, you speak the truth. The disciples within the sect can be quite brutal. Do eat more, he said, hurriedly attending to something in his hands. Uncle Li, you are truly the best. What are you concocting in the kitchen? Aou suddenly inquired. Oh, nothing much. Just preparing another dish for you. By the way, how did you mistakenly fly in here? Li Ergang asked, poking his head out. It was just a mistake. I accidentally flew in, Aou replied, somewhat dazed. He had fabricated a story about accidentally entering the No Wei sect and subsequently being beaten by Dan Tai Luo Shui. The intent behind this lie was to facilitate his escape, hoping that Li Ergang would assist him in leaving the sect. After all, he feared that if he revealed himself as Zhang Han's mount, Uncle Li would be reluctant to help him depart. Are you certain you entered by mistake? Li Ergang asked once more. Yes, Uncle Li, I truly did come in by mistake. I would greatly appreciate it if you could assist me in leaving the No Wei sect, as there are formations outside, and I cannot exit on my own. Aou mumbled as he continued to eat. All right, as long as you entered by mistake, continue your meal. Once you finish, I will take you out. Li Ergang replied with a somewhat peculiar smile. If someone were to enter the kitchen at that moment, they would discover that Li Ergang was not preparing any dishes. Instead, he was meticulously sharpening a knife. Aou, engrossed in his meal, remained oblivious to Li Ergang's actions. Upon learning that Aou, the incessant dragon, had mistakenly entered, Li Ergang's mind began to whirl with thoughts. He contemplated slaying the dragon to prepare a sumptuous dish of dragon meat for the sect leader. Before the execution, however, he decided that the dragon should first consume some medicinal cuisine to enhance the flavor of the meat. Oh, and don't forget to drink that cup of wine. Li Ergang instructed, gesturing to a cup on the table. It was a concoction infused with herbs, primarily intended for its sedative effects. All right, Uncle Li, you needn't prepare any more dishes. I have had my fill. Why not escort me out? Aou inquired after downing the cup of wine. No need to rush. Sit a while longer. By the way, young friend, you are indeed of the Dragon Clan, correct? Li Ergang revealed a faint smile and inquired. Indeed, Uncle Li. I am a true Azure Dragon. Aou nodded in affirmation. Young friend, I have heard that the scales of the Azure Dragon are remarkably tough. If one were to attempt to extract a scale, how might that be accomplished? Li Ergang posed another question. Dragon scales? They are quite easy to remove. One merely needs to locate the reverse scale and extract it. Then, Aou spoke eloquently, detailing the process of removing the dragon scales. Li Ergang paused his actions, listening intently. Once Aou concluded, Li Ergang extended his hand, grasping a knife, and began to wave it with exuberance. So that's how it is. I've learned it all. I mastered the preparation of dragon meat dishes, but I was always perplexed about how to remove dragon scales. Now, I have acquired the knowledge. Li Ergang was immensely excited. Uncle Li, what are you doing with that knife? Aou suddenly noticed the knife in Li Ergang's hand. A flicker of unease passing through him. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Do you feel a bit dizzy? Li Ergang replied with a mysterious smile. Dizzy? No. Before Aou could finish his sentence, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. Before he could utter another word, his body weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Observing this scene, Li Ergang chuckled to himself, approaching Aou and dragging him to the kitchen, where he carefully inhaled the faint medicinal scent emanating from Aou's body. Satisfied, Li Ergang nodded. The flavor had set, and it was time to act. He turned back toward the kitchen to boil water, but suddenly paused, glancing down at Aou with some distress, uncertain how to reveal the dragon's true form. At that moment, Dantai Luoxue approached from a distant path, intending to partake in some soul-nourishing delicacies. Why is this mount lying here? Dantai Luoxue inquired curiously upon seeing Aou sprawled on the ground. What mount, my lord? Li Ergang asked, momentarily stunned. This fellow is none other than Brother Zhang's mount, Dantai Luoxue remarked, settling herself at the table clad in a green robe. What? This dragon? Wasn't he mistakenly flown in? Li Ergang questioned, bewildered. Misguided flight. He is indeed the mount of my second senior brother. What is he doing lying here? Dantai Luoxue asked. Her curiosity piqued. She glanced at the medicinal dishes on the table and then at the unconscious Aou, intrigued by the unfolding events. Upon hearing her words, Li Ergang's expression became rigid, still clutching the knife. This dragon is a disciple's mount. Wouldn't these medicinal dishes be a loss? How dare this dragon claim it was a mere accident that he flew in here? Li Ergang was furious. Yet, in the presence of Dantai Luoxue, he felt compelled to restrain his emotions. He shot a fierce glare at the unconscious Aou, contemplating how he might take a few stabs at him once Dantai Luoxue departed to vent his frustrations. Oh, my lord, it seems this dragon is merely tired, which is why he is lying here. Very well, my lord, let us not dwell on that for now. Allow me to prepare something for you. What would you like to eat? Shall we stick to the usual? Li Ergang inquired gently, having reined in all his emotions. Yes, the usual will suffice. Dantai Luoxue replied, clearly disinterested in the dragon. Very well, my lord, please wait a moment. I shall prepare it immediately, Li Ergang said, hastily turning towards the kitchen. Dantai Luoxue, seated at the table, cast a glance at him before withdrawing her gaze. Her attention then shifted to the dragon, Aou, lying on the ground. After observing for a while, she felt no inclination to speak further. After all, it was not her mount, so she couldn't be bothered with it. However, for some inexplicable reason, she couldn't shake the impression that Aou resembled a chicken. This notion was primarily influenced by the way she had just seen Li Ergang approach Aou, as if he were preparing to slaughter a fowl. Chapter 166. My deep-seated hatred for the obsequious within the realm of Central State. The skies were devoid of clouds. Inside the grand hall of the Central State Cultivators Alliance headquarters, several elders sat in solemn silence. The atmosphere within the hall was palpably tense. At the center stood two elderly figures, seemingly awkward in their demeanor. These two were none other than the venerable Gu Lao and Chun Lao. Under the piercing gazes of the other elders, they felt a profound discomfort, their expressions peculiar, uncertain of what to articulate. At that moment, one of the seated elders broke the silence, his tone tinged with impatience. Well, you two do speak up. What is the situation regarding the hidden sects of East State? If it's feasible, then say so. If not, just be straightforward and stop dawdling. Absolutely not. We must wait for the alliance leader to arrive before we can disclose anything, Gu Lao and Chun Lao replied, resolutely shaking their heads, unwilling to divulge any information. The other elders, exasperated, could only remain seated in continued silence. After what felt like an eternity, a figure emerged from the entrance of the hall. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe stepped in. Upon his arrival, the elders, including Gu Lao and Chun Lao, all bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the alliance leader. This middle-aged man was none other than Wu Yu, the leader of the Cultivators Alliance. You may rise. There is no need for such formalities. So, have matters with the hidden sects of East State been resolved? Wu Yu inquired as he took his seat at the head of the table, a calm demeanor enveloping him. At this, the elders began to voice their grievances. Alliance leader, you cannot imagine the stubbornness of these two. Their lowly status aside, they remain obstinately tight-lipped about the information. Indeed, Alliance leader, these two, merely stewards, dare to defy us. They ought to be punished. But first, let them speak about the hidden sect. This is a matter of great significance. The elders clamored for attention. After listening intently, Wu Yu shifted his gaze to Gu Lao and Chun Lao. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he finally spoke. There is no need to place blame upon these two. It was I who instructed them to remain silent. Now you two. Please share whether the hidden sects of East State are willing to participate in the grand competition of 10,000 sects. Wu Yu inquired, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He surmised that the hidden sects would most likely disregard their invitation. His question was merely an attempt to procure a definitive answer. The other elders shared this sentiment, well aware of the situation surrounding the hidden sects of East State. With a heritage spanning 300 million years, such a robustly established sect would surely not deign to engage with the likes of their grand competition. It seemed absurd to even consider, including Wu Yu. All the elders reached a consensus on this point. Yet, in the next moment, the words of Gu Lao and Chun Lao would swiftly contradict their expectations. The alliance, led by its leader, has received an invitation from the reclusive sect of the Eastern Province, whose disciples have confirmed their attendance at the grand competition of 10,000 sects. Elder Chen responded with a respectful gesture. With that statement, the seated elders rose in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Elder Chun and the ancient figure beside him. Wu Yu straightened in his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you truly saying that the reclusive sect of the Eastern Province is willing to participate in the grand competition of 10,000 sects? He inquired, incredulous. Indeed, my lord, the reclusive sect of the Eastern Province, the sect of No Way, has accepted the invitation and will attend, Elder Chen affirmed. Is it truly possible that the 300,000-year-old legacy of the reclusive sect is prepared to join our humble competition? Wu Yu repeated, still struggling to accept the news. My lord, this is absolutely certain. The reclusive sect has indeed expressed their intention to participate, Elder Chen reiterated, exasperated. Upon hearing this announcement, the elders in the hall inhaled deeply, their breaths becoming heavier. A venerable sect with a legacy of 300 millennia is willing to partake in our modest competition? Well, the grand competition of 10,000 sects is indeed the most significant event of our time. Moreover, the leader is present. Let us not speak disparagingly. Quick, we must disseminate this news. The participation of the Eastern Province's reclusive sect will surely draw out the hidden sects of the Central Province, compelling them to engage with us and witness who reigns supreme. The elders exchanged excited remarks, transforming the assembly hall into a lively scene. Some had already begun to strategize on how to leverage this news for maximum benefit. Disseminate this information. The reclusive sects of the Central Province will undoubtedly find this news intriguing, prompting them to either participate in or pay closer attention to the grand competition. With this catalyst, the influence of the grand competition will undoubtedly expand further. However, seated at the head of the room, Wu Yu contemplated a different aspect. He rose, addressing the gathered elders with a grave expression. As the elders noticed Wu Yu's serious demeanor, they ceased their discussions and turned their attention to him. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke solemnly. While the participation of the reclusive sect is undoubtedly a positive development, I must make my position clear beforehand. I do not wish to witness any inappropriate behavior from you upon their arrival. Any sycophantic actions will be absolutely intolerable. You are all aware of my profound disdain for such behavior. Therefore, I expect none of you to engage in such conduct. Do you understand? Wu Yu articulated each word with emphasis, conveying his admonition to the elders. The elders, fully aware of the gravity of his words, nodded in understanding. Satisfied with their response, Wu Yu smiled and chose to say no more. Very well, esteemed elders, since you are all informed, you may take your leave. Elder Chun, please remain. Wu Yu gestured with his hand. The elders exchanged glances, then bowed respectfully to Wu Yu before obediently departing the chamber. Chapter 167. The ritual concludes within the Grand Hall. As the assembly of elders departed, only the venerable Elder Gu and the leader of the Cultivators Alliance, Wu Yu, remained. With a deep breath, Wu Yu fixed his gaze upon the two stewards. Are you aware of the reason I have retained your presence? He inquired, his voice measured. Elder Gu stepped forward cautiously, offering, is it concerning the matters of the reclusive sect? Indeed, Wu Yu affirmed without hesitation. His intention was to acquire more comprehensive knowledge regarding the hidden sects of the Eastern State, thus facilitating his understanding and ensuring no missteps would occur during the grand competition of the 10,000 sects. Elder, regarding the reclusive sect of the No Dao, we possess no further information. Our recent visit merely allowed us to encounter the disciples outside the Eastern State's hidden sect. Elder Gu hesitated, his words trailing off. On the other side, Wu Yu, initially feeling a tinge of disappointment at the prospect of lacking extensive information, was about to gesture for Elder Gu and Elder Chun to withdraw. However, upon hearing the word but, his demeanor shifted entirely. What do you mean by but? He demanded, suppressing his rising ire. Elder, prior to my departure, I procured a stone that was brought to me by a disciple from the Eastern State's hidden sect. Elder Gu stated with caution. A stone? What significance could a mere stone hold? Even if it belongs to the disciples of a hidden sect, it is still just a stone. Wu Yu retorted dismissively. This stone was retrieved directly from within the reclusive sect. Elder Chen interjected unexpectedly. At this revelation, Wu Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. A stone extracted from the heart of a hidden sect? Was there something extraordinary about such stones? Having encountered several hidden sects in the Central State, he assumed their stones bore little difference from those found outside, save for perhaps a denser accumulation of spiritual energy. Show it to me, he instructed, his brow furrowed. Elder Gu nodded and promptly retrieved the stone, imbued with a palpable aura of earthly malevolence, from his storage ring, presenting it to Wu Yu. Receiving the stone, Wu Yu scrutinized it closely, his frown deepening. Are you certain this originates from the Eastern State's hidden sect? Why does it exude such an aura of earthly malevolence? No, there is also an underlying essence of bloodthirst. What on earth is this? He questioned, perplexed. Leader, this is unequivocally a stone from the Eastern State's hidden sect. I suspect that this particular sect is established atop an ancient battlefield, Elder Gu ventured, laying bare his conjecture. An ancient battlefield? Wu Yu's brow furrowed further, the implications weighing heavily upon him. Being captivated by the ancient aura surrounding him, he dismissed all other thoughts and pondered whether this stone might have originated from a long-lost battlefield. There are numerous locations imbued with the essence of the earth, such as the depths of the land, which harbor this potent energy. Additionally, certain hidden realms, or the aftermath of fallen beasts born from the earth, may also give rise to such energies. However, within that essence, it is inconceivable that there exists this peculiar blood essence. What, then, is this terrifying blood essence? Could it truly be a remnant from an ancient battlefield? It is indeed plausible that the blood of fallen ancient warriors seeped into the ground, manifesting this blood essence. Yet, Wu Yu found himself perplexed. He had perused many texts. In ancient times, the eastern continent was a land of savagery, and no great battles were ever waged there. How could there be a battlefield of antiquity? The blood essence on this stone is undeniably strange and unique, yet it is shrouded by the essence of the earth, making it impossible to ascertain its true age. Please wait a moment. I shall present this stone to the old alliance leader for his appraisal, Wu Yu suggested, contemplating the matter while allowing the two ancient figures to remain. With a flick of his wrist, he enveloped the stone with his magical energy, infusing it with some information before sending it out of the grand hall for others to examine. Naturally, the two elders dared not voice any objections and stood obediently in place, awaiting further developments. After a brief interval, the stone, saturated with the essence of the earth, returned to Wu Yu's hand. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Unclear. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Unclear? The old alliance leader, a venerable presence enduring for countless years, could not discern its origin? Thus, was this stone truly from an ancient battlefield? Wu Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Enough of this. Why dwell on such matters? Regardless of its origins, the hidden sects of the eastern continent remain shrouded in mystery. There is no need for overthinking. Let us assume this stone indeed hails from an ancient battlefield. Go forth, you two, and construct an altar to honor this stone, allowing it to be revered with incense day and night. The blood essence upon it is likely a remnant of the esteemed ancestors of the human race from ancient times. Worship it, and that shall suffice, Wu Yu instructed, gesturing for the two elders to take the stone and depart. Yes, alliance leader, they responded, exchanging knowing glances before stepping forward to receive the stone and bowing respectfully before preparing to leave. Wait, Wu Yu suddenly recalled something and called out to halt the two departing figures. Does the alliance leader have further instructions? They inquired, pausing in their tracks. Wu Yu, seated at the head of the table, contemplated for a moment before gradually rising and taking a few steps forward. When you go out, please inform them that I intend to amend the rules of the 10,000 sects grand competition Wu Yu declared. Amend the rules. Now, is it really so, leader? We have already sent out the invitations. Now you wish to alter the rules? The two, Old Gu and Old Chun, were taken aback. It is imperative to make a modification, albeit only to the rewards, Wu Yu stated decisively. How shall we amend the rewards? Old Chun inquired, perplexed. All rewards shall be designated as unknown. There is no need to specify them, Wu Yu replied. Old Chun and Old Gu, who were on the verge of departing, were momentarily stunned. Changing them to unknown rewards? Is that truly necessary? Would it not be more effective to enumerate the rewards? Surely that would serve to inspire greater enthusiasm. In response to their confusion, Wu Yu replied nonchalantly, I am unaware of the ranking the disciples of the hidden sects will achieve. Those prodigies from Central State are formidable, and it remains uncertain how the disciples from the Eastern State will fare. Thus, I cannot disclose the rewards haphazardly. By designating them as unknown, we retain the flexibility to amend them later. Wu Yu spoke with an air of tranquility. Old Gu, Old Chun, who was it that recently expressed disdain for sycophants? Chapter 168. The Master of Bloodthirst has been dead for millennia, as the Ancient One and Old Chun stepped out of the Grand Hall. They both felt a sense of bewilderment. Just moments ago, the leader of the Wu Yu Alliance had sternly warned the elders against engaging in sycophantic behavior, expressing his deep disdain for such individuals. Yet, in a swift turn of events, he himself displayed such behavior. Old Chun, do you have any insight into this? The Ancient One inquired, perplexed. Well, Old Chun glanced back at the hall before lowering his gaze to the stone he held, deep in thought. I believe I can surmise part of it. The leader likely wishes to secure an advantage. What? Secure an advantage? What does that mean? The Ancient One asked, confused. Foolishness. By dissuading those elders from currying favor with the Wu Dao sect, the leader can court their favor unopposed, thereby eliminating any competitive pressure, Old Chun explained, shaking his head as he articulated his thoughts. I see. If the leader were to refrain from such actions, how could he possibly compete with those elders? Given his unexpressive demeanor, the Ancient One appeared enlightened, startling Old Chun, who quickly placed a hand over his mouth. Are you out of your mind? The Grand Hall is right behind us. Do you not fear retribution for your words about the leader's expressionless face? Old Chun whispered urgently, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Ancient One promptly fell silent. Criticizing the leader for being sycophantic is one thing, but to comment on his expression, should it be overheard, would certainly result in dire consequences. Let us resolve the matter regarding this stone. First, we must visit the storage pavilion to procure some materials from Elder Sun, so we can address the altar's requirements, and thereafter announce the modifications to the reward system, Old Chun stated, shaking his head as he readied to leave. The Ancient One glanced back at the Grand Hall, then retracted his head and followed Old Chun. As they made their way to the storage pavilion, they soon encountered Elder Sun, the guardian of the pavilion. Upon hearing about the stone from an ancient battlefield, Elder Sun's interest was piqued. His presence in the storage pavilion was attributed not only to his formidable strength, which made him well suited for the role, but also to his fascination with rare and peculiar items, which he could study in this environment. Come, quickly present it for my examination, Elder Sun urged eagerly. The Ancient One and Old Chun, feeling compelled to comply, retrieved the stone for Elder Sun's inspection. He took the stone and, with a professional demeanor, employed a magnifying tool to scrutinize it closely. The Ancient One and Old Chun observed Elder Sun's meticulous actions, silently appreciating his expertise as they stepped aside to avoid disturbing him. After a considerable period, during which Elder Sun furrowed his brow in concentration, he finally put away the tool and cradled the stone in his hands. This stone, with a surface imbued with earthly malevolence and an inner essence of a most peculiar sanguine malevolence, leads one to ponder whether this unique sanguine aura is derived from the blood of a formidable being. Is it not your belief that this stone hails from an ancient battlefield? Elder Sun inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed, the Ancient One nodded in affirmation. Although this sanguine aura is indeed unusual, it does not substantiate the claim that this is a relic from an ancient battlefield. The presence of the earthly malevolence obscures any certainty regarding its true age, Elder Sun remarked, visibly perplexed. The Ancient One and Chun, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment, adhering strictly to the leader's directives. Meanwhile, Elder Sun, cradling the stone, turned it this way and that, at a loss for words. To erect an altar for an uncertain stone and to offer incense and worship day and night. Surely this would incur expenses? Truly, one cannot grasp the value of resources without managing a household. No, I absolutely cannot permit an altar to be established without clear justification. If this stone were genuine, it would warrant honoring the ancestors of humanity. However, If it is a mere trinket, how would that reflect on our sect? I intend to ascertain the authenticity of this stone. What say you two? Elder Son raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Well, Elder Son, we are merely servants of the leader. We cannot make such determinations, the Ancient One and Chun responded with forced smiles. If you agree, then it is settled. However, should any trouble arise, you shall bear the blame. Elder Son nodded nonchalantly, as if he had merely heard their assent, and proceeded to the nearby counter with the stone in hand. The Ancient One and Chun exchanged glances, exasperated. Are we truly to shoulder the blame? This is unacceptable. Elder Son, we genuinely cannot bear this responsibility, the Ancient One lamented, approaching the counter with a woeful expression. Enough, enough. I was merely jesting. If something were to occur, would I really hold you accountable? Of course not. After all, you have your voices to defend yourselves. Should it come to that, I would simply strike you down, leaving you unable to argue. Elder Son remarked with a long face. The Ancient One and Chun fell silent once more, unsure of how to respond. Elder Son continued his examination, engaged and animated in his discourse. Are you not curious about what I am doing? Ah, never mind. I shan't tease you further. I am in search of an artifact capable of detecting the essence of the soul. Upon death, most souls are reborn, yet a portion inevitably dissipates into the ether. Those souls that have vanished into the cosmos, unless tens of thousands of years have passed, must still retain some trace. I intend to utilize this artifact to discern whether any residual soul essence lingers within this stone. If it does, it implies that the owner of this sanguine aura is either still alive or has perished only recently, and thus cannot be deemed an ancestor of humanity. Conversely, if no trace remains, it signifies that the owner has been dead for at least several millennia, regardless of whether they fell in an ancient battlefield. They are deserving of our veneration. Elder Son spoke slowly, having toiled for quite some time. At last, he produced a crystal orb, placing it beside a stone. His gaze fixed intently upon it. The ancient and the second elder, standing nearby, also directed their attention to the orb. After approximately the duration of a joss stick, the crystal remained utterly still, enveloped in silence. Elder Son, fixated on the stone, drew a deep breath and knelt before it. The two elders, watching in a daze, seemed oblivious. What are you staring at? Do you not see the orb's lack of response? Kneel. The master of the bloodthirsty aura emanating from this stone must have perished at least several millennia ago, deserving of your reverence. Elder Son cast a fierce glare at the two, prompting them to awaken from their stupor and kneel before the stone in unison. Chapter 169, AOU. The punching bag within the borders of the eastern state, at the Tianwu Mountain, the Wudao sect has entered a period of tranquility. Zhang Han has been diligently familiarizing himself with the high-grade spiritual treasure, the celestial map. Meanwhile, Dantai Luoxue has immersed herself in the profound study of the chess path, enhancing her soul's strength. Su Qianyuan has been tirelessly refining his blood, amplifying his power. As for the sect leader, Chu Yuan, he has expressed a slight apprehension towards the formidable Azure Dragon, AOU, and has taken refuge in his palace, progressing at a glacial pace in his cultivation. However, the one who suffers from this tranquility is none other than AOU, the Azure Dragon, who has become the sole source of unrest within the otherwise serene Wudao sect. This is primarily due to Dantai Luoxue occasionally utilizing him for combat experiments, while Su Qianyuan employs him as a punching bag under the pretense of honing both their physical forms. From time to time, Lier Gang would also come by to borrow some dragon blood, claiming it was for a new dish. Thus, it can be said that AOU is the only one in turmoil amidst the sect's calm. Yet, he finds himself unable to leave the confines of the Wudao sect, rendering him helpless and desperate for Zhang Han's arrival. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for months have elapsed. One day, Yi Luo ascends the mountain, returning to the Wudao sect, effectively shattering its tranquility. Both Dantai Luoxue and Su Qianyuan cease their cultivation to pay their respects to their esteemed senior brother. They hold great admiration for him. Su Qianyuan, having been subdued by his might, naturally holds him in high regard, especially since it was Yi Luo who brought him to the mountain to seek a master. Dantai Luoxue, on the other hand, respects her senior brother immensely, offering a treasured artifact as a token of greeting, which is indicative of her appreciation for his formidable prowess. In front of the Grand Hall, Yi Luo meets with his junior brother and sister. So, how have your 4 months of cultivation been? He inquires, a rare smile gracing his otherwise stoic face. Quite well, senior brother. I've refined my blood, and my combat prowess has increased significantly, Su Qianyuan replies, stroking his bald head with a grin. Yes, senior brother, my progress has been commendable as well.
I believe I could take on 2 of the 3rd junior brother without much difficulty, Dantai Luoxue adds with a faint smile, her tone laced with jest. Chu Yuan's expression darkens at her words, wondering why she couldn't have used AOU as a comparison instead. Clearly, the rapport between Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue has matured considerably over the past 4 months, their previously rigid relationship now much more harmonious. Enough about your progress. I've completed my tasks within the sect, and I've returned to prepare for the upcoming grand competition of 10,000 sects. By the way, is our master still within the sect? Yi Luo inquires. Our master? He should still be on the mountain. I noticed that his palace has remained tightly shut. So he is likely in seclusion, Chu Yuan responds. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo pauses momentarily. Has our master made any advancements in his cultivation? Is it possible he might have fallen to the lowest tier of the qi refining stage, or perhaps even to the realm of mortals? Regardless of the outcome, I fear that my master is not far from ascension. Yi Luo inexplicably felt a wave of melancholy. He never anticipated that his master would ascend so soon. He had yet to adequately express his gratitude. However, perhaps he could repay his master in the celestial realm, even if he could not do so in the mortal world. A surge of determination arose within him, a fervent desire to diligently cultivate and strive for early ascension. Yet, Yi Luo did not exhibit any outward signs of this. He maintained his usual demeanor. Where has the second brother gone? I have not seen him emerge. Yi Luo inquired aloud. Second brother has been in the divine weapon pavilion. It seems he has encountered some fortuitous opportunity and is currently in seclusion, Chu Yuan replied. I see. Yi Luo nodded. It turned out that the second brother did not avoid appearing due to knowing that their master intended to pass the position of sect leader to their junior sister rather than him. He was simply in seclusion. How curious. He still had the leisure to cultivate. Was he hoping to refine his skills further to shine at the grand competition of 10,000 sects, hoping to impress their master? What a pity. The position of sect leader is not his. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yi Luo felt a twinge of schadenfreude in his heart. Nonetheless, he did not voice his thoughts, merely clearing his throat before resuming casual conversation with his fellow disciples. At that moment, a resounding and peculiar voice echoed through the skies of the Wudao sect. Woohoo! A great azure dragon soared through the air, frolicking and darting about playfully. That fellow, junior sister, I have been rather occupied lately and have not had the chance to spar with him. Has he become quite detached? Chu Yuan remarked, observing the dragon's exuberance. Indeed, I have not sought him for sparring recently, Dantai Luoxue replied with a slight nod. Beside them, Chu Yuan shook his head in resignation, feeling that AOU had indeed become detached. After being bested for over 3 months, the lack of recent encounters had seemingly rendered him carefree. Yi Luo, intrigued, stepped forward and gazed up at the azure dragon. How is it that our sect possesses a dragon? When did this come to pass? He inquired with great interest. This is second brother's mount. It also serves as a sparring partner for the 4th junior sister and me. Ahem, I meant to say, a training partner. Chu Yuan almost blurted out, nearly referring to AOU as a mere punching bag. Although that was indeed the case, AOU was, after all, the mount of their second brother. To refer to him as a punching bag was rather inappropriate. How amusing that the second brother has taken an interest in raising a dragon as a mount. Yi Luo marveled, not finding it overly concerning. As a swordsman, he felt that riding a flying sword was the most impressive and swiftest means of travel. He had no need for a mount. However, he could not allow this dragon to cause chaos, as their master was still in seclusion. Although the master's palace was shielded by formations to muffle sound, excessive noise could still break through, and it would be troublesome if the master were disturbed. Just as Yi Luo was about to intervene and subdue the raucous azure dragon, a sudden surge of energy emanated from the divine weapon pavilion. Chapter 170. No one understands sword cultivation better than I do in the Grand Hall's plaza. Yi Luo stood alongside Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue. They had initially intended to bring down the azure dragon soaring in the sky. However, before they could make a move, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the direction of the divine armament pavilion. Both Yi Luo and his companions, as well as the azure dragon AOU, were drawn to this potent presence, shifting their gazes towards the divine armament pavilion. Is this the aura of our second senior brother? Has he emerged from seclusion? Chu Yuan remarked, raising an eyebrow. If he is to emerge, why make such a grand display? If he disturbs our master during his meditation, I shudder to think of the consequences. Yi Luo furrowed his brow, feeling an impulse to sever the inflated aura of this second brother with a single strike. Yet, out of respect for their shared bond, he refrained from acting. He contemplated whether he should send a message to Zhang Han to tone it down. At that moment, from the direction of the divine armament pavilion, Zhang Han stood suspended in the air, a celestial map manifesting behind him. Noticing Yi Luo, he called out, "Senior brother, have you returned to the sect? Come, senior brother, your heavenly seal is of no use to me this time. Let us spar once more." His voice, imbued with magical power, resounded throughout Wu Dao sect. Hearing this, Yi Luo's expression darkened. Indeed, this second brother had become quite arrogant. It appeared he had acquired a spiritual treasure at the Divine Armament Pavilion to compensate for his shortcomings. How dare he disturb our master in seclusion? Did he truly believe that obtaining a treasure would allow him to surpass Yi Luo? He, too, would experience growth. For months had passed. He had not been idle during this time. Given this second brother's arrogance, it was imperative for the senior brother to bring him back to reality. With their master still in seclusion, Yi Luo resolved to defeat the second brother in the shortest time possible. With this thought, he slightly lowered his head, allowing the essence of his Tao to surge forth, his robes billowing dramatically. Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue instinctively stepped back a distance to avoid being inadvertently harmed by the Tao's resonance. Should we intervene in the duel between the senior brothers? Dantai Luoxue inquired, her brows furrowing with concern. Intervene? No need. We merely need to witness the spectacle. Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly, standing with a smile, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama. However, Dantai Luoxue still felt uneasy. But both senior brothers are top-tier powerhouses. What if something goes awry? Fear not, junior sister. The second brother will undoubtedly lose. You cannot fathom the might of our senior brother, Chu Yuan assured her, shaking his head. He had no confidence in Zhang Han. He had witnessed Yi Luo's strength firsthand. A single golden legend had sent Zhang Han crashing to the ground, nearly unearthing him. Had it not been for his bald head, he might have remained lost. Dantai Luoxue, hearing her third senior brother's words, nodded slightly and refrained from saying more, her gaze drifting forward. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to her third senior brother. By the way, third senior brother, why have you never let your hair grow? With your strength, it should be easy to stimulate hair growth. Dantai Luoxue inquired curiously. Ahem, it is indeed quite simple. Yet my senior brother believes that a lack of hair is more aesthetically pleasing. Younger sister, you do not comprehend. Well, let us continue to observe the performance. Chu Yuan waved his hand awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Dantai Luoxue felt somewhat bewildered. What did she not understand? Never mind, it was merely her third senior brother's own image, and it had no bearing on her. With this thought, Dantai Luoxue retracted her musings and turned her gaze towards the elder and second brothers not far away. Not far off, Yi Luo was enveloped in a profound aura, ancient golden runes coalescing around him. To his left, the endless sword gourd floated effortlessly. To his right, a pitch-black longsword radiating an aura of annihilation hovered, revealing itself to be yet another spiritual treasure. This was Yi Luo's second spiritual treasure, the Desolate Sword. Acquired by chance, this treasure possessed an unparalleled offensive capability, capable of fracturing space itself. Go, Yi Luo commanded in a low voice. The endless sword gourd understood its master's intent and soared into the sky, unleashing a multitude of flying swords toward Zhang Han in a fierce assault. Grasping the Desolate Sword, Yi Luo infused it with the surrounding golden runes and his own profound essence, causing the dark blade to emit a brilliant golden light. He swung the sword horizontally towards Zhang Han, unleashing a sword aura that stretched 100 meters into the sky. As the sword aura surged forth, the fabric of space shattered in its wake, the terrifying might causing the heavens to shift in hue. Zhang Han, observing the myriad of flying swords, remained unfazed. He summoned the power of the Tying Star and effortlessly set up several formations to counter the onslaught of flying swords, appearing quite leisurely. He had intended to tease his elder brother, yet in the next instant, he was startled by the approach of the 100-meter sword aura. Elder brother, are you serious? Zhang Han exclaimed, hastening his actions. Channeling the forces of the heavenly map and the Tying Star, he swiftly established formation after formation. Boom. The formations collided with the sword aura, crumbling like dry twigs as the sword energy sliced through them, sending endless ripples cascading outward. Fortunately, Yi Luo's speed was remarkable, and he utilized the endless sword gourd to shield against the ripples, preventing them from affecting the Wu Dao sect. Meanwhile, Zhang Han had no time to concern himself with the ripples. He was focused on the sword aura drawing ever closer, his expression one of utter confusion. Was it not agreed that he had compensated for his shortcomings? Moreover, the heavens were not sealed, and he had the support of the heavenly map. How could the formations he set up not withstand a single strike from his elder brother? In that moment of distraction, the lethal sword aura was upon him. At a critical juncture, the heavenly map enveloped Zhang Han, swiftly retreating to evade the oncoming sword energy. Stay alert. This swordsman excels in extreme offense. Your defensive formations are still too weak to withstand it. The voice of the heavenly map echoed in Zhang Han's mind. What should I do then? Zhang Han inhaled deeply and inquired. No one understands swordsmen better than I do. Employ offensive formations. The sword cultivator possesses formidable offensive power, yet his defenses are undoubtedly feeble. The heavenly map responded. Utilize the assault formation? Zhang Han pondered. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a series of offensive formations, directing them towards Yi Luo below. However, these formations failed to reach their target. The boundless sword gored in the sky expelled countless flying swords, shielding Yi Luo from harm. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Han fell into a contemplative silence. Is this what it means to have weak defenses? His assault formations could not penetrate such robust protection. Zhang Han felt a growing sense of frustration. Why did it seem that over the past 4 months, the gap between him and his senior brother had not only failed to narrow but had instead widened? Do not overthink it. Flee quickly. The enemy is advancing. The voice of the heavenly map resounded once more. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked down, realizing that his senior brother had already closed in. No, do not approach. Chapter 171. A gathering of disciples at the Misty Mountain within the unfettered sect. In the Grand Hall's courtyard, Zhang Han crouched to one side, casting a resentful gaze towards Yi Luo, who stood not far away. Moments ago, he had been unceremoniously struck down from the sky by Yi Luo. Under ordinary circumstances, such an incident might have been overlooked. Yet it was particularly humiliating as it occurred in front of their third senior brother and fourth junior sister. Zhang Han felt utterly disgraced. How could he hope to establish his authority as the future leader of the unfettered sect after such an embarrassment? Thus, Zhang Han fixed Yi Luo with an intensely resentful stare, causing the latter, who was busy clearing the remnants of their recent spar, to shiver involuntarily. Wait a minute. Second senior brother, it was you who proposed the duel. Why are you looking at me like that? It's as though I am the one who has bullied you. He added, moreover, our master is currently in seclusion. You should be praying that our recent battle did not disturb him. Yi Luo rolled his eyes and finished clearing the battlefield before ceasing his efforts. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue approached, marking a rare gathering of the 4 disciples. Second senior brother, are you all right? Chu Yuan asked, helping Zhang Han to his feet. I'm fine, really. The spar just caught me off guard. I simply didn't evade in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so easily, Zhang Han insisted, though upon turning to see Yi Luo's peculiar expression, he reconsidered his words. Of course, my senior brother is quite formidable. I truly cannot compete with him, he added. Enough of this banter. Second brother, your strength is commendable. You could certainly establish a holy ground outside. However, you still fall short compared to me, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. Senior brother, I find it perplexing. Although I have addressed my shortcomings, why is it that you seem even more capable of defeating me now? Zhang Han inquired, rising and shedding his earlier resentment, his confusion evident. Indeed, you have compensated for your weaknesses and are growing stronger, but that does not mean I am idly waiting for you to catch up. I am improving as well, and with the acquisition of another spiritual treasure, how could you possibly surpass me? Yi Luo explained dismissively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han could only manage a wry smile. He had intended to impress their third senior brother and fourth junior sister, yet it seemed he had only succeeded in embarrassing himself further. Meanwhile, Dantai Luoxue approached Yi Luo, her eyes filled with curiosity. She was quite perplexed by Yi Luo's combat prowess. The strength he had just displayed was indeed extraordinary. She recognized that her second senior brother's formations rivaled those at the transcendent stage, yet they had been effortlessly obliterated by Yi Luo's sword energy. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the heavenly map, her second senior brother might have suffered severe injury from that very energy. Yi Luo's combat capabilities were astonishing, prompting Dantai Luoxue to desire clarification. Senior brother, I wish to inquire about something. Might you provide an answer? Dantai Luoxue spoke softly. Is there something you wish to inquire about, junior sister? Yi Luo turned to face her and responded, might I ask, senior brother, are you in the tribulation stage? Dantai Luoxue inquired directly. Indeed, I am in the tribulation stage, Yi Luo affirmed with a nod, addressing Dantai Luoxue with a tone of politeness. One must not treat this junior sister as one would the second brother. She is truly the future leader of the Wudao sect, but isn't the second brother also in the tribulation stage? Could the disparity between minor realms be so vast? Yet the second brother is a prodigy. How could such a minor difference in realm lead to a significant gap in combat prowess? Dantai Luoxue queried, her confusion evident. Standing nearby, Zhang Han nearly knelt in disbelief. Why must you bring me into this? Are you implying that I am not a prodigy? That the minor gap in realms results in such a stark difference in strength? Zhang Han cast a resentful glance at Dantai Luoxue, unaware of the second brother's gaze. Dantai Luoxue remained focused on Yi Luo. I cannot elucidate this matter, Yi Luo admitted, furrowing his brow. He turned to glance at Zhang Han, patting his shoulder before stepping back a few paces and continuing. In truth, I am uncertain of my exact stage, whether I am in the early, mid, or late phase of the tribulation stage. You should understand, we are not ordinary cultivators. Our practice is of our own path. Thus we are oblivious to specific details. I have a sense that I have transcended the tribulation stage, yet beyond that, what realm remains? Therefore, I cannot ascertain my current stage. Yi Luo, too, felt perplexed regarding the classification of his own strength. We can simply inquire with our master upon his return, Zhang Han suggested with an odd expression. Both Yi Luo and Dantai Luoxue nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they chose to abandon the topic and engaged in light conversation instead. Meanwhile, Zhang Han patted Chu Yuan on the shoulder. Second brother, what troubles you? Do you wish to spar with me? Chu Yuan replied with a peculiar smile. Awaken, I cannot best senior brother. But I certainly can you. Spare me the cryptic remarks. Have you seen my mount? Zhang Han lamented. Indeed, his prestige had waned. Even the third brother dared to provoke him. Yes. It seems your mount was startled and flew off to the back cliff when you and senior brother exerted your aura. Chu Yuan pointed toward the cliff, as long as the mount is unharmed. That is all that matters. I had intended to ride it when we journeyed to Zhongzhou. Zhang Han nodded in affirmation. He turned to leave, but before he could depart, Yi Luo grasped Zhang Han's arm. Where are you going? Come, we have the rare opportunity to gather. Let us visit Li Ergang and chat together. We usually devote our time to cultivation, and only now, due to the myriad sex competition, do we have this chance. Let us not concern ourselves with other matters at this time. Yi Luo smiled and shook his head. Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded, aware that their fellow disciples seldom gathered together. The elder brother had the responsibility of overseeing a sacred ground, while the third junior brother was engaged in physical cultivation on the mountainside. The fourth junior sister remained secluded in the palace, immersed in her contemplation of the path. Indeed, opportunities for their comrades to convene were quite rare. Well, since the elder brother had expressed his thoughts, they might as well proceed. He had heard that Li Ergang's culinary creations were exceptionally delightful, though he had never had the chance to sample them. Zhang Han readily agreed. Setting aside all matters of power and prowess, they were simply brothers in the same school, and it would be wonderful to gather together. With both the elder and second brothers voicing their approval, Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue naturally had no objections. For them, a day of cultivation was not of utmost importance. Taking time to bond with their fellow disciples was indeed commendable. The four of them made their way towards Li Ergang's kitchen. Chapter 172, The Pledge of Aou. In the kitchen of the Undao sect, four disciples sat at a table, indulging in culinary delights while engaging in casual conversation. Li Ergang, busy preparing more dishes, was mindful of the esteemed guests before him, treating them with greater deference than he would show to Aou. Each of these four individuals was a paragon of talent. One was the master of the Eastern States' holy ground, another the future leader of the Undao sect, while the remaining two were destined for greatness. Offending them was not an option. Thus Li Ergang sought to please them by utilizing the dragon's blood he had acquired from Aou over the past 4 months to enhance his culinary creations. As he busied himself with the dishes, he listened intently to the conversation among the disciples, curiosity piqued by their discourse. However, he soon found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend their discussion. Topics such as ascension and the preliminary stages of transcending tribulations were beyond his grasp. The disciples of hidden sects were indeed formidable. He felt he could not afford to eavesdrop any longer and focus solely on his cooking. Meanwhile, the conversation continued outside. Do you believe there are further realms beyond the tribulation crossing stage? Yi Luo pondered aloud, furrowing his brows. Indeed, Zhang Han and the others nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo fell into contemplation, refraining from voicing his thoughts immediately. As they gathered, their dialogue naturally gravitated towards the current state of ascension. It had been 10 millennia since anyone had ascended from the divine movement continent. The emergence of spiritual roots had rendered ascension impossible. Zhang Han and the others were convinced that there must be another realm following the tribulation crossing stage, perhaps only attainable before one could ascend. Their conviction was further reinforced after witnessing Yi Luo's extraordinary combat prowess, suggesting that there was indeed more to be attained beyond the tribulation crossing. Yi Luo lifted his cup, taking a delicate sip before speaking. However, senior brother, In ancient times, there was no such thing as spiritual roots. Zhang Han narrowed his eyes, responding in a gentle tone. True, there were indeed no spiritual roots in ancient times, yet that does not necessarily imply that there are no realms beyond the tribulation crossing stage. We must consult our master on this matter. By the way, do any of you possess spiritual roots? I am inherently devoid of them. With that, Yi Luo turned his gaze towards his fellow disciples, who began to share their own circumstances. My innate talent was too formidable. My natural array heart combined with a spiritual root was struck down by divine thunder. My situation, senior brother, is known to you, lacking a soul. My spiritual root was shattered by the earthly calamity, nourishing my flesh instead. The circumstances of junior sister differ from those of the two senior brothers. Currently, she still possesses a spiritual root. However, for reasons unknown, she can only cultivate her soul and is unable to harness any magical power, as if all strength has eluded her spiritual root. The words exchanged among the fellow disciples brought mutual understanding. They are all extraordinary beings in their own right. Yi Luo was born without a spiritual root, yet possesses a body of unparalleled potential. Zhang Han had his spiritual root destroyed by lightning, yet he is naturally gifted in formations. As for Chu Yuan, his situation is even more peculiar. He has somehow managed to survive without a soul. On the other hand, Dan Tai Luoxue is somewhat normal, endowed with a heavenly spiritual root and innate wisdom, yet her cultivation has taken an unusual turn, as she hardly regards her spiritual root with any significance. Our cultivation journey is unrelated to spiritual roots. We are indeed exceptional. Even I and second senior brother have experienced a period of being deemed useless, all because of our spiritual roots. Could the matter of ascension also be linked to spiritual roots? Yi Luo pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, the other three fell into deep contemplation. The atmosphere became hushed, with only the sounds of the air in the kitchen tinkering with various items. After a moment, Chu Yuan broke the silence. Senior brother, the matter of ascension is still far off. We can discuss it later. However, we should deliberate on the upcoming grand competition of 10,000 sects. Chu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. What is there to discuss? Aside from junior sister, everyone should aim for a spot in the top 10. Zhang Han remarked with a faint smile. Our master's participation in the grand competition aims to establish his prestige while also enhancing the reputation of the Wudao sect. The higher the ranking we achieve, the better. He mused that both the senior brother and third junior brother were essentially paving the way for him. Very well. Let us agree on aiming for the top 10 for each of us. However, wouldn't it be rather dull without some form of incentive? Yi Luo said with a teasing glint in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Han. Incentive? What kind of incentive do you desire, senior brother? Zhang Han inquired, perplexed. Considering you all seem to lack significant treasures, let us opt for a modest incentive. How about presenting a magical artifact as a prize? Yi Luo suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Han and Chu Yuan stiffened. Presenting a magical artifact as a prize? Where could they possibly procure such an item? One, a former master of a sacred land, had brought along a storage bag filled with spiritual treasures and stones. Yet it would self-destruct if not opened by him. As he was a body cultivator, there was no way to access it. Thus, he effectively had no magical treasures. As for Zhang Han, his background was humble. During his travels, he received gifts from the Dragon Lord, but those items were not magical artifacts. Any elixirs he had were long consumed, leaving him utterly destitute. Combined, they could not even produce a single magical artifact, let alone two. Yi Luo clearly noticed their awkwardness and couldn't help but smile. No way, you two can't possibly be unable to produce even one magical artifact. Yi Luo exclaimed, extending her hand in a beckoning gesture. From the storage ring emerged dozens of exquisite magical treasures, gracefully floating in the air. Above him, the spirit treasure, the wild sword, and the endless sword gourd hovered majestically. As the esteemed master of the Holy Land of the East, he possessed an abundance of magical artifacts, each of which was of at least superior quality. Thus, he retrieved these numerous treasures. Were he to present all the artifacts from the Tai Sword Sect's treasury, the count would surely exceed 100. At this teasing remark from Yi Luo, Chu Yuan remained composed, while Zhang Han was rendered utterly speechless. How could he, the future master of the Wudao sect, fail to produce even a single artifact? It was a source of great embarrassment. Was it not customary for everyone to possess at least one magical treasure? Suddenly, Dan Tai Luoxue chimed in, eager to join the banter. As she produced the bell-shaped artifact that Yi Luo had gifted her earlier, her charming face adorned with a smile. Ahem, dear senior brother. While I may not possess any magical treasures, I can offer other forms of collateral, such as my mount, the purebred azure dragon. What do you think? Is it not on par with a magical artifact? Zhang Han cleared his throat twice, attempting to mask his discomfort. Chapter 173. Has the master emerged? By the kitchen, at the table, when Yi Luo and the other two heard Zhang Han propose using AOU as a prize, they were momentarily taken aback. Such a bold move. To use a mount as a prize. Yi Luo pondered deeply, weighing whether AOU was indeed worthy of such a role. After a while, he finally spoke. No, second junior brother, although your mount is a pure-blood azure dragon, it is currently in a weakened state. One can only wonder what it has been up to. Under normal circumstances, it would be more than sufficient to serve as a prize for 1 or 2 magical artifacts. But this azure dragon simply cannot suffice at present. He waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was taken aback. What? That rascal AOU is in a weakened state? That can't be right. He discreetly extended his consciousness and swiftly located AOU, who was lying on the ground at the cliff, emitting strange sounds. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the creature was indeed severely weakened. What on earth has it been doing during this time? Zhang Han's mouth twitched in disbelief. To have played oneself into such a state of weakness. Incredible. Zhang Han intended to call AOU over for clarification, but before he could, a voice from outside interrupted. Coming. Make some room, esteemed guests. This dragon blood goji berry soup is ready, a most nourishing delicacy. Please enjoy it. Li Ergang approached the table with a large pot of soup, carefully placing it down. As he stood up to leave, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the 4 disciples and paused in confusion. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? What is the matter, esteemed ones? Did I not prepare this dish to your liking? Li Ergang asked with a sycophantic smile. Is this dish made with dragon blood? Where did you acquire the dragon blood? Zhang Han inquired with an odd tone. Well, it was exchanged for a small amount of dragon blood from your mount, Master Zhang. Li Ergang coughed lightly before responding. At this revelation, Zhang Han's mouth twitched again. A small amount? More like a considerable quantity, I would assume. For such a large azure dragon to be left in a weakened state, how much blood was taken? Nevertheless, Zhang Han had no intention of placing blame. It was merely unfortunate that this situation left him without anything suitable to serve as a prize. Seeing this, Yi Luo stepped forward. Well, since it is due to Ergang's actions, let us include this azure dragon as a prize. If anyone fails to secure a spot in the top 10 of the Wanzhong Grand Competition, the prize they offer will belong to the Wudao sect. Should you, second junior brother, fail, this azure dragon shall become the mount for all of Wudao sect, Yi Luo declared. Agreed. Zhang Han immediately concurred, his eyes gleaming with excitement. All this talk was merely paving the way for him. The eldest senior brother was indeed a good person, who was unaware that the future leader of the Wudao sect would be him. So it is settled then. By the way, third junior brother, do you have a prize to offer? As if perceiving Zhang Han's thoughts, Yi Luo smiled lightly and, unperturbed, shifted her gaze towards Chu Yuan. This, senior brother, my storage bag is enchanted. It will self-destruct if anyone other than myself attempts to open it. However, I lack the magical power to unlock it. If I could, I would possess some treasures, Chu Yuan lamented bitterly. An enchantment? Junior brother, allow me to examine your storage bag. Perhaps I can unravel it, Zhang Han interjected. Engaged in the art of formations, he had some familiarity with enchantments. While he might struggle with ancient enchantments, the more common ones were relatively straightforward for someone of his expertise. Here you go, second senior brother, Chu Yuan said, retrieving a storage bag from his waist and handing it to Zhang Han. Upon inspection, Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback. Third junior brother, how exceedingly cautious you are. 30 layers of enchantments, complete with traps. If the 30th layer is breached, there is a hidden enchantment that will destroy the storage bag along with all its contents. Zhang Han chuckled helplessly at the irony of the situation, having gone to such lengths only to complicate matters for himself. Please, second senior brother, stop laughing. Can the enchantments of this storage bag truly be dispelled? Chu Yuan asked, feeling quite awkward. Indeed, these are merely contemporary enchantments. Unraveling them is quite simple, Zhang Han replied. He then infused his magical energy into the storage bag, a formation manifesting at his heart, accompanying his power into the bag. With a sharp crack, a moment later, Zhang Han withdrew his energy, dispersing the formation, and placed the storage bag on the table. All done. Third junior brother, the enchantments on your storage bag have been dispelled, and now anyone can open it. Then I kindly request you, senior brother, to assist me in opening it and extracting its contents. For I lack the magical power to retrieve anything from it, Chu Yuan said with great exasperation. This indeed constituted a significant flaw of physical cultivation, being unable to utilize storage bags or rings. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han nodded and proceeded to open the storage bag, extracting its contents. In an instant, countless spirit stones and over 100 magical artifacts were revealed. The radiant glow of the spirit stones and artifacts illuminated the entire kitchen area. Li Ergang, observing from the side, fell to his knees in astonishment. So many spirit stones. Forgive my ignorance, but I have never witnessed such a wealth of spirit stones, he marveled. And those artifacts? My heavens, is this the standard of disciples from hidden sects? They wield such an abundance of spirit stones and treasures. Li Ergang dared not gaze any longer, fearing he might faint from the overwhelming sight. The other disciples were not faring much better. Aside from Yi Luo, the master of a sacred land, the remaining three were overcome with mixed emotions. Dantai Luoxua fared somewhat better, possessing a treasure that surpassed even the spirit artifacts. Su Qianyuan felt a profound sense of helplessness, burdened by the knowledge that he could not utilize such vast resources. As for Zhang Han, he nearly choked on his own blood at the sheer spectacle before him. After much contemplation, it turns out that among the disciples of the sect, he is the most impoverished. Third junior brother. Aside from using a single magical artifact as a token, you cannot possibly utilize the rest, can you? What are your intentions regarding these spirit stones and artifacts? Yi Luo suddenly inquired. What intentions? Perhaps it would be best to entrust them to our master, allowing him to bolster the foundation of the Wudao sect. While these items may seem of little use, they could at least contribute a modicum of depth. Su Qianyuan pondered for a moment before responding. Entrust them to our master? That seems reasonable. Yi Luo nodded in agreement. He cast his gaze towards the direction of his master's palace, calculating the time until his master would emerge from seclusion. It has already been over 4 months, and with less than a month remaining until the grand competition of the 10,000 sects. Traveling from the remote eastern state to the central state would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. They would need to set off at least half a month in advance. Otherwise, they would be pressed for time. As Yi Luo was lost in thought, suddenly, a familiar aura wafted from the direction he was gazing. His master has emerged from seclusion? No, wait. A smile broke upon Yi Luo's face, quickly replaced by a look of confusion. Why? Why does he sense an elevation in his master's realm? Foundation establishment? Chapter 174. A promising disciple in the grand hall of the Wudao sect, the esteemed leader, Chu Yuan, found himself seated with a sense of bewilderment as he observed his disciples below. Among them, his female disciple and the third disciple appeared rather ordinary. Yet the expression on Yi Luo's face was strikingly peculiar, marked by a profound sorrow that made him seem as if he were mourning a loss, akin to the somber countenance displayed by disciples during a memorial. Had something unfortunate befallen him? Chu Yuan glanced at his own body, finding no injuries or impairments. In fact, he had made significant progress, having advanced to the foundation establishment stage over the past 4 months without incident. A sense of confusion washed over him. Just as Chu Yuan contemplated inquiring about the matter with his eldest disciple, Su Qianyuan stepped forward, presenting a storage bag. Master, this is a collection of resources I have previously gathered. Due to my body refinement, I am unable to access the contents of this bag, so I humbly present it to you. Please accept it, he spoke softly. Surprised by these words, Chu Yuan paused, looking down at the storage bag. Had it not been for the presence of other disciples, his eyes would have surely glimmered with emotion. A storage bag. Such an item he had never laid eyes upon before. The fact that this disciple intended to bestow it upon him filled him with elation. Su Qianyuan. Truly, he was worthy of being Chu Yuan's disciple. In that instant, all resentment he held towards Su Qianyuan dissipated. With a trembling hand, he accepted the storage bag, his heart swelling with excitement, though he struggled to maintain a facade of calmness, gripping the bag tightly, as if fearing it might be taken back. When Su Qianyuan released his hold, allowing the storage bag to rest fully in Chu Yuan's possession, the latter felt an overwhelming urge to leap in joy. This was his very first storage treasure. He reminisced about his days as a nascent soul cultivator, when such treasures were beyond his reach. Ah, Qianyuan, you are remarkable, Chu Yuan exclaimed, taking a deep breath to express his gratitude. Such is the duty of a disciple, Su Qianyuan replied with a respectful gesture. Little did he know that the praise was directed at the storage bag itself rather than the wealth contained within it. Had he been aware, he might have been taken aback, for the resources within could procure countless storage bags, yet here he was being lauded for the mere bag itself. By the way, where's Han? He hasn't gone down the mountain again, has he? Chu Yuan scanned the hall, and, finding Zhang Han absent, inquired. No, master. With less than a month until the 10,000 sects grand competition, Zhang Han has gone to prepare his mount, suggesting that we ride dragons to reach Zhongzhou more swiftly. Yi Luo explained. Ah, I see. Very well, then. You may take your leave to prepare for our journey to Zhongzhou. Once you are ready, we shall depart. Chu Yuan said, his eagerness to explore the storage bag palpable as he waved his hand dismissively, urging the 3 disciples to exit. Understood, Master. They nodded in unison, performing a respectful bow before promptly leaving the grand hall. Chu Yuan could no longer contain his excitement. Clutching the storage bag, he examined it from every angle, wishing he could see through it. How could someone like him, Chu Yuan, experience such a moment? To possess a storage bag, a radiant smile spread across his face, as if he were cradling a beloved woman, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, it felt akin to embracing a lady. As for a real woman, what good is a woman with a storage bag? Women merely hinder his sword-drawing speed, whereas a storage bag can hold precious swords. Which is more advantageous? Can he not comprehend? First, let us see how to open it. Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He infused his magical energy into the storage bag. Suddenly, it was as though he beheld a vast, ethereal realm, reminiscent of wielding divine consciousness. This sensation stirred nostalgia within him. Ever since his fall from grace, he had been devoid of such consciousness. Now, with the storage bag, that familiar feeling returned. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he directed his entire focus into the storage bag. Under his concentrated gaze, an abundance of spirit stones and several unknown treasures materialized before him. Thud! Chu Yuan fell to his knees in astonishment. So many items were contained within this storage bag. Su Qianyuan, what a remarkable disciple. In Chu Yuan's heart, Su Qianyuan's standing soared rapidly, matching the heights of Yi Luo. Not only had Su Qianyuan gifted him the storage bag, but he had also bestowed upon him a trove of spirit stones. These were spirit stones, mind you. A single low-grade spirit stone is worth 100 taels of gold. Chu Yuan was elated, so much so that he momentarily lost his bearings. It took him a full half-hour to regain his composure after the overwhelming excitement of newfound wealth subsided. He must remain calm. There was still a fortune awaiting him in Zhongzhou. Preparations were in order, as he needed to attend the grand competition among the myriad sects. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan steadied his emotions. He needed to uphold the dignity of his master and not appear overly exuberant. He tucked the storage bag safely within his robes, meticulously ensuring it was secure against theft or accidental dropping before feeling at ease. He raised his foot, intending to leave the grand hall, but then recalled that his supreme divine sword had yet to be taken. Perhaps it was best to forego it. He was unfamiliar with Zhongzhou. Carrying such a divine sword might attract unwanted attention. As he was merely at the foundation stage, he was unworthy of wielding such a weapon. Better to wait for a more opportune time. Thus, he resolved not to bring the divine sword on this journey to Zhongzhou. Nodding to himself, he retracted his thoughts and made his way toward the hall's exit, intending to grab a bite in the kitchen before setting off, awaiting his disciples to be ready. Off to Zhongzhou, to reap wealth. Meanwhile, at the back cliff of the Wudao sect, Zhang Han arrived and fortuitously found Aou. Upon seeing Zhang Han, Aou was beside himself with excitement, nearly bowing to him. He fervently shared tales of the abuse he had endured during his time at the Wudao sect. Zhang Han listened, a smile gracing his face as he absorbed Aou's recounting. One person, one dragon, one listening and the other narrating, thus unfolded upon the precipice. Zhang Laoda, please take me away. I would rather return to being a cultivator of dragons than remain here. You have no idea. That Li Ergang has the audacity to claim he wants me to mate with a group of spirit pigs. I truly cannot endure this unrighteous sect any longer. Aou lamented, tears streaming down his face. Yes, I am well aware. I fully comprehend, Zhang Han replied, a smile gracing his lips, as if he genuinely understood Aou's plight. Then, Zhang Laoda, please escort me out now. Aou urged hastily. I can certainly take you away, but before you depart, I require your assistance with a particular matter. I wonder if you would be willing, Zhang Han responded with a grin, his demeanor warm yet, to Aou, it carried an inexplicable chill. At this juncture, Aou could only muster the courage to respond, Zhang Laoda, what is it that you need? He stammered, transform back into a dragon, and allow me to ride you one last time. Zhang Han said with a smile, Aou, you've got to be kidding. Didn't you say that last time was the final one? Chapter 175, A Vow with Spirit Roots. At the precipice of the Wudao sect, Aou stood, his countenance etched with profound regret. He lamented his decisions, wishing he had remained in Yunzhou, in the esteemed dragon manor of the Yintian River. Instead, he had succumbed to fear of his father. Aou had come to a realization. This world is fraught with peril. No matter how despicable his father, the Dragon Lord, might be, he merely intended for him to serve as a dragon. Yet, some individuals sought to use him as a mount, such as the person before him. Aou gazed deeply at Zhang Han, who had persistently requested him as a steed. The treachery of human hearts was truly alarming. On the other hand, Zhang Han felt a twinge of guilt under Aou's intense scrutiny. Ahem, truly. Aou, this time will be the last, I assure you. Zhang Han declared. Last time, and the time before that, you said the same, Aou replied with a tone of melancholy. Those were mere accidents. This time, I genuinely intend to travel to Zhongzhou, which is why I require your assistance. Once this is over, I will personally escort you back to Yinzhou. Zhang Han continued, his demeanor warm and inviting. Zhang Han, our trust has eroded beyond repair. Aou remained resolute. Having been deceived several times, do you truly believe I am a fool? You wish to ride me? Absolutely not. The dragon clan shall never be mounts. Even if I were to leap from this precipice and perish here, I would never be ridden. The dragon clan shall never be mounts. Aou's conviction was unwavering. Zhang Han, observing this, felt a headache coming on, silently cursing Chu Yuan and his cohorts. Had it not been for their treatment of Aou, persuading him would not be so arduous. However, he believed he could still convince Aou. After all, he was merely a newly emerged azure dragon. How could he not be persuaded? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Han spoke slowly. Aou, this truly is the final time. Do you think I would deceive you again? He placed a reassuring hand on Aou's shoulder. Indeed, Aou nodded earnestly. Alas, do I come across as someone who would deceive? Zhang Han feigned exasperation. Yes, Aou nodded seriously. Zhang Han sighed. Is it so terrible that I have ridden you a couple of times? Very well, since you harbor such distrust, how about this? I will swear an oath. Are you familiar with spirit roots? Zhang Han pretended to be helpless. Yes, your kind requires spirit roots for cultivation, Aou replied candidly. Correct. Cultivation necessitates spirit roots. Without them, one cannot progress. Thus, I hereby vow before heaven and earth, if this is not the last time I ride you, may the heavens obliterate my spirit roots. I shall never possess spirit roots again. Surely, this will put your mind at ease? Zhang Han's voice carried a hint of mirth. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Han, this is unnecessary. You truly intend to swear on your spirit roots? Aou was taken aback, astonished that Zhang Han would dare to make such a vow. Such a vow to heaven and earth is not to be taken lightly, for it possesses genuine power. Yet, why did the heavens remain unresponsive? Aou recalled that the text he had read stated that when one swears an oath to the cosmos, a reply is always forthcoming. However, this time there was silence. Perhaps, he mused, he had never truly witnessed an oath of such magnitude. It might simply be the nature of things. Aou felt a profound astonishment at Zhang Han's determination this time. Perhaps the esteemed Zhang was indeed truthful. Only in this way could one grasp the depth of my resolve. This truly is the final occasion. A gleam flickered in Zhang Han's eyes as he spoke. Is it truly the last time? Aou's conviction wavered. It is indeed the last time, I swear to you. Zhang Han affirmed with unwavering certainty. Very well. Aou conceded with a nod. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Han exhaled a sigh of relief. He had successfully deceived him once more. As for spiritual roots, alas, he possessed none, for they had long since been severed, perfectly suited for an oath. He had been startled by the heaven's lack of response. Fearful that Aou might discern the truth, it appeared that Aou was still quite youthful. Yes, this is the final time. Once it is over, I shall personally escort you back to Yunzhou. However, we are en route to Zhongzhou, so be prepared for a lengthy journey, Zhang Han declared, patting Aou on the shoulder. All right, as long as this truly is the last time, Aou replied with a hint of resignation. Very well, you should prepare. I shall take my leave, Zhang Han said with a smile before turning to depart, heading towards the main hall of the sect. As he walked, he glanced down at his scholarly robes, contemplating whether he should don something more presentable. This grand competition among the myriad sects would serve to establish his prestige. Would a change of attire not be more fitting? Truth be told, he had seldom given thought to his appearance. He was accustomed to his scholarly garb, simply securing his hair with a wooden pin, relying solely on his demeanor and looks. Zhang Han pondered whether to refine his image as he proceeded towards the main hall. Halfway there, he unexpectedly encountered Yi Luo and two other fellow disciples emerging. Where is our master? Why are you all out so soon? I still wish to pay my respects, Zhang Han inquired, raising an eyebrow. Our master instructed us to make preparations. We are departing for Zhongzhou. Yi Luo replied with a wave of his hand. We are leaving already? By the way, did you ask our master about the realms beyond the tribulation stage? Zhang Han pressed further. We didn't have time to ask. Our East Zhou is quite distant from Zhongzhou, so we are preparing to set off. We can inquire along the way, Yi Luo explained. I see. In that case, wait for me, senior brother. I shall return shortly after changing my attire, Zhang Han said, turning to fly back to his palace. The three standing still were momentarily taken aback. How had they not noticed that Zhang Han was so particular about his appearance? As Yi Luo gazed at Zhang Han's departing figure, he shook his head and turned to face Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue. He opened his mouth, intending to inquire whether they too needed to return and change attire. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. Chu Yuan, being a cultivator of the body, might very well have his garments torn during a skirmish, rendering any change in clothing futile. As for Dantai Luoxue, it was perhaps better to leave her be. Her natural beauty was already striking, and even in casual attire, she exuded an allure capable of captivating nations, rendering any deliberate embellishment unnecessary. So, did this mean Zhang Han was unattractive? Not at all. Disciples from their secluded sect were never lacking in charm. Zhang Han possessed an air of scholarly grace, and in terms of looks, he was certainly commendable. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that this second son was rather troublesome, still requiring adornment. Yi Luo shook his head, weary of further commentary, and stood quietly aside, patiently awaiting Zhang Han's return. In his heart, he pondered how best to approach his master regarding the existence of realms beyond the tribulation stage. Chapter 176. Journey to Zhongzhou. In the kitchen of Wudao sect at Tianwu Mountain, Chu Yuan sat quietly at the table, clad in a flowing white robe. His long hair as dark as ink, he resembled a transcendent being, seated serenely amidst the mundane world, evoking the image of a picturesque realm. Although Chu Yuan's cultivation had been in decline, his demeanor remained unchanged. In fact, as time passed, his aura grew increasingly ethereal, often described as immortal. This was an innate quality, entirely independent of his cultivation level. Master, I have brought the fruit wine you requested. A voice suddenly rang out from outside. Li Ergang entered, carrying 2 jars and waddling toward him. He placed the jars of fruit wine on the table, displaying far more reverence toward Chu Yuan than he did toward the 4 disciples. These 2 jars, yes. What about the gourd I asked you to prepare? Chu Yuan inquired casually, nodding slightly. It's here. Master, this gourd is also filled with fruit wine. Li Ergang quickly produced a simple gourd from his waist and respectfully placed it on the table. Very well, Chu Yuan replied, nodding in satisfaction. He then cautiously retrieved his storage bag from within his robe, using his magical prowess to open it and stow the 2 jars of fruit wine along with the gourd inside. After completing his task, he presented the storage bag to Li Ergang with a flourish, intending to showcase his possession. To his surprise, Li Ergang displayed no astonishment at the sight of the storage bag, as if it were a commonplace item. This left Chu Yuan bewildered. Why was Li Ergang not impressed? Could it be that everyone in this world, besides him, possessed a storage bag, thus rendering it unremarkable? Meanwhile, Li Ergang was indeed unfazed by the storage bag. He had encountered such items frequently. His interest lay instead in Chu Yuan's impending journey to Zhongzhou. Master, how long do you anticipate being away in Zhongzhou? Li Ergang inquired. That remains uncertain. I shall return once the 10,000 sects competition concludes, Chu Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Then I shall extend my early congratulations for your disciples' commendable performances in the 10,000 sects competition. Li Ergang offered. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the competition, it did not hinder his well-wishing. Hearing this, Chu Yuan laughed heartily, genuinely pleased by Li Ergang's congratulations. However, as he chuckled, a sense of unease began to creep in. Commendable performances from my disciples? He thought of Yi Luo, Zhang Han, and Chu Yuan achieving good standings, which would indeed bring him joy, as higher rankings meant greater rewards. Yet, if Dantai Luoxue were to attain a high rank, would that not imply her success? Was Li Ergang truly offering congratulations, or was he cursing him instead? Chu Yuan's smile gradually faded. Just as I was about to speak a few words about Li Ergang, a sudden gust of wind swept through the distance. Accompanying the tempest was an ear-splitting roar. Woohoo! Chu Yuan turned his head, and at a glance, he beheld a colossal azure dragon soaring through the sky, emitting a peculiar bellow. My heavens! Why has this creature emerged again? Startled, Chu Yuan nearly lost his footing. Had his legs not betrayed him in fear, he would have surely fallen to the ground. He swallowed hard, watching as the dragon glided closer, eventually halting not far from him. The nearer he stood to the dragon, the more he felt the stark contrast in their sizes. His own form was dwarfed by even a single thong of the dragon. The disparity was truly overwhelming. Chu Yuan felt an unsettling realization wash over him. Should this dragon choose to swallow him now, it might remain blissfully unaware of the occurrence. In the midst of his stupor, a voice resonated from above the dragon. Master, please ascend upon the dragon. We shall ride it to the central continent. The voice jolted Chu Yuan from his daze. He looked up and noticed that his 4 disciples were perched atop the dragon's head. Ride the dragon to the central continent? Is this for real? Are we truly to ride a dragon? Together? How on earth do I get up there? Leap onto it. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan approached the dragon, preparing to jump. Suddenly, Yi Luo's figure appeared beside him. Master, allow me to assist you in climbing aboard. Yi Luo smiled, gesturing with a wave of his hand. A series of flying swords materialized, forming a staircase before Chu Yuan. My eldest disciple is quite considerate. Chu Yuan sighed in relief and stepped onto the staircase of swords, ascending to the top of the dragon's head. Upon reaching the dragon's crown, he gazed at its resplendent azure scales, momentarily lost in wonder. Meanwhile, Yi Luo had returned to stand behind him. Observing this, Zhang Han gently patted Aoyu's head. Aoyu immediately understood, roaring in response as he twisted his massive body and shot into the sky. Woohoo! We are taking flight. After circling above the Wu Dao sect a few times, Aoyu soared forth the moment the sect's formation opened, heading towards the central continent. Li Ergang, by the kitchen, watched the dragon vanish into the horizon and tidied his disheveled clothes, tousled by the fierce winds. Now, the Wu Dao sect was quiet, leaving him alone. Perhaps I shall wander to the law hall, or perhaps the divine armory. No, the sect leader has treated me kindly. Without his invitation, I cannot enter freely. I shall meander outside instead, tending to the pigs. Perhaps I can breed something akin to the ancient celestial pigs. Yet, it is rather unfortunate that the sect leader rode off on that dragon. Otherwise, I could have coerced it into assisting with breeding. Who knows, with its dragon genes, it might yield some wondrous mutations. Li Ergang mumbled to himself, then rose and headed towards the back cliff to cultivate plants and tend to the pigs. His gait grew casual, bouncing and leaping with an air of utmost ease. After all, the Tao of No Way sect was left with but a single individual, and thus he felt no inclination to maintain a facade of seriousness. He promptly transitioned into a mode of amusement. Meanwhile, beyond the misty peaks of Tianwu Mountain, the sky was a canvas of tumult. The azure dragon darted swiftly among the clouds, stirring the winds into a frenzy. Wherever it lingered, dark clouds gathered ominously, heralding a torrential downpour. Above the head of the azure dragon, several figures stood. Among them was Chu Yuan. However, Chu Yuan was not merely standing. He was seated in meditation, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that his hands, hidden beneath his robes, trembled incessantly. He was not afraid of heights. During his time in the nascent soul realm, he had frequently taken to the skies, a fact that attested to his lack of acrophobia. Nevertheless, the speed at which they traveled filled him with trepidation. The azure dragon moved with an unparalleled swiftness, far surpassing his own pace during flight. With such velocity, how could Chu Yuan not be apprehensive? He feared that a moment's lapse in focus might lead to him being flung away, reduced to a mere splatter upon the ground. Thus, he resolved to keep his eyes tightly closed, believing that as long as he did not look, he would not succumb to fear. Just as Chu Yuan was enveloped in his intense concentration, the sound of falling leaves echoed behind him. Chapter 177. A daring discourse beneath the imposing figure of the azure dragon. Chu Yuan kept his eyes firmly shut, fearful of being unceremoniously cast off. In stark contrast, the 4 disciples behind him appeared unfazed, each displaying an admirable calmness. Even Dan Tai Luo Shui had begun to meditate, seeking enlightenment. Yi Luo stood nearby, observing his master in deep concentration, uncertain whether to intrude. He was compelled to inquire about the existence of realms beyond the tribulation crossing stage. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Luo resolved to approach his master. Master, I have a question I wish to pose. Yi Luo spoke, breaking the silence. Hearing this, Chu Yuan, with a reluctant sigh, opened his eyes. The chaotic scenery around him elicited an involuntary gasp. The speed was astonishing. He longed to grasp the massive dragon horn, believing it would provide a sense of security, yet he dared not move, let alone reach for it. Steadying his emotions, he half closed his eyes, too lethargic to even turn his head. Luo, what troubles you? Chu Yuan inquired directly. Master, I wish to ask whether there are realms beyond the tribulation crossing stage. Yi Luo replied candidly, voicing his uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han, Su Qianyuan, and the meditating Dan Tai Luo Shui all turned their attention towards them, settling into a focused silence to listen. Chu Yuan, upon receiving this query, nearly uttered a curse. Is this a jest at my expense? In my prime, I only reached the nascent soul stage, and that was but a fleeting moment. Who knows if there are realms beyond the tribulation crossing stage? You, a multitude of individuals with realms surpassing my peak, turn to me for answers? Shall I brew you a cup of tea instead? Lure, what prompts such a question? Chu Yuan forced a semblance of a cordial smile, turning to address him. Master, it is due to my earlier sparring with my second junior brother. Both of us are at the tribulation crossing stage, yet I was able to easily defeat him, suggesting my strength exceeds that of the tribulation crossing stage, hence my doubt. Yi Luo respectfully elucidated. You should be pondering why your second junior brother, being at the tribulation crossing stage, is so lacking in ability, rather than whether there are realms beyond it. After stating this, Chu Yuan turned his head away and resumed his silence. Zhang Han, perplexed, thought, how am I lacking? I am a born formation master, requiring no materials or preparation time. How can I be deemed lacking? He felt disgruntled. After all, he had once managed to defeat the Dragon Lord of the Yunzhao demonic clan. How had he been reduced to a state of inadequacy in his master's eyes? Observing this, Yi Luo shook his head at Zhang Han, unsure of what to say, ultimately managing a smile, wary of pursuing the matter further. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan continued to close his eyes, his thoughts wandering to the existence of realms beyond the tribulation crossing stage. It seemed there were none, or so he mused. Could it be that the Great Ascension realm in Xinxia novels truly exists? Unlikely. He recalled that the cultivation list provided by the system did not include any such realm. The highest was merely the tribulation crossing stage. Nevertheless, why concern himself with realms? As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, he should not be preoccupied with the affairs of the tribulation crossing stage. However, upon reflection, he realized that his tone with the disciples had been somewhat harsh. Chu Yuan pondered this and acknowledged that he had indeed been rather dismissive. After all, he needed these disciples to help him earn money in the grand competition of 10,000 sects. Perhaps he should coax them anew? After some contemplation, Chu Yuan reopened his eyes and turned to Yi Luo. Luo, come here for a moment, he said with a calm demeanor. Yi Luo, who had been deep in thought, hurriedly approached Chu Yuan. However, upon seeing his master seated in meditation, he felt it inappropriate to stand and instead chose to crouch respectfully. Master, do you have something to instruct? Yi Luo asked, lowering his head. Repeat the question you just asked, Chu Yuan replied indifferently. At this, Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. Why would his master request him to restate his previous question? Stealing a glance at his master's serene expression, he soon comprehended the reason. His master must have experienced a sudden elevation in realm, which had affected his mood, leading to his earlier reluctance to respond. The lower 1's realm. The closer one is to ascension. With the unexpected advancement to foundation establishment, his master must have felt further from ascension, thus his displeasure. At this moment, his master seemed to have recognized his emotional imbalance and adjusted his mindset before inquiring once more. Master, I understand. Master, my question is whether there are realms beyond the tribulation crossing stage. Yi Luo asked respectfully. That question is contingent upon you, Luo, whether there is or isn't. Whether it is real or illusory, right or wrong, is entirely up to your perception. The existence of a realm after tribulation crossing depends on your declaration of its existence. Chu Yuan stated with an air of nonchalance, delivering a series of cryptic words even he did not fully grasp. As per usual, he had managed to confuse himself in the process. But master, if I say there is, does that truly mean there is? Yi Luo queried with a wry smile. If you assert it exists, then it undoubtedly does. Realms are birthed from the declarations of others. If someone claims there is no realm, then there has never been one. Do you comprehend, Luo? Chu Yuan expounded, demonstrating his adeptness in his primary vocation. His master's implication was that if Yi Luo believed there to be a realm beyond the tribulation crossing stage, he should create one. But, might master provide some guidance? Yi Luo earnestly inquired. If there is a realm, it shall be called the Great Ascension Stage. Chu Yuan nodded affirmatively. The Great Ascension Stage. Yi Luo murmured softly, already formulating ideas in his mind. Observing that Yi Luo had ceased to inquire further, Chu Yuan closed his eyes once more, disinclined to elaborate any further. The leaves in the front continued to murmur softly, devoid of any motion. He has truly conceived the notion of wanting to forge a new realm. If outsiders were to become aware of the actions of these two masters and disciples, it would likely terrify them. One dares to speak, while the other dares to act. Meanwhile, over in the Central Plains, Chapter 178, has the Wudao sect arrived late? Within the boundaries of Zhongzhou, at the headquarters of the Cultivators Alliance, the assembly hall was charged with an atmosphere of urgency. The elders were akin to ants on a hot pan, flitting about in a state of anxious agitation. They had realized that the secluded sect from Dongzhou had yet to make its appearance. Although the grand tournament of 10,000 sects was scheduled to commence in 5 months, it was customary for participants to arrive a month in advance to facilitate preliminary gatherings among the sect leaders. The absence of the Dongzhou hidden sect was perplexing. What could they possibly be up to? All the other sect representatives had arrived, with only the Wu Dao sect yet to show. It seemed implausible that the Dongzhou hidden sect, which had previously pledged its attendance, would simply renege on its commitment. Might it be that they were unaware of the necessity to arrive a month early? Such a notion seemed far-fetched. Surely a sect of their stature, with a lineage of 300,000 years, would be well versed in the protocols of such a grand event. After all, the grand tournament was a significant occasion, and it was unlikely that the Wu Dao sect could feign ignorance of its regulations. As the elders deliberated, a realization dawned upon them. They had not specified in the invitation that arrival a month in advance was required for participation in the Grand Assembly. It was conceivable that the Wu Dao sect had simply chosen to disregard the customs surrounding the tournament. Now, they were faced with an embarrassing predicament, with numerous sects already present. The question loomed, should they proceed with the assembly or delay it? To commence without the Wu Dao sect would be a grave insult, especially given that it was their inaugural participation in the grand tournament. Conversely, to postpone would leave them with a multitude of sects to account for. The situation was dire, and further disputes would yield no fruit. Wu Yu, the leader of the Cultivators' Alliance, raised his hand to quell the commotion among the elders. Surely you must devise a solution, one elder urged, prompting the others to cast their gazes upon Wu Yu, seeking his guidance. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Wu Yu contemplated the matter with a furrowed brow. As the leader of the alliance, he bore the responsibility of finding a resolution. Let us postpone the Grand Assembly by 1 month, synchronizing it with the Grand Tournament. We shall declare that internal matters within the Cultivators' Alliance necessitate this delay, thus preserving goodwill on both sides. He proposed after a moment of reflection. His suggestion was a pragmatic approach, aimed at appeasing both factions, the numerous grand sects and the illustrious Dongzhou hidden sect. To offend either party could spell disaster for the Cultivators' Alliance, potentially leading to its downfall. The adage echoed in his mind, when holy lands clash and the alliance intervenes, the alliance may vanish. Upon hearing Wu Yu's words, the elders could only nod in agreement, recognizing the necessity of this course of action. If we do not proceed with this method, they will have no other alternatives left. At this juncture, we have no choice but to act accordingly. However, my lord, it is imperative that you dispatch someone to monitor the borders of Zhongzhou. Should the hidden sects of Dongzhou arrive, we must summon them forth without delay. My greatest fear is that, a month hence, the hidden sects of Dongzhou remain absent, and chaos ensues. What troubles me most is the prospect of commencing the grand assembly of 10,000 sects only to have the hidden sects of Dongzhou arrive midway through the proceedings. No, no, no. I sense that regardless of our fears, if the hidden sects of Dongzhou do not make their appearance, misfortune will surely befall us. Indeed, you must understand that we have already invited the hidden sects from Zhongzhou, and even some formidable sects from larger provinces have emerged, eager to compete with Dongzhou's hidden sections. Yet, if they do not arrive, we shall be in dire straits. The elders, consumed by anxiety, envisioned their impending doom, each shivering at the thought. In any case, remember to send someone to keep watch at the borders. With that, an elder uttered this final admonition and turned to leave. The other elders echoed their agreement and departed in haste. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was left with only Wu Yu seated upon the throne. Heaving a deep sigh, alas, I hope the unruly sect of Dongzhou does not break their promise. Otherwise, the conclusion may prove unsatisfactory. The Tao is inherently formless, emerging from the void to manifest as one. I truly wish to witness the essence of this hidden sect. Wu Yu shook his head, muttering to himself. Rising, he contemplated stepping outside, but decided instead to summon a steward. Prepare yourself to head to the borders of Zhongzhou, facing Dongzhou. Keep vigilant. As we are currently in the midst of the grand assembly of 10,000 sects, an entry into Zhongzhou requires thorough inspection. Should you encounter the hidden sects of Dongzhou, return immediately to report. Do you understand? Wu Yu instructed slowly. Yes, my lord. However, may I inquire if this task qualifies as an official mission? The steward asked cautiously. Within the alliance of immortal cultivators, currency for exchanges is earned through completing tasks, and spirit stones hold no value. Thus, he sought clarification on whether this constituted a mission. Indeed. Proceed to the task pavilion and accept this mission. I trust someone has already posted it by now, Wu Yu replied, somewhat exasperated. Very well, my lord. I shall depart at once. The steward nodded and exited. Witnessing this exchange, Wu Yu returned to his throne, pondering the intricate details of the upcoming grand assembly of 10,000 sects. After a brief interval, the steward rushed back in, tears streaming down his face and bruised all over. My lord, you are most unkind. How am I to accept this task? The The steward lamented. What on earth? Did you not go to accept the mission? How did you end up like this? Wu Yu was taken aback. My lord. A throng of elders were clamoring to take the task, and a brawl ensued. I was inadvertently injured in the fray. The steward sobbed. Wu Yu could only stare in disbelief. Why did this group of elders depart the assembly hall so swiftly, as if to seize this task? Were they not just moments ago wearing expressions of deep concern? Now they hastened to claim this assignment? Chapter 179. The weakness of spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. Nearly a month had elapsed. Within a mountainous forest nearing the central continent, Chu Yuan and his companions settled down. Following Chu Yuan's suggestion, they decided to rest briefly before continuing their journey. His primary concern was for the mortal body of Dan Tai Luo Shui, fearing that prolonged travel might prove too taxing for her, which led to their intermittent pace. Indeed, in this mountainous region close to the central continent, they paused once more. However, a hint of perplexity lingered in Chu Yuan's mind. Why did Dan Tai Luo Shui appear so spirited? Despite the extensive journey, she seemed more vibrant than he. A cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps he was overthinking it. It would be prudent to take advantage of this opportunity for a proper rest. Chu Yuan seated himself beside a stone, allowing his disciples the freedom to engage in whatever activities they wished, all the while intending to rest before resuming their travels. His commands were evidently not to be disobeyed, as the disciples vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only Chu Yuan and Aou in the clearing. Aou, in the presence of Chu Yuan, exhibited a noticeable apprehension. After all, the myriad of formidable disciples from the Wudao sect were all nurtured by this very individual, who likely surpassed them all in ferocity. Thus, Aou dared not provoke him, fearing retribution, and remained seated on the ground, silent. After a while of resting, Chu Yuan, intrigued, initiated a conversation with Aou. Initially, he had harbored fears of Aou, but after riding upon the dragon once, those fears dissipated, replaced by curiosity about this azure dragon. Little dragon, Chu Yuan began slowly. I'm here. Aou responded, startled, quickly rising to half-crouch on the ground, answering humbly. Oh, it's nothing significant. I merely wish to chat. From where do you hail? How old are you this year? Chu Yuan inquired nonchalantly. Senior, I am the 97th son of the Dragon Lord of the Silver Sky River in Yunzhou, and I am 752 years old this year. Aou replied obediently. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. 752 years? Goodness. He had not lived that long across both his past and present lives combined. Ah, you are a Qinglong, correct? Chu Yuan pondered aloud after a brief silence. Huh, senior, I belong to the Songlong lineage, not the Qinglong, Aou replied, confused. Aren't Songlong and Qinglong the same? Chu Yuan rolled his eyes, recalling that Songlong was indeed often referred to as Qinglong. Senior, that's not the case. Songlong is Songlong. There is no such thing as Qinglong. Aou insisted with utmost sincerity. Very well, very well. Does your dragon clan have Jinlong? Or perhaps Hailang or Bailong? Chu Yuan continued his inquiries. None, senior. In our Silver Sky River lineage, we are all Songlong. I have heard that the dragon clan in the central continent possesses the Jinlong, the sovereign among dragons. But I have not heard of Hailang or Bailong, Aou replied. Regrettably, if one wishes to cultivate a black dragon, it is indeed feasible. You could locate a black python. Should a dragon offspring be born from such a union, it would undoubtedly be a black dragon. For it is universally acknowledged that black encompasses all colors. Chu Yuan revealed a peculiar smile, implying something deeper. However, Aou remained as oblivious as a fool, entirely unaware of Chu Yuan's words, standing there in a daze. Chu Yuan, feeling somewhat exasperated by Aou's lack of comprehension, chose not to elaborate further. Noticing that Chu Yuan had ceased speaking, Aou shrank back, hesitating to utter another word. The atmosphere grew quiet once more. After a considerable passage of time, nearly half an hour, Yi Luo and the others who had wandered into the mountains returned. Observing this, Chu Yuan promptly declared their journey to resume towards Zhongzhou. Aou, understanding the cue, transformed into a colossal azure dragon. Once Chu Yuan and the others ascended, the azure dragon roared and soared into the sky. Woohoo! We take flight. Upon the dragon's head, having settled in comfortably, Chu Yuan felt no fear. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood before one of the dragoness horns, observing the rapidly retreating scenery with an air of nonchalance. As he gazed, he inquired, Luo Air, we must be nearing Zhongzhou, am I correct? Chu Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, master. We have been flying for nearly a month. Shortly, we shall enter the territory of Zhongzhou, Yi Luo replied respectfully. Very well, Chu Yuan nodded. It is good that we are close. To be honest, I do feel a bit weary from this relentless journey. A month of travel at this pace is rather taxing. Zhongzhou is indeed distant. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that we are almost there. The prospect of acquiring wealth in Zhongzhou is enticing. Once this venture is concluded, I shall be prosperous. With the spiritual stones and treasures bestowed upon me by Chu Yuan, alongside the grand competition, I cannot help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of my impending fortune. After another brief flight, they finally reached the border of Zhongzhou. Unlike any other major region, as they approached the borders of Zhongzhou, the surrounding spiritual energy became palpably more intense. Chu Yuan inhaled deeply, feeling a surge in his own magical prowess, marveling at the richness of Zhongzhou's spiritual energy. However, upon overhearing the conversations of his disciples nearby, his expression darkened. The spiritual energy here is surprisingly weak. Contrary to my expectations, Yi Luo remarked, shaking his head. This is it. The energy is so feeble. Zhang Han sighed. I had anticipated Zhongzhou to be far more extraordinary. Chu Yuan exhaled. Indeed, the spiritual energy is somewhat lacking. Dantai Luoxue concurred with a nod. Chu Yuan interjected. Are we perceiving the same environment? Why do I sense such abundance in spiritual energy while you all claim it is rather sparse? Or are you collectively attempting to mock me? Just as Chu Yuan was about to voice further thoughts, at that moment, suddenly, countless colossal boulders surged forth before them, forming a magnificent wall that obstructed their path forward. Chapter 180. Entering the central continent. At the border of the central continent, a towering wall of colossal stones loomed before Chu Yuan and his companions, obstructing their path forward. The wall was majestic and seemingly infinite, as if it connected heaven and earth, rendering any attempt to scale it futile. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, standing dazed atop the dragon's head. Meanwhile, several disciples, quick to react, gathered behind him, their gazes fixed upon the immense barrier. Yi Luo and a few fellow sect members nodded slightly, confirming that they could easily shatter the wall with a single strike. They were resolute in ensuring that such obstacles would not disturb their revered master. Suddenly, a streak of light zipped through the distance, halting gracefully upon nearing the azure dragon. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged, a venerable elder, exuding an air of authority, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with a five-pointed star on the left breast. He commanded an overwhelming presence, seemingly walking on air, instilling a profound sense of pressure. May I inquire if you are here to participate in the grand competition of the 10,000 sects? The elder, Gu Yi, inquired with composure. If so, I kindly ask you to descend and register. His sharp gaze scrutinized the azure dragon. His heart stirred with astonishment at the sight of such a majestic mount. Who would have thought that someone could possess a dragon? Did the dragon clan not react? Remarkable. Arriving on a dragon certainly makes quite the statement. Meanwhile, atop the azure dragon, Chu Yuan maintained a facade of nonchalance, appearing either unfazed or perhaps pretending to be so. Observing this, Yi Luo assumed his master was reluctant to register and decided to take initiative, alighting gracefully on a flying sword before Gu Yi. We hail from the Wudao sect of the Eastern Province. My master prefers not to descend. Thus, we shall forego the registration. I kindly request you to allow us passage swiftly, Yi Luo stated, his expression impassive, emanating an aura of a proud sword immortal. Devoid of the amiability he usually displayed among his peers. That is not permissible. Rules are rules. Your Wudao sect is but wait, you are the Wudao sect? The one from the Eastern Province? Gu Yi, initially responding robotically, suddenly paused mid-sentence, his mind racing. The Wudao sect, the reclusive sect from the Eastern Province? Have they finally arrived? If no one is impersonating us, then it must be you, the Wudao sect of the Eastern Province. Yi Luo nodded lightly. Oh, so it is you esteemed members of the Wudao sect. I wondered who could possibly arrive on a dragon. That certainly makes sense. Please, allow me to escort you to the venue of the grand competition. A smile broke across Gu Yi's previously stern countenance. The formidable aura he had just projected dissipating in an instant, a swift transformation that caught everyone off guard. So you are not requiring registration after all? Yi Luo was momentarily taken aback. Registration? Did I ever mention anything about registering? All right, let us proceed. Follow me closely, everyone. Remember, my name is Gu Yi, Gu as in the ancient, and Yi as in perseverance. Gu Yi beamed, his tone considerably lighter. With that, he soared directly to the immense wall before him, gesturing with his hand. Instantly, the colossal barrier shattered into countless boulders and vanished, a spectacle of extraordinary mystique. Yi Luo observed this scene, his lips twitching slightly, unsure of how to respond. However, upon seeing Gu Yi beckoning him, he cast aside his thoughts, returned to the head of the azure dragon. exchanged greetings with his master and a few fellow disciples, and urged Aou to continue flying. Naturally, Aou complied, roaring in affirmation as he followed Gu Yi onward. Gu Yi, elated to see the azure dragon keeping pace, swiftly guided it into the heart of Zhongzhou. As they traversed the region, numerous elders from the Cultivators' Alliance spotted the magnificent dragon and Gu Yi, prompting them to send messages inquiring about the situation. Gu Yi, however, had no intention of engaging with them, resolutely leading the way without a word. What a jest! Did they think he was unaware of their motives? They were clearly there for the Wudao sect. With the person he was supposed to escort already in tow, why would he waste time conversing with those elders? He had better things to do. With a cheerful demeanor, Gu Yi continued to lead the way. Meanwhile, atop the azure dragon, Chu Yuan regarded the old man ahead, who occasionally wore a rather lewd grin, his brow furrowing in concern. Luo Heir, are you certain this is the envoy for the so-called 10,000 sects competition? He seems rather unsavory. Chu Yuan inquired with a peculiar tone. He should be the envoy for the 10,000 sects competition, but as a disciple, I'm not entirely sure why his demeanor is so unappealing, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan fell silent for a moment, choosing not to comment further. If he had a poor image, so be it. He was not representing his own Wudao sect, and it was of no concern to him. Ultimately, the 10,000 sects competition was merely a means to profit. With this thought, Chu Yuan settled back into a meditative posture, taking in the scenery of Zhongzhou. It must be said, Zhongzhou was unequivocally more prosperous than Dongzhou. Its vibrancy was beyond measure. This was evident from the bustling mortal cities they passed through. Zhongzhou and Dongzhou were simply not on the same tier. As Chu Yuan gazed at the landscapes of Zhongzhou, he pondered whether, after this venture, he might relocate from Dongzhou to Zhongzhou. After all, Zhongzhou was far more flourishing. Chapter 181. Attending the 10,000 Sects Conference within the boundaries of the Central Continent, there lies an expansive plain to the east, devoid of any structures or human presence. Its sole purpose is to serve as a site for the formation of an aerial array. Consequently, a colossal island floats above this plain, chosen by the Alliance of Cultivators as the venue for the grand competition of the 10,000 sects. The island is adorned with numerous edifices, each area distinctly defined. To the west of the island, a multitude of peaks stand tall, serving as the residences for various sects participating in the competition. Each peak symbolizes a different sect. At the heart of these mountains rise several towering summits, one of which is home to the Wudao sect. At this moment, atop the peak, within an opulent hall, Chu Yuan stands alone at the entrance, marveling as he runs his fingers along the walls of the hall. After arriving in the Central Continent, they had been brought here and resided for 2 days. During this time, countless visitors had come to pay their respects, leading Chu Yuan to feel that the cultivation world of the Central Continent was just as hospitable as that of the Eastern Continent. However, a perplexing thought lingered in his mind. Why had the 10,000 Sects Conference not commenced yet? He had already stayed for 2 days without anyone informing him of its start. Well, I suppose it is fine to remain here. The spiritual energy is abundant, and cultivation is quite pleasant. If the conference does not begin soon, perhaps I might even regain my golden core stage, he mused, nodding to himself. With no intention of lingering further, he brushed the dust from his robes and prepared to return to his practice. Just then, a figure soared towards the peak. Upon noticing Chu Yuan about to depart, the individual called out urgently, "Senior, please hold on." The figure reached the hall and shouted loudly. Chu Yuan paused, feeling an inexplicable discomfort at the words "please hold on," but he brushed it aside and turned to look. It was an elderly man clad in a white robe. Though not the same guide, Gu Yi, from before. "Is there something you need?" Chu Yuan inquired nonchalantly. "Senior, today marks the commencement of the 10,000 Sects Conference. The Alliance leader noticed your absence and sent me to invite you," the elder servant replied hurriedly. Although Chu Yuan exuded no pressure, the elder felt an unaccountable anxiety under his gaze, as if he were conjuring an overwhelming aura. On the other side, Chu Yuan was taken aback. The 10,000 Sects Conference? He recalled the guide, Gu Yi, mentioning it as a preliminary gathering before the grand competition. The specifics had escaped his memory, and he had little interest in the particulars of this conference. Yet, hearing the servant's words, it seemed he was indeed required to attend. "Should I summon my disciples as well?" Chu Yuan asked. "Ahem, esteemed elder, this is the grand assembly of the 10,000 sects. An event exclusive to those of the Sect Master rank," the attendant hastily elucidated. "Very well, let us commence our journey." Chu Yuan nodded and began to follow the attendant. "Elder, please wait. You, with your esteemed stature, need not traverse the skies alone. Allow me to summon a steed for you," the attendant exclaimed. mistaking Chu Yuan's actions as an intention to fly solo. Little did he know, Chu Yuan merely intended to descend the mountain peak. With a swift motion, the attendant produced a whistle and blew into it, a shrill, resonant sound echoing through the heavens. Moments later, a colossal white tiger, adorned with magnificent wings, soared into view. As it landed, the powerful flaps of its wings stirred up a tempest. Esteemed elder, this is the common mount of our alliance of immortal cultivators. A hellish white tiger that has attained the nascent soul realm. I humbly invite you to board. This steed shall convey you to the venue of the Grand Assembly. The attendant said with utmost reverence. Chu Yuan felt a twinge of trepidation. As a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, was it quite appropriate to ride a mount of the nascent soul realm? No, that was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in the fact that this mount was on par with him at his peak. Ultimately, he found himself outmatched by a mere beast. With a heart full of outrage, Chu Yuan mounted the tiger. Having previously ridden a dragon, he found the experience of riding a tiger to be rather tame. Standing nonchalantly atop the tiger's back, upon realizing its passenger was settled, the white tiger unfurled its wings and ascended into the sky, departing from the mountain peak. Startled by the tiger's abrupt descent, Chu Yuan quickly abandoned his standing position, discarding any pretense of composure, and seated himself cross-legged, fearing he might be flung off. Once in a stable position, he breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the formidable white tiger beneath him, he couldn't shake a lingering doubt. If even the mount was of the nascent soul realm, the Grand Assembly of the 10,000 sects must be of significant stature. Yet, why would they extend an invitation to such a trifling sect as theirs? Was it perhaps a gesture of goodwill towards lesser sects like theirs? That seemed illogical. Or was it because of his disciple Yi Luo that they were permitted to partake in the Grand Assembly? Chu Yuan remained perplexed, yet he shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further, intent on simply awaiting their arrival at the destination. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Yi Luo and the others certainly noted Chu Yuan's departure. However, they refrained from speaking. They had also heard the stipulation that only those of Sect Master rank could participate, leaving no reason for them to follow. As for their master's safety, it was a jest. If their master truly unleashed his wrath, this island would crumble beneath a single strike. Surely no one believed their master to be at the foundation establishment stage? That would be absurd. The very thought made Yi Luo and the others chuckle. If their master were of the foundation establishment, then they would be mere mortals. Thus, the disciples chose to remain unconcerned about the matter. Instead, they stood guard before the sanctuary where their junior sister resided, serving as her protectors. Upon entering the island, Dantai Luoxue had declared a breakthrough and opted for seclusion, prompting Yi Luo and the other two to naturally assume the role of her guardians. Simultaneously, the trio engaged in conversation. The speed of our junior sister's advancement is truly remarkable. Despite being the last to enter, she is nearly catching up to us, Zhang Han remarked with an air of elegance. He turned his gaze towards the sanctuary behind him, a flicker of realization evident in his eyes. Even he felt a sense of unease in the face of his junior sister's rapid progress. It is no surprise, if she lacked exceptional talent. How could our esteemed master have taken her as a disciple? Yi Luo observed, his eyes fixed on Zhang Han, a hint of amusement dancing in his expression. Not ordinary. Zhang Han paused, momentarily taken aback. He assumed Yi Luo was referring to their junior sister's unique abilities, failing to grasp the deeper implications embedded in Yi Luo's words. Chapter 182. Inadvisable intimacies within the realm of Zhongzhou. On an island, the white tiger escorted Chu Yuan to the majestic facade of an imposing palace. As the white tiger halted, Chu Yuan discerned that this was indeed the venue for the grand assembly of myriad sections. He dismounted gracefully and gazed upon the palace with a discerning eye, nodding slightly in approval. It must be said that the palace was indeed a sight to behold. Its grandeur was palpable, unlike many others that merely flaunted opulence without any semblance of magnificence. Contemplating this, Chu Yuan stepped forward, ready to enter. The two cultivators stationed at the entrance acknowledged him with a respectful bow, allowing him passage. Chu Yuan nodded in return, then clasped his hands behind his back as he entered the palace. Upon crossing the threshold, a vibrant red carpet unfurled before him, leading directly to the main hall. The sides of the corridor were spacious and bare, with the distant sounds of lively conversation emanating from within the main hall. After a moment of curious observation, Chu Yuan proceeded towards the source of the commotion. Upon entering the main hall, he beheld a series of tables arranged on either side, each occupied by individuals engaged in animated discussions. The cacophony of voices intertwined, creating a lively din. He raised his gaze to the uppermost steps, where additional tables were positioned. though it was evident that only a select few could occupy those esteemed seats. A sense of uncertainty washed over him as he pondered where he might sit. The invitation had offered no indication of his designated place, nor had the attendant who summoned him provided any guidance. Perhaps he could simply choose a seat at random. Casting his gaze around the hall, his eyes settled on the last vacant table at the rear. This would suffice. He promptly made his way to the chosen table and seated himself. As he surveyed the assortment of luminous, spirit-infused fruits displayed upon the table, he could not help but swallow hard. These fruits appeared exceedingly delectable. To his side, an elderly man with a white beard engaged in conversation with those at the adjacent table, their fruits neatly arranged and untouched. It would seem rather inappropriate for him to partake, would it not? Nonetheless, disregarding such thoughts, he coughed lightly and proceeded to sample a fruit. Upon tasting it, he was utterly astonished. His spiritual energy surged dramatically with each bite. These fruits were indeed extraordinary. In a matter of moments, he consumed one entirely. He contemplated reaching for another, but noticed that the fruits at the tables around him remained undisturbed, leaving him feeling somewhat self-conscious. Opting for discretion, he refrained from further indulgence, instead committing the sight of the enticing fruits to memory, intending to claim some upon his departure. As Chu Yuan sat, silently awaiting the passage of time, he was on the verge of closing his eyes when the elderly man at the adjacent table unexpectedly approached him. "Ah, my friend, you seem rather unfamiliar. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" The elderly man next door gazed curiously at Chu Yuan and asked, "I am surnamed Chu, with the given name Yuan." Chu Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Upon hearing this, the elderly man furrowed his white brows and pondered for a moment, seemingly trying to ascertain which sect's leader bore the name Chu Yuan. He recalled that among the leaders of the sacred lands in the neighboring great states of Zhongzhou, none were named Chu Yuan, nor could he remember any with the surname Chu. The elderly man cautiously observed Chu Yuan again. This individual possessed an ethereal aura, exuding an extraordinary charm. Yet, regarding his cultivation level, a mere foundation establishment? Impossible, impossible. He must be concealing his true prowess with some treasure. It simply could not be genuine. If a foundation establishment could attend the grand assembly of 10,000 sects, he would be capable of swallowing this island whole. Thus, who exactly was this person? With a hint of doubt and curiosity lingering in his heart, the elderly man spoke. "My friend, I am Zhuang Shu, the master of the Pure Water Pavilion, one of the 3 great sacred lands of Jingzhou. May I ask which sect you hail from? I have no ulterior motives, merely a desire to become acquainted." "I am the leader of the Wu Dao sect," Chu Yuan replied, a shiver running down his spine, though he maintained a calm demeanor in conversation. Sacred land? Did he just casually sit next to the master of a sacred land? How astonishing. Chu Daoist. Which sect is Wu Dao? Zhuang Shu inquired with a furrowed brow. It is not surprising if you have not heard of it. We are merely an unremarkable small sect, Chu Yuan said, feeling somewhat sheepish. He forced a bit of pride into his sect's reputation, for he could not admit to being a sect of 3 without notable attributes. That would be too embarrassing. This served as a wake-up call. Upon returning, he must ensure all credentials are in order to avoid further embarrassment. "My friend, do not jest. How could a minor sect participate in the grand assembly of 10,000 sects?" Zhuang Shu remarked dismissively. "Indeed, it is truly just an unremarkable small sect, with merely 4 disciples," Chu Yuan replied helplessly. "Well then, if you prefer not to elaborate, what is your actual cultivation level? That treasure concealing your level is quite impressive." "I cannot discern your true realm at all," Zhuang Shu inquired, waving his hand dismissively. "I am merely at the foundation establishment level," Chu Yuan responded honestly this time. "My friend, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. A minor sect attending the grand assembly with a sect leader at the foundation establishment level? Surely you jest." Zhuang Shu shook his head. Yet deep within, he silently marked Chu Yuan as someone unworthy of close friendship. Such concealment surely indicated that his sect could not be of great strength. Unworthy of deep connection, indeed. "Truly, I never deceive," Chu Yuan asserted earnestly. "Very well. Since my companion is unwilling to speak, I shall refrain as well." Zhuang Shu shook his head and turned away, clearly disinclined to continue conversing with Chu Yuan, whose impression had plummeted sharply. Chu Yuan found himself at a loss. In this day and age, is one not permitted to utter the truth? My sect is rather unremarkable. With 4 disciples, 3 have found success, while one, once a prodigy, has been reduced to mediocrity under my tutelage. I myself am merely at the foundation establishment stage. What could possibly be amiss? Chu Yuan was too disinterested to ponder further. Since his interlocutor had chosen silence, he too decided to refrain from speaking. opting instead to close his eyes and bide his time, awaiting the conclusion of this so-called grand assembly. Moments trickled by. Chu Yuan remained unperturbed, while many within the hall began to lose their patience. From what he had gathered, it seemed there were inquiries regarding the delay in the commencement of the 10,000 Sects Conference. Chapter 183. Am I the leader of the hidden sect of Dongzhou? Within the palace, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Why hasn't the grand assembly of 10,000 sects commenced yet? Hasn't it been quite some time? How would I know? But do you dare voice any objections? And what if I do? Everyone present is a sovereign of a sacred domain. Having opinions is hardly a concern. I have news, however. It appears the hidden sect of Dongzhou has yet to take their seats, which is why we are all waiting here. If you have grievances, direct them towards the hidden sect of Dongzhou. The numerous leaders within the hall engaged in discourse, perplexed as to why the grand assembly had yet to begin. Some of the leaders were privy to the reason and spoke candidly. Upon learning the truth, a profound silence enveloped the hall. No one dared to utter another word. To harbor grievances against a hidden sect? They must be exceedingly idle to entertain such thoughts, particularly regarding the enigmatic hidden sect of Dongzhou, which has never been documented in ancient texts. Mysterious and ancient. That was the sole impression this assembly had of the hidden sect of Dongzhou. They certainly would not risk offending such a sect over trivial matters. Meanwhile, at the end of the table, Chu Yuan had overheard these discussions. The talks left him equally bewildered. The hidden sect of Dongzhou? Could it be that this hidden sect would also participate in the Grand Assembly? Chu Yuan vaguely remembered having made some inquiries about the sect. However, it was unlikely they were aware of him. Pondering this, he felt a sense of unease. He glanced towards the elder beside him, Zhuangshu. Friend Zhuang, Chu Yuan began. What is it, Chu? Zhuangshu replied, his face adorned with a smile despite his poor impression of Chu Yuan. The necessity of social decorum prevailed. After all, one ought not to strike a frown at a smiling face. Are you aware of the specifics regarding the hidden sect of Dongzhou? Chu Yuan inquired with a smile. At this, Zhuangshu was momentarily taken aback. This individual was likely a newcomer eligible to attend the Grand Assembly, attempting to gather information about a hidden sect, seeking to ingratiate himself, perhaps. Such people are truly not worth forging a deep connection with. Not only are they evasive, but they are also preoccupied with flattery. I know little. Do not dwell on it. The level of hidden sects is far beyond our reach. Not only can we not touch them, but we cannot even catch a glimpse. Such stature is reserved for grand contemplation. You may grasp this, my friend, Zhuangshu remarked, rolling his eyes, his tone less than amiable. Chu Yuan sat there, somewhat perplexed. He merely sought to inquire. Why had Zhuangshu responded with an array of incomprehensible words? Suddenly, a sound akin to a bell resonated throughout the hall. Everyone involuntarily perked up, instinctively directing their gazes to the steps above. There, descending the steps, was Wu Yu accompanied by a number of individuals. As the attendees beside the prince observed Wu Yu and the several individuals trailing behind him, they promptly rose to their feet. Wu Yu, the esteemed leader of the Alliance of Cultivators? This individual often eludes public sight, and even during the Wanzhong Conference. It was the vice leader who presided over the proceedings. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he took it upon himself to oversee the Wanzhong Conference this time. How peculiar indeed. However, the true astonishment lay not with Wu Yu himself, but with the notable figures accompanying him. Representatives from the 5 great hidden sects of Zhongzhou had all made an appearance. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The mere presence of these individuals could very well shake the entirety of Zhongzhou. What purpose did they have in descending here? As the audience stood, they exchanged thoughts telepathically. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of the standing crowd, Chu Yuan instinctively rose as well. On the other side, Wu Yu descended with his companions, casting his gaze upon all seated at the tables, sweeping over them in meticulous scrutiny. An underlying urgency stirred within him. He had received word that the leader of the hidden sect from Dongzhou had arrived and entered the grand hall. Yet, he had not laid eyes upon the individual. Thus, he speculated that the leader might have settled in the area designated for the ordinary lords of sacred lands, prompting his hurried descent in search of the person. Wu Yu's gaze darted frantically across the attendees, seeking the leader of the hidden sect from Dongzhou. He had previously paid a visit to this individual, so he recalled the person's visage quite distinctly. However, his search yielded no results. As he reached the final row, his footsteps halted abruptly, and his eyes brightened. At last, he had located the individual he sought, the last table in the rearmost row. Chu Yuan. Upon recognizing Chu Yuan, Wu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. The seating arrangement for the Wanzhong Conference was organized according to the strength of the sects, with a clear demarcation between those on the steps and those below. The arrangement from front to back also indicated a hierarchy. It struck Wu Yu as rather peculiar that the leader of the hidden sect from Dongzhou would choose to occupy the last table in the final row. Did this not imply that the Dongzhou hidden sect was the weakest? If that were the case, what did it say about the other sects seated above? Wu Yu shrugged it off as merely a quirk of this Chu sect leader. Chu sect leader, what brings you here? Wu Yu approached Chu Yuan, speaking with a tone of resignation. Who are you? Wu Alliance leader? Chu Yuan paused, momentarily bewildered, before recollecting the visit from this man. Indeed, yes. Chu sect leader. You ought not to be seated here. Please come with me. The Wanzone conference is about to commence. Wu Yu urged hastily. Up. Up where? Chu Yuan asked, perplexed. To the steps, of course. As the leader of the Dongzhou hidden sect, you should not be seated here. Quickly, follow me up. Wu Yu insisted. Me? The leader of the Dongzhou hidden sect? Chu Yuan echoed, incredulous. Chapter 184. Did Zhuangshu and Chu Yuan already know each other? Within the Grand Hall. As Chu Yuan was led up the steps in a dazed state, a fervor erupted among the assembly. Countless esteemed sect leaders gazed longingly, wishing to ascend the steps themselves to make the acquaintance of this reclusive master from the East State. To their astonishment, this dignified figure exuded such warmth and approachability, even coming to their midst. Alas, how regrettable it was that I failed to seize the opportunity to engage him in conversation. No wonder, no wonder. The moment he entered, I sensed something amiss. His aura was simply too extraordinary. I initially dismissed it as my imagination, but it turned out he was indeed a figure of great significance. Wasn't he old Zhuang seated beside Sect Master Chu just moments ago? I even witnessed their conversation. What could they possibly have discussed? I was seated adjacent to old Zhuang and could scarcely hear, yet he seemed rather impatient. As the crowd conversed, one of Zhuangshu's companions recounted his previous tone. Instantly, all eyes in the hall converged upon Zhuangshu, their expressions revealing their curiosity about what had transpired with Sect Master Chu. At the rear of the hall, Zhuangshu sat in a state of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was only after a gentle tug from his companion that he regained his senses. Upon noticing the inquisitive gazes around him, he could only manage a bitter smile, uncertain of how to respond. He feared that if he spoke the truth, he might incur the wrath of those present, for he had treated the esteemed master of the East State's hidden sect with disdain, marking him as someone to avoid. Reflecting on this predicament, Zhuangshu contemplated the idea of burying his head in the table to escape the embarrassment. Simultaneously, a flicker of resentment bubbled within him towards Chu Yuan. How could a distinguished leader of a hidden sect choose to sit at the far end of the hall, at the last table, and refer to his own sect as an inconspicuous minor entity? If that was indeed a minor sect, then what did that make the rest of us? Not even worthy of being called refuse. How dare he feign modesty, attempting to deceive a mere domain lord like myself? Such lack of decorum. Despite his inner turmoil and frustration, Zhuangshu dared not voice his thoughts. Faced with the penetrating stares of the others, he stifled his sentiments and cleared his throat. Esteemed friends, well, in truth, my conversation with Sect Master Chu was quite casual, merely touching upon some mundane affairs of the cultivation world. He is quite amiable, and we did not delve into anything further. With a sense of resignation, he uttered these words, for he would never dare to reveal the reality of the situation. Upon hearing this, the assembly was momentarily taken aback, collectively reflecting on Zhuangshu's fortunate circumstances. Dear Taoist Zhuang, did you truly only discuss such trivialities with Sect Master Chu? Then why did old Qian just now remark on your tone being somewhat impatient? Surely you did not underestimate Sect Master Chu's stature? Some perceptive individuals began to speculate about the underlying dynamics. No, that is unfounded. How could that possibly be true? Zhuangshu was taken aback by the imaginative prowess of the individual before him and hastily denied the implications. Should this rumor circulate, how could he maintain any semblance of dignity? To treat the master of an obscure sect from Dongzhou as a mere layman would undoubtedly draw scorn upon him for his lack of discernment. What is the meaning of this? Why do you exhibit such an irritable tone? The individual pressed on. Well, never mind. I shall speak candidly. I have long been acquainted with Master Chu. Otherwise, do you think it mere coincidence that he has taken a seat beside me? My earlier tone was simply a consequence of having endured some minor grievances, hence my impatience. Master Chu and I share a deep bond of friendship, which permits such familiarity in our discourse. Zhuangshu gritted his teeth and concocted a tale. After all, he and this Master Chu were not of the same echelon, and it was unlikely they would cross paths again. Yet, Zhuangshu grossly underestimated the thoughts swirling among the attendees. Upon discovering Zhuangshu's connection to Master Chu, gasps of astonishment echoed, accompanied by the burgeoning desire to leverage Zhuangshu as a conduit to forge an acquaintance with the esteemed Master Chu. While many harbored such thoughts, none initially dared to step forward and question Zhuang Shu. However, after a brief interval, one individual could no longer contain himself. A local sovereign of the Central Plains stood up. "Friend Zhuang, it is truly unexpected that you are acquainted with someone of Master Chu's stature. In the past, you have been unjustly relegated to the back. Come, take a seat here. That position is unworthy of you." The sovereign beamed with a smile, eager to bring Zhuang Shu to the forefront. Others in attendance also moved forward, wishing to engage Zhuang Shu in conversation. Zhuang Shu, witnessing the unfolding scene, was rendered speechless. He felt he had inflated his own significance. Meanwhile, on the staircase, Chu Yuan was escorted by Wu Yu to his seat above. The atmosphere on the staircase starkly contrasted that below, as though an enchantment muted all sounds from the lower tier. However, at that moment, Chu Yuan was preoccupied with a singular thought, to inquire about Zhang Han. Chu Yuan realized he had been mistaken for the master of an obscure sect from Dongzhou. Furthermore, his invitation to participate in the grand competition of the 10,000 sects was solely due to this misunderstanding. He had been erroneously perceived as the leader of the Dongzhou sect. Chu Yuan surmised that Zhang Han was the source of this confusion, as he had heard him boast about their sect's esteemed status on numerous occasions. It was likely that Zhang Han's frequent claims about the Dongzhou sect's repute had led others to mistakenly identify their unremarkable sect as that of Dongzhou's hidden lineage. Upon grasping this revelation, Chu Yuan nearly choked on his own blood. He pondered why such a bountiful event as the grand competition would extend an invitation to a sect of no repute. It was all a misunderstanding. Yet, Chu Yuan dared not voice the truth, fearing the repercussions of revealing the reality behind the faade. He felt as if he would be torn apart by the crowd before him, left in utter shambles. Yet, what could he do now? Mustering the courage to maintain his facade was the only option left. The thought weighed heavily on Chu Yuan. Had he known better, he would have brought his disciple along. If his identity were to be exposed, at least he would have had a protector to aid in his escape. But now, he found himself with no alternative. And if he overplayed his hand, he might very well lose his head, becoming nothing more than a plaything. No, he must remain composed. He had to steady himself, adopting the mindset he usually employed to deceive his disciples. Chu Yuan quietly recalibrated his attitude, projecting an air of nonchalance and unruffled grace on the surface. Chapter 185. Under the gaze of the eye technique on the steps, Chu Yuan was adjusting his state of mind. Meanwhile, individuals seated at several tables were observing him, their eyes shimmering with intensity, as if they were employing some form of ocular technique to penetrate his essence. Yet, despite their scrutiny, they found themselves increasingly bewildered, unable to discern his true nature. Simultaneously, these individuals engaged in hushed telepathic communication. "What do you see? Our sacred heavenly sect's secret ocular arts cannot unveil the man before us, who appears to be at the foundation establishment stage. There is something amiss with this Chu. Look closely. He possesses neither a primordial spirit nor a nascent soul, merely a soul that seems to resemble inordinary cultivators. Is your pathetic ocular technique in need of repair? Can't you see? This individual's soul is peculiar, displaying signs of a nascent soul, yet lacking one entirely. His magical power is similarly enigmatic. It seems to have coalesced into a golden core, yet no such core exists, just ordinary magical energy. Peering into his mind, one cannot penetrate the veil, as if shrouded in mist." As they conversed, Wu Yu, observing from the side, furrowed his brow and simultaneously transmitted a warning to them. "Are you seeking death? You dare to show such disrespect to the leader of a hidden sect?" Wu Yu's transmission was laced with formidable magical power, causing their primordial spirits to tremble. The group hastily retracted their ocular techniques and nodded toward Wu Yu, acknowledging their impropriety. Indeed, while he hailed from the eastern states, he was nonetheless the leader of a hidden sect. They, mere representatives of their own sects from the Central Plains, were not on the same level as Chu Yuan. "Do you truly believe your ocular techniques are effective? With your caliber, are you certain that what you perceive is not what this individual has intentionally allowed you to see?" Wu Yu's cold remark sent a chilling realization through them. Upon hearing this, they paused, contemplating the implications, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. They raised their eyes to meet Chu Yuan's, inadvertently locking gazes with his calm and indifferent eyes, as if he were silently questioning, "Have you seen enough?" Taking a deep breath, they stepped out from behind their tables and bowed respectfully toward Chu Yuan. "We humbly ask for your forgiveness for our rudeness," they spoke in unison. At these words, Chu Yuan, who had been adjusting his state, snapped back to the present, glancing at them with a moment's hesitation. Although he was unsure of the circumstances, it didn't hinder his intentions. "Very well, rise," he said, waving his sleeve with an air of nonchalance. Having formulated a plan, he decided to disregard their words, focusing instead on maintaining a faade, knowing that as long as he kept them in a state of confusion, they too would be perplexed. He would weave a web of nonsensical discourse to buy time. If he could prolong this until the conclusion of the grand assembly of 10,000 sects, it would suffice. Relieved by his response, the group silently returned to their tables, refraining from further conversation. Observing their retreat, Wu Yu stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor, eager to diffuse the tension in the atmosphere. Master Chu, this is your first participation in the grand competition of 10,000 sects, isn't it? In the past, we were unaware of the presence of the No Dao sect in the eastern state, which is why we did not extend an invitation. I hope you will not take offense, Wu Yu remarked with a smile. Not at all. However, Master Wu, I trust the grand competition can commence now? Chu Yuan replied with a serene demeanor, urging the event to begin promptly. Oh, indeed. However, before we officially begin, Master Chu and esteemed representatives of the hidden sects of Zhongzhou, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Wu Yu stated, rising respectfully to glance at Chu Yuan before addressing the others. Proceed. Chu Yuan gestured with a hand, slightly bowing his head. A few strands of hair obscured his gaze, rendering his expression inscrutable to others. Certainly. Please continue. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. To be frank, he had been concerned that the representatives of the hidden sects might be difficult to engage with. With Master Chu leading the way, everything became significantly simpler. Perhaps this was a deliberate maneuver orchestrated by Master Chu, Wu Yu thought, casting a grateful glance toward him. Since that is the case, allow me to speak. As you are all esteemed hidden sects, standing above numerous holy lands, I believe it necessary to discuss the rules for this grand competition before we commence. Firstly, regarding the quota for participation, each holy land is allotted 5 slots. However, as you are revered hidden sects, I can extend this to 7 slots for you, but only for the younger generation of disciples. Should you wish to include elders, or even grand elders, they must be presented under the guise of disciples. At least in name. I hope for your understanding. Wu Yu had laid the matter bare, clearly expressing the underlying expectations and hoping for adherence to these nominal rules. Rest assured, we are not so shameless as to disregard this. If we state that only the younger generation will participate, then that is precisely what will occur. Several representatives from the hidden sects of Zhongzhou declared with a hint of disdain. They held little regard for the rewards of the grand competition, as their true purpose was to engage with the hidden sects of the eastern state, to discern their nature and the paths they had chosen in their cultivation journey. The notion of elders masquerading as disciples was utterly beneath their dignity. Understood, Chu Yuan replied calmly, his eyes revealing no emotion, as if nothing could shake his composure. Now, esteemed representatives, here is a list of the more powerful disciples among the holy lands. Please take a look. Wu Yu, after a moment of contemplation, produced a list to first present to Chu Yuan, before passing it around for others to peruse. On the other side, Chu Yuan perked up, eager to examine the document. Yet, before he could take hold of the list suddenly, a representative from a reclusive sect emerged, wielding a potent spell that obliterated the list. Master Wu, is this truly necessary? Do you hold any disdain for these hidden sects? Whether from the eastern province or our central province, which of these sects can be deemed weak? Do you still require intelligence from us? The individual furrowed his brow, casting a rather unfriendly gaze upon Wu Yu. Chu Yuan remarked, if you choose not to see it, then do not. Yet, I wish to see it. He fixed his gaze intently on the individual, though he refrained from uttering further words, opting instead for silence, a prudent choice indeed. I apologize for my oversight. Let us move past this. Since we are gathered, why not formally commence the grand assembly of the 10,000 sects? Wu Yu interjected hastily. The representatives of the various hidden sects exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chu Yuan, eager for the proceedings to begin, expressed no dissent. Chapter 186. On the Tao within the realm of the central continent. On an island adorned with palatial structures, the grand assembly of 10,000 sects has commenced. The barriers separating the upper and lower levels of the steps have been lifted, prompting lively discussions among the attendees. The grand assembly, rather than being a formal convention, serves more as a gathering for acquaintances to engage in casual conversation, fostering camaraderie among the participants. After all, this assembly precedes the grand tournament of 10,000 sects. Should a disciple face defeat, it is only natural for discontent to arise. Thus, building rapport may help avert potential discord among the sections. Although the assembly has begun and the barriers have been lifted, a distinct separation remains. Representatives from the sacred lands converse freely, yet none dare to approach the individuals from the reclusive sects perched atop the steps, fearing to incite their displeasure. Many have urged Zhuang Shu to initiate a conversation with Chu Yuan, causing Zhuang Shu to pale with fear, desperately seeking excuses to decline. Meanwhile, the upper steps remain enveloped in a profound tranquility, a stark contrast to the vibrant discussions below, adhering to a philosophy of speaking little and embracing silence. Chu Yuan sits in quiet contemplation. Observing his stillness, the representatives from the reclusive sects mistakenly assume that he prefers solitude, and thus each adopts a meditative posture, resembling statues, which deepens the eerie silence of the upper level. Fortunately, Wu Yu, perceptive and agile, recognizes the peculiar atmosphere and steps forth from the table to join Chu Yuan. Breaking the silence. Esteemed sect leader, during my last visit, I regretted not having the chance to converse with you. Let us seize this opportunity for a discussion. And, esteemed colleagues, since we find ourselves with idle time, why not select a topic to explore together? Wu Yu proposed with a smile. Certainly. The representatives of the reclusive sects nodded in agreement. At this, Chu Yuan, standing nearby, felt a sudden tension. Discuss a topic together? What would we possibly share? You are all formidable figures, while I am merely an insignificant presence. What topic could we possibly discuss? Should I enlighten you on the foundational practices of qi refinement? A wave of anxiety washed over Chu Yuan, yet he dared not refuse. Gritting his teeth, he could only nod in assent. However, Chu Yuan's lips parted to utter a single word. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and intended to continue speaking. Yet, before he could do so, several representatives from the reclusive sects interjected eagerly. They perceived this as an opportunity to glean insights into the specific traditions of the Eastern Continent's reclusive sections. Esteemed elder, why don't we delve into the topic of the Tao? One suggested. The Tao? Excellent suggestion. Esteemed elder, let us indeed discuss this. Another chimed in. Very well. Let the elder decide. Whatever you wish to discuss, we shall follow, the representatives echoed in unison. Little did they realize that upon proposing this topic, Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, a smile threatened to break forth. Discussing the Tao? If only they had mentioned this sooner. This was a subject with which he was well acquainted. He had deceived several disciples. No one is more familiar with this topic than he is. What he says is irrefutable. Regardless of who arrives, it will be of no consequence. Chu Yuan relaxed. All right, he declared once more. The eyes of several representatives from the hidden sects of Zhongzhou brightened. One individual stepped forward without hesitation. Since we are to engage in discussion, it is customary for someone to initiate. Thus, allow me to begin. I am a practitioner of the tribulation stage, hailing from one of the hidden sects of Zhongzhou, the Zhentian sect. Our Zhentian sect has a lineage that spans over 200,000 years, during which countless prodigies have emerged. The most formidable among them was the revered Yi Xiantian, who lived 100,000 years ago. It was Yi Xiantian who first articulated the path that our sect excels in, the path of sealing. A single leaf represents an entire world. This encapsulates the fundamental doctrine of our Zhentian sect. Within a single leaf lies the essence of a realm. Wielding the power of that realm to subdue others, the man spoke eloquently, his tone imbued with pride for his sect. The others paid little heed to his words. Once he finished, the others began to speak in turn. I am from the Ming Xian Holy Sect, another hidden sect of Zhongzhou. Our expertise lies in the art of curses. Among all sentient beings, every spirit is entwined with myriad karmic ties. Curses serve to invoke the karmic repercussions upon others, leading to their demise through the backlash of their own karma. The sect that supports me is the Hall of 10,000 Souls. Each individual spoke of the path pertinent to their sect, taking turns in an orderly manner. After approximately 10 minutes, it was Chu Yuan's turn. The others ceased their discourse, even casting a soundproof barrier to ensure the surroundings fell silent. They were eager to hear what Chu Yuan had to share. The information regarding the hidden sects of the Eastern State was what they yearned to learn most. Everything else was secondary. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan found himself momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the gravity of what he had just heard. This is astonishing. While he had been boasting, the claims made by these individuals were likely rooted in truth. It was indeed a case of my boasting versus your reality. After some time had passed, Chu Yuan regained his composure, noticing the gazes of the others intently fixed upon him, signaling that it was his turn to speak. He took a deep breath, his mind racing as he pondered how best to impress them. Ultimately, his goal was to astound them. Thus, he resolved to present himself with utmost grandeur. With that thought in mind, Chu Yuan waved his sleeve, summoning a gentle breeze. He paused momentarily, preparing to articulate his thoughts. Then, he began to speak. Chapter 187. The sect of No Way is certainly a hidden sect. On the steps, several representatives of the hidden sects, including Wu Yu, fell silent, their gazes converging upon Chu Yuan, eager to hear him elucidate the esoteric doctrines of the hidden sects of the Eastern Province. With his eyes closed in contemplation for a moment, Chu Yuan finally spoke. I hail from the sect of No Way, which, as you might infer, belongs to the hidden sects of the Eastern Province. True to its name, our sect possesses no particular doctrine to impart. It is indeed a no way. What is no way? The Tao originates from nothingness. From nothing springs forth one, and from one arises myriad laws, all returning to one. The essence of no way lies in the singularity. There is no precedence in the Tao, yet the laws possess a discernible order. To impart teachings to disciples is ultimately not the disciple's own path, but that of others. The sect of No Way encourages disciples to realize their own understanding of the Tao. As Chu Yuan elaborated, his mind whirred like a well-oiled machine, crafting elaborate yet nonsensical statements. In his view, he was not deceiving anyone. Indeed, he had rambled extensively to those 3 disciples who had betrayed him, and they had attained enlightenment. His transmission of the Tao was fundamentally about enabling disciples to comprehend their own paths. There was nothing amiss in that. As he spoke eloquently, his words reached the ears of the representatives from the Central Province's hidden sects, whose expressions grew increasingly peculiar. They sensed an undercurrent of mockery in his tone. Was he implying that their teachings were merely those of predecessors, while the sect of No Way advocated for the disciples to discover their own paths? In essence, was he suggesting that their hidden sects were inferior to the sect of No Way? They opened their mouths, yet found themselves at a loss for words. As mere representatives, to challenge the doctrines of this esteemed Chu Zongzhu seemed somewhat disrespectful. After a moment's contemplation, they suppressed their thoughts, diligently noting down Chu Yuan's words to convey them back to their respective sections. One among them, after some reflection, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Chu Yuan. Esteemed elder, may I inquire if the sect of No Way indeed possesses a lineage spanning 3 million years? Or perhaps even longer? There are rumors in the outside world that it originated before the dawn of the cosmos. Is it true that the sect of No Way predates all creation? His eyes gleamed with intensity as he awaited Chu Yuan's response. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's countenance momentarily stiffened, but the next instant, his expression became impassive, calm as a tranquil breeze, and he refrained from answering, merely shaking his head gently. Internally, he berated, "Are you truly insinuating that the sect of No Way is an authentic hidden sect of the Eastern Province? I am merely draping a tiger's skin over my shoulders. You ask me, and I will present you with a snake's skin. No Way, the origin of the cosmos? Spare me your nonsense." The sect of No Way signifies the absence of any doctrine to inherit. Historically, the most ineffectual of sects, do you comprehend? Yet, Chu Yuan dared not voice such thoughts, maintaining his stoic demeanor and silence. Observing his reluctance to respond, the inquirer seemed to recall something, bowing once more to Chu Yuan before retreating. The others, witnessing this exchange, wished to pose further inquiries, yet found no avenue to do so, succumbing to silence. Chu Yuan, seeing their lack of pursuit, silently sighed in relief. As Wu Yu observed the arena fall into silence once more, he felt compelled to lighten the atmosphere and thus stepped forward again. May I inquire, esteemed Master Chu, what are the fundamental principles upon which your sect is established? Of course, I am merely curious. Could you perhaps share a few words regarding these basic tenets? Wu Yu inquired. The fundamental principles? I fear you may not comprehend them. Chu Yuan pondered, reluctant to speak further, aware that verbosity often leads to misfortune. Upon hearing his words, the previously silent representatives of the hidden sects from the Central Plains suddenly appeared enlivened. Their task was to gather specific information about the hidden sects of the Eastern Province, and the more they could collect, the better. If they could glean even a couple of sentences regarding the fundamental principles of these Eastern sects, it would indeed be a tremendous boon. Senior, we may not understand, but that does not hinder our admiration for your esteemed sect's teachings, one remarked. Indeed, Senior, please share a few thoughts with us, another urged. Yes, Senior, we have all just shared our sect's basic principles. It is only fitting that you do the same. They all began to encourage. Very well, since you insist. I shall share a couple of thoughts, hoping you can grasp their meaning. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Chu Yuan recited the only 2 lines from the Tao Te Ching that he could recall. After finishing, he raised his gaze towards the group, anxious that they might detect something amiss. Yet, as he looked upon them, he was taken aback. The expressions of these individuals, including Wu Yu, were filled with a dazed comprehension, as if they had come to an epiphany. What transpired here? Chu Yuan was bewildered and somewhat alarmed. He could only strive to maintain his composure while waiting for them to regain their senses. The atmosphere grew quiet on the steps. It was not until 2 hours had passed that one among them began to emanate an aura of profound mystery. This individual seemed to serve as a catalyst, triggering a chain reaction, as the others, including Wu Yu, began to exude a similar enigmatic presence, as if they had attained some form of breakthrough. Thank you, Senior, for imparting your teachings. We have gained insight. They collectively rose, expressing their heartfelt gratitude towards Chu Yuan with a formal bow, a quintessential gesture of respect from juniors to their elders. Chu Yuan, seated in meditation, stared in astonishment. You have gained insight? Just from a single phrase of mine. Yet, I find myself devoid of such understanding. My disciple could grasp it, yet I cannot. Is it that I am lacking? Truly, am I the only one in the world without the aura of a protagonist, the favored one of destiny, blessed with unmatched fortune? Please, no need for such formalities. Chu Yuan replied with a rather forced smile. Senior, it seems the time for the grand assembly of 10,000 sects is drawing to a close. I believe it is time to declare its conclusion. What do you think? Wu Yu, now addressing him as senior instead of Master Chu, felt a sense of urgency. However, the disgruntled Chu Yuan longed to depart immediately, yet he could not refuse the request. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu rose and deactivated the barrier formation, formally announcing the conclusion of the 10,000 Sects Conference, with the first battle of the 10,000 Sects competition to commence 3 days hence. With the conference at an end, the leaders of the esteemed sanctuaries departed the palace in an orderly fashion, not daring to voice any dissent. Observing this, Chu Yuan promptly mounted his steed and departed, returning to his mountain peak, harboring no desire to linger. In stark contrast, the representatives of the reclusive sects from Central State remained seated, lost in contemplation as they watched Chu Yuan's retreating figure. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. With this singular phrase, I have unequivocally acknowledged this hidden sect. If anyone dares to claim that the sect of no Tao is not a reclusive sect, I shall be the first to pursue them. Not even our sect leader would be exempt. I seem to grasp why Elder Chu urged his disciples to understand their own path. A single utterance from Elder Chu surpasses a century of arduous cultivation. A century? Is the breakthrough in one's mindset truly attainable through a century of toil? How splendid it would be to enter Elder Chu's tutelage. The foundational path is thus, if one were to truly inherit. I shudder to contemplate it. An audacious thought crossed my mind. As the group conversed, the topic abruptly shifted. Wu Yu observed with growing unease, his eyelids twitching, and hastily urged the others to return. He feared that if their discussion continued, it might lead them to contemplate defection to the sect of no Tao. In such a case, the prominent reclusive sects of Central State would undoubtedly seek his demise. Chapter 188. The movements of the hidden sect in Zhongzhou. After much pleading from Wu Yu, the representatives of several hidden sects finally concluded their discussions and returned to their respective sects to report the situation. Wu Yu let out a sigh of relief. However, the ensuing turmoil sparked by the reports from these representatives was far from over. In a pavilion atop a lofty mountain, an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, with silvery hair and a gentle demeanor, was savoring tea, though he exuded no palpable pressure. An inherent aura of repression emanating from his being instilled a sense of fear in those around him. Oblivious to the emotions he evoked, the old man meticulously arranged his tea utensils, his movements fluid and graceful, providing a visual delight. This venerable figure was Mo Cheng, the current leader of the Zhentian sect, a preeminent powerhouse of his time. As Mo Cheng engaged in his tea ceremony, a sudden interruption gripped him, momentarily halting his graceful actions. Had news arrived from the hidden sect in Dongzhou? Narrowing his eyes, he cast his gaze towards the distant sky. In his line of sight, a streak of light was streaking through the air at an extraordinary speed. Mo Cheng slowly extended his hand towards the luminous trail. Though his movements appeared languid, it seemed as if he could transcend space itself, effortlessly seizing the light and drawing it closer. Upon capturing the light, Mo Cheng swiftly gleaned the information contained within. This radiant stream was a report from the envoy he had dispatched to inquire about the hidden sect in Dongzhou, relaying all that he had witnessed. Moreover, the information had been transmitted through a method of memory extraction, ensuring its authenticity. As Mo Cheng perused the memories within the light, he murmured to himself, "Is there truly no distinction between the paths, and is there clarity in the laws? The Tao is inherently formless, giving rise to one from the void, which in turn births myriad laws, all converging into one." The individual surnamed Chu intrigued him. Yet he pondered whether this was mere pretense or a genuine reflection of his proclamations. Perhaps it would be prudent to send someone to investigate further. A gentle smile graced Mo Cheng's lips, though his tone bore an ominous undertone. While this thought crossed his mind, He refrained from taking immediate action and continued to observe. When he encountered the phrase uttered by Chu Yuan, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name," he was momentarily taken aback. Mo Chung contemplated the profundity of this statement, sensing its lyrical quality, yet found it elusive. However, he was privy to the memories of another, witnessing the envoy's transformative experience upon hearing these words, as if he had glimpsed the ultimate truth of existence. Wu Dao Sect, from formlessness comes the One, Mo Chung softly whispered, stifling any impulses to recklessly challenge Chu Yuan. This single phrase sufficed to validate the existence of the hidden sect in Dongzhou. Nevertheless, Mo Chung remained skeptical about the sect's historical lineage, doubting that its disciples could forge their own paths rather than tread the paths laid by their predecessors. Could it be that every disciple was capable of charting their own course? Could it be that all the disciples of your esteemed sect are unparalleled prodigies? Alas! Mo Chung shook his head. He lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment, then flicked his finger lightly. A beam of luminous energy shot forth from his fingertip, soaring away towards the mountains beyond. Let my disciples test the strength of these hidden sect disciples. It should yield some insight. For my disciple is of the tribulation stage, and indeed a contemporary genius. Mo Chung murmured to himself. In his view, to ascertain the true depth of a hidden sect's heritage, one could simply observe the techniques and Tao rhythms exhibited by the disciples of that generation. Mo Chung was eager to discover the profoundness of this hidden sect in the eastern state. Meanwhile, several hidden sects from the central state, in a display of silent accord, engaged in similar actions. They dispatched even stronger disciples to gauge the capabilities of the disciples from Wu Dao sect, hoping to glean insight into its true foundation through them. Beneath the surface of the central state's hidden sects, currents of intrigue flowed, yet this did not affect the grand competition among the myriad sects that was currently underway. 2 days later, upon a vast island, in a residential area atop a mountain, within a grand hall, Chu Yuan stood at the center, adorned in a flowing white robe, hands clasped behind him, an ethereal aura perpetually surrounding him. Behind him, Yi Luo followed cautiously. Luo, with but 1 day remaining until the grand competition, how have you prepared? Chu Yuan slowly turned to face Yi Luo and inquired. He had feigned grandeur before those bigwigs and even draped himself in the mantle of the eastern state's hidden sect, insisting that his disciples secure rewards, lest he suffer a significant loss. Master, I have been preparing diligently, Yi Luo replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Well, I do not expect you to achieve a remarkably high ranking. Placing in the 20,000 range will suffice. Do you understand? Chu Yuan patted Yi Luo's shoulder, speaking with gentle encouragement. Master. Understood, Yi Luo responded, his tone slightly peculiar. How could it be that a master of the Holy Land, who vaguely transcended the tribulation stage, would settle for merely the 20,000th rank? Surely, this could not be the case. Master must be merely concerned for him, wishing to spare him from excessive conflict with others over rankings, thus avoiding injury. Yes, it must be so. By the way, you all must have participated in the drawing of lots, correct? I hear this competition employs a lottery to select opponents. Did you all attend? Chu Yuan inquired further. Master, we have already drawn lots. I was matched against Yu Zixuan from the Jingluan Holy Land, though I am yet unaware of my opponent's particulars. Yi Luo replied with utmost respect. And what of your 2 junior brothers and your junior sister? Chu Yuan casually remarked. He realized that since arriving on the island, he had not inquired about the mortal disciple, Dantai Luoxue. He wondered how she was faring. Surely, Zhang Han could not have trained this talented disciple of his in such a short span of time. Could he? It seemed unlikely. Could it be that there are still leaves falling? Upon hearing the Master's inquiry once more, Yi Luo, without much contemplation, reflected on the opponents drawn by several fellow disciples and voiced his thoughts. Chapter 189. The Wealth God Chu is about to go online. Atop the island's peak, within the grand hall, Chu Yuan listened intently as his eldest disciple, Yi Luo, fervently recited the names of competitors drawn for the upcoming contest. Master, Yi Luo began, the second junior brother has drawn a disciple from the ancient site, known as the Ancient Moon's Sacred Land, named Zhang Daong. The fourth junior sister has drawn a disciple from the sacred land of Xiangu, named Chu He. The third junior brother has drawn a formidable opponent from the sacred land of Hunyuan Gate, a prodigy by the name of Ma Lian, who is reputed to be exceptionally skilled in lightning techniques. Yi Luo shared all that he knew. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan nodded silently, already calculating the prospects. It appeared that the third and fourth juniors could be dismissed. The fourth, being merely a mortal, was likely to aim for no more than the 50,000th place. As for the third, had he not heard Yi Luo's words? He was matched against a powerful adversary, Given Su Yuan's capabilities, defeat seemed inevitable. Chu Yuan decided to observe the performance of the second junior brother and the esteemed Yi Luo. Well, I believe I have sufficient insight now. You may retire and prepare alongside your fellow disciples, ensuring you are in optimal condition, he instructed, nodding thoughtfully. Yes, master. We shall certainly ensure our readiness. Yi Luo replied with a respectful gesture. Seeing this, Chu Yuan said no more, gesturing for Yi Luo to withdraw. Disciple takes leave. Yi Luo understood and exited the grand hall. Chu Yuan watched his eldest disciple's departing figure, stroking his chin with curiosity about how far this disciple might rank. Surely, he would place at least in the top 20,000. Regardless of the final position, participation itself was a victory. Standing alone in the hall, Chu Yuan pondered for an extended period before rising to leave, intending to retreat to his quarters for a day of cultivation in anticipation of the forthcoming grand competition. Just as he reached the entrance, a voice resonated from beyond the hall. Deacon Qian Duoxin of the Cultivators Alliance requests an audience with Sect Master Chu. The voice echoed with authority. Chu Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. The grand competition was scheduled for tomorrow. What pressing matters could arise today? Nevertheless, he swiftly composed himself, adopting a demeanor of calmness befitting his celestial disposition, which would leave a remarkable impression on anyone who beheld him. Enter, Chu Yuan commanded, channeling the scant magical energy within him to amplify his voice. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man clad in a robe tailored for the Cultivators Alliance entered. The man wore a lecherous grin, which widened even further upon sighting Chu Yuan, causing the latter's brow to twitch in discomfort as he discreetly stepped back. Who are you? Chu Yuan inquired, hands clasped behind his back, eyebrow raised. Sect Master Chu. Sect Master Chu. I am Qian Duoxin, the chief coordinator of the betting for this grand competition. I have come to inquire whether you wish to participate in the betting for the upcoming event. The middle-aged man, Qian Duoxin, grinned broadly, revealing a lewd smile as he inquired, betting? What is that? Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, Sect Master Chu, it is merely a more euphemistic term. For instance, you could wager with spirit stones on whether your disciple will be eliminated in the first round of the 10,000 sects competition or triumph over their opponents. We will calculate professional assessment data to establish the odds. Additionally, one may also bet on the favorites to win, and so on. Qian Duoxin elucidated with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan was struck dumb. You're rambling. What do you mean by betting? Isn't it just gambling? Why all this flourish? What you described is indeed gambling, correct? You have established a wager based on the 10,000 sects competition. Am I understanding that correctly? Chu Yuan furrowed his brow and remarked. No. What Sect Master Chu says is quite misplaced. We are the Alliance of Cultivators, a legitimate organization. We do not condone gambling. This is merely betting, not gambling. Qian Duoxin was startled and hastily clarified. Very well, if you insist it is betting, then let it be so. Chu Yuan chuckled, choosing not to dispute further. So, Sect Master, would you care to partake? Qian Duoxin asked with utmost respect. Indeed. How does one play? Chu Yuan nodded. Establishing such a wager was, for him, akin to giving away money. All he needed to do was place his bets on his disciples, ensuring that the third and fourth would lose. Was this not simply a matter of handing out funds? Sect Master Chu, take this orb, infuse it with your spiritual power, and you will perceive the specifics within it. By wagering, betting, within this orb, no one will know how much you have spent or what you have bet on. Qian Duoxin presented an orb to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan nodded, accepting the orb and examining it closely. It was a deep blue sphere, quite pleasant to the touch. Then, Sect Master, I shall take my leave. All pertinent information will be accessible once you infuse your spiritual power into the orb. Qian Duoxin bowed slightly. Upon receiving Chu Yuan's consent, he exited the grand hall and departed from the peak. With the orb in hand, Chu Yuan returned to the hall and seated himself. He gazed at the orb, beginning to tentatively infuse it with his spiritual power. As he did so, a radiant screen of light emerged from the orb, displaying streams of information. It resembled a system interface, though it appeared somewhat rudimentary in comparison. Chu Yuan assessed the screen before him and commented. He glanced briefly at the information, which outlined the rules of betting, such as what S said is set, lacking the inclination to delve further. He proceeded to search for the names of his disciples in the list for the first round of the 10,000 sects competition. The first round was divided into 10 groups, each containing 5,000 participants. After a period of searching, Chu Yuan finally located the names of his disciples. Yi Luo and Zhang Han were in the first group, Su Qianyuan in the third, and Dantai Luoxue in the seventh group. Chu Yuan swiftly clicked on Dantai Luoxue's name, and a dialog box materialized. Dantai Luoxue versus Chu He. Odds, 10,000, 0.01 foot this. The odds are truly terrifying. According to the information displayed on the screen, it is firmly believed that Dantai Luoxue, the disciple from the reclusive sect of Dongzhou, will emerge victorious, with no possibility of defeat. Thus, should one wager on Dantai Luoxue and she loses, the payout would be a staggering 10,000 times the bet. Whereas if one bets on Chu He and he loses, the payout would merely be a meager 0.01 times the bet. Furthermore, upon examining other odds, most are around 1 to 1.5, lacking such exaggeration. Dantai Luoxue's odds, however, stand at 10,000 to 0.01. This is clearly an indication to refrain from betting on her, as the potential winnings are negligible. One should rather place bets on others. Isn't this akin to giving away money? Chu Yuan chuckled to himself. He retrieved his storage pouch and spent a considerable amount of spirit stones to place a bet on Dantai Luoxue. Having completed this transaction, Chu Yuan then turned his attention to the line pertaining to Su Qianyuan. The odds for Su Qianyuan against Ma Lian are not as outrageous. 101. Quite reasonable. Chu Yuan then allocated a portion of his spirit stones to bet on Su Qianyuan's defeat. After finalizing all his arrangements, he prepared to turn off the screen. Just as he was about to do so, another pop-up appeared, informing him that he had successfully placed his bet and needed to choose a nickname. A nickname? Let us call myself the Wealthy Youth. Chu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, turned off the screen, and felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Soon, the god of wealth would be on the rise. Chapter 190, Guardian Divine Beast. The following morning, the members of the Cultivators Alliance arrived to summon Chu Yuan and his companions for preparations for the grand competition of the 10,000 sects. Naturally, they had no objections. Initially, they intended to travel via the mounts provided by the Alliance. However, at a crucial moment, Zhang Han interjected with a suggestion to ride dragons instead, in order to embody the grandeur of the Wudao sect. At that moment, Aou's expression darkened, but fearing Chu Yuan's discontent, he could only suppress his feelings. Directing a fierce glare at Zhang Han, he longed to seize the man's collar and demand, "Do you not fear the loss of your spiritual roots? You have sworn oaths upon them, yet dare to act so unscrupulously." On the other hand, Chu Yuan believed that riding dragons would indeed showcase the prestige of their reclusive sect, and thus nodded in agreement. Consequently, Zhang Han seized the opportunity to further persuade Aou. With Chu Yuan present, Aou could only grit his teeth and acquiesce, transforming into a dragon to carry Chu Yuan and the others towards the venue of the grand competition. A thunderous roar unique to Aou resonated through the skies. The venue for the grand competition was selected at the very center of the island. At the heart of this island floated a massive pavilion, elevated above the ground. This pavilion served as the battleground for the leaders of various sections. Upon their arrival, the 4 disciples dispersed to prepare elsewhere, leaving Chu Yuan to accompany Aou into the pavilion. It was vast, imbued with an aura of profound Taoist essence. Of course, Chu Yuan, unable to comprehend such nuances, found it mysterious yet could not articulate its intricacies. "Lord Chu, you have arrived. Please follow me. Your seat is on the 3rd floor," called out a steward who promptly approached at the entrance of the pavilion. Chu Yuan replied with a subtle nod. "Please, Lord Chu, follow me," the steward said, leading the way towards the staircase. Chu Yuan followed expressionlessly, while Aou curiously surveyed the pavilion, his first visit to the realm of the human race. The previous animosity between humans and demons had barred his entry to human territories. Now, being able to enter alongside the Wudao sect alleviated much of his resentment regarding the ride. Chu Yuan, however, was preoccupied with the steward's guidance, making his way to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the pavilion was spacious, with only a few tables arranged at the forefront, clearly indicating that not everyone was entitled to enter. It appeared that only those from reclusive sects had such privilege. "Lord Chu, the seat at the center is yours. Please take a seat. The others will arrive shortly," the steward said with utmost respect. "Very well, you may step back. Also, prepare a seat for the one behind me," Chu Yuan remarked, glancing at Aou, unwilling to let him stand indefinitely, gesturing for the steward to arrange a seat. The steward assessed Aou and nodded before departing to prepare a table. However, this table was a size smaller than those present, positioned behind Chu Yuan to signify a subordinate status, thus avoiding discomfort among others. "Please take a seat, esteemed friend," the steward said kindly to Aou. "Thank you." Aou replied with a nod as he settled down. "Master Chu, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Oh, by the way, Master Chu, our grand competition commences within a series of small secret realms. Once it begins, You need only to channel your mana into the orb on your table to observe the proceedings, the steward continued, unabashedly engaging Chu Yuan in conversation. Chu Yuan nodded, his gaze directed towards the open space below the loft. Peering down, he observed a steady stream of individuals entering the loft, indeed indicating the absence of a battleground. It seemed the grand competition was truly to be held within a secret realm, a magnificent affair. He pondered what such a realm might look like, having never witnessed one before. Meanwhile, Aou sat behind, glancing around nervously, hesitant to speak for fear of disturbing one capable of outmatching even his father, the Dragon Lord. After a while, several individuals entered the third floor of the loft, representatives from the hidden sects of Zhongzhou. Upon seeing Chu Yuan, their eyes brimmed with gratitude, thankful for the breakthroughs they had achieved. Senior Chu, you have arrived so swiftly. How could you be so inconsiderate as to summon you so early? Surely, we should have arrived first to await your presence. One remarked. Indeed, but who is that esteemed figure behind you, Senior Chu? A pureblood dragon? A direct descendant of the Azure Dragon? As they approached, each greeted Chu Yuan, but their expressions shifted upon noticing Aou behind him. A pureblood Azure Dragon of the nascent soul realm. Such a creature is a treasure trove. Dragon's blood, whiskers, scales, tendons, eyes, every part is invaluable. Even its saliva is a treasure. Particularly, a pureblood is a rarity among rarities. Had such a being dared to flaunt itself before them in the nascent soul realm, they would have undoubtedly captured it. Yet now, with the Azure Dragon accompanying Master Chu, it was untouchable. On the other hand, Aou felt a surge of anxiety, swallowing hard, fearful that these individuals might consume him whole. This is the guardian beast of my Wudao sect, Chu Yuan remarked, glancing at Aou. His tone casual, referring to it as a guardian beast sounded far more dignified than merely a mount. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, his words dissolved all resentment Aou harbored towards Zhang Han. The assembled representatives were equally taken aback. A guardian beast is fundamentally distinct from a mere mount. It shares the fortune of the sect, its destiny intertwined. When the sect flourishes, so too does the beast. When the sect suffers, it shares in that as well. A mount is simply a mount, devoid of such significance. Chu Yuan, unaware of these intricacies, had merely spoken offhandedly, never anticipating the depth of implications behind his words. Aou was so moved that he nearly knelt before Chu Yuan. To attain such a position, what does it matter if one is ridden? As for the dignity of the dragon clan, he perceives himself as not truly belonging to the dragon lineage. After all, even his roar differs from that of his kin. The representatives from the reclusive sects nearby were equally taken aback, intently observing Aou. They believed this Azure Dragon was indeed worthy of becoming the guardian divine beast of a hidden sect. Although this Azure Dragon currently lacks strength, it is a pure blood, brimming with immense potential. Given time, it is destined to become a formidable force. Not to mention, it is a pure-blood Azure Dragon nurtured within the depths of the Wudao sect. The representatives mused, reflecting on the profound heritage of the Wudao sect. The major hidden sects of the Central Plains do not possess pure-blood dragons. At most, they have mixed bloodlines. Acquiring a pure-blood dragon would require the dragon's voluntary consent. Otherwise, it would be perceived as a provocation against the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan stands as one of the dominators among the demon races, which would be akin to challenging the entire demon lineage. Thus, they marveled at the profound foundation of the Wudao sect. Just as they were immersed in their thoughts, the gems upon their respective tables began to glow. Has the grand tournament of 10,000 sects commenced? All eyes turned towards the shimmering gems. Chapter 191. The terror of Yi Luo in the attic on the third floor, as the individuals observed the beads on their respective tables illuminating. They comprehended that the first round of the Wanzhong Grand Competition had commenced. A few representatives of the sects were instantly invigorated, for they were aware that the opening round featured the first group of combatants. The hidden sect from the eastern state had 2 disciples participating in this inaugural bout. If their conjectures were accurate, one of the disciples from the eastern state's hidden sect was already engaged in combat at that very moment. Their interest in continuing to flatter Chu Yuan waned, as their focus shifted to witnessing the prowess of the eastern state's disciple. Eager to unveil the depth of the Wudao sect, esteemed elder, your disciple should be commencing combat now. Shall we observe? One representative suggested. Indeed, esteemed elder. Let us together witness the elegance of your disciple, another chimed in. I am also quite curious about the caliber of the disciple you have nurtured, esteemed elder. The representatives spoke in unison. However, Chu Yuan merely nodded lightly, his mind disinterested in further banter, as he directed his gaze towards the bead on his table and infused it with his spiritual energy. Instantly, a list manifested in his mind. seemingly prompting him to confirm which match he wished to observe. Chu Yuan quickly located the row pertaining to his disciple, Wu Dao Sect Yi Luo versus Jinglan's Sacred Land Yuzixian. With a touch of his spiritual energy, he activated the name. In the next moment, it felt as if he had transcended to a vantage point above a valley. Yet, before he could fully absorb the scene, the valley shattered in an instant. A message materialized in his mind. Battle concluded. What is this? Just as I opened the viewing, the battle has ended? Chu Yuan found himself bewildered, blinking as he turned to the other representatives, only to find them equally perplexed. How could the battle have concluded already? Was it not just beginning? Could there have been some malfunction? One individual promptly stood up, calling for an attendant to approach. Upon arrival, the attendant, upon hearing their concerns, quickly apologized and departed to inquire further. Moments later, the attendant returned, a look of embarrassment gracing his features. Esteemed guests, there has been no error. The battle has indeed concluded. The disciple from the Wu Dao sect is simply too powerful, having dispatched the disciple of the Jinglan's Sacred Land with a single sword strike, thus ending the combat, he explained. What you are about to see is a replay of the event. You may observe it now. As he spoke, he swallowed nervously and retrieved a black bead from his robes. One representative swiftly accepted the bead and infused it with spiritual energy. An image emerged from the bead, revealing a valley scene. In the midst stood Yi Luo, adorned in a celestial robe with flowing black hair cascading over his shoulders, a gourd at his waist, exuding the demeanor of an unparalleled sword immortal. An invisible aura of dominance enveloped the entire valley, asserting his supremacy within this secluded realm. Opposite Yi Luo stood a strikingly beautiful woman in a purple robe, holding a bamboo flute, Yuzixian. In stark contrast to Yi Luo's calmness, a palpable tension was etched across her face. The sense of tension emanated either from Yi Luo's identity or from the oppressive aura surrounding him. Then, the battle commenced. With a nonchalant motion, Yi Luo directed his sword towards the void, unleashing a blade of ancient aura. The sword energy surged towards Yuzixian. In haste, Yuzixian played her flute, creating ripples that radiated from her center, seemingly attempting to obstruct the sword energy. Yet, these ripples appeared utterly ineffective, as they were effortlessly shattered by the sword energy. In an instant, Yi Luo's strike incapacitated Yuzixian. Just like that, a few representatives from hidden sects fell silent for a moment. They had anticipated observing the techniques of the disciples from the eastern states' hidden sections. Unexpectedly, with a single move, one opponent was eliminated. Could they blame the disciple for being too formidable? Certainly not. The fault lay solely with the opponent's weakness. What realm was this Yuzixian in? One could not help but inquire discreetly. My lord, she is at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. Comparable to a half-step into the tribulation realm, came the reply. The man was momentarily taken aback. A half-step into the tribulation realm was defeated in a single move. This surely indicated the presence of someone at least at the tribulation realm level, a prodigious one at that. Is the Wu Dao sect of the eastern state truly this dominant? Are all their disciples of the tribulation realm? That seems implausible. Perhaps this one is just exceptionally strong. Surely the next one will not be as formidable. Such were his thoughts, echoed by the others. Only Chu Yuan was profoundly astonished. Goodness, his disciple, is this powerful? With such ease, he eliminated his opponent. If only he had been more resolute back then and had managed to grasp Yi Luo's divine abilities, he too could have reached such heights. Chu Yuan took a deep breath. No, he must seize the opportunity to converse with Yi Luo again. This is overwhelmingly strong, defeating an opponent so effortlessly. Meanwhile, as a few representatives from hidden sects regained their composure, they stood up to congratulate Chu Yuan. Senior Chu, you truly deserve your reputation. Even your disciple is so remarkable. With such strength, I would not stand a chance, yet the Wu Dao sect is impressive for nurturing such disciples. Do you even know how to speak? It is Senior Chu's prowess that is remarkable. It is his leadership that is key. Listening to these words, Chu Yuan merely smiled faintly, betraying little emotion. Internally, he was contemplating how to appropriately guide Yi Luo. Senior Chu, your second disciple is about to begin. Let us observe. One individual spoke up. Chu Yuan nodded. Suppressing all thoughts and channeling his power into the orb, he located the road designated for Zhanghan. Wu Dao sect's Zhanghan versus Ancient Moon Holy Lands Zhangdaong. Chu Yuan touched the orb with his power, and an expanse of boundless green grassland materialized before his eyes. Chapter 192. The formation of the lesser path within the secret realm, amidst the vast grasslands. Zhanghan stood quietly with his hands behind his back. Clad in a scholarly robe adorned with embroidered mountains and flowing waters, he exuded an air of refined elegance, resembling a scholarly immortal. Opposite him stood another figure, A man dressed in a black robe, wielding a sword as large as a door. His appearance was unremarkable, his demeanor ordinary. The kind of person who would easily blend into a crowd. Yet, there was a sharpness in his brow that hinted at his true nature. This man was Zhang Daohong, Zhang Han's opponent in the first round, hailing from the ancient moon-sacred land. At this moment, they stood in silence, with a stick of incense's worth of time remaining before the official commencement of their duel. Zhang Han maintained a calm demeanor, while Zhang Daohong exuded an equal measure of tranquility. This lack of tension puzzled Zhang Han, for he was a disciple of the hidden sect of Dongzhou, and the reputation of the Wu Dao sect was well established. The absence of any pressure from his opponent intrigued him greatly. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I have a question I wish to pose. Might you indulge me? Zhang Han inquired, not hesitating to voice his curiosity. Please, speak. Zhang Daohong nodded, inviting the question. Why is it that you know I am a disciple of the Wu Dao sect, yet display not the slightest hint of apprehension? Zhang Han asked, genuinely intrigued. Because I am a sword cultivator. As a wielder of the sword, I fear nothing and am prepared to draw my blade against all. If I were to feel fear, it would only indicate my inadequacy. However, it is evident that I harbor no such fears, Zhang Daohong replied earnestly. I see, Zhang Han acknowledged, understanding dawning upon him. Yet, as he regarded Zhang Daohong, his gaze grew increasingly peculiar. A sword cultivator, the senior brother. The sword cultivator senior brother. Suddenly, Zhang Han narrowed his eyes. The memories of being bested by his senior brother were vivid, and perhaps this individual before him could serve as a vessel for his retribution. After all, they were both sword cultivators, and he could simply envision this encounter as his senior brother's chastisement. Unbeknownst to Zhang Han, Zhang Daohong was oblivious to his thoughts. Observing Zhang Han's relaxed posture, he felt a twinge of curiosity about the nature of Zhang Han's weapon. May I inquire, fellow Taoist, what path do you cultivate? Zhang Daohong asked. Formation, Zhang Han replied plainly, revealing his path without hesitation. Formation? But a formation master participating in the grand tournament of myriad sects would surely be at a disadvantage, Zhang Daohong remarked with surprise. It's manageable. I won't be at a disadvantage. Zhang Han waved his hand dismissively. No, a formation master would indeed be at a significant disadvantage. Fellow Taoist, how about this? Once the battle commences, I shall grant you half an incense stick's worth of time to set up your formations. What say you? Zhang Daohong stated with unyielding straightforwardness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han fell into a contemplative silence. Half an incense stick's worth of time to establish formations? How many large-scale killing formations could one possibly set up in half an incense stick's worth of time? With all his might, undisturbed, and perhaps having set up 100,000 formations, 100,000 killing arrays. Is it truly possible that this fellow won't be reduced to mere dust? Zhang Han was about to say something when suddenly, a voice resonated within the secret realm. The battle commences. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Han and Zhang Daohong were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Zhang Daohong regained his composure first and turned to Zhang Han. Fellow Taoist, since you are adept at array formations, as I previously mentioned, I shall grant you half an hour to arrange your formation. After that, I will draw my sword. Zhang Daohong stated earnestly. Are you serious? Zhang Han replied, somewhat resigned. Indeed, as a disciple of the ancient moon-sacred land, I would never go back on my word. Even if the formation you set up in half an hour were to obliterate me, I would not retract my statement. Zhang Daohong responded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han let out a deep sigh. Very well, very well. The grievances I suffered from my senior brother can only be vented here. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand through the air. A surge of magical energy erupted, instantly forming a small timing array. As you wish. When this array's light dims, it shall mark the passage of half an hour, Zhang Han spoke slowly. All right, fellow Taoist, please proceed with the formation. Zhang Daohong nodded in agreement. After saying this, he took a few steps back to allow Zhang Han the time needed to retrieve the materials for the formation. Meanwhile, Zhang Han shook his head, leapt into the air, and stood poised against the sky. With lips parted, he called out, Moon of the Taiyin, come forth. At the moment his voice echoed, the entire small secret realm trembled violently. The originally blue sky now darkened, as the Taiyin star emerged, suspended in the heavens, casting beams of moonlight that enveloped Zhang Han, transforming him into an immortal deity. The Taiyin star forcefully broke through the secret realm, manifesting from the outside world into the interior. Zhang Han wore a gentle smile, his thoughts igniting as his heart radiated with brilliant light. Ancient runes coalesced, evolving into intricate array patterns. In mere moments, several Taiyin killing arrays were established, completely covering the secret realm. Zhang Han did not initiate an attack. Instead, He continued to set up formations. One array after another took shape under his command. However, the small secret realm was limited in size, necessitating the constant overlapping of arrays. This transformation rendered the realm a chilling expanse, erasing the former grasslands entirely. The terrifying intent to kill coalesced in the sky, lingering heavily. Zhang Han persisted in his array formation, seemingly intent on continuing until the half-hour elapsed. Ultimately, however, after about 10 minutes, he halted. It was not that he wished to cease. Rather, he sensed that the small secret realm was nearing its breaking point. If he continued, it would likely shatter into fragments. Alas, fellow Taoist Zhang, I must conclude my arrangements here. You may draw your sword now. As long as you can break through the formation and brush against the hem of my garment, I shall concede defeat. If you possess any remarkable techniques, I humbly invite you to reveal them, my friend. Zhang Han gazed at Zhang Daohong with a smile that seemed both enigmatic and playful. Meanwhile, Zhang Daohong's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Is this truly how a formation master operates? Is this the correct approach to mastering formations? Wasn't it said that a formation master requires materials, intricate diagrams, and countless procedures to create a formation? He vaguely recalled his mentor's words regarding formation masters, who had bluntly stated that when faced with formations, one could simply shatter them with a single strike. Was this truly so simple? A single strike? He longed to summon his mentor to demonstrate such a feat. What utter nonsense. Should he attempt to break it with his own head? Zhang Daohong glanced at the enormous sword strapped to his back. He felt an overwhelming urge to return and inform his mentor that he no longer wished to pursue swordsmanship, but rather to study formations. I concede defeat. Faced with countless formations, Zhang Daohong chose to surrender, devoid of any desire to draw his sword. This was not an act of cowardice. He sensed that if he dared to unsheath his blade, these formations would reduce him to mere ashes. Chapter 193. Is this person me? Within the borders of Zhongzhou, near a colossal island, the sun shone brightly, yet the Tane star manifested, casting the skies surrounding the island into darkness. Atop a loft in the heart of the island, several representatives of reclusive sects gazed at the heavens outside, their silence punctuated only by the message of battle concluded emanating from a crystal orb. They were profoundly shaken. Could it be that harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to instantly form a formation is the correct approach for a formation master? Or perhaps this is an ancient legacy of the reclusive sects of the eastern states. Such a notion seemed implausible. The formations recorded in ancient times were far more intricate than those of the present. It was said that ancient formations often required the collaboration of thousands of formidable cultivators. Yet here was a disciple from the eastern states' reclusive sect, effortlessly conjuring numerous formations with a mere gesture. The representatives from Zhongzhou found their minds adrift. After a considerable time, they regained their composure and exchanged glances, communicating telepathically. Can any of you discern the formation techniques employed by this disciple of the Wudao sect? If so, please share. I am willing to offer a handsome reward for this knowledge. I can make unilateral decisions. If you provide me with this technique, my sect will owe you a favor. How absurd. This Zhang Han, with a flick of his wrist, conjures a plethora of formations. What can you possibly discern from that? Indeed, it appears this individual has truly mastered the art of formation. By the way, old Chun, he called forth the Tane star for assistance. I recall you practiced a technique to harness the power of the stars as well, did you not? How do you compare to him? As the crowd conversed telepathically, one suddenly recalled that Zhang Han had summoned the Tane star and turned his gaze towards another representative of a reclusive sect who also cultivated the art of star power. Upon hearing this, the latter's face flushed with embarrassment. He was at a loss for words. Was he to reveal the truth? That in order to borrow the power of the stars, he had to set up an altar, recite tedious invocations, and perform rituals to receive even a modicum of strength from the stars. Meanwhile, this disciple from the eastern states merely had to call out for the Tane star to arrive. Was there truly any basis for comparison? Well, this person's method of borrowing power is indeed superb. I am slightly inferior, the representative from Zhongzhou admitted with reluctance. Slightly inferior? The others were incredulous and were about to voice their thoughts when someone interjected. Did you notice, esteemed elder? The calm demeanor of Elder Chu suggests that this formation technique was likely imparted by him. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Chu Yuan. They observed that Chu Yuan maintained his usual serene expression, as if everything were anticipated. Could it indeed be that this formation technique was taught by Elder Chu? A thought suddenly blossomed in their minds. Was it possible that Elder Chu's previous remark about the Wudao sect imparting knowledge through personal enlightenment was true? As this realization dawned upon them, they felt a tremor of excitement. On the other side, Chu Yuan, however, had no inclination to engage with the peculiar individuals beside him. His thoughts were solely occupied with the mesmerizing display of formations unleashed by his second brother. Could it be that his brother possessed such formidable strength? In a state of astonishment, Chu Yuan instinctively maintained a facade of nonchalance, barely paying attention to anything else. His mind was consumed with the desire to learn the intricacies of such formation crafting. Yet, considering Zhang Han's temperament, he ultimately decided against it. He could easily predict Zhang Han's retort. Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? With that thought, he snapped back to reality. Learning from this second brother seemed implausible, but perhaps he could glean insights from Yi Luo, who was equally impressive. Chu Yuan nodded inwardly, his eyes refocusing as he lifted his gaze. He immediately noticed that several representatives from the hidden sects of Zhongzhou were fixated on him. In that moment, silence enveloped the space as their eyes met. Is there something you wish to discuss? Chu Yuan inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. No, nothing at all. The representatives hastily shook their heads, clearly anxious to avoid inciting his displeasure. When does the next round commence? Chu Yuan asked casually. The next round would likely feature Su Qianyuan, who was rumored to be facing a particularly strong opponent, prompting Chu Yuan to wager a significant amount of spirit stones against Su Qianyuan's victory. It was time to take a risk. Senior Chu, there are still half an hour until the next round begins, someone knowledgeable interjected. Chu Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as he settled into a meditative posture. The individuals on the third floor, upon realizing that formation crafting could be performed in such a manner, became increasingly restless. They had not fully grasped Yi Luo's previous battle, having missed the details due to its swift conclusion. However, they had witnessed Zhang Han's fight clearly, where he commanded the forces of heaven and earth to instantaneously create formations without the need for materials or time, an astonishing display that left them eager to consult Senior Chu about the techniques involved. Yet, their hesitation prevented them from voicing their inquiries, resulting in their growing discomfort. Do not fret. Soon, another disciple from the hidden sects of Dongzhou will be competing. A voice suddenly communicated, prompting an understanding among the others. The foremost disciple from Dongzhou wielded a sword, effortlessly defeating his opponent. The second disciple employed formations, launching an impressive array of techniques. Curiosity grew among the group regarding what the third disciple might reveal. As their curiosity piqued, Chu Yuan suddenly spoke. What do you know about Ma Lian? He directed his question toward the gathered individuals. At this, they exchanged glances. Most among them had not closely followed the disciples from the sacred grounds. After all, for their hidden sects, a singular sacred ground seemed rather juvenile and lacked significant depth, rendering it unworthy of their attention. One among them, having inadvertently caught sight of the disciples from the sacred land participating in the grand competition of 10,000 sects, brightened at Chu Yuan's inquiry and promptly stepped forward. Esteemed senior, I possess some knowledge regarding this matter. The individual known as Ma Lian hails from the Hunyuan sect and has recently garnered considerable acclaim among the younger generation. It is said that his mastery of thunder techniques is exceptionally formidable. He is regarded as the foremost among his peers in this regard and is particularly adept with the whip technique. However, in a contest against your esteemed disciple, he stands absolutely no chance of victory, the individual stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan felt a sense of relief. The foremost practitioner of thunder techniques among the younger generation? With such a reputation, defeating Su Qianyuan should be a mere trifling task. Esteemed senior, there exists a rather amusing rumor concerning the group of your disciple in the second round. I wonder if you would care to hear it? Another person interjected with a smile. What is it? Chu Yuan inquired with curiosity. Isn't the Immortal Cultivators Alliance involved in the wagering activities of the grand competition? It appears that some fool has placed a bet on your third disciple to lose, wagering several thousand high-grade spirit stones. Would you not find that amusing? The individual laughed heartily. Chu Yuan, if I am not mistaken, that fool would be me, correct? Chapter 194, The Nascent Soul Realm. Are you blowing hot air like the Tribulation Realm? In the attic, on the third floor. When that individual broached the topic of the wager, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Several representatives from the hidden sects of Central State seemed eager to enliven the mood, each chiming in. Oh, I've heard that rumor too. It is said that this person not only wagered on Elder Chu's third disciple to lose, but also on the fourth disciple, right? I've also heard from my disciples that this person staked over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. How foolish to have so much money to give away to the Cultivators Alliance. Do you know the true identity of this individual? To produce such a sum so effortlessly, their status must be quite significant. Regardless of their status, their intelligence seems rather lacking. Daring to bet against Elder Chu's disciples, how foolish. The specifics of their identity are unclear. The Cultivators Alliance uses code names for these wagers. This one goes by the moniker Wealthy Kid. Such a ridiculous name suggests they are indeed as foolish as they sound. The representatives from the hidden sects of Central State laughed and conversed, seemingly believing that disparaging this individual was akin to praising Chu Yuan. They failed to notice the increasingly dark expression on Chu Yuan's face. Chu Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on these individuals. If his suspicions were correct, they were indeed speaking about him, especially regarding that moniker. It was unmistakably his. Foolish. A truly foolish group of people. They dare to call him foolish? Once Su Qianyuan and Dantai Luoxue are defeated, they will know who truly lacks wisdom. Especially that Dantai Luoxue, with odds of 1 to 10,000. He had wagered 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. That was an incomprehensible amount, one that could not even fit in a storage bag. It was absurd that this group continued to mock him. They would be the ones left dumbfounded. It was no exaggeration to say that if he did not reap a bountiful reward from this venture, he would gnaw on his own storage bag. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan chose to ignore these individuals. Yet, the representatives from Central State's hidden sects were relentless. One approached him with a smile. Elder, this person has shown you disrespect. Should we contact the Cultivators Alliance to forcefully uncover this individual's true name? It may be a bit troublesome, but with our capabilities, we can certainly manage it. There is no need. Thank you. Chu Yuan replied with a smile, his eyes fixed on the speaker as if to memorize their features. Such matters hardly require gratitude. But I do have a rather regrettable question that I hope Elder Chu might enlighten me on. The individual continued, shamelessly advancing. Speak. Chu Yuan responded tersely. Elder, how did your disciple achieve such an impressive array formation technique? The individual asked, their tone tinged with excitement. At this, the others turned their gazes toward Chu Yuan. Their eyes filled with intrigue. If they could acquire such a formation technique, why bother with all the flashy paths of cultivation? Wouldn't mastering array formations be more fulfilling? A single thought manifests into a formation, requiring no materials for the array. It entirely compensates for the shortcomings of the formation masters, eliminating the need for time or substantial monetary expenditure. To them, this method of arrangement appears to be insurmountable. Under the gaze of several onlookers, Chu Yuan remains unfazed, his lips parting gently. You ask about this method of arrangement? Isn't it merely a matter of having hands? Is there even a need for inquiry? Chu Yuan decisively recalls the words spoken by Zhang Han. The others. This remark incited the ire of all the inhabitants across the 82 states of the divine travel continent. Everyone lacks hands. Observing Chu Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, they yearned to speak but found themselves at a loss for words, each succumbing to a profound silence. The third floor fell into an eerie stillness, the only sound being the munching of spiritual fruits by Aou at the table. Aou, sensing something amiss, cautiously raised his head, refraining from chewing the unfinished fruit, opting instead to swallow it whole. Beside him, Chu Yuan relished the tranquility, closing his eyes in meditation as he awaited the commencement of Su Qianyuan's duel. He intended to confront these individuals with stark reality, allowing them to witness what it truly means to overflow with abundance. After a while, the beads atop the table illuminated, signaling the commencement of the second round. Following the second round would be the third, which would feature the duel of Su Qianyuan in the third group. Observing the scene, several representatives from the hidden sects of the central region bowed respectfully to Chu Yuan before settling in to watch. Chu Yuan, in turn, grasped a bead, channeling his energy to observe the battles of the disciples from the sacred grounds. He was quite curious about the combat prowess of the other disciples from the sacred lands. Meanwhile, within a secluded entrance of an island's secret realm, for disciples from the Wudao sect gathered together, with Yi Luo and Zhang Han engaged in conversation. Junior brother, I watched the replay of your recent battle. It seems you harbor quite the opinion against sword cultivators, or perhaps it is against me, your senior brother? Yi Luo chuckled, his gourd at his waist glimmering as if eager to take flight. Senior brother, that is not the case at all. I merely wish to showcase the elegance of the Wudao sect, not to target sword cultivators, Zhang Han replied, his expression momentarily stiffening before he resumed his warm smile. Really? Yi Luo inquired, a hint of amusement in his voice. Indeed, Zhang Han affirmed earnestly. Nevertheless, for matters you can resolve swiftly in the future, do so expeditiously. And try not to reveal too many techniques. This grand tournament of 10,000 sects has several intriguing individuals. Yi Luo pondered thoughtfully. There are individuals who even pique your interest, senior brother? Who might they be? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's curiosity was piqued. Yi Luo's strength subtly hinted at a transcendence beyond the tribulation phase, intriguing enough to catch Yi Luo's attention. Such individuals must surely be formidable. likely in the later stages of the tribulation realm. There is one named Yi Wu, another called Yi Chun, as well as Yi Ji, Yi Tong, and Lin Lang. Yi Luo listed several names. These individuals he has encountered, and one can perceive the formidable aura emanating from them. Eldest senior brother, are you engaging in a family brawl? Zhang Han remarked with a peculiar expression. What family? You must be dreaming, Yi Luo retorted, rolling his eyes. After saying this, he turned to face Su Qianyuan. Third junior brother, that so-called opponent of yours, Ma Lian, is merely a figure of grand reputation. I have met him once and found his strength pitifully weak, likely only at the nascent soul stage. I am bemused as to how he has garnered such an immense reputation. Be cautious during your match. You wouldn't want to inadvertently strike him down with a single blow, Yi Luo stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Qianyuan, who was seated not far away, felt a surge of frustration. The nascent soul stage? You speak as if it's comparable to the tribulation stage? I was preparing for a fierce battle. Eldest senior brother. I understand, Su Qianyuan nodded in response. Yi Luo was about to say more when a swift streak of light darted towards them, encircling Su Qianyuan. This signified that the match was about to commence, urging him to prepare for entry into the secret realm. Seeing this, Su Qianyuan did not hesitate and promptly made his way towards the entrance of the secret realm. Chapter 195. My carelessness within a small secret realm, atop a towering peak, two streaks of light flashed past. Su Qianyuan emerged on a massive boulder, exuding a formidable aura that sent ripples through the very fabric of the realm, as if it were on the verge of shattering. On the opposite end of the peak, an elderly man with gray-white hair stood against the wind, one hand behind his back, radiating an air of undeniable superiority, reminiscent of an unparalleled master. Is this truly a nascent soul stage? Has my senior brother deceived me? The moment Su Qianyuan laid eyes on the elder, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The elder's imposing presence was reminiscent of a tribulation stage cultivator, entirely unrepresentative of a nascent soul stage. Yet, his senior brother insisted that this individual was, at most, a nascent soul stage. What is he truly, a nascent soul or a tribulation stage? Su Qianyuan continued to observe the elder, Ma Lian. Ma Lian, in turn, noticed Su Qianyuan's gaze. Young man, what do you find so fascinating? He inquired, a gentle smile gracing his features. Nothing of importance, Su Qianyuan replied, dismissively waving his hand, his demeanor settling. Regardless of whether he was facing a tribulation stage or a nascent soul stage, he was prepared to engage in battle. Before our official contest begins, shall we introduce ourselves? Ma Lian proposed. I hail from one of the sacred places in Jingzhou, the Hunyuan sect, and I am Ma Lian, recognized as the foremost practitioner of lightning techniques among the younger generation. With a courteous gesture, he conversed with Su Qianyuan, exuding the charisma of a formidable figure. Wudao sect. Su Qianyuan responded, maintaining a stoic expression. Wudao sect? I have heard of it, an elusive sect from the eastern province. The disciples from your sect have triumphed in the previous 2 matches, Ma Lian remarked with a smile. Indeed, I shall emerge victorious in this contest as well. Su Qianyuan asserted with a nod. Victorious? Young man, while it is commendable that you hail from an elusive sect, your confidence may be a tad excessive. My 5 lightning whips are such that even the esteemed talents from the Yi family would not dare claim victory over me. How can you, young one, so boldly assert your superiority? Ma Lian maintained his cheerful demeanor, devoid of any hint of anger, displaying an apparent generosity of spirit. At this, Su Qianyuan chose silence, feeling there was little to be gained from further dialogue. When the competition commenced, their strengths would speak for themselves. Why the silence, young man? Ma Lian persisted, unwilling to cease his chatter. Once the contest begins, we shall measure our powers against one another. Su Qianyuan frowned, sensing a growing annoyance. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat me? Ma Lian fell momentarily silent, but soon spoke again. Su Qianyuan, however, was disinclined to engage further. Across the peak, Ma Lian began to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. This opponent was unlike any he had encountered before. He seemed devoid of even the slightest interest in conversing. Had he truly encountered a brute? A disciple from a prestigious sect in the eastern province, yet he appeared to be nothing more than a simple brute? In the past, he engaged in battles with others by wielding the power of his words, as he had mastered a unique technique that allowed his voice to easily induce illusions. His intent was to instill in his opponents the false perception that he was an invincible powerhouse. Subsequently, he would employ a certain secret method to temporarily elevate his strength to the threshold of the half-step transcendence realm, thereby overpowering his adversaries. However, the individual standing before him, a disciple of a reclusive sect from the eastern state, surprisingly was not swayed by his tactics. A brash individual, indeed. Young man, you. Ma Yin intended to articulate further, but before he could finish, a streak of radiant light suddenly soared from the distance. Accompanied by this luminescence, a voice resonated, signaling the commencement of battle. Standing atop a massive rock, Su Qianyuan felt the earth's energy around him intensify. His gaze fixed intently on Ma Yin. I shall grant you the opportunity to strike first, Su Qianyuan gradually proclaimed. Do not underestimate your opponent, Ma Yin warned, yet his movements were swift. His aura inexplicably surged to that of the half-step transcendence realm. Crackling, a whip, shimmering with lightning, materialized in his grasp. Ma Yin began to wield the thunderous whip, striking left and right, the shadows of the whip dancing, lightning flickering, exuding an overwhelming might. Observing this, Su Qianyuan crossed his arms before his chest, preparing to endure the impending assault. However, he felt no impact. Perplexed, Su Qianyuan glanced down, only to discover 2 scorch marks etched into the ground beside him, crackling with residual electricity. Did he miss? Su Qianyuan's lips twitched as he lifted his gaze to meet Ma Yin's. Both experienced a moment of awkwardness. Ma Yin felt embarrassed about his accuracy, while Su Qianyuan was bewildered by the caliber of his opponent. His senior and second brother had drawn adversaries who, while not formidable, at least presented a legitimate challenge. Yet here he was, faced with an opponent who, despite appearing strong, was truly an insignificant foe, incapable of landing a single strike. Su Qianyuan found it hard to fathom how such a person was deemed worthy of participating in the grand tournament of 10,000 sects. Enough, you may step down, Su Qianyuan declared, losing interest in continuing the fight. His eyes locked onto Ma Yin as he summoned his strength, the sheer force shattering the boulder beneath him. Su Qianyuan launched himself like a meteor, hurtling towards Ma Yin with an indescribable ferocity. Wait. Ma Yin attempted to voice his thoughts, yet he found no opportunity to speak. The sheer pressure exerted by Su Qianyuan caused him to falter. However, his stumble did not signify the cessation of Su Qianyuan's onslaught. Driven by momentum, Su Qianyuan was compelled to follow through, regardless of his intent to retract his fist. In that critical moment, a brilliant light surged from outside the secret realm. Wu Yu descended before Ma Yin, his hands radiating brilliance, his magical energy erupting like a dam bursting, surging forth to counter Su Qianyuan's assault. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air. Amidst a whirlwind of stone fragments, a dense fog ascended, enveloping the scene. After a considerable duration, the mist began to dissipate, revealing the unfolding events. Wu Yu found himself retreating to the precipice of the mountain. Su Qianyuan stood resolutely in the position once occupied by Ma Yin, his demeanor unyielding, yet he regarded Wu Yu's arrival with a hint of perplexity. How peculiar to intervene mid-battle. Was this not a display of dishonor? Apologies, Taoist Su. I have been monitoring all secret realms. Should anyone encounter life-threatening peril, I must intervene. Your strike, Taoist Su, was such that this individual could not withstand it. Thus he is deemed the loser. Wu Yu articulated with a respectful bow towards Su Qianyuan. Very well, but this individual is rather inept, Su Qianyuan retorted brusquely before turning away and departing the secret realm. As Wu Yu observed Su Qianyuan's exit, he finally exhaled in relief, his gaze then shifting to the fallen Ma Yin, who was groaning pitifully on the ground. It seemed time for a candid discussion with the Hunyuan sect. What possessed them to send such a contender to the grand competition of 10,000 sects, only to tarnish their reputation further? Quickly assist me to my feet. I was merely careless this time. I did not evade. It is not that I cannot best him. Alas, today's youth truly lack martial integrity, Ma Yin lamented, struggling painfully to rise with the support of his waist. Chapter 196. The inferior foundation establishment in the loft on the 3rd floor. When Su Qianyuan forced Wu Yu out with a single punch, it was tantamount to declaring his victory. Su Qianyuan had triumphed effortlessly. The might of his punch was such that it rendered his opponent incapable of rising, without the need for an actual blow. Witnessing this scene, the representatives of several reclusive sects were left in a state of disbelief. This individual. Is this not the power of the physical body? Could the strength of the body be so terrifying? Am I not dreaming? This physique. Is it not that of the body refinement path? Is it not said that the pinnacle of the body refinement path can only reach the golden core realm? Moreover, the golden core of body refinement is far weaker than that of ordinary cultivators. Could it be that this disciple from the reclusive sect of the Eastern State has blazed a new trail for the body refinement path? It must be so. To elevate the body refinement path to such heights, making it comparable to the path of immortality, this individual must be the progenitor of body refinement. My heavens! One disciple of Elder Chu practices the sword, another plays with formations, and yet another has paved the way for body refinement. This is indeed a reclusive sect with a heritage spanning 300,000 years. The representatives exchanged thoughts through sound transmission, each more astonished than the last. The revelations from this reclusive sect in the eastern state were overwhelmingly shocking. First, there was Elder Chu, who remained inscrutable and yet spoke with the profundity of cosmic truths. Then came the three disciples, each more remarkable than the last, each more formidable. Their task was to assess the depth of the eastern state's reclusive sect's foundation. That task was no longer of concern. Do not inquire. The answer is simply that the eastern state's reclusive sect, Wu Dao sect, is extraordinary. You ask how long the eastern state's reclusive sect has been passed down. 300,000 years is but a fraction of the truth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Yuan found himself in a rather exhilarating mood. So exhilarating that he longed to stride before Ma Lian and deliver a few resounding slaps. How dare you proclaim your superiority? A mere disciple from my unremarkable sect managed to best you, a disciple from a sacred land, and you fell to your knees without even being struck. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones I wagered? A whole few thousand high-grade spirit stones. These were spirit stones that I had barely warmed up to, and now they are gone just like that. Chu Yuan felt the urge to weep. This time, he truly wished to cry. However, with the representatives from the central state's reclusive sect present, he could not reveal any emotion and could only force a facade of indifference. Thankfully, there was still Dantai Luoxue. Her odds were even higher. Moreover, Dantai Luoxue was a mere mortal who, without a doubt, stood no chance of defeating her opponent. Chu Yuan endeavored to console himself. Yet, the more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt. The nearby representatives from the reclusive sects had intended to inquire about the body refinement path from Chu Yuan, but upon seeing his trance-like gaze fixed on the loft's floor, they hesitated to disturb him. Chu, the senior, appears to be deep in thought. It would be prudent not to disturb him. As for the inquiries we wish to make, it seems unnecessary to bother him, as the answer would simply be that having hands suffices. One of them communicated telepathically. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Having hands is enough? To forge a path for a faction and become a pioneer. Such an endeavor requires more than mere hands. Even their feet would be of no use in such matters. Nevertheless, they dared not interrupt Chu Yuan, fearing that they might disturb this venerable figure and jeopardize his endeavors. While they held these thoughts, each of them harbored other aspirations, such as seeking allegiance with the reclusive sects of the eastern state. Individuals emerging from these hidden sects were remarkably powerful. If they were to join, might they also attain such formidable prowess? As they indulged in these musings, Chu Yuan finally snapped back to reality, suddenly rising to his feet, which prompted the others to regain their focus. What do you know about Chu He? Chu Yuan inquired calmly. If memory served him correctly, this individual was the opponent of his fourth disciple. It seemed he was somewhat intimidated by Su Qinyuan's adversary, compelling him to directly seek information regarding Chu. Senior Chu, I am aware of this person. He is a disciple of the sacred land's Huasian Pavilion, renowned for his expertise in talismanic arts, possessing strength comparable to that of a transcendent phase cultivator, making him an exceptional talent among the elite of the central state, excluding the top-tier prodigies, one informed individual stated. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan felt a twinge of skepticism. Last time, did you not extol the prowess of that Ma Lian, only to see him kneel in defeat? Are you embellishing again? The expressions of the others reflected their understanding of his doubts. Speaking of Ma Lian, what manner of being was he? Although Senior Chu's disciples were formidable, Ma Lian appeared exceedingly weak. How could such a character be included in the grand competition of 10,000 sects? Indeed, even a mere outer disciple from our sect would surpass this Ma Lian in strength. How did such a ruffian manage to participate in the grand competition? I must inquire with Wu Yu about the organization of this event, several remarked. Some simply stated their intent to seek Wu Yu and departed from the third floor. Observing the commotion on the third floor, Chu Yuan took a deep breath. Chu He, oh Chu He, we all share the surname Chu. Surely, you will not cause me any unforeseen troubles? If even the mortal Dantai Luoxue cannot best you, then I shall take Yi Luo and Zhang Han to teach you a lesson. Chu Yuan mused, letting out a soft sigh as he attempted to channel his energy to continue watching the contests of other groups. However, just as he sought to infuse his energy, he discovered it was depleted. Chu Yuan, what a wretched foundational cultivation. Chapter 197. The Doubts of Dantai Luoxue within the confines of a small secret realm. It was Dantai Luoxue's turn. Without hesitation, she exchanged greetings with Yi Luo and the others before stepping into the secret realm. The space she entered was a mirror-like lake. its waters so clear they resembled a flawless mirror, reflecting the vast heavens above. Dantai Luoxue stood serenely upon the surface of the lake, clad in a flowing azure robe. Her noble and aloof demeanor replaced the amiability she usually displayed among her peers, giving way to an air of cool detachment. Particularly striking were her dark golden eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through all illusions. At this moment, there was no one opposite her. It was evident that her opponent had yet to arrive. Chuhi, is this adversary still absent? Dantai Luoxue murmured softly, not overly concerned. After all, there remained ample time before the official commencement of the duel, making her opponent's tardiness quite reasonable. As she awaited her opponent, Dantai Luoxue stood quietly, raising her hand. In her palm, a small chessboard floated. There was a matter that perplexed her, something she had longed to inquire of her master but had yet to find the opportunity. Thus, she kept it buried deep within her heart, unspoken. Ever since she had set foot on this island of the Cultivators' Alliance, and since the myriad auras of distinguished talents, her spiritual power had surged dramatically. This rapid ascension baffled her. In just a few short days, Dantai Luoxue's spiritual power had transcended into the realm of divine transformation. Recently, when Yi Luo and the others had protected her, it had marked a pivotal moment in her metamorphosis. Dantai Luoxue was confounded as to why her cultivation had experienced such a swift elevation. Could it be that she was meant to treat living beings as mere pawns on a grand chessboard, with heaven and earth as the playing field? Yet, how could this notion be related to her burgeoning strength? The enigma weighed heavily on her mind. But she resolved to seek answers from her master once the grand assembly concluded. Lost in her thoughts, a flash of light danced across the mirror-like lake nearby, pulling her back to the present. In the next moment, a young man clad in a light blue sect uniform appeared upon the water's surface. Dantai Luoxue snapped back to reality, raising her gaze to the young man. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily taken aback. He bore a bundle of yellow talismans tied at his waist. Are those talismans for cultivation? She pondered. Must a practitioner of talismans carry so many with them? Could they not be stored in a spatial pouch? The young man, who had entered the secret realm, initiated the conversation. You must be Dantai Luoxue of the Wudao sect, he said. I am Chu He from the Huanshan Pavilion, and I am your opponent for this match. Let us engage in this sparring session with restraint, shall we? His greeting was accompanied by an air of trepidation towards Dantai Luoxue. Indeed, fellow cultivator, what is the purpose of carrying so many talismans? Dantai Luoxue could not help but inquire further. Talisman paper? Fellow cultivator, I practice talisman crafting and carry some talisman paper with me. Is that excessive? Chui glanced at the talisman paper at his waist and replied, not excessive, but why do you not store these items in a storage bag? Dantai Luoxue pressed on. All 3 storage bags are filled. Ahem, that is not the case. It is simply that keeping the talisman paper at my waist allows for easier casting. Chui coughed twice and hastily offered an explanation. Dantai Luoxue, not far away, paid no heed to the latter part of his explanation, her expression tinged with helplessness. 3 storage bags filled with talisman paper? This fellow. It seems he is afraid of me. Yet they had never met before. Why would he fear her without cause? After a moment's contemplation, she swiftly realized. This individual named Chu, he must have been intimidated by the images of her 3 senior brothers facing their opponents. Her eldest brother could dispatch foes with a single strike. Her second brother unleashed a plethora of formations. Her third brother was even more dramatic, nearly delivering a fatal blow, only to be halted by the timely arrival of the leader of the Cultivators' Alliance. All 3 brothers fought in such a manner. It was likely that Chu He believed all members of the hidden sects from Dongzhou were equally ferocious, which explained his apprehension towards her. Upon this realization, Dantai Luoxue felt at a loss for words. Do not worry, fellow cultivator. I understand your fears. I am not as volatile as my 3 senior brothers, so you need not be concerned. Dantai Luoxue offered a rather resigned explanation. Upon hearing this, Chu He was momentarily taken aback. He then raised his head and scrutinized Dantai Luoxue closely. Indeed, as she had surmised, he felt a degree of trepidation towards the Wudao sect, primarily due to the excessively aggressive demeanor of its previous 3 disciples. He had originally considered forfeiting the match. However, his sect had advised him that forfeiting would be dishonorable, insisting he must participate. Hence, here he was, armed with a multitude of defensive talismans, ready to face the challenge. Yet, the sight of this beautiful disciple from the hidden sect of Dongzhou led him to believe she might not be as fierce. That is reassuring. Fear not, fellow cultivator. You are certain to prevail. However, let us exchange a few moves for formality's sake. What do you think? Chu He proposed, visibly relieved. Very well. Dantai Luoxue nodded. Thank you, fellow cultivator. I shall remember this kindness. In the future, I hope we can discuss our paths together. Chu He responded quickly, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Indeed, Dantai Luoxue responded with a faint nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing her demeanor, Chu He wished to say more. Yet before he could utter a word, a brilliant flash of light surged forth. The battle commenced. A voice resonated throughout the mirrored lake. The moment the voice fell, Dantai Luoxue's fair hand extended from her sleeve, pointing toward the sky. Buzz! In an instant, the entire secret realm trembled. Golden patterns emerged as if bursting forth from the void, rapidly enveloping the entire surface of the mirror-like lake with an indescribable swiftness. These golden lines, imbued with the might of heaven and earth, intertwined and crisscrossed, as if intent on transforming the entire secret realm into a chessboard. The moment the golden patterns completely covered the secret realm, an invisible wall rose from all sides, encasing the entire area. Countless spectators, who had been observing the battle, were abruptly expelled, unable to witness further developments. Even Wu Yu, who had been maintaining numerous small secret realms, felt a sudden loss of control over the realm where Dantai Luoxue resided. This realization filled Wu Yu with trepidation. Should any mishap occur, the losses would be borne by the Alliance of Cultivators in Zhongzhou. The Alliance had already faced considerable challenges. If any calamity were to unfold, it could spell their doom. Chapter 198. The collapse of Chu He's Dao Heart upon a vast island, at the entrance of a hidden realm. Numerous elders from the Alliance of Cultivators gathered. Among them was Wu Yu, who could not afford to concern himself with the affairs of other minor realms. One such minor realm had slipped from his grasp, and should anything untoward occur, the consequences would be dire. The other elders shared his anxiety. They were all bound to the same vessel, and if the Alliance were to falter, their fates would be equally grim. Arriving at the entrance, they found themselves at a loss for action. Surely, they could not simply breach the entrance. If it were merely the disciples of an ordinary sacred ground, it might be manageable. However, within lay the disciples of the elusive Wu Dao sect from the eastern state. Leader, what course of action do you propose? If something truly transpires within, we shall find ourselves in considerable trouble. How do we lose contact? Who among you was watching that realm? I was observing. A disciple from Wu Dao sect used an unknown spell, causing some golden patterns to appear, and then the realm slipped from our control. From which sacred ground were these realms originally purchased? I vaguely recall that the sacred ground which sold us these minor realms mentioned that for every mishap, they would compensate us with 10 new minor realms. Is this truly the moment for such discussions? The elders engaged in fervent discourse regarding potential remedies. Wu Yu stood at the entrance, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. His gaze swept across the assembly until it landed upon Yi Luo and the other two standing nearby, and a spark of hope ignited within him. He could not force his way into the realm, but perhaps he could enlist the assistance of these three. With that thought, he hastened over. Esteemed friends, there have been unforeseen complications within the realm where my junior sister resides, resulting in a complete severance of communication. It would not be prudent for me to breach the realm myself. Might I request your assistance? At his request, the three who awaited Dantai Luoxue exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in silent refusal. Yi Luo and Zhang Han clearly had no intention of responding. Reluctantly, Chu Yuan stepped forward. Rest assured, Alliance leader. My junior sister is not one to act recklessly. Let us wait a while longer. Surely, there is nothing to worry about within. Chu Yuan spoke with a calm assurance. Although their acquaintance with Dantai Luoxue was brief, they recognized her character. She was not one given to bloodlust. As for the severance of contact with the realm, it likely pertained to her unique abilities. The disciples of the Wu Dao sect each pursued their own distinct paths, and while the three had sparred among themselves, they had never faced Dantai Luoxue. Thus, they were unfamiliar with her techniques. Yet, they could speculate that it was likely related to her own Dao. Is everything truly all right? Wu Yu inquired with a hint of skepticism. Rest assured, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. If anything were to occur, my master would certainly intervene on your behalf, so you can ease your mind, Chu Yuan assured, waving his hand dismissively. Is that truly the case? If something goes awry, will Elder Chu handle it? Wu Yu's eyes brightened, pressing for confirmation. Of course. If my junior sister were to cause any trouble, my master would undoubtedly take action, Chu Yuan replied with conviction. Oh, in that case, I feel relieved, Wu Yu exhaled. A weight lifted from his shoulders. He then turned towards the entrance of the secret realm, facing the assembled elders, his demeanor noticeably relaxed. There's no need to fret. If anything does happen, Elder Chu will take care of it. It won't implicate us. Everyone can withdraw now. Though those who wish to stay and observe may do so, Wu Yu gestured, signaling for the gathered elders to disperse. Upon hearing that Elder Chu would handle any potential issues, the other elders also relaxed. If the heavens were to fall, they felt reassured that a towering figure would support them. That was sufficient. The elders took their time, lingering in place, eager to await the emergence of Dantai Luoxue and Chu He from within the secret realm, curious to discern the situation. As the minutes ticked by, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Finally, after a span of several dozen minutes, movement was detected within the secluded area. A burst of radiant light surged forth from the entrance of the secret realm, heralding the appearance of a figure, Chu He. At that moment, Chu He appeared pallid, his eyes bloodshot, exuding an aura of madness, teetering on the brink of a shattered Dao heart. The crowd gasped at the sight of Chu He. Had Dantai Luoxue triumphed in this confrontation? If so, why did it seem as though Chu He's Dao heart was on the verge of collapse? Had he truly been defeated to such an extent? The prospect was utterly terrifying. The first participant in the spar with the disciples of the Wu Dao sect had been dispatched in an instant. The second had succumbed to the overwhelming array of formations, yielding in fear. The third had narrowly escaped death from a single blow. And now the fourth. Had his Dao heart been crushed? Was such dominance truly necessary? Even Yi Luo and others were taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Could it be that their junior sister had truly shattered his Dao heart? Chu He, upon emerging, paid no heed to the gathered crowd. Instead, he withdrew a talisman from his waist and began to chant an incantation. The talisman ignited into a brilliant blaze, soaring into the sky and illuminating the heavens before gradually dissipating. I am not finished. I am not finished. Chu He murmured softly, his eyes alight with fervor. Only he knew the ordeal he had endured within that confined secret realm for those excruciating minutes. Upon the establishment of Dantai Luoxue's chessboard, he felt as though he were facing an entire universe. In the presence of such vastness, Chu He felt insignificantly small, rendering him incapable of launching an attack against Dantai Luoxue. When he finally mustered the courage to strike, he discovered that within that chessboard, his talismanic techniques were utterly ineffective, as if suppressed by the very forces of heaven and earth. Those agonizing minutes had pushed Chu He's Dao heart to the brink of collapse. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Beyond the insignificance he felt in the presence of Dantai Luoxue, he found himself grappling with profound doubts regarding his mastery of talismanic arts. The fact that he had not even engaged in combat, yet his talismanic techniques had faltered, was the crux of his spiritual crisis. Upon exiting the secret realm, however, his talismanic arts regained their efficacy, providing a modicum of stability to his crumbling resolve. Yet, it was still far from satisfactory. At the very least, Chu He resolved to abandon the cultivation of talismanic arts. Master, I wish to pursue a different path. Chu He ascended into the air, foregoing the intention of greeting Wu Yu. After his departure, a surge of energy emanated from the entrance of the secret realm. Dantai Luoxue emerged slowly, and as she did, all attention converged upon her. What are you staring at? Dantai Luoxue furrowed her brows in confusion and inquired. Chapter 199. Has Dantai Luoxue achieved success? In the attic, on the third floor, several representatives from the hidden sects of the Central Plains were enveloped in confusion. Their contemplation was abruptly interrupted, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. They had sought answers from the Alliance of Cultivators, yet the conclusion they received was that even the Alliance was unaware of the circumstances. As if the methods employed by that disciple from the Eastern States' hidden sect had directly severed access to the secret realm. This predicament left them in a state of agitation, for they could vaguely infer that this disciple was extraordinary and possessed profound abilities. However, they were unable to ascertain the details. The representatives of the Central Plains sects had indeed contemplated inquiring about Chu Yuan, but they hesitated to do so. They subtly raised their gazes towards Chu Yuan's direction. At that moment, Chu Yuan was seated calmly at the table, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an air of tranquility, seemingly harboring unwavering confidence in his disciple. The representatives dared not disturb Chu Yuan's serenity and could only wait in silence. Finally, after a wait of several minutes, news arrived. Dantai Luoxue had emerged victorious, nearly shattering the Dao heart of the Huanqing Pavilion disciple, Chu He. These few simple statements plunged the representatives into astonishment. Defeating an opponent is one matter. Fracturing someone's Dao heart is an entirely different challenge, one that is exceedingly difficult unless the individual's resolve is shaky. To dismantle a Dao heart is akin to defeating oneself. Yet, this disciple of the Wu Dao sect had almost shattered the opponent's Dao heart. How extraordinary and formidable must this disciple's methods be? How regrettable it was not to have witnessed the event. Though they missed the spectacle, it was evident that this disciple of the Wu Dao sect had employed an unusual Dao technique. Before they could observe it, They had already glimpsed the golden patterns, hadn't they? Who among them could discern the nature of those golden patterns? If only they understood, would they still be in such a state of perplexity? Perhaps they should inquire of Senior Chu? It seemed that Senior Chu was already privy to all that had transpired. Let us discard the notion of uncertainty. Had you not noticed? Senior Chu had not moved a muscle since the duel began, not even casting a glance, which undoubtedly indicated his confidence in the outcome of the battle. I feel your words are futile. Could it be that Senior Chu's disciple might falter? The crux of the matter now is whether you should ask Senior Chu about the techniques employed by this disciple. The group communicated telepathically, contemplating whether to disturb Chu Yuan. Yet none dared to take action. After a prolonged moment of deliberation, one individual could no longer restrain himself and cautiously approached Chu Yuan. "See Chu Senior?" he stammered, hesitating yet compelled to speak. "What is it?" Chu Yuan inquired, slowly opening his eyes and casting a fleeting glance at the individual. "Senior Chu, we wish to inquire about your fourth disciple." The individual began, yet was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "Fourth disciple? Has the duel concluded?" Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a wave of joy welled up within him. His magical energy had been depleted, preventing him from witnessing the contest within the orb. Thus he could only sit in meditation, awaiting news. Now, hearing what the man said, the duel had already concluded, hadn't it? Did this not imply that his substantial spiritual stones were on their way? "Indeed, it is over, Senior Chu," nodded the representative of a hidden sect from Zhongzhou. "What was the outcome?" Chu Yuan asked, striving to maintain a calm demeanor despite his excitement. "The result, of course, is that your disciple has effortlessly defeated that Chu He from the Huanqing Pavilion, and it was achieved through unparalleled means, nearly shattering Chu He's Tao heart." The individual promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuan's mind momentarily faltered. Instinctively, he yearned to proclaim, "Look, that profitable lad is me. Behold in astonishment." However, before he could articulate a word, a sense of dissonance swept over him. "What? Your disciple has easily defeated that Chu He from the Huanqing Pavilion? Are you certain? How could this be possible? This was unfathomable. How could Dantai Luoxue emerge victorious? Wasn't Dantai Luoxue merely a mortal?" Chu Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He could not have possibly trained Dantai Luoxue to such heights. After Dantai Luoxue's initiation, he had summoned the treacherous Zhang Han down the mountain, allowing him to misguide Dantai Luoxue, speaking of chessboards and such. Could it be that playing chess could lead to enlightenment? This was absurd. Even if chess could indeed be a path, it could not be something Dantai Luoxue could grasp. What was his Wudao sect? A pile of trash from the Divine Weapon Pavilion, a collection of counterfeit texts from the transmission hall, all relying on his empty rhetoric. How could this lead to success? Where was the evidence of any accomplishment? Chu Yuan's frustration reached a boiling point. He fixed his gaze on the representative who had just spoken. "Are you certain this news is authentic?" He struggled to keep his tone steady. "Yes, Senior Chu." "What is the matter?" the man inquired, puzzled. Chu Yuan could hardly be bothered to respond to him. Upon receiving confirmation, his emotions surged like a tempest. What had gone awry in his strategy? With a darkened expression, he lost the will to remain seated. He needed solitude. Rising, he walked out before the eyes of several others. Ao Yu, noticing Chu Yuan's departure, promptly followed suit. The two exited the pavilion in tandem. The representatives from Zhongzhou's hidden sects felt bewildered but dared not obstruct Chu Yuan, merely watching him leave without uttering a word. Once outside the pavilion, Chu Yuan's countenance remained grim as he turned to Ao Yu. "Transform," he commanded, his displeasure palpable. Ao Yu hesitated momentarily, about to clarify that he was not a mount. But upon witnessing Chu Yuan's dark expression, he refrained from speaking and obediently transformed into an azure dragon. With a leap, Chu Yuan mounted the azure dragon's back. Allowing Ao Yu to soar freely, he yearned for silence. Chapter 200. Has the master departed? On a vast island, a pathway leads to a lofty pavilion. For disciples from the reclusive sect, Wu Dao, in the East Continent, traverse this path with the intention of meeting their master. Having triumphed in their duels, they now await the elimination of the remaining 25,000 participants before advancing to the next round, thus requiring no further combat at this juncture. Their destination is to see Chu Yuan. As they walk along the path, Yi Luo and the others are filled with curiosity regarding Dantai Luoxue's capabilities, prompting a flurry of questions. After all, her ability to sever the connection to the secret realm has left them somewhat astonished. For the three of them, obliterating a secret realm would be a trivial task. However, severing the ties between these minor realms and the central nexus poses a significant challenge. Even Su Qianyuan finds this impossible. Yi Luo and Zhang Han would also need to employ the endless sword gourd and the heavenly map to achieve such a severance. Thus, their curiosity about the means by which Dantai Luo Shui accomplishes this feat runs deep. Could it be that she wields a treasure surpassing spiritual artifacts? Dantai Luo Shui, facing her fellow disciples, does not keep them in suspense and provides a direct answer. This relates to the teachings imparted by our master. He bestowed upon me the path of chess. The essence of chess lies in mastery overall. The universe is the chessboard, and the chessboard embodies the universe. Within my chessboard, I embody the cosmos. Once I establish my chessboard over that secret realm, it naturally falls under my jurisdiction, thus liberating it from the control of the Cultivators' Alliance. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo and the others are momentarily taken aback, soon followed by a sense of wonder. The universe as a chessboard, the chessboard as the universe. This implies that confronting this young sister could mean facing an entire realm. The repulsion of the cosmos could indeed diminish one's combat prowess. For those who rely on the power of the heavens, it would be akin to a father chastising his son, especially for those dependent on celestial energies for talismans or formations. Contemplating this, Yi Luo suddenly glances at Zhang Han. Wait, Master Brother, why are you looking at me? Zhang Han rolls his eyes, having already compensated for his shortcomings with the heavenly map. It's merely a slight reduction in combat effectiveness. However, I can't help but feel that you might not even be a match for the fourth sister now. Yi Luo remarks with a smile. Impossible, Zhang Han retorts, his lips twitching in denial. Yi Luo is eager to continue teasing Zhang Han, but Dantai Luo Shui, observing the exchange, shakes her head and steps forward. That is not the case. I have also witnessed the second brother in combat. Using the power of the stars to form formations in an instant, such a method is formidable. What you imply, Master Brother, is that my ability to establish a chessboard can sever the second brother's access to the power of the stars. However, this is not entirely accurate. While I can indeed create a chessboard of the universe, if the second brother possesses a deeper understanding of the path than I do, he could forcibly breach the board and summon the stars. Dantai Luoxue smiled as she articulated her conjecture. Implicitly, she implied that she and Zhang Han were evenly matched. It was merely a matter of whose comprehension of the Tao was superior. Should her understanding prove to be more profound, then Zhang Han would be unable to summon the stars, thereby diminishing his combat prowess. Conversely, if Zhang Han's grasp of the Tao was stronger, her strategies would be thwarted, equally impacting her strength. This scenario, of course, presupposed that neither party resorted to using treasures. If treasures were summoned, the circumstances would differ entirely. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Han paused momentarily, grasping the essence of his junior sister's intent. He clicked his tongue, but refrained from elaborating further. He pondered to himself, realizing that in a genuine confrontation, he might not fare well. His junior sister possessed a supreme treasure, while he did not. It seemed rather disheartening for the future leader of the Wu Dao sect. However, he consoled himself with the thought that once he ascended to the position of sect leader, the sect's profound heritage would be entrusted to him. With this reflection, Zhang Han felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Well, there's no point in dwelling on it. We can engage in some sparring when we have the time. For now, let us proceed to see our master, Zhang Han declared, waving his hand. The other three had no objections and nodded in agreement. As the four companions chatted casually, they made their way towards the pavilion. Shortly thereafter, they arrived and inquired about the whereabouts of their master. However, they were informed that Chu Yuan had already departed, accompanying Aou, and had left the island, with their destination unknown. Upon receiving this news, the four were momentarily taken aback. The grand competition among the myriad sects had yet to conclude. Where could their master have gone? The four were filled with uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Yi Luo who stepped forward. Our master must have had some urgent matter to attend to, and thus departed for a while. After all, there is still some time before the competition concludes, and I am certain our master will return. We should prepare for the upcoming battles, Yi Luo said, standing before the pavilion. Chu Yuan and Dantai Luoxue had little to add, nodding in agreement, clearly deferring to their elder brother. Zhang Han, however, remained puzzled. But, elder brother, we are in Zhongzhou. What could our master possibly need to attend to? Zhang Han inquired. Second junior brother, have you not heard the legends surrounding our Wu Dao sect? With a lineage spanning 300,000 years, how can you ascertain how long our master has existed? Perhaps long ago. Our master was also a remarkable figure who traversed Zhongzhou. It wouldn't be unusual for our master to visit old friends in the region, Yi Luo replied, shaking his head with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han experienced a moment of clarity, as if a narrative had unfolded in his mind. In that case, senior brothers, let us return to the mountain and rest, Dantai Luoxue suggested. Yi Luo and the other three saw no reason to disagree. Just as the four companions prepared to take flight, Yi Luo happened to notice a gathering of dozens of disciples participating in the grand competition at a nearby corner of the pavilion, seemingly engaged in discussion. As the leaves fell, Yi Luo felt a surge of curiosity and summoned three fellow disciples to venture forth, eager to uncover the cause of the commotion. In no time, the quartet arrived at the scene, where they beheld a gathering of dozens, attentively listening to the words of a prominent figure. Occasionally, passing disciples from the sacred grounds would join in to witness the spectacle. The speaker was none other than Ma Yan. "I must confess," he proclaimed, "in this bout, I was negligent. I did not evade, and that disciple from the reclusive sect acted without honor, launching a surprise attack on me, an esteemed elder." Ma Yan spoke with a persuasive fervor, his tone compelling enough to sway many nearby, who found themselves inclined to believe his account. The four disciples of Wu Dao Zong exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the absurdity of the situation. Eventually, the trio of Yi Luo turned their attention to Su Yuan. Their meaning unmistakable: "Your adversary, the trouble you have stirred, it is your responsibility to resolve." Su Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from his opponent, returning to complain after a defeat. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his bald head and descended towards the fray. Chapter 201: A new method for teaching inept disciples within the realm of Zhongzhou, in a mundane city known as Changjing. Chu Yuan and Aou sat before a noodle shop, partaking of their meal. Having departed from the alliance of cultivators, they had journeyed here. At this moment, Chu Yuan wore a grim expression as he consumed a bowl of noodles, finding solace in food to slightly alleviate his troubled spirit. He could not fathom why instructing a seemingly inept disciple proved to be such a formidable challenge. You might say Yi Luo possessed no spiritual roots, but had a physique conducive to cultivation, which he could accept. You might explain that Zhang Han had lost his spiritual roots due to lightning strikes, yet was born with an innate talent for formations. And he could understand that as well. You might assert that Su Yuan lacked a soul and was unable to cultivate, yet had refined his body and received assistance from Zhang Han, thus achieving success, and he could barely wrap his head around that. But what in the world was up with Dantai Luoxue? Without Zhang Han S8, and being a genius in his own right, albeit one misled by Chu Yuan's erratic teaching, how could he excel in chess and still succeed? How was he to comprehend this? No matter how he pondered, it eluded him entirely. If anyone could become accomplished, why had he not? He remained stuck at the foundational stage. Furthermore, he had lost over 10,000 superior spirit stones in the process. It was a wonder he could maintain any semblance of composure. With a dark scowl, Chu Yuan continued to eat his noodles, while Aou trembled in fright beside him. The aura emanating from Chu Yuan was terrifying, suggesting an exceedingly displeased mood. Sitting nearby, Aou felt he might be struck at any moment, causing him to shrink back, too fearful even to touch the noodles before him. Chu Yuan. Suddenly, Chu Yuan spoke, causing Aou to instinctively rise, inadvertently knocking against the table. The bowl of noodles nearly toppled over, and Aou nearly fell to his knees in supplication. With a furrowed brow, Chu Yuan regarded Aou, perplexed by the dragon's visible distress on such a sweltering day. "Master, I'm so sorry," Aou hastily exclaimed. "It's nothing. Do dragons fear the heat?" Chu Yuan inquired, bemused. No. Ordinary dragons are not afraid of heat or cold. How could a pure-blood Songlong like me fear it? Aou quickly clarified. "Then why are you trembling?" Chu Yuan set down his chopsticks, directing a steady gaze at Aou. "No, it's nothing. Master, is there something you wish to discuss?" Aou forced himself to calm his quivering form. Could he confess that his fear of Chu Yuan was the source of his trembling? "It's nothing, just sit down. I merely wish for some company," Chu Yuan sighed, filled with resentment over the situation with Dantai Luoxue and the considerable loss of spirit stones. Thankfully, he had discovered Luoxue's success in time before the system began its assessment. As long as he could expel Luoxue from the sect before the detection, his own cultivation would not be affected. It was a small blessing amidst his misfortunes. Hearing this, Aou exhaled in relief, realizing that it was not a matter of great significance, merely a conversation with his master. He promptly resumed his seat. "Master, what would you like to discuss?" Aou inquired, displaying unusual obedience. "Tell me, if you were to take on a disciple and wish to render them utterly inept, how would you proceed?" Chu Yuan inquired thoughtfully. "Render a disciple inept? Isn't it as simple as having hands?" Aou responded oddly. Upon hearing this, the previously softened expression on Chu Yuan's face darkened once more. As simple as having hands? Why do people always say that? Even with hands and feet, one cannot simply teach someone to be inept. Provide a proper answer, Chu Yuan replied, his voice growing colder. Well, well, sect leader. Is it not rather easy to render a disciple inept? Back in the Dragon Manor, I observed my elder brother taking on a disciple. After accepting the disciple, he neglected them entirely. 6 months later, that disciple could not even defeat a mere shrimp soldier, utterly useless. Thus, I believe that neglect alone can suffice to render one inept. Aou pondered for a moment before speaking. Neglect? Chu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had successfully nurtured 3 disciples through neglect. Indeed, neglect, with no guidance, will certainly lead to ineptitude, Aou affirmed. Do you think it is better to take on a genius or a fool if one wishes to render a disciple inept? Chu Yuan mused, stroking his chin with narrowed eyes. Sect leader, why must one seek a genius or a fool? Are we not permitted to choose anyone at random? Aou asked, scratching his head in confusion. At this, a realization struck Chu Yuan like a thunderclap. Indeed, am I a fool? Why not simply select someone at random? Why limit myself to geniuses or fools? His initial concern seemed to stem from the fear that selecting anyone at random might lead to unexpected success. However, it now appeared that both geniuses and fools could easily become accomplished. The true path lay in choosing an ordinary person to cultivate. By nurturing a mundane individual, he could truly master the art of rendering a disciple inept. Chu Yuan felt enlightened. The frustration he had harbored over Dantai Luoxue and the loss of thousands of spirit stones vanished entirely. Well done, Aou. You possess considerable insight. Chu Yuan remarked appreciatively. You flatter me, sect leader, Aou quickly replied. So, you believe that randomly selecting an individual as a disciple and then neglecting them would be the most effective way to ensure their ineptitude, correct? Chu Yuan rose to his feet. Seeing Chu Yuan stand, Aou promptly followed suit, contemplating for a moment before responding to the sect leader. Indeed, sect leader. I believe that if one were to randomly select someone and then neglect them, devoid of any resources, they would undoubtedly fail to achieve anything of note. If one is truly concerned, one could even select a beggar. Surely, anyone capable of being a beggar lacks the aptitude to succeed. This would be a more assured approach. Chu Yuan grew increasingly exhilarated by these thoughts. Indeed, this dragon possesses a sharp mind. With such a method, how could I possibly fail to render a disciple inept? A beggar would be even more reliable. He patted Aou on the shoulder, rising to leave. Sect leader, wait for me. Aou exclaimed, eager to follow, but was halted by the innkeeper for payment. In a flurry, Aou tossed a spirit stone to the innkeeper, intent on catching up. However, the waiter insisted on giving Aou his change, which left Aou in a state of urgency, hastily declining the offer. Yet, the waiter remained unwavering, asserting that he could not accept tips and must indeed return the money to Aou. Once the waiter summoned the manager to complete the transaction, Chu Yuan's figure had vanished. Aou could only exit the noodle shop in search of Chu Yuan. Meanwhile, having left the noodle shop, Chu Yuan strolled along the street. Casting his gaze about, by sheer coincidence, he indeed spotted a beggar. At the mouth of a rather dim alley, dozens of beggars were soliciting alms. Chu Yuan's attention instinctively fell upon a particularly petite figure among them. To take a beggar as a disciple, such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, as Chu Yuan contemplated this, his spirits lifted, and excitement coursed through him, prompting him to stride purposefully towards the alley where the beggars congregated. Chapter 202. The fifth disciple Su Shi. In the shadowy alley of Changjing City, Chu Yuan approached a cluster of beggars. Standing at a distance where an overwhelming stench permeated the air, the foul odor made him grimace, explaining why passers-by avoided this alley. A sudden curiosity struck him. These beggars were here to plead for alms, yet their repugnant scent drove people away. How could they expect to receive charity if no one dared to approach them? Why not wash up before venturing out? But then again, if they did not beg, how would they afford a bath? A perplexing cycle ensued in his mind. Shaking off such tangled thoughts, Chu Yuan steeled himself against the stench and ventured deeper into the alley. The beggars, their eyes devoid of hope, quickly surrounded him as he entered. Kind sir, could you spare some silver? One implored. Esteemed gentlemen, I have not eaten in 4 days. Please, I beg you for something to eat, another cried. With a furrowed brow, Chu Yuan raised his hand to silence them, gesturing for them to step back. The contents of his storage bag, aside from a few magical artifacts, were far cleaner than the bowls of these beggars. He had no need to beg from them. He walked directly to a petite beggar he had noticed earlier. Her face was soiled, obscuring her features, but it was evident she was female. To his surprise, as he drew closer, the foul odor dissipated, replaced by a subtle, pleasant fragrance. It was a scent he could not quite place, yet it was undeniably appealing. Esteemed sir, could you spare me some coins? The small beggar stammered, her voice trembling as she held out a tattered bowl, shaking as she lifted it. Certainly, but first, you must answer me a question, Chu Yuan replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of authority. His gaze remained fixed on the young beggar, searching for something within her. Why, yes, sir. Please ask, she responded hesitantly. What is your name? He inquired with a gentle smile. Sir, my name is Su Shi, she answered. At this revelation, Chu Yuan paused momentarily. Su Shi, a surname of Su. He recalled with some bitterness that Su Qianyuan had once betrayed him, albeit under the influence of Zhang Han. Nevertheless, this Su surname, though not entirely trustworthy, was still tolerable. After all, she was merely a beggar. It seemed improbable that taking a beggar as a disciple could lead to any significant outcome. Do you wish to become my disciple? He asked, a smile gracing his lips at the thought of accepting a beggar into his fold. Upon entering, it was quite commendable to ensure that the beggar was well-fed and content, certainly preferable to remaining in such a state of destitution. This act did not constitute deception. Rather, it was a benevolent gesture towards the beggar. My lord, what? The young beggar, Su Shi, momentarily stunned, struggled to comprehend. I ask, would you wish to take me as your master and accompany me to the eastern province for cultivation? Chu Yuan inquired with a smile. My lord, is it truly possible for me? Su Shi questioned, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Could a sect of immortal practitioners truly desire to accept her as a disciple? It seemed implausible. After all, she was merely a beggar. Indeed, if you desire it, it is absolutely within reach. Come, let us depart together. Chu Yuan extended his hand with a warm smile. Su Shi felt a stirring within her heart, hesitating momentarily before she gently placed her palm against Chu Yuan's. How warm, was her immediate reaction upon grasping his hand. Let us go, Aou. Aou. Observing this, Chu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to call for Aou, but received no response. Upon turning around, he found that Aou had vanished entirely, his expression darkening. Where has that rascal gone? Just as Chu Yuan was at a loss, a voice rang out from a distance. Master, I am here. Aou appeared, hastily approaching through the air. The surrounding townsfolk, upon witnessing Aou's descent, fell to their knees in fear, reverently calling him an immortal. Chu Yuan, observing Aou's ostentatious entrance, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, Aou rushed to Chu Yuan's side. Master, I am here, he declared. Let us go, transform into the dragon, and take us back. Chu Yuan waved his hand. Transform into a dragon? Aou froze momentarily, longing to protest that he was not a mount. Yet, in the presence of Chu Yuan, he dared not voice his thoughts. Very well. One last time. The final occasion, I shall be ridden. Next time, I must find an opportunity to discuss this with Master Chu. Taking a deep breath, Aou shifted his form, transforming into a magnificent azure dragon. With a resounding roar that summoned gusts of wind, the azure dragon soared into the sky, ominous clouds gathering as if a torrential rain were imminent. After soaring for a time, the dragon's head emerged from the clouds, descending before Chu Yuan. Seizing the astonished Su Shi, Chu Yuan leapt onto the dragon's head. The azure dragon, upon noticing, ascended once more, spiraling above the city of Long Shadow before vanishing into the clouds. Countless common folk within the city knelt upon the ground, seemingly in fervent supplication. Chapter 203. The era of our master within the realm of Zhongzhou, on a vast island, stands the mountain belonging to the Wudao sect. Upon learning of their master's departure, four disciples returned to the peak to engage in discourse about their respective paths. Each of these four individuals pursued a different way, each cultivated from their own insights. In a world of cultivation where many tread the well-worn paths of their predecessors, they stood as unique outliers. Thus, their discussions were far more intriguing than those held with ordinary cultivators. Initially, they conversed about their individual practices, but as the dialogue unfolded, the topic shifted to their master. What do you think is our master's current realm? Inquired Su Qianyuan, his curiosity piqued. The realm of our master. That is rather difficult to ascertain. Zhang Han pondered. His state fluctuates so unpredictably that I cannot comprehend it. You should ask our senior brother. He possesses the deepest understanding of the Tao among us, and has the highest realm. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Han turned his gaze toward their senior brother, Yi Luo. Upon hearing this, Yi Luo, who had been listening intently to his junior brothers, suddenly froze. If you cannot discern it, how could I? He replied, aware that their realms were not vastly different. Yet, seeing the curiosity in the eyes of his junior disciples, Yi Luo felt compelled to share his perspective. To be honest, I too find our master's realm elusive. It is profound and enigmatic. His soul bears signs of having transformed into a nascent soul, and his magical power hints at the golden core. Previously, he underwent a transformation into Qi, and now he seems to be establishing his foundation. It is all quite wondrous and obscure. Our master once spoke of the Mahayana realm. Perhaps he exists within it, or has perhaps taken a half-step toward ascension. In any case, the strength of our master is far beyond our imagination. Yi Luo spoke with a grave tone. After listening to his words, Zhang Han and the others fell into silence, contemplating the true extent of their master's realm. If their master indeed resided within this so-called Mahayana realm, would that mean they could match his power upon reaching that same level? No, they did not hold such a belief. The disparity between those of the same realm could sometimes be vast, just as ordinary cultivators could not compare to prodigies, even when at the same level. The combat prowess exhibited could differ drastically. Prodigies could effortlessly subdue ordinary cultivators of the same realm. Likewise, they felt that even if their realms were to align with their masters one day, it was impossible for them to rival him. Their master was simply too enigmatic, shrouded in mystery to an extent beyond their comprehension. They were even unaware of how many years their master had existed. By the way, do you know which era our master belongs to? Zhang Han asked. Both Yi Luo and Dantai Luoxue shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. However, Chu Yuan stood up at that moment, rubbing his head with a furrowed brow. Senior brothers and junior sister, I happen to know a bit about this, he said slowly. What do you know? As the leaves fell, Yi Luo lifted his gaze towards the others. Zhang Han and Dantai Luoxue followed suit, their eyes settling upon Chu Yuan. Do you recall, senior brother, the moment you introduced me to the sect? When our master imparted the teachings in the Grand Hall? Chu Yuan inquired. Indeed, I remember. What of it? Yi Luo raised an eyebrow, responding succinctly. During that time, our master spoke of a certain race known as the Wu clan. He mentioned that the Wu clan embodies the path of body refinement, and there was a palpable nostalgia in his voice when he referred to them. I had contemplated investigating this clan previously, yet my cultivation pursuits delayed my efforts. Perhaps through the Wu clan, we might uncover the era in which our master existed. Chu Yuan relayed this information, prompting deep contemplation among Yi Luo and the others. The Wu clan? They had never encountered this name before. Even Zhang Han, the most well-read among them, was unfamiliar with it. Third junior brother, are you certain it is the Wu clan? However, this race is not documented in ancient texts. Zhang Han expressed his bewilderment. It is indeed the Wu clan. The nostalgia on our master's face was unmistakable, Chu Yuan asserted confidently. Yet, we have never heard of the Wu clan. Zhang Han shook his head. Perhaps we should consult Wu Yu? Central Continent is the foremost region. Their records of ancient times are likely more comprehensive than ours in Eastern Province. There may be references to this Wu clan, Yi Luo suggested. The other three nodded in agreement, finding the idea plausible. Just as they were about to seek out Wu Yu, fate intervened, for Wu Yu had just arrived at the peak, intending to check if Chu Yuan had returned. Upon his arrival, he was unexpectedly encircled by the four, causing him to fear they intended to act against him. Listening closely, he realized that these four disciples of the Wu Dao sect sought information, which relieved him immensely. However, after hearing their inquiries, he paused in confusion. Wu clan, what manner of race is that? A branch of the demon clan? Wu Yu asked, perplexed. We wouldn't inquire if we knew, Yi Luo replied with a flat expression. I am also uncertain. I have not heard of the Wu clan. However, Elder Bai of the Law Repository branch of the Cultivators Alliance is well versed in all matters of ancient times. If you four don't mind, we could consult him together. Wu Yu proposed. Very well. Yi Luo and the others exchanged glances and nodded. Having learned of their master's era, they were compelled to satisfy their curiosity. Consequently, the five departed from the Wu Dao sect's residence on the peak, heading towards another area of the enormous island. Before long, they arrived at the Law Repository branch of the Cultivators Alliance and met with the elder there. Upon explaining their purpose, the elder, with his white hair and furrowed brow, tightened his white eyebrows. The Wu clan? Wu? Why do I feel as though I have encountered this before? The elder of the Zongfa Pavilion murmured softly. The four disciples of the Wu Dao sect standing beside Yi Luo were taken aback, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Could it be that someone truly possessed knowledge of the Witch clan? Was the era in which their master truly existed about to be unveiled? The minds of Yi Luo and the others began to race, their eagerness to uncover the truth palpable. Meanwhile, Wu Yu remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Luo and the others were inquiring about the Witch clan due to Chu Yuan. He merely assumed they were seeking some information. Observing the expressions on their faces, he could surmise their thoughts. Elder Bai, what precisely is this Witch clan? Is it a branch of the ancient demon race? Wu Yu inquired. However, Elder Bai of the Zongfa Pavilion merely shook his head.